Chapter 1, 1980, Austria, Nurmengard Fortress. In a dimly lit chamber, an elderly man stood quietly by the iron bars of the window, one eye resembling a sapphire blue gemstone, while the other was an unfathomable abyss of darkness that at the venerable age of 97. He had not experienced such a sensation in 35 years, since he was in prison here in 1945. How long it has been. When was it? The last time he felt chosen by the heavens. It was as if he had garnered the world's recognition, championing his ideals and leading his kin toward a brighter future. That was the moment when he irreparably severed ties with his lifelong friends, brothers, companions, family, and beloved. 35 years had elapsed since that instant, as if a brilliant lightning bolt had shattered the shroud of darkness enveloping him. Perhaps, over the years, his beliefs had indeed been justified. His name was Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. He had forgotten Albus himself had remarked that his name was lengthy and he preferred not to be addressed in full. And what of my name? Confined in the solitary prison of Nurmengard, as its architect, the instigator of the wizarding revolution, attempting to ignite the flames of change across the globe. It seems I possess quite a few titles. Gellert Grindelwald. The old man raised his hand, gently caressing the rusted iron bars before him, tracing the moss-covered stone bricks. Nothing could contain the Gellert Grindelwald of 35 years ago. Nothing at all. That sensation drew ever closer. Raindrops began to fall softly from the heavens, and Grindelwald stood before the window, quietly observing as the rain struck the distance, pelted the ground, and splashed upon the window ledge, as well as upon himself. Returning to his bed, Grindelwald retrieved a weathered wooden stick resembling a gnarled branch. This was likely to be his final great endeavor. Once, a blood oath was forged through this very wand, and fate dictated that it would also be the instrument of its conclusion. Regrettably, the other participant of the blood oath was not present to witness this moment. Since that day, this wand, now merely a token, had drawn a single drop of blood from each of the two young men, two vibrant droplets flowing eternally, uniquely connecting their souls. The old man smiled broadly. He had never anticipated such a scenario unfolding. Who would have imagined that a jest shared with his beloved would manifest into reality? A prophetic utterance? Though it was but a single drop, it sufficed. The old man's fingers glided gently over the wand, a soft, ethereal light enveloping him, casting elongated shadows within the dimly lit room. At that moment, he resembled a solitary deity gazing down upon the world from the heavens. For an elderly man who had meticulously plotted for a staggering 35 years, any misstep was an intolerable affront to his existence. This was a redemption that belonged solely to him, Gellert Grindelwald. For 35 years, he had not forgotten a single event, whether it be the calamities he had inflicted upon the world or the potential reparations he might yet achieve, or perhaps the even greater, insurmountable devastation that could arise the question of repentance or redemption, whether it was for himself or for another. A cry pierced the air, a dark eagle soared from the window, its magical incantations perfected to an exquisite degree, resembling an unparalleled work of art from within to without. Its essence stemmed from the intricate and inextricable fate shared by two souls. Its form emerged from the intertwined blood and spirit of their countless lifetimes. Its power arose from the elderly man's boundless remorse and unending quest for spiritual salvation over 35 years. Leaning against the stone wall, the old man fixed his gaze upon the vanishing black dot on the horizon, observing as the agile bird navigated through the rain, gradually receding. From view, he knew this eagle would journey to England, returning to London, flying to the place closest to his old friend. There an exquisite, unrepeatable transformation spell would be triggered, and it would take on human form. Though this intriguing little creature could not possess the innocence of a carefree childhood, as an independent being, it would ultimately become the sole heir of Gellert Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore. How strange that sounded. One could only ponder whether Albus would embrace this child. This day had been awaited for far too long, 35 years, to be precise. The weary old man slid down the stone wall, breathing heavily, exerting every ounce of strength only to curl himself into the embrace of a tattered cotton blanket. In his frail state, he felt devoid of magical power, stripped of the formidable presence of a once mighty Dark Lord. Now, he was merely an aging man who had staked everything on this child, quietly awaiting the fate that had long been predetermined for him. However, that fate lay a distant 19 years ahead. The rain intensified, seemingly determined to shatter the steadfast fortress of Nurmengard amidst the tempest. In the midst of this howling storm, the old man smiled for the third time that night, his face adorned with a blissful expression as he sank into the beauty of slumber, enveloped In delightful dreams.In, that ethereal and wondrous dreamscape, perhaps he would encounter memories of his youth and those whom he had once cherished deeply. In the realm of dreams, he might finally behold the one he most yearned to see, himself. Long time no see, Al. Godric's Hollow. It was a night illuminated by the moon, with the weather exceptionally fine. To what extent was it fine? So fine that even an elderly lady, who struggled with her legs and had not stepped outside for over half a month, felt a whimsical urge to take a stroll. Oh, Merlin's razor. How could there be a child here? Though her voice was aged and hoarse, it possessed a vitality that even the young could hardly match. The murmuring elder was Bathsheba Bashart. Oh dear, my old bones, well, what a pitiful little creature this is. Oh dear. The sound of child weeping softened Bathsheba's heart, prompting her to tenderly lift the child from the ground. Grindelwald was her great-nephew, and she was his great-aunt. Of course, this was merely a matter of lineage in reality. Bathsheba had not exercised much oversight over her great-nephew, as Grindelwald enjoyed considerable freedom during his youth. This sprightly old woman resided alone in Godric's Hollow. As for her neighbors, they were once familiar faces from the Dumbledore family after all. England is not that vast. Regrettably, that place was long devoid of inhabitants. Resolutely alone, and having felt the pangs of loneliness early on, old Bathsheba made up her mind she wished to care for this child. At the very least, this endeavor would be less daunting than composing textbooks for a group of nitpicking individuals. She had spent the better part of the last month revising and editing. Hogwarts had exceedingly high standards for its curriculum, and she was at a loss as to what had happened last year, necessitating another rewrite. Old Bathsheba pursed her lips, dismissing these vexations, and turned to carry the child back to her modest abode. The child's cries gradually subsided, and his sapphire blue and obsidian black eyes sparkled like precious gems. These eyes, radiant like the stars, symbolized his extraordinary lineage and foretold a life destined to be unparalleled. Huh? No, wait, where am I? Anriel opened his eyes, attempting to rise. However, this was evidently an impractical endeavor, for he found himself ensconced within the body of an infant, one no more than a few months old, incapable of supporting the simple act of sitting up. Wah, Anriel murmured to himself. Clearly, the sound that escaped his lips was merely that of an infant's wail, leaving Anriel momentarily dazed and unsure of how to proceed. Oh dear, little one, why are you crying again? No need to cry, no need, Bathsheba exclaimed as she hurried over, cradling Anriel and gently rocking him, her wrinkled face adorned with the tender affection unique to the elderly. Thus, am I the fabled being capable of astounding the heavens and moving the spirits, gathering immense fortune within my being, a traveler of realms? Anriel pondered this perplexity when a torrent of information abruptly surged into his mind. It seems that this journey through time and space comes with a delay, or perhaps it is a memory from a third person's perspective. Yet, who would have thought that such a brief moment of disdain would cause the infant's mind to overload completely, plunging Anriel into unconsciousness? Upon regaining consciousness, his previously foggy mind had cleared considerably. In other words, this place is, in a sense, a parallel world. Carefully sifting through the memories that had been successfully absorbed, Anriel contemplated with caution. Is this my golden finger for traversing realms? It was only natural for him to lean in this direction, at least according to the memories housed within this child's mind. This body, endowed with a talent akin to that of Merlin, could not possibly remain obscure in the original narrative. Wait, it may not be a parallel world, rather. The storyline of the original work seems to suggest that had I not traversed, this child would likely not survive, thus not impacting any subsequent plot points. Anriel found himself somewhat speechless. The infant created by Grindelwald could be deemed a manufactured deity. Humanity, this wondrous species, truly possesses an extraordinary talent for crafting uncontrolled in a modern and straightforward manner. One might express that this invincible body is merely a vessel devoid of soul. It is akin to the West without Jerusalem, the East bereft of Qin Shi Huang, or America devoid of Trump. The numerical control module fails to function, leading to the possibility that if Anriel's consciousness has not transcended, this corporeal form may meet an untimely demise, or suffer total brain death. That would indeed spell the end. This was a crucial path in his quest for redemption, yet it regrettably concluded before it even commenced. What remains is his eventual sardonic disdain for the Dark Lord, 18 years hence, at great personal cost. Wait, what was I doing before I crossed over? Anriel pondered, trying to recall that he had likely dozed off while reading. The book in question was his favorite from the Harry Potter series, The Goblet of Fire, for his current state of having traversed realms and what remained of his former life. That was beyond Anriel's control. At 17, With only a high school education orphaned, residing in public housing devoid of property, vehicle, or debt, and unwed, with no romantic entanglements. In essence, he was unencumbered, and Anriel soon embraced his new existence with joy. On a side note, he mused that had he chosen to read something like Battle Through the Heavens instead of Harry Potter before sleeping, perhaps he could have become a grassroots hero, leveraging the strength of an ancient figure to triumph over adversities. Then, the infantile mind, overwhelmed with thoughts, succumbed to slumber once more. In the final memories before sleep, he learned the name this body was destined to bear. Anriel Gellert Grindelwald. A.S. for Bida. She recognized this name solely because of a black feather affixed to Anriel, inscribed with luminous letters. This discovery solidified her resolve to adopt him, as she alone could offer him a home. Bida chose to disregard the implications of that surname, caring little whether the child bore the name Basharat, Grindelwald, or Dumbledore. That sorrowful era had passed, and now her only desire was to nurture this child. Perhaps, indeed, at the moment Anriel was embraced, his name was inscribed upon the student roster of Hogwarts. October 31st, 1981. This was a momentous day, one of profound significance, as the thunderous explosion reverberated through Godric's Hollow, and as a blinding green light illuminated a small cottage. By the time Bashida hurriedly arrived, the porter. Residents had been reduced to a mere half-ruin due to the merciless rebound of the spell. Oh no, no, informed Dumbledore. It must be done immediately. Even with prior mental preparation, the scene was overwhelmingly cold-blooded. With a fierce flick of his wand, Bashida summoned a silvery Patronus, which soared away like a swift arrow towards the horizon. This was old Bashida's guardian spirit, tasked with delivering the message to Dumbledore, who had not returned since that legendary duel. However, this posed no significant issue for the elder wizards and witches. Anything was indeed possible. In merely a few hours, this guardian spirit would be able to reach Dumbledore and convey the necessary course of action. For instance, the trusted gamekeeper, Rupert Hake. Anriel sat upon the stone steps at the entrance of his home, observing grandmother Bida bustling about, notifying those with whom she was intimately familiar. He felt an overwhelming sense of unreality, yet it manifested vividly within his own existence. This sensation was truly exhilarating. The one endowed with the power to conquer the dark sorcerer approached, born into a lineage that had valiantly resisted the dark sorcerer thrice. He was born at the end of the 7th month, a time when the dark sorcerer would mark him as a formidable adversary. However, he possessed an extraordinary strength that the dark sorcerer could not comprehend, one that necessitated the demise of the other, for only one could survive. The bearer of the power to vanquish the dark sorcerer would emerge at the conclusion of the 7th month. Anriel murmured softly, her heart brimming with excitement. A cacophony of sounds echoed from a distance, drawing Anriel's gaze and attention back to the ruins of the Potter residence. A colossal figure loomed, obscuring much of the surroundings. His stature left no room for doubt regarding his identity. The Aurors of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, tasked with managing the memories of the Muggles present, deemed this a momentous event that would resonate throughout the magical community of Britain. Voldemort is dead. At least, that was the prevailing sentiment among the Ministry officials. The arrival of the Ministry personnel rendered the atmosphere rather anticlimactic. Anriel found himself engulfed in ennui, prompting him to retreat to his room for a slumber that lasted until Bida and 2 Aurors, armed with the details of the admission witnesses, entered. "This is my grandson." Anriel, Bida chattered as she walked in. The 2 Aurors exchanged glances and shrugged, although they were bewildered by the origins of Bida Bashett's grandson. Nothing seemed as pertinent as the events of that evening. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Anriel watched them depart. They didn't even jest about my surname, he mused. Had they ventured such a jest, it would not have been a tale, but rather an accident. 10 years later, Bida Bahat, the chronicler of magical history, undoubtedly stood as an esteemed educator. Under her illustrious guidance, 11-year-old Anriel felt as though he might directly partake in the O.W.L.S. ordinary wizarding level examinations for magical history. Yet, which first-year student would concern themselves with the developmental history of Audrey St. Catchpole and the inception of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy? Notably, one of Anriel's fathers had once fervently endeavored to overturn this nonsensical legislation. The age-old ideals concerning whether wizards ought to exist within the crevices of Muggle society, coexisting in peace or subjugating Muggles, were all too familiar. Objectively, Anriel found himself agreeing with this estranged paternal figure he had never met. That law reduces us to the status of sewer rats. It compels us to conceal our true selves. It forces those under its jurisdiction to cower in fear, lest we reveal our identities. Gellert Grindelwald. Though wizards and Muggles are not reproductively isolated, it is evident that they could almost be classified as two distinct species. When individual power concentrates within a select few, yet fails to surpass a threshold, the emotions of the weaker majority do not manifest as reverence, but rather as terror. Enough of these painful and sorrowful tales. Let us discuss something else. For instance, during preschool education, Bide seemingly identified young Anriel's magical potential at an early age, attempting to encourage him to cast advanced spells without a wand, or by utilizing Bahida's own wand. Clearly, Anriel's performance astonished her, diverging from the expectations of any newborn within a wizarding lineage. Of course, we may boldly hypothesize that, as a genuine time traveler endowed with extraordinary abilities, is there a possibility that Anriel was well-versed in these incantations and could wield them with proficiency? However, he had no desire to be treated as a mere guinea pig, and owl alighted before Anriel, dropping an envelope at his feet. Calm down, child. I understand this is your first day of school, but take it easy. It's merely... Anriel rolled his eyes. He certainly did not wish for this predicament. Yet it appeared that Bathsheba was even more anxious than he was. The broken cauldron. Yes, that was it. Not to mention, aside from appearing somewhat eccentric, Bathsheba Bashett's muggle attire was impeccable, reminiscent of a shrewd muggle matron who could haggle over groceries for an hour. Excuse me. Tom, the bar owner, stood behind the counter, straining to recall the name of this familiar elderly woman. Hey, Tom, 2 bottles of butterbeer? 1 bottle. Bathsheba glanced at the 11-year-old Anriel and amended her request. Oh, good grief, you are Bathsheba Bahat. Tom finally recognized the elderly woman's identity, flashing a crooked smile that revealed his gaps and teeth. What brings you to this humble establishment? Of course, I'm heading to Diagon Alley. My grandson is going to Hogwarts this year. Your grandson? Good heavens, I've never heard you mention having a son. Ha ha ha. Bathsheba muttered a few unseemly words under her breath, brandishing her wand as the cork of the butterbeer bottle struck Tom's hand, appearing merely a jest, of course. And none were particularly concerned by this minor prank. Under the piercing gaze of the elderly lady, Tom chuckled as he took Anriel's hand, leading him towards the narrow alleyway that would take them to Diagon Alley. Who would have thought that a frail little lady could be so generous? It seemed that the vitality of Bathsheba's youth was rekindled with the arrival of young Anriel. As they entered the alley, old Tom stepped aside, and Anriel hurried after Bathsheba, who murmured incessantly, Merlin's beard, I can hardly remember how to enter Diagon Alley. Goodness, when I was in school, there weren't so many ridiculous books. Dark Forces, a guide to self-defense, that should be on the toilet paper rack, not as a textbook. Absolutely dreadful. This year's defense against the dark arts teacher is likely another good-for-nothing. History of magic. Humph. I organized this myself, Anriel. Starting from line 11 on page 97. A brief overview of Gringotts' history and the timeline of the Goblin Rebellions. Anriel was momentarily taken aback, reciting the words as 1,000 alpacas galloped through her mind. Thank you for the invitation. I have grown somewhat numb. It is merely the purchase of a book, yet it seems to come with an assessment. First, they would visit Ollivanders, then proceed to Gringotts to withdraw some funds. Bathsheba made her decision and entered a small, dilapidated shop alongside Anriel. Ollivanders, crafting exquisite wands since 382 B.C. Countless cardboard boxes towered to the ceiling, casting a myriad of shadows under the dim light, obscuring the frail figure of Mr. Ollivander. Ah, Ms. Bathsheba? Ollivander adjusted his glasses and inquired, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Bathsheba Barat? Indeed, it is I. I have brought my grandson to purchase a wand. Unlike his customary practice with other patrons, Ollivander did not disclose the material, length, or core of Bashida's wand. It seemed that he discerned individuals through their wands. As suggested in the original text, Anriel harbored a whimsical notion that Bashida's wand might have been sold by Ollivander's father, or perhaps even by his grandfather. After scrutinizing Anriel's visage, Ollivander turned and retrieved a bundle of measuring tapes from the shelf. Allow me to see, young Bathsheba, which arm do you prefer to use? The enchanted measuring tape soared into the air, automatically recording Anriel's physical dimensions. Anriel raised his left arm, and the tape gracefully wrapped around it. Very well. Let us examine a cherrywood wand, 12 inches in length, with a moderate flexibility. Shall we test it with a dragon heartstring? Anriel seized the wand, and its tip emitted a shower of sparks, igniting a sheet of white paper before Ollivander, singeing the elderly man's meager beard. Anriel is evidently as fastidious as Mr. Potter. Even Ollivander cannot easily discern the wand that would suit him. Oh, dear, it is clearly not suitable. Perhaps one should seek a wand of white oak. 9.5 inches with a core of, phoenix feather. Anriel raised her wand, and the tip emitted a resounding explosion, seemingly attempting to flee from her grasp. How remarkably fastidious this little creature is, Come now, this holly wand, 11 inches in length, crowned with a phoenix feather. Anriel found the name somewhat familiar and did not immediately take the wand. Ollivander placed the wand into his hand, which promptly emitted a sound akin to a short circuit, startling Ollivander, who swiftly withdrew it. Anriel suddenly recalled, what a curse, he was precisely 1 year senior to Harry. This wand ought to belong to Harry Potter, not to him. Ollivander descended from the counter, disappearing with a series of soft thuds behind the shelves, leaving his whereabouts uncertain. Anriel cast a questioning glance towards Bathsheba. It seems futile for me to intervene. However, Ollivander has always adhered to a one-on-one approach. As long as you remain within the confines of the shop, the door shall not permit another customer to enter. This principle is not solely upheld by Garrick Ollivander. It is a steadfast tradition of the Ollivander family. Conversely, I have referenced this phenomenon, known as monopoly, in both Chapter 6 of the History of Magic and in Miss Kairiti Bubaji's treatise on Muggle society. Whether within our wizarding community or in Muggle society, this phenomenon is accompanied by certain privileges. Anriel felt a throbbing pain in his head, and wisely chose to disregard his grandmother's lengthy discourse, which earned him a swift rap on the head and a brief moment of tranquility. A few minutes later, Ollivander returned, carrying a cloth bundle. Apologies for the wait, Madame Bacherat. Come, child, give this one a try. Anriel took the wand from Ollivander's hands, and at the moment of contact, he was convinced that this was the very item he would carry away from the shop that day. Ollivander's timely explanation followed. Crafted from rare materials gifted by several of my Chinese friends, this wand is made of lacquered wood, measuring 13 inches. Though it may not seem particularly auspicious, this is indeed the optimal length for spellcasting. Its core comprises 2 segments of nerve, intertwined in a manner that suggests an enigmatic origin. It contains the essence of a Tibetan royal eagle and a slender-scaled king cobra, creatures that, under normal circumstances, would never coexist, their habitats separated by nearly 100,000 meters. I have often pondered the rationale behind uniting these 2 beings, so inherently at odds. Ollivander fell silent, for he observed the wand emanating a faint luminescence in Anriel's grasp, as if tiny sprites were serenading in the air, certainly not the domesticated kind. Remarkable, truly remarkable. 30 galleons. This is one of my prized wands. Bathsheba promptly settled the payment and led Anriel, still entranced by the resonance of his connection with the wand, out of Ollivander's shop. Shouldn't he be called Anriel Albus Dumbledore Gellert Grindelwald? Bathsheba recalled the moment when she had introduced 2 spirited young men to one another. She had never questioned the correctness of her decision, for although it had wrought a catastrophe, it had also birthed one of the greatest wizards in the realm of magic. Anriel's lips twitched, and he was tempted to exclaim, Madam, your intuition is remarkably astute. Yet, is this nomenclature truly sincere? The entirety of a half-titled position has been monopolized by the name of my father. Where is the godfather to intervene? Wait, it seems I do not possess a godfather. Bathsheba Bashett's wealth is indeed substantial, but alas, she seldom puts it to use. Anriel could easily envision the immense wealth accumulated over a lifetime by a renowned historian, celebrated throughout the entire realm of magic. Someone whose name is known to all who have ever attended school. And now, this small key from Gringotts, numbered 571, rests in Anriel's hand. With a smile gracing her lips, Anriel added yet another item to her personal list of advantages, a wealthy heir. Not only was there an abundance of riches, but this particular individual also belonged to a highly secure private vault, albeit not as illustrious as the ancient family treasuries of the Lestranges. Nonsense. Even the most fortified ancestral vaults have been breached in the past. Fairies, as diminutive and ill-tempered magical beings, are at least dependable in this respect. While they may not increase wealth entrusted to them, they generally ensure it does not diminish, unless it catches the protagonist's eye. As a commoner, there is no need to compete with aristocratic families in matters of wealth, as that would only invite unnecessary discomfort. Anriel muttered to herself in a half-joking manner. The owl has procured everything for you. The books are all in order. Now, go and try on the robe. Anriel gazed at the cage held by Bahate, her lips twitching, and her eyes beginning to twitch as well. This cannot be right, can it? You were telling me that this magnificent bird, with a wingspan of 2 meters, whose cry resembles the piercing scream of an eagle, belongs to the order Strigiformes? Very well, if you insist. Let us accept it as such. Anriel harbored some doubts regarding Basheda's aesthetic sensibilities, yet he lacked the courage to voice them openly. Anriel named the raptor Garros. a name imbued with some significance, albeit minimal, much like Hedwig's. 3 days later, on September 1st, 1990, Anriel successfully boarded the Hogwarts Express. This year is bound to be rather dull, as the illustrious Harry Potter remains unaware of the intricacies of the magical realm. Enjoy your time at Hogwarts, dear child. You may write to me, though do not harbor excessive hopes for a reply. Ha ha ha. Bash-Ida remarked before Anriel boarded the train. Jelly beans, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, licorice wands, a female vendor announced as she traversed the aisle of the train. Although she did not shout, her voice resonated clearly, reaching even the compartment with the door closed. Occasionally, she would even pull the door open to inquire if the children inside desired to purchase anything. Pausing from his card game, Anriel set aside his hand and purchased an assortment of licorice wands, relishing their flavor. Moreover, his right hand had been on the verge of victory, which now added to his mild frustration. Just a jest. Despite a few familiar faces, Anriel found the atmosphere here rather novel. Of course, among those acquaintances, only the Weasley twins truly felt approachable to him. These two were a year his senior. Now in their second year, just before boarding, he had caught a glimpse of their fiery red hair, surrounded by a circle of friends, indicating their popularity. However, for Anriel, the crowd felt somewhat overwhelming. He preferred to occupy himself in solitude. As night descended upon London, a magnificent castle gradually emerged before Anriel's eyes. The castle's walls were thick and sturdy, composed of innumerable massive stones, each seemingly inscribed with magical runes. Time had mercilessly eroded its surface, leaving behind a tapestry of weathered marks. Gazing at this castle, Anriel could not help but internally exclaim, "The grand performance is about to commence. First years this way. Do not let the upperclassmen you met on the train lead you astray. We will be taking a boat, over here," boomed the voice of Rubeus Hagrid, echoing across the grounds, swiftly gathering a group of new students around the towering half-giant. "This way, be careful not to fall into the Black Lake. Of course, you won't perish, but attending the sorting ceremony in wet clothes would be rather unpleasant, wouldn't it?" Anriel raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on her lips. "Mr. Hagrid, may I board your boat?" "Oh, certainly, certainly," he replied. "It is quite rare for a first-year student to be unafraid of me, haha." Anriel stepped onto the small boat. Due to Hagrid's imposing stature, the vessel designed for four appeared capable of accommodating only him. Regrettably, Anriel was not human, and he merely appeared to be seated within the craft. For entities, whether sentient or inanimate, the levitation charm proved effective. The only distinction lay in their propensity to float aimlessly in the air. Naturally, no one aboard was aware of the enchantment cast by this peculiar individual, not even Hagrid, as they were merely first-year students. "Hold steady, children, we are setting sail. Mr. Hagrid, my grandmother has mentioned you." "Oh, I beg your pardon, child, your grandmother is?" Hagrid seemed to inadvertently press down on Anriel's leg, though the latter remained unfazed. "My grandmother is Bash-Ida Bashart. Goodness, before Professor Binns arrived. She was the history of magic professor at Hogwarts. Alas, I missed her tenure. Professor Binns had evidently taught 2 or even 3 generations, after all. A professor who transitioned from living to deceased yet continued to instruct was exceedingly rare." However, a furrow creased Anriel's brow. How long had Bash-Ida lived? Professor Binns was not particularly youthful either. Perhaps Bash-Ida had retired of her own volition during her middle age? Pondering such irrelevant antiquities would not benefit his school life. Overall, the conversation with Hagrid was quite pleasant. He imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding magical creatures, fantastical beasts, setting aside his indulgent affection for these little beings, such as dragons and thestrals. One might presume Hagrid believed Anriel to be oblivious to their existence. 10 minutes later, the grand doors of Hogwarts creaked open, revealing the entrance ceremony prepared for the new students, an event steeped in tradition, capable of leaving most 11-year-olds, unaccustomed to the world, in awe. Unfortunately, Anriel was evidently not among them. First-year students, Professor McGonagall. "Very well, Hagrid, you may proceed inside. Professor Dumbledore is awaiting you." Hagrid waved his hand and tipped his hat to Anriel before stepping into the great hall. Through the crack of the door opened by Hagrid, Anriel glimpsed a throng of several hundred individuals, jostling closely together within what appeared to be the grand hall. He redirected his gaze to the tall, slender witch clad in a vibrant green robe before him. Minerva McGonagall, at that time the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, the head of Gryffindor House, and the professor of Transfiguration, addressed the assembly. Welcome to you all, to Hogwarts. The feast is about to commence, however. Some of you newcomers may already be aware that you must undergo a sorting ceremony in front of the entire school. The houses will serve as your homes during your time here, and your actions will reflect upon your house, so it is imperative that you take this seriously. There are 4 houses, each equal in merit: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house nurtures its own remarkable talents and great wizards. I hope that during your tenure here, you will bring honor to your house and aspire to become one of the distinguished individuals and great wizards of your respective houses. Now, I suggest you adjust your attire. McGonagall's gaze swept across the hall, pausing momentarily on Anriel before moving on. Anriel remained unfazed, for he knew that when his name was called, most of the individuals from that era would exhibit the same astonishment as those of this time upon encountering Harry Potter, a first-year student from Woohoo. A diminutive figure with coal-black eyes peered from behind the wall, uttering a phrase before retreating once more. Peeves. Strictly speaking, Peeves cannot truly be classified as a ghost. He has the ability to interact with physical objects and employ them for mischief. Perhaps an opportunity may arise to test a spell on him. Everyone is aware that they cannot die a second time, correct? The decoration of the Great Hall was a sight to behold. In the resplendent chamber, countless golden candles flickered with enchanting light, while the ceiling was adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars. Within the hall, there were innumerable elements, such as the countless strands of the white-bearded elder's beard sitting at the center. Professor McGonagall presented a tattered, pointed hat. Anriel had initially thought that the sorting hat he had envisioned would be sufficiently worn, but upon seeing the actual object, he couldn't help but marvel at his own naivety. Can this thing truly still be of use? Upon the hat, 2 slits appeared, resembling eyes, seemingly surveying whether all eyes in the room were fixed upon it. Once it confirmed this to be true, the hat grinned widely, the fissure large enough to tear its very fabric, and commenced reciting a lengthy poem it had meticulously crafted over the span of an entire year. Children, do refrain from snickering, judging by appearances. Though I may be but a mere hat, is an unequivocal folly. Perhaps I lack beauty and shine, perhaps I am patched and worn. Yet if you were to remove your own hats and compare, none would rival my intellect and prowess. You may polish your top hats to a glossy sheen, or ensure your felt hats stand tall and firm. However, as the sorting hat of Hogwarts, I am undeniably superior to your headgear. Every thought concealed within your minds is laid bare before my discerning gaze. Try me on, and I shall reveal to you the house to which you truly belong. Perhaps you are destined for Gryffindor, hailing from the vast, desolate marshes, brave and unyielding, with courage buried deep within. Their valor, spirit, and generosity set Gryffindor apart. Or perhaps you belong to Hufflepuff, emerging from the open valleys, diligent and steadfast, where integrity and loyalty thrive, and students embody resilience and honesty, undaunted by arduous labor. If your mind is sharp, you may find yourself in the wise embrace of Ravenclaw, from the tranquil riverbanks, possessing serenity and keen insight, where the learned often encounter kindred spirits. Or perhaps you will be sorted into Slytherin, from the desolate bogs, rising from the murky depths to nobility, where you may forge sincere friendships with ambitious youth, though some may pursue their goals through unscrupulous means. Come, dummy, fear not, do not panic. In my grasp, though I possess not a single hand, you are entirely safe, for I am a thinking, magical hat. Ah, does he intend to compose a new song over the course of an entire year? The applause thundered from the 4 house tables as Professor McGonagall retrieved a scroll of parchment from her robe, its length astonishing upon unfurling. Next, I shall call upon the students whose names I read to step forward and don this sorting hat, for it shall determine to which house you will be assigned. Betsy Arlington, a golden-haired girl, shyly approached the sorting hat. Anriel cast a glance, then turned her head back towards the mischievous Weasley twins at the Gryffindor table. Feeling rather bored. Throughout the year, nothing of significance had occurred. There was hardly anything interesting before she reached that table to retrieve her hat. Hufflepuff, Franzavanda, Slytherin. The pauses during the sorting hat's deliberations were quite rare, indicating that for the hat, these ordinary children merely required a moment's contemplation to be assigned to their appropriate houses. Or perhaps it was that the cohort of Mr. Potter presented a certain complexity. Harry Potter equated to Gryffindor plus Slytherin. Hermione Granger represented Gryffindor plus Ravenclaw. Neville Longbottom embodied Gryffindor plus Hufflepuff, and so forth. Sorting hat, TSK, quite a challenge. After a while, the surnames beginning with F were nearing their conclusion, while those starting with G were about to commence. Anriel stood at the forefront, her face illuminated by a brilliant and sunny smile as she awaited Professor McGonagall to call her name. McGonagall's eyes widened in surprise. It was evident that she had just encountered the full name of this child for the very first time. Given the recent focus on Harry Potter, It was understandable that no one would diligently peruse each year's enrollment list, as that would be an exhausting endeavor. McGonagall's gaze settled on Anriel, and she marveled at her uncanny intuition. She observed the mischievous sunshine smile adorning Anriel's face. "Anriel, there cannot be another child named Anriel here, can there?" The 11-year-old called forth, took a tentative step forward, prompting the other children to instinctively part ways and grant her passage. In that moment, despite their youthful inexperience, they sensed that something was amiss. The hall gradually fell silent, with the eyes of all four houses converging upon this diminutive child. "Professor McGonagall, why do you not pronounce my name in full?" Anriel stepped forward, squinting with a smile as he spread his arms wide. "I believe this would certainly delight my dear old Phoenix." "A surprise?" McGonagall took a deep breath, momentarily at a loss. This was unlike the upcoming sorting of Harry Potter a year hence. That was merely an ordinary child, made exceptional by a name that could not be uttered, who remained oblivious to his destiny, unaware of the magnitude of his fame, and even less aware of the significance of his existence. Yet, the child before her was also extraordinary, distinguished by two individuals, one of whom occupied the most comfortable crimson velvet armchair at the head of the hall. McGonagall cast a pleading glance toward Dumbledore, as all eyes were riveted on the unfolding scene. "What is happening, Minerva?" Dumbledore inquired softly, his hand resting gently, his white beard fluttering slightly. "Albus," this child McGonagall's voice was barely above a whisper, inaudible to the four house tables. "Come now, this is Hogwarts. We welcome any student," Dumbledore replied with calm conviction, his words imbued with a firm belief. "To put it plainly, even if his surname is Riddle, as long as he possesses the requisite magical talent, we must allow him to enroll." With renewed determination, McGonagall inhaled deeply and grasped the parchment next to the sorting hat. "Anriel Grindelwald." Upon uttering those words, her gaze instinctively darted toward Dumbledore, only to be astonished to find him standing from his chair, his once placid visage now marked by a tremor of his white beard, revealing the turmoil within the venerable man. Since she had known Albus Dumbledore, she had witnessed such an expression no more than a handful of times. However, this state lasted only a few fleeting seconds, as Albus Dumbledore soon returned to his composed, wise demeanor. Perhaps, in this world, only matters related to him could stir even the slightest ripple in the serene lake of the old man's weathered heart. Anriel bowed deeply to the familiar elder, exclaiming, "It is an immense honor, my professor." The image of Albus Dumbledore was precisely as Anriel had envisioned, his wise gaze glimmering behind half-moon spectacles. The strands of time woven through his silvery hair and beard, his benevolent gaze, and his kind words. All of these were truly unparalleled. Anriel gently lifted the sorting hat from the shelf and, with a solemnity befitting a crown, donned it upon her head. "Oh my, your thoughts are remarkably intriguing. It has been ages since I encountered such an interesting child. You possess the qualities esteemed by all three houses. Ah, old Hufflepuff would undoubtedly welcome you into her fold, yet would never conspire against you with the other houses. You exhibit exceptional foresight, along with trust and loyalty towards your peers, though your shrewdness prevents you from displaying bravery too ostentatiously. You harbor immense ambition and unparalleled ability. However, your humility forbids you from becoming the kind of aristocrat favored by old Slytherin. You possess such wondrous talents and extraordinary wisdom. Ah, I see now. This is indeed your most cherished attribute. Since you hold this belief about yourself, you ought to belong to Ravenclaw." The final syllable of the hat's declaration was bellowed with fervor, and Anriel felt as though it were releasing threads of magic above her head. Indeed, it was so. The elder students present had not witnessed such excitement from the tattered hat in quite some time. The Ravenclaw table erupted in cheers, welcoming the new addition to their ranks. Regrettably, as newcomers, they were unaware of the legendary calamity that had preceded the fateful duel of yore. Nor could they comprehend why this freshman commanded such attention from the professors. Anriel surveyed her surroundings, apart from the enthusiastic fellow students. The majority of the professors' gazes lingered upon her for an extended period. A pair of profound black eyes was fixed in her direction, to which Anriel responded with a smile and her utmost respect. What a remarkable individual! Yet, due to the intricacies of memory when it comes to traitors, whether they have embraced the light or forsaken it, the sentiment remains complex. Anriel's sentiments closely mirror those of his father from years past. Yet, love invariably provides an indefensible excuse, does it not? No one is privy to how the evening was spent during the banquet, unlike the one held a year prior, where the majority of astonishment was expressed by the students. This time it is the professors who were taken aback. The first-year newcomers are escorted by their respective heads of colleges towards their designated common lounges following the conclusion of the feast. Anriel did not accompany the other young Ravenclaws to the West Tower. He was acutely aware of the location of the common room. And Ravenclaw students were not required to adhere to a fixed password. Thus, Anriel saw no necessity to return with them. For there were more pressing matters and individuals awaiting his attention. "Professor Dumbledore, shall we not have a conversation?" At that moment, Dumbledore, who was adjusting his pointed hat, paused and glanced at Anriel before quickly averting his gaze. Anriel was acutely aware that the elderly gentleman had just locked eyes with her. Noticing the striking heterochromia of her irises, clad in a robe of academia, with lips as red as rubies, teeth as white as pearls, and eyes resembling fathomless pools, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall, Anriel exuded an inherent and sharp aura befitting a figure of authority. The last time Dumbledore encountered such an essence was several decades ago. Severus. "Ah, old Dumbledore, it appears you too have succumbed to the torment of eye color." "Huh. Speak up, child. Hogwarts welcomes you," Dumbledore began, pausing momentarily before adding two more words. "So do I." As Anriel and Dumbledore gradually departed from the hall, not a single professor approached to engage them in conversation. They merely exchanged glances, silently observing the pair ascend the staircase leading to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor, a direction starkly opposed to that of the students returning to their dormitories. All the faculty members silently watched the elderly and the young leave the hall. Even though Dumbledore was known to be the last to leave on most occasions, this instance was unprecedented. Yet, no one uttered a syllable, for no one wished to unearth another's wounds. Especially, it was unfortunate that it was none other than this individual, one of the greatest wizards in history. "Please, have a seat, my child." Dumbledore gestured for Anriel to sit across from him as he settled into his high-backed chair. "Hello, Anriel," Dumbledore began slowly, seemingly weighing his words with care. "I beg your pardon for my lapse in decorum. However, I must inquire, what exactly?" Dumbledore's voice faltered, for he did not wish to pose such an impertinent and inappropriate question, yet the answer to it was precisely what he yearned to discover at this moment. Naturally, the venerable Dumbledore would refrain from expressing such a crude inquiry. "My two fathers, one of whom took 35 years to bring me into this world." Anriel, with her crystalline childlike voice, acquiesced to Dumbledore's request, shattering his solitary, unrealistic hope. What if this were merely an illusion? Alas, such a flawless coincidence could not exist. Meanwhile, another figure sat before me, engaging in a dialogue that had been suspended for 35 years. Dumbledore's lips parted slightly, his silver beard quivering ever so gently. In the absence of any other presence, our voices were hushed, careful not to disturb the portraits of any headmasters, save for Phineas Nigellus Black. Even Phineas, however, sensed the peculiar atmosphere, feigning slumber as he squinted his eyes. Unfortunately for him, Phineas belonged to that bygone era, born in 1847 and passing in 1925. He had witnessed the emergence of the global wizarding revolution in 1899. Yet, I regret to inquire, how did you? Anriel understood what Dumbledore wished to inquire. "Professor, I am afraid I cannot assist you. My memories only pertain to the utilization of magic. As for whether my father has any messages for you, I fear there are none. Clearly, he desires for me to embrace my own identity, rather than becoming merely a reflection of him." Upon uttering these words, Anriel distinctly perceived a measure of relaxation in Dumbledore's demeanor. He ultimately harbored concerns for this world. The emergence of another youthful, ambitious individual brimming with vitality, poised to inherit the formidable terror and responsibility encapsulated within the Grindelwald name, was indeed a cause for trepidation. Truth be told, he felt ill-equipped to thwart such a calamity with his aged frame. Nevertheless, a semblance of relief washed over him, supplanted by a degree of affection. What set Dumbledore apart was his ability to remain unclouded by transient emotions. He merely lowered his guard to a certain extent. "However, sir, you are the esteemed professor, and I am but a first-year student. Might I be permitted to pose a few modest inquiries?" Anriel raised his eyebrows playfully, deliberately elongating his tone, and a comical expression adorned his face. This evidently soothed Dumbledore's currently tumultuous emotions, eliciting a gentle, benevolent smile from him. "Of course, my dear child. The professor is curious about what I truly am, is he not?" Dumbledore paused for a moment, nodding softly. "Like all magical beings, I possess my own essence." Anriel gradually unfurled his palm, revealing a symbol reminiscent of the Taiji diagram at its center, an imprint crafted from 2 droplets of blood, akin to the distinctive scar of a spell unique to Harry Potter. The two mingled droplets of blood intertwined, mirroring the entangled essence of my wand's core. Anriel paused momentarily before speaking. Clearly, my existence, much like my name, is akin to a dream, and dreams, by their very nature, are not real. Who can say? Dumbledore inserted his wand into his thick, silvery mane of hair, gently extracting a strand of memory and sealing it within an exquisite crystal vial. He then lifted his gaze towards the clock behind the phoenix, Fox. It had already struck 11. Goodness, as a newcomer, even if the professors were aware. One should not be wandering the school corridors at such an hour. Mr. Filch would surely be beside himself with rage. Dumbledore lightly tapped the desk with the tip of his wand, and in his customary cheerful tone, a sheet of paper folded itself before him. Professor, may I address you by a different title? Anriel, under the watchful eye of the silver-haired old rascal, continued with a mischievous grin. If I were to call Grindelwald father, could I then refer to you as Mom? Dumbledore paused for a moment, seemingly taken aback by Anriel's words, before bursting into hearty laughter. A sound he appeared to have not made in many years. Anriel noticed a glimmer of tears forming beneath the crescent-shaped lenses of his glasses. Indeed, it had been a full 90 years since he had laughed so heartily, not since he was 17. Oh, my dear boy. If you don't mind my being an old codger, then yes, of course, you may, Dumbledore replied, turning away from Anriel to discreetly wipe the corners of his eyes. Still smiling. The password to my office for the next 2 months is Phoenix Tail Feather. Aha. Dumbledore quipped, and indeed, the password seemed quite amusing. After all, a tail feather is not the same as a tail hair. A smile graced Anriel's face, reminiscent of the Albus Dumbledore he had always envisioned. Whether it was to ease the atmosphere or for some other reason, he had finally smiled. It seemed that matters had been resolved. From this day forth, he possessed an unequivocally profound background, rendering him invulnerable to any harm at Hogwarts. Moreover, it was evident that the remorse and regret his father had long harbored in his heart would be abundantly compensated through him. Although Anriel would not exploit this compensation without limits, it is evident that it would play a crucial role in enhancing the tranquility of his life. Dumbledore rose to his feet, straightened his back, and withdrew his ancient wand, casually tapping a feather quill resting on the table. The quill trembled slightly, emitting a soft blue glow. Ah, an illicit portkey, unapproved by the Ministry of Magic, yet who would ever know? Dumbledore mischievously winked and took a step back. Farewell, child. May your experience at Hogwarts be delightful. After a swirling teleportation, Anriel opened his eyes to find himself before a warm hearth, where a house elf, clad in a Hogwarts tea towel, was adding logs to the fire, clearly startled by his sudden appearance. Everything was as it should be, just unreal. Soon, the life at school unfolded before Anriel like a vibrant tapestry. The academic experience at Hogwarts was immensely enjoyable, far surpassing the tedium of his previous private lessons with Bashida. The insights gleaned from books in his former life paled in comparison to the vivid reality of this enchanting institution, which presented itself in a way that was a fraction of its true essence. The biting stares, the labyrinthine corridors, and the perpetual risk of tardiness they instigated. The abundance of time to squander in this unrestricted boarding school felt like paradise to Anriel. For someone who had once toiled tirelessly across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, this life was utterly unimaginable. In the charms classroom, Anriel wielded his wand, his lips remaining sealed. His 2 feathers were engaged in a tussle beneath the ceiling, capturing the adoring gazes of numerous students. The diminutive Professor Flitwick stood atop a pile of thick tomes, scratching his head, pondering how such an exceptional student could have done anything wrong. The first lesson was indeed meant to encourage them to experiment on their own, to perhaps erode their confidence a little, instilling a fundamental reverence for magic in these fledgling wizards. Little did Flitwick anticipate that a student could directly summon feathers to float and engage in a skirmish upon the ceiling, akin to 2 fierce roosters. Can someone explain to me what this silvery mist-like aura is? Is this truly merely the levitation charm, not some transfiguration spell? This is decidedly beyond the magical prowess expected of a first-year student. In a moment of perplexity, he found himself at a loss regarding how to address the first-year student silently casting a levitation charm. As a seasoned professor who had devoted much of his life to teaching spells at Hogwarts, Flitwick experienced a rare flicker of doubt regarding his pedagogical objectives. Upon reflection, he realized this was a prized gem from his own house, and thus, there was no cause for concern. The inaugural Transfiguration class appeared to hinge upon the transformation of a matchstick into a needle. Professor McGonagall felt compelled to descend from the podium, donning what she deemed a congenial smile, to instruct Anriel to promptly revert his classmate's matchstick. Upon a lake blue embroidered cushion, a cluster of exquisitely crafted silver needles was perched, while a plump, gray mouse dozed beside the cushion, instinctively nibbling on the tassels. Minerva McGonagall indeed possessed a remarkable knack for managing unruly students. Yet, in the presence of such brilliance, even she found herself at a loss, as her well-prepared teaching methods seemed insufficient for this extraordinary talent. Of course, no one is without flaws. Even if Anriel is not human, he too has subjects in which he falters. Take, for instance, up, the broomstick. Resembling a firewood stick, stubbornly clung to the ground as if glued to it, refusing to rise. Anriel found himself in a rather helpless situation, having lived 2 lives. Athletics had never been his forte. Reluctantly, he could only watch as his classmates summoned their brooms, some swiftly while others took their time. He discreetly extended his finger to gently beckon his Meteor 5 broom, casting a subtle incantation. It was inconsequential, a minor transgression. The convenience of spellcasting without a wand was undeniable. He mused that if he could fly like Voldemort, what need would he have for a broom? Unfortunately, Madame Hooch seemed to hold a different opinion. In terms of broomstick riding, Anriel possessed no innate talent. In fact, he was utterly inept. To put it simply, throughout the entire lesson, he could only manage to elevate his broom through a levitation charm. However, this experience did serve to bridge the gap between him and his peers. No one readily accepts a classmate who excels in every endeavor. Jealousy and isolation find fertile ground in the hearts of many. Yet, when this capable individual falters in some regard, most children readily embrace him, even if a few born troublemakers might target him. Anriel would be sure to teach them the reason behind the bloom of flowers. Indeed, he referred to those with a proud, aloof demeanor. At present, Anriel was a year senior to such individuals, and thus did not seek confrontation. He would remain engaged in a playful rivalry with Harry, perhaps. Potions class, in contrast, was rather mundane. Anriel had left no opportunity for Professor Snape to find fault. He flawlessly concocted a diluted potion for scabies, causing the professor's gaze to linger on him for a moment before shifting to the Hufflepuff students. Gryffindor lost 10 points. The workload from professors like Snape and McGonagall might be a torment for his classmates, but for Anriel, who had traversed from the 9 provinces, it was as effortless as eating or drinking. Of course, some matters were beyond the tolerance of students from the 9 provinces, such as astronomy class. While Anriel could endure a heavy workload, in truth, it was not particularly burdensome for him. He absolutely could not abide a class held in the dead of night that would surely disrupt his sleep, the utterly uninteresting astronomy class. Every Wednesday evening, Professor Sinistra was obliged to rouse the slumbering Anriel from his chair to prevent him from damaging the telescope. Just as Harry Potter despised potions, astronomy had successfully claimed the title of Anriel's most loathed subject, without exception. His reasoning was simple. Whoever encroached upon his sleep time would incur his wrath. As for herbology and defense against the dark arts, those subjects were impeccable. Anriel greatly admired Professor Quirrell as predecessor, whose classes were both amusing and witty. Regrettably, it is well known that the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts has been cursed since the rejection of Tom Riddle, resulting in a new instructor being appointed each year. This particular teacher, possessing a rather humorous disposition, is not in the best of health. Anriel often observes him discreetly coughing during lessons, revealing a rather frail appearance. According to Professor Dumbledore, this gentleman has tendered his resignation, as the demands of teaching for an entire semester would likely overwhelm his weakened constitution. As for the subsequent subject, it holds considerable weight. In History of Magic class, Anriel, after being mistakenly called upon, mimicked Professor Binns' lethargic tone and recited a tenth of the voluminous History of Magic. However, due to its length, by the time Anriel concluded, the class had already ended. The applause that followed echoed like that of a banquet, albeit it might have been influenced by the fact that the lesson was already concluded. How utterly impressive. How did you achieve that? Oh, it is thanks to my grandmother's preschool education. Your grandmother? My grandmother is named Bashida Bayat. Oh. I find myself beginning to sympathize with you, my friend. Thus unfolded the ordinary days, mundane and unremarkable. Were it not for the existence of Voldemort or the celebrity status of Harry Potter within the wizarding community of Britain, perhaps this would be the quintessential life at Hogwarts. Alas, my father has no desire to impose upon his beloved, and the vast activities have never ventured into England. The first year sped by in a blur. Without Harry Potter, the academic year was so tranquil that there was scarcely anything of significance to record. Anriel's achievements are undoubtedly remarkable, establishing him as the foremost student among this year's first-year newcomers. If one were to disregard his virtually non-existent score in astronomy, he would possess an astonishing record of excellence in all subjects, save for potions. It is also worth noting that the Quidditch Cup and the House Cup remain firmly in the possession of Slytherin. Through Anriel's diligent efforts, Slytherin narrowly triumphed over Ravenclaw in the House Cup, bolstered by the points from the Quidditch Cup. Thereby valiantly defending their 5 consecutive victories, Ravenclaw secured second place with a score of 476 points, while Slytherin claimed first place with 480 points. Dumbledore's expression revealed little. As rivalry among the houses is commonplace, his few personal inclinations were directed solely towards Anriel. It could be said that Dumbledore observed Anriel as a singular force, compelling Ravenclaw into second place. To assert that Dumbledore harbored any dissatisfaction towards this gifted child would indeed be absurd. However, this also attests to the effectiveness of Professor Snape's incremental point deduction strategy, given that the House Cup is evaluated only once a year. Anriel was acutely aware of this. During his years of study, he found himself chuckling each time he read. The Slytherin house celebrated their solitary victory in the House Cup, while only one house refrained from rejoicing at Gryffindor's triumph. Thus, it seemed prudent to leave the matter of Slytherin's consecutive victories to the seasoned professionals of the Gryffindor triad. A delicate chime echoed as Dumbledore tapped his silver fork against the goblet before him, and the hall gradually fell into a hush, awaiting the principal's customary yet light-hearted address. Surprisingly, Dumbledore forewent his usual jest this time, opting instead to convey some earnest reminders. Dumbledore, as another academic year draws to a close, I wholeheartedly wish all our dear friends, both great and small, a joyous holiday. However, I must sincerely reiterate that underage wizards are prohibited from practicing magic outside of school grounds. Please take heed of this. He cast a sidelong glance at the Weasley twins, then turned to Anriel, raising an eyebrow in a playful manner. Enjoy yourselves, everyone. Indeed, Professor, yet there is a matter I wish to discuss with you privately. After Anriel spoke, he retrieved a piece of parchment from his pocket and waved it before him. His voice, delicate as a fine thread, reached Dumbledore's ears. The latter glanced around, seemingly reassured that no one else had overheard the exchange, and could only nod in resignation. In other words, Dumbledore's slender fingers gently tapped upon the surface of the table, the parchment meticulously folded and placed beside him. Madame Bathsheba has officially entrusted you to my care. Indeed, it seemed she preferred an early resolution for her peace of mind, and her choice to vacation in South America was a suggestion I had provided. Paying no heed to the remarkable expression on Dumbledore's face, Anriel smiled softly. I shall undoubtedly visit her often. After all, she was the one who raised me. A week prior, Anriel had taken a day off in Dumbledore's name, and given that the final examinations had concluded and he was the top-performing student, Professor Flitwick found no reason to deny him a brief respite after confirming with Dumbledore. Then, hey, child, has Dumbledore done anything to you? No? Aha. Madame Bathsheba appeared quite exhilarated. From her description, it seemed that upon learning of Anriel's true identity, Dumbledore ought to have been in a state of emotional disarray. This image was too splendid for Anriel to contemplate. Would Professor Dumbledore attend? Perhaps in April? Or was it May? I cannot be certain. Anriel raised one arm, and Jahelrose perched upon his forearm, bending down to peck at the owl feed resting in the palm of his other hand. He removed the parchment bound to the leg of the great owl and unfolded it, reciting, I shall return once during this summer. Alas, I currently have matters to attend to and cannot set forth immediately. Such were his words. Indeed, Anriel, with an unusual expression, handed the letter to Bida, who glanced at it and burst into laughter. Child, he exclaimed, he says he wants to take you away. Is this a bid for custody? Ha! I see it now. Dear grandmother, what is your opinion? You are aware of our relationship. I have no particular preference, my dear. After all, children must grow up. Without you, I would have found little motivation to navigate my twilight years. However, now, I could even take a holiday in America, just as you suggested. Ha! Anriel shrugged and embraced his grandmother, the venerable woman who had nurtured him throughout his life. He could distinctly sense her joy, a genuine happiness unlike the bittersweet smile of Dumbledore. Bathsheba was truly pleased for Anriel. Perhaps this truly is a fitting conclusion, one that spares her from the unforeseen demise that awaits 7 years hence, a fate Anriel is resolutely averse to witnessing. The letter, of course, was a fabrication, penned in imitation of Professor Dumbledore's handwriting. Nevertheless, in terms of outcome, it proved beneficial. Professor, do you typically reside in the school dormitory? Anriel glanced at the exclusive passageway leading to Dumbledore's quarters from the staff lounge and gently inquired. Indeed. The strong tea delivered by the house elves to the staff room is quite delightful. However, I might have a greater fondness for the butterbeer from Hogsmeade. Ah. Grandmother Bashida once mentioned that during my inaugural visit to Diagon Alley, he even contemplated treating me to a cup. Anriel sat up on Dumbledore's four-poster bed and gazed at the elderly man nestled in the rocking chair by the fireplace, inquiring about a matter. Sir, this year is 1991. Is it not? Indeed, it is. Is there a concern, my child? He replied. You will be entering second grade and have the opportunity to join the Academy's Quidditch team. However, I have heard that you abandoned your broom during flying lessons. Ordinary wizards do not fly unaided, my dear child. Dumbledore spoke with a tone of earnestness, reminiscent of a doting old mother. That is not what I meant, sir. Anriel found herself in a perplexing situation, realizing that her innocent jest had been misconstrued. I was referring to the matter of Harry Potter. Ah, you are indeed correct. Mr. Potter is precisely 11 years old this year. I recently completed his acceptance letter and pondered the necessity of printing a few extra copies. What do you think? Printing? Ah, a remarkable technique of the Muggles. I have never deemed Muggle technology as entirely inept, even he once held such sentiments. This is where I believe my father surpasses Voldemort by countless magnitudes. He never underestimates any adversary, regardless of their strength or weakness. Dumbledore lapsed into silence, appearing reluctant to discuss that old companion or to delve into the topic of the Dark Wizard, for the conversation could easily veer towards a recollection of a sorrowful duel. Anriel cleared his throat twice, shattering the awkward silence. Why don't we continue our discussion about Mr. Potter? Ah, right. I wager you will be sorted into Gryffindor. Dumbledore chuckled once more, his words reminiscent of a child's, perhaps revealing a lesser-known facet of the esteemed gentleman. That hardly seems fair. I wish to place a bet as well, he laughed. The two shared a moment of mirth, chuckling for a brief while, before Dumbledore turned his armchair to face his remarkable pupil. So, Anriel, what is troubling you? What would you say is the current level of your magical abilities? Anriel tilted her head slightly and uttered something astonishing. Although I am reluctant to admit it, I must say that when I contemplate unleashing certain unforgivable curses, perhaps, there is no real difficulty. After a moment's reflection, she felt that her words might not convey humility, so she added, at least that is how I perceive it. Dumbledore clicked his tongue and turned away in silence. After a while, a soft sigh escaped from the rocking chair. What thoughts occupied his mind? Was it the summer following their graduation in 1899, when two spirited and powerful young wizards reveled in their potential? Or was it the familiar stranger he had disarmed 46 years ago? Those calm, emotionless eyes, neither filled with anger nor sadness, simply gazed into his own pale blue ones. The mournful whistle of a train echoed, as everything proceeded in an orderly manner, moving towards the inevitable path of destiny. King's Cross Station was teeming with Muggles, bustling between platforms 9 and 10. Anriel donned a coat that resembled a cloak. However, given that it was merely a somewhat delicate attire in the Muggle world, passers-by occasionally cast a glance his way. Yet, their curiosity was not piqued to an excessive degree. After all, wearing such an ensemble in September, while peculiar, still fell within the realm of Muggle acceptability. Anriel's luggage has remained at Hogwarts, devoid of any conspicuous companions such as owls. His visit this time is to assist Dumbledore with some minor matters, some matters of utmost confidentiality. Just a jest, of course. Hagrid has already taken that stone. And unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it should now rest upon Dumbledore's desk. Anriel's presence here is entirely due to his desire to glimpse the so-called Star of Salvation, to discern what manner of child this individual truly is. This is but a fleeting thought of his, one he would not disclose to anyone. The identity of a traverser sounds utterly absurd. Fred, George, both of you, could you please be quiet? Look at Percy. Without a doubt, this was the voice of Mrs. Weasley. Anriel soon spotted the kind, plump woman with her fiery red hair. A commotion erupted in front of platform 9, prompting Anriel to hasten to the other side. A frail, dark-haired boy was struggling with an extraordinarily heavy cart, atop which perched a pure white owl, a rather peculiar sight. The image of Harry Potter was not particularly handsome. Devoid of his illustrious title, he appeared to Anriel merely as a thin, pitiable child. Although Anriel was only a year older than young Harry, his soul was that of a bona fide adult. Child, what are you doing here? Can't you find the platform? Harry looked up in confusion, seeing nothing but a large overcoat. Anriel lifted the edge of his hat, gazing intently at the renowned child. As a professor once remarked, he truly possessed a pair of exquisite green eyes. For Professor Snape, to meet the gaze of those eyes was akin to the way Dumbledore looked into Anriel's. A confrontation that could be described as quite tormenting. Yet, it was only Professor Snape who felt this torment. Dumbledore, in contrast, maintained a broader perspective. This was largely due to the fact that Harry bore the visage of James Potter, while Anriel's appearance strikingly resembled that of a young Grindelwald. Anriel leaned closer to Harry, whispering, "You wish to go to Hogwarts, don't you?" Harry Potter nodded vigorously in agreement. Anriel chuckled softly. "No muggle travels by train with an owl. Hurry, follow me this way, or you'll be late. The platform 9 3/4 is precisely where its name suggests. You merely need to stand before the wall that lies between platforms 9 and 10. At that moment, the Weasley family had vanished. Anriel pointed to the wall, saying, "Then, pretend as if nothing has occurred, and walk through the wall, leaving no trace behind." Anriel's cloak vanished into the wall, leaving young Harry with a face full of astonishment. Utterly bewildered, the child quickly made a decision, yet mere seconds later, nothing occurred. Summoning his courage, he grasped the cart and charged into the wall between compartments 9 and 10. That felt rather exhilarating, did it not? Anriel glanced around, noticing a considerable number of familiar faces this time. Most of those still outside the carriage, bidding farewell to their parents, were first-year students of the current academic year. "Thank you." "Oh, no need for thanks. It is the duty of a senior." "Senior? If you don't mind, please step aboard. Let us find a compartment and continue our conversation." With Anriel's assistance, Harry successfully stowed his heavy suitcase in the luggage compartment. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Anriel Grindelwald." "Hello, I am Harry Potter." "Ah, I have heard of you. Just like that." If Hagrid were here, he would introduce me to you. I have already heard about you from him. Of course, I refer to your appearance. Your fame is quite substantial. Nearly the entire wizarding community in England knows of you." Harry found himself at a loss for words. This was an inevitability. Whenever other children heard the name Harry Potter, they would immediately begin discussing his scar or other related topics, while Anriel appeared disinterested in such matters. His own story was no less intriguing than that of Harry Potter. With a whoosh, the compartment door swung open, revealing a freckled boy with red hair standing at the entrance. "May I sit here? All the other compartments are full." Harry cast a questioning glance at Anriel. "Of course, a Weasley, isn't it?" Ron nodded and took a seat beside Harry. "Huh, little Ronnie. Now that you have found your seat," a loud voice echoed from the doorway. "It's the Weasley twins. Wait, George, he is Fred." George noticed the dark-haired boy beside Ron, whose lightning-shaped scar peeked through his hair. "You're hello. I am Harry Potter." The two brothers exclaimed in unison, leaving one to wonder if a mirror stood between them. They then laughed and simultaneously exited the compartment, moving in perfect synchrony. Fred and George Weasley, the infamous twins renowned for their cleverness in Gryffindor. If I am not mistaken, they should be the two elder brothers of the junior beside you. Anriel smiled and addressed Harry, prompting a fleeting blush on Ron's face. "Are you truly Harry Potter?" Ron's words escaped him without a moment's contemplation. Young Harry nodded in affirmation. "Is it true that you bear that scar?" Harry gently brushed aside the hair that veiled his forehead, revealing a distinct mark. "Cool." The harmonious exchange among the trio was momentarily interrupted as a food cart rolled past the door. "Could you kindly bring me all the licorice wands?" "Thank you, madam. And do include a few of those delightful treats as well." "Hey, Lee, watch your hat." The journey was anything but dull, indeed. Anywhere the Weasley twins were present was guaranteed to be lively, even if that location happened to be Umbridge's office. Anriel had no doubt that if points could be deducted on the train, they would have certainly penalized Gryffindor House 100 points before the school year even commenced. Amidst the feasting and casual conversations, Anriel encountered Hermione, who was diligently assisting in the search for Neville's obstinate toad. To be honest, as a seasoned Harry Potter enthusiast from her previous life, Anriel had meticulously analyzed the original text and savored the films. While this world's Hermione may not possess the effervescent beauty of young Emma, overshadowing the former school belle, she was by no means unattractive. Such comparisons to a chipmunk or a beaver were rather excessive. Anriel cast a discreet glance at the gray mouse, Ban, who was engrossed in a box of peanuts. The Gryffindor trio had now become acquainted, yet genuine trust would only blossom after a certain farcical episode. Apart from Anriel, no one could foresee the magnitude of chaos they would unleash in this new year. In this regard, one must concede that Professor Snape's perspective was remarkably astute. Wherever Potter resided, trouble was sure to follow. Naturally, even though Anriel was a student of Ravenclaw, he would not shy away from indulging in these delightful mischiefs. Having once perused a time-traveling novel in a previous life, the underlying wisdom was clear. If one lacked the prowess, it was prudent to maintain a distance from the protagonists. The greater the distance, the better. Conversely, if one possessed the audacity to wreak havoc yet refrained from seeking amusement, one would be no different from a lifeless fish. First year students, step forward. Anriel had originally intended to soar directly over the Black Lake, yet alas, he was unable to do so. Had he succeeded, he would have eclipsed even Harry Potter in notoriety during this year's sorting feast. Sitting obediently within the carriage, Anriel observed the magnificent thestrals that pulled it forward. One must admit, thestrals are truly enchanting creatures, and he harbored a desire to care for such a magical being. The thestrals moved with remarkable swiftness, and upon their arrival, Anriel stepped out and joined the throng entering the great hall. The sound of forks clinking against goblets resonated throughout the hall. Attention, esteemed upperclassmen. Please quiet down. The sorting ceremony for the new students is about to commence. Albus Dumbledore addressed the gathering from his prominent position at the head of the table, urging everyone to settle down. As the doors of the hall swung open, Minerva McGonagall, clad in a deep green robe, entered, followed by a procession of first-year students. Last year, Anriel had made quite the impression during the sorting ceremony, and this time, the spotlight was on none other than Mr. Harry Potter. A multitude of familiar scenes, once vividly imagined in his mind, now unfolded before his eyes, evoking a deep sense of nostalgia. Draco Malfoy. Slytherin. Anriel rubbed her eyes, harboring serious doubts about whether the hat had indeed made contact with Malfoy's golden locks. The sorting ceremony continued, progressing swiftly, almost too swiftly. Harry Potter. A murmur rippled through the dining hall. The hat was placed atop the head of the innocent youth, obscuring his eyes, save for Anriel. No one knew what the hat was contemplating. After a moment's pause, it declared, "Since you are so assured, it shall be Gryffindor." A thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the table belonging to the House of Lions. "We have Potter. We have Potter." Anriel shook his head, though reluctant to admit it. He couldn't quite fathom why he felt so irritable. Never mind, there was no need to engage in a contest with the child. The remaining newcomers held little interest for him. By comparison, Anriel was far more preoccupied with his pumpkin pie. Dumbledore rose to his feet and delivered an invigorating speech. "Fools. Weepers. Scum. Twist. Thank you all." A faint smile graced Anriel's visage. After indulging in a hearty meal of pumpkin juice, Dumbledore rose once more to underscore several critical directives. First, no student is permitted to enter the Forbidden Forest unaccompanied. Second, those who wish to avoid a tragic demise should refrain from traversing the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Third, Mr. Filch advised that magic should not be performed in the corridors during breaks. That is all. Now let us sing the school song. Please feel free to select a melody of your preference. As Anriel lifted his head, he happened to catch a glimpse of Professor McGonagall's smile freezing upon her face, a rather rare sight indeed. McGonagall, the headmaster, is the first to fall ill. Who understands? My dear family, Hogwarts, 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 impart to us your wisdom, whether we are balding elders or children with scraped knees. Our minds are open to embrace intriguing notions, for they are currently vacant, filled with mere air, dead flies, and trivialities. Enlighten us with knowledge of value and restore to us what we have forgotten. All we ask is that you give your utmost. The rest we shall handle ourselves. We shall strive to learn until we return to dust. Is this what one might call classic reverberation? After the feast, the heads of houses escorted their first-year students back to their respective common rooms and dormitories. Most of them weary, while other students gradually made their way to their own houses. Naturally, Anriel did not accompany them on their return. Almost all professors turned a blind eye to Anriel's actions, as long as they did not contravene school rules. Who would dare reprimand the headmaster's top pupil? "Ah, child. You've arrived. We shall be on our way," Dumbledore responded cheerfully, waving to the other professors as he nimbly departed from the dining table, walking alongside Anriel into the corridor. "I apologize for troubling you at such a late hour, my dear child." "It's no trouble at all, sir. I assume it has something to do with something Hagrid retrieved. Am I correct?" "Ah. You are quite astute. This may lead to some complications." Dumbledore chuckled as the two grand stone lions parted before them. Dumbledore is undoubtedly an exceptionally capable wizard. He firmly believes that Anriel possesses formidable personal abilities and can be positioned appropriately. This implies that he should not be regarded merely as an ordinary 12-year-old. After all, no 12-year-old possesses such alarming magical prowess. Even Tom Riddle did not, as he only commenced his murderous endeavors against his family at the age of 15. Also, if Mr. Potter and his friends venture into any forbidden areas, please do inform me, will you? Of course. Thank you, sir. Two individuals entered the office. And apart from the portraits of the esteemed headmasters adorning the walls, no one was privy to the clandestine schemes they were concocting or the deeds they were about to undertake. Wow, Ron appeared utterly astonished, especially considering that just moments ago, their lives had been gravely endangered. You four, he inquired, could you kindly elucidate why, on such a splendidly tranquil evening, for first-year miscreants would find themselves in a region explicitly forbidden by Professor Dumbledore? With a beaming smile, Anriel spoke, causing Hermione to shudder slightly. She was exceptionally well informed, and Anriel surmised that Hermione was likely already aware of her unique circumstances at school. Naturally, this knowledge had been gleaned from the professors. Miss Hermione Granger had consistently ranked first in her year and was well-liked among the faculty. If you prefer, we can go and explain the situation to Professor McGonagall together. What do you think? Just as Hermione was about to respond, Harry interjected, "This is entirely my fault. It has nothing to do with them." "Oh. Why take all the blame upon yourself? I observed the four of you simultaneously present in the Forbidden Forest." Anriel spoke as he opened the door, gesturing for them to proceed. One by one, they stepped out, enveloped in an unspoken silence. "Gryffindor will lose 20 points due to your recklessness and disregard for discipline." Anriel was acutely aware of the disquiet and turmoil this statement would evoke. "It is utterly unjust. You are merely a year ahead of us." This remark seemed to emanate from Ron, and regrettably, Hermione was unable to intervene before he spoke. The implication of Ron's words appeared to question why Anriel could not only roam the corridors freely but also now threaten them in the name of Professor McGonagall. Moreover, she had audaciously deducted points from Gryffindor. One might interpret it that way. I merely passed by and, upon hearing noises within, decided to investigate. As for my nocturnal wandering, no professor has grounds to penalize me for it, not even Professor Snape. We have arrived. Anriel knocked thrice upon the door. "Please, come in." 5 individuals entered Professor McGonagall's office, and moments later, she emerged from the hallway, clad in a floral bathrobe. "What is the meaning of this, you four? Along with Mr. Green?" Due to certain unsettling memories, Professor McGonagall typically refrained from uttering Anriel's full surname, for she too had lived through that era. McGonagall cast a glance at Anriel before her gaze settled upon her students, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, who appeared to have found themselves in a rather unfortunate predicament instigated by Anriel. "Professor McGonagall, this letter is from Professor Dumbledore, and it would be prudent for you to read it at once and address this matter. As for these 4 children, I merely happened upon them entangled with Louis, and thus I took the liberty of escorting them here." "Louis? Goodness gracious." They ventured down the corridor on the 4th floor to the right. Anriel shrugged, while Professor McGonagall's countenance appeared quite grim. As for the 4 children, they were as pale as ghosts, their faces drained of color. Not much better than when they had encountered the 3-headed dog moments earlier. Wait. Dear lady, please do not be hasty in your wrath. Professor Dumbledore has already imposed a nominal punishment upon them. You may now consider penning a note of response, and I shall escort these 4 unfortunate, frightened children to their common room." McGonagall shot a glare at Anriel, who merely stuck out his tongue in fearless defiance. Harry Potter and his companions exchanged glances, and after a few seconds, McGonagall turned and retreated into her office. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, she emerged with a neatly folded letter. "Thank you. Then we shall take our leave." Anriel was the last to leave the room, closing the door behind him. However, why? It was Hermione who could no longer contain her curiosity and spoke up first. "What do you mean by why? You clearly did not wish to punish us. So why did you bring us to see Professor McGonagall?" "I did not," Anriel replied. "When did I ever say I didn't want to discipline you? I merely brought you to see Professor McGonagall because it was on my way. In truth, I had no desire to escort you 4 back to Gryffindor Tower, as that would entail ascending 4 additional flights of stairs. But Professor McGonagall did not deduct any points from us," Hermione pointed out, deliberately ignoring Anriel's mischievous remark. "Hey, Hermione, how could Professor McGonagall be so harsh as to deduct points from her own house?" Ron interjected, his confidence waning under Hermione's stern gaze. After Hermione posed her question, Anriel halted his steps and turned to regard the diligent student who had raised the inquiry. "Indeed, Professor McGonagall has not deducted points, but she is clearly aware that I have already taken some away from you. Given that, it is unnecessary to further tarnish your house's meager points." "You?" The 4 exclaimed in unison, disbelief evident in their tones. If you do not believe me, you may check the point hourglass tomorrow. But only the head boy has the authority to deduct points. Apologies, miss, but please recall my words carefully. I am not deducting points in my capacity as a student. I possess no such authority. Hermione was momentarily speechless, her expression vividly portraying incredulity. Professor Dumbledore knows about this. Upon uttering this statement, Hermione gasped, scarcely able to believe the possibility herself. No, not yet, but I am aware, and it is akin to Dumbledore knowing. In fact, during recent nights, whenever it is his turn to keep watch, I have taken his place. If students venture out at night, they ought to be more wary of me than the unfortunate Argus Filch. Of course, whenever Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall are on duty, they certainly do not overlook first-year students who are awake at such hours. Ah, we have arrived, fat lady. The password is pig snout, is it not? The fat lady, bleary-eyed, appeared quite displeased at being roused from her slumber, yet she still permitted them to enter. The portrait swung open, and Anriel took a step back, signaling that they could return. Once the other three had ventured inside, Anriel seemed to recall something, quietly uttering a cryptic remark to Hermione, one that only she could comprehend. However, I would be more than delighted to assist some intriguing individuals or matters. Hermione cast him a glance before slipping into the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. Never mind, I feel so weary, I long for slumber. Anriel gazed at the Ravenclaw tower on the opposite side of the school, engulfed in a tumultuous inner conflict. Moments later, a dark shadow resembling a large bed appeared in the sky, swaying with the wind as it erratically soared towards the Ravenclaw tower. I loathe broomsticks. Anriel shook his cloak and rapped upon the eagle-headed door knocker at the entrance of the lounge. A hunter arrived at the riverbank, accompanied by a sheep, a wolf, and a selection of vegetables seeking passage across the river. The small boat at the river's edge could only ferry the hunter and one item at a time. If left unattended, the wolf would devour the sheep, and the sheep would consume the vegetables. How could all three items be successfully transported to the opposite shore? A melodic voice echoed, and upon hearing it, Anriel chuckled, pondering the nature of the Turing test. While Ravenclaw may not admit fools, it is essential to recognize that not everyone possesses genius. Thus, such introductory challenges remain quite necessary. First, the sheep is taken across the river, followed by a return trip for the wolf. The wolf is then left on the opposite shore, and the sheep is brought back. The sheep is left behind while the vegetables are transported across. Finally, the sheep is brought over to the other side. The standard response resounded with a song-like cadence, and the door swung open. How intriguing, Anriel murmured softly as he made his way toward his solitary dormitory. Meanwhile, in the Gryffindor common room, a sense of bewilderment filled the air. What on earth were they thinking, confining such a creature within the school? Goodness, if you do not require your eyes, might you consider donating them to the hospital? Hermione pressed her hand to her forehead, clearly unwilling to engage in a debate with the boys. Did none of you notice what it was standing upon? The floor? Let us not speak of such trivialities. Who would be inclined to observe its furry feet rather than the three heads capable of swallowing you whole? No, it was not the floor, it was a trapdoor, evidently guarding something of significance. Moreover, I have just reviewed the severe demerit regulations I copied from Filch's office. And what did they say? That upperclassman merely deducted 20 points from us, and he did not even summon Professor McGonagall to impose detention or any such punishment. Only 20, according to the rules. First-year students who venture out at midnight, especially into forbidden zones, face a deduction of 50 points. 50? Surely you jest. How shall we explain this to others? Hermione scoffed. It is not merely 50 points, but 50 per person, Ron. Ignoring the astonished expressions of Ron and Harry, as well as Neville, who seemed too frightened to speak, Hermione ascended the stairs, stating, "If you do not mind, I shall retire for the night." The next time Anriel encountered Harry Potter in the corridor, he appeared to be indignantly trudging upstairs, presumably having just completed his first potions class in the basement. Clearly, it had not been a pleasant experience. Of course, we ought to tolerate a few minor, justifiable acts of revenge. However, Anriel had little time to ponder such matters. He was in danger of being late for Transfiguration class, and Professor McGonagall's expression would undoubtedly be far from amiable. On a morning during the first week of the new term, owls flitted overhead during breakfast, delivering parcels and letters to the students. Garros, with his powerful wings, landed gracefully on Anriel's shoulder, quietly preening his feathers, which drew the attention of a throng of first years. After all, from any perspective, he resembled an eagle more than an owl. How utterly magnificent! Seemingly displeased with the attention, Garros emitted a sharp call. snatched a few bites of ham from in front of Anriel, and flapped his wings as he returned to the Ollery. Anriel reached for the two publications resting on the table. To clarify, one was a newspaper and the other a magazine, the Daily Prophet and the Singing Contrarian. The former served to keep abreast of current affairs, while the latter was merely for amusement. Anriel had to concede that, given the extraordinary talent and imaginative prowess of Mr. Xenophilius Lovegood, it was perhaps unlikely he would achieve significant acclaim through conventional articles, a rather lamentable tale indeed. However, in other respects, Anriel held Mr. Lovegood in the highest regard. Everyone ought to peruse that article on garden gnomes. No, they could very well be the finest domesticated house elves for the common folk. Anriel found herself at a loss for words to describe the brilliance of that piece. A genius, unequivocally a genius. Resisting the urge to spew her porridge during breakfast was already a monumental challenge for Anriel. Aside from these trivialities, there were also some significant matters concerning the school. For instance, the Defense Against the Dark Arts class had once again procured a new instructor, a gentleman by the name of Chilo. Anriel was rather reluctant to remove his scarf in public, revealing a baleful face reminiscent of a boiled egg, complete with a nose. Such a sight would surely haunt the dreams of children. Chuckle. Ravenlaw Common Room. Anriel sat by the window, facing a certain hearth, with a multitude of intricately designed, exquisitely embossed glass goblets adorning the table beside the armchair. Mere moments ago, they had taken the form of squirrels, cats, sharpays, and chipmunks. Across from Anriel, several second-year students from Ravenclaw gathered around the fireplace, tilting their heads and occasionally casting furtive glances in Anriel's direction, each clutching a goblet that met Professor McGonagall's specifications. As noble and wise scholars of the esteemed House of Eagles, we shall never feel ashamed to seek guidance from those of greater wisdom. Anriel did not mind imparting a semblance of technique to them, as it instilled a belief in their own capabilities, and indeed, they were able to achieve it. It was remarkable, almost magical. Hey, Anriel, have you heard? Harry Potter has become the youngest seeker in Gryffindor's history. The speaker, named Joseph Joe, or perhaps Johnson, was a classmate whose name Anriel did not quite recall. He merely remembered him as a fellow student with commendable grades. Anriel responded with a few casual remarks, brushing off the conversation. If Harry Potter was the most renowned individual of their year, Anriel was undoubtedly the star of his own cohort. It is no secret that Anriel enjoys the esteemed favor of the principal. Occasionally, students who stealthily venture out at night may catch a glimpse of Anriel patrolling alongside the faculty. He is distinguished by his exemplary academic performance, his humility and courtesy in speech, and his approachable demeanor. Most notably, he is a student of Ravenclaw, unencumbered by the long-standing animosities that have developed between the houses, such as Gryffindor and Slytherin. He is well acquainted with many from Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Gryffindor, and indeed, he is recognized by numerous individuals within Slytherin as well. Lunchtime. Anriel sliced a small piece of beef and placed it delicately in her mouth, reminiscing about the recent significant events in the original work, aside from Quidditch. Ah, yes. Tonight would mark the trio's inaugural midnight escapade, wandering through the school in a state of wakefulness. Hee. As Anriel slowly chewed on the beef, he recalled the request made by Dumbledore. Should he inform his professor? Perhaps it was best to wait and observe the situation, for they had yet to translate their thoughts into action. Fortunately, it was Tuesday, and there were no dreaded astronomy classes at midnight. The mere thought of astronomy made Anriel's brow furrow. Why was this subject a compulsory course in the West? For days prior, he had undoubtedly received AP, poor, indicating failure, on the impromptu quiz. Ah well, pondering over it was of little use. Anriel set down her cutlery and departed from the dining hall, as she had a potions class to attend in the afternoon. Notably, Ravenclaw's potions class was not conducted alongside Slytherin, which meant that even if Professor Snape harbored intentions of downplaying Anriel's performance, there was little opportunity for him to do so. Professor Snape stood contemplatively before Anriel's cauldron. After a few moments, he reluctantly began to offer praise, stating, "Indeed, Mr. Grindelwald's potion is impeccable. I sincerely hope that some of the unfortunate children who show little regard for the profound and ancient art of potion-making might take the time to learn a thing or two. For this, Ravenclaw shall earn 5 points." Anriel slightly inclined her body to bow to Professor Snape. "Oh my God, this is the first time I have witnessed Snape awarding points to someone outside of Slytherin House. You must tell me how you accomplished this. Was it through hypnosis? This is inconceivable. Snape awarding points to other houses? Don't be ridiculous. Snape would never grant points to other houses. They must have misheard." In the charms class, Anriel observed her head of house, Professor Filius Flitwick, bestowing upon her a warm smile, clearly pleased with her performance. Anriel gently pushed open the door adorned with the eagle-headed bronze knocker and emerged from the Ravenclaw common room. From the moment he rose from his bed to his arrival here, not a single soul took notice of him. In fact, prior to the commencement of the school year, Professor Dumbledore had conferred with Professor Flitwick regarding the arrangement of a solitary dormitory for Anriel, one devoid of a roommate. It was evident that both professors were keen to avert the unfortunate fate of any poor child falling victim to the unintended consequences of a self-invented curse, even if the caster had merely acted inadvertently. Of course, Dumbledore had clearly contemplated the prospect of Anriel taking on the task of patrolling the grounds at night. It can be surmised that when he proposed this suggestion to Professor Flitwick, he had already meticulously calculated every detail. There is little to be said about Anriel, for they are indeed a direct descendant within one's own generation. The illusion of invisibility. Anriel's wand gently tapped the top of his head, evoking the sensation of a cool stream cascading down. The prize display room is located on the 4th floor, near Merlin's undergarments. Anriel finally comprehended why the Ravenclaw seniors were all slender and handsome. The common room was leagues away from the dining hall, and by the time one made the descent, one could only indulge in desserts. No, not even desserts were available. At best, one might find a few leftover custard biscuits to nibble on. There was no commotion. No sound of Filch's footsteps, nothing at all. Should I seek out Peeves to expedite matters? Anriel pondered. However, in the next moment, a peculiar cackle echoed through the air. Mwahaha. Unfortunately, it was evident that Anriel had surmised something rather predictable, that Peeves would undoubtedly make an appearance. Students, do not sleep. The poltergeist bellowed, his voice resounding in the corridor. Students, do not sleep. In the corridor of the charms class, the sound of Mr. Filch's footsteps grew swiftly louder, approaching from a distance. Anriel stood motionless in the corridor, quietly observing as Filchy passed by, cradling a cat in his arms. If a mere fool could unveil and discern the illusion spell, Anriel would have preferred to leap from the astronomical tower. Such humiliation would be unbearable. Anriel ambled to the forbidding door on the 4th floor, having already discerned the footsteps of 4 children. Moments later, the figures of Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville emerged from around the corner of the corridor. However, they found themselves in a dead end, with only the locked door before Anriel as their means of escape. Alohomora. Hermione directed her wand at the ancient iron lock, and the 4 quickly slipped inside, with Anriel closely following, watching as they shut the door behind them. I believe we are safe now, he reassured, sensing that the door was securely locked. Don't pull me, Neville, Harry interjected, as Neville continued to tug at his clothing. But it was not due to Filch. Neville's face turned pale, his lips moved, yet he struggled to articulate a complete sentence. Well, it's time to reveal ourselves. Disillusionment charm. The children gasped in surprise once more. However, it was clear that, compared to Anriel's sudden appearance, the terrifying 3-headed beast posed a far more immediate threat to their lives. Fainting, they collapsed to the ground, utterly overwhelmed. Anriel withdrew his wand from his pocket and recited the incantation at a pace reminiscent of a tongue twister. 3 beams of crimson light shot forth from the tip of the wand, striking the massive dog, specifically, the 3 heads of the Cerberus known as Lu Wei. A thunderous crash echoed through the air, in stark contrast to the method described in the original text that calmed the 3-headed hound. Lu Wei did not gently lower himself, but rather collapsed heavily to the ground, rendering him oblivious to the world around him in the eyes of the children. The following morning, as Anriel partook of breakfast, he noticed a lengthy parcel tossed carelessly on the table before Harry Potter. It was a broomstick gifted to him by Minerva McGonagall, a gesture of kindness towards the youngest seeker in the history of Gryffindor. Despite the minor unpleasantness that had transpired the previous night, Anriel surmised that McGonagall's intentions were primarily to avoid the sight of Severus's mocking, bat-like grin. Taking a delicate sip of pumpkin juice, the cool sensation spread through his mouth, sharpening Anriel's thoughts. He had no brilliant strategies for Quidditch, however. He acknowledged that the Ravenclaw team possessed commendable talent. Perhaps, this time, the House Cup would be claimed by Ravenclaw. Since Anriel could not find an excuse to deduct points from Slytherin, he resolved to concoct a valid reason to bolster his own house's score. If he could not surpass Gryffindor in such a significant event as Quidditch, he would certainly endeavor to deduct a few points from them instead. Indeed, Anriel was more than willing to perform such favors, much like the day before, for clever individuals often frighten themselves with their own thoughts. Anriel was unaware of the conversation between Hermione and the boys, yet it undoubtedly conveyed to them that he was a dependable individual, one who would refrain from deducting their points. Furthermore, there was another matter of significance. His birthday was approaching. Bathsheba had marked his birthday for October 10th, 1978. The day he was discovered by Madame Bathsheba, thus commencing his journey through the enchanting realm of magic. Anriel believed that this occasion was far more worthy of commemoration than his birthday. Dumbledore expressed his intention to present Anriel with a splendid gift, which filled Anriel with anticipation. On the 10th of October, "Good morning, my child," Dumbledore greeted as Anriel entered the headmaster's office. "Happy birthday." Anriel gazed intently at his birthday gift, uttering a gasp of delight before glancing at the headmaster's benevolent smile. The reason Anriel immediately recognized this as his gift rather than something else was that such charming little creatures seldom graced the headmaster's office. Indeed, they absolutely did not. "Do you adore your little present? Your father possessed remarkable skills in handling them back in the day." A small niffler nestled within a cardboard box in the corner, sneezing, as it appeared to have just been nibbling on the box itself. There were whispers that the lineage of Grindelwald was intricately linked to such beings, akin to the bond between the Dumbledore family and the Phoenix. However, no evidence substantiates this claim. Dumbledore chuckled softly as he introduced, "I am utterly enamored with this adorable little creature." Anriel approached the desk and embraced the venerable old man with the white beard. "I suppose that if you were to soar through the skies on some fantastical creature, regardless of whether others could perceive it, it would render the idea more palatable. It is quite apparent that I have overheard Mrs. Huichi mention that a flying broomstick may not be the most suitable means of transportation for you. Very well. I think we can entrust it to our groundskeeper for the time being. Do remember to visit this little fellow often, so it may recognize you, all right?" Dumbledore gently remarked, his wand gracefully tracing an invisible barrier of air between the night steed and the exquisitely eccentric trinkets adorning his office, safeguarding them from inevitable harm. "Of course. I am immensely grateful." Laughter erupted from the old man and the young one, mingling with the night steed's gentle sneezes. "Perhaps this is the most magnificent, selfless, and potent magic in existence. Love. The eve of Halloween." "Ah, Halloween." Anriel raked his fingers through his hair and tucked his wand into his pocket. Before him, the teapot had transformed into a rather dazed budgerigar, a mere lifeless object brought to life. Not long ago, it had morphed into a mouse, a spider, and various other creatures. Evidently, Professor McGonagall's second-year assignment posed no challenge for Anriel, who had begun to experiment with reverse transfiguration. Beyond McGonagall's class, he was equally adept at assignments from other subjects. These delightful little tasks allowed him to momentarily forget certain matters, such as the impending arrival of Halloween, which seemed to have slipped his mind, particularly the need to carve a pumpkin to create an atmospheric glow with candles. Oh well. Considering he was the sole occupant of the dormitory, the presence of another being was still uncertain. Perhaps he could simply procure one at the feast. Anriel smiled gently, preparing to visit the hunting grounds to check on her little nightmare. It must be said that although Hagrid often appeared rather boisterous, he indeed possessed a remarkable talent for caring for these creatures. If one were to consider his peculiar fondness for colossal beings as a virtue, it would certainly be so. "Good morning, Hagrid. How have you been lately?" "Oh, Anriel, don't you have classes this morning?" Hagrid replied while tending to the pumpkins, weeding and fertilizing them. After glancing around and realizing that Anriel was the only other person present, he took out his pink umbrella and gently tapped the pumpkins. "It's nothing harmful. Just a spell. Hagrid instinctively elaborated as he caught Anriel's gaze. The pumpkins visibly swelled, expanding to twice their size before finally halting. "Of course. How is that little nightmare doing?" "Oh, she is doing splendidly. I have separated her from the school's nightmares, and she is now able to consume meat." "Ah. Do you think female nightmares are more challenging to tame than their male counterparts, Hagrid?" Anriel gleaned from the pages of her book that the reproduction of the nightmares, although reliant on a male and female, bore resemblance to the process of division. The magical world is indeed filled with wonders. Hagrid remained silent, merely whistling cheerfully, his thick beard swaying rhythmically with his head. Perhaps he truly did not hear, or perhaps he simply did not regard the nightmares as particularly difficult to tame. And so it was, "Happy Halloween." After delivering his Halloween address, Dumbledore settled back into his high-backed chair, casually seizing a colorful package of firecrackers. A small pumpkin, adorned with bat wings and a mischievous grin, sprang forth, spiraling around his silver hair. Pumpkins and bats were strewn everywhere, while a select area welcomed a distinguished guest, a troll. The doors of the great hall burst open, and Professor Quirrell stumbled in, rushing towards the staff table. "A troll. In the dungeons," he stammered, collapsing in a faint, powerless upon the floor. A cacophony erupted in the hall, screams filling the air, prompting Anriel to furrow her brow. Silence. Dumbledore's voice carried an undeniable authority, and the tumultuous dining hall fell silent in an instant. Prefects, escort your students back to the dormitories at once. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons. The hall immediately descended into a flurry of activity once more. Anriel set down his knife and fork, gently dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and, under the astonished gazes of several peers and prefects, made his way towards the staircase leading to the underground classroom. Hey, fellows, let us regard Anriel as our teaching assistant. The troll is not something we can confront. The Ravenclaw prefect scratched his head and called out a few times to the bewildered crowd, regaining their attention. This statement quickly convinced the Ravenclaw students, who were well aware of their own capabilities. Had this been the valiant Gryffindor, undoubtedly a throng of loyal-hearted children would have surged after Anriel into the underground classroom. As for Anriel himself, he was fully aware that the troll was no longer in the underground classroom, but was currently en route to the girls' restroom. However, that was unnecessary. The trio was capable of handling the troll. He was headed to intercept Quirrell with Snape. Third floor. Good evening, Professor Snape. Anriel withdrew his wand and glided towards the fourth-floor corridor, with Snape trailing closely behind, his robes billowing, resembling a great bat. Ah, your presence here suggests that our dear Professor Dumbledore has not entirely lost his wits, Snape remarked with a hint of sarcasm, maintaining a steady pace alongside the levitating Anriel, showing no signs of exertion. Rather, it seemed that it was Anriel who bore the burden of effort. Better to be cautious. The door, which ought to have been locked, stood ajar, faint strains of music emanating from within, as if to conceal the fact that a furtive figure had stealthily slipped inside. Anriel pushed the door open with a sudden exclamation that sent a jolt of terror through Chilo, who was inside, and left Snape outside with a pallid visage, as though a barrage of foul objects had been hurled upon him. At that moment, Chilo was almost entirely concealed beneath a heavy cloak, rendering his identity indiscernible to others. The situation was further exacerbated when Lu Wei, who had been dozing off to the music, was abruptly roused by the commotion, and he did not appear particularly pleased. The cacophony of barking reverberated through the air, enveloping Chilo in a shroud of dark smoke, and by the time the haze dissipated, his figure had vanished entirely. Anriel and Snape exchanged a glance before descending the stairs. Just before leaving, Anriel ensured the door was securely locked, leaving Ruby inside, seething with fury like a rabid dog. Professor, how do you think this despicable fellow will navigate your traps? Snape cast a sidelong glance at his colleague, who donned the guise of a student, and replied coldly, "It will prove futile. He likely does not require a single vial of potion." Anriel could not contain his laughter. Ah, I see. This mechanism is designed to thwart gentlemen. Yet it poses no threat to rogues. Good evening, Professor Chilo. Chilo was descending the staircase opposite them, and Anriel greeted him with a warm and sincere smile. Naturally, he paid no heed to the sudden chill in Chilo's gaze as he turned away. A loud crash echoed from the direction of the restroom on the second floor, prompting the three to exchange glances before rushing towards the source of the commotion. Anriel observed the hem of Minerva McGonagall's robe swiftly vanish into the girl's lavatory, prompting her to follow suit. Unsurprisingly, a 12-foot troll lay unconscious on the floor, and Snape, who entered shortly thereafter, bent down to inspect the troll's bulbous head. You three. McGonagall addressed the children of her house. Anriel waited for her to finish speaking and offered her a smile before turning to the three startled first-year students. You three. Have some chocolate to calm your nerves. I shall escort you back to the tower. Clearly, peers in such circumstances would feel more at ease than a professor, especially after having just endured a harrowing ordeal. Ah, thank you. Thank you. Hermione responded more swiftly than the two boys. Anriel presented several pieces of chocolate to the trio, guiding them away from the lavatory while leaving Professor Snape and Quirrell behind. Mr. Grindelwald, may I inquire? Hermione's tone carried a hint of hesitation, for based on her readings, the significance of Anriel's surname suggested he was a figure of considerable repute, rivaling even that of Harry. Moreover, as a second-year student, he was engaging with professors, and it appeared that the other faculty members accepted this unusual behavior. This left Hermione deeply perplexed. First and foremost, if you do not mind, you may simply address me as Anriel. Secondly, this situation is rather complex to elucidate. You may perceive me as a 12-year-old professor. While it may be challenging to accept, my responsibilities and activities are largely akin to those of the faculty, except for the fact that I do not teach classes and must attend them. Of course, I assure you that I am considerably more amiable than the other professors. Should any significant matter arise and you find the professors unavailable, do not hesitate to seek me out." Pondering these revelations, Hermione delicately broke off a piece of chocolate and savored its taste. In the Ravenclaw common room, snow began to fall. Anriel gazed out the window, carefully reinserted his quill into the inkwell. He was in the midst of composing a treatise on the medicinal properties of mandrake when mixed with other herbs. A task assigned by Snape with a daunting requirement of 8 inches in length, a veritable nightmare for a second-year student. Regrettably, Anriel seemed to have overlooked this stipulation, as his manuscript extended to a staggering 1.5 pages of parchment, measuring 24 inches, approximately 61 centimeters. Simultaneously, the Quidditch season had arrived. Frankly, Anriel held no fascination for this sport, which involved soaring through the skies, tossing a ball, all while vigilantly guarding his skull against potential collisions. He would much rather be seated before the fireplace, diligently completing a celestial chart, despite having never attentively listened to even a single full astronomy lesson, which quite aptly illustrated his disdain for such perilous activities. When fellow classmates inquired about the absurdity of his grades, wherein he achieved near-perfect scores in all subjects except astronomy and potions, Anriel would produce his astronomy parchment, which had regrettably plummeted from A.P. poor to a D. dreadful. He would assert that genuine interest could indeed influence everything, not merely the elevation of grades, but their decline as well. Such is the reality. If he were to excel as the top student in every subject while maintaining extraordinarily amicable relations with all professors, including the headmaster, he would, regrettably, find himself isolated and embroiled in unnecessary complications. Nevertheless, he still found himself being coaxed by friends to venture out and witness Quidditch matches, which was rather pleasant. "Anriel, Gryffindor training. Shall we go and take a look? Come quickly." Anriel donned a pair of dragonskin gloves and draped himself in a cloak thick as a marten's coat as he made his way to the field with his friends. "Look, that must be Harry Potter," someone exclaimed, pointing at the small black dot in the sky. Anriel squinted, attempting to locate the elusive ghostly sphere, akin to a spectator at a football match searching for the ball after having dozed off for half an hour. After a few minutes, he relinquished the futile quest. "It is futile. I must return, for I fear I shall succumb to slumber and transform into a mere popsicle. However, you have all completed your essays on Snape, have you not?" Anriel observed several classmates' expressions shift as students of Ravenclaw. They faced what seemed to be an uncomplicated choice between returning to their studies or attending the Quidditch match. "Goodness, it's break time. Must we really bring up such dismal matters?" They jested, wandering in small groups towards the common room, to which Anriel responded with a smile. "Let us go. Quidditch holds little relevance for us." Nonetheless, regardless of his preferences, Anriel felt compelled to attend the first Quidditch match of the semester, pitting Gryffindor against Slytherin. This was a significant school-wide event, and he could not simply concoct an excuse to remain in his dormitory, engrossed in studying the properties of mandrake. It was only when Anriel recalled that this Quidditch match marked the moment when Quirrell first attempted to act against Harry Potter, in service of the master hidden at the back of his head, that he felt a flicker of interest in the game. He picked up a slice of buttered bread, donned his warm cloak, and exited the dining hall. At the Quidditch pitch, after waiting about 15 minutes in the stands, Anriel witnessed a red object, a quaffle, soared into the air, signaling the official commencement of the match. The absence of a whistle or command to mark the start was due to the overwhelming noise from the stands. He could hear nothing at all, even as Ravenclaw led Slytherin, a necessity, given their 6 consecutive victories in the House Cup. Students from the other 3 houses relished the prospect of Slytherin's defeat. Anriel currently harbors no thoughts regarding the rankings. He gazed at the elusive quaffle for a while, only to realize, without surprise, that he could not concentrate even a sliver of his attention. Hence, he directed his gaze towards the Slytherin spectators' stand, where Snape sat alongside the ever-present Quirrell behind him. Perhaps this might infuse a modicum of amusement into the otherwise tedious match. Anriel stealthily descended from the stands, while at that very moment, Mr. Harry Potter remained firmly perched on his broom, diligently searching for the elusive golden snitch that could manifest at any moment. The Slytherin stands, it seemed, did not require a lengthy detour. A mere quarter of the pitch sufficed, whereas it would take a full half-circuit to traverse from the Gryffindor stands to this point. Anriel raised her gaze towards the wooden stands and staircase, shaking her head. To cast magical fire upon the pristine wooden floor, the Gryffindor children displayed remarkable courage, truly befitting their esteemed house. Even the astute Hermione was no exception. A blatant transgression. Anriel perceived a peculiar silence enveloping the field, a stark contrast to the lively sounds that had previously echoed. It was evident that Marcus's attempt to thwart the Gryffindor seeker had been in vain. After a brief interval, Anriel heard the hurried footsteps approaching. It was Hermione. Senior, why are you? Hermione seemed eager to inquire about Anriel's presence, yet her demeanor betrayed a sense of guilt and urgency. Harry was on the brink of falling from his broom, a perilous tumble that could result in a grievous injury. Why am I here? That is an excellent question. But the moment is ill-suited for such inquiries. If you genuinely wish to prevent your little friend from sustaining a neck injury, you ought not to attempt to ignite Professor Snape's ropes. He has only just donned a new set, which is no small feat instead. You should aim for that old scoundrel above him. Believe me, it is the right course of action. Anriel pointed at Chilo through the gaps in the wooden planks. You would be delighted to discover that, in fact, Chilo's mouth had not ceased its movement. Silly child, do not inquire as to why. I am not imploring you to do so. You possess but a single choice. Anriel keenly observed that Hermione seemed to lack understanding and still wished to stealthily slip behind Snape while he was distracted. With a gentle wave of Anriel's wand, an invisible wall of air completely filled the space between Hermione and Snape. After a few moments of silence, Hermione chose to concede. After all, chaos would ensue regardless, and it would ultimately implicate the innocent Professor Quirrell. However, if Anriel's words held any truth, then what would become of Professor Quirrell? Hermione dared not ponder further. Flames ablaze. Hermione's voice emerged hoarsely from her throat as a shimmering blue flame, seemingly a variant of a spell, leapt onto Quirrell's robe. Swiftly, Hermione departed from beneath the Slytherin spectator's stand, forgiving herself for her actions in her heart. Anriel shook her head, gently pointing her wand towards the flames. Instantly, the blue fire surged, and within its core, a faint azure-purple hue emerged, coalescing into the semblance of a ravenous wolf that ferociously gnawed at Chilo's calf. Through Anriel's manipulation, this blaze would persistently torment only Chilo. Anriel sincerely wished that the flames would sear off one of his legs, for that would significantly hinder his act of pilfering the magical stone. Furthermore, I had no desire to witness the entirety of this match. Perhaps I could concoct an excuse to discreetly return to the castle without drawing attention. Anriel once again marveled at the convenience of the disillusionment charm, pondering whether it was perhaps a spell conceived by a seeker of the Deathly Hallows, as he could not uncover the whereabouts of the fabled invisibility cloak. The cloak woven from the fur of a nightmare could indeed serve a purpose, yet, regrettably, many of those one might wish to evade at school. Such a severe as Snape had witnessed death firsthand. Anriel glided across the surface of the dark lake like a spectral apparition, creating a ripple in his wake. Naturally, he employed no broom. Furthermore, there was another matter: lemon drops. The two stone lions responded in unison, revealing a spiral staircase behind them. Anriel rapped gently upon the door of the principal's office. Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk, peering through his glimmering crescent-shaped spectacles at the visitor's entirely transparent form. "Oh, for heaven's sake," Anriel muttered softly as he dispelled the illusion. Dumbledore tilted his head slightly, gesturing for him to take a seat, his quill continuing its dance across the parchment without the slightest pause, as though Anriel had not interrupted his work at all. I remarked that even if we could be certain of its safety, it should not be placed openly on display. Anriel picked up a blood-red crystalline stone from the table, a slight tremor at the corner of her mouth. "Indeed, my child, let us now take this stone and ensure its safety." Dumbledore executed a beautiful flourish with his quill upon the parchment, rolled it up, and turned to hand it to Fawkes. The phoenix let out a melodious cry and soared out of the window. After a moment's contemplation, Anriel recalled the tasks that lay ahead. Has the Mirror of Eris been delivered? I remember the cumbersome procedures required to transport it from Gringotts. Indeed. Dumbledore lowered his gaze, seemingly captivated by the shimmering memories within the basin before him. Are there any significant events of late? Anriel pondered for a moment before responding. Mr. Potter nearly fell off his broom and broke his neck. Oh, if that truly transpired, I shall have to inquire with Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore chuckled, the candlelight casting a glow over his crescent-shaped spectacles, obscuring his gaze. She mentioned that Harry is the finest seeker she has ever encountered. It seems someone wishes to unseat him from his broom. Anriel casually tucked a stone into his pocket and shrugged. I have taught that fellow a lesson. If he possesses any sense, he ought to understand not to engage in mischief in public places. Dumbledore remained silent, withdrawing a sealed envelope from his desk and handing it to Anriel. It bore the inscription, Ministry of Magic, addressed to Cornelius Fudge. Ah, not only must I work, but I am also tasked with running errands for the elderly gentleman. Well, never mind. The headmaster has his own burdens to bear. Anriel tucked the envelope into her bosom and followed Dumbledore out of the office. Hogsmeade, the Shrieking Shack. Here we are, Anriel. Dumbledore shook his cloak and adjusted it around himself. I certainly hope we are not expected to maneuver this immovable enchanted mirror through the entrance of the Whomping Willow. It cannot be so, can it? Dumbledore remained silent, merely gazing at Anriel, causing her to feel a chill in her heart. TSK, headmaster, where did you learn such mischief? After silently mocking him, Anriel waved her wand, and the heavy mirror, covered in a thick layer of linen, began to levitate from the wall, floating serenely in the air. A series of frantic struggles echoed as the mirror beneath the linen seemed to be attempting to break free from the enchantment and return to the ground. Anriel's expression subtly shifted, a detail not mentioned in the original text. Nevertheless, despite her surprise, Anriel flicked her wrist, causing the mirror to freeze midair as if struck by lightning. Observing this, Dumbledore smiled beside her. Professor, she remarked, you never mentioned that this object was alive. Anriel's tone, rather than suggesting the suppression of a formidable magical artifact, resembled that of someone who had just enjoyed a couple of cups of afternoon tea with Dumbledore. Exuding an air of relaxed ease. Come on, Anriel, let us first place it in. I recall there is an empty classroom on the second floor. Time flew rapidly, and following an unrelenting series of assignments and homework, Christmas was fast approaching. Anriel was astonished to discover that while Porter and his two companions were engrossed in their quest for information on Nicholas Flamel, they had managed to avoid causing any disturbances at school, rendering academic life as tedious as the previous year. Assignments, lectures, truancy. Indeed. Anriel had entirely relinquished any interest in astronomy. Let it be. The sole source of amusement might stem from that little nightmare. It must be said. The rate at which this magical creature was maturing was astonishing. It had already learned to fly. Of course, while its speed did not quite match Anriel's own, it was far from sluggish. Before Christmas, in potions class, 10 milliliters of crocodile heart's blood. Miss Amoni, how many times must I reiterate? Added in 5 increments. Stirring clockwise after each addition. Gryffindor loses 5 points. Snape strode past the table, his tone menacing. I do not wish for you all to concoct a cauldron full of utterly useless dross in this final potions class before Christmas. Anriel glanced at the viscous, iridescent blue liquid simmering in his cauldron, tendrils of spiraling smoke wafting above. This concoction was indeed an exact replica of the enhancer potion as described in the tome, ensuring that Professor Snape would not find fault with his work. After all, this lesson was jointly attended by Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Though it was Christmas, I regret that I cannot assign you more homework. However, for those who just concocted an entire cauldron of refuse, I expect to see an 8-inch parchment detailing the precautions for brewing the enhancer potion upon your return from the holiday. I harbor grave suspicions regarding certain individuals. He cast a fierce glare towards the Gryffindor table, where several empty cauldrons languished, the majority of their contents having succumbed mere moments ago to Snape's vanishing spell. If one were to summarize the reasons for their failures, the length would exceed a foot. Class dismissed. Snape strode out of the classroom with purpose. It was indeed terrifying. I was unsure whether to feel fortunate or not about sharing potions class with Gryffindor. One of Anriel's classmates remarked. For Dumbledore had decided to remain at Hogwarts during the Christmas season, while Madame Pashida was currently vacationing in North America. Thus, Anriel resolutely chose to inscribe his name on the list of students staying at the school during the festive period. On Christmas Eve, Anriel closed a tome borrowed from the restricted section of the library, a comprehensive guide to advanced dark magic. It was evident that obtaining a professor's signature for borrowing from the restricted section was requisite, and Albus Dumbledore's endorsement was readily accessible. Now, Madame Pants had grown quite familiar with this student who frequently borrowed from the restricted section, especially since his approval slips bore the authentic and reliable signatures of the headmaster himself. Anriel also intends to discuss the matter of animagi with Professor McGonagall before the holidays. He himself is a magical creation, and the process of magical transformation is remarkably effortless for him. This is something that Professor McGonagall is unaware of, and unless Dumbledore has informed her, Anriel has no intention of revealing it. However, recently, whenever Anriel visits the library to return books, he frequently observes Harry and his 2 companions poring over various roster books, their 3 heads huddled together as they engage in hushed conversations. Anriel was undoubtedly aware of what they were searching for. Nicholas Flamel, along with the knowledge they were about to uncover, was presently situated within Hogwarts, where the Philosopher's Stone, capable of creating the elixir of life that Voldemort so desperately coveted, resided. Greetings, Harry, and to both of you. What are you up to? Anriel approached and glanced at the book they were attempting to conceal. The Great Wizard's Compendium of a Century, Revised Edition, 1845. Nothing related to the history of magic. Ron nervously spoke first, but it was evident that he was not adept at deceit, just as Hermione was about to offer an explanation. Anriel raised a hand to silence her. You are searching for Nicholas Flamel, are you not? Hermione gasped and covered her mouth. And both boys were equally taken aback with astonishment. However, Anriel's next statement extinguished their excitement. Firstly, if you wish to investigate Flamel, that is entirely your prerogative. But do bear in mind, Mr. Flamel is hardly a contemporary figure. Moreover, do not be overly suspicious of your Professor Snape, sometimes. Those who appear most innocuous can be the most perilous. Anriel raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at the three individuals who wore expressions of skepticism. I did not intend to incite doubt regarding Dumbledore. Hermione seemed poised to offer an explanation, but alas, Anriel raised a hand to halt her. No, I merely came to borrow a book. Please, continue your discussion. With that, Anriel turned and departed, leaving the trio exchanging bewildered glances. Amid such mundane and tedious days, Christmas approached with remarkable swiftness. Anriel rose from the four-poster bed, and indeed, he was the sole occupant of the room. The space was rather vacant. With merely 2 or 3 gifts nestled beneath the Christmas tree, Anriel let out a soft chuckle as he presented Dumbledore with a substantial stack of thick woolen socks. A request he had made himself, chuckling in delight. Let me see, he mused, as Bashida returned with a finely crafted shell sailboat, which emitted a sound reminiscent of crashing waves when the wind caressed its delicate sails. A postcard was nestled on its deck, bearing the Christmas blessings from the elderly lady. Dumbledore had sent an entire bag of licorice mint candies, well aware of Anriel's fondness for such refreshing treats, and this generous package weighed a remarkable 20 pounds. In addition to the licorice, there was a large bag filled with what appeared to be home-baked, aromatic eggnog apple pie, which took Anriel by surprise. Who knew the old phoenix possessed culinary skills? He had certainly learned something new. Several of Anriel's close companions from Ravenclaw gifted him exquisite magical trinkets, akin to spyglasses, for which he had reciprocated with gifts of his own. However, there was one particular gift from a classmate he had not returned the favor to, simply because he had never anticipated that she would bestow upon him a Christmas gift. Autumn Zhang. She was indeed from the same year and house as Anriel. Goodness, how could this be? Anriel chuckled softly, shaking her head as she retrieved a scarf from her bag. We are merely in the 2nd grade. The Christmas banquet unfolded before us, with a long table adorned with an array of sumptuous delicacies. There were towering, delectable roasted turkeys, their savory aroma wafting through the air, alongside fragrant roasted meats and creamy mashed potatoes. The enticing Christmas sausages beckoned, accompanied by peas, butter, and a delightful orange marmalade. Anriel had a fondness for the mint liqueur served alongside desserts. Would such a delicacy be present at the Christmas banquet? Surely it wasn't a special preparation by the old gentleman just for him. Upon returning to his bedroom, Anriel languidly flopped onto his spacious bed, stretching out and reluctant to leave the warmth of his cocoon. Regrettably, he was still required to venture out this evening. Earlier in the day, Dumbledore had returned one of the 3 Deathly Hallows, the invisibility cloak, to its young master, who would don it tonight to transgress a multitude of school regulations. Anriel sprang from his bed and approached the door to lift a lamp. With a casual tap of his wand, a ghostly violet flame instantly illuminated a significant portion of the dimly lit room. Wrapping his robe around him, Anriel departed from Ravenclaw Tower and made his way downstairs. An inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him. Albus Dumbledore was not only a remarkable wizard but also possessed a keen intellect, adept at harnessing every available force to his advantage. Even in his advanced years, he appeared somewhat unconventional, as some would say. Nevertheless, Anriel was well aware that he remained the astute and capable Albus Dumbledore. Upon Anriel's unexpected arrival, Dumbledore conducted a brief examination, enduring a fierce internal struggle and mental torment. Anriel has now become an entirely trustworthy and indispensable member for Dumbledore. One might even say he is unequivocally Dumbledore's own. Furthermore, this venerable gentleman would certainly not overlook such a valuable aide, his right-hand man, who possesses the remarkable ability to challenge the mightiest of Aurors single-handedly, a rarity in these times. Additionally, he embodies one of the 2 most reliable forms of relationships in the world, either kinship or mutual benefit. Anriel harbored no doubts that some of Dumbledore's future plans would be irrevocably altered due to his involvement, particularly the quest for Horcruxes. However, at present, he merely assumed the role of a weary old man on patrol, and there was little to discuss. In serving Dumbledore, Anriel felt no resistance from his memories, spirit, consciousness, or even his soul, which seemed to belong to another realm. It appeared as if this was his destined duty. Anriel continued to meander through the corridor, lantern in hand, as the sound of a cat's meow echoed from the distant intersection. "Madam Loris, you are aware that I am unlike the other students." Anriel tilted her head slightly and murmured, "It is almost time." Suddenly, a series of sharp, piercing wails echoed through the corridor, emanating from the library. Clearly, a peculiar book from the forbidden section had been opened. Anriel informed them that LeMay was not a contemporary figure, implying that they would delve into antiquated texts, which were typically found in the restricted section, correct? The hurried footsteps of Mr. Felch echoed as he approached the library, while Anriel descended the stairs with a lantern in hand. "Mr. Felch, what has transpired?" Felch cast a peculiar glance at Anriel, still unaccustomed to this professor who bore the title of a student. In his decidedly extensive career, such an occurrence was indeed unprecedented. A student, awake in the dead of night, lurking in the forbidden section. "I must apprehend this little thief." Anriel shrugged, disregarding the furious glare of Felchi, and descended the stairs with a lantern in hand. With a swift motion, he extinguished the oil lamp, leaving him to vanish into the corridor. The softly closed door was silently pushed open, revealing Anriel as he gazed intently at the room's mirror, which shimmered with an enchanting glow. Before it stood Harry Potter. Still and contemplative, Harry slowly approached the mirror, gently placing his hand upon its surface, embodying the utmost tenderness that an 11-year-old could express. After all, it was the visage of his parents, whom he had not seen in 11 long years, a poignant reminder of the shattered family that had been ruthlessly torn apart. Anriel found himself momentarily lost in thought. He pondered what he might behold if he were to stand before that mirror at this very moment. After an indeterminate span of time, young Harry seemed to realize that he had lingered here for far too long, hastily donning his invisibility cloak before departing. "Ah, my dear sir, do not conceal yourself any longer. Mr. Potter has already taken his leave." Anriel displayed an expression of resignation, as Professor Dumbledore seemed to be waiting for him to depart. A moment of silence ensued. "Ah, I thought you would not notice my presence. Have I revealed myself from my cloak?" An elderly voice resonated from not far away, accompanied by the sudden appearance of a shoulder, followed by a long, silvery beard cascading down to his waist. Albus Dumbledore materialized within the room, shaking off his invisibility cloak, perhaps merely an ordinary windbreaker, its enchantment rendering him imperceptible. "I suspect this classroom has not been attended to in quite some time, has it?" Dumbledore remarked, following Anriel's gaze towards the doorway. "Oh, I believe you are correct." 3 gray footprints traced their way into the room from outside, yet only a single print led away. As Anriel approached the enchanted mirror of Eriste, he scrutinized its reflective surface with great curiosity. "I wonder what I shall behold within it," he mused. Dumbledore adjusted his half-moon spectacles perched precariously on his crooked nose and spoke leisurely. "It appears, Mr. Potter, that you have begun to grasp its enchanting nature. You seem eager to discover what you might see. Why not give it a try?" Dumbledore, as ever, had perceptively discerned Anriel's thoughts. "I shall," Anriel replied, positioning himself before the mirror. As Anriel's entire form materialized within the reflective surface, the mirror shimmered as though a stone had been cast into a tranquil pond, rippling with effervescent light, yet the images remained indistinct. Vaguely, 2 figures emerged beside Anriel. Just as Harry Potter had glimpsed his parents in the mirror, the identities of these 2 individuals seemed to beckon forth. At the moment Anriel discerned the wise blue eyes, the outline of another figure crystallized in an instant. It was the youthful Albus Dumbledore, adorned with a benevolent smile, alongside Gellert Grindelwald. It seemed Anriel's aspirations mirrored Harry's, as both yearned to encounter their long-lost kin. Anriel let out a cold chuckle, suddenly flicking her wand with such force that the tip produced a sonic boom, startling Dumbledore who stood behind her. With a sharp crack, it seemed as though cracks had appeared on the surface of the mirror, yet this was merely a projection of its image to the outside world. The enchanted mirror itself remained unscathed. It was a highly intricate magical artifact, imbued with formidable and enigmatic powers, not easily susceptible to damage. The 3 silhouettes within the mirror vanished, and the fissures gradually faded from sight. A white mist once again enveloped the mirror's surface. Anriel gazed intently at the hazy white mist, seemingly attempting to penetrate its depths. Gradually, the the fog began to dissipate. The reflection in the mirror was now entirely transformed from just moments ago. It was no longer the dilapidated classroom it was meant to portray, which is one of the peculiarities of the Elysian mirror. Instead, a quaint little village emerged from the chimney of a humble abode nestled in the valley. Wisps of blue smoke ascended languidly into the air. A woman, her face obscured, stepped out of the house accompanied by several children to welcome a man who appeared to be the head of the household. She approached him and embraced him warmly. The man reached out to caress each child's head, but from Anriel's perspective, only the man's back was visible, concealing the expression on his face in that moment. The dense fog surged forth within the mirrored realm, enveloping the small valley. The scene vanished. The Elysian mirror reveals the most fervent desires hidden deep within the soul. Deep in soul, Anriel stood before the mirror, gazing at his own reflection. The Early's mirror, once a source of intrigue, now seemed to him an utterly mundane glass. "Child, what transpired moments ago? What did you behold?" Dumbledore inquired softly, as if nothing extraordinary had occurred. His words casual and unassuming. "Professor, this mirror is quite fascinating," Anriel replied. Anriel let out a light chuckle, responding with words that veered from the question at hand. He found himself pondering the starkly contrasting scenes he had just witnessed, though certainty eluded him. This was a matter too delicate to share with anyone, the existence of two entirely distinct desires, or pursuits, within his own body and soul. Dumbledore seemed to sense something amiss and chose not to delve deeper, merely stroking his beard and nodding. "What do you see, sir?" "Me?" Dumbledore did not dismiss Anriel with a mere reference to the woolen socks he held. In Western culture, woolen socks symbolize familial affection. Perhaps, in Dumbledore's words, this was but a fabric of deception. Or perhaps it was not. In his youth, he may have envisioned power and prestige. Yet, in his present heart, the most cherished thing for Dumbledore was indeed familial love. Only two souls in this world would not be deceived by such a statement. One of them stood right before him. It is possible that Dumbledore, before the mirror of Is, perpetually beheld the images of those two 18-year-old boys, witnessing their fervent chase of ambition, recalling the most sorrowful day of his life. Or perhaps he only saw the little girl whose memory haunted him with a lifetime of regret. Yet, amidst misfortune, there lay a glimmer of hope. He had been granted an opportunity to rectify the shortcomings of his life, whether through familial bonds or friendship. That weary old man could find redemption for his transgressions in this child. "We have lost much, and I shall not allow you to be disappointed again. Anriel, you already know." Since the moment he beheld the reflection in the mirror, Anriel had been contemplating his own predicament, the first vision he encountered in the mirror of Is. This image undoubtedly belonged to this body, to the grand memories residing in his mind. It represented his dreams, 35 years of penitence and longing. Yet, clearly, this was not Anriel's dream, nor that of the one who had traversed worlds. Thus, Anriel rejected it. He could accept, comprehend, and even to some extent fulfill Grindelwald's unaccomplished regrets. However, he would not be swayed, nor would he forsake his identity. The serene and tranquil second act was the dream that captivated him. A peaceful mountain village, a life of calm, a family of his own. Growing old in tranquility, Anriel gazed at his own hands, raising an eyebrow. This was neither desire nor a mere dream. It was a grand aspiration. His body was a pinnacle of magical creation, while he himself was an extraordinary magical being. When considering longevity, the notion of coexisting with the sun and moon was no idle jest. As his body aged, he merely needed to alter the spells, reinforcing the enchantments upon him to stave off decay. The very things Voldemort had pursued throughout his life, in a remarkably mundane fashion, had fallen into Anriel's possession. The restoration akin to the ship of Theseus granted him immortality, rendering him not truly alive. The magical form bestowed upon him endowed him with formidable powers, enabling him, should he desire, to single-handedly storm the ministry of magic and eliminate all Aurors before emerging unscathed. Regrettably, he had no such intentions. Anriel's memories, abilities, and even his perceptions subtly influenced his soul, harmonizing with the instincts of this body, devoid of ambition. He simply wished to find amusement in this tumultuous era and then live a tranquil life with his family. This was the core connection between his soul and memories, as well as the reason he had traversed into this body. It was as straightforward as that. Thus, he resolved to take each step as it came. The two stood in silence for an extended period. Suddenly, the door was flung open with a bang, revealing Harry and Ron at the threshold. Harry's face was alight with excitement and fervor, while Ron appeared as if he had been frozen. Then, they beheld the two figures within the classroom. Now, For individuals with utterly divergent thoughts stood there, staring at one another, momentarily frozen in place. The air seemed to solidify into a heavy, suffocating substance. That professor. We can explain. The Olary. Anriel secured the letter to Garros's leg, who gently nudged his arm before taking flight into the distance, gradually transforming into an invisible speck. There is a saying that captures this sentiment beautifully. The happiest individuals in the world can regard the mirror of Eris as an ordinary looking glass. Anriel extended his palm, and a snowflake descended into his hand, transforming into a crystal-clear ice gem. Anriel's usually tranquil heart experienced a slight disturbance. With a soft pop, the ice crystal exploded in his palm, indistinguishable from human warmth. It revealed the deepest, most fervent obsessions of the soul, a truly fearsome reflection. The snow continued to fall. Although uncertain whether Harry would still stealthily emerge each night to see his family after the events of the previous evening, Dumbledore nonetheless engaged him in a brief conversation. Thus, the following day, Anriel, accompanied by Professor Snape, moved the mirror to the basement. The rationale behind this decision may have been that Professor Snape had no classes scheduled for the afternoon. Or perhaps it was because the first mechanism of the Mirror of Eris conveniently aligned with Snape's potion. It must be acknowledged that Professor Snape possessed a more meticulous heart than Anriel. He earnestly advised Anriel to leave behind a mechanism of his own creation, effectively eliminating any possibility of a certain scoundrel obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. Indeed, it was a splendid idea. With a flick of his wand, Anriel set the Eris mirror to struggle in the air, only for it to fall silent once more after a brief moment. He remained quietly suspended above, a display that caught Severus Snape's attention. However, from Snape's perspective, Anriel appeared equally uncertain about how to navigate past the enormous three-headed dog. Thus, after a rather mild internal conflict, the two resolved to allow the formidable creature a peaceful slumber. A dull thud echoed through the air, reminiscent of a heavy object striking the ground. Moments later, they passed smoothly by the sleeping Fluffy, effortlessly maneuvering through the remaining obstacles. Of course, some challenges were unnecessary to confront. For instance, Snape possessed a spare key from Professor Flitwick, and neither of them had any desire to ride that ancient, foolish wooden contraption to capture birds. Placing the mirror here would suffice. Dumbledore would come to secure that wretched stone. Snape flicked his robes and turned to inspect his mechanisms. The vast chamber contained only Anriel and a solitary mirror. Anriel's face bore an inappropriate yet undeniably wicked grin, for he intended to bestow upon Chilo a surprise, one so lethal that it could infuriate Voldemort to the point of apoplexy. When Anriel departed, she closed the door firmly, securing it with a robust iron chain that resembled a massive python, conveying an impression of formidable strength. Snape did not inquire further. He merely parted ways with Anriel at the stairwell and retreated to the basement, clearly lacking enthusiasm. Anriel shrugged and returned to her dormitory to rest. Dumbledore would not come to conceal that cursed stone. Anriel has already completed this task for him. In the subsequent weeks, tranquility reigned supreme. Whether it was Chilo and Voldemort or Harry Potter and his companions, everyone appeared engrossed in their own affairs. Some had forgotten the enchanted stone concealed within the school, while others temporarily set aside thoughts of their impending final examinations. The other subject teachers of Anriel are contemplating whether to allow him to continue with his examinations. Lest he undermine the confidence of his peers, it is a matter of disheartening, not of striking down. As for astronomy, it seems inevitable that he will fail. However, one day, Anriel unexpectedly encountered someone in the library who would ordinarily never be found there, Hagrid. He was cradling 4 or 5 hefty tomes in his arms. This was not a sight one would witness every day. Ah, the care of young dragon scales, the breeding and conservation of dragons. With Easter upon us, perhaps Hagrid had bartered a chocolate egg for a dragon egg. Just a jest. It appeared that Hagrid was quite devoted to this egg. As the books he perused each day were even varied, Anriel intercepted Hagrid, inquiring, "Hey, Hagrid, what has sparked your interest in reading lately?" Hagrid, somewhat taken aback, stammered, "Oh, I'm just browsing." It appeared that he had not initially noticed Anriel, but upon hearing his words, several books tumbled from his arms to the ground. Anriel waved his hand, and the books fell back into Hagrid's embrace. "What I wish to remind you of is that you cannot keep an illegal pet that breathes fire and grows to several dozen feet tall in a forest filled with flammable materials." He shrugged, holding the books even tighter, perhaps nodding slightly. Or it could be an illusion caused by Anriel gazing up at his towering figure and the tremors of his beard. Moreover, should this matter be discovered, you must contemplate how to discreetly remove such a creature without drawing attention. To Hagrid's ears, this sounded like a certainty that he had indeed acquired a dragon. In truth, he could not refute it. However, even if Hagrid had the intention of nurturing such a delightful, amiable, fluffy pet, well, that was solely his perspective. By common reason, Nerberta and her kind ought to be classified among the dangerously perilous magical beings. Hagrid should also be cognizant that raising such universally acknowledged high-risk magical creatures constitutes an undeniable illegal act. Nevertheless, there was no need to specifically inform Dumbledore of this trivial matter. Not to mention that the old man might have already harbored ample psychological anticipation regarding Hagrid's capacity for such antics, even if Anriel were to speak of it. Our gamekeeper would not find himself imprisoned in Azkaban by the machinations of ill-intentioned individuals, compared to the burden his unfortunate giant friend bore 50 years ago. Raising a dragon was hardly a significant issue. Furthermore, Anriel had not visited the headmaster's office in several months, primarily because winter was both dull and frigid. The scholars of Hogwarts had been preparing for final examinations since Christmas, led by the noble Ravenclaw academic elites, with diligent Hufflepuffs and brave Gryffindors equally represented, alongside some confident yet unexpectedly studious Slytherin upperclassmen. It is important to note that this is a standard academic institution, where finals would not occur until June. I digress. As for the recently passed winter, who could say which was worse, Hogwarts' magical heating system or a propertyless community? It was indeed a challenge for Anriel, a man who had lived nearly 30 years in the 21st century, to suddenly rely solely on a fireplace for warmth during winter. Anyone would find it uncomfortable. Fortunately, it was now Easter, and the long, cold winter had officially come to an end, ushering in a season of blossoming flowers and rejuvenation, an opportune moment for the little fire dragon to hatch. Wait, a dragon, with a tremor of his hand. Anriel sent the glass cup, which ought to have been malleable like clay, shattering into countless fragments with a resounding crash. Fortunately, no one was harmed. One can imagine that the formidable trio from Gryffindor is currently hurrying towards Hagrid's hut. Anriel was indeed quite curious to witness the spectacle of a fire dragon hatching. Perhaps it would be undeniably adorable before they reached maturity. Rarely did anyone concur with Hagrid's perspective, and Anriel was open to the idea of giving it a try, even if it meant experiencing fleeting moments. Anriel returned the repaired cup to its original place, exchanged a casual greeting with Professor Flivy, and expressed a completely insincere apology before striding out of the study room. Hagrid's hut. The four individuals gathered around the table were fixated on the large iron-gray egg resting on its surface. Hagrid's expression was particularly animated, as if he yearned to cradle the dragon egg in his arms. Indeed, were it not for the intense heat emanating from it, coupled with the explosive force of the hatchling's emergence, Hagrid would have certainly done so. Anriel has arrived at the entrance of the school. A mere 5 minutes' walk from Hagrid's hut. In the distance, a blond child is sprinting towards the hut. It is Malfoy. He remains oblivious to Anriel's presence. Yet, even if he were to notice, he would not dare to display that haughty demeanor before Anriel. Otherwise, Anriel would take it upon himself to educate him on behalf of Lucius, ensuring he understands that some individuals are indeed unreservedly willing to leave an indelible mark on his memory. Such arrogance might be tolerable among peers, but exhibiting it towards upperclassmen is a perilous endeavor. Anriel lightly waved her wand, and a shimmering silver eagle soared forth from the tip of the staff. The keen eyes of the eagle gleamed with life, as though someone were perceiving the world through its gaze. In truth, that was precisely the case. Anriel turned and entered the castle, having entrusted to the guardian all that he wished to see, to do, and to convey. Now, he merely needed to wait for a while. The ingenuity of such an application is truly remarkable. Soon, Anriel observed Malfoy rushing back to the castle, his face a mix of astonishment and malice. A few moments later, Hagrid's enormous figure appeared at the door of his hut. Harry and his companions hastily departed, and Anriel sensed their unease at that moment. He spread his wings and soared toward Hagrid's dwelling. Hey, where did that eagle come from? Wait, who are you? Hagrid pulled back the crossbow and scrutinized Anriel for a moment, astonished to discover that this was, in fact, a guardian. The silver eagle surveyed the surroundings with its keen eyes before settling its gaze on the crumpled black umbrella on the table. Its appearance could hardly be deemed aesthetically pleasing. It resembled a malnourished, shrunken creature with bat-like wings, akin to a large lizard. Anyone familiar with its name would instantly comprehend the origin of that name upon first sight. A row of sharp, jagged spines protruded haphazardly from its back, reminiscent of wolf fangs, which is why this creature is known as the spine-backed dragon. Additionally, the crumpled grayish-black tips of its wings bore a pair of formidable claws, likely venomous. Oh, but I stand corrected. This fierce newborn magical creature has yet to be named and cannot yet be referred to as Nobber or Nobetta. Hagrid, I have told you before. The voice of Anriel emanated from the beak of the eagle, leaving Hagrid utterly astonished. Perhaps it was the remarkable level of Su Wong's magical prowess that took him by surprise, or maybe it was the extent of his knowledge that left him in awe. However, to be frank, with a dilapidated wooden house right here, would I venture into the forbidden forest to seek out giant spiders? Anriel contemplated the gravity of the situation, reiterating its seriousness to Hagrid once more. It was evident that a recommendation conveyed through the Ministry of Magic's standard protocol would hold far more weight than the warnings of 3 first-year students. Regardless of Hagrid's fondness for such fearsome creature offspring, he was compelled to consider how to part with it. For Hagrid, this predicament felt akin to a dull knife laced with salt water being drawn across his skin. Anriel was acutely aware of this, which is why he offered advice to Hagrid regarding Ron's brother, Charlie. However, these matters were originally none of Anriel's concern. What motivated him to involve himself in this situation? He understood well that it was the very essence of what a fan yearns for, a sense of participation. If the phenomenon of crossing over truly occurred in one's life, who would willingly resign themselves to a mundane existence as a mere muggle, fully aware of the unfolding narrative? In the blink of an eye, a week had passed, and the arrangements for Norbert had been finalized. On Saturday, when Anriel encountered the trio in the auditorium, each of them appeared to be burdened with their own worries. Harry was preoccupied with thoughts of the evening's events, while Hermione's concerns were compounded by the impending final examinations. As for Ron, he was gazing in horror at his bitten finger, which, despite being bandaged like a sausage, offered him no relief whatsoever. Ron had not been hospitalized, and Anriel was uncertain whether Malfoy would, as in the original narrative, emerge under the cover of night to engage in his mischievous antics. After all, he was unaware that Harry Potter and his companions would be stealthily slipping out later that night. However, one thing Anriel was entirely certain of was that tonight was his turn for patrol. Little rascals, you better hide well. Anriel raised the gleaming silver dinner knife in his hand, and through its polished blade, he could distinctly see 3 heads huddled together, whispering conspiratorially at the table behind him. Today, Gryffindor's deduction of 150 points was a foregone conclusion. No one could prevent it. McGonagall had declared it. Why are you looking at me? McGonagall is the one who deducted points. It has nothing to do with me, he chuckled. However, we all know that life is fraught with unforeseen circumstances. No one can predict what the next moment will bring, much like Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Only the heavens know whether one will encounter earwax or toffee. That night, the wind howled fiercely, rattling against the tower's glass. It was reminiscent of the atmospheric descriptions found in fairy tales when depicting sinister plots, dark, windy, and eerily foreboding. Anriel was holding an antique lantern, within which flickered a vibrant blue flame. At this moment, he was keenly observing the movements of Harry Potter and his companions. Akin to a twisted hunter toying with its prey. He fled, he pursued, he soared through the air. Anriel traversed a considerable distance, akin to the span from the tower to the trophy display room, as though he had crossed multiple floors. He soon realized that the night was far from ordinary. It was eerily silent. The stillness was so profound that even the slightest sound would reach Anriel's ears. The whisper of the wind, the delicate rustle of leaves falling, the faint creaking of window frames, the chirping of insects, and even the presence of the mischievous poltergeist, none of these were to be found. Only the sound of Anriel's footsteps on the staircase and his own breath filled the air. Indeed, the conduction of bone did not deceive him. Perhaps it was intuition. Or perhaps Anriel suddenly comprehended that he should not toil over trivial academic scores at such a moment. There were far more pressing matters awaiting his resolution. The lantern was cast into the air by Anriel, suspended beside him as if caught in a tempest of darkness. He surged toward the 4th floor, heading toward the desolate corridor guarded by Lu Wei, the sole passage leading to the Philosopher's Stone. Now that the silencing charm had enveloped much of the school, Anriel could scarcely concern himself with Furk and Harry Potter. It was highly probable that Quirrell and Voldemort were already in the basement. There remained a slim chance. He could only pray that they would not encounter Voldemort directly. As Anriel approached the corridor, he discerned the faint yet ferocious barking of the 3-headed dog, a sound that even the silencing charm could not entirely muffle. This indicated that Quirrell, despite having discovered the means to navigate past it, had not opted for a conventional and secure approach to access the trapdoor. Time was slipping away. The longer he delayed, the lesser the likelihood of Voldemort acquiring the Philosopher's Stone. In truth, there was yet another reason. The existence of Anriel has truly instilled a sense of crisis within Voldemort. However, This sense of urgency does not stem from fear of Anriel. Fear is an emotion that cannot penetrate the barren emotional landscape of Voldemort's being. Instead, he coldly contrasts his current state of mere survival, teetering on the brink of existence, with the vigorous health and spirited demeanor of Dumbledore, alongside the formidable offspring who has inexplicably emerged. Clearly, even the most arrogant of Riddle must acknowledge that this situation is exceedingly disadvantageous for him. To act rashly, driven by pride, would be sheer folly. Thus, he resolutely commands Quirrell to attempt to seize the Philosopher's Stone that very night. Despite his uncertainty regarding how to navigate the various challenges set by the professors, including those posed by Anriel, a foreboding sensation looms over Anriel. As he harbors no doubt that he and Dumbledore have instilled a sense of urgency in Voldemort, a wave of irritation inexplicably rises within him as a thick, blinding beam of red light streaks across the air, engulfing the massive hound. The colossal, three-headed dog collapses with a thunderous crash, drool spilling from its jaws as it succumbs to unconsciousness. A resounding explosion follows, sending fragments of the trapdoor flying. Before leaping into the abyss, Anriel notices remnants of torn clothing caught between the dog's claws, stained with dark red blood. This signifies that Voldemort, the dark wizard who has cast years of terror over England, is in a state of desperation. How amusing. He has chosen the most impulsive, arrogant, and ultimately futile course of action, a forceful breakthrough. He no longer cares for the life of the servant's body he inhabits. He should have first ventured into the Forbidden Forest to hunt for some unicorns. The source of Anriel's vexation was finally revealed, when one harbors lofty expectations of an adversary. It is disconcerting to encounter their insidious tactics that belittle one's dignity, leaving one to feel shame in opposing such a foe, especially when just moments prior, one was brimming with anticipation for the impending battle. The blinding light, akin to that of an electric welder, not only dispelled the infernal web but also incinerated certain unfortunate remnants, turning them to ash as the winds and dust from the gaping hole in the ceiling swirled into oblivion. A fresh and serpentine trail of blood snaked its way to the door of the key room, where the wooden door stood ajar, revealing a scene of utter disarray, frozen shards and keys strewn across the floor, suggesting a violent intrusion. Yet the door, despite its rough treatment, remained obediently unlocked. It appeared that a formidable multi-freezing spell had been employed. For such a novice, the depletion of physical strength and magical energy was almost inevitable. All of this bore witness to the fact that the patience of the individual ahead had undoubtedly reached its breaking point. Anriel twisted the key that had not even been removed from the door and proceeded forward. The chess room lay in utter disarray, as Chilo had completely obliterated the white pieces, achieving his objective of passage. The White King lay shattered, while the Queen and Rook were cleaved into fragments by an unknown spell, scattered across the ground. The debris and rubble appeared to protest the challenger's brute force in surmounting this trial, rather than relying on intellect. On to the next chamber. Anriel let out a disdainful snort, casting a glance at the colossal creature that Chilo had summoned. This abomination had long since bypassed the stage of unconsciousness, having been summoned directly by the Grim Reaper for a midnight repast. Its grotesque and menacing visage was forever frozen upon its diminutive and foolish head, while its rolled-back eyes filled Anriel with a wave of nausea. As for the examination set forth by the potions professor, Anriel closed his eyes and strode directly through two meaningless walls of fire. Quirrell followed suit. The flames licked at his body, yet they were feeble, inflicting no harm upon Anriel. Only the school uniform he wore was reduced to ashes, dissipating into the wind within mere breaths. Fortunately, Anriel was clad in a fire dragon hide armor beneath it. In the room stood a figure. However, unlike the greedy and ambitious Quirrell that Harry Potter had encountered, the man before Anriel appeared disheveled, with his tattered robes marred by charred spots and hardened clots of blood. His long scarf lay in disarray upon the floor, while the back of his head bore the grotesque and furious visage of Voldemort. As for Quirrell himself, Anriel glimpsed in the mirror the perfect amalgamation of regret, astonishment, anguish, and terror etched upon his face. This foolish man had finally come to the realization that Voldemort cared nothing for his life. He was not the savior of his master, but merely a disposable pawn, previously of some use, now rendered worthless. Voldemort's face was turned away, allowing him to see Anriel before Quirrell did. Truth be told, he would have preferred to encounter some professors or a few naive, innocent, and passionately weak children over Anriel. Anriel appeared alone in this moment, and in Voldemort's eyes, it signified that Dumbledore believed him capable of addressing this matter independently. Kill him. Voldemort's hoarse roar echoed, compelling Quirrell to temporarily abandon his futile study of those wretched mirrors. Indeed, it was these mirrors, at that very moment. Within the confines of this room, which was not particularly small, stood 7 towering floor-length mirrors arranged in a circular formation. All 7 were the infamous Ares mirrors, with 6 of them being forgeries that Anriel had tampered with. Quirrell's sanity was nearing the brink of collapse. If the disparity between the authentic and the counterfeit were the only issue, it might have been bearable. The true torment lay in the fact that the moment he saw himself in the mirror handing the sorcerer's stone to Voldemort, a piercing agony surged through his mind, as though his very soul were being rent asunder. Regardless of the outcome today, he could no longer remain at Hogwarts. His wounds refused to heal, and the cursed injuries inflicted by that hellish 3-headed dog continued to bleed. Should this evidence remain, Snape would undoubtedly end his life by tomorrow. To speak candidly, Quirrell's resolve was faltering. Who could maintain their composure in such dire circumstances, facing Anriel, cloaked in smoke and renowned for his lineage as Dumbledore's illegitimate son? Furthermore, Quirrell no longer believed that Voldemort could offer him any strength, let alone the confidence to confront Anriel. Yet, caught between 2 dark wizards, he found himself compelled to act. A look of terror etched upon his face. It felt as though his body no longer belonged to him, but to the visage looming over him from the back of his head. His actions had long ceased to be a manifestation of his own will. The chilling sound of bones cracking filled the air, followed by a peculiar, muffled whimpering. Quirrell's cries of anguish were silenced, as if an invisible hand had seized his throat, choking off his voice. Anriel was utterly unsurprised. What did he think was affixed to the back of his head? No matter how destitute or feeble he became, it was still a fragment of a soul. The soul of a notorious dark wizard with sentience. Voldemort had seized control of Quirrell's body, forcefully twisting his arm to his own side. Voldemort harbored no trust in Quirrell, not even the most fundamental trust, nor the willingness to die for his master. It was better this way, of course. It was worth noting that a faction of Death Eaters, represented by Mr. Malfoy, also fell short in this regard, but that was of little consequence. Malfoy and his ilk still possessed some utility. Driven by fear, they would act upon Voldemort's commands. However deceitfully, at least they would take action. Quirrell had just been rendered motionless by the overwhelming presence of both Anriel and Voldemort. In any case, Mr. Riddle had temporarily taken command of this weak, greedy, ignorant, and incompetent servant's body. Anriel must confront his grievously injured form. A streak of emerald light sliced through the air, shattering a stone tile at Anriel's previous location. Voldemort's cold and frenzied serpent-like eyes narrowed. Had that wretch just performed a disapparation? No, it was inconceivable within the confines of Hogwarts. Countless ropes, as thick as a small arm, erupted from the 6 mirrors behind Voldemort, writhing like serpents. In the blink of an eye, they ensnared Voldemort's body, binding him tightly. Even if 1 or 2 were burned or severed, it would not impede the simultaneous assault from all 6 mirrors. A figure emerged slowly from one of the mirrors. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a puppet crafted from ropes, resembling Anriel. The effigy delivered a kick that sent Voldemort crashing to the ground. Enraged, Voldemort roared in fury, feeling utterly humiliated. Yet there was no recourse. Humiliation had befallen him. A plume of black smoke detached from the back of his head, surging towards the stone wall behind the mirrors, vanishing into it, escaping through the crevices and pipes, fleeing in the most despicable and humble manner. Anriel emerged from the flickering flames at the entrance, casting a glance at the lifeless body of Quirrell on the ground, and gently shook his head. The technique of phantasmic translocation was a method of teleportation employed by wizards. What relevance did Hogwarts' restrictive spells hold for him? Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution and to prevent Voldemort from executing a desperate last stand through Quirrell's body, Anriel opted to manipulate a dummy to conclude the confrontation. Even though a fragment of Voldemort's soul had managed to escape, it was evident that even if Anriel himself had brought the battle to a close, he could not contain Voldemort. He was but a mere specter, devoid of physical form. How could one capture that? Perhaps it was best to let it be. Having been vanquished by an infant previously, he had succumbed to ignorance and malice. This time, he fell to a youth, his downfall stemming from arrogance and overconfidence. Anriel descended the steps slowly, casting a fleeting glance at the soul-authentic mirror. With a delicate wave of his wand, the remaining 6 floor mirrors disintegrated into ephemeral wisps. He reached into the mirror's surface, where the watery reflection distorted and fragmented the image within. As he withdrew his hand, a vivid crimson object materialized in his grasp. Snap! Anriel casually discarded it onto the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. Was the magical stone so effortlessly disposed of? Certainly not. It was merely a shard of glass, glistening like a red crystal. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance, followed by the startled exclamations of Professor Minerva McGonagall and the intake of breath from the esteemed headmaster. Professor Flitwick. A wisp of white floated past. It was the headmaster's long, white beard. Anriel stepped aside to grant him passage. The headmaster bent down to retrieve a vivid red fragment, squinting at it before turning his gaze towards Anriel. Beneath the crescent-shaped lenses, his blue eyes sparkled with childlike glee. Indeed, one could witness that innocent exuberance in such an elderly figure, reminiscent of a mischievous child reveling in the success of a small scheme. The four heads of house standing at the doorway, with the exception of Professor Snape, appeared utterly astonished. This reaction was hardly surprising, aside from Dumbledore and Snape, who were somewhat prepared. The other professors, despite their awareness of Anriel's identity and alleged prowess, remained skeptical. Ultimately, without tangible evidence, it was quite difficult to convince them that a 12-year-old child possessed such formidable combat capabilities. A second-year student vanquishing Voldemort? My goodness, it's enough to boggle the mind. Had this assertion been made prior to these events, one would have been swiftly dispatched to St. Mungo's psychiatric ward for immediate treatment, bypassing even the observation period. Anriel. Let us first take Mr. Quirrell's body upstairs. In a certain sense, he is also a pitiable soul. Indeed, Quirrell could be regarded as a tragic figure. The regret and anguish etched upon his face when Voldemort abandoned him were unmistakable. Regrettably, the moment he succumbed to Voldemort's manipulation, he forfeited any right to make demands. To be honest, sir, I didn't expect him to, perish so abruptly. I mean, once the possessing soul departs, the host, be it animal or human, cannot survive for long, correct? Anriel leaned closer to Dumbledore, softly inquiring. The sorrowful Dumbledore, walking ahead, nodded in agreement. I fear you are correct, my child. When two souls share a single body, particularly when one is a dying wretch, the vessel pays a steep price, suffering irreversible and irreparable damage. It is akin to forcibly pouring 2 jars of water into one container. Inevitably, it will burst. A flicker of sadness crossed Dumbledore's blue eyes. Indeed, Quirrell was merely a pitiable and tragic figure, having succumbed to his own greed and desires. To speak candidly, Anriel did not perceive Quirrell's demise as a matter worthy of lamentation. Dumbledore possessed a profound compassion for all beings, yet Anriel did not share this sentiment. For Anriel, safeguarding those who were dear to him was already a formidable challenge. He would save those who held utility. As for the others, their demise mattered little. In other words, to him, Quirrell's death held no significance. Anriel harbors a profound disdain for individuals like Chilo. He bears a striking resemblance to his father in this regard. Moreover, not only Grindelwald, but also Voldemort, share this sentiment. They possess an intense abhorrence for those deemed disloyal. For instance, Anriel holds a considerable admiration for Bellatrix Lestrange. Undoubtedly, individuals of her ilk are not easily subdued. It is a stroke of fortune for Voldemort to have secured such devoted subordinates, regardless of their mental instability. One need only observe the unwavering loyalty exhibited by this couple. The Lestrange's willingness to endure imprisonment for their master often leaves Anriel in a state of poignant reflection. However, in comparison to Bellatrix's distorted affection intertwined with her loyalty, her husband appears somewhat more detached. Anriel vaguely recalled that Bella's husband was named Rodolphus, who, prior to his incarceration in Azkaban, had developed a cruel disposition and exhibited tendencies towards abuse, embodying the ideals of pureblood supremacy. He willingly employed dark magic to torment the Longbottoms, demonstrating a level of brutality that was beyond description. Yet, he displayed no reaction to his impending imprisonment in Azkaban. This was peculiar, for Bella had raised a considerable uproar before being cast into the dark abyss, firmly believing that Voldemort would come to her rescue, thus showing no concern about spending years, even decades, within the prison's walls. In stark contrast, Rodolphus, an equally fervent follower, exhibited an unsettling calmness. How strange. However, Anriel merely pondered this briefly before redirecting his thoughts. There remained a significant distinction between the father and son and Voldemort. For instance, while Voldemort was narrow-minded, Grindelwald possessed the capacity to tolerate, even admire, those adversaries steadfast in their beliefs. He regarded their ability to maintain a semblance of faith amidst fear when confronted by him as quite commendable. In contrast, those who easily forsake their principles for personal gain or safety were nothing more than contemptible scoundrels. Nevertheless, exceptions existed, much like Severus Snape. Love compels one to sacrifice everything, akin to a capricious maiden who pays no heed to the cost, only to carelessly discard her prize, or risk losing it forever for any reason. It is both terrifying and captivating. As for Wordtail, we do not count vermin, do we? While Severus Snape contemplated these notions of faith and loyalty, Anriel and his companions had arrived at the entrance of the basement, ensnared beneath the web of darkness. Perhaps too much had transpired that night, or perhaps it was the lack of sleep, but Anriel overlooked certain trivialities, at least, trivial in his estimation. Anriel lightly touched the ground with her toes, and, amidst 4 astonished gazes, soared straight through the trapdoor. Upon witnessing the unconscious 3-headed dog, a sudden recollection of her recent actions struck her, followed by a wave of headache. How should she explain this? 3 days later, during dinner in the hall, Albus Dumbledore rapped his high goblet, his voice resonating through the ears of every individual engaged in conversation or dining. May I have your attention, please? There are some matters that require announcement. Please return to your respective seats. Firstly, it is with great sorrow that I must inform you all that, due to unavoidable circumstances, our beloved Professor Quirrell has departed from us forever. Dumbledore raised his glass, and in the ensuing silence, the assembly seemed to grasp the gravity of the moment. Collectively lifting their goblets in solemn acknowledgement, Anriel arched an eyebrow, remaining motionless. Ah, indeed, it is an undeniable force. Moreover, the enigmatic figure, what I mean to say is, Voldemort. The majority of the assembly visibly shuddered, having recently conspired for a return. A wave of murmurs swept through the hall, prompting Dumbledore to once again tap his goblet to restore order. This conspiracy has claimed the life of one of our professors. However, one of our classmates has seen through it. Dumbledore, with a smile upon his face, proclaimed. He valiantly and decisively thwarted the scheme with his own strength. The whispers within the hall grew louder, as people exchanged glances, and several of Anriel's classmates appeared to have realized something, looking over in astonishment. Upon feeling several intense gazes upon him, Anriel boldly stood up. In an instant, it seemed that the entire hall's attention was focused on him. At that moment, he was the center of attention. Well, never mind. That was rather overdramatic. Anriel suddenly felt a surge of anxiety, her posture no longer as upright. Dumbledore timely intervened to alleviate the tension. Thus, I have decided to award a small medal to Mr. Grindelwald, in recognition of his exceptional contributions to the safety of the school. The murmurs at the Ravenclaw table grew increasingly animated, as students who comprehended the significance of the Special Contribution Award could no longer contain their excitement. This implied that he had secured a reward of 500 points for his house. A long silence ensued. The sudden eruption of cheers was so overwhelming that Anriel thought she had gone deaf. All houses, except for Slytherin, were fervently celebrating the reward of 500 points, combined with Ravenclaw's already second-place score, signified the House Cup. Although the term had yet to conclude, the students appeared to have already commenced their festivities. Anriel suddenly became the center of attention, usurping the spotlight from Harry Potter and his 2 companions, becoming the focal point of everyone's admiration. This sensation was delightful, albeit overshadowed by the fervent gazes from female classmates and seniors. It wasn't that he held no interest in the fairer sex, rather, their demeanor struck him as rather pedestrian. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Anriel returned to his solitary dormitory. As for the impending final examinations, let us not jest. Even if Anriel were to forego a single subject, astronomy, he would undoubtedly retain his unassailable position as the top student in his grade. Moreover, have we forgotten something? No, not at all. The genuine Philosopher's Stone had now transformed into a pair of bracelets, a duo of rings, and an exquisite necklace. The remaining stone powder had been meticulously refined by Anriel into a vial of potion, which he carefully stored away. Anriel harbored little interest in such matters, for he was not engaged in alchemy. However, there would always be individuals in need of it. Rather than concocting addictive elixirs of immortality, this vibrant, blood-red stone, smooth and lustrous like jade, was far more suitable for adornment. Anriel remained uncertain about the conversation that transpired between Dumbledore and Nicodemus. Yet it was clear that the magical stone now belonged to him. Indeed, Dumbledore was aware of and sanctioned this arrangement. On the night of transporting the Mirror of Erist, Anriel had playfully proposed this idea to Dumbledore, and to his surprise, the elder agreed, thus finalizing their entire plan. This meant that even if Quirrell were to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, it would merely be a worthless piece of glass. The true Philosopher's Stone had never strayed more than a foot from Anriel's side. Quirrell, who understands, my friends, to perish for a counterfeit? One is not alone in that fate, no mercy. Weeks later, as the final examinations concluded, some reveled in joy while others were less than jubilant. Nevertheless, regardless of who it was, perhaps excluding the Slytherins, everyone was exhilarated at the feast prior to the holiday. Anriel once again felt the thrill of being in the limelight. To be candid, it was rather pleasant. The medal for his special contribution to the school was displayed in the trophy room, hanging beside that of Tom Riddle. Was he, too, in such a state at his end-of-year celebration? Perhaps the attendees regarded Riddle with an added glimmer of reverence akin to that for a savior. At platform 9 3/4, Anriel paused. The silver-eyed eagle atop his staff gazed intently at all before him. The exuberant Weasley family, with their fiery hair, was currently ushering Harry towards the exit. The aloof Malfoy family, with Lucius reprimanding Draco for reasons unknown, Neville and his formidable, commanding grandmother, and Cho Chang, who was waving a farewell in his direction. Anriel politely nodded and shifted his gaze back to Harry Potter, who was blissfully unaware that he had narrowly escaped a calamity, eagerly engaging in conversation with the Weasley children. However, it was evident that the topic of discussion would no longer revolve around their thrilling escapades in safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone. Anriel let out a light chuckle as he boarded the train for his return journey, a stick of licorice held between his lips. He closed his eyes and gradually drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he found himself transported back to the world he once inhabited. No longer an orphan in the confines of an orphanage, two elderly gentlemen, their beards flecked with gray, guided him through a life of simplicity and joy, nurturing him as he grew, leading a life that was unremarkable yet fulfilling. How peculiar. As his thoughts began to meander, Anriel found himself yearning for those advanced and convenient tools of yesteryear. Perhaps he could spark a technological revolution of his own. The sky darkened, and a thunderclap echoed outside, soon followed by a torrential downpour. In England, such weather was hardly uncommon. Could it be the work of wizards? No, surely not. The statute of secrecy must hold some degree of restraint. Yet, Anriel's peculiar musings seemed unperturbed by such regulations. It appeared that this world lacked elemental mages. The dashing sorcerers who wielded wands to summon chaotic elements seemed to be mere figments of imagination. One could not be certain. Perhaps old Dumbledore truly might exist. The white-robed Isthel, feeling somewhat embarrassed, had inadvertently crossed into another narrative. Upon reflection, it seemed that necromancers were absent as well, with only ghouls to be found, indicating significant limitations. Anriel resolved that he would certainly seize any opportunity that came his way. Thus, the summer vacation commenced, a thought that lingered in his mind. However, this did not deter him from turning over and continuing to slumber. For Anriel, this summer, or perhaps the last, and indeed all future breaks, represented a time of unrestrained freedom. He could pursue whatever he desired, unbothered by anyone. His legal guardian, Ms. Bashida Bashart, was currently indulging in a global holiday. As a widely recognized author of magical history, she possessed a deeper understanding of Muggle life than over 99% of witches and wizards. Consequently, under her deliberate concealment, no troubles would arise, nor would there be any cause for concern. As for Anriel's current guardian, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, the chief wizard of the Wisengamot, a knight of the First Order of Merlin, and the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, most importantly. He also happened to be Anriel's only living direct relative from the previous generation, being a blood relation. In essence, owing to this connection, Anriel's status at Hogwarts could be that of a student or possibly a teaching assistant, while the house elves in the kitchen referred to him as young sir or young master. Among other titles, this multifaceted individual was currently nestled in his warm cocoon of blankets, intending to sleep until the sun reached its zenith. He had stayed up late the previous night, engrossed in the endeavor of crafting his own unique spell. This task could not be conducted in an empty classroom, as any misstep might lead to disastrous consequences, such as an explosion. It was evident that the distance from the room of requirement to the staff lounge or directly to Ravenclaw Tower was not a short one. Nonetheless, Dumbledore seemed indifferent to this, allowing Anriel his indulgence. After all, the old gentleman himself possessed a few handy spells of his own invention, which was a positive thing. However, had Dumbledore been aware of the nature of Anriel's research, perhaps he would have reconsidered his stance. Anriel's demand transformed this room into a sturdy iron cube, containing only himself and his adversary, a piece of training armor that was not only mobile, but also remarkably agile. This was not the first of its kind, nor would it be the last. Ice Age. Anriel's fingers gracefully reached into the air, and delicate ice crystals radiated outward from her fingertips. Instantly, the temperature in the room plummeted as countless icicles crystallized in midair, their sharp tips glinting with a terrifying chill. The training armor was encrusted with thick layers of frost, significantly diminishing its forward momentum. With a mere flick of his hand, Anriel summoned a multitude of sharp ice spikes that instantly transformed the armor into a sieve. Feeling somewhat melodramatic, he called forth our flame. In an instant, the frigid atmosphere dissipated, replaced by a wave of searing heat that enveloped him. The fierce and fiery tongues of flame ravenously licked at the already battered armor, molten iron cascading to Anriel's feet, yet halting a mere foot away, solidifying into a massive lump of metal. The potency of these elemental spells was unequivocal, as long as Anriel possessed a clear understanding of their might within his mind. He could manifest them through his magical energy. However, he overlooked one crucial and perilous factor: the consumption of stamina or magical energy. Even a vigorous Albus Dumbledore could only sustain approximately 10 high-level spells before succumbing to exhaustion, muscle fatigue, and the mental toll of overexertion. It was only the inhuman Anriel who could maintain such incantations over an extended period. No, they were not yet complete spells, merely incantations. As for the wand, a wizard or witch's magical aptitude could be expressed through nearly any object. Yet the wand and spells represent the most efficient and effective combination discovered through generations of personal experimentation. For Anriel, with his devilish physique, the distinction was minimal. Whether wielding a wand or any other magical apparatus, or even casting spells barehanded, Anriel possessed the spellcasting prowess of a demon lord. Hours later, Anriel appeared in the kitchen to procure his breakfast. Perhaps it was brunch, who could say? After finishing, he busied himself concocting new potions or poisons, idly wandering the castle, occasionally transforming into a hawk to engage in some post-meal exercise. This constituted a day in Anriel's holiday, with a routine that, while similar, offered unique delights each day, a stark contrast to the plight of Mr. Harry Potter. This unfortunate savior might currently be preoccupied with unpaid labor for the family with whom he resided. At merely second year, Harry had not received the love he rightfully deserved during these 12 years in the so-called home. Anriel is 100 times more fortunate than him. If Harry Potter embodies the spirit of perseverance, enduring hardship, ultimately evolving to vanquish the Dark Lord, then Anriel stands directly at the pinnacle of that journey, a paragon of elegance and the quintessential dragon overlord. However, it is entirely possible that Anriel may turn out to be the ultimate antagonist. Anriel could distinctly perceive that since his enrollment, Dumbledore's attention towards him had evidently surpassed that bestowed upon the original little hero. Perhaps it was that the elder, having spent most of his life in selflessness, could finally afford to be selfish in the softer moments of his twilight years. Or perhaps this great, world-renowned wizard had finally discovered a way to confront Voldemort head-on without necessitating widespread, tragic sacrifices. Regardless of the reason, it was undoubtedly beneficial for Anriel. The weather was splendid. With the warmth of spring radiating all around, a shadow darted across the lake's depths, and everything was enveloped in tranquility and beauty. As Anriel faced the gentle breeze, thoughts began to unfold. At 11:58 p.m. on number 4, Yobal Road, Harry Potter found himself gazing at the antiquated alarm clock perched on his bedside table, acutely aware that his birthday was fast approaching. Yet, within him, there resided not a trace of joy, for this place, which he could barely call home, was devoid of warmth. Could this truly be deemed a home? He was uncertain. Yet never before had he been so unequivocally aware of one truth: the castle that he could genuinely call home lay 1,000 miles away. There, he was surrounded by family, friends, and the extraordinary, where everyone practiced magic, and he was not regarded as an oddity, but rather embraced as one of their own. Harry's gaze fixated on the small glass of the clock, his thoughts drifting far beyond the confines of his current reality. It seemed that everyone there recognized him. Even though he was merely an ordinary first-year Gryffindor boy, his friend Ron had explained that this recognition stemmed from a dark wizard whose name could not be spoken. And it appeared that something significant had transpired this year, though it had been dealt with by the upperclassmen. In the end, they remained perplexed regarding the connection between the stone and Voldemort. A second-year Ravenclaw student adeptly resolved all the queries, bringing immense honor to their house. Although their efforts proved somewhat futile, fortunately, no one was harmed. From Professor Dumbledore's remarks during the feast and the astonished gazes of the other students, Harry surmised that the situation was exceedingly perilous. He cherished the atmosphere in Gryffindor, yet lamented that they had once again secured the last position. They were only a few points ahead of the second-to-last Hufflepuff. Frustrated, Harry thought it must be Snape's doing, as he consistently deducted unnecessary points from Gryffindor. This thought filled Harry with a tinge of shame. He merely sought to vent his feelings of guilt upon Snape, especially since he and his foolish friends had cost their house 20 points. However, Ron's twin brothers had reassured them that such occurrences were quite common, and there was no need for excessive self-reproach. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Harry could not help but yawn, burying his head into his pillow, which was far less comfortable than the four-poster bed adorned with the school emblem. Time passed unnoticed as he gradually closed his eyes, slipping into a sleep devoid of sweet dreams. Upon reopening his eyes, he could hear Aunt Petunia's voice outside, urging him to get out of bed with an unexpectedly loud tone, which did not quite match her shrill pitch. Here, he felt far from a wizard. He resembled more of a servant or a menial worker. Harry pondered dismally, especially since none of his friends from school had written to him, offering even the slightest morsel of news, which further dampened his spirits. Unbeknownst to him, the visit from Dobby that evening would only exacerbate his gloom. However, perhaps, just perhaps, such occurrences would no longer be a part of his reality. That evening, when a man resembling his uncle, broad-faced and thick-necked, with a head and face slick with grease, arrived with his wife as guests, an unexpected event unfolded. Upstairs, Harry Potter gazed in astonishment at the house elf in his room, who was bouncing about energetically. Meanwhile, downstairs, a seemingly ordinary dinner was taking place. Suddenly, time appeared to freeze at that moment. In the next heartbeat, a formidable hawk, its eyes gleaming with menace, shattered the glass and crashed into the room. The bird, as if nothing had transpired, proceeded to preen its feathers, dislodging a few harmless shards of glass. The lady, terrified of birds, emitted a sharp scream before fainting backward. Yet, if she had been able to think clearly, she might have realized that losing consciousness could indeed be a preferable option. In the astonished gazes of the builder and the drill supplier, the hawk descended, spread its wings, and astonishingly transformed. A young man clad in black materialized in the living room. "I'm sorry, but it appears there is no text provided for me to edit or translate. Please provide the content you would like me to work on." Anriel brushed off the dust from his trench coat and casually waved his wand towards the masons. A blinding beam of white light swept across the sides of their heads. Obliviate. A shimmering aura enveloped the two muggles, their gazes growing increasingly dazed. Anriel was not particularly inclined to gradually amend their memories from today. "So, is the purpose of this delightful gathering you orchestrated today merely to showcase the drilling machine to me?" Anriel cast a questioning glance at Desley, who numbly nodded in response. A surge of blue light intertwined with the white halo, fabricating a fragment of memory that drifted into the minds of the builder couple, where one could faintly discern the scene of amicable farewells among several individuals at the conclusion of the banquet. Anriel's choice was to erase their memories from the past several hours entirely, replacing them with a new narrative. The Mason couple, moving in a mechanical stupor, exited the door, leaving the Dursleys in a state of alarm as they watched them depart, closing the door behind them. When the three turned to gaze at Anriel, this unexpected intruder, he was already clutching a letter signed by the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. It appeared that Miss Mafalda had issued this warning without a full understanding of Anriel's true nature. Well, how much could one earn in a month to be this diligent? With a casual wave of his hand, an exquisite sheet of golden parchment floated before him, as if an invisible quill were gracefully inscribing upon its surface, revealing deep blue ink. "Dear Madame Mafalda, before you cast doubt upon my intentions, I implore you to graciously ascend the stairs and inquire of a gentleman named Cornelius Fudge, as well as the esteemed Mrs. Bones on the second floor, whether they would be inclined to mobilize the oars. Of course, one must not disregard the possibility of their collective demise. However, rest assured, this is not a threat. For further details, please consult the illustrious Chief Warlock of Wisingamot, Mr. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Should you verify the aforementioned matters, I trust you will comprehend that reasonable constraints upon underage wizards hold little significance for me. Thus, I wish you a pleasant evening. Yours sincerely, Gellert Grindelwald." This should be considered a note, rather than a letter. Anriel read through the document, feeling a sense of satisfaction, and then twisted the paper, watching it vanish into a blaze of blue flames. He turned to face the two astonished individuals, beaming with a radiant smile. "Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Dursley." This was, in fact, an entrance he had meticulously orchestrated, strikingly impressive and aligned with his own aesthetic sensibilities, while also serving to instill a significant sense of intimidation. However, it was evident that such a grand entrance would only heighten Vernon Dursley's embarrassment and provoke his ire. "You stop," Anriel commanded, extending a finger towards Vernon's plump visage. In the next moment, it was as though his throat had been suddenly constricted, his purple face puffed up, yet he could not utter a single syllable. "I know what you wish to say. Indeed, I am trespassing. You could call the authorities, initiate legal action, or even charge at me like a rabid dog. These are all options available to you. However, There is one course of action I would recommend you take right now. Be silent and remain there to listen. Anriel glanced at Vernon's reaction. Sensing that her words had taken effect, she then turned her gaze towards the ceiling. To the two little eavesdroppers upstairs, I give you 5 seconds to come down. Both of you must descend, and do not attempt to play tricks on me, especially you, the domesticated house elf. The voice of Anriel possesses a remarkable penetrating quality, in the most literal sense of the term. Above, Harry and Dobby are grimacing in agony, clutching their heads as a sudden, sharp pain akin to a needle's prick seizes them momentarily. Moments later, the living room is graced by the presence of a bizarre creature, which Aunt Petunia deems utterly filthy, alongside a lean little boy whom she also perceives as dirty. It is difficult to ascertain which of the two, the diminutive elf or the small boy, elicits more irritation from Aunt Petunia. Anriel turned to Harry, stating, "You have half an hour now to gather your belongings." Under Anriel's watchful gaze, Vernon surrendered the key to the cupboard that housed Harry's magical possessions. In truth, even had he refrained from doing so, it would have been futile. Tossing the key to Harry, Anriel then shifted his attention to the Malfoy family's house elf, Dobby. Truth be told, Anriel harbored a dislike for the creature, and the reasons were quite straightforward. Dobby was not a particularly loyal little fellow. Although disloyalty in the presence of a master like Lucius Malfoy was hardly a grave concern, the elf's excessive self-interest, coupled with a lack of courage to rebel, was irksome. Yet, all that Dobby had done for Harry seemed rooted in genuine goodwill. How to articulate this? In any case, Anriel found it utterly unacceptable. Anriel regards both Wormtail and Dobby with an equal measure of disdain. The juxtaposing these two individuals does seem somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, they represent opposing factions, one embodying virtue and the other embodying malevolence. Yet, for Anriel, their actions are equally unpalatable, and his perception of them remains unaltered by their allegiances or behaviors. As a figure of authority, Anriel harbors a particular aversion to such characters. Conversely, he holds a profound admiration for both Mad-Eye Moody and Bellatrix Lestrange, devoid of any prejudice based on their loyalties. Betrayal for the sake of conviction may be somewhat forgivable. Regardless of its acceptability, it can at least be comprehended. However, the majority of betrayals arise from self-serving motives, driven by a desire for personal safety. Such trivial motivations for treachery evoke a disdainful chuckle. Of course, there exists betrayal motivated by love, a topic deserving of separate consideration. Love, in its capricious nature, casts aside all notions of belief, allegiance, loyalty, and even the sanctity of life when it manifests. The most rational love, though not entirely absent, is a rarity. Have you ever encountered it? I certainly have not. Naturally, from any standpoint, be it status or otherwise, there is little to be said between Anriel and the diminutive house elf. The elf bowed obsequiously, or rather, with a comically exaggerated twitch of its body, it vanished from the living room with a resounding pop, executing a disapparition. Allow me to clarify. I am Anriel, the senior to your nephew, here today with the purpose of escorting him away. To where, you may ask? Vernon blurted out, only to realize that his ability to speak freely was no longer constrained, prompting a few unseemly syllables to escape his lips. Mr. Dursley, I advise you to refine your manners. This is your first warning, and I sincerely hope it will be your last, regardless of your relation to Harry. Anriel's gaze suddenly turned frosty, his penetrating stare slicing through Uncle Vernon, who flinched as if struck by lightning. He then quieted somewhat. Yet his face remained a deep shade of purple, radiating palpable anger. Clearly, the question he posed was intended to elicit a response akin to that of a reformatory or prison. This would certainly serve to keep you in check, Mr. Dursley. Anriel's striking, sharp eyes were fixed on the staircase as he spoke nonchalantly. His voice reached Vernon's ears like a shard of ice sliding into his veins. The sound of a suitcase being dragged down the stairs echoed, and Harry's figure appeared at the top, standing beside a trunk that was taller than he was, gazing incredulously at his senior. So where was Anriel taking him? It hardly mattered, as long as it wasn't at the Dursleys. As long as he wasn't lingering on Privet Drive, he was willing to go anywhere. A few minutes later, the two stood by the roadside, the large suitcase hovering about half a foot above the ground. Anriel, where are we going? Harry still felt a bit dazed. Oh, there's no need to rush. We are waiting for a bus. Anriel extended his wand, while his other hand shielded the box beside him. In an instant, he leaped backward, taking Harry's box with him, yet leaving Harry himself behind. The very next moment, a double-decker bus came to a halt right before Harry, its front end a mere quarter of an inch from his nose. Ah, Harry exclaimed, stumbling back and landing unceremoniously on the ground. Hedwig flapped around in her cage nearby. Hey there, Lads, hop on. The bus door swung open with a bang, revealing a freckled young man clad in a conductor's uniform. Welcome aboard the night bus. This is Conductor Stan Shunpike. With a flourish of his wand, Anriel sent the trunk soaring to the luggage rack, turning to introduce it to the speechless Harry. Harry, just recovering from the fright of nearly being struck by a vehicle, was now grappling with the astonishing realization that this bus appeared to have descended from the heavens. All right, Stan, we are bound for Ottery St. Catchpole, 2 galleons. No need to search further. We must arrive before dawn tomorrow. Ah, all right. But mate, I mean to ask, have you reached adulthood? Anriel disregarded the individual, for the incessant chatter could persist for an eternity. With a resounding roar, the entire bus vanished into the night. Anriel lay comfortably on the bed, casting a glance at Harry, whose face had turned pale. It was evident that Mr. Potter preferred the exhilarating thrill of traveling on a broomstick, navigating through the bustling traffic with reckless abandon, a perilous endeavor, indeed, for someone raised in a Muggle household. Snap! Anriel snapped his fingers, and Harry turned to him. As a qualified young child, you must undoubtedly have many questions. Allow me to clarify. Then, Anriel, with a persuasive tone, proclaimed that his journey was solely to rescue Harry Potter from the depths of despair, allowing him to escape the torment of a hellish summer. The sincerity of his words and the authenticity of his emotions effectively ensnared the already bewildered savior in a web of persuasion. The result was remarkable. The guilt and gratitude etched on Harry's face served as the best testament to this. It is often said that mastering the art of persuasion is an essential skill in the workplace. The most crucial defensive skill, however, is the ability to humbly admit one's mistakes. But I digress. In summary, that is the essence of the matter. Anriel stifled a yawn and slowly began to speak. You heartless little one, the moment vacation begins, you seem to vanish into thin air. It's impossible to reach you. God knows if you're alive or what has become of you. Harry furrowed his brow. Anriel's words, delivered in a nonchalant tone, were rather unpleasant, leaving Harry feeling quite uneasy. However, considering that Anriel had only recently resolved a matter that posed a significant threat to the lives of the entire school, it was likely that the repercussions lingered. Anriel squinted slightly, as the emotional fluctuations of the 12-year-old before him were patently transparent. He could surmise what thoughts occupied Harry's mind. Thus, he continued, however, the fact that I have received you indicates that the worst has not yet transpired. Your good friend, Ron Weasley, appears to be genuinely concerned about your well-being. He has extended an invitation for you to stay at his home for a while. Instantly, Harry dismissed Anriel's earlier barbed remarks, his heart swelling with joy at the prospect of reuniting with his friend. Yet, a thought crossed his mind. No, I would rather not go to the Leaky Cauldron. I'm perfectly fine here. This time, it was Anriel's turn to furrow his brow. After a moment of reflection, Anriel understood. It's merely that he didn't write to you, which hardly warrants such a reaction. In truth, he did write. It's simply that you never received it. It appears I arrived a tad too early, before he had the opportunity to fetch the letter. Hey, don't be stubborn. At least listen to what he has to say. Anriel, having spoken, paid no further heed to Harry. She raised her hand to lower the brim of her travel hat, closed her eyes, and resolved to take a brief nap. Observing this, Harry felt somewhat bewildered. After glancing around, he noticed that there were not many awake witches and wizards on the train, so he decided to find a bed for himself and settled down to sleep. Ottery St. Catchpole Village. The voice of the conductor, Stan, rang in his ears, and in the next moment, Anriel immediately opened her eyes. Wake up, we have arrived. Anriel exhibited not a trace of fatigue upon his visage, nor any evidence to suggest he had just awakened. However, Harry was not as fortunate. It appeared he was not particularly fond of his inaugural journey on the night bus. Let us proceed to visit our red-haired friends, Anriel suggested, adjusting his coat against the gentle morning chill and waving his hand. The heavy trunk glided effortlessly along the ground, trailing behind Harry and Anriel as they ventured down a winding path leading out of the village. In the distance, on a secluded patch of wasteland, there lay a pile of stones that, in truth, constituted a structure. Having only read about it previously, Anriel was finally able to behold the reality today. With a slight murmur of wonder, he found himself at a loss for words to fully describe the dwelling, only able to conclude that it was indeed a humble abode. Good morning, Mrs. Weasley. Have you received a letter from Dumbledore? Anriel stood by the edge of the flower bed and inquired of the woman bustling about inside the half-open window. This plump and amiable lady glanced up in surprise, her mouth agape, before she turned and vanished behind the cupboard. A few moments later, she opened the door. Oh, Harry, I thought you wouldn't arrive until 10 o'clock. And Anriel, I truly appreciate your kindness. Anriel exchanged a few pleasantries with a smile, contemplating whether to stay for a meal and witness the unfolding drama surrounding the Harrow bicycle. Perhaps not. Regardless, considering Mrs. Wesley's warm hospitality, he would undoubtedly be invited to join for breakfast. Anriel casually waved his hand, and the chest ascended the staircase to the second floor, settling itself in Ron's room. Mrs. Weasley, her eyes wide with astonishment, recalled the rumors surrounding Anriel and, after a moment of realization, turned back to her bustling activities with the iron pot. Anriel surveyed the surroundings, while Harry curiously glanced around. To be frank, this house possesses a wild beauty. Anriel felt a twinge of concern regarding the potential for a landslide, but soon recognized this apprehension as unfounded. Otherwise, that enchanted clock would incessantly indicate the looming threat to life. However, at present, the hands of the clock seemed to be oriented solely towards home. The sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase, and shortly thereafter, a freckled boy with red hair, clad in his pajamas, emerged at the top of the stairs, exclaiming, "Harry." Upon seeing Ron, one of his two closest friends, Harry inexplicably felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Oh. Who was it that promised to write to him at every opportunity during the holiday? Was it Neville? If that were the case, at least it would be somewhat more forgivable that he had forgotten to write. Harry pressed his lips together, cast a glance at Ron, and then lowered his gaze. Ron, bewildered, was at a loss for what had transpired. After a moment's contemplation, he voiced the thoughts that had originally been on his mind. Hey, mate. This is rather ungracious of you. It's been ages, and you haven't replied to my letters. Letters? Harry was taken aback for a moment. Ron had already bounded down the stairs and was now chattering incessantly beside Anriel and Harry, recounting various trivial events that had unfolded since the holiday began. Presumably, he had included these anecdotes in his letters as well. Anriel could not suppress a chuckle. Fortunately, the two did not hear it. Following Ron's impulsive remarks, both parties exchanged information and reached a friendly consensus, mending past grievances and rekindling their camaraderie, which has now grown even more steadfast. A cause for celebration indeed. The two, filled with excitement, prepared to ascend the stairs for a chat, only to be brought down by Mrs. Weasley's authoritative roar, compelling them to assist in setting the table. However, it was only Ron who faced her ire. Curiously, Mrs. Weasley insisted that Anriel refrain from helping, despite the fact that he could effortlessly manage anything beyond the food preparations outlined in the first rule of Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, including plates and cutlery. Perhaps it was merely a means to keep the two mischievous second-year boys occupied. Anriel casually engaged in conversation with Mrs. Weasley. As a housewife in a large family, her concerns revolved primarily around the mundane aspects of daily life, groceries, household necessities, and the education and well-being of her children. Having been born in the land of Huaxia, Anriel was adept at navigating these topics, as the educational philosophies there are well-structured and varied, making it quite manageable to adapt to the British educational system. She inquired about the children's teachers, their experiences at school, and their academic performance. At this juncture, Anriel was reminded that she was already a third-year student and should select a few subjects that piqued her interest. Dumbledore had bestowed upon her ample autonomy in this regard. This was significant because Anriel had chosen to study divination, ancient magic, and wand lore, each subject more intriguing than the last. Among these, divination was perhaps the most conventional. There was no requirement that Anriel must study with Trelawney. The Grindelwald family possessed a lineage of seers, and Grindelwald himself had some proficiency in divination techniques, rendering her background sufficiently credible. Ancient magic encompassed various foreign magical traditions, including spells from the Merlin era and the dark sands of ancient Egyptian magic. In Dumbledore's words, it was decidedly unkind to one's hair. Lastly, there was wand lore. One would come to understand its complexities in due time. These subjects were challenging, obscure, tedious, and relatively esoteric. Dumbledore had not deterred Anriel. He merely stated that as long as she was eager to learn, she should pursue her studies. During the final days before her departure last year, coupled with correspondence over the holidays, Anriel had shared her course selections with her fellow students at Ravenclaw. Those who heard her in person were nearly taken aback, while those who received her letters assumed she was jesting. But enough of that. Mrs. Weasley had already brought forth a plate of buttered bread. At that moment, a red slipper peeked out from the staircase, not of the whimsical style favored by children. Yet the small foot within was evidently mismatched to the size of the slipper. Anriel lifted his head and found himself involuntarily gazing at the young girl for a moment longer. Ginny Weasley. To be candid, even from Anriel's discerning perspective, Ginny's appearance was quite commendable. In truth, it neither exceeded nor fell short of his mental expectations. Anriel cast a sidelong glance at Harry seated beside him, shrugged his shoulders, and thought to himself that the lad was indeed fortunate. With Mr. Weasley absent, likely working overtime, the twins took advantage of a brief respite when they descended the stairs, startling Percy in the process. Anriel observed a prominent vein pulsating, as if animated words were springing forth on Percy's forehead. "You too. Cease your antics at once. Come down for dinner," Mrs. Weasley bellowed, enunciating each word with fervor. However, the two mischief-makers paid little heed to her admonition, chuckling as they settled beside Harry, engaging in light-hearted banter. Anriel suddenly felt the sensation of being observed. However, upon glancing around, he could not discern the identity of the watcher. Ginny, on the opposite side, lowered her head, blinked, and fidgeted with the edge of her garment, refraining from casting another glance in Anriel and Harry's direction. The atmosphere at the dining table was quite relaxed, and Anriel was indeed the type to enliven the mood. However, he was somewhat surprised to find that, aside from the Weasley twins, it was Percy who engaged him in conversation the most. Upon reflection, this was understandable, for in the eyes of other students, Anriel was seen as the pinnacle of excellence. In terms of academic prowess, none could rival him. He left the younger students in awe and the older ones feeling a sense of embarrassment. Percy Weasley, on the other hand, exhibited a commendable willingness to learn. Though perhaps the phrase "not ashamed to ask questions" wasn't quite right, he was certainly diligent, eager for knowledge, and far superior to his two idle brothers who occasionally found themselves in trouble. Anriel did not hesitate. He had a rather favorable first impression of Percy. Aside from his stubbornness, he truly possessed no significant flaws. After dinner, Anriel casually mentioned the new teacher before tightening his long coat around himself and departing from the stone house that radiated a warm atmosphere. Honestly, wearing a trench coat was merely an attempt to appear stylish. It wouldn't be hot even in July or August. Stepping out, Anriel vanished into the Weasley family's backyard, leaving the twins, who had come to see him off, wide-eyed in disbelief, questioning whether they had misperceived the scene. "Mum, what an exceptional child he is. Truly worthy of Dumbledore's praise," remarked Mrs. Weasley. A week later, the book list for the current term at Hogwarts was delivered to each student's home by a flurry of barn owls dispatched by the school. It is noteworthy that Anriel lent a helping hand. He assisted in delivering messages, infiltrating a group of owls with a solitary hawk. He had contemplated this endeavor the previous year, but alas, both Dumbledore and Bathsheba required his communication, and time was truly insufficient during the summer. Initially, Dumbledore assumed Anriel was jesting, but soon realized the gravity of the situation. It became evident that Anriel relished the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the skies of England as a bird. Moreover, he was not devoid of purpose. He also had the opportunity to familiarize himself with the surroundings, which could be deemed a form of self-guided exploration. One must admit, it was quite a workout. In addition to conducting business and delivering book lists, Anriel seized opportunities to distribute several acceptance letters, including some for endeavors that piqued his interest, such as those for Ginny Weasley and Colin Creevey. When delivering the letter to the young lad, both he and his father were taken aback. Furthermore, how magnificent it is. Anriel hovered above a hill, a scroll of parchment bound to her feet. Below lay a peculiar edifice, its rugged and untamed style rivaling that of a humble abode. In form, it resembled a tilted cylindrical castle, akin to a rook from a game of chess. A massive cylindrical structure of obsidian stood before her. This was the abode of the Lovegoods. Xenophilius Lovegood, the editor of the eccentric publication, resided there, accompanied by a whimsical little fairy. Anriel remarked that it is difficult to ascertain the differences between Luna and the other children. It is that unique aura, that ethereal sensation. Anriel inclined her body slightly and swooped down towards the Blackstone abode. Anriel paused before a window, observing an elderly gentleman with disheveled hair, busily tinkering with a smoke-emitting contraption. Was that a photocopier? Uncertain, she decided to take a closer look. After gently tapping the glass twice with her beak, Anriel revealed her leg, which was bound with a scroll of parchment. The man, Xenophilius, displayed a look of sudden realization and hastily approached to open the window, allowing the owl to enter. It can be said that like father, like daughter, this eccentricity is indeed a remarkable inheritance. Anriel shook his wings, bowing gracefully under the astonished gaze of Xenophilius. In the next moment, he surged forward, transforming into a handsome youth, landing smoothly. The parchment scroll that had mysteriously vanished from his ankle was now clasped in Anriel's hand. With a polite smile, he presented the enrollment notice to Xenophilius. Good day, Mr. Lovegood. I'm a devoted reader of your magazine and a humble messenger from Hogwarts. You may call me Anriel. Xenophilius paused momentarily, his cotton candy-like hair bobbing up and down. Hello, hello. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward, and with a lack of engaging topics. Anriel took the initiative to bring one up. Mr. Lovegood, I found your latest article, Singing Contradictions, quite intriguing. To be honest, Xenophilius was not one to speak at length on his professional expertise without substance. There were tales of the Snorkak, the Puffskein, the bewildered vampires of the north, and centaurs. After merely 10 minutes of conversation with Xenophilius, Anriel felt a profound sense of the vastness of the world. Reflecting on how he had indeed lived long enough to witness the wonders akin to those in the life of Harry Potter. Even when Luna sleepily sauntered down from the rooftop, Anriel hardly noticed. Luna, come and see your enrollment notice as well as your elder from the academy, Xenophilius cheerfully announced. An elder from the academy? A question mark seemed to spring forth from Anriel's head. When I typed the question mark, it wasn't indicative of my confusion, but rather a reflection of my perception of your predicament. We were just discussing learning, were we not? Which esteemed institution do you claim to attend? How can you be so certain that your daughter shares the same academy as this child you've only just met for less than an hour? At this moment, the little question mark has made numerous acquaintances. Even more astonishingly, Xenophilius appeared to possess the ability to read minds. As he directly stated, everyone from the Lovegood family attending Hogwarts is in Ravenclaw. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming, leaving me momentarily speechless. Firstly, taking the husband's surname upon marriage means that, regardless of gender, all individuals are considered part of the Lovegood family. Oh, so non-Ravenclaw individuals are forbidden from marrying non-Ravenclaw individuals. Is that it? Secondly, regarding attendance at Hogwarts, what, if one is not sorted into Ravenclaw, does that preclude them from attending at all? Lastly, pray tell, how can you be so unequivocally certain of my Ravenclaw affiliation? It appears that in every tale, the squint-eyed, the madman, and the cantankerous old coot are invariably portrayed as monsters. Xenophilius embodies two of these archetypes. Anriel took a moment to compose herself before turning her gaze towards Luna. The young girl possessed a mane of tousled golden hair, interspersed with strands of brown, her complexion remarkably pale, bordering on ghostly. Her eyelids drooped slightly, imparting a drowsy yet surprisingly striking appearance. To be candid, Luna exuded an air of dishevelment, yet upon closer inspection, one might be struck by an absurd notion. Could it be that she intentionally presents herself this way? Oh, greetings, young sir, Luna said, tilting her head slightly as she regarded Anriel. The vibrant yellow nightgown she wore trailed on the floor, accentuating her pallor and bestowing upon her an ethereal beauty that felt almost unreal. Good day, Miss Lovegood. Anriel nodded in acknowledgement. Luna turned to Xenophilius, saying, Father, last night I discovered a nest of dream moths. They appeared to be preying upon the tormenting flies. Indeed, it was unmistakably Luna, the girl adept at shifting the conversation at any moment. Anriel was momentarily captivated by Luna's ethereal beauty. Reflecting upon the depictions from his previous life, he felt a sense of perplexity, which has now evolved into a complete realization. The aesthetic appeal of this world has indeed ascended to unprecedented heights compared to the original text. Hermione, Ginny, Luna, and Cho Chang all embody a beauty that approaches the pinnacle portrayed in the original film adaptations. Anriel promptly reined in her wandering thoughts, for to dwell further would be impolite. By the way, Mr. Xenophilius, my father is also subscribed to your works. I imagine you must share numerous common topics of discussion. Anriel inadvertently mentioned, while facing Luna, that Xenophilius turned his head. The sunlight streaming through the window illuminated his neck, casting a gentle golden glow. Ah, your father. He must be a person of taste and intrigue, Xenophilius declared without a hint of modesty. Anriel casually conversed with the father and daughter duo before taking his leave. Yet, something felt amiss. Anriel soared towards the clouds, musing to himself. That old man must be hiding something. However, it would be difficult to discern anything in the short term. Those who are adept at concealing their intentions are often the hardest to extract information from. First, he decided to deliver the letter. With a resolute mind, Anriel shot towards the heavens like an arrow. What? You inquire whether he should return to Hogwarts to retrieve something? Oh, in truth. He merely wrapped the letter around his ankle for amusement, for the long-distance summoning charm is indeed quite effective. Anriel's ability cannot be merely described as the art of apparition. He transcends the very essence of humanity. It seems akin to the principle some individuals employ when they wield a wand to summon objects from afar, except in his case. He replaces those objects with himself. Furthermore, after completing the delivery of his correspondence, he must procure the books he will require for the year ahead. Naturally, he will not purchase a single volume of Gilderoy Lockhart's extensive works. However, one must refrain from making absolute statements. Objectively speaking, if one sets aside Gilderoy's incessant self-aggrandizement and ostentatious claims, these books can indeed be enjoyed as novels, providing a pleasant diversion. The books Anriel needs this year include Standard Spells, Level 3, Intermediate Potion Guide, 8,000 Essential Herbs, Guide to Transfiguration. Conversely, the textbooks he is currently utilizing are Standard Spells, Level 7, Powerful Potions, Restricted Section, 8,000 Toxic and Dangerous Herbs, Restricted Section, Dangerous Magical Transfiguration, Restricted Section. Moreover, it appears that when Dumbledore ultimately selected Gilderoy in a moment of desperation, he graciously presented a complete set of Gilderoy's biographies, some of which were even personally signed. This hefty collection weighs 14 kilograms, encompassing portions that are not utilized as instructional materials. Hogwarts. In the armchair, Dumbledore was comfortably curled up beside the fireplace, where the flames flickered lazily and the wood crackled softly. The issue at hand, however, is that it is now August. Anriel set down the book in his hands, his cheeks twitching slightly. Even as an artificial being, he could not endure such torment. He felt that the temperature in the room was hardly distinguishable from that of an oven, and if this continued, he might truly undergo a rebirth. Dumbledore seemed to perceive Anriel's thoughts, which had become all too evident. Oh, just a little longer, I wager. No sooner had the old man spoken than flames in the fireplace surged high, unleashing a wave of heat. A magnificent golden-red bird soared from the fire, clutching in its beak a letter with singed edges. With a soft puff, the fire extinguished. As Anriel waved his hand, a chill emanated from him, swirling outward as if he were the very heart of a central air conditioning system. He was well aware of the letter's contents, with the school year approaching. It was undoubtedly a standard missive from the Board of Governors. Hogwarts was not a dictatorship under Dumbledore. Each board member had their own vested interests to consider. Yet, it appeared that Dumbledore himself was wholly unconcerned, continuing to fiddle with his exquisite silver instruments. Among them were items that resembled purification devices, along with some curiosities akin to those belonging to Alastair Moody. However, Dumbledore's apparatus was undoubtedly more refined and sophisticated. Following this year's opening ceremony, 2 reckless fools would crash a flying car into the grounds. Nevertheless, in comparison to the events that were destined to unfold this year, this incident was trivial, merely a whomping willow, hardly worth mentioning. Among the significant occurrences from these past years, or those on the horizon, the event Anriel most wished to avoid was the Chamber of Secrets arc. There was no other reason. The Chamber of Secrets carried a genuine risk of death. The fact that those Muggle-born children had not perished seemed far too coincidental. Anriel was uncertain whether the basilisk's lethal gaze would affect him, a magical being of humanoid form. He certainly did not possess the mindset to wager his life on such a gamble. Moreover, Anriel was indeed quite occupied this year, or at least, it appeared so. Ancient magic, such as Nivern, wand lore, the basilisk, and the chamber itself weighed heavily on his mind. Yet, his inability to speak Parseltongue presented a significant dilemma. On September 1st, at King's Cross Station, Platform 9, Anriel remained clad in a black trench coat, his silver hair as pristine as freshly fallen snow, creating a striking contrast with the hue of his attire, which piqued the curiosity of both parents and students alike. Soon, a myriad of witches and wizards, both grand and modest, bid each other farewell, as those who needed to board their carriages did so, while others departed in their own directions. Anriel cast a glance at the nearly deserted platform before raising his leg to board the vibrant crimson steel behemoth, poised to journey towards the distant castle. "Excuse me." "If you please, thank you," came a melodic male voice from behind, infused with a cadence akin to a hymn. Ah, that familiar timbre. He slightly shifted to the side, allowing Xenophilius Lovegood and his daughter passage. Mr. Lovegood, ever eccentric, appeared as though they had nearly missed the train. Yet, indeed, they had made it just in time, an outcome entirely unsurprising. Under Anriel's courteous smile, Xenophilius suddenly realized that parents ought not to travel by train alongside their children. He seemed to leap from the train in synchrony with the whistle, landing nimbly on the platform, his disheveled hair dancing in the breeze. The old man was rather dashing. At this hour, the student compartments were likely already brimming with passengers. Anriel touched his nose thoughtfully, waving his wand to lift Luna's suitcase. In a public setting, it was best to wield one's wand for appearances' sake. Anriel gestured for Luna to accompany him to the front of the train, where the teacher's compartment resided, featuring individual rooms, one of which belonged to Anriel as well. The little fairy, seemingly deep in thought, gazed at Anriel's hand, which held the wand, for a moment before letting out a soft, contemplative hum. Anriel walked behind Luna, meticulously observing the young girl before her. Today, it seemed she had taken great care in tending to her golden locks, with the few strands of brown nearly imperceptible, presenting a smooth and obedient appearance rather than the usual disheveled look. Thus, Luna's previous untidiness was merely a result of neglect rather than a natural tousled hairdo akin to Potter's. As they had to pass through King's Cross Station, Luna was currently adorned in Muggle attire. Anriel suddenly recalled that he had not been particularly surprised by Xenophilius's attire earlier. Although he appeared as a disheveled bureaucrat, there were, from the perspective of Muggle fashion, no discernible faults in his appearance. Luna was now adorned in a lovely lake blue dress, its hem modestly short, revealing her fair knees, unmarred by any blemish. On her feet were a pair of quintessential English-style leather shoes for women, producing a rhythmic sound as they tapped against the carriage floor, reflecting her cheerful and joyous disposition. At that moment, Luna seemed to sense something, abruptly halting her steps. She turned around and nearly collided with Anriel. The young girl tilted her head slightly, her bright, sparkling eyes locking onto Anriel's, reminiscent of two sapphire gems that lay dormant beneath the depths of Atlantis. Her skin was as pure as fresh cream, delicate to the touch, complemented by a petite, charming nose and soft, rosy lips. Stop. Do not dwell on this. Though you are merely 13, this is a transgression. Anriel suppressed the tumult within, raising a hand to assist Luna. Her delicate, soft little hand felt almost ethereal. Thank you. Luna began, her voice imbued with an otherworldly quality that, rather than fading, became even more striking through her refined tone. Father instructed me to take good care of myself. Luna seemed to appraise Anriel from head to toe, though it appeared she was merely idly searching for something to observe. However, I seem unable to do so. Therefore, might I trouble you for assistance, young sir? Luna inched closer, tilting her head slightly, gazing at Anriel with an innocent curiosity. Of course, Anriel's throat feels somewhat parched, which is a common occurrence. No one can withstand it. After all, how many romantic souls exist in this world? It is merely a fade. Why choose me, Luna? Luna gently bit her lip, as if in contemplation. Because my father urged me to make friends at school. Your eyes reflect the vastness of the night sky. My intuition tells me that you are genuinely kind to me. Anriel's gaze lowered as he pondered certain matters. Luna lost her mother at the tender age of 9. And it appeared that since that moment, no, she had never truly had friends her own age. The closest connection was merely the interactions between their parents at the Weasley household. Anriel gently brushed Luna's golden hair with her hand. It was undeniably smooth and silky. Naturally, there was no issue. Anriel escorted Luna into his private box. What could he be pondering? Do not let your imagination wander astray. It is merely a teacher's box, where little can be accomplished. Luna settled beside Anriel and soon succumbed to slumber. Anriel unleashed his magical prowess at his fingertips, crafting miniature arcane models while perpetually envisioning new incantations and prototypes of magical machines. Unbeknownst to him, Luna gradually tilted her body. Slowly, the magic within Anriel's grasp gradually froze, dissipating into nothingness. Luna rested against his shoulder, her breath steady, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Appearing to be in a deep slumber, her long lashes fluttered, grazing Anriel's heart as if teasingly. Alas, it seemed she was aware of her own charm. In her dream, Luna emitted a soft, almost discomfort hum. Anriel seemed to suddenly recall something, and his top body relaxed instantaneously. With such muscular tension, it would be uncomfortable for Luna to lean against him. That ethereal voice seemed to whisper gently in his ear once more. There are galaxies in your eyes. It was a celestial map, and at the moment it reflected in the depths of Luna's gaze, the star chart fortuitously shifted toward the tail of the constellation Pegasus. It was the most romantic nebula in the cosmos, NGC 2237, emanating from the heavens like a rose-colored love. In truth, perhaps Luna was the first to broach this subject with Anriel. Dumbledore must have discovered it, yet he said nothing, for there was no inquiry to be made. As it pertained to the very principles of Anriel's genesis, he could not directly confront Anriel with the question of how the nebula within his eyes was formed. Such a query would be rather inappropriate. The nebula in Anriel's eyes grants him exceptional prowess in divination, representing a form of high-level magical enchantment, accompanied by Luna's steady breathing. Anriel gradually succumbed to drowsiness. When Anriel opened her eyes once more, she heard the girl cheerfully exclaim, "You are awake." Anriel instinctively glanced to her side, only to find it empty. Luna emerged from beneath the table across from her. HM? Though she had a vague understanding of why she had dozed off against the car window, she couldn't fathom why Luna had crawled out from there. "Oh, I couldn't find a changing room." Luna seemed to grasp Anriel's thoughts but offered a rather tangential response. "Wait, this doesn't quite seem like a digression." Anriel's eye twitched slightly. Luna had now donned her robe. Having neatly folded the dress she wore from home and set it aside, the box was positioned above the seat. "Young sir, you two should change into a robe," Luna kindly suggested, gesturing towards Anriel's muggle coat. Anriel chuckled softly. "There is no need to rush." With a flourish, he drew his wand and tapped it lightly against his own forehead. A whirlwind in the colors of Ravenclaw enveloped him. Luna, her curiosity piqued, widened her eyes at the spectacle. Once the whirlwind dissipated, Anriel stood adorned in the robes of Ravenclaw, the hue he had previously exhibited being merely that of the fabric itself. During the remaining short journey, Anriel engaged in conversation about magical creatures, speaking as if he were grasping for topics, even if these fascinating beings might not exist. He chose to believe in the enchanting fairy tales that the girl before him described with such exuberance. Besides, who could truly prove their non-existence? Anriel reached into the air and effortlessly grasped a comb, gently styling Luna's hair. Silken golden strands cascaded through her fingers like flowing water, imbued with a subtle fragrance of vanilla and cedar. "Do you enjoy braiding your hair?" Anriel inquired, while Luna shook her head, expressing her preference for wearing her hair down. Anriel nodded, delicately removing a blue and bronze eagle-shaped badge from his chest. With a flick of his fingers, he transformed it into a hairpin. Although the need for such an accessory was minimal, adorning oneself with a symbolic piece was hardly a significant issue. After all, aside from Ravenclaw, which other house would be more fitting for Luna? Though Luna had yet to be sorted, her black robe was already adorned with an array of blue and bronze embellishments. I wonder how Professor McGonagall will react upon seeing Luna in such a manner. As the train began to decelerate, it came to a complete halt, accompanied by a prolonged whistle. After Anriel placed Luna's luggage onto the carriage, a sudden idea struck him. "Hey, Anriel, what brings you here?" boomed Hagrid, deliberately lowering his voice, which sounded rather peculiar. Each year, Hagrid was responsible for escorting the first-year students via boat to the school. He always sat alone at the front of the small boat. And soon, Anriel and Luna's boat swiftly caught up with him. Indeed, Anriel did not arrive at the school by carriage. Instead, he and Luna journeyed together on a small boat. Anriel waved his hand at Hage, greeting him, while Luna, who was on the same boat, gazed with sparkling eyes, as if she had encountered something truly fascinating. Surely, there must be a colossal squid lurking in the depths of the lake. Anriel recalled a saying from her previous life. It was said that the giant squid in the Black Lake was once transformed by Godric Gryffindor. The truth remains unproven. Perhaps in a couple of years, she might have the opportunity to verify this? Or should she inquire with the Mandrake this very year? On second thought, it would be prudent to keep the secret from too many. Luna, with keen interest, observed Hagrid before glancing down at the lake's surface, uncertain if she was admiring her own reflection or the magical creatures dwelling beneath. She had long suspected that this senior was no ordinary student. His familiarity with a hunter who bore the fierce demeanor, the beast-skin attire, perhaps, was telling. He had also entered Hogwarts in the same manner as a first year, which seemed rather unorthodox. Moreover, her father had mentioned that he had never heard of a messenger position at Hogwarts. The little sprite pondered a multitude of thoughts in a remarkably brief span. Her reasoning clear and her intellect sharp, it was evident why she was regarded as a prominent figure in the later years of Ravenclaw. Soon, their journey concluded before the gate adorned with grotesque carvings, as the children disembarked in a steady stream, approaching the ominous iron doors. Anriel, holding Luna's hand, walked at the rear. As the new students entered the building, Professor McGonagall's deep green robes soon appeared around the corner. Anriel? Minerva McGonagall furrowed her brow, but quickly noticed the little girl with golden hair that Anriel was leading, adorned with a mix of blue and bronze accessories. She sparked a thought in McGonagall's mind, leading her to entertain a rather improbable possibility, her eyes widening in surprise. Could they be siblings? Really? Albus? One illegitimate child was not enough. Now there was a whole illegitimate daughter? Consequently, McGonagall said nothing to Anriel, offering only a brief introduction to the other new students before guiding them into the Great Hall. The newcomers entered in an orderly fashion until Anriel's figure appeared at the end of the line. A few of Anriel's friends, who usually enjoyed a good rapport with him, looked on in astonishment. Upon noticing the golden-haired girl he was holding, They quickly arrived at the same conclusion as McGonagall, with a moment of realization. They nodded in understanding and shared a knowing smile, as if nothing had transpired, before turning their attention back to their own tasks. Anriel could only wonder what they were truly contemplating. Were he to ascertain their thoughts, he would undoubtedly seize these rascals and examine their minds. Curious to uncover the contents within. Without the need for profound contemplation, it is evident that Anriel is, in fact, a clandestine offspring of Dumbledore, entirely unbeknownst to him. Should another revelation arise, it would spell utter disaster for the venerable reputation Dumbledore has cultivated over a century in the magical realm. The implications are simply unimaginable. Anriel approached the Ravenclaw long table, disregarding the curious gazes cast upon him, a conspicuous figure indeed. The male prefect seated nearby shifted slightly to make room for Anriel, feeling no discomfort or offense. Such emotional intelligence flourished, for this was Ravenclaw. It must be said that life here was far more convenient than one might anticipate, as conversing and conducting affairs with intelligent individuals proved to be quite delightful. Everyone understood what needed to be done, what was prohibited, which words to utter, and when to maintain silence. Penelope Clearwater, this year's female prefect of Ravenclaw, flashed a friendly smile at Anriel. One by one, names were called by McGonagall, with some students promptly donning the hat and being sorted into their respective houses, while others hesitated for a few moments longer. Fortunately, this year, there seemed to be few students as challenging to sort as the previous cohort. Soon, Luna Lovegood, McGonagall announced as she glanced at the parchment. Anriel was taken aback when the blonde girl who had been beside him stood up. "Ah, not a love child after all. My apologies, old Dumbledore, I misjudged you." Luna glided forward with a lightness that suggested she was skipping, grasping the tattered hat with a delicate touch, placing it gently upon her head. Ravenclaw. Pfft. Watching the hat hover above Luna's head without making contact, Anriel erupted with a spray of pumpkin juice. My apologies. After a swift flick of his wanna tidy up, Anriel blinked in disbelief. What's the matter with you, old hat? Slacking off. At least Malfoy's hat made contact. Don't tell me you decided based on a mere brush of the brim against Luna's hair. Nonetheless, despite his grumbling, Anriel waved, and Luna, having just adjusted the sorting hat, merrily trotted over to join him. Anriel gently tousled Luna's golden hair, inviting her to sit beside him. At the staff table, Dumbledore and the professors observed this scene with contemplative expressions, though only a handful of them were truly engaged. For instance, Severus Snape was notably absent, and Gilderoy Lockhart seemed utterly indifferent, still perplexed as to why he had yet to encounter the illustrious Harry Potter. He remained oblivious to the fact that among the two most renowned students in this institution, one was Harry and the other was Anriel. Silence ensued. Upon Dumbledore's return from addressing an incident involving a flying car, he rapped his goblet to capture the attention of the assembly. Welcome, welcome, dear old friends and new acquaintances, both young and old, to Hogwarts, this grand family. Of course, many of our esteemed former students are likely familiar with certain regulations, the more detailed provisions of which are posted on the door of Mr. Filch's office on the second floor. I personally believe it would be prudent for everyone to take a moment to peruse them. As Anriel observed Mr. Filch rise to acknowledge the assembly, he cast a sweeping glance around the room, his gaze particularly fixating on the two identical red-haired boys from Gryffindor. Mrs. Norris languidly rested her head on Filch's shoulder, stifling a yawn. Once Filch had resumed his seat, Dumbledore continued, Moreover, there is another significant announcement to be made. We have found a new defense against the dark arts teacher. Let us extend a warm welcome to Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. Dumbledore appeared to notice Lockhart preparing to speak and promptly returned to his chair, leading the applause. Lockhart stood, revealing his dazzling smile. Ah, it is with great pleasure that I, Gilderoy Lockhart, express my delight in joining such a prestigious institution as Hogwarts, my beloved alma mater. As a recipient of the third-class Order of Merlin, an honorary member of the Society for the Protection of Unusual Habitats, and a 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly, I am exceptionally well suited to undertake the responsibilities of this esteemed subject. The male attendees, along with some women, fell into a stunned silence, while others were deeply moved, their emotions running high. Anriel turned his head away, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he observed Luna regarding Lockhart with an expression that seemed to convey a mixture of confusion and disbelief, as if to ponder whether he had lost his sanity. It appeared that Luna, sensing Anriel's gaze, met his eyes with a look of bewilderment, her expression clouded with uncertainty and helplessness. It was indeed hard to fathom how such a person could attain the status of a professor. Remarkably, It seemed he had emerged from Ravenclaw. Lockhart was blissfully unaware of how unappealing his self-aggrandizing ramblings truly were. He genuinely seemed oblivious to the fact that the elderly gentleman seated in the foremost position, with a wealth of white hair, was a recipient of the first-class Merlin Medal. A lifelong honorary president of the Anti-Dark Arts Society, the chief warlock of Wisingamot, and had frequently been ranked among the top 100 greatest wizards of the century. Wait a moment, why am I even boasting about him? Anriel's lips twitched slightly as he suddenly realized, Old Dang has never needed anyone to bestow honors upon him. He has more than enough accolades already. Anriel redirected his gaze towards Lockhart, seemingly oblivious to the astonished, perplexed, and incredulous expressions emanating from the faculty table. He continued unabashedly. Upon receiving the esteemed invitation from your beloved headmaster, I was both flattered and delighted to accept. As an honorary member of the Society for the Protection of Magical Creatures, I shall not hesitate to impart my invaluable experience to you fledgling youths. I am profoundly grateful for Professor Dumbledore's recognition of my capabilities, and I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the education of our students. I firmly believe that under my guidance, the vast majority of you will have the potential to become masters of defense against the dark arts, second only to myself. Even if you may always fall just short of my lofty heights, rest assured, you will certainly achieve success. As Anriel listened to the audacious speech, he did not even sip his pumpkin juice. How should one put it? Having already scoffed once, to do so again would be rather impolite. Glancing around the auditorium, the scene was quite telling. Gryffindor was filled with disdain from the majority and a modicum of admiration from a select few. At the Slytherin table, there was almost unanimous derision, at least in the areas visible to Anriel. Scorn was the prevailing sentiment. Anriel suspected that the Hufflepuffs, the Badgers, had hardly paid attention. The few who politely listened now clapped out of mere courtesy. Indeed, this was the first individual capable of uniting the heads of Slytherin and Gryffindor in consensus, the second being the toad-like creature. And Anriel had to concede that Lockhart's talent for inciting hatred was quite remarkable. The banquet soon concluded, and the heads of houses began to escort their respective first-year students away. As Penelope Clearwater, the Ravenclaw head girl, passed by, she flashed Anriel an OK hand gesture, while the older student beside him departed with an expression of understanding and encouragement. Anriel took a deep breath, reminding himself that he must not take a life indiscriminately. Penelope was not entirely indifferent to the renowned junior, yet ever since he gained fame last year, he had behaved rather flamboyantly. Regardless of whether it was senior or junior girls, or even those in the same year, he had never once blushed. It was well understood that the Ravenclaw seniors were among the first to abandon their pursuit of Anriel. Now, they found themselves in the forefront, eagerly observing the unfolding drama. Well, this was quite the spectacle. The hall gradually emptied, leaving only professors like Dumbledore and Lockhart, who had little to attend to in the evening. Feeling a gaze upon him from behind, Anriel turned to see the slightly despondent expression on Qiu Zhang's face. Anriel swore that he had seen Dumbledore wink at him and shrug. However, he was genuinely uninterested in Qiu. Not to mention that in his previous life he was of Chinese descent. In this life he could not choose another person of Chinese ethnicity. Moreover, in a world where beauty standards had generally ascended, dear sister, your looks are hardly remarkable. Ah, it seems I am now in the same cohort as Qiu Zhang. Alas, dear sister, your beauty is not particularly striking. Anriel found himself at a loss for words. Old Dang, are you really indulging in this gossip? You must be quite famished. The old man is aware of everything, without a doubt. Meanwhile, Luna remained quietly seated, as if oblivious to the unfolding events. Perhaps she was merely lost in thought, gazing blankly at the ceiling, her eyes wandering aimlessly. Yet, that is of little consequence. It would be best to retreat and rest. By the way, Luna. As Anriel held the young girl's hand while ascending the staircase, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Are you familiar with the welcoming speech given by the upperclassmen of Ravenclaw? No, I am not, Luna replied succinctly, shaking her head without a hint of hesitation. As Anriel walked and recited, she warmly welcomed you to the esteemed Ravenclaw house. Our emblem is an eagle, soaring majestically at heights unreachable by others. Our colors are sky blue and bronze. The common room is perched atop Ravenclaw Tower, concealed behind a door adorned with a magical knocker. Through the arched windows of our round common room, one can behold the entirety of the Hogwarts grounds, the Black Lake, the Forbidden Forest, the Quidditch pitch, and the greenhouses. A view that other houses are not privileged to enjoy. I do not wish to boast, but this is indeed the abode of the most brilliant witches and wizards. Much like our founder, Rowena Ravenclaw, we hold learning in the highest regard. Unlike other houses, we do not require hidden entrances to our common room. The entrance is located at the top of a long, winding staircase, devoid of a handle, featuring a magical bronze knocker in the shape of an eagle's head. When you knock, the knocker poses a question. Should you answer correctly, you shall be granted entry. For nearly a millennium, none but Ravenclaws have been able to pass this simple barrier. Some first-year students may feel intimidated by the knocker's inquiries, but fret not. Ravenclaws excel in learning, and you will soon come to relish the challenge presented by the knocker. It is not uncommon to find 20 individuals gathered at the entrance of the common room, collectively attempting to solve the day's question. Rather, this presents a splendid opportunity to meet fellow Ravenclaw students from different years from whom you can glean knowledge. However, when you forget your Quidditch robes and need to rush in and out, the situation may become somewhat vexing. Thus, I recommend that you thoroughly check your bag before departing Ravenclaw Tower. Ravenclaw possesses another intriguing aspect. Our members are quite self-expressive. Some might even label them eccentric. Yet, genius often marches to the beat of its own drum. Unlike certain houses, we believe you should wear whatever attire you desire, embrace any belief you hold dear, and speak your mind freely. We do not shy away from those who are different. On the contrary, we celebrate them. Speaking of eccentricity, you will adore our headmaster, Professor Phileas Flitwick. People often underestimate him due to his diminutive stature. We suspect he has elven blood, though we have never been rude enough to inquire. And his voice is rather high-pitched, yet he is undoubtedly the finest and most knowledgeable charms professor in existence. His office door is always open to any Ravenclaw with a query, and if you find yourself feeling down, he will release delectable pocket-sized cakes from a tin in his desk drawer, allowing them to dance before you. In truth, you can feign sadness, and you will be rewarded with a delightful display of dancing cakes. It is truly worth a try. Ravenclaw boasts a rich and illustrious history. Most of the illustrious wizards, inventors, and innovators hail from our esteemed academy. Indeed, I have previously mentioned that we are known for producing eccentric individuals. Notably, we have contributed to the magical realm the peculiar figure of Uric, who famously wears a jellyfish as a hat, a classic subject of many wizarding jokes. As for our relations with the other three houses, you may have already heard of Slytherin. They are not entirely malevolent, yet it is wise to exercise caution before engaging with them. Their long-standing tradition prioritizes victory at any cost, so remain vigilant, particularly during Quidditch matches and examinations. Gryffindors are not without merit. If I were to express any critique, it would be that they tend to exhibit a penchant for ostentation. Their tolerance for the unconventional is considerably lacking compared to ours. In fact, they often mock those of Ravenclaw who take an interest in the magical applications of mountain troll eggs or in egg divination, a method of fortune-telling utilizing eggs, which you may already be aware of. Gryffindors lack our insatiable thirst for knowledge, and for us, if you wish to spend all day and night in the corner of the common room tapping eggs and recording predictions based on the yolk's descent, it is hardly an issue. You may even find that others are willing to assist you. As for Hufflepuff, no one can dispute their friendliness. They are undoubtedly the most amiable group within the school. In terms of competition during examinations, you need not concern yourself overly with them. That, I believe, sums it up. Oh, and our house ghost is the Grey Lady. Others may think she is mute, yet she engages in conversation with Ravenclaws. She is the daughter of the Eagle Guardian and a remarkably beautiful lady, rumored to have some connection with the blood trader, Barrow, though we would never dare inquire. When you find yourself lost or unable to locate something, be courteous, and she will be more than willing to assist you. I am certain you will have a delightful evening. Our dormitory is nestled in the corner tower beside the main tower. Our 4-poster beds are adorned with sky-blue silk quilts, and the sound of the wind rustling through the windows is immensely soothing. Of course, the distance to the dining hall is the farthest among the 4 houses. Thus, do not entertain thoughts of sneaking a bite. Such behavior is virtually unheard of among Ravenclaws. I shall reiterate, congratulations on becoming a member of the most intelligent, agile, and intriguing house at Hogwarts. As the two of you stand before the bronze door described in the welcoming address, shall we proceed? Would you care to give it a try? Anriel took a step back, creating space. The initial months of each semester are invariably dull and hectic. There are no homicides, no events, and no trio of miscreants brazenly flouting school rules. The occasional antics of the Weasley twins in the corridors are somewhat amusing. However, this mundane existence does not imply a lack of significance. In fact, when one approaches Gilderoy Lockhart's classroom devoid of any academic expectations, the experience becomes considerably more intriguing. In the 3rd year, they delve into the subject of boggarts, redcaps, and other dark magical creatures. Yet, these beings do not simply linger. awaiting capture. Especially not for Lockhart to ensnare them. He is faced with two options: to tediously recite from textbooks without any practical engagement, or to personally finance the acquisition of such creatures through illicit means. Given Lockhart's considerable earnings from his published biographies and his penchant for vanity, he predominantly opts for the latter. However, it is not until a cunning redcap sneaks up behind him, intent on delivering a lethal blow, that he reveals these creatures with an air of extreme confidence. Lockhart himself lacks the capability to capture them as teaching aids. As for the upper years, the situation is even more absurd. The utmost farce can only extend to the third year. Other houses may be oblivious, but at least the upperclassmen of Ravenclaw are prepared for a year of self-directed study. Everyone is acutely aware that the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor changes annually. This year's appointment is merely a result of Dumbledore's inability to find a suitable candidate, thus resorting to this particular individual. Nevertheless, a significant number of girls hold a differing opinion. Yet, Lockhart appears quite dissatisfied with the situation. He selectively ignores the chaos in his own classroom and instead begins to criticize the tranquil self-study sessions. Particularly perplexing to him is the demeanor of students from his alma mater. He struggles to comprehend their behavior. Even the Ravenclaw girls seem to harbor little fondness for him. Among these students, who could be regarded as the most intelligent in the entire school, few have fallen under his spell. In Defense Against the Dark Arts, they bury their heads in parchment, brazenly completing assignments from other subjects or sketching diagrams, occasionally lifting their heads to respond with half-hearted murmurs or nods, subtly indicating their understanding. They might also set down their quills to applaud the grand orator at the front. This brings Anriel considerable joy, as she stifles laughter throughout the class to the point of discomfort. After all, though Lockhart may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, he is certainly not a fool. Additionally, there are other matters that bring Anriel happiness. In the Ravenclaw common room, Luna, curled up in the chair opposite Anriel, spoke timidly. Anriel exhibited little reaction, whether due to an inability to perceive the situation or a mere indifference. One must learn the basics. If you can answer all correctly on my examination, I may consider guiding you through the curriculum of the upcoming academic year. Very well, then. The traditional education can be arranged. Unbeknownst to her, the worldly wise Luna readily acquiesced. Perhaps fate did not wish for this child to descend into the inferno of after-school tutoring so soon. During Anriel's assessment, Luna unusually miscast a spell, resulting in the teacup that was meant to transform into a mouse exploding into a myriad of shards. A cause for celebration indeed. As for Anriel's own academic pursuits, they were rather unconventional. From time to time, Anriel would depart from the school through Dumbledore's fireplace. However, his purpose was not leisure but to attend a class at Ollivander's wand shop. With a sprinkle of flip powder, emerald flames enveloped Anriel, and in the blink of an eye, he stepped forth, firmly establishing himself within a quaint studio. This was Anriel's inaugural visit for his lessons, and as a gesture of courtesy among the elder wizards, Dumbledore had instructed him to utilize the flue powder, after which Anriel could directly materialize at the entrance of Ollivander's, as the magical barriers of Hogwarts posed no real hindrance to him. The silver-haired Ollivander beamed at Anriel, his eyes brimming with admiration. In this day and age, how many individuals still pursued the study of wand lore? Given that this almost forgotten discipline lacked any instructors, Dumbledore had discreetly consulted Mr. Ollivander regarding the matter. The latter was evidently taken aback, or rather, pleasantly surprised. In the original narrative, it wasn't until the 7th installment that Ollivander was captured and imprisoned by Voldemort, only to be rescued, and throughout that time, he had no apprentice whatsoever. It is perhaps related to the fact that Mr. Ollivander never married. After all, this could be considered a family legacy, were it not for Dumbledore's intervention. Anriel would likely have had to exert considerable effort to delve into the intricate art of wand lore. "Oh, my dear boy, welcome. It is truly a joy to see you again," Mr. Ollivander exclaimed, pulling out 2 wooden chairs and gesturing for Anriel to sit and converse. Mr. Ollivander was eager to revitalize the ancient and profound magical discipline of wand lore, even though he understood the improbability of such a revival. It would be far more pragmatic to find a clever, reliable, and boundlessly promising apprentice, and who could be more suited than Dumbledore's descendant? Powerful in magic yet whimsically intrigued by wand lore, the rather unfortunate Anriel? Harry Potter? Clearly, Ollivander himself recognized just how niche the field of wand lore had become. After discussing this matter with Dumbledore a few days prior, Ollivander had been waking up from dreams filled with laughter. The wands are well cared for, are they not? Ollivander gazed at Anriel with a smile, his eyes fixed on the ebony wand, a formidable 13 inches in length. with the core derived from the neural nexus of the Serpent King and the Eagle Emperor. He clicked his tongue, expressing his profound astonishment at the practices of his Eastern counterparts, who deliberately bred ferocious and wild beasts for their materials. What perplexed him further was the enigmatic skill possessed by those mysterious Easterners, for these specially cultivated creatures exhibited a malevolence 100-fold greater than their wild counterparts. This phenomenon resulted in the magicians of the East, often referred to as Taoist sages, commanding a prestige that far surpassed that of their Western peers. Their spells resonating with explosive potency, embodying an ultimate pursuit of power and lethality. Ollivander emphasized to Anriel that the study of wand lore transcends the mere crafting of wooden rods for spellcasting. It encompasses a wide array of elements including runes, incantations, enchantments, and the creation of magical artifacts and devices, all of which can be subsumed under the broad definition of wand lore. The true essence of this discipline lies in the fabrication of all instruments that facilitate a wizard's magical prowess. Ollivander recounted his travels to the ancient Eastern lands, where he witnessed an elderly Taoist with a white beard channeling magic through intricate purple patterns drawn upon his palm, unleashing a bolt of violet lightning that shattered a substantial portion of a mountain. Anriel's lips twitched uncontrollably, as if he were stricken by a stroke. Could it be that this world is far more absurd than I ever imagined? As a side note, there are sources suggesting that Luna possesses gray eyes, while others depict her with silver or even blue eyes. Additionally, some artists portray her with golden or blue eyes. However, in the context of my narrative, I have synthesized elements from both the original text and the film, aiming for a high aesthetic appeal. After scrutinizing Ivana Lynch's portrayal, I concluded that silver gray seems most fitting. Now, let us begin, Anriel. In the inaugural lesson, Ollivander elucidated the history of wands. He discussed the origins of wand making, the existence of other magical mediums during the same era, how magic was performed prior to the invention of wands, and why wands, rather than other objects, became the chosen instruments. Having been raised by a historian of magic, Anriel was naturally not a stranger to these concepts, even if certain aspects delved into specialized knowledge. He possessed a rudimentary understanding, and Mr. Ollivander was patient in his explanations. However, Ollivander made no mention of the so-called Elder Wand, perhaps wishing to avoid such profound topics in the first lesson. Yet, Anriel suspected that the more likely reason was Ollivander's disdain for the so-called invincible wand. He evidently placed greater emphasis on the synergy between the wizard and the wand. The wand chooses the wizard, he often remarked. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that the Elder Wand does exist, a fact that even Ollivander must concede. What he remains unaware of, however, is that should Anriel desire it, he could easily return to school, seek out Dumbledore, and inquire, "Sir, may I have a glimpse of your wand? Perhaps you could regale me with a few tales of the Elder Wand as well?" Anriel raised an eyebrow, halting her thoughts, choosing not to delve further. The passage of 2 months was swift, and in the grand tapestry of daily life, it was rather uneventful. The sole noteworthy occurrence was that, with Anriel's unwavering support, Luna triumphantly claimed the title of the top student for the 1992 academic year, much like Anriel herself. The other students exhibited no signs of resentment. As long as the two of them were content, that sufficed. Jealousy is an emotion that arises only when one believes they can catch up to those leading ahead. As the saying goes, one can aspire to follow closely, rather than feel utterly outpaced. To put it simply, you cannot compare the speed of a rower to that of a spacecraft. In summary, over these 2 months, it became an unspoken consensus among everyone. These two individuals were not to be measured against others academically, yet forging friendships remained perfectly acceptable. Aside from Luna, whose thoughts occasionally veered into the realm of madness, there were no significant issues. However, my little angel, you are not mad. You are merely excessively aware. This year, there was no need to engage in mind games with Chilo, who was perpetually anxious. The first incident of turmoil would not transpire until Halloween. As for where to go that night, let us not jest. It is beyond doubt that a highly regarded Ravenclaw student like Anriel would never receive an invitation from the Gryffindor ghost, even if such an invitation were to materialize. Anriel would categorically refuse to attend before her own transformation into a ghost. Anriel harbored profound doubts regarding the fate of her soul, fearing it would descend directly into the abyss, bereft of the opportunity to fulfill her earthly desires. The eve of October 31st arrived in the blink of an eye, and the Ravenclaw students gathered in small clusters within the common room, some studying while others dozed off. After all, they had an entire afternoon of leisure time ahead of them, lingering in this idle state until dinner. It was during such moments that the common room often witnessed the fewest occupants. Those who were not fervently buried in their studies in the library were busy exhausting their roommates in the dormitory. In Ravenclaw, conducting magical experiments with an array of equipment in 1S dormitory was a perfectly commonplace occurrence. This was also the reason why Dumbledore readily acquiesced to Anriel's request for a private dormitory. Of course, it was not to imply that the common room was devoid of industrious students. Those who were diligently studying were merely the ordinary folk. While Anriel and her cohort of academic elites reveled in their idleness, ensconced in the plush armchairs of the common room, embodying the quintessential essence of homebodies, we shall not dismiss the possibility of a few eager eagles sweating it out on the Quidditch pitch. At that moment, the grand door of the common room swung open, and a few students near the entrance cast a glance at the newcomer before promptly returning to their slumber. No, even if they found themselves unable to sleep, they had to feign slumber. The entering student surveyed the surroundings, shook her hair as if she were a golden whirlwind, and then bounded towards a particular direction, plopping herself down in the armchair beside Anriel. Has she once again neglected to comb her hair? Anriel raised an eyebrow, smiling as he inquired, "Oh dear, young sir. Are you not one to lend a hand?" Luna shrank her neck slightly, casting a somewhat guilty glance at Anriel. Alas, Anriel was well aware that this girl had grown accustomed to her disheveled appearance. It would be unfair to blame Luna, having lost her mother at a tender age. And with Xenophilius being rather untidy himself, it was hardly surprising. Luna, in a moment of exaggerated surprise, leaned sideways, her tousled chestnut blonde hair cascading down beside Anriel, releasing a faint scent of daisies. A few senior girls in the lounge exchanged knowing glances, revealing a significant smile. There was a time when they believed this academic prodigy was not only strikingly handsome, but also aloof and disinterested in the company of women. Some girls even found themselves embroiled in debates over whether Anriel was indeed gay or not. However, this year brought a different perspective. How naive they had been, how presumptuous. It turned out he had a fondness for the younger ones. Although Luna's reputation as the mad girl was gradually spreading, no one seemed to attach any disdain or insult to that moniker anymore. It had simply become a reflection of her unique personality. Many even found her eccentricity rather intriguing. It is noteworthy that in the original narrative, the treatment Luna endured was akin to bullying, having her clothes, shoes, and books tossed aside. Perhaps it stemmed from her singular character. As for Luna herself, she was remarkably mature, possessing wisdom beyond her years. So astute was she that despite being aware of the bullying, she chose to respond with grace, welcoming it with a smile and offering forgiveness. Fortunately, such circumstances no longer plagued her. Anriel has, at the very least, utilized his identity and influence to stifle most of such occurrences at their nascent stage. While it may not entirely eradicate this phenomenon, it is evident that there are now significantly more individuals wishing to befriend Luna than those intent on isolating her. Luna herself has also come to recognize this. The esteemed senior seems to hold her in high regard, genuinely attentive to everything I utter, displaying a sincere interest unlike those who feign eagerness to hear my tales of magical creatures. My father appears to resonate well with him as well. The young gentleman is remarkably gentle, even taking the time each day to assist me with my hair. I find immense comfort in his presence. I have heard that many female classmates harbor secret crushes on him. He is truly exceptional. Yet, it seems he has only shown such uniqueness towards me. Surely, he cannot harbor feelings for me, can he? With silver-gray eyes reminiscent of moonlight, I covertly observe the boy engrossed in untangling his tousled hair. I take in his long, slender fingers with porcelain skin. I admire his elegant neck, the subtle curve of his collarbone. I gaze at his luscious, cherry-tinted lips, and I notice his prominent nose. His mismatched eyes, imbued with the depth of a starlit sky, catch my attention. Ah, he is looking my way. My mouth slightly agape, I find myself momentarily entranced. Surely, I cannot harbor feelings for him? Anriel gently combed through Luna's hair, oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the child's mind, and entirely unaware of the intense self-examination she had just undergone. He certainly did not employ any mind-reading techniques on her. However, what Anriel did not perceive, the few onlookers feigning sleep nearby were keenly aware of. Being girls, they understood all too well. Oh my, blushing, shy, their eyes sparkled with mischief, and their smiles soared high, seemingly ready to eclipse the sun, their faces radiating a sense of satisfaction as if they had gorged on an abundance of love. How delightful! In their minds, they mused about meeting again in another life. As for compatibility, Luna's beauty was undeniably flawless. Should she make any small request of Anriel in the future, he would surely acquiesce. Aside from the occasional whimsical eccentricities of the electric girl, Luna was a paragon of beauty, embodying the essence of a campus belle. What could possibly be amiss? Oh, but she is merely 11 years old. Indeed, that is concerning. Several hours later, as the time approached for the Halloween festivities, Luna startled awake from her repose on Anriel's lap. She hurriedly ascended the stairs leading to the dormitory and swiftly changed into her attire before descending to join Anriel in the hall. The hall was brimming with attendees, and from the magically enhanced ceiling hung several chandeliers shaped like human bones. Candles flickered ominously within the skull's eye sockets, while several massive pumpkins glowed, providing additional illumination. It appeared these pumpkins were the handiwork of Hagrid, the gamekeeper, unlike the usual arrangement of separating the main courses from desserts. The banquet table was lavishly adorned with an array of pies, meat pies, pumpkin tarts, puddings, and a multitude of candies. Nearby, several pumpkin baskets brimmed with food, grinning widely. The pies were crafted to evoke a gruesome B-movie aesthetic, yet were merely drizzled with raspberry syrup. The meat pies appeared somewhat undercooked, yet were surprisingly succulent and tender. The opulent dishes and the lively atmosphere stood in stark contrast to the somber gathering occurring downstairs. However, it must be noted that after the arrival of the Headless Horseman, the atmosphere below also became quite vibrant. As for the rumors, they were indeed grounded in truth. I speak of the fact that Dumbledore had indeed invited a skeleton dance troupe to enliven the festivities, with the skulls on the chandeliers eagerly harmonizing with their counterparts as they kept time to the rhythm of their dance. Anriel sat gracefully upon a chair, delicately sipping a glass of grape juice while reveling in the vibrant festivities before him. Suddenly, he felt a gentle tug from behind. Luna had grasped the corner of Anriel's garment, seemingly eager to show him something of interest. Anriel speculated that perhaps she had captured a marvelous creature akin to a pesky fly and wished to present it to him. However, he was mistaken. In Luna's delicate, porcelain-like hand lay an ordinary toffee. Then, as he leaned down to take a closer look, Luna swiftly pecked his cheek, her face flushed, before vanishing amidst her first-grade classmates. Anriel was momentarily taken aback, then let out a soft chuckle. She deftly unwrapped the toffee, placing the caramel-colored confection into her mouth. It was sweet, exceedingly sweet. As the banquet drew to a close, Luna appeared to be blushing from the remarkable feat she had accomplished. She and Anriel ascended the stairs amidst the throng of people. After all, what could be more important than accompanying the little angel when the scarred head was causing trouble? Suddenly, a dense crowd loomed before them. Anriel, very well. It seems there is no avoiding it. Anriel was undoubtedly aware of the commotion that had erupted ahead. With a thoughtful scratch of his chin, he led Luna towards the gathering of the Ravenclaw contingent. Could you assist me in ensuring her safe return to the common room? Anriel inclined his head courteously towards the two senior students and inquired politely. Penelope cast a worried glance at the densely packed crowd in the corridor, clearly realizing the gravity of the situation, and nodded in agreement. During such times, it is best for ordinary students to retreat to the common room, thereby avoiding any inconvenience to the professors. Anriel is no ordinary student. Essentially, all of Ravenclaw is aware of his presence. With a flick of his wand drawn from his pocket, Anriel gently waved it from side to side, instantly parting the crowd with a soft yet potent force. A few steps forward, and Anriel could hear the furious roar of Filch. He had nearly arrived at the scene alongside the professors, just in time to witness Filch spitting with rage, as if he were intent on throttling Mr. Harry Potter. Mr. Filch, Argus. The voices of Anriel and Dumbledore resonated simultaneously, seemingly restoring Filch's sanity as he released his grip on Harry's collar and stepped back in measured retreat. The two exchanged a glance, their understanding profound, and moved in unison, as if they had rehearsed this countless times decades ago. Dumbledore experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation, and one could hardly blame him for it. Anriel bore the youthful visage reminiscent of a spirited Grindelwald from years past. Dumbledore turned to part the crowd, instructing the prefects to guide the students back to the common room, while Anriel strode directly towards the forlorn cat. Sir? Anriel raised an eyebrow, while Dumbledore nodded and turned to the troublesome trio. Severus Snape's facial muscles twitched, revealing a complex inner turmoil of a master who yearned to voice his thoughts, yet restrained himself. Professor Lockhart's office was nearby. Let us proceed there. Thus, a headmaster. 4 deans, 1 Lockhart, 1 Anriel, and a poor cat, now petrified, made their way directly to Lockhart's office. A moment later, within the confines of Lockhart's office, the proprietor was consumed by guilt for not having intervened in time to prevent this tragic incident, while the large portrait on the wall occasionally chimed in with its agreement. As Anriel meticulously examined the exquisite stone sculpture, the others were reluctantly subjected to Lockhart's grandiloquent ramblings. Still alive. Anriel straightened his back and brushed off his robe, uttering a perplexing remark. What? Who was still alive? Lockhart, still in a state of confusion, appeared to be either unable to hear clearly or completely oblivious, and he asked. Looking somewhat bewildered, Dumbledore smiled, seemingly pleased with Anriel's performance as he stroked his beard. Evidently, he shared the same sentiment. The cat, poor Mr. Filch's cat, is still alive. Anriel turned to Felci and whispered, Is it truly so? I mean, the judgment of this child. Lord interjected, seemingly questioning Anriel's assessment. It is indeed the case that one wishes to showcase themselves yet possesses no discernible ability to read the room. Anriel cast a glance at Lockhart, who suddenly shivered uncontrollably. Instinctively closing his mouth and tightening his robe, Filch stifled a silent sob and inquired, If she is not dead, then why? He faltered. For a vocabulary as barren as his was ill-equipped to accurately depict the current state of Lady Loris. In words he could muster, he could only convey that she seemed as if lifeless. She has merely been petrified, Argus, Dumbledore interjected soothingly. We possess numerous means to rescue her. Filch let out a whimper, retreating into the shadow of the corner, his angry gaze fixed unwaveringly on Harry. Compared to other professors, Anriel, who frequently patrolled the night alongside Filch, evidently garnered more trust or perhaps fear from him. In any case, Anriel's words held weight, particularly when both he and Dumbledore spoke in unison. Filch had little recourse then. He believed these two would surely provide him with a satisfactory explanation. The first to adopt a rather heated demeanor was Professor Snape, who had already accumulated his share of blame and was not deterred by an additional accusation. One could not deny that Quirrell had a point. Snape indeed bore an uncanny resemblance to a villain. I believe Potter and his little friends simply happened upon the wrong place at the wrong time. Harry absurdly presumed that no one would believe the truth he spoke, and so he contemplated weaving a falsehood. He was also uncertain whether his auditory hallucinations were the result of overwhelming academic and Quidditch-related stress. Just as he was about to speak, a hand landed on his shoulder, icy enough to induce a shiver throughout his body. To be frank, whether we believe it or not, it was as if Anriel had seen right through Harry. He felt as though he were meeting this kind-hearted blonde upperclassman for the first time. The very first encounter was with the student who had outwitted Voldemort the previous year. Harry dared not meet Dumbledore's piercing blue gaze, nor could he confront Anriel's heterochromatic eyes. The sensation that they could discern his every thought was strikingly reminiscent of the headmaster. I heard a voice, No, I mean, there was someone speaking within the walls, or perhaps outside, a very cold voice imbued with malice. He continued, It follows me within the walls. I can hear it wherever I go. By the end, Harry's words became disjointed, his voice trailing off, leaving the entire office enveloped in profound silence. Anriel and Dumbledore exchanged glances. Ron and Hermione appeared visibly alarmed. The imposing presence of Snape suddenly dissipated, replaced by a shadow of gloom that astonished Harry. Minerva, would you kindly escort Mr. Potter and his friends back to the common room? McGonagall nodded, leading away the three unfortunate children, while the rest of the occupants in the room remained in silence. Even the photograph of Lockhart on the wall, along with his real self, seemed to sense the discord in the atmosphere, wisely choosing to remain mute. Headmaster, Snape's dark voice resonated. I believe I should. Dumbledore nodded, and Snape, without uttering another word, turned and departed from Lockhart's office. Both Anriel and Dumbledore were acutely aware that the old bat was on a quest to investigate the contraband within their Slytherin house. After all, in light of such an incident, it was difficult to cast suspicion beyond Slytherin. The Chamber of Secrets was no trifling matter. Filch, somewhat at a loss, glanced around helplessly and let out a mournful sound. Dumbledore strolled slowly around the petrified cat, murmuring to himself, No evidence. Yet I fervently hope this is merely a clumsy imitation. Anriel shook his head, saying nothing. The others present departed from Lockhart's office in silence, leaving only Lockhart himself behind. Completely bewildered, Lockhart felt utterly disconnected throughout the conversation. In his eyes, Harry had merely recounted a nonsensical, chaotic fantasy that resembled a spectral monster, capable of traversing walls. Surely, this was mere nonsense, was it not? After all, they were at Hogwarts. The portraits on the walls chattered incessantly, and Lockhart's own self-assuredness appeared somewhat lacking. Headmaster's office. Ah, Anriel, are you aware of the Chamber of Secrets? Dumbledore inquired, prodding his wand into his tousled white hair, slowly extricating a somewhat dense strand of silvery substance. This indicated a memory quite ancient, nearly solidified with the passage of time. I suppose so, though it pales in comparison to those students who have diligently studied nearly 2 centuries of Hogwarts history. Yet, your reaction has confirmed for me that the chamber indeed exists. Dumbledore nodded, his gaze fixed intently on the swirling memory now placed in the pensieve, resembling a wisp of mist. A tall, indistinct figure rotated within the basin. Anriel shrugged and leaned forward. Moments later, Anriel and Dumbledore descended gracefully to the ground. Beside Anriel stood 2 Dumbledores. In addition to the one with the flowing white beard, there was another, a professor of transfiguration sporting a grizzled brown beard. None spoke. They quietly followed the younger Dumbledore down the corridor, rounding the corner of a staircase. "Good evening, Tom," the old headmaster sighed softly. "What brings you to the corridor at such a late hour?" This time, it was the young transfiguration professor who broke the silence. Tom Riddle appeared startled, but quickly regained his composure, explaining that Professor Dippet had summoned him for a conversation. The younger Dumbledore regarded the young Voldemort for a lengthy moment before uttering the iconic line. "Is there something you wish to share with me, Tom?" "No, sir." Dumbledore and the 2 figures from the future silently watched as Riddle vanished around the corner of the descending staircase. The scene shifted, with walls, stairs, and tapestries whirling rapidly. Yet Anriel and the elder Dumbledore remained unchanged. This time, they found themselves in a room that felt familiar. The glinting silver instruments were absent, replaced by numerous scrolls of parchment. "Mr. Dippet, I believe we should refrain from hasty conclusions. Miss Myrtle's parents have requested that the school identify the culprit. Yet we must not convict the innocent," the wizard at the door asserted, prompting Anriel to turn and meet his unwavering, sharp gaze. He had never heard Dumbledore speak with such commanding intensity. It was evident that Dumbledore was indeed angry. "Albus, you must understand, Hagrid indeed. Who would keep a ferocious and cruel beast as a pet in a cardboard box?" At that time, it was Riddle, none other than the astutely intelligent Voldemort himself, who framed the dim-witted Hagrid. The evidence was scant, and public opinion was decidedly against Hagrid. Coupled with Hagrid's heritage as a half-giant, it was a detail that a discerning individual could easily uncover, leaving no room for concealment. In this matter, not even the esteemed headmaster Armando Dippet could offer a solution, and neither could Dumbledore himself. Anriel listened as the former headmaster enumerated several charges against Hagrid. Of course, from the present perspective, these so-called pieces of evidence bore no relation to the Chamber of Secrets. However, at that time, coupled with the deliberate slander disseminated by Riddle, the situation was quite different. Anriel could only express deep regret. Hagrid's conviction is an unalterable chapter of history that has already transpired. Anriel gazed at the memory, observing the sun outside the headmaster's office transition from its zenith to the horizon's embrace. Within Dumbledore's recollection, the descent of the sun was strikingly vivid. This time, even the elderly Dumbledore, with his graying beard, began to spin in harmony with the world around him and all the objects within the room. Moments later, Anriel found his footing firmly on the intricately patterned stone floor of the headmaster's office. He was well aware of the subsequent events. 50 years prior, under Dumbledore's assurance, although Hagrid was expelled, he was spared from the grim fate of Azkaban, instead placed under the care of the former keeper of keys and grounds, Mr. Ogg, who groomed him to become the next guardian. Eventually, when Mr. Ogg retired to a tranquil life, the robust Hagrid became the keeper of keys and grounds under Dumbledore's aegis. Wholly devoted to him, Anriel turned to gaze at Dumbledore, whose crescent-shaped spectacles were askew, reflecting the silvery light emanating from the basin of memories. It was evident that the clues were scant. They could either wait for the assailant to reveal themselves and orchestrate an ensuing attack, or perhaps ascertain whether Voldemort had once again infiltrated their midst, plotting some sinister scheme. Anriel leisurely elucidated the current state of affairs. Indeed, he possessed the script and was well aware of the truth. However, he had neither evidence nor necessity, and certainly no inclination to embark on an unnecessary solitary investigation. Let us not be absurd. As Anriel departed from the headmaster's office, Dumbledore's expression bore a notable concern. Following a harmonious melody, the door to the Ravenclaw common room swung open. Before Anriel could fully comprehend the situation, a diminutive figure came bounding toward him. Anriel gently tousled the girl's messy hair. Luna pouted and shook her head. Perhaps Anriel was not the first to extend a hand to a first-year student, but without a doubt, he was a successful initiator. Though he possessed the physique of a 13-year-old, Anriel's soul was far more mature than his years would suggest. Moreover, During his previous life, he had harbored a fondness for the Ravenclaw Silver Moon Angel, and now, having traversed through time, he found himself presented with an opportunity at last. How could he not seize it? Luna, feeling a sense of confusion, lifted her gaze. In that fleeting moment, she sensed Anriel's sudden surge of determination. Though the reason eluded her, nevertheless, her intuition assured her that there was no malice in his intent. The following day, the atmosphere in the various classes was notably somber, as if an ominous storm were brewing on the horizon. Amidst this oppressive ambience, Anriel managed to make a trip to Hogsmeade. Clearly, the place was far more populated than it would be the following year, for everyone was aware of the dangers lurking within the castle. A considerable number seemed to believe that the beast in the Chamber of Secrets would only roam within the castle walls. They were correct, in every conceivable way. The basilisk had never ventured beyond the confines of the castle. The shops at Zonko's, the Three Broomsticks, Honeydukes, and even the Owl post office were bustling with activity. Speaking of owls, one could not overlook Anriel's formidable eagle owl, Grethros. It was indeed a magnificent creature, although Anriel seldom had any correspondence requiring its assistance. The few letters he did send necessitated traversing the vast expanse of the Atlantic, nearly reaching the other side of the globe to find the vacationing old Bashida. What was even more astonishing was that this eagle, with a wingspan nearing 2 meters, was truly capable of accomplishing such a feat. Anriel has raised it in the Forbidden Forest, where it can no longer coexist with other owls. If this formidable raptor, equipped with a robust and sharp beak and talons, were to be confined in the school's owlery, it would not take long before the ground was littered with the gruesome remains of birds. Perhaps soon, it would be called upon to deliver a letter. As Anriel walked back to the castle, he pondered the aftermath of the first attack, which had subsided swiftly. In truth, even such an event only instilled a fleeting sense of panic among the students. The vast majority had not witnessed the 2 lines of blood and were oblivious to the intricacies of the incident, merely indulging in hearsay. This gossip, in the absence of a second attack, would soon dissipate like dandelion fluff, overshadowed by other more captivating events, such as a Quidditch match. Although Anriel had little interest in such spectacles, of course, he was among the few who felt this way. He had assumed that the Ravenclaw house, known for its intellectual prowess, would not exhibit much enthusiasm for such a vigorous sport, at least not to the frenzied extent of the Gryffindor students. However, he was evidently mistaken this time. The Ravenclaws not only shared a passion for this game, but they also boasted a team whose overall abilities rivaled those of Gryffindor, perhaps even ranking second among the 4 school teams. Such a team would naturally have the opportunity to compete for the Quidditch Cup. Regrettably, Anriel could not conceive any valid reason to attend the match. The rain poured down in torrents, as if the sky had been rent asunder, with visibility already poor. What was there to see? Watching Harry being chased by a manic bludger intent on claiming his life? Or standing alongside Luna in the Ravenclaw section, openly supporting Gryffindor? This child, though not the one who had recently donned that impressive lion's mane in the original text, certainly had a shocking presence. Furthermore, this match was not merely a contest between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Besides, Anriel was aware he would have more pressing matters to attend to later that evening, likely burning the midnight oil in service to old Dumbledore. On the very night when the bones in Harry's arm were removed by some incompetent fool, a second attack swiftly ensued, leading to chaos and long hours of work. Would Dumbledore assign Anriel to this additional task? The answer was undoubtedly affirmative. The wisdom that comes with age is not a secret. Dumbledore adeptly harnesses all available resources at his disposal, devoid of any ulterior motives, merely a matter of personal habit. Anriel gazed out through the window of Ravenclaw Tower, where a torrential downpour obscured the world beyond, with only a few indistinct shadows of red and green flitting through the curtain of rain. Clearly, it was only Anriel's keen vision that could pierce such distance. Luna had succumbed to slumber, her head resting upon a celestial chart. This was not ideal. "Luna, wake up." There was no response, only the soft sound of her gentle snores. Anriel let out a sigh. Theoretically, first-grade courses should not be so exhausting for students. The fault lay with him, as he had perhaps been a touch too hasty. After pondering for a moment, Anriel made a decision that contradicted ancestral wisdom. He gently lifted the petite form of the girl in his arms, feeling her warmth, which caused a flush to rise on his cheeks. After all, he had resolved to pursue her. It would be unreasonable to nurture a relationship from childhood. Fortunately, the lounge was devoid of others. The atmosphere was somewhat delicate. Despite the absence of any onlookers, returning Luna posed a dilemma. According to the ancient regulations of Hogwarts, the girls' dormitory was not welcoming to boys. regardless of the urgency of the situation. Those stairs would transform into slides, and any attempt to intrude would trigger a piercing alarm. Subsequently, a detailed record would be filed. Quite mortifying, indeed. Without grappling with any moral quandaries, Anriel realized, upon recalling that he resided in a single room with 4 beds, that this might just be a favorable choice. Anriel let out a soft chuckle, and whether it was merely an illusion or not. As he stood at the bottom of the boys' dormitory stairs, he perceived a slight upward curve at the corner of Luna's mouth. Anriel resided in the outermost room, serving as the guardian, a role that Dumbledore had deemed necessary to prevent disturbances from the inner quarters. Little did he know that this decision would later prove to be a stroke of genius, inadvertently providing assistance. This should be acceptable, correct? Luna, reclining upon her 4-poster bed, wore a radiant smile. At this moment, Anriel was certain that the little sprite was far from asleep. Her delicate visage was adorned with a rosy hue, even more vivid than that of a boiled shrimp. No need to pretend. Do take a proper rest. Anriel lowered her head and gently poked Luna's forehead. Luna puffed up her cheeks, refusing to open her eyes, which stirred a wave of affection within Anriel. The sound of the wooden door clicking shut echoed through the room. The girl on the bed quietly squinted her eyes, casting a glance towards the doorway. Anriel has already departed. Oh dear, what should I do? In a moment of impulsiveness, I pretended to be asleep, and now I have truly been carried back. What should I do? Luna grasped a duck-down pillow and struck it against her face, releasing a cloud of steam from both ends. In the magical realm, such occurrences are quite ordinary. Outside, a rain-soaked sports match is underway, while the professors fret over the Chamber of Secrets, bustling with activity both inside and out. Yet here, a pair of young lovers are engrossed in their sweet nothings. Is this appropriate? Undoubtedly, it is fitting. The world is indeed wondrous. It appears that the sorrows and joys of humanity resonate profoundly with one another. After a while, Luna gradually calmed her emotions, fatigue washed over her, and her eyelids began to dull. Before long, she succumbed to a deep slumber. For reasons unknown, Luna's expression bore an inexplicable sense of tranquility. Suddenly, a shimmering wave of air materialized in midair, and in the next moment, a crystalline blue eye opened, gazing tenderly at the slumbering Luna on the bed. Anriel gazed upon Luna's serene, sleeping visage, suddenly pondering a thought. Is it not true that at this tender age, a girl burdened with myriad concerns yearns for a dependable elder brother? Luna has chosen herself, while Ginny has opted for Tom. However, few others can claim the same weight of responsibility at such a young age as these two. Yet, as Anriel's discerning eye surveyed Luna, he noted that she had not even changed out of her school robe, which caused him yet another bout of exasperation. Indeed, this carefree disposition is, after all, a facet of Luna's charm. Anriel engaged in no superfluous actions, his gaze fixated on Luna's cloak. As his eyes moved, the garment levitated effortlessly, draping itself over the coat rack. At that moment, a soft sound echoed. A flame-formed phoenix erupted from the fireplace, only to dissipate swiftly, leaving behind a solitary feather of the mythical creature upon the floor. Anriel seemed to grasp what had transpired. The air twisted momentarily once more, and that cerulean eye closed. The phoenix's tail feather on the ground had vanished without a trace, leaving only the tranquil sound of Luna's breath in the room. Anriel surmised that he would not return home tonight, thus permitting Luna to stay and rest here. However, it seemed that Anriel had overlooked the potential repercussions if Luna were to emerge from his room the following morning. Moments later, Luna, nestled in bed, opened her eyes, revealing the cunning and perceptiveness characteristic of a girl her age, her gaze sparkling with curiosity as she surveyed the singularity of this chamber. When Anriel arrived at the school hospital, a large crowd had already gathered, including 4 deans, Madame Pomfrey, and the headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, all surrounding the unfortunate child, Colin Creevey. A second attack had indeed occurred. However, Anriel suddenly sensed something amiss. He glanced around, but did not find any trace of the suspected Harry Potter on any of the hospital beds. Sir, is Harry not here? Anriel furrowed her brow and inquired in a lowered voice to Dumbledore, Mr. Potter? Ah, Mr. Potter has returned with Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger after his bones have mended. Dumbledore replied thoughtfully. Anriel discreetly bent down, ostensibly to assess Colin's condition, yet within, he was utterly astounded. Was this the butterfly effect he had inadvertently wrought? Harry Potter would still be struck by that rogue bludger, but Gilderoy Lockhart had not removed all the bones from his arm. Why was that? Setting aside the cause of this anomaly, if one were to focus solely on the outcome, would Dobby still have the opportunity to clarify matters with Harry Potter? No. One ought to have faith that Dobby would find Harry and elucidate the intricacies of Platform 9 3/4 and the rogue bludger. Yet, what if he did not? Would Harry still assist in liberating Dobby by the year's end? It must be noted that, under Anriel's interference, even the fact that Dobby intercepted Harry Potter's letters was unbeknownst to Harry himself. Wait a moment. This is not right. Anriel suddenly realized something, abruptly lifting her head and startling Dumbledore. Child, what have you discovered? Anriel's expression darkened as he fixated on the camera held by Colin. Sir, I believe it is imperative that we summon some of our classmates, particularly those Muggle-born students from Gryffindor and Slytherin. Colin Creevey ought not to be here. In the original narrative, he descends to visit Harry Potter. However, now that Harry has been discharged, the only reason that could possibly entice Colin to emerge at this late hour is the whereabouts of Ginny Weasley, manipulated by Tom Riddle's diary. This evening, Colin will not be the sole victim, sir. I strongly advise an immediate investigation into the missing individuals. Anriel spoke with unwavering conviction. And upon hearing such steadfastness in her tone, Dumbledore's expression grew increasingly grave. He exchanged a glance with McGonagall and Snape, prompting them to turn and exit the hospital wing, leaving Madame Pomfrey somewhat taken aback. Only McGonagall, who had personally experienced that era, or Snape, who had collaborated with Anriel, could comprehend the depth of Dumbledore's unconditional trust in her. As for Voldemort, a traitor of Muggle blood from Slytherin was likely deemed far more detestable than other wizards of Muggle heritage, a sentiment Dumbledore wholeheartedly agreed with. Indeed, Slytherin was not solely composed of pure bloods and half-bloods. There were also numerous students of Muggle origin. Voldemort himself was of mixed blood, which made his primary targets those of purely Muggle lineage. If Colin had ventured out tracking Ginny's whereabouts, there would undoubtedly be a predetermined target for an attack. If he could not locate the individual, Anriel slowly circled to the head of the bed, utterly dismissing the notion that anything could survive within that camera. He gently squeezed Colin's arm, the texture dry and rigid, reminiscent of scaly skin. This was his first encounter with a petrified individual, after all. There exists a significant disparity between humans and felines. The tome on malevolent curses elucidates that those who have been indirectly gazed upon by a basilisk, or victims who have met the gaze of a gorgon, are fundamentally distinct from those rendered to stone. This distinction is evident in the challenges of reversing the curse as well as the magical effects involved. The two are not comparable in magnitude. The most striking manifestation is the skin. Individuals petrified by the basilisk or slain under its gaze exhibit an eerie dryness, their skin akin to that of serpents. Conversely, the victims of a gorgon are entirely transformed into solid stone, suitable for use as building material. The petrifying curse, however, merely renders the muscles rigid and tense, retaining the overall texture of human skin, with a degree of elasticity, while their cognitive faculties remain intact. Furthermore, the indirect gaze of the basilisk and the petrifying curse are reversible, whereas a direct confrontation with a gorgon signifies the need to prepare for one's final rites. Anriel raised her head. It was not only McGonagall and Snape who had departed, but also Professor Sprout, who, concerned for her students, had left alongside them. Now, the remaining occupants of the room, Dumbledore, Professor Filius Flitwick, and Madame Pomfrey, turned their gazes towards Anriel. Unbeknownst to her, this third-year student had already garnered a certain degree of authority and respect. This was hardly surprising, as others were compelled to piece together fragmented clues to formulate answers, while Anriel merely needed to amalgamate her knowledge to reconstruct the process leading to the result. The resolution of problems unfolded in this manner. Guessing answers was quite straightforward, requiring only a systematic integration of clues, whereas fabricating a process involved numerous considerations. Hence, it is often said that applying formulas expedites problem-solving. But I digress. Professor, I personally believe this is a basilisk. Anriel promptly recounted the evidence of his recent deductions to Dumbledore, although it was likely that Dumbledore, with his vast knowledge, could have arrived at the same conclusion independently. Anriel sought to bask in the limelight. Regardless of whether Dumbledore was already aware, he felt it advantageous to articulate his findings. If it were a matter pertaining to a ghoul, one must not overlook the improbability of such an entity remaining undetected within the castle for half a century. Moreover, the fact that the victim's body, pardon the imprecise wording, remained intact is telling in itself. Ghouls possess a semblance of human intellect and would not allow themselves to be manipulated. They would ensure proper disposal of any remains post-attack, thus eliminating any possibility of a display. Yet, how did this transpire? The sharp, piercing voice of Friviv punctuated the moment. serving to propel the narrative forward and bridge the preceding and subsequent events. Anriel feigned ignorance, casting an inquiring gaze towards Dumbledore. Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully, recalling, "I remember Mr. Potter once claimed to have heard peculiar sounds emanating from within the walls." Anriel stood in solemn reverence, for he was indeed the greatest white wizard in history. It is noteworthy that the events of the dueling club had yet to unfold, and the fact that Harry Potter was a Parselmouth remained undisclosed. However, Dumbledore had already discerned the truth. Thus, had it not been for the fact that both Riddle 50 years ago and Harry Potter 50 years hence chose to conceal crucial information, Dumbledore might have resolved the matter forthwith. The basilisk slithered through the pipes within the walls. What Hermione could deduce, Albus Dumbledore had every reason to infer as well. At that moment, the door swung open. Severus Snape strode in briskly, a gust of wind accompanying him, rendering him akin to a brooding old bat. "Headmaster, a child has gone missing." Upon hearing Snape's report, Dumbledore's brow furrowed in deep concern. The other professors also wore expressions of grave worry, their brows knitted tightly. A fourth-year student from Gryffindor had vanished. Anriel recalled with a chilling memory the figure of William Cress, both of whose parents were Muggles. It is quite certain that he is deceased. Indeed, in the diary, Riddle's primary objective was to transform into Harry Potter. However, this does not imply that he abandoned his intent to eliminate Muggle-borns. In the original text, the element of chance was exceedingly pronounced. So, sir, shall we consider a temporary suspension from studies? Or shall we proceed otherwise? Anriel tapped the edge of the bed, drawing the attention of those present. "Let us first locate Mr. Cress." Dumbledore, stroking his long beard in contemplation, ultimately sighed softly. "It has been a rather dismal day, everyone. It would be best for you to return home. Congregating here will not resolve our issues. We require a moment of calm. Anriel, follow me." Dumbledore was the first to exit the hospital wing. As Anriel brushed past Snape, the latter fixated on Colin's rigid expression, lost in his own thoughts, whatever they may be, rational or not. As the two hastened toward the headmaster's office, Dumbledore broke the silence. Anriel pondered for a moment and softly remarked, "The washroom. Blowing bubbles. Ah. This is the password for the principal's office, so do not misconstrue it." Anriel pulled out a chair and sat down. Observing Dumbledore as he immediately retrieved a quill and parchment upon entering the room, beginning to compose a letter, he elaborated, "Given that the basilisk traverses through the plumbing or other conduits, the restroom remains its sole exit within the school premises, unless it were to immerse itself in filth and make its escape via the sewage system. It is evident that the unfortunate Colin must have pursued the so-called heir to the lair of the basilisk, capturing the very moment the creature departed from its nest, which explains his petrification rather than his demise. Clearly, this went unnoticed by the heir, otherwise, I cannot fathom anyone being foolish enough not to deliver a fatal blow." "What is a fatal blow?" Dumbledore mused. "It is an act of ensuring the victim does not feign death after being harmed, effectively preventing the occurrence of leaving any breath of life, thereby avoiding a half-finished act of murder." Anriel calmly elucidated the matter, while Dumbledore, fully comprehending, felt his lexicon had expanded once more. On the perch, the notably aged fox let out a cry, reminiscent of an ailing individual gasping for breath. Afterward, it buried its bare head into the sparse feathers that remained. Dumbledore picked up the parchment from the table, scanning it briefly before folding it with care. Casting a worried glance at Fawkes, it would be wise to send Gellert. In such a state, Fawkes would likely be unable to reach the Ministry of Magic. After a moment of contemplation, Anriel added, "Actually, I can go as well." Dumbledore shook his head and handed the letter to Anriel. The gestures conveyed a clear message. "You shall not go. Expedite the dispatch of the letter." Anriel tucked the letter into his bosom and stepped forward. In an instant, the air warped, and Anriel's figure vanished. Dumbledore furrowed his brow and turned to the portraits of former headmasters hanging on the wall. "We must mobilize every conceivable channel of information to swiftly locate the missing Mr. Cress. I hope he is still alive. Hogwarts may be facing a crisis reminiscent of that which occurred 50 years ago." All the portraits of the headmasters responded in agreement. Even Phineas Black, who unusually refrained from any evasion, turned and disappeared into the canvas. This was a matter concerning Hogwarts, not merely a private affair. Soon, only one portrait remained in the room. "Dumbledore, it is Tom, isn't it?" Though it sounded like a question, the tone asserted a fact. "I regret to inform you. It is indeed him, Mr. Depet." Upon hearing this response, Almander Depet's brow was shrouded in sorrow. He ceased to speak and turned to join the ranks of former headmasters searching for William Cress. The Forbidden Forest. Simply hand the letter to Fudge. If he wishes to come, wait for a while and bring him to me. If he does not come, return to me on your own. Anriel arranged Garrus's feathers and advised him. Garrus let out a sharp cry, signifying his understanding, and then soared toward the heavens. Anriel has once again employed his old tricks, vanishing into the forbidden forest. Anriel, what do you believe he is? Dumbledore inquired without turning, his eyes closed. It was evident that he referred to he rather than it, implying a distinction. I am uncertain, but it cannot possibly be the original. 6 months is undoubtedly insufficient for him to recuperate to the point of controlling a basilisk. Furthermore, if someone were possessed, it would be detectable. As for taking over a body or recreating a new form, if it were that simple, I would not have spent 50 years perfecting my own. Anriel snorted through his nose, casting a glance out the window where the horizon was graced with the faintest blush of dawn. Most likely, it was a soul artifact. Upon hearing Anriel's conclusion, Dumbledore displayed a rather troubled expression. Anriel understood that uncovering the hidden machinations of Voldemort within the school was far more manageable than locating a mysterious object that could be both inconspicuous and variable in size. The identity of the Horcrux bearer, whether male or female, and their age, remained entirely unknown. Of course, Anriel could directly confront Ginny to retrieve the riddle box, yet he was ultimately unable to speak Parseltongue. Thus, the inherent danger posed by the basilisk persisted, leaving the problem unresolved. Anriel picked up the sorting hat from the shelf, examining it closely as the mischievous old hat made faces at him. What could he possibly say? Truly, it was a hat born of the quintessential Gryffindor mindset. Dumbledore glanced at Anriel but chose to ignore him, continuing instead to ponder his own strategies. Anriel donned his hat, and a faint voice echoed in his mind, one he had heard 2 years and a few months prior. These past 2 years have been rather pleasant, haven't they? Are you satisfied with the academy? Do you approve of my choices? The hat jested, fully aware that Anriel's intention in wearing it was far from this. Both the hat and its wearer remained enveloped in silence. Anriel chuckled softly to herself, contemplating. Hat, there is something that piques my curiosity. What is it that you find perplexing enough to inquire about? Hat laughed heartily. You are undoubtedly among the brightest of the Ravenclaw students I have mentored. Anriel pondered quietly. Hat, tell me, is Godric Gryffindor still alive? This thought had suddenly crossed Anriel's mind, perhaps inspired by the diary he had encountered this year. The resemblance was striking. Indeed too uncanny. This hat bore the memories implanted by Gryffindor from that era, encapsulating the thoughts of the 4 founders. It possessed a clear awareness of its unique existence, an independent consciousness, and even the capability to analyze situations and offer suggestions to the school. This was in the year 990 AD. For a magical artifact that had endured for a millennium, was this appropriate? Who knows? While it is improbable for anyone to live for 1,000 years, if it were Gryffindor, perhaps it could be possible. The hat seemed to respond to Anriel, yet it also appeared to divert the conversation. There was no overt attempt to conceal its thoughts, nor any unwarranted astonishment. Such a reaction was the most fitting, the most natural. The hat grinned widely atop Anriel's head, threads of magic seeming to spray forth from the great fissure like flecks of spittle. Anriel, it is time to return. All that could be accomplished tonight has been. The gentle yet weary voice of Dumbledore echoed. Anriel replaced his hat. He was oblivious to the reason behind his inquiry and perplexed as to why Dumbledore had not permitted him to deliver the letter to the Ministry of Magic, leaving him to languish in idleness. Unless, Anriel contemplated a certain possibility, his brows slightly furrowing as he mastered the expression on his face. Well then, good morning, sir. As Anriel lifted his gaze, a playful expression adorned his face. He exited the principal's office. Upon pushing open the door, his attention was immediately captivated by an array of peculiar decorations. There were oddly shaped wooden pendants, 2 pots of orange little radishes, he recalled their name to be airship plums, and a rather extravagant dream catcher. Luna lay in bed clad in her pajamas, truly fast asleep this time. Witnessing this scene, it was impossible for Anriel not to realize that the little girl was feigning sleep, perhaps for the second time. On the writing desk lay some wood shavings, remnants of wand wood that had likely been a small pile a few hours ago, now transformed into wooden pendants. Perhaps Luna found this dormitory too sparse? Anriel's lips curled slightly as he pulled over an armchair to lean against the bedside, intending to rest his eyes for a brief moment. A faint, persistent humming sound began to resonate. Anriel suddenly opened his eyes. The stars within his pupils began to swirl. A swarm of minuscule, winged insects circled above his head. These were the tormenting flies. Anriel was genuinely astonished this time. from the very beginning. Although his fondness for the character of Luna may have instilled a glimmer of hope in him, leading him to believe that the magical creatures, which only existed in the imaginations of the loved father and daughter, might indeed be real, he had never truly believed it. However, now, Anriel found himself confronted with tangible evidence that the world in which Luna immersed herself was not an illusion. It was truly remarkable. Anriel smiled sincerely, his gaze towards Luna imbued with unparalleled tenderness. Yet, he recalled that the tormenting flies were indeed pests. With a decisive snap of his fingers, an invisible and colorless flame erupted, engulfing those tiny creatures and sparing them the opportunity to disturb Luna's slumber. It was still several hours until dawn, and Anriel nestled into his lounge chair, closing his eyes and drifting into the realm of dreams. He seldom dreamed, but on this occasion, he beheld 4 indistinct figures in his slumber. The shadows bore hues of golden red, silvery green, blue-white, and brown-yellow. Among them, the golden-red figure stood out with remarkable clarity, its coarse russet mane giving it the appearance of a venerable and formidable lion. Only its eyes remained open, locking gazes with Anriel. Anriel opened his eyes, roused from slumber by the sounds surrounding him. Luna emitted soft murmurs in her dreams, while the morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains. The young girl turned over, awakening herself with an exclamation. Her words, though unintentionally uttered, were devoid of consciousness. Her eyes, vacant and unfocused, her tousled hair, and her disheveled nightgown created a rather captivating image. Indeed, this portrayal evokes a blend of pure protective instincts and a darker, more sinister urge within the observer. Anriel bit the tip of his tongue, regaining some composure. Were it not for the pristine bed sheets, who could tell what transpired between him and Luna last night? Good morning. It seems my little fairy retired quite early last evening. With a flourish of his wand, Anriel drew back the curtains. Yet the light failed to reach the bed, alleviating any concerns about blinding brightness. As he surveyed his surroundings, Anriel found himself captivated by the handmade decorations crafted by Luna. Though some of the materials used were rather precious wand components, Anriel's affluent family deemed such trifles a worthy investment to delight his young girlfriend. Luna squinted playfully, exhibiting none of the shyness she felt in Anriel's absence. Instead, she confidently elaborated, "Oh, dear sir, your room is quite plagued by pesky flies. That dream catcher is designed to attract dream butterflies, which will consume both nightmares and those bothersome flies. Therefore, the magical field of the dream catcher can only envelop the bed, correct? Ah, now I understand why those insects chose to torment me last night while sparing you. Anriel is indifferent. Merely a few insignificant insects that affect one's thoughts, causing no substantial harm. Still not in uniform? It's already 8 in the morning." Anriel turned around, allowing Luna the space to change her attire. What is an early 8? Unsurprisingly, the detrimental effects of the Chinese educational system have yet to reach the shores of Britain. This is a form of torment specifically designed for adolescents aged 18 to 22, rendering their existence utterly unbearable. There exists a more advanced variant known as early 6, which particularly targets students aged 12 to 18. Luna's face turned pale, but as a thought struck her, she regained her composure. "Ah, I am 11. It's no problem." With a serious expression, Luna nearly caused Anriel to twist her waist. "I'm done changing." Luna's voice remained ethereal, and as Anriel turned back around, she beheld Luna's grave demeanor as she held a comb. Anriel could not contain himself and let out a soft chuckle. Luna cast him a peculiar look filled with an odd sense of pity before descending from the bed and approaching him. "Is this how the young gentleman gazes?" she inquired, gracefully handing him a comb. She then turned obediently and knelt upon the bed, her long hair cascading down the side, almost reaching the floor. Anriel exhaled a breath of murky air, focusing intently on styling Luna's hair. Luna did not inquire even a fraction about the events of the previous night. What could have occupied Anriel for the entire evening? However, his presence here now was sufficient. Anriel breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that Luna merely awaited his completion of grooming, refraining from any actions that might prove difficult to manage. However, the departure from the room was somewhat clumsy, evoking a sense of guilt akin to that of an illicit affair. Fortunately, no one witnessed it. In the shadows, pairs of bright eyes seemed poised to transform into laser beams at any moment. Half an hour later, the news spread through Ravenclaw as swiftly as whispers in a secret chamber. There was little to be done, for everyone was eager to witness what true culinary mastery entailed. Yet, what did they truly understand? This is merely the first year for some and only the third for others. Oh, such grand displays! What must those silent admirers from your own year think? What about the older girls enamored with the little pony? Well, never mind. The wand was already pressed against his forehead. To speak further would be impolite. In any case, under Anriel's imposing presence. The dissemination of this incident was contained to a certain extent, resulting in a vibrant atmosphere within Ravenclaw, devoid of the tension felt in the other three houses. The Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin were fraught with worry, fearing that the next unfortunate victim might be themselves. The Eagle, exchanging furtive glances to convey messages, dared not speak aloud for fear of being overheard by Anriel. In a certain light, this too served as a means of bolstering morale. The repercussions of the second attack did not dissipate swiftly. After all, a student had gone missing, with neither sight nor sound of their fate. In such times, the search parties should be mobilized. Indeed, young master, it must be that child. A small, hunched figure wrapped in a tea towel bowed politely and swiftly. These little beings could uncover every shadowy corner, every place devoid of light within the school. Well done. You need not continue in the dining hall tomorrow. Come to the Ravenclaw common room to find me. I have much work to attend to. Anriel promised numerous tasks, and upon seeing the domesticated sprite, a look of incredulous delight illuminated his face. Anriel sighed. The issues plaguing this race are deeply entrenched, not something that can be resolved in a fleeting moment. It is not to say that Hermione's assertions lack merit. The crux of the matter lies in whether those whom you wish to liberate are indeed willing to embrace such freedom. Anriel shook his head, refraining from inquiring about the name of the household that nurtured the little sprite, as it was deemed unnecessary. Anriel swiftly followed the house elf's nimble little legs to the 5th floor. This was an unremarkable level, devoid of any special amenities. There lay the lifeless body of William Crest in a dark corner of the corridor. The ground bore no traces of water, and he clutched neither a mirror nor a camera, nor was there a petrified Nick by his side. He had passed away, in the simplest of manners, silently and unobtrusively. The house elf, shrinking back, dared to glance up at Anriel before timidly retreating 2 steps, only to vanish with a sharp crack. Anriel gazed upon the lifeless body before him, inhaling deeply as he approached and knelt down, extending his hands to gently close the innocent eyes of the deceased. A sudden wave of absurdity surged within him. If he had not intervened and allowed the original narrative to unfold, this child would not have met such a tragic fate. However, he did not dwell on this notion. Having been granted a second chance at life, would he truly sacrifice himself for someone he did not even know? At most, he would express a few sentiments of sorrow before seeking vengeance for this innocent victim. As a descendant of the first generation of the Black and White Sorcerer, how could he possibly allow himself to be hindered by the plight of a nameless individual? With a flick of his wand, a sleek silver eagle soared from the tip of his staff, heading to the headmaster's office to deliver news to Dumbledore. Moments later, professors arrived in a hurried throng. This matter had escalated beyond a swift resolution, much like the tragic demise of Myrtilla Elizabeth Warren years prior. The parents of William Cress might very well come to the school seeking answers. Of course, considering that Cress's parents were Muggles, eliminating them would undoubtedly be the most expedient course of action, with little chance of repercussions. Yet, should such a course be taken, even Voldemort would have to tip his hat and acknowledge them as the true overlords. Anriel momentarily cast aside this heartless decision. Following an autopsy, it was confirmed that Mr. Cress met his demise due to the gaze of the basilisk. Judging by the items found in his possession at the time of his death, it appears he was engaged in some clandestine activities. He may have been ambushed while descending to the library, or perhaps was arrogant enough to believe he could apprehend the mastermind behind it all. Based on his Gryffindor affiliation and the general perception of him among his peers, the latter seems to be the more plausible scenario. Anriel was plagued by a throbbing headache. One can be courageous or reckless, yet one lacks the aura of a protagonist. Professor McGonagall's countenance was steeped in sorrow, as the 2 attacks that transpired last night had claimed victims who were all students of Gryffindor House. Professor Snape wore a grave expression. Furthermore, there was an enigmatic figure who remarked, "How unfortunate this is. Alas, I was not on duty last night." The Anriel people were utterly perplexed. Is this individual truly oblivious to the palpable tension in the air? McGonagall's glare could have slain. Yet, constrained by her moral compass and cultivated demeanor, Minerva did not resort to eliminating this foolish individual who stood there, seemingly unperturbed by the gravity of the situation. Anriel found himself at a loss for words. After all, the individual was deceased, rendering any further discourse futile. His mind was preoccupied with the implications of this event. In truth, Anriel now faced 2 distinct choices, the first being to secure the diary at all costs, after which the fate of its contents, be it destruction or experimentation, would become inconsequential. The second option entailed suppressing the matter for the time being. Despite the tragic loss of life, it was likely that for an extended period, no further attacks would ensue. To outsiders, it might appear that the protective charms exchanged amongst classmates had proven effective, or perhaps that the enigmatic heir of Slytherin had chosen to withdraw. Yet, Anriel understood the reality of the situation. Two primary reasons lay at the heart of it. First, Ginny had begun to lose her faith in Riddle's diary, and second, her physical condition was deteriorating, rendering her increasingly frail, while her spirit grew ever more sensitive and fragile. Incapable of sustaining Riddle's memory to summon the basilisk for an assault in the near future, Anriel gazed intently at Dumbledore, who seemed to sense the scrutiny and lifted his head to meet Anriel's gaze. A profound understanding blossomed between them, prompting Dumbledore to instinctively cast a spell of legilimency. Sir, if we wish to unearth the puppet master behind this, we must keep this matter concealed for a time. Dumbledore perceived this unspoken thought. Truth be told, Anriel felt a sense of helplessness at this juncture. However, he found solace in the fact that Dumbledore was not a foolhardy idealist. It was highly probable that he would accept such a temporary sacrifice for the greater good. The most critical factor was that a life had already been extinguished. One should not pity the deceased, but rather the living. December arrived. As Anriel had anticipated, nothing transpired during this protracted interval. Since the petrification of the two Gryffindors, no further attacks had occurred. Snape's countenance grew increasingly grim each day, and in recent days, his demeanor had become extraordinarily tempestuous, relentlessly seeking fault to deduct points from Gryffindor. Anriel was uncertain whether Hermione and her two ineffectual companions were still intent on causing chaos during potions class. In order to pilfer the skins of African vipers and the horns of bicorns, these items being Severus Snape's private collection. Nevertheless, it was certain that they would persist in their thievery, for they were Gryffindors, after all. A week later, a peculiar lavender-hued notice was affixed to the bulletin board, announcing the establishment of a dueling club, inscribed in violet ink. The question arose, would the heir of Slytherin engage in a fair duel with his victims? Goodness, this was still being organized by Lockhart. Perhaps it might prove to be somewhat useful, wouldn't it? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Are you going? Luna inquired, standing beside Anriel, seemingly studying the notice, though her beautifully unfocused eyes appeared to be merely admiring the shade of lavender. Are you interested? Anriel responded with a hint of irony. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to take a look? Luna nodded in affirmation, her eyes returning to their usual state, and turned to gaze at Anriel. Tomorrow night, perhaps you could invite a few friends to join? Anriel suggested, I do not wish to engage in a duel with you. Luna responded with a thoughtful hum. Anriel no longer gazed upon the announcement, which was inscribed with boastful proclamations. I assure you, the knowledge you acquire in the dueling club will be the most practical and advantageous form of self-defense. The skills you learn will serve as your most effective weapons. And, of course, with me, Gilderoy Lockhart, present, the safety of the club will be assured beyond doubt. Anriel chuckled softly, anticipating an unexpected turn of events. Paired with Lockhart was Severus Snape, the youngest head of Slytherin house in history, destined to become the youngest headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He served as the potions master, the defense against the dark arts professor, and was a recipient of the second-class Merlin Award. He also acted as a spy for the Order of the Phoenix, having once been a Death Eater himself, serving as Voldemort's informant at Hogwarts. How could a mere charlatan like Lockhart dare to duel such a master of magic? Were this not merely a duel, but a genuine struggle for survival? One might fear that Lockhart would end up, as Snape mockingly suggested about Neville, reduced to mere remnants to be contained in a matchbox and delivered to the hospital wing. Thus commenced the duel club on that fateful day. Anriel led Luna to a secluded spot, where they stood observing the self-satisfied Lockhart as he ascended the stage. Luna regarded Lockhart with keen interest, her gaze reminiscent of the one Anriel had witnessed during a previous visit to May Mountain. Though whether it was the look of a person observing a monkey or that of a monkey observing a person remained uncertain. After all, a monkey's gaze can often resemble that of a fool. Excellent. It brings me immense joy to see such enthusiastic participation in this duel club, he declared. Let us extend a warm welcome to my assistant, Professor Snape. Lockhart initiated a round of applause, though few joined in. Snape's expression was as dark as the depths of a stormy sea, his lips pressed into a thin line, and the cold smirk upon his visage bore a more sinister semblance. He strode onto the dueling platform with the poise of a model, taking deliberate steps. With a flourish of his wand, he bowed. Now, hold your wand steady like this, and do not fret. I assure you that I will return to you a vibrant and intact potions professor. Lockhart proclaimed, raising his wand with confidence. Anriel's acute hearing detected the hushed murmurs of Ron and Harry, which seemed to suggest that it was best to refrain. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Disarm your weapons. With Snape's command, Lockhart was propelled through the air along with his wand. As the resonance of his landing echoed, Lockhart too met the ground. It appeared that Snape had exerted excessive force, yet this was not the case. Upon witnessing the crimson light signifying the disarmament spell, Anriel noticed a trailing white beam that resembled the tail of a comet. This was an obstacle curse, a silent impediment. As a master of silent incantation, Snape found it effortlessly simple to unleash a flurry of spells, ensuring the second remained unvoiced. There was a hint of personal vendetta. It appeared Snape had harbored disdain for this individual for quite some time, and now, under the guise of the dueling club, he was unperturbed in delivering a subtle reprimand to Lockhart. Among all present, only Anriel and the caster Snape were privy to the events that had just transpired. Luna looked on with a trace of confusion and skepticism, though not excessively so. Snape scanned the crowd and, at last, locked eyes with Anriel, who merely shrugged, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Lockhart awkwardly rose from the ground, attempting to salvage his dignity, only to be mercilessly silenced by Snape's sharp retorts. Anriel has come merely to join the fray, primarily to accompany Luna, and he does not intend to participate, unless Snape, in a fit of whimsy, decides to engage Anriel in a duel, which would certainly not be a mere sparring match. After the pairs were formed, the scene descended into utter chaos, with Lockhart shouting at the top of his lungs in a futile attempt to restore order. Anriel cast a glance at Ginny, who sat across from Luna. She appeared pale, exuding an air of fragility. However, her innate beauty rendered any sense of aversion utterly impossible, evoking instead a feeling of tender concern. "Ginny, are you all right?" Luna inquired gently, her tone laced with worry. Ginny shook her head, her small hand gripping her wand tightly. Luna nodded in understanding, and the two of them bowed gracefully before stepping back 3 paces. Anriel shouted the rhythm beside her. 3, 2, 1. Disarm. Flock of birds. The serene tone in front belonged to Luna, while the alternative path was taken by Ginny. The crimson light representing the disarming spell struck one of the yellow birds, with the others soaring towards Luna. Anriel watched with great interest as Luna adeptly managed the situation. The illusory slate, with a flick of her wand, she effortlessly cast a 3rd-level spell, typically reserved for advanced students, as a mere first-year student. The birds collided with the invisible slate, rendered unconscious. As for your weapon, Ginny's wand slipped from her grasp and spun through the air. Anriel casually reached out and caught the flying wand, which returned to him like a boomerang. "Well done. Splendidly executed, my dear young ladies." Anriel gently patted the heads of the 2 young girls, before turning to observe the scene. Lockhart's attempts to quell the chaos proved futile, and thus Snape took the stage mere seconds after Luna and Ginny concluded their duel. The turmoil swiftly subsided. Unable to withstand the formidable presence of Snape, with meticulous precision, he summoned Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter to the forefront, Malfoy's smile dripping with disdain and mockery. Neither boy offered a bow. Instead, they radiated an intense desire to vanquish the other. 3, 2, 1. The dragon emerges. Malfoy's reaction was significantly swifter than Harry's. Indeed, his incantation nearly coincided with Lockhart's. A black serpent erupted from the tip of his wand, slithering across the ground, its gaping maw revealing 2 menacing fangs. Anriel, disinterested in the serpent, turned his gaze toward Harry. He appeared utterly stunned, saying nothing and remaining motionless as he fixated on the snake. "Do not move, Potter. I shall remove this creature," Snape declared languidly, waving his wand with a casual flick and taking a couple of steps forward. "I am coming." It was over. Although the words were in English, there seemed to be a Chinese dubbing accompanying them. Anriel's lips twitched slightly as she observed Lockhart, who, with a flick of his wand, directed it towards the serpent, murmuring some incomprehensible incantation. The black snake rose majestically into the air before descending, its girth seemingly thickening, presenting an even more terrifying visage. Although the language was foreign, Anriel could distinctly sense the serpent's wrath. It writhed, swaying its head menacingly and hissing threateningly at its surroundings, seemingly in search of an unfortunate soul to unleash its fury upon. Justin Finch-Fletchley, much like in the original tale, stood precariously at the edge of the platform, unfortunate enough to have drawn the attention of the formidable black serpent. The most alarming aspect was that this creature had been further empowered by Lockhart's magic. Sai-Hei-Sai-Sishiza. Anriel was utterly bewildered, his expression one of confusion. He could not comprehend, it was entirely beyond his grasp. Moreover, Harry, in his desperation to save, spoke with an urgency that bordered on impatience, perhaps even fury, for that monstrous serpent could devour Justin at any moment. Were it not for Anriel's knowledge of the underlying circumstances, he too might have believed that Harry intended for the serpent to eliminate Justin. The chilling, serpent-like hiss that reverberated was profoundly unsettling, and to an outsider, it appeared devoid of any benevolence, evoking an involuntary shiver. Snape stepped forward, his wand aimed at the serpent, and with a flash of white light, struck its vulnerable spot, severing the black python in two, which then dissipated into a wisp of smoke. He gazed into the eyes that belonged to Lily Evans, his expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. Regrettably, Potter was far too young to decipher the complexity of that gaze. He merely felt an aversion towards Snape's look. Justin's face, contorted with anger, concealed a flicker of fear, prompting him to push through the crowd and flee the dueling club venue. Subsequently, Harry engaged in a feeble defense, resulting in an unsatisfactory conclusion to the duel. To be candid, Anriel held a skeptical view regarding the possibility of a favorable resolution to any situation involving Gilderoy Lockhart. He observed thoughtfully as Harry was dragged away by Ron and Hermione, utterly disoriented as they exited the hall. Luna, her brow furrowed with concern for her friend, Ginny Weasley, suddenly spoke. "Little sir, Ginny appears unwell, as if something is pursuing her." Anriel was momentarily taken aback. He did not anticipate Luna to utter such words. "However, I believe it is not the basilisk, but rather some other matters at play." Luna continued to astonish him, and Anriel found himself intrigued. Completely disregarding the chaotic yet stifling atmosphere surrounding them. "What leads you to such a conclusion?" he inquired. "Father often speaks of the Weasley family. He claims that although they may not be the brightest, they are fundamentally good people. Moreover, they belong to a pure-blood lineage with a long-standing history, and the heir of Slytherin would not target them. The reasoning is quite sound, had it not been for Lucius Malfoy inserting the diary into Ginny's book. The Weasley family would have never been entangled with the Chamber of Secrets." Anriel remained silent, gently tousling Luna's hair. His quietude seemed to validate her words, yet Luna, being astute, chose not to pursue the matter further. She understood that Anriel was aware of the situation but was unable to elucidate it to her. The hall was filled with a cacophony as people clustered in groups, departing in chatter. Lockhart appeared as though he had more to say or do. Yet he opened his mouth without producing a sound. In such a sensitive, intense atmosphere, even Snape proved to be far more dependable than him. However, it would be unfair to say that Snape had always been reliable, though he never quite bore the demeanor of a benevolent figure. After escorting Luna back to her dormitory, Anriel turned and made his way toward the headmaster's office, intending to discuss with Dumbledore the matter of Harry Potter being a Parseltongue. "Our dear headmaster has been quite occupied lately, especially following the death of a student. For various reasons, this news has yet to spread. Unlike 50 years ago when the body of Myrtle was discovered by students, rendering any attempts to contain the information futile, Dumbledore promptly took necessary measures. Harboring considerable confidence in Anriel's abilities, he believed that Anriel could uncover and dismantle the methods left behind by Voldemort. Following their last conversation, Dumbledore seemed to have realized that the peculiar relics sought by Riddle were not merely for collection. In other words, they had likely transformed into sinister, malevolent objects, Horcruxes. This unfolding of events was precipitated by Anriel's actions, occurring much sooner than anticipated, leaving one to ponder Voldemort's thoughts on the matter. Alas, he cannot be considered truly alive at present, thus he harbors no thoughts at all. Nonetheless, Dumbledore advised Anriel to prepare for the possibility that they might need to venture into some perilous places together. Anriel envisioned a grim and damp cavern, within which lay a vast lake teeming with ominous corpses. Among these Horcruxes, the diary is currently at Hogwarts, on the brink of its demise. Likewise, Ravenclaw's diadem awaits retrieval at a suitable time. Gunther's ring, which also serves as the resurrection stone, rests in the ruins of the Gunther estate in Little Hangleton. Slytherin's locket is concealed at number 12 Grimmauld Place, to be collected after the events concerning Sirius conclude next year. Hufflepuff's Golden Cup presents a greater challenge, as it lies within the vault of the Lestrange family. Nagini has yet to become a Horcrux. And lastly, there is Harry Potter himself. A clear and defined objective indeed. It must be said, although Anriel believes that Dumbledore, now burdened with concerns, has relinquished his deep obsession and will not easily grasp Gunther's ring, he still harbors some unease. A preliminary visit to retrieve it would suffice, akin to a leisurely excursion. Arriving at the headmaster's office, he was greeted by the sweet scent of candied jackfruit. Indeed, All the passwords to the office are culinary delights, predominantly sweet confections. As Anriel yanked open the door to the office, the beleaguered fox glanced up at him, seemingly devoid of the strength even to call out. "TSK, TSK, my old friend, you must hasten, for there is much to attend to lately, and you may yet be called upon to lend your aid." Anriel, with a teasing demeanor, pulled out the chair reserved for the headmaster and seated himself. He retrieved a quill and dipped it into Dumbledore's iconic emerald ink, commencing the task of reviewing documents on behalf of his nominal father. These were merely criticisms sent by the obstinate Board of Governors, led by Lucius, which required no response. Occasionally, when there were documents needing approval, Anriel would effortlessly mimic the signature. After all, if he could not manage that, then his years of traditional education would have been in vain. Some parents expressed concerns regarding the safety of Hogwarts, to which Anriel soothingly responded in Dumbledore's voice. Correspondence from the Daily Prophet was swiftly folded and discarded into the wastebasket. The remaining letters could sufficiently be addressed with a tone of official business. Do not underestimate these letters. Their thickness rivaled that of the hefty tomes surrounding his desk. During this time, Anriel also took a couple of strolls outside, sending Garrows to dispatch replies, while he nominally attended classes. After all, he was still a student, not a true professor, despite the fact that his responsibilities were akin to those of an instructor. A mere ordinary student, indeed. At present, Harry Potter's mood was far from pleasant, especially as he followed Professor McGonagall in a daze. He had never encountered a room quite like this, standing at the threshold. He could sense the extraordinary nature of the headmaster's office. Upon the door's opening, the first sight that greeted Harry was a cabinet filled with exquisite silverware, atop which rested the hat that had sorted him into Gryffindor. Next, there was a perch occupied by, Harry gasped, for the aged bird before him had spontaneously combusted. The flames so swift that he could only utter a cry before witnessing a pile of ashes settle into the tray below. "Let the bird be. Harry, come over here." Harry felt bewildered. The voice was youthful and vibrant, reminiscent of Dumbledore yet distinctly different. His heart raced, and for a moment, he could not recall whose voice it was. What are you still standing there for? Sit down." Anriel lifted his head, casting a puzzled glance at Harry, who stood opposite the cabinet. With a graceful wave of his hand, a chair materialized from seemingly nowhere. "Let us converse," he said. Harry was taken aback, for the individual seated in the principal's office was not the principal. Yet, in this space, Anriel's demeanor had inexplicably returned to a state of normalcy. Anriel casually dipped her quill into the inkwell and turned to Harry, inquiring, "Well, Harry, do you have anything to say?" After a moment's contemplation, Anriel added, "It would be best if your reasoning were sound, considering the recent rumors of your ability to speak Parseltongue and your presence at the scene of the incident." Harry was momentarily at a loss for words. To be fair, even if he were to defend himself from the perspectives of Anriel or Dumbledore, he remained uncertain about what to articulate. Anriel observed Harry's expression, which was on the verge of tears, and stifled a chuckle as he casually pulled the sorting hat down from the top of the cupboard. "Here, put this on and pose any inquiries to that ancient relic." The hat exhibited no excessive reaction to Anriel's disrespectful remark. It merely fixated its gaze on Harry, confused by Anriel's intentions and feeling disoriented. Harry hesitantly accepted the tattered hat from Anriel's hands and, after a brief pause, placed it atop his head. The hat was rather large, obscuring Harry's eyes completely. Silence enveloped the two, and the hat remained mute. Anriel understood that Harry was currently engaged in a fervent internal debate with the hat regarding whether he should be sorted into Slytherin. It was only a matter of time before Harry would rip the hat from his head and, in a rather undignified manner, shout at it, "You're mistaken." Indeed, he did shout just that. Anriel. Ignoring the rather awkward Harry, Anriel brushed past him and approached a tray of ashes, prodding it with his wand. With a sharp crack, Fox's fledgling head emerged from the pile of embers. Suddenly, the door swung open with force, and Hagrid burst in, brandishing a dead chicken. "Professor, I swear it was Timmy, Anriel. It's you." Hagrid seemed to expect to find a furious Dumbledore in the room, intent on expelling Harry, alongside an innocent Harry Potter, panicking in a situation reminiscent of Hagrid's own 50 years prior. "Calm down, Hagrid. You can return. I will grant your request to cast a banishing or barrier charm around the chicken coop in Dumbledore's stead." Anriel cast a glance back at Harry, who was brimming with gratitude, for at least Hagrid believed in him. It appears that Mr. Potter is quite thankful for your defense of him." A flush crept across the exposed skin on Hagrid's face, unshrouded by his beard. He lifted the dead chicken in his grasp and gave it a shake, seemingly at a loss. "Oh yes, Indeed, Harry is certainly innocent. Hagrid appeared to have a thought, emphasizing again with a hint of concern. He was evidently quite agitated, considering that Harry was now facing an accusation reminiscent of one he himself had endured over 50 years ago, with the only difference being that no one had yet met their demise. However, unbeknownst to Hagrid, the two instances in which the Chamber of Secrets had been opened had already resulted in fatalities. Had Hagrid not been vouched for by Dumbledore back then, the consequences would have been dire, almost guaranteeing him a one-way ticket to Azkaban. Although Harry, not being part human, did not attract the same level of malice. His situation remained far from favorable. Anriel nodded and gestured for Hagrid to take his leave. The grand oak door behind Hagrid opened automatically, and as Anriel watched him leave, glancing back 3 times, he promptly closed the door. Hagrid appeared somewhat uneasy. He was among the few who had yet to regard Anriel as a faculty member. His somewhat slow-witted nature prevented him from associating Anriel's formidable abilities with his esteemed position, failing to distinguish between Anriel's true self and his nominal identity as a student. Well, Harry, we now understand that our towering friend possesses unwavering trust in you. Anriel gazed at the shimmering silver clock adorning the wall. Surrounded by the portraits of the school's esteemed principals, particularly that of the venerable Mr. Armando Ditpet, who adjusted his hearing aid to attentively absorb every word spoken in the room. Yet, do you truly have nothing to share with me? Harry lowered his gaze to the table, seemingly captivated by the intricate grain of the wood. Anriel possessed a pair of profound eyes, seemingly capable of penetrating the very essence of all things. Yet, in stark contrast to Dumbledore's gentle, composed gaze, which emanated the calm that comes with the passage of time, Anriel's eyes lacked such serene illumination. Instead, they radiated aggression, sharpness, ambition, and a primal threat akin to that of a wild beast. If one were to seek a comparative figure, the youthful gaze of Alastor Moody bore a striking resemblance to Anriel's. It was as if a ferocious creature was on the prowl, steadfast and piercing, exuding a chilling light that could seize one's heart. Harry found himself unable to meet such eyes, his instinct to avoid danger warning him that this encounter could lead to harm. Noticing Harry's silence, Anriel cast a sidelong glance at him, curled his lip, and prepared to deliver another incisive remark. Are you, perhaps, clandestinely concocting some forbidden potion with your second-year friends? In some shadowy broom cupboard? Or perhaps in an abandoned lavatory with a fountain? The moment those words escaped his lips, Harry's heart sank in alarm. No. It was not merely an internal reaction. His face betrayed the panic and guilt he felt. Instinctively, he looked up, only to meet Anriel's gaze, which he dared not confront. Did he know? He must know, Harry thought, overwhelmed by a surge of anxiety. They could be expelled for this. No, fear not, Harry. I do not intend to report you 3 for expulsion. In fact, I am rather eager to see if our young Miss Granger can truly brew such a concoction. Anriel leaned forward, which only deepened Harry's astonishment and confusion. Sensing his bewilderment, Anriel elucidated, as of now, no second-year student has ever successfully brewed the complex polyjuice potion. And thus far, only Professor Snape and I are aware of your endeavor. Snape, Harry exclaimed in shock. Indeed, it is Professor Snape, Harry. At this moment, Anriel's tone was strikingly reminiscent of Dumbledore's. You ought to understand that neither I nor Professor Snape harbor any intentions of betraying you. So refrain from unjustly placing the blame on the old bat. He has his own struggles to contend with. Harry found himself utterly perplexed. The translation from Chinese to English sounded exceedingly peculiar. However, Anriel's words seemed to incite further trouble. After processing it through Harry's linguistic framework, it appeared that Anriel's message was essentially a reassurance. Go ahead and act without fear. Just ensure that no one else discovers it. And if anything goes awry, do not pin it on Snape. Is this not the very essence of reveling in chaos? Anriel gazed at Harry, who wore a bewildered and speechless expression, and smiled with a sense of relief. Should you ever contemplate engaging in any illicit activities, do remember to inform me. No one wishes for your untimely demise. Of course, we are all acutely aware that Voldemort cannot truly be regarded as human. After a moment, Harry was astonished to discover that this senior, who stood on equal footing with the professors, seemed to have little left to say to him. Anriel has begun to feed the birds with a small handful of seemingly exquisite and resplendent fruits. Sir, no, I mean Anriel, Harry interjected, his instinctive use of honorifics startling himself. The atmosphere was so delicate, and Anriel's aura bore an uncanny resemblance to that of professors such as McGonagall and Snape, which inadvertently led Harry to perceive Anriel as a figure of authority. Nonetheless, this did not deter him from expressing his thoughts. We suspect that the heir of Slytherin may be Malfoy. Anriel tossed the last small acorn from her hand, and Fox caught it deftly in his mouth. He glanced back at Harry and remarked, "It's a nice thought, but perhaps next time refrain from thinking at all." Harry replied, "But perhaps Malfoy's father, 50 years ago." Anriel elucidated, "Where is the evidence? One cannot simply declare a person malevolent based solely on their appearance. Even Hagrid possesses a rather fearsome demeanor. Although, it must be acknowledged that the actions of Lucius and Draco indeed affirm their nefarious nature." Harry found himself somewhat bewildered. If Anriel was already aware of the Malfoy duo's malevolence, why then did he claim to be mistaken? As Harry grappled with his confusion, Anriel continued to clarify, "Your suspicions may possess a modicum of validity, yet they are ultimately unfounded. Do you know how old Lucius Malfoy is?" Harry, clearly oblivious, shook his head. "What year is it this year?" 1992. "Allow me to enlighten you. Lucius Malfoy was born in 1954, which means he is not yet 40. At this revelation, Harry was left speechless. Anriel, observing Harry's reaction with keen interest, inquired, "What? Does Lucius appear particularly aged to you?" "I don't think he looks that way at all." Harry felt even more awkward. The trio was evidently mistaken in their assumptions. Anriel curled her lips in disdain. "Lucius Malfoy is not merely lacking in age. He is also devoid of the requisite cunning and strength. With the meager foundation of the Malfoy lineage, he is hardly worthy of being considered an heir, at best. Merely a subordinate. If he were the heir of Slytherin, the basilisk would undoubtedly be the first to extinguish his life." When Anriel spoke these words, his expression remained entirely unchanged, as if he had merely been discussing trivial matters, which truly startled Harry. Nevertheless, it did seem rather plausible. But who could it possibly be? After careful observation, Anriel discerned that Harry was genuinely unaware, not merely feigning ignorance. He found it rather perplexing. After all, shouldn't the savior possess a sharper acumen? The events of the previous year had clearly demonstrated that Voldemort had not been entirely vanquished. Anriel cast a glance at Harry and spoke softly, "The issue is not who." The oak door behind Harry opened silently, signaling the conclusion of this conversation. "The real question is how." Anriel reiterated Dumbledore's original words, disregarding Harry's expression of partial understanding, and closed the door to the headmaster's office. Christmas. The significance of Christmas in the West is self-evident. The arrival of this momentous holiday seems to alleviate some of the students' anxieties. After the conclusion of the term, no one would be nervously peddling large purple onions, although it remains possible that some may still make a purchase. Anriel also relished the festive atmosphere during the holidays. With only a few people remaining on campus, he found joy in the tranquility. Luna had returned home to celebrate the season, and although there was a tinge of regret, he knew there would be ample opportunities to share future Christmases together. This one was not a loss. Looking at it from another perspective, this Christmas offered Anriel the freedom to engage in delightful mischief without reservation. For instance, toasting to the spirit of Christmas. Anriel raised his goblet, his peripheral vision catching sight of Harry and his companions stealthily exiting the hall. Their targets, Crabbe and Goyle, were currently indulging in a feast. It was hardly surprising that even after the dessert was served, the two of them could still consume such a copious amount, let alone 2 modish chocolate cakes. Anriel rose and approached Dumbledore, leaning down to whisper something before stealthily slipping out of the hall. He concealed himself in the shadow of a pillar in the foyer. The trio's plan was progressing smoothly until Anriel inadvertently emerged from the foyer. The faces of Harry and Ron turned ashen. They suddenly realized the most perilous flaw in Hermione's so-called plan. At any point during the execution of this scheme, should they be witnessed, they would be incapable of offering any plausible explanation. For instance, if someone were to catch them incapacitating Crabbe and Goyle, or if they were seen concocting the final step of the polyjuice potion, or worse still, if a creature that was half Goyle and half Harry was discovered mid-transformation. Each of these scenarios presented a fatal vulnerability. However, Anriel's words nearly caused them to lose their composure. "Hurry, time is of the essence." Ron wore an expression of bewilderment, questioning the very fabric of reality. Harry suddenly recalled what Anriel had said in Dumbledore's office. "Ron, hurry. Anriel will not concern himself with this matter." Harry lowered his voice, tugging insistently at Goyle's arms to maneuver the burly boy into the broom cupboard. Ron, though skeptical, executed his tasks with remarkable efficiency, despite his confusion. The two swiftly extracted several strands of hair from Crabbe and Goyle, discreetly pocketing their shoes. Harry cast a glance at Anriel, reassured to see that he had no intention of thwarting their efforts, and with newfound boldness, dashed toward the girls' restroom. Anriel surpassed the two with a speed that was almost akin to low-altitude flight. Logically, Anriel arrived at the destination first. Hermione was immersed in concocting a peculiar potion that resembled mud. Harry? Have you? Upon hearing the voice, Hermione turned around, only to be taken aback by Anriel's face. She was astonished, but quickly regained her composure. Hermione's exceptionally sharp mind began to race, outpacing 99% of the population. We've got the hair. Harry and Ron exclaimed breathlessly as they pushed open the door. Hermione immediately deduced most of the situation. Aside from her uncertainty regarding Anriel's disinterest in addressing such a serious violation of school rules, she had pieced together nearly everything else. Time was of the essence. Since Anriel was not intervening, they would proceed with respect for the situation. Under the watchful eyes of a bystander, Harry, Ron, and Hermione each tossed the hair of the individuals they intended to transform into the cup. The muddy mixture churned ominously. Disgusted, Ron glanced at his portion of the polyjuice potion, nearly retching at the sight. With Anriel observing, the two boys remained solemnly by the sink while Hermione entered a separate stall, as if resolved to face their fate. Harry and Ron lifted their respective glasses filled with the nauseating semi-solid concoction. Just as Ron was about to comment on the taste of the crab-inspired potion, he doubled over in pain, clutching his stomach by the sink. Harry was not faring much better. An excruciating sensation enveloped his insides, as if someone were carving numerous incisions across his face and then sprinkling salt upon them. Anriel meticulously observed the two, leaving no detail of their transformation unexamined. After consuming the polyjuice potion, their original faces appeared to morph into a malleable substance, resembling clay, yet devoid of any swelling or bubbling. The discomfort they experienced was merely perceptual. Subsequently, it seemed as though an invisible hand reshaped the clay, compressing where necessary and elongating in other areas. The process was peculiar, yet remarkably swift. In less than a minute, Anriel found himself confronted by Crabbe and Goyle, their robes straining against their new forms. Not only were they mere spectators, but the two of them were also taken aback. Anriel's astonishment stemmed from Hermione's ability to concoct such a complex potion, while Harry and Ron were astonished by the effectiveness of the polyjuice potion. "Hey, Ron," Goyle's deep voice resonated. "Do we appear unusual in any way?" After donning the pilfered robes, Goyle inquired of Anriel. "Not at all. You both resemble two rather uncommon fools from Slytherin." Anriel harbored no disdain for the academy. He merely sought to undermine Crabbe and Goyle. Upon observing the duo approach the locked stall, Anriel raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Hermione is not in optimal condition. You two should proceed to probe the situation. Time is of the essence." Harry and Ron hesitated. Anriel cast a piercing glance at the two of them, who promptly turned and left, choosing to heed the call of their hearts, a decision they referred to as following their hearts. Once they had departed, Anriel approached the door of Hermione's compartment. "Hermione, they have left. Kindly open the door." Hermione was taken aback by how Anriel had discerned her predicament. Yet she realized that only Anriel could remedy her current state. With a click, the lock disengaged, and a figure slowly straightened and turned. A cat, strikingly resembling Hermione with a resemblance of about 60 to 70%, stood within the compartment clad in a robe, its eyes glistening with tears. This was a long-haired black cat with striking yellow eyes, which preliminary assessment suggested belonged to the Bombay breed, often considered a staple among witches in various legends. Anriel, undeterred, found the presence amusing enough to internally scoff. Well, a beast-eared maiden. Ron, you are indeed fortunate. Thankfully, Hermione is not allergic to feline fur." The genuine beast girl potion, however, was not intended for the purpose of animal transformation. Anriel calmly stated, "I shall escort you to the school infirmary to seek out Madame Pomfrey, as this is not within my realm of expertise." Anriel pondered for a moment and called out, "Miss Warren?" The bewildered Myrtle peeked her head from behind her compartment door, gazing at Anriel across the corridor. "If I am unable to return in time, could you kindly inform those two children to stay here upon their return?" Oh yes, I shall do so," Myrtle responded, her excitement palpable. For it had been nearly 50 years since anyone had addressed her in such a manner. As Anriel escorted Hermione to the hospital wing, she quietly wept, prompting Anriel to cast a disillusionment charm upon her. Madame Pomfrey did not inquire further, perhaps unaware of the merits of such discretion. Lacking knowledge of the underlying cause and pathology, did she prefer to indulge in conjecture? No, it must merely be a distinction between symptomatic and root treatment. Medicine can be quite perplexing, and Anriel chose not to delve deeper, swiftly returning to the third-floor washroom. "It seems I have successfully returned ahead of schedule," Anriel cheerfully exclaimed. The Myrtle, with a melodious yet coy tone, let out a soft "oh," admitting she had strained her voice. in a sudden commotion. She tumbled headfirst into a toilet with a resounding splash. Truly, a splendid display of exuberance. When Harry and Ron hurried back, they were astonished to find Anriel tidying up the cauldron. "You're back? What news have you brought?" Anriel inquired with a gentle smile. Prompted by Anriel, Harry had long forsaken the notion of inquiring whether Malfoy was the heir of Slytherin, a question deemed foolish. Instead, the time freed up allowed them to uncover numerous clandestine locations associated with the Malfoy family. The transition from official matters to personal affairs was remarkably smooth. Malfoy mentioned that his father had sent something to Hogwarts, yet he remained utterly oblivious to the nature of that item, its purpose, or the means by which it was delivered. Harry alluded to a pivotal piece of information, one that Anriel was already privy to. He stated that his father had advised him to refrain from meddling in matters that did not concern him. Ron added his thoughts. Anriel nodded thoughtfully. Time flew by swiftly, and several weeks later, Hermione had nearly recovered. The dark fur on her face had completely faded away. Anriel felt a twinge of regret, as the cat ears and tail had also vanished. "What of my surname? It is perfectly normal for me, Pinocchio, to bear the surname Pie." Just a few days prior to her discharge, Anriel witnessed Furchie storming into the broom closet to retrieve a mop. Upon reflection, Anriel swiftly made his way to Myrtle's lavatory. He deftly dealt with the water that had accumulated on the floor and emerged, holding a leather-bound diary, thoroughly dried by the heat. Today was a regular workday. Luna was in class and would not unexpectedly appear in his dormitory. This diary must have been discarded by Ginny during a break and thrown into the restroom. Anriel's vigilance over Furchie in recent days was vindicated, as he had frequently strolled to Myrtle's restroom to check for leaks and to see if a diary lay on the floor. Naturally, Anriel offered some words of comfort to Myrtle's, helping to soothe her troubled emotions. The now-dry diary lay open on the table as Anriel rubbed his hands together. "Ah, old chap, at last, I've caught you." Anriel displayed a subtle expression as he gazed at the object before him, one that harbored a fragment of Voldemort's memory and soul. It was highly likely that he would not make use of it in any conventional manner. Engaging in conversation with Tom Riddle? How mundane. Anriel withdrew his wand, pointing it at Voldemort's diary from a distance. His foremost desire was to extract the fragmented soul residing within the Horcrux. Lacking any clear direction on how to commence this endeavor, he pondered the intricacies of its creation. It is well known that a Horcrux is a malevolent artifact in this realm. If one commits the heinous act of murder, their soul is destined to fragment. To anchor a soul to a particular object, one must employ arcane magic. Otherwise, the fragmented essence will dissipate into nothingness. Furthermore, to restore a divided soul to wholeness, genuine remorse for one's transgressions is imperative. Thus, the task of extracting the soul fragment from the Horcrux lay before him. Anriel pondered for a moment before retracting his wand. He possessed but this solitary experimental artifact, and he could not afford to damage it. He closed his diary and casually tucked it into a vacant niche on the bookshelf. Although, in theory, anyone could access Ravenclaw's common room, Anriel's dormitory was not so easily infiltrated. Aside from Luna, who had his explicit permission, any intruder attempting to sneak in would likely face dire consequences. Tomorrow, when he visited the headmaster's office, he planned to retrieve that book on advanced dark magic, unveiling, to reverse engineer the soul-binding incantation. He would then proceed to fabricate this diary. As it was a January morning, the dawn was a mere abstraction. With the time approaching 8 o'clock, it was said that this was not even the latest sunrise. During the English winter, daylight could sometimes be delayed until 9. Regardless, Anriel rose at 7, and after completing his morning routine, he glided to the window and leaped out. Dumbledore had assured him that he would always leave a window open. Anriel soared through the open bay window of the principal's office, deftly navigating 2 turns and circumventing a collection of seemingly intricate and sophisticated instruments, ultimately arriving at an unremarkable wooden door on the side of the principal's office. Anriel harbored doubts that a centenarian would indulge in slothful slumber. Consequently, he promptly turned the doorknob and entered the chamber. Indeed, Dumbledore was absent. The room was spacious. Opposite Anriel stood a windowsill beneath which rested a reddish-brown writing desk, suggesting that Dumbledore, too, enjoyed occasionally lifting his gaze to admire the scenery after a bout of writing. Against one wall was a simple, yet inviting large bed, seemingly a double measuring 2 by 3 meters, the reason for its presence remaining a mystery. The target of Anriel leaned against the wall directly opposite the bed, adjacent to the writing desk, occupying an entire wall. It was an immense bookshelf. Anriel glanced at the collection and extracted an ancient tome, its black cover worn and aged to the point that it seemed on the verge of disintegration. This book, Akin to the most perilous and malevolent volumes in the restricted section, emanated an aura of darkness and terror simply by its presence. Indeed, before Dumbledore removed it to place it upon the shelf, it was unquestionably one of the most unsettling titles among those found in the Forbidden Area. Anriel left a note, taking with him the tome of cutting-edge dark magic, as he departed from Dumbledore's chamber. He had flown out without a key, every night before retiring. Anriel had the habit of locking the door. Well, he thought, I shall fly back. Anriel resolved to abandon the habits cultivated from a lack of security in his past life. Moments later, he perched with one leg crossed, engrossed in the nefarious tome, exploring the various sophisticated dark magics within. Ah, so this is how transformation magic can be wielded. Oh, a half-human, half-serpent entity can indeed amplify magical prowess? With no sense of seriousness regarding the study of dark arts, the formidable and grave nature of black magic appeared to Anriel as nothing more than a mere plaything. At last, Anriel stumbled upon the page he sought, the Horcrux, a vessel for the soul. The term, when dissected, implies something of significant importance beyond mere existence. It embodies the principle of isolating and safeguarding the soul from its corporeal form. This allows a fragment of the soul to remain intact even when the host suffers a fatal blow, thereby prolonging life in a state of limbo, which elucidates why such an artifact is deemed the most malevolent of magical objects. As he turned the pages, Anriel's brow furrowed slowly. It was not that the incantation was overly complex, rather, it was disconcertingly simplistic. Despite sharing the same wicked and perilous nature as the unforgivable curses, the repercussions of this spell are irrevocable, yet its function is merely to anchor a soul. It fixes fragments of the soul to an object. Theoretically, when an item transforms into a Horcrux, that shattered piece of soul amalgamates with it, rendering complete separation impossible in any form. Indeed, total separation. For instance, murder can cause the soul to fracture. A sentient Horcrux, such as a diary, could theoretically continue to split and create additional Horcruxes if one were to commit murder. This is profoundly sinister. It is akin to a nested doll. Anriel found himself in a quandary, yet upon reflection, he pondered the purpose behind his research on extracting soul fragments from soul vessels. Was it not solely to salvage one or two artifacts? From another perspective, could he not simply obliterate the soul fragments contained within this vessel? Anriel perused the tome on dark magic, seeking answers within its pages. To his astonishment, the author had dared to include everything imaginable. The destruction of the vessel itself could annihilate the soul fragments contained within. Yet obliterating those soul fragments would not harm the vessel itself. The question arose, was there a method to directly inflict harm upon the soul without damaging the vessel? Indeed, such a method existed. The killing curse could accomplish this. Although it shunned the light of day, this method of combating poison with poison proved remarkably effective. Now that Anriel had discovered the means to destroy a Horcrux, he was eager to indulge in some amusement. He retrieved a quill and dipped it in ink. Hello, Tom. The writing faded. Hello, who are you? The slender, crimson letters of Tom Riddle slowly emerged on the page like a blade's incision. Me? Anriel smiled. A smile devoid of goodwill. He reached up to brush his face, and his once smooth shoulder-length golden hair recoiled sharply against his scalp, leaving behind a wild tangle of dark locks that resembled a chaotic thicket. His striking heterochromatic eyes transformed into a captivating shade of green, and even a slender, slanted scar in the shape of a lightning bolt appeared at his temple. I am Harry Potter. Tom, do not turn around, it is I. Harry. After the writing was consumed by the diary, it took a considerable amount of time before Voldemort's elongated script emerged. Harry? That Harry Potter? Anriel remarked. How do you know about me? The last student who stumbled upon my diary frequently mentioned you. He suspects that you might be the heir of Slytherin. Anriel furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation was far from straightforward. The fragment of the soul possessed a measure of intelligence, albeit limited. After all, it had the presence of mind to conceal its information by using the pronoun he. Yet it failed to consider why the individual before him, who had fortuitously discovered this diary, initiated their interaction in such a peculiar manner. Hello, Tom. What an odd way to commence a conversation. Who would inscribe such a phrase as the first line in Tom's diary? It seemed likely that Voldemort's memory was relatively youthful, having not yet endured the harsh realities of society. Moreover, having recently engaged in conversation with Ginny, he had grown accustomed to a different manner of dialogue. Overlooking this detail, would you concur with this perspective? Anriel stifled a laugh and continued to ensnare Riddle. What connection do I have with the person who opened the chamber 50 years ago? None, Riddle replied. On the contrary, I am certain of your innocence, for I am well aware of who opened the chamber 50 years ago. Very well, then what follows? Can you reveal to me who it was? I cannot, but I can take you to see for yourself. Anriel rubbed his hands together and leaned back against the chair, preparing to immerse himself in the enchanting 3D spectacle of Hagrid's furry companions. The pages of the notebook on the table fluttered noisily, emitting a blinding light from their midst. In a flash, Anriel vanished from his seat. Suddenly, with a thud, he found himself bewilderingly seated again, face to face with Harry. While the notebook on the table continued to flip through its pages at an astonishing pace, it eventually halted on a blank page, where crimson letters swiftly unfolded. As though the writer was in a great hurry. You are not Harry Potter. Who on earth are you? Anriel curled his lips in displeasure, feeling somewhat vexed. TSK. An unexpected miscalculation. He had not anticipated that this contraption would indeed serve as a biological verification. In the next moment, as golden strands of hair cascaded down, momentarily obscuring Harry Potter's visage, a fair-skinned, handsome face, radiating vitality, emerged above the diary. His light blue left eye narrowed slightly, while his deep, dark right eye fixed intently upon the paper. I am Harry Potter. The nib of Anriel's pen whispered softly against the paper, a smile gracing her lips. You, no, are not. The name Voldemort lingered momentarily, inscribed with a deliberate pause, before it vanished in haste, replaced by the words, What do you intend to do? What do you know? He swiftly added these two inquiries, wondering how one could be so indiscreet as to reveal their trump card from the very outset. Anriel pondered for a moment and wrote, I possess knowledge of many matters. Thus the question is not what I desire to accomplish, but rather what you intend to do. For you are merely a vessel of souls. He chuckled mischievously, adding, If your sole intention is to eliminate the Mudborn, that is of no concern to me. We each seek our own interests. Anriel could vividly envision the astonished expression of Voldemort's memory upon reading those words. Goodness. Where did this third-generation Dark Lord come from? This fragment of a soul swiftly compared the layout of the campus, as described by Ginny, and quickly identified the corresponding individual. You are Anriel Grindelwald. The last person who found the diary spoke of you. Riddle surmised that if Ginny's words held any truth, this Anriel must have been aware of the machinations orchestrated by him at the moment of discovering the diary. How could one counter such a predicament? There seemed to be no viable means. The disadvantage on their side was insurmountable. You know, don't you? All you desire is to destroy me. Should I refuse? You would obliterate this diary right now, wouldn't you? Shall we strike a deal? Voldemort pinned 3 sentences, all interrogative in nature. He believed he had grasped Anriel's intentions and felt a modicum of confidence regarding this transaction, or rather, he realized he had little choice. Unbeknownst to him, those 3 sentences rendered Anriel utterly speechless. Anriel suddenly felt as though he was conversing with a rebellious adolescent steeped in the throes of puberty, who fancied himself a master of all, yet exuded an air of malevolence. He began to question whether this Dark Lord was, in fact, laying a trap for him. What say you? Anriel feigned an expression of intrigue, urging Voldemort to continue. This particular Voldemort, residing within the diary, exhibited a notable lack of intelligence. He ground his teeth, though a memory fragment possessed no actual teeth to clench. As you can see, I am one of the larger fragments of the soul. If the timing is right, I can be resurrected. Moreover, I can reveal to you the locations of the remaining Horcruxes. There are a total of 5. Just assist me in my revival. Anriel found the situation to be somewhat absurd. This did not appear to be a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Rather, it seemed to be the foolish offspring of a wealthy landowner, undoubtedly one whose head had met the ground on more than one occasion. Had he truly sold out his very essence? Had he betrayed his own kind? I had not even begun to extract information from him, yet he confessed so readily. Was it Ginny who had shared some rumor about me that frightened him to such a degree? Curiosity piqued within him, wondering what kind of image he had been painted in Ginny's descriptions. Perhaps he was depicted as a terrifying Dark Lord akin to Voldemort himself. Otherwise, this fragment of a soul would not be so disturbed. Anriel harbored suspicions that among all of Voldemort's fragmented souls, this particular piece was the most earnest. Upon reflection, it became evident that in the original narrative, this character had uttered an abundance of words, refraining from delivering the fatal blow to Harry Potter even when the inadequately skilled Fox was on the verge of tears. Furthermore, had Anriel not disrupted the plot, it was likely that this character would have been incapable of killing anyone at all, as it seemed that Anriel had not responded for quite some time. This earnest fragment appeared to grow anxious, as the handwriting became noticeably hurried. The first Horcrux is located in a ruin right next to Little Hangleton. I can point it out to you. Right here. The writing faded, and beneath it, A hastily drawn map emerged in a combination of red and black ink. It appeared to be a map of Little Hangleton, with a thoughtful red cross marking the location of the Gaunt Ring. It was reasonable for this earnest fragment to know the location, as the diary was indeed created as a Horcrux after Gaunt's ring. Anriel's lips twitched uncontrollably, and he was suddenly seized by an overwhelming urge to hurl this foolish object back at Harry Potter, resigning himself to the original storyline. Prolonged interaction with this trinket could very well diminish his intellect. It was truly a stroke of fortune that Ginny had not been led astray. Contemplating this, Anriel conceived a method to advance the original narrative without Harry Potter's involvement, thereby allowing this diary to fulfill its intended purpose. Ignoring the words that appeared on the paper, Anriel expressionlessly closed the diary and unceremoniously tucked it into his pocket. He had no desire to continue communicating with this object. That evening's dinner took place at the Ravenclaw table. Beside Anriel lay a quietly positioned black leather-bound diary, which appeared rather ordinary. It is not unusual for a Ravenclaw to carry several notebooks and books. However, after Anriel meticulously adjusted the angle, he confirmed that from a certain position at the Gryffindor long table, this diary could be clearly seen. Anriel had already noticed the pallor of Ginny's complexion and the astonishment in her gaze. He lowered his head to sip his soup, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. However, for Ginny, pilfering beneath Anriel's very nose was quite a formidable challenge. After all, he was a figure as fearsome as Voldemort. Nonetheless, the diary must hold immense significance for Ginny, had he not been present. Anriel believed she would have dashed forward to seize it. Of course, whether she possessed the vigor to do so was another matter altogether. Anriel shrugged, resolved to create an opportunity for Ginny. Ultimately, as Anriel engaged in a leisurely conversation with the prefect while accompanying Luna, he caught a glimpse of Ginny slipping away from the Gryffindor table. Upon his return, the diary had vanished, and he feigned ignorance of the situation, cutting a tender, succulent piece of lamb and offering it to Luna's eagerly awaiting mouth. Did she enjoy it? Anriel inquired, and Luna nodded in affirmation. Anriel, with a knowing smile, suggested summoning a domesticated sprite to prepare roasted lamb for his late-night snacks. Is this not a unique expression of a domineering literary style? Luna shot Anriel a glance of disdain and playfully poked his cheek with a slender finger. Anriel was not angered. Rather, he was filled with joy. Turning his head, he playfully took Luna's finger into his mouth, a smile gracing his face. Startled, Luna quickly withdrew her finger from the villain's grasp and disdainfully wiped it on Anriel's robe. She bore no ill will, and Anriel sensed her lack of anger. The two remained close, with Luna still poised to nestle into Anriel's embrace. Meanwhile, a nearby classmate suddenly felt that their appetite had diminished considerably. How curious, they thought. Why was it that they felt full so quickly today? It was as if a passing dog had received a kick. Observing intently, Ginny, who had been watching to see if Anriel noticed the missing diary, felt a deep sense of bitterness and a tumult of emotions within her. This was something Anriel had overlooked, and it was beyond his expectations. In the original narrative, Ginny had stolen the diary out of fear that Riddle would disclose her feelings to Harry. Yet now, with Anriel in possession of the diary, revealing her affections to a trustworthy senior seemed a trivial matter. So why had she still stolen the diary? The answer was painfully evident. Ginny found herself unable to eat, as though a scorching iron clamp were constricting her insides, twisting them mercilessly. Clutching the diary tightly, she stealthily slipped out of the hall, unnoticed, and leaned against a stone pillar in the foyer. A bitter sensation spread across her tongue. Anriel remained oblivious to the turmoil within Ginny, unaware of her emotional history. Had he been informed, he might have succinctly encapsulated his own emotional journey in a mere 4 words: the Ox's relentless push. Truly, he was a quintessential romantic of Gryffindor. The age-old adage rings true: the most passionate hearts are often burdened by unfulfilled yearnings and the sorrow of parting. There exists a poignant beauty in living ensnared within the confines of one's emotions, withering away in solitude. Even if Anriel were privy to her plight, he would be unable to offer solace, only praying that Mr. Potter might lend assistance in reclaiming his destined beloved. Note: this statement reflects what Anriel would express if he were informed. At present, he is not. His interest in Ginny was rather lukewarm, particularly in matters of the heart. Yet, her magical prowess was undeniably formidable. For instance, who can recall the material of Ginny's wand? 3, 2, 1, the answer is you. The same would as Voldemort's wand. Due to its toxic sap, you is frequently associated with magic and death. Once the outer layer of an old yew tree perishes, new growth arises from its core, leading it to be regarded as a symbol of immortality and the reincarnation of the soul. Source: The ancient Celtic priests revered you as a symbol of eternal life and immortality. Wands are quite rare, and their ideal bearers are often extraordinary, sometimes even notorious. It is said that such wands bestow upon their wielders the power of life and death. However, this attribute is likely exaggerated, at least in Anriel's estimation. As for Voldemort, that wand did indeed serve him well on his quest for longevity, yet ultimately, it too was discarded. While it is possible that Voldemort's ignorance regarding wand lore played a role, it is more plausible that other means of pursuing immortality are far more reliable than acquiring and wielding a wand. Ultimately, wands possess a particularly dark and fearsome reputation in the realms of dueling and malevolent curses. One certainty remains: wand will never bow to the ordinary or the timid. Ginny embodies the courageous and resolute traits of a leader, her very essence resembling that of a formidable female figure, rendering her neither timid nor mediocre, entirely capable of mastering the formidable wand. Anriel was quite intrigued by this matter. To return to the earlier point, shortly after Ginny's departure, Anriel took notice. In truth, his actions could be seen as somewhat unfair to Ginny. Despite his intervention steering the narrative back on course, it inevitably diverged in certain aspects. There exists a slight possibility that Ginny, who may one day find herself awaiting her fate in the chamber, could genuinely encounter life-threatening peril. Anriel felt a sense of regret regarding this. Yet he vowed to exert every effort to save Ginny. As for whether Riddle would orchestrate any further attacks from now until the conclusion of the events, that remains uncertain. Anriel believes it will not. This matter seems poised to reach its conclusion swiftly. The reason why Anriel would rather risk Ginny's life and conceal the existence of a deceased individual to revert the narrative is that having such a serpent lurking within the school premises, whether in slumber or mindlessly prowling for sustenance, is an exceedingly terrifying prospect. It embodies danger and incites profound panic. Anriel does not possess the ability to speak in the serpentine tongue, as such a feature is absent from its linguistic module. However, it appears that presently, there is no one in need of battling the serpentine creatures. Anriel was undoubtedly determined to venture into the Chamber of Secrets alongside Harry. Confident that he could catch the basilisk off guard, even a few fragments of Riddle's soul would not suffice to secure his demise. This anticipation lingered until Easter. Albus Dumbledore seemed to vanish for days on end, and Anriel surmised the reason. He was attending to the aftermath concerning Mr. Cress, or more aptly put, his final arrangements. Should this matter reach the school board, Lucius Malfoy would undoubtedly latch onto Dumbledore like a rabid dog sensing blood, intent on tearing away a piece of flesh, or at the very least, dislodging him from his position as headmaster. Beyond this, no further attacks had transpired. Even though Anriel had returned the diary to Ginny well in advance, Riddle had not orchestrated a single incident. It remained uncertain whether he truly feared Anriel, or if Ginny's physical and mental state had already teetered on the brink of collapse. Anriel remains uncertain whether that innocent child will continue to assault others or silently siphon Ginny's life force, ultimately luring Harry Potter into the Chamber of Secrets for the final act. Anriel postulated two hypotheses. The first suggests that Hermione would indeed fall victim to an attack, a scenario that aligns closely with the narrative he is familiar with, necessitating a methodical approach to proceed, with a considerable likelihood of occurrence. The second hypothesis posits that all individuals would remain unharmed, a scenario deemed improbable. It has become evident that expecting Voldemort to refrain from mischief is utterly unrealistic. This revelation has also bestowed upon Anriel a new quandary. Have you heard? Another attack has transpired. Who were the victims this time? A Gryffindor and a Ravenclaw. Is it true that even the Ravenclaw was not spared? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Dumbledore has grown senile. My father claims that this incident is a grave dereliction of duty on Dumbledore's part. He is currently suspended and will undoubtedly face accountability from the school board. As for that fool, the one making a ruckus, it is Malfoy, who was boasting arrogantly among a group of admirers. The crowd erupted in disbelief, primarily skeptical of the news regarding Dumbledore's suspension. Gradually, as time passed, the murmurs of the crowd diminished, yet Malfoy continued his incessant chatter, until, at a certain moment, Crabbe, visibly alarmed, pointed frantically behind Malfoy. What? Crabbe, what do you mean? Malfoy turned around, locking eyes with Anriel, who wore a serene smile. I beg your pardon, Mr. Malfoy, but I did not quite catch what you were saying. Anriel, with a smile gracing her lips, drew her wand from within her robe. In the next moment, a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig reverberated throughout the corridor. Anriel, upon departing, rubbed her brow and returned to her dormitory. Malfoy, meanwhile, was carried off to the hospital wing by Crabbe and Goyle, as each individual had their own destination to pursue. Dumbledore had his own matters to attend to. And after his departure, no one at the school could exert control over Anriel. Even Snape would refrain from interjecting. Although Malfoy was Snape's favorite pupil, he would not advocate on Malfoy's behalf. Ultimately, whether or not Anriel could be managed depended on her own willingness to heed others. Anriel's performance is vividly animated, brilliantly portraying all that a powerful progeny should exhibit after the decline of their forebears. However, in reality, he remains composed, thoughtfully contemplating a singular question. Is there a force that constantly corrects the narrative? In Anriel's memory lies a wealth of divinatory knowledge. Yet he finds himself unable to draw conclusions regarding this matter through his prophetic means, even if he has influenced certain individuals or events. And even though he has instilled considerable fear in Riddle through the diary, he remains the architect of this attack, as if nothing had changed at all. This stands in stark contrast to the conclusion he reached upon the emergence of the year's first fatality. At that time, Anriel believed his butterfly effect to be profoundly potent. Yet, it now appears that the fate of a single individual does not serve as a compelling measure of influence, regardless of death. The significant events destined to unfold will indeed transpire, even if Albus Dumbledore were to depart Hogwarts prematurely. The board's resolutions would still find their way to the desk of the headmaster's office. And even if Harry Potter has yet to misunderstand Hagrid's role in opening the Chamber of Secrets, that has certainly made an impact. Harry and Ron would not have charged into the Forbidden Forest seeking a deadly encounter with the Acromantula. Thus, it seems that as long as Anriel does not intervene at pivotal narrative junctures, the butterfly effect, even if it arises, will ultimately be corrected. Anriel felt a slight sense of relief. However, when Dumbledore departed from the school, he did not appear to be particularly nostalgic. Surely, this restless old man would not be in search of Horcruxes again, would he? Anriel's lips twitched slightly. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Anriel reclined on the chaise longue, lost in contemplation, and nonchalantly snapped his fingers, causing the door to swing open. In the next moment, his eyes were obscured by two small hands. "Guess who I am?" Luna's voice chimed in. Considering that Luna might not be familiar with the reference, Anriel opted for a straightforward response. "These fair, delicate hands, please don't tease me, my dearest love." Anriel gently grasped one of Luna's hands, lowering it as he closed his eyes and placed a soft kiss upon it. Luna, taken aback for a moment, felt no anger. Instead, she turned to face Anriel. A faint smile graced her lips as she gracefully pivoted and leapt into Anriel's embrace. "Sister Penelope is truly a wonderful person," Luna murmured softly, her voice almost ethereal. Anriel was indeed aware of her implications. The Ravenclaw student who was attacked alongside Hermione was Penelope Clearwater, Percy's girlfriend and the head girl of Ravenclaw for this year. Time was running short. She could not delay for much longer. Anriel closed his eyes, resting his head gently on Luna's shoulder, inhaling the subtle fragrance of the white orchid. He spoke softly. Luna, taken aback by his sudden gesture, felt a tingle and leaned her head back against Anriel's shoulder, turning to cast him a playful eye roll. "Young sir, isn't this a bit peculiar?" she inquired. "Is it?" he replied. "Indeed. No outsiders will enter my room." Anriel turned his head, adopting a more comfortable posture, his elongated fox-like eyes narrowing as they locked with Luna's in an offset gaze. "Is this an acknowledgement of his eccentricity? Why is it like this?" Luna chuckled softly, her cherry lips slightly parted before she closed her eyes, intending to rest against Anriel for a brief moment. Anriel felt no reservations, even experiencing a hint of delight. After all, the end was near, and he was confident that Harry Potter would undoubtedly uncover Hermione's clues. He permitted himself a brief moment of idleness, just a fleeting interlude. The warmth of Luna's youthful presence enveloped him, making her embrace feel comforting. Eventually, after an indeterminate passage of time, Anriel succumbed to slumber. The following morning, the two awoke in bed, exchanging glances filled with unspoken understanding. Neither dared to break the silence, both having secretly stirred from their dreams. Luna's nightgown was visibly altered, a clear indication that she had quietly changed. If Anriel remains unconscious, how did the two of them end up in bed? Did they assent to it? When they awoke the following morning, no matter how meticulous Luna's thoughts were or how thick-skinned she could be in her interactions with Anriel, she could not withstand such a scenario. Anriel, with a touch of nonchalance, brushed his nose and left a stylish silhouette for the blushing Luna. "You may change your clothes first. I shall fetch your breakfast," he suggested. Luna's cheeks flushed an even deeper shade of crimson. After their morning repast, Anriel escorted Luna to her class. Given the current circumstances, Being accompanied by a trustworthy companion to the classroom was indeed a comfort. Once he had seen Luna off, Anriel returned to the headmaster's office. Severus Snape, possessing a keen understanding of social nuances, did not exhibit the sycophantic behavior towards Draco as portrayed in the original narrative. In truth, once the headmaster's office became Anriel's sole domain, Snape tended to navigate around it. Although it was highly probable that Dumbledore was avoiding Anriel and had embarked alone on a quest to locate the Horcruxes, Anriel found himself tethered to the school for the time being. Presently, Dumbledore seemed to have regained some of his youthful vigor. Without the need for Slughorn's memories to validate the existence of the Horcruxes, he had already set out to seek them, or perhaps even to eliminate one or more of them. As for Hagrid, Anriel had not intended for him to be taken by the Ministry.Is. However, Dumbledore had cautioned Anriel before his departure that resisting arrest would complicate matters further. Anriel scoffed at this notion. Despite possessing the capability to upheave the Ministry of Magic single-handedly and transform the Aurus office into a veritable slaughterhouse, he still chose to consider Fudge's position. It truly made me weep. However, since Dumbledore had spoken, Anriel would comply. What other choice did he have? To confront him directly? Anriel was reluctant to proceed in that manner. Consequently, our gamekeeper was once again sorrowfully escorted to Azkaban, maintaining his unwavering belief that Dumbledore would rescue him. As Anriel pondered, a subtle expression crossed her face. Oh, what a foolish giant. This essentially means that the headmaster has sent you in there. The primary complication arose from stirring the hornet's nest that was the Ministry of Magic, yet being unable to eradicate it completely and silence them once and for all. However, Anriel was capable of achieving this. She wondered what old Dumbledore was apprehensive about. During lunch, Anriel deliberately observed Ginny. To be frank, her demeanor was quite dismal. She sat alone at the Gryffindor table, her expression contorted with turmoil, her hands tightly clasped together as if she held a grudge against the bread on her plate. Glaring at it intently, Anriel withdrew his gaze and resumed his meal of steak. However, he soon realized that he could not enjoy this lunch in peace. A commotion erupted from the faculty dining table. Upon closer inspection, Anriel nearly dropped his cutlery. Professor McGonagall and Gilderoy Lockhart were in a heated argument. The usually composed and dignified Minerva McGonagall was quarreling with the utterly oblivious fool, Gilderoy Lockhart. Anriel found it hard to believe. He needed to hear the details. Enough. Professor Lockhart, I exclaimed. Hagrid is undeniably innocent, and we all hold that conviction. Yet, that was utterly impossible, Minerva. The Ministry of Magic would never have taken Hagrid straight to Azkaban without concrete and precise evidence. In just a couple of sentences, Anriel discerned the unfolding of events. Lockhart had resorted to his usual tactics of self-aggrandizement coupled with undermining others. Professor McGonagall, unable to contain her indignation, likely retorted in the heat of the moment. Lockhart, however, argued back with such conviction that it left McGonagall momentarily flustered. One could glean from their exchange that Professor McGonagall maintained her composure, even when addressing someone as insipid as Lockhart, always appending the title of professor in her remarks. Conversely, that charlatan seemed utterly oblivious to this formality. Anriel felt an overwhelming urge to slap the man senseless, yet upon reflection, he realized that Lockhart was merely a nuisance. His actions did not warrant death. Amnesia would be the most fitting fate for Lockhart, far more appropriate than death itself. Once Luna finished her meal, Anriel departed the dining hall alongside her. There was little left to linger for. Moreover, the mandrakes were nearing maturity. For the others at the school, this signified that those petrified would soon be restored, ultimately revealing the identity of the perpetrator. For Anriel, however, the impending maturation of the mandrakes heralded the conclusion of this year's events, a definitive end. That is how it is. Professor McGonagall's voice sounded frail and sorrowful. The bloodstains on the wall cast an eerie, crimson glow. Anriel lifted his gaze towards the 2 lines of text that towered above him. How had Ginny managed to inscribe them? Professor McGonagall amplified her voice significantly, instructing all students to return to the common room. Subsequently, he and Anriel hastened to the staff lounge, where all the teachers had gathered, including Gilderoy Lockhart, who ought to have been present. Yet again, calamity had struck. A student had been abducted by a monster and taken directly into the Chamber of Secrets. Professor McGonagall's tone was grave. The professors expressed their shock in their own unique manners. How did they discover this? Maintaining his composure, Severus Snape succinctly pinpointed the root of the issue. The heir of Slytherin had left another message beneath the previous one. McGonagall inhaled deeply. Her remains would eternally reside within the chamber. Ginny Weasley. Upon hearing McGonagall utter those words, Anriel felt a dreadful awareness wash over him. He had long known who was concealed within that wardrobe. Nevertheless, he feigned bravado. Who is there? Come out. I give you 3 seconds. Harry and the trembling Ron flung open the wardrobe doors, the latter appearing dazed while the former looked anxious. A serpent. It's a basilisk. The monster of Slytherin is a basilisk, Harry exclaimed hastily. Share something we do not know, Potter, Snape retorted coldly. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud crash. Apologies, I dozed off. What have I missed? A most suitable scapegoat, equipped to shatter the suffocating atmosphere, made his entrance. Indeed, the moment Lockhart appeared, all tensions immediately shifted towards him. Ah, splendid. The one capable of resolving issues has arrived, Snape mocked. Gilderoy, a girl has been ensnared in the chamber. Now is your moment to shine. Did you not claim to know what the monster within the chamber is? McGonagall's assertive tone was a rarity, at least in Anriel's experience. Snape seized the opportunity to interject with a sharp, sardonic tone. Of course, our Professor Lockhart must have known all along. Did you not lament the fact that you could not confront the monster before Hagrid was taken? Tomorrow, Hogwarts will be closed, and no one will, interrupt your duel with that creature. We eagerly anticipate you severing its head and adding another illustrious chapter to your grand biography. In the realm of sarcasm, Severus Snape has consistently maintained a T0 level of mastery. From the perspective of Anriel, Snape's countenance flawlessly amalgamates the sentiments of disdain, scorn, and derision into a singular expression. Gilderoy Lockhart, too, possesses an undeniable knack for inciting aversion. Fear not. Proceed with confidence, Gilderoy. We assure you that no one will impede your endeavors. Tonight is indeed an opportune moment for you to showcase your talents. The professors collectively voiced their condemnation of Lockhart, culminating in his ignominious exit from the staff lounge. As soon as Lockhart departed, the professors, as if choreographed, instantly shed their previously fearsome expressions. Well, at last, we are rid of that nuisance. However, Professor McGonagall still appeared quite incensed. Yet, she swiftly regained her composure. This left Ron and Harry exchanging bewildered glances, both feeling as though they were caught in a dream. Anriel, if it were you, you would surely have a solution, wouldn't you? Presently, Professor McGonagall's tone was rife with concern. This matter cannot rest solely upon my shoulders. Anriel responded, but suddenly turned his head towards Harry. So, have you two discovered the location of the entrance to the secret chamber? Ariel's wand danced gracefully at his fingertips as he cast a glance at Harry and his companion. The two exchanged a resolute look and nodded affirmatively. Excellent. Anriel rose and strode directly out of the faculty lounge, while Harry and Ron nervously swallowed, hastily following suit under the watchful gaze of their professors. In this moment, Harry mused, it would be wise to trust Anriel. Had Hermione been present, she would surely recall a remark Anriel had made to her last year. You may regard me as a 12-year-old professor, although it is a challenging notion to accept. Apart from my inability to teach or attend classes, my other responsibilities are fundamentally akin to those of the professors. Naturally, I am far more amiable than the others. And should any significant matter arise when the professors are unavailable, you may consider seeking me out. Hermione had long ceased to view Anriel as merely a senior. Furthermore, on this occasion, she had been petrified while accompanying a Ravenclaw prefect on their way to the Ravenclaw Tower, having initially set out with clues in search of Anriel. After a brief interval, Harry suddenly realized that their path did not seem to lead to the abandoned lavatory of Myrtle at all, but rather resembled Gilderoy Lockhart's office. Bang! Anriel forcefully kicked open the door to Lockhart's office and raised his wand, pointing its tip at the professor's pointed nose. Good night, Professor Lockhart. And bid farewell to your memories. Obliviate. In the midst of Lockhart's bewildered yet amiable gaze, Anriel departed with satisfaction. He truly believed this was the best outcome for Lockhart. The arrogant charlatan. To be fair, following his amnesia, Lockhart had indeed become more benevolent. Harry and Ron stood agape, astonished by the unfolding events. What are you still doing here? Let us go? The errand has been accomplished. It is time to attend to more pressing matters. Come along, you two. The trio hurried down the stairs, making their way to the abandoned girls' bathroom. Moaning Myrtle was languidly floating on the ceiling, but upon noticing Anriel and the others, she startled and plummeted downwards. However, being a ghost, she swiftly regained her composure and floated before them. Hello, Myrtle, Anriel succinctly remarked. Myrtis, feeling bashful, twirled around twice before emitting a brief, high-pitched scream, and then dove headfirst into the restroom stall, plunging into the toilet. Anriel shrugged and bent down to examine the first faucet. Harry and Ron exchanged a glance, then swiftly leaned down to explore the taps as well. Before long, A startled exclamation emerged from Ron's direction. I found it. There's a relief here. Harry hurried over, lowered his head, and indeed, on the side of the faucet, there was a finely crafted, hollow copper relief in the shape of a serpent. Let us activate it. Anriel spoke behind him. Harry nodded. Open. Anriel and Ron gazed at him in silence. We understood what you just said. Anriel's wording was somewhat more tactful. In this manner, Harry felt a bit awkward. Admitting that he had only ever inadvertently spoken Parseltongue in the presence of a living serpent. Anriel pondered for a moment, feeling that such a matter seemed rather dubious. You two, step back. The farther the better. Though Harry and Ron were initially perplexed, they promptly complied. With their heads peeking cautiously around the bathroom door, a moment later, a semi-transparent head emerged above them, their expressions mirroring one another. Anriel then brandished her wand, exclaiming, Daisy Cutter. Following a chillingly thunderous sound, the entire circle of sinks vanished, leaving behind only a dark hole in the floor and scattered shards of porcelain as the sole evidence of their prior existence. Anriel cheerfully whistled, remarking, Not bad. Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered glances, a hint of trepidation shimmering in their eyes. In the midst of such chaos, the phrase not bad seemed rather unconvincing. Well, what do you two wish to do now? Both were momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Anriel's meaning. In the next instant, Anriel suddenly slapped his forehead and continued, Oh, wait. I almost forgot. It's not that both of you are completely useless. Anriel deftly flicked his wand, seizing Ron by the collar with astonishing swiftness, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Then, with a graceful leap, he plunged into the unfathomable depths of the pipe's opening. A piercing scream, filled with despair, erupted from Ron. Harry stood frozen at the mouth of the tunnel, transfixed, as the echoes of Ron's cries spiraled outward, stirring clouds of dust around him. Was he truly abandoning me? Soon, a resounding thud echoed, suggesting that Anriel had landed safely. A reprimanding voice called from the entrance. What are you wailing about? That is your own sister. If you don't come down, I shall kick you down myself. But Ron, feeling as though the world were spinning around him, summoned all his strength, once used to endure the torment of snails, to suppress the urge to vomit. With a bewildered expression, he exclaimed, Sir, if you don't bring me down, I shall jump myself. His tone and demeanor were feeble and pitiable, yet they betrayed a flicker of confusion and helplessness. Anriel found himself momentarily speechless, experiencing a hint of embarrassment. After a casual chuckle, he opted to bypass the topic. After a brief pause of several seconds, Anriel came to a realization. Harry Potter had not followed. It appeared that his very presence had indeed exerted a subtle influence on the character of the Savior. Since last year, when Harry had confronted Voldemort in his endeavor to protect the Philosopher's Stone, the wheels of fate had begun to turn inexorably. At this rate, the so-called Savior. Anriel paused to collect his thoughts and glanced back at Ron. All right, little Ronnie, let us depart. Ron lifted his gaze towards the now diminutive speck of light, the entrance through which they had descended, blinking in contemplation. Upon hearing Anriel call for him, he shifted his legs and followed suit. Had Harry not come along? Ron shook his head, realizing that his own sister was still deep within the chamber, uncertain of her fate. Only by closely trailing Anriel could Ginny have a sliver of hope. The determination in the young man's eyes solidified, resolute as if he were pledging allegiance. In his grasp, he held tightly to the nearly broken wand, hastily mended with magical tape. Just as Ron was stewing in his emotions, Anriel remarked, catching him off guard, Do not be so tense. My pulling you in here serves merely as a symbolic gesture. Voldemort cannot overpower me, nor can you defeat Voldemort. Just be a good mascot. The adrenaline he had been cultivating dissipated in an instant. Ron pouted, as if wounded by the remark. Anriel paid him no heed and strode forward with determination. They now found themselves within an immensely thick drainage pipe, which had been abandoned for centuries, if not longer. The walls of the pipe were encrusted with moss and an unidentifiable slick substance, casting an eerie gloom over the surroundings, while the air was thick with the scent of decay and dampness. Anriel glided effortlessly ahead, deftly avoiding every puddle and mire. Meanwhile, Ron stumbled behind, his steps uneven and faltering, his trousers and robes besmirched with mud and filth, presenting a woeful sight. After a few moments, just as Ron began to acclimate to the absurd terrain, the walls suddenly expanded. The ground transformed into a path of blue stone. Ron's tender and fragile spirit suffered a profound blow for the second time that day. Before him lay a vast chamber, or rather, an expansive palace. The corners were adorned with towering columns, each intricately entwined with lifelike serpentine reliefs, every scale depicted with meticulous detail. as if poised to writhe down the columns and strike at any intruder. In the center of this grand hall lay a fearsome, giant serpent. A piercing scream erupted from Ron, a testament to his impure heart. Anriel raised his hand and playfully tapped him on the head, gesturing towards the giant serpent's hollow, translucent abdomen. Foolish boy, what are you shouting about? This is merely its shed skin. Ron focused intently, observing that the serpent's eyes were tightly shut, and beneath its scales lay an emptiness. The semi-transparent belly, illuminated by the dim light, revealed the deep green scales on its back. Ah, indeed, it is serpent skin. Ron stammered, forcing out a dry chuckle. This skin, it is undeniably serpentine. Under such shadowy lighting, who would believe it is merely skin? Anriel let out a soft click of his tongue, directing his wand towards the serpent's tail. Do you see that grand door? He inquired. Indeed, Ron replied hastily, nodding fervently. You know what I intend to do. Ron's hair stood on end, and he promptly dashed in the opposite direction, unhesitatingly seeking refuge behind a colossal serpent column. This time, not even daring to peek out, Ron shrank behind the stone pillar like a timid mushroom. It was a force he could not contend with. The debris from the chaos could certainly bring about an unforeseen calamity. Anriel raised his wand with satisfaction, exclaiming. A series of intricate clicks erupted from his mouth, and it seemed as though a mighty roar of a white bear resonated through the air. This phenomenon was rather extraordinary for the realm of magic. Ron clamped his hands tightly over his ears, closing his eyes and gaping, feeling as if he had become completely deaf. The iron gate before Anriel has vanished entirely, along with the wall. This occurred even while Anriel intentionally restrained the output of her magical energy. Otherwise, a relentless barrage would have ensued, leading to the certain demise of the serpent creature and the entombment of Hogwarts. Such a transaction would hardly be deemed advantageous. Anriel flicked the wand, and the smoke at its tip dissipated. He has departed, little Ronnie. Anriel stepped forward, crushing the gravel beneath her feet as she entered the gaping hole. On the other side of the wall lay a sewer. This was no jest, it truly was a sewer. A cobblestone path stretched out before her, flanked by ditches filled with murky water. From the side wall protruded several grimy pipes, some of which were evidently still in use, gushing forth a steady stream of liquid. The sole feature that distinguished this place from an ordinary sewer was the statue of an elderly man standing at the end of the stone path. With a balding head and deeply furrowed features, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a water monkey. This figure was none other than Salazar Slytherin. What an unsightly visage he possessed. Anriel averted her gaze, for to look any longer would be to subject herself to an unbearable sight. The imposing statue of Slytherin stood barefoot, its great feet exposed. Ginny's diminutive form lay nestled slightly forward between those 2 feet, her complexion pale and devoid of vitality, resembling a tattered doll that had been carelessly discarded. Ginny! Ron, behind Anriel, called out hoarsely, tumbling towards his sister with all his limbs. He shook her shoulders, calling her name. Anriel cast a discreet glance at the causality wand that Ron had discarded on the ground. Excellent, everything was proceeding according to plan. Anriel had already glimpsed the worn, old diary. Then, in a blind spot unnoticed by Anriel, a translucent figure flickered and vanished as if it had never existed. It seemed acutely aware of Anriel's vigilance. Thus, in all its slow, deliberate movements, there was no option to observe from behind. This was a fragment of memory belonging to Tom Riddle, a shard of Voldemort's very soul. It resembled a serpent poised to strike, ever ready to pounce on any living being before it. P.S. Some reviews suggest that the pacing of my book is too swift and that it will conclude rapidly. I would like to clarify that there is no rule stating that fan fiction must solely expand upon the original narrative. My work will extend well beyond the events of the Deathly Hallows, so rest assured. Anriel gazed intently at Ron. He recalled the words Ron had uttered upon his arrival. It became evident that he was indeed willing to risk his own life to rush into the chamber and rescue Ginny. This exemplified the profound bond of kinship, the magic of love. Anriel withdrew his gaze and continued to scrutinize the vast expanse of the sewer, or rather, it could aptly be described as an enormous prison cell. He was searching, yearning to uncover where Riddle could possibly be concealed. Within the damp, slick walls of the entire chamber? In the gurgling sewage pool? Every inch and corner of this chamber exuded the abysmally poor taste of Slytherin. What kind of rational individual would construct a lounge at the bottom of a lake? He himself was nothing more than a decrepit old man nearing his end. It was truly perplexing that Slytherin had not succumbed to rheumatism. Perhaps he had already done so. As Anriel pondered this, a sudden chill swept through the air. A dark shadow glided across the floor beside him, whisking away Ron's wand. The youthful visage of Voldemort emerged. his grip firm around that nearly useless wand, a cold smirk flickering across his almost translucent, handsome face. More than anything, his expression betrayed disdain for the wand, mingled with a hint of anxiety. Fear, a sentiment Voldemort deemed utterly futile and a hallmark of the weak, was a demeanor that would never grace his countenance, at least. That was his conviction. The smirk stemmed from Anriel's underestimation. The disdain arose from the wand's abysmal quality, hardly worthy of the title, a mere stick. Patched up enough to transition from shabby to utterly dilapidated. The tension, however, was born from the knowledge he had gleaned from Ginny. He was up against perhaps the most formidable 14-year-old in the history of Hogwarts, a wizard whose power rivaled, if not surpassed, that of Albus Dumbledore. Riddle pointed his wand at Anriel, emitting a series of low, sibilant hisses that sounded almost like growls, summoning the basilisk. Even though he could not comprehend Parseltongue, Ron's mind was exceptionally sharp at that moment. After all, this concerned his closest kin, his dear sister. He immediately shouted this revelation to Anriel. It was evident that Riddle, already sensing the impending peril, had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. Confronting Harry Potter alone was manageable. After all, he was merely a 12-year-old child, a wretched being who could only cling to the lives of others for survival. However, facing Anriel was an entirely different matter. He dared not underestimate her. Continuing to indulge in meaningless conversation at this juncture would be tantamount to courting death. Courtesy and elegance were of no concern now. While Riddle was on high alert, Anriel appeared remarkably unfazed. In fact, she seemed overly relaxed, lazily lowering her eyelids, nonchalantly raising her wand. Yet, rather than directing it at Riddle, she pointed it straight at the ground. Riddle's eyes widened, blood vessels bursting, as a chicken's head emerged from the cobblestones. In the astonished gaze of Ron and the terrified eyes of Riddle, it emitted a sound that could only be described as deafening. The cacophony caused several fragments of stone to cascade from the ceiling, illustrating the sheer volume of its call, which even made Anriel wince in discomfort. Riddle's face contorted with rage, though it could also be attributed to the fear of emotions he had long sought to evade. Under his furious glare, the serpent's massive form tumbled from the statue's mouth, crashing to the ground with a terrifying thud. Riddle suddenly pivoted, raising the wand he had instinctively lowered once more, now aimed squarely at Anriel. Anriel gazed at him with an expression of innocence. Riddle, fully aware of his impending doom, realized that escape was futile. Yet, if he were to accomplish something before his demise, Avada Kedavra, the diary, soared through the air. The former phrase was clearly uttered by Riddle, while the latter was recited by Anriel with an air of calmness. His aim was that very diary. Although it remained a Horcrux, it was powerless against Anriel's command. Riddle's choice was equally explicable. He was fulfilling the final duty of his existence as a Horcrux, striving to eliminate any obstacles for his true self before the end. The power of Anriel is utterly terrifying. His existence will undoubtedly exert an unparalleled influence on the resurrection of the body. The recent series of strategic maneuvers has revealed to him the formidable nature of this young man, whose genius is sufficient to rival his own from years past. He finds himself devoid of alternatives. Consequently, upon witnessing Anriel's complete lack of evasive or retaliatory actions, the manic grin on Riddle's face is utterly uncontainable. Eliminate him. Eliminate this wretch. Riddle's fury is so intense that a beam of green light erupts forth with an astonishing intensity and speed, emanating, of course, from the tip of his wand. Anriel gradually extended his hand, catching the soaring diary. Dark, viscous blood, akin to ink, seeped from every page of the diary. The killing curse indeed inflicts no damage upon the Horcrux itself. Unfortunately, the essence of this Horcrux is but a diary. It is neither sturdy nor resistant to blood. As the soul fragments within succumb to the abyss of death, it proves inadequate even against water. It was as if an imperceptible breeze had passed through. Riddle's youthful, ethereal form began to dissipate into particles of light, starting from that contorted, handsome visage. To put it in simpler terms, he took his own life. With a thud, Ron's beleaguered wand fell onto the cobblestone floor. Anriel disdainfully flicked his hand and carelessly discarded the diary. The leather-bound journal was sticky to the touch, oozing a viscous black substance that elicited an immediate sense of revulsion. Logically speaking, to obliterate a soul artifact, what could be more fitting than a merciless black wizard, steeped in malice and bloodshed, delivering a lethal Avada Kedavra? Ron's wand, predictably, with its characteristics akin to a weapon of causality, vanquished this formidable evil adversary. Let us applaud its prowess. Ginny, lying feebly on the ground, finally opened her eyes. She surveyed her surroundings and spotted her brother, along with the one she secretly admired. Was it Anriel who saved me? Anriel, seemingly indifferent to Ginny's gaze, casually waved his wand, sending forth a silvery blade as delicate as a cicada's wing. It swiftly pierced the abdomen of the slain basilisk on the opposite side. Two gleaming blades delved into the creature's innards, and moments later, emerged as two silver platters, each cradling a selection of treasures, the basilisk's liver, heart, and gallbladder. The latter was a prized ingredient for potions, renowned for its exceptional efficacy. The former two could be sliced and sawed, offering a delectable flavor. Before the astonished eyes of Ginny and Ron, Anriel's fingers danced gracefully, summoning forth more silver blades identical to the first. The extraction of the heart, liver, and gallbladder was merely a precaution to preserve their integrity for the subsequent procedures. The basilisk's entrails, being valuable components for magical brews, were meticulously retrieved, categorized, cleaned, air-dried, and ground into powder for future use. The flesh was neatly diced into portions and arranged on a platter, while the entire head of the serpent was severed, preserving its fangs and venom glands. The remaining intact head was transformed into a specimen, a splendid addition to any collection. Additionally, a complete snake skeleton, measuring over 10 meters in length, was carefully preserved. Any leftover scraps were finely minced and disposed of into the adjacent sewer, flowing away without a trace. Beyond this, there was virtually no waste. Ginny and Ron stood by, utterly astounded. Anriel called out, and the young girl hurriedly responded, "Do you have the strength to stand and walk?" Ginny attempted to do so, but helplessly shook her head. "It's a difficult situation." Anriel ran his fingers through his golden locks. "Where's Fox? Is he really this slow? He might just have to lodge a complaint with Dumbledore." Just as Anriel was lost in these thoughts, a familiar cry echoed from above. "Ah, here he comes." Anriel waved his hand, and a flash of silver light swept through the air, causing all the components he had just severed to vanish in an instant. His magical prowess was so formidable that one might as well consider him to possess a fourth-dimensional pocket. Fox perched upon Anriel's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. This time, it did not bring along the old hat, perhaps knowing that Anriel had no need for such an item. Alternatively, it could be that Dumbledore understood Anriel was unable to wield that sword at all. Anriel is a competent member of Ravenclaw, since he is not here to deliver weapons. It seems that Fox truly has come solely to escort these three children upstairs. With a sense of resignation, Anriel shook his head. Dumbledore held unwavering confidence in his abilities. Yet he understood that what he truly required was logistical support rather than a comrade, at the very least. A companion of Alastair Moody's caliber would suffice to ensure he was not held back. The sound of flapping wings echoed through the vast underground hall. As Ginny grasped the legs of Fox, while Anriel, transformed into a majestic eagle, clutched Ron's robes at the back with his talons. The scene was undeniably amusing, and Ginny laughed with genuine joy. It was unclear whether her delight stemmed from the fact that her brother was the target of the prank, or that he was the one orchestrating it. Perhaps even she herself did not fully comprehend the source of her mirth. The two birds, each carrying a person, soared together out of the narrow and confined pipe entrance. Anriel wished for a larger entrance, but the pipe was of such limited diameter that he found himself at an impasse. The moment he soared into the air, Anriel beheld a circle of professors gathered in the washroom. The weeping Myrtle perched upon the beam appeared somewhat uncomfortable, as it seemed her diminutive washroom rarely hosted such a multitude. It was evident that Mr. Potter had not been idle above. Anriel unfurled her wings, and upon landing, she had already transformed into human form. The professors, unperturbed, each maintained a stoic demeanor, observing with their eyes directed towards their noses towards their mouths, and their mouths towards their hearts, collectively feigning ignorance, as there were no Ministry of Magic spies present. "Ginny!" Mrs. Weasley exclaimed with a cry, rushing forward to embrace her youngest daughter tightly. Anriel cast a sympathetic glance at the unfortunate mother and daughter. In the next moment, as if a golden ribbon had swept through the air, a small figure dashed directly into Anriel's embrace. It turned out that not only Ginny and Ron were outside, anxiously awaiting, but he too shared that sentiment. "Ah, it is all right. This year's tribulations have come to an end." Anriel smiled gently and patted Luna's back. Luna stepped back slightly, pouting. "Of course I trust you. Is it not permissible to show a little concern for you?" Anriel chuckled softly. All right. Of course I can bring it back." Anriel stepped forward with a smile, embracing Luna once more, causing her delicate face to flush a deep crimson. "Ah, it seems she has learned the art of flirtation." Ahem. Professor McGonagall emitted a sound signaling the illumination device. Anriel released Luna and shrugged. Fortunately, The earlier scene had gone unnoticed by Ginny, who was beside the Weasley couple with Ron. However, it seemed that Ginny's ignorance of the event was not entirely a blessing. Professor McGonagall, inquiring about the situation, advised against haste. I personally recommend that these two children should first visit the hospital wing, particularly Miss Weasley. Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement. Certainly, it would be prudent for Professor McGonagall to accompany them to persuade Madame Pomfrey to allow them a brief respite following their preliminary examination, as our headmaster should have returned by now. The corners of Professor McGonagall's mouth tightened, seemingly due to her recent tears, which we have reason to believe were shed in a moment of overwhelming emotion. Luna returned to the common room first. She was a perceptive child and understood that Anriel had pressing matters to attend to and could not stay with her. However, it mattered little, for during the holiday, Anriel would be devoted solely to her company. Anriel stood before Dumbledore's office, pondering for a moment before uttering an enigmatic phrase, cockroach skewers. Upon speaking, he cast a vigilant glance around to ensure no one else had overheard the incantation. Should anyone have, silence would have been the only recourse. Pushing open the door to the headmaster's chamber, Anriel immediately beheld the elderly man seated behind the desk, his azure eyes peering through the tilted crescent-shaped spectacles. Sir, how has your 2-month sabbatical for official duties treated you? Anriel unfastened her cloak and casually tossed it onto the coat rack, smiling as she inquired of Dumbledore. Very well, my dear, Dumbledore replied with a smile, pausing for a moment before continuing. I have brought back a small token for you. A token? Anriel felt a sense of perplexity. He recalled that Dumbledore had embarked on a quest to seek the Horcruxes. What remarkable treasures could one possibly bring back from such a pursuit? Anriel received a palm-sized box from the smiling Dumbledore. This as Anriel's eyes widened in sudden astonishment. Observing his reaction, Dumbledore seemed quite pleased. You must recognize it, my child. Nestled within a delicate gift box lay a ring, an ancient black stone ring, its surface adorned with intricate fissures. When I discovered it, it had already been transformed into a Horcrux by our dear Mr. Riddle, Dumbledore remarked with a leisurely tone. Anriel delicately pinched the ring between her 2 fingers, slowly extracting it from the confines of the gift box. If Dumbledore was able to part with such an object as a gift, then the soul fragment it contained must have been obliterated by him. This was the Ring of Marvellogod, which bore a name that held even greater significance for Anriel, the Resurrection Stone, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows. Anriel took a deep breath, calming her emotions. Sir, members of the Weasley family, Professor McGonagall, and the 2 children will be arriving shortly. We shall discuss the matter concerning the stone later. Dumbledore nodded in agreement, his expression one of pleasant acquiescence. After a moment of contemplation, Anriel adorned her left thumb with the ring. A few minutes later, the office was filled with numerous individuals. Seated behind the desk, Albus Dumbledore scrutinized everyone through his crescent-shaped spectacles. Standing beside him, Minerva McGonagall occasionally smoothed her fingers, revealing her anxious disposition. Among the Weasley family, Arthur and Percy Weasley appeared somewhat pallid, while Fred and George wore expressions of bitterness. The latter 2 had been absent moments ago and were oblivious to the unfolding events. Yet they could discern the concealed fear and unease lurking behind each other's faint smiles. The door swung open once more, and Molly Weasley stepped inside. Anriel suddenly experienced an unusual sensation. He turned his gaze towards Mrs. Weasley. Indeed, Ginny's petite figure was concealed behind Mrs. Weasley, and at that moment, she was peering out with her little head, curiously looking inside. Anriel met Ginny's gaze, which held a perplexing significance that left him bewildered. Anriel's gaze faltered, his lips twitching uncontrollably as if afflicted by a spasm. Ginny averted her eyes, her pallid complexion now flushed with an unusual hue. To be candid, Anriel was not particularly adept at navigating such circumstances. At this moment, he earnestly wished, from the depths of his heart, that the allure of Mr. Harry Potter would be sufficient to draw all of Miss Weasley's attention away. Wait, calcium oxide. Under his influence, Harry Potter had not even ventured into the Chamber of Secrets. A sense of malevolence crept up your spine. Hold on, Ginny was still Luna's dearest friend. You felt a heavy weight of guilt upon your conscience. Anriel realized something profound. Could it be that Ginny's feelings for Harry began to blossom the moment he saved her life? If that is the case, Anriel subtly shook his head, breaking the silence that enveloped the room. I believe there is no need for such a somber atmosphere, dear friends. He glanced around the space. All right, Anriel shrugged, casually raising his hand, causing the tattered diary, now thoroughly soaked with dark blood, to levitate gracefully above his palm. The savior, who had maintained a remarkably low profile until now, exclaimed in surprise. So you can do it without a wand. Anriel suddenly realized that there was another Harry Potter here. Of course, it is possible. But I cannot deny that wielding a wand and bellowing incantations would indeed possess a more commanding presence. Moreover, casting spells without a wand evokes a sense of rebelliousness. Mr. Ollivander would surely have my head for it. Anriel jested, eliciting only a couple of chuckles from Dumbledore. Ah, you have saved him. You have saved Ginny, Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears, her emotions still somewhat tumultuous. Mr. Weasley had improved somewhat. He was concerned about certain significant matters. Though they were undeniably less critical than the safety of his own daughter. I wish to know about this diary. It belongs to Voldemort, Anriel casually remarked, seemingly indifferent to the impact that name had on the other occupants of the room. However, the atmosphere within soon led him to feel grateful that he had merely made a jest, albeit one of little significance. Aside from the sobs of Mrs. Weasley, the room was filled with incredulous gasps. Surely, was this room not populated by a congregation of range hoods? Anriel felt somewhat at a loss. However, one could understand the sentiment, as that name had instigated a prolonged period of terror. In comparison, her rather unremarkable father resembled a politician far more than a mere terrorist like Voldemort. Yet, it was perplexing how a diary had come to be in the hands of Mrs. Weasley, leaving her utterly bewildered. She had numerous inquiries swirling in her mind, such as how this diary found its way to the innocent Ginny, or how it managed to seduce or manipulate her into serving its dark purpose. Nonetheless, considering Mrs. Weasley's position as a mother, it seemed unkind to press her for answers in the wake of such an ordeal. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall shared her curiosity regarding these matters and posed the questions on Mrs. Weasley's behalf. Anriel turned to Dumbledore, whose gaze indicated his indifference. There was nothing to conceal. Oh, then I shall speak freely. You may find it hard to believe, but within this lies a fragment of Voldemort's very soul. Anriel gazed upon the throng of individuals who appeared as though they might succumb to asphyxiation at any moment, and with a sense of resignation, he altered his words. This was not merely a collection of fragmented souls, it also bore a fragment of memory belonging to the very essence of you-know-who. When Anriel mentioned you-know-who, their tone was laced with a certain sarcasm, much like this. Anriel casually retrieved a scroll of parchment from Dumbledore's desk, unfurling it with ease. She then drew her wand and inserted it into her golden locks. As the wand was gently extracted, a strand of silver thread ensnared itself around its tip. Anriel directed her wand at the parchment, and the silvery memories swiftly merged into its surface. After a brief moment, a line of glimmering text gradually emerged upon the paper. Greetings to you all. Anriel cast a satisfied glance at the parchment, lifting it to showcase to the assembly. Given that I have not divided my soul, this diminutive fragment of memory cannot persist for long, perhaps only 2 or 3 minutes. The duration of this memory correlates directly with its existence. In any case, the methods of the enigmatic figure far surpass my own, as he has paid a significantly greater price. However, during my brief encounter with it, I discovered that this entity possesses its own consciousness, emerging from that memory, independent of the essence of the mysterious individual. Anriel casually uttered the most terrifying words. This is the memory of Voldemort himself from 50 years ago. He is capable of murder, can manipulate others, and has the power to command the basilisk lurking within the Chamber of Secrets. Anriel, unable to restrain himself, uttered Voldemort's name. Fortunately, the shock of the revelation contained within his words left little room for fear of the Dark Lord's name. However, why was this enigmatic figure fixated on our Ginny? Mrs. Weasley inquired, her voice hoarse. She held no interest in the convoluted matters of memories, soul fragments, or horcruxes. As a mother, her sole concern was for her child. Anriel was certainly aware, yet he merely shrugged and turned his gaze towards Ginny. It is best for the person involved to clarify such trivial matters. I have no idea how it ended up tucked within an old textbook. I presumed it was left there by someone, Ginny replied, her voice trembling. Perhaps influenced by Mrs. Weasley's emotional state, Ginny too began to weep. Anriel casually tossed the diary onto the table and continued, "This object has orchestrated a series of lethal assaults, all under the influence of our unfortunate little Ginny. However, there have been numerous unexpected occurrences." Anrielton paused, choosing not to continue. Indeed, there are many surprises. Yet there is always that one moment devoid of any unexpected occurrences. Anriel is likely unable to forget the name of William Cress, an innocent soul who met his untimely demise due to an absurd accident. However, I must commend Ron for his commendable performance below. He did not falter in fear, but rather fulfilled his duties as a brother with admirable resolve. Indeed, Mr. Harry Potter and Miss Hermione Granger also made significant contributions in resolving the Chamber of Secrets. They boldly defied school regulations, embarking on a reckless yet noble Gryffindor path, confronting crises with unwavering courage. I have expressed my verbal commendation to them. As for the matter of awarding points, I am confident that our esteemed headmaster will render a judicious decision. Anriel smiled, effortlessly passing the troublesome matter to Dumbledore, who did not refuse the task. Ron's face flushed crimson, as if someone had hastily splashed a bucket of red paint upon him. While Ron may not have been particularly remarkable, he was by no means cowardly. Indeed, each member of the Weasley family possessed their own distinctive traits. In contrast, Ron could undeniably be considered the most ordinary among them. He was not the chosen one, destined only to be the green leaf beside the vibrant red flower. He did harbor a degree of insecurity. However, Anriel's encouragement seemed to have a profound effect. The remaining 3 of you may now share your account. I possess only a general understanding and am unaware of the specific actions you undertook to uncover the truth of the Chamber of Secrets. I trust this was not an endeavor accomplished in a single day. Anriel gestured for the trio to commence their performance. Thus, Harry, Ron, and Hermione began their exchange, weaving together their narrative. Hermione served as the principal storyteller, while Harry and Ron interjected occasionally, contributing details that Hermione had overlooked. For instance, they recounted their inquiries on the day they consumed the polyjuice potion. Harry Potter, also known as Hermione, and her 2 rather ineffectual companions. Hermione recounted their myriad adventures, traversing the realms of legend and reality, from skepticism to affirmation, sneaking into Snape's office in search of ingredients, to brewing the polyjuice potion beneath the watchful gaze of the weeping Myrtle. Everyone listened with bated breath. Well, perhaps not everyone. Anriel reclined in his chair, dozing lightly. By the time Hermione concluded her narrative, the entire office remained enveloped in silence, astonished by the myriad perils these children had faced over the course of a year, and in awe of their remarkable courage and ingenuity. Anriel cannot be deemed an ordinary child, as everyone observed Mr. Grindelwald sprawled across the armchair, snoring audibly with a complete lack of decorum, even sporting cartoonish ZZZ bubbles above his head. The truth became undeniable. Yet, even if one were to disregard him as a typical student, when confronted with a fragment of Voldemort's soul, one must ponder, among the esteemed professors present and the adult wizards alike, apart from Dumbledore, how many could genuinely assure their safe escape from the clutches of the basilisk's gaze? The answer is none. Anriel feigned 2 yawns, rubbed his eyes, and straightened his posture. Is it over? He inquired. The ethereal ZZZ bubbles erupted, and Anriel pretended to awaken. In such a grave setting, how could he possibly doze off? Sometimes it is unnecessary to be overly astute. If it feels burdensome, playing the fool can indeed be a wise choice. Now that the gentleman has returned and I have dealt with the monsters, shall we all disperse, as there seems to be nothing more to address? I believe we are all quite weary, both physically and emotionally. Anriel rose to his feet, adjusted his collar, and casually seized the diary from the table, tossing it to Harry. Although this object had lost its significance, I still recommend that it be returned to its rightful owner. Having uttered these words and disregarding Harry's astonished gaze, Anriel strode out of the room, leaving the others to exchange glances before gradually departing. In truth, Anriel need not insist that Harry return the diary. Ron, Hermione, Mrs. Weasley, and Mr. Weasley, all those who had been present at the bookstore alongside Ginny, and whose minds remained unclouded, should have been able to deduce that it was Lucius Malfoy who had surreptitiously placed this diary into Ginny's cauldron. Anriel merely thought that Mr. Potter had exhibited a remarkable lack of presence during this incident, and it would be beneficial for him to bring the matter to a close. Should the situation not unfold favorably, it would be quite the spectacle if Harry Potter were to meet his demise at Malfoy Manor. Although, with the narrative altered, it is uncertain whether events would proceed as they originally did. Within the confines of the office, only Dumbledore and Harry Potter remained. The sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor, echoing with urgency, impatience, and ire. Lucius Malfoy. Anriel returned to the familiar tower and rapped upon the eagle-headed door knocker. After hearing the inquiry, he provided a response. In the spacious lounge, only a girl was leaping into his embrace. Earlier, Luna had heeded Anriel's suggestion to return to the lounge and await his arrival, ensuring that matters of significance were not delayed. Now was a moment of solitude. The following day, Luna requested a day off, though she did not actually. Of course, the semester was far from over, with nearly half remaining. As a student, Anriel found no better pursuit than his studies, especially given the aftermath of the chamber incident, which proved to be exceedingly vexatious. Anriel had never been adept at navigating such complexities. The intricate and tumultuous web of interpersonal relationships, rife with conflict and political maneuvering, was not his forte. To illustrate, had this matter been entrusted to Dumbledore, he would not only have absolved the school of most responsibilities but also, under the pretext of delivering Voldemort's diary to the institution, would have deftly orchestrated Lucius Malfoy's expulsion from the Board of Governors. In contrast, Anriel knew he could not achieve such outcomes. At best, he could only ensure Lucius Malfoy's physical disappearance. However, more often than not, the latter approach proved more effective. Unfortunately, within the constraints of the Order, certain issues could not be resolved through sheer force. Even if Anriel were capable of appending the faction, the repercussions would outweigh the benefits. Thus, studies resumed in earnest, and examinations proceeded as usual. While most classmates lamented their plight, there were always those who thrived in such circumstances, like Miss Granger, who promptly dove into her studies upon recovering, or Mr. Grindelwald, who typically shunned diligent study. Days passed in this manner until Dumbledore returned. This return signified that he had addressed the myriad issues at hand and was now back at school. He summoned Anriel to his office, where the latter arrived, bewildered. Following a brief yet efficient exchange, the two extraordinary wizards, one seasoned and one youthful, found themselves gathered around a stone basin, occasionally prodding the silvery substance within with their wands or adding a pinch of ingredients. What do you think of this passage? It bears resemblance to a youthful Tom Riddle before he transformed into Voldemort. With a deft tap of his wand against the rim of the basin, Anriel summoned forth a strikingly handsome man, utterly devoid of color and resembling a lifeless corpse, who began to rise from the depths of the basin in a swirling motion. His lips moved as if attempting to articulate something, and one could discern the semblance of the phrase, "Long time no see, Professor Dumbledore." The white-bearded elder beside Anriel pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Consequently, Anriel lowered his head and gradually drew closer. In a swift motion, he vanished. Dumbledore mimicked the exact action, disappearing as well. The world spun around them. Mere seconds later, the two reappeared within the confines of the office. However, it was 30 years prior, as the sound of a firm knock resonated, and Albus Dumbledore, seated behind his desk, uttered the words, "Please, come in." Anriel cast a glance at Albus Dumbledore beside him. Remarkably, the old man had not altered in appearance even slightly over the past 3 decades. Dumbledore now wore an expression of deep contemplation, and as his thoughts unfolded, it seemed as though a subtle transformation had taken place within the room. Anriel's lips twitched slightly as he gazed in bewilderment at the documents on his desk, their details gradually becoming clearer. This undoubtedly indicated that the owner of this particular memory was meticulously recalling the minutiae of that time. Yet, why delve into such trivialities? Had he consumed too much salt? Anriel shook his head, relieved that this exasperating atmosphere did not linger for long. The door swung open. The adult Tom Marvolo Riddle stepped inside, politely bowing to Dumbledore. The Dumbledore of 30 years ago paused in his writing and lifted his gaze. The present Dumbledore clicked his tongue beside Anriel. Anriel likely comprehended the gravity of the situation. Who could have foreseen that the handsome man standing before them would eventually metamorphose into a cruel, grotesque figure, a tyrannical warlord devoid of a nose and crowned with baldness? It seemed as though something bizarre had infiltrated the scene. Nevertheless, such details were inconsequential. The memory of Voldemort, as recalled by Dumbledore, began to articulate his intentions, expressing a desire to teach at Hogwarts. The position he sought was that of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. However, to Anriel's ears, this job application could be effortlessly translated into, "Greetings, Professor. May I apply for the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts? I wish to impart some enchanting dark magic to our beloved students." Goodness. Only time would reveal whether his teachings on defense against the dark arts contained any genuine elements of defense. Dumbledore, evidently, had declined the offer. At this moment, the utility of the pensive became apparent. Observing from an outsider's perspective, the two individuals discerned a slight discrepancy. With the knowledge of the answer and the process of deduction, Anriel remarked, "Sir, he is not looking at you." Anriel pointed to the glass case on the bookshelf behind Dumbledore. His gaze had been fixated on the sword, never wavering except when he spoke to you. "Ah, the sword of Godric Gryffindor? What could Voldemort possibly desire with such an artifact, perhaps for his collection?" There was a palpable irony in Anriel's tone, one that Dumbledore could not possibly overlook. "I fear it is indeed so, my child." Both Dumbledores shook their heads in unison, the one from 30 years ago, who had rejected Riddle, and the one from 30 years hence, who grasped Anriel's arm. Once again, A sensation akin to being swept off one's feet enveloped them as they departed from the pensive. Dumbledore drew up an armchair and seated himself opposite Anriel. He gently adjusted the glasses perched on his aquiline nose and began, "I fear that through some minor events from years past, we have deduced one of the most significant secrets of Voldemort's life." It sounded convoluted, yet it was not difficult to comprehend. Feigning great interest, Anriel listened as Dumbledore continued uninterrupted. "To the best of my knowledge, Tom has harbored a peculiar obsession since childhood, a fixation that, as we can observe, has endured for over 2 decades. Perhaps it is the stark contrast between his noble ancestry and the shattered, ignoble background that has shaped him. Or perhaps it is the chaos of his upbringing that he finds too shameful to articulate. In any case, Voldemort possesses a fervent passion for collecting items of significance." Dumbledore carefully considered his choice of words. Anything rare and precious, belonging to others, he would go to great lengths to acquire, be it through theft, coercion, or even murder. He has shown no hesitation in employing such means. Furthermore, the evidence of his numerous transgressions may well serve as mementos for him. Akin to a collection of chocolate frog trading cards. How utterly fascinating. Anriel let out a light chuckle. What is his current situation? Is he fixated on the relics of the 4 headmasters of Hogwarts? These hold significant commemorative value. At this point, Anriel suddenly paused, as if struck by a moment of realization. How could he have overlooked this? Is this not the plot of the Half-Blood Prince? Setting aside the specific details, the general essence of Dumbledore's words is something he would only convey to Harry Potter in the 6th book, with the aim of guiding Harry in his quest to vanquish Voldemort's Horcruxes. Anriel's gaze grew intricate. He lowered his head, casting his eyes upon the crude black stone ring adorning his thumb. Voldemort failed to recognize what it was. Anriel appeared to be speaking to herself, yet it seemed as though she were conversing with Dumbledore. "Indeed, my child, it was once a Horcrux, but it is no longer so. Therefore, we may temporarily set aside the matter of this stone." "Very well, as you suggest, if Voldemort is in pursuit of the relics belonging to the 4 founders of Hogwarts." Anriel and Dumbledore fell silent for a moment, and then, in astonishing unison, their gazes turned towards the bookshelf, fixating on the tattered, crumpled hat that lay in a heap. Anriel was the first to speak. "Well, to be honest, sir, I don't believe this object aligns with Voldemort's aesthetic. He would never allow such a thing to harbor a fragment of his soul." Anriel spoke with unwavering certainty, unabashedly quoting the original text from Dumbledore. "Indeed, I share the same sentiment. However, while this assertion holds true, the hat, being one of the few relics of Godric Gryffindor, ought to be regarded as a piece of Hogwarts communal heritage. This implies that Gryffindor possesses merely a single sword as its treasured artifact." Dumbledore began to speak slowly, his tone measured and his voice barely audible. Nonetheless, Anriel, seated beside him, was able to discern his words, given that Phineas Black was attentively eavesdropping on every utterance. Dumbledore's discretion was certainly warranted. This further suggests that one of Voldemort's primary intentions in seeking employment was to acquire Gryffindor's sword. Anriel added, setting aside the relics of Gryffindor. "The other 3 founders are renowned for their notable artifacts: Salazar Slytherin's family locket, Helga Hufflepuff's golden engraved goblet, and Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem of wisdom." Dumbledore, like a child, counted them one by one with his elongated fingers. Anriel let out a sound of discontent, lamenting the wastefulness of it all. Yet, upon further reflection, she realized that crafting a piece of jewelry from the world's sole remaining magic stone, intended as a gift, rendered her in no position to deride Voldemort. "You squander. I splurge. We both possess a splendid future." Under Anriel's subtle guidance over the past few months, Dumbledore swiftly fixated on these relics without a shred of evidence. Regardless of whether they were indeed Horcruxes, the priority lay in their retrieval. The crux of the matter was not how many Horcruxes Voldemort had created: 5, 10, 100, or 1,000. Even if he were to meticulously slice his soul into minuscule pieces, it would remain inconsequential. The objectives of Anriel and Dumbledore have diverged significantly from their original intentions. In the source material, the trio, under Dumbledore's guidance, risked their lives to locate all the Horcruxes, as the probability of confronting Voldemort successfully while he possessed these dark artifacts was virtually zero. In fact, for them, the likelihood of success was non-existent. They could only hope to first weaken Voldemort's soul before contemplating any form of resistance. Currently, the Elder Wand remains within the ranks of the opposition. A substantial portion of Albus Dumbledore's internal struggles has been resolved. Crucially, there exists Anriel, a formidable force akin to a reincarnated Merlin. Should Voldemort dare to resurrect himself once more, Anriel would not hesitate to confront him head-on. What does resurrection matter? What does immortality matter? Unless Voldemort willingly resigns himself to a fate worse than that of a mere wandering spirit, Anriel shall forever stand before him as an insurmountable obstacle. Anriel lightly tapped the oak table with his fingertips, while Dumbledore, in harmony with the rhythmic sound, positioned his slender fingers in a mirrored fashion. Both were ensnared in a contemplative state. Nearby, the portrait of Phineas twitched in agitation. What thoughts occupied Dumbledore's mind? Anriel remained oblivious. Yet, with his familiarity with the narrative, he pondered how to locate the Horcruxes for further examination. Through the diary, Anriel had unearthed a secret, one that Dumbledore was likely unaware of. As he had never crafted a Horcrux himself, Voldemort had fragmented these pieces of soul for so long that he could no longer perceive or control them. The diary had even developed its own subjective consciousness and harbored intentions to betray its creator along with the other Horcruxes. Countless ingenious ideas collided fiercely within Anriel's mind. Soul voodoo? Subversion? What if he placed a voodoo curse upon one of Voldemort's fragments, then released it? Could it find its way back to Voldemort and reintegrate? These were indeed avenues worth exploring. Just as Anriel's thoughts escalated to a level of unimaginable horror, Dumbledore interjected, rescuing countless innocent spirits. Anriel, if I recall correctly, the Gaunt family possesses a lineage of seers? Are you suggesting you would like me to cast a prophecy? Although Anriel expressed his desire to choose divination, all of his knowledge in the field has been self-taught thus far. Primarily, he relies on the innate divinatory talent inherited through his bloodline. He possesses no interest in listening to Trelawney's ramblings while in a state of consciousness. Anriel raised an eyebrow. Of course, and I can certainly calculate it. If you do not mind me using Sybil's skull as a divination tool. Upon hearing the first half of the statement, a hint of a smile graced Dumbledore's face. However, upon hearing the latter half, that trace of a smile froze upon his features, utterly lifeless. Ahem, we shall discuss this matter at a later time. Dumbledore chuckled awkwardly, prodding the memories within the pensive. Let us set this aside for now. How have things progressed between you and Miss Lovegood? Anriel coughed slightly. Dumbledore's shift in topic was abrupt and rather clumsy, yet executed with an undeniable finesse. It is difficult to fathom the excruciating social experiences he must have endured to master such a skill. Well, that was quite commendable. Luna was obedient and remarkably perceptive, embodying the essence of a clever and astute little rabbit. Dumbledore raised his teacup, filled with steaming hot cocoa, and let out a soft hum through his nose. Seemingly pleased, though it remained uncertain whether it was an appreciation of the cocoa or Anriel. The two lapsed into silence, and after a while, Anriel rose to take his leave. This holiday promised to be quite busy, with soul artifacts, Sirius, Wormtail, and so forth. Additionally, he still needed to pay a visit to the Lovegood household. Anriel shrugged, noting that his schedule was quite full, and he was curious to see when Dumbledore would set off to retrieve the fake locket box. Upon returning to his chamber after leaving the headmaster's office, he discovered that someone was already present. Luna sat diligently at the desk, engrossed in her homework. Upon hearing the door creak open, she turned around with delight, sprinting towards Anriel and leaping into his embrace. Truth be told, Anriel often felt a sense of unreality. Had he truly won Luna's affections? Was her exuberant reaction every time they met perhaps a tad excessive? It shouldn't be, under his guidance. Luna had been shielded from the potential of bullying at school, and any minor issues regarding her appearance had been resolved by Anriel. Nevertheless, it seemed prudent to embrace the current situation. Luna's dependence on him was not necessarily a negative development. Her performance at the dueling club had proven that she had not transformed into a fragile little teacup, so it would suffice to accept things as they were. Subsequently, Anriel routinely graded all of Luna's assignments, except for potions and astronomy. If even the ghostly Professor Binns sanctioned his actions, there was little room for reproach. Professor, reducing one's workload? A splendid idea. Luna was undeniably intelligent. There was no doubt about that. With Anriel's assistance, she had begun to engage in advanced studies, preparing herself for knowledge beyond her current grade level. Presently, she was likely operating at a 5th grade standard. A first-year student poised to take the ordinary wizarding level examinations was quite an extraordinary notion. Whenever Luna lifted her little face and flashed a smile at Anriel, he felt a profound sense of unreality wash over him. A simultaneous surge of happiness and guilt stirred within him, causing a conflict between reason and emotion. It was a sensation he had never encountered in either of his lifetimes. Returning to the school, the remaining term was already brief, and after the examinations, time seemed to accelerate, swiftly ushering the holiday season towards the students. This year had been rife with peculiar occurrences. far too many for an ordinary person to digest. Hence, most of our students had long been yearning for a vacation. However, even without such events, it was entirely normal for students to look forward to a break. Of course, there was a small minority who were not particularly eager for a holiday, such as Harry Potter and, likewise, Luna Lovegood. On the train, Anriel found himself unable to break away to greet the second-year children, as Luna remained nestled beside him, clearly unwilling to let go. Thus, Anriel resolutely abandoned the idea of departing and remained seated with Luna until they reached the platform. After all, who was Harry Potter? Not familiar at all. After bidding farewell to Luna at the platform, Anriel received a heartfelt invitation from Mr. Lovegood, to which he naturally acquiesced, arranging a suitable time that coincidentally allowed him to escort Luna back to Hogwarts just before the commencement of the school year. Xenophilius seemed to have written to Dumbledore to confirm the authenticity of Ariel's identity. Upon receiving the precise affirmation that Anriel was indeed Dumbledore's sole heir, he appeared to finally relax, entrusting Luna to Anriel. He may not be a conventional individual and could even prove to be less than virtuous in times of peril. Yet, he harbors a profound love for his daughter, embodying the essence of a good father. Given that Luna also holds a deep affection for Anriel, her happiness remains paramount. As Anriel journeyed back to school aboard the express train, he incessantly fiddled with the ancient black stone in his possession, casting an eerie chill throughout the carriage. It appeared that Xenophilius was well aware of numerous matters and could directly inquire of his esteemed father-in-law during visits. Anriel withdrew his wand, tracing several slowly burning marks in the air. A triangle, symbolizing the invisibility cloak, which grants the protection of evading death, was positioned at the outermost edge. Next, a circle represented the resurrection stone, embodying the formidable power that cannot be deceived by death. Finally, a vertical line denoted the Elder Wand, a symbol of the terrifying blade that conquers the dead, bestowing eternal slumber upon all foes and its master alike. The fiery lines flickered quietly in the air. After an indeterminate duration, the central circle abruptly extinguished, akin to embers of burnt wood fading into ash. It was unbalanced. The resurrection stone seemed wholly inadequate to bear the weight of reconciling such extreme forces. The invisibility cloak may conceal death, even if it exists solely in legend. In that very legend, Ignotus Peveril had obtained decades of additional life, remaining undetected by the Grim Reaper. Anriel raised his hand in a gesture of grasping, and a necklace, adorned with a striking interplay of gold and silver, materialized within his palm. He gazed intently at the eyes that symbolized endless death and solemnly draped it around his neck. Moments earlier, on the platform, he had noticed that Xenophilius was wearing the very same pendant. He decided to don it as well. It appeared rather splendid. Just as Xenophilius had remarked, as fellow saints, we seek kindred spirits in this manner. The steam whistle erupted, signaling their arrival. Hogwarts, they had arrived. Anriel slowly disembarked from the train, her thoughts still lingering on the matter of the deathly artifacts. Lost in contemplation, she found herself at the edge of the woodland. A multitude of purple-black, winged skeletal steeds roamed freely within the forest. These were the nightmares, the phantoms of the night, the very essence of death. There are even legends that proclaim the Nightmare Beast King to be the steed of the Grim Reaper. Anriel gazed thoughtfully at the clusters of night steeds approaching him, as if drawn by some unseen allure emanating from his very being. The night steeds are not creatures of good omen. They gravitate towards those entwined with death. Whether it be the fated harbingers of doom or the moribund souls exuding the aura of impending demise, they belong to this ominous category. Among them, the night steed that belongs to Anriel came galloping forth. It had grown considerably, and within a year, had acquired the strength to bear a rider. Its wings, veined and expansive, unfurled to a width surpassing that of a mere arm. The steed snorted playfully, lowering its forelimbs and affectionately nuzzling Anriel's hand with its bony head, as if inviting its master to mount and soar through the twilight sky bathed in the hues of dusk. Anriel gently leaped, landing gracefully upon the back of the night steed. Though riding the steed without a saddle was somewhat jarring, it mattered not. The small creature beneath her seemed to comprehend Anriel's unspoken desires, leaping into the air with an exuberance that defied gravity. As dusk settled, a chill breeze caressed Anriel's face. While the night steed glided smoothly through the twilight sky, its speed astonishing. It moved like a wraith, each flicker of its form propelling them forward by nearly 100 meters. The sun gradually sank beyond the horizon, disappearing at the edge of the Black Lake. Yet, as night enveloped the world, the night steed appeared tireless, its pace quickening beyond what it had been before. It seemed that the vastness of the night bestowed upon it an endless reservoir of strength. Anriel gently patted the neck of Knight's steed, which seemed to comprehend its master's unspoken wishes, obediently descending back to the ground. Anriel discerned what name to bestow upon him. He was so astute and agile, his speed akin to a fleeting specter that pierced the night sky and melded into the shadows. Henceforth, your name shall be Nightmare. The night steed? Oh no. It is indeed Nightmare, whinnied excitedly, circling Anriel in a low arc, seemingly quite fond of this appellation. Gently patting Nightmare's head, Anriel strode toward the castle. Moments later, a dark eagle soared upward, precisely locating the open, special window among the countless panes of the castle. Anriel plunged in headlong, letting out a sharp cry. And by the time she touched the ground, she had transformed into human form. Good evening, my child, Dumbledore greeted from beside the fireplace. The flames were not lit. In the room, illuminated only by the wall sconces, appeared rather dim. He held a copy of the Daily Prophet in hand, with another newspaper, perhaps a dissenting voice, resting nearby. Anriel's lips curled slightly, as he entertained a rather absurd notion that this item would certainly appeal to old Dumbledore's taste, potentially leading to an additional editor-in-chief for future dissenting opinions. Dumbledore, oblivious to the subtle shift in Anriel's demeanor, remained unaware of his thoughts. Ultimately, after Dumbledore set down the Daily Prophet, he spoke with a tone of unwavering certainty. I believe I have successfully pinpointed the location of a Horcrux. Voldemort has concealed it remarkably well. Shall we depart tomorrow? Anriel nodded, taking a seat beside Dumbledore. He extended his hand, showcasing the Resurrection Stone ring, before removing it and placing it in his palm. Sir, I find myself perplexed by a question. Oh? Dumbledore's interest piqued. What could possibly confound Anriel? Sir, why is it that this stone can be equated with your invincible wand and Harry Potter's seamless cloak, which eludes death? Dumbledore glanced at the ring in Anriel's hand, opened his mouth as if to speak, hesitated, and ultimately confessed, I do not know, my child. It lacks the formidable power of the other two Deathly Hallows. It is not even a competent magical artifact. Dumbledore gently rubbed his brow and continued, it recklessly exploits the deep-seated regrets and remorse within the human soul, tearing at the most fragile wounds and seeking out vulnerabilities. Perhaps its purpose is to instill a reverence for death, discouraging its desecration. Indeed, Dumbledore could relate deeply to this notion. Fortunately, Anriel's presence allowed the old man, after acquiring the stone, to let reason triumph over regret and anguish, thus sparing him from the calamity of death. Yet, a single remark from Anriel rendered Dumbledore speechless. Is its method of cautioning humanity merely to drag them into the abyss of destruction? Dumbledore fell silent. Anriel pinched the stone ring between her fingers, continuing to scrutinize it. Sir, what method did you employ to obliterate the soul fragment contained within this ring? Dumbledore averted his gaze, a flicker of unease crossing his features. Anriel curled her lips in disdain, her reaction revealing more than she intended. It was likely that she, like Anriel, had employed the Avada Kedavra curse. Dumbledore was certainly no paragon of virtue. A wizard's abstention from using the unforgivable curses does not imply his inability or unwillingness to wield them. As her fingers glided over the surface of the stone, Anriel discerned intricate fissures etched into its texture. But, sir, were the cracks this shallow when you destroyed the Horcrux? Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback by his realization. No, my child, I distinctly recall that the fissures were far more pronounced when I obliterated this Horcrux. Anriel, lost in contemplation, observed the cracks upon its surface seemingly mending. Indeed, the Resurrection Stone, as a Horcrux, bore the marks of damage inflicted by Dumbledore when he shattered the fragment of Voldemort's soul contained within. It is conceivable that prior to employing the killing curse, Dumbledore may have attempted alternative methods. Those delicate fissures are now nearly imperceptible, revealing a strength far surpassing our expectations. Anriel spoke softly. Personally, I do not subscribe to the legend that the Peverell brothers encountered death. I am more inclined to believe that the three of them crafted these three extraordinary artifacts, items imbued with remarkable magical prowess. Anriel's words lingered unspoken. The concealed continuation of his sentence was, if indeed these items were crafted by the three illustrious masters of magic, then the purpose of the Resurrection Stone could not merely be to summon a host of ineffectual phantoms, lost within the user's memories. Anriel slipped the ring back onto her finger. I shall undoubtedly unravel the secrets of this stone. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. Of course, I trust you, my dear. What would you like to eat tomorrow morning? Anriel paused momentarily, then chuckled softly. Anything you desire, sir. The following morning, Anriel arose as usual. but the absence of the slumbering beauty by his side left him with an inexplicable sense of loss. After attending to his morning rituals, Anriel casually took a seat, where the house elves had already laid out a sumptuous breakfast featuring an array of dishes, including fried eggs. Anriel casually picked up the flask. Oh, it was apple juice. After having breakfast, Dumbledore was already waiting for Anriel at the door. Anriel found himself in a predicament, for the elderly tend to rise at the break of dawn. And even Albus Dumbledore was no exception. Lacking knowledge of the precise location of Voldemort's hidden locket cave, or indeed, the nature of its surroundings, Anriel had no choice but to rely on Dumbledore to guide him there. The sensation of being an apparition was less than pleasant. Yet Anriel's experience appeared to diverge from that of others, as he was not an ordinary individual. Thus, during the manifestation, he seemed to perceive the space around them whizzing past from the perspective of an object. It was a novel sensation, and he appeared to be devoid of the risk of disjunction. Upon their arrival, the pair found themselves on a deserted beach, the sands stretching before them uninhabited. Not far from the shore, a chapel crowned with a cross stood, or perhaps it was a large courtyard. Noticing Anriel's gaze, Dumbledore spoke softly. That is the orphanage where Voldemort spent his childhood. However, our destination today is not there. Come. It seems the remainder of our journey has been enchanted to require our passage on foot. Anriel nodded, yet Dumbledore did not utter a single word regarding those mechanisms. Perhaps he had not ventured inside to investigate? Perhaps, after bringing Anriel to this place, he had resolved not to play by the rules set forth by Voldemort? The two walked along the shoreline, one following the other. This beach had been abandoned for years, devoid of soft, fine sand. Instead, it was littered with coarse stones and gravel, interspersed with various Muggle debris and refuse, swept into the sea only to be cast back upon the desolate shore. The entire scene exuded an omnipresent sense of decay and desolation. Anriel squinted his eyes, observing a cave entrance nestled among the desolate and abrupt boulders of the cliffside. This entrance hung precariously over the coastline, where the receding tide rendered the sea unable to surge back in. Considering the height and angle, it was unlikely that an ordinary adult male, incapable of flight, could ascend to it. Anriel and Dumbledore exchanged a glance. Moments later, the sound of dragon-hide boots striking the ground echoed within the cavern. The grotto was neither excessively narrow nor particularly lengthy. Before long, Anriel and Dumbledore reached the end of the cave, where a stone platform stood prominently. Anriel and Dumbledore bent down, examining the peculiar stone. Anriel caressed the inscriptions, as the memories intertwined with the knowledge he had acquired in this magical realm. He was well aware of the offerings required by this stone. This indeed marked one of Anriel's virtues. Had it been any other peculiar time traveler, they would likely only be retracing the process to arrive at a known answer. Anriel has certainly learned well, and quite proficiently at that. I extend my gratitude to the old man for his generosity. Meanwhile, Dumbledore stood to the side, deciphering the meaning of the inscription with his profound mastery of magic. The old man straightened his back, casually brushed off his trousers, and drew forth his wand. Anrielka arrived punctually, letting out a soft chuckle. Oh, it appears that this stone door is rather ferocious, he remarked. Indeed, it craves blood. However, it is a pity that I have no intention of allowing it to fulfill its desires, Dumbledore replied with a light-hearted tone. Anriel also drew forth his wand. Standing resolutely alongside Dumbledore, directing the wand towards the stone that required a blood offering to pass. Come on, my child, I shall count to 3. 1, 2, 3. 2 beams, imbued with terrifying magical power, erupted from the tips of the wands of the old and the young, striking the stone platform directly. Anriel and Dumbledore shared a remarkable kinship, both intuitively recognizing the necessity of restraint in their explosive tactics within the confines of the cavernous environment. Beneath the searing intensity of 2 fearsome lasers, the intricately inscribed stone pedestal, laden with enchantments, silently succumbed to melting. A billowing surge of pitch black, clawing smoke erupted from the molten rock, only to be stifled abruptly, akin to a cockfighting for breath with its throat constricted. The futility of their efforts was apparent. The remnants left by Voldemort decades prior were rendered utterly defenseless in the hands of these 2 obstinate individuals, both of whom were undeniably formidable, rivaling the very essence of the stone's original master. With a deft flick of her wand, Anriel caused the flowing magma to part, gracefully veering away from the 2 individuals and cascading towards the stone walls on either side, ultimately vanishing from sight. The stone wall before Anriel and Dumbledore vanished, revealing a hidden cavern and a lake teeming with ominous corpses. Evidently, Dumbledore's expression suggested he was equally unaware of the lake's grotesque inhabitants, as this was indeed his inaugural visit. However, one cannot dismiss the possibility that his piercing blue eyes, seemingly capable of seeing through all, might have discerned something. Anriel squinted, observing the decaying corpses drifting aimlessly at the bottom of the lake. His vision was remarkably keen, though devoid of any X-ray capabilities. This served to further emphasize the uniqueness of Moody's eyes. Should such an occurrence arise again, he resolved to summon Alastor. Both Dumbledore and Anriel shared this thought. As Anriel wandered aimlessly, lost in her thoughts, she carelessly approached the dilapidated dock made of decaying wood. Dumbledore stood at a distance, observing her intently. "Child, exercise caution. There may be something lurking in the lake, perhaps a wraith or some sort of aquatic beast. I can assure you, however, that they are not the tentacles of a colossal squid." Dumbledore's tone seemed to blend jest with sincerity, yet Anriel, with her rock-like sense of humor, found amusement in his words. The creaking and groaning of the rotting planks upon the dock resonated loudly, producing a sound that felt oddly unsettling. Anriel immediately spotted the deep green iron chain, encrusted with rust. That verdant hue could also be attributed to water algae, moss, or barnacles. At this moment, it resembled a serpent, slithering into the water, evoking a sense of desperate flight beneath the surface. Yet, it was far too lengthy. Where could it possibly flee? Anriel let out a cold laugh and raised her wand. With a resounding bang, a chilling, inhuman wail erupted from the iron chains, though they were certainly not human. Their serpentine forms writhed as they were violently drawn from beneath the water's surface, akin to someone drawing a long noodle from a bowl. The sound of clanking echoed as Dumbledore turned and hurried over, joining Anriel in observing the dilapidated, perilous, and ominous fishing vessel as it drained the water from its hold, allowing itself to rise. Anriel squinted, gazing at the small island at the heart of the lake and the encroaching, ominous undead surrounding it. He cast a glance at the dilapidated wreck of a boat at his feet. "Sir, shall we construct a vessel of our own?" Dumbledore also surveyed the murky surface of the lake, where pale and decayed limbs lurked just beneath the water. He furrowed his brow, but then quickly relaxed. "A splendid idea. We are already invaders, and the guardians of these Horcruxes will not relent easily." Moments later, the ancient wooden boat vanished, a layer of the wooden dock disappeared, and even a segment of the black stone wall was lost. In its place, a marvelous craft, gleaming with a metallic sheen, emerged at the water's edge. Dumbledore curiously examined the surroundings, fiddling with the alchemical runes on one side and prodding the propeller on the other. Muggle craftsmanship? Anriel shrugged. "I suppose so. Ultimately, it relies heavily on magical energy. The primary issue lies in the scarcity of materials. I am currently unable to construct what Muggles refer to as an internal combustion engine. Moreover, aside from the ship's hull, our fuel reserves are rather meager." The two of them boarded the vessel, and a plume of white smoke erupted from the rear of the magical speedboat as the propeller beneath the boat roared to life, shredding several pale arms that had reached out with ill intent. If Voldemort himself were present, he would likely bellow in fury, "You two shameless fools." Yet, one who has created 7 Horcruxes is hardly in a position to cast such aspersions. Anriel had fashioned the bow of the speedboat from solid rock hewn from the cliffside, combined with the utterly unreasonable propeller, ensuring that no undead could approach the vessel. Even if a few stragglers managed to escape being caught, they would extend tattered, mangled arms, broken and bloodied, toward those aboard. The 2 wizards aboard were not to be trifled with. The lake was expansive, yet the speedboat was swift. Dumbledore leapt off the vessel, his expression one of unquenched curiosity, and proceeded toward the stone platform at the heart of the island. Atop the platform rested a stone basin brimming with a hallucinogenic potion. He examined it closely for a moment before drawing his wand and tapping the surface of the liquid. There was no response. Anriel approached, stretching her neck to gaze at the verdant surface of the liquid. A small pendant box lay quietly at the bottom, unattainable. "TSK, TSK." The expression on Dumbledore's face revealed a rare hesitation. "Accept your weapon." As Anriel uttered the incantation, a serene smile adorned his face, and his tone remained remarkably calm. Dumbledore was caught off guard, the elder wand slipping from his grasp, and with a swift motion of his unarmed left hand, Anriel seized the invincible wand. "Sir, what is your intention?" Anriel's fingers, clasping the ancient wand, were knotted with anticipation. He had envisioned countless scenarios. Perhaps he would earn the wand honorably from Dumbledore during a harmless duel, or maybe he would seize it midway through Dumbledore's peculiar scheme. Yet, he never imagined that he would acquire this invincible wand in such an absurd manner and under such circumstances. He truly wished it were otherwise. Anriel inexplicably smiled. Ultimately, he found himself unable to compel Dumbledore to consume this concoction, which could only be described as poison, in his presence. He could not bear to see Dumbledore once again ensnared in the cyclical regrets of decades past. He remained powerless. Observing his own family inflict harm upon themselves was tormenting. In his previous life, as a mere bystander, Anriel witnessed Dumbledore orchestrating such a fate for him. He felt a deep sense of nostalgia and lamentation. He admired yet mourned. Yet he never considered whether Dumbledore should indeed meet his end in such a manner. Now, having lived in this world for 13 years, how could this bewildered old man before him merely be a character from a literary work, a figment of imagination? The memories from 2 lifetimes wrestled within Anriel's mind. Merging and clashing, his head throbbed, yet a smile remained etched upon his face as he regarded the elderly man with the snow-white beard. "Do not act foolishly, sir." Dumbledore's voice was laden with uncertainty. He certainly did not believe that Anriel's motives were directed toward the Elder Wand. Yet it was precisely this hesitation that made Anriel acutely aware of Dumbledore's increasing self-doubt. "Child, you know it can only be drunk. No need." Anriel smiled. Yet this smile was, in truth, another manifestation of a blank expression. "Mr. Sure," I said, "there is no need." Anriel lowered his wand, which had been pointed at Dumbledore. He raised the Elder Wand and directed it towards the stone basin. Once his gaze shifted away from Dumbledore's eyes, a chilling coldness enveloped Anriel's expression, akin to the bone-chilling frost of the polar regions, instilling a profound sense of frigid dread within those who beheld him. A peculiar sound emanated from the stone basin. A sharp hissing noise. The tip of the Anriel staff pointed towards a frozen expanse, mirroring the chilling, frigid gaze of its wielder. In an instant, the remaining potion began to boil. Countless ethereal wraiths erupted from the basin, a sight difficult to fathom, as they had just been confined within that vessel brimming with liquid. Perhaps they were the very essence of the liquid itself. They surged forth, wailing in anguish, seeking to engulf the frozen segment. Yet, that solid mass expanded steadily, unwavering and impervious to any influence or obstruction, even if only slightly. Anriel was not entirely certain what type of potion this was. In truth, it may not be a potion at all, for now, countless shrieking miniature figures had emerged from the cauldron. Dumbledore's expression darkened in response. Both were exceedingly familiar with this phenomenon. The fragments of souls likely originated from these wretched specters. Anriel scoffed, which elucidated why even a mere sip of this substance was imbued with boundless negative emotions. In this enchanting realm of magic, the sorcerer's powers and various spells are fundamentally idealistic, relying solely on the purest essence of emotional and spiritual energy. Take, for instance, anger, pride, ambition, and arrogance. Love, too, is included in this spectrum. Such fragments of the soul, saturated with negativity, are shattered, murky, and chaotic. Even Anriel would find it unbearable to consume this concoction, as it would be tantamount to rendering oneself powerless. Fortunately, on this occasion, no one was required to partake of it. Anriel's countenance was as frigid as ice, his wand continuously exhaling a chilling forbidden spell on par with the fiercest of flames. Just as the searing fire could incinerate a soul, this incantation possessed the power to freeze one's essence. For these fragmented, tormented souls, was this not a form of liberation? As the final anguished scream of a soul abruptly ceased, a hint of relief graced Anriel's expression. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, who lacked a wand yet was relentlessly overpowering the undead, offered a wry smile. He had been quietly observing Anriel all along. With a sharp sound of shattering ice, the entire block of solid ice, shaped like a stone basin, began to levitate. The basin fractured into numerous pieces. At the base of the ice, a counterfeit, resplendent pendant box lay embedded. "We have acquired it. It is time for us to depart, sir." Anriel suspended the ice cube in midair, extending the Elder Wand towards Dumbledore. He averted his gaze from the Elder's eyes. With a soft sigh, the old man accepted the wand, giving his wrist a flick, causing the solid ice to shatter into fragments. The pendant box gracefully descended into the palm of the Elder's hand. Even the genuine Horcrux in the form of that pendant box could be worn normally before it was opened. He glanced at Anriel. Yet the latter showed no signs of movement. Anriel extended a hand, devoid of a wand, towards the grotesque throng of corpses crawling toward the shore. This was an experiment. For Anriel possessed the ability to wield magic without the aid of a staff. Thus, even if this endeavor were to falter, it would not pose any peril to him. Certain matters required urgent attention. Anriel's outstretched hand bore the Gunter ring, or rather, the resurrection stone. The rough black stone seemed to sense its master's intense will, perhaps even perceiving the profound aura of death emanating from the surrounding throng of wraiths. The intricate fissures on the resurrection stone vanished entirely. Akin to wounds that heal in an instant, leaving only the eye-like imprint engraved upon its surface. A hazy mist surged forth from the enigmatic symbol, the emblem of the vertical eye, a sacred artifact of death composed of triangles, circles, and a singular vertical line. By the ship's edge, Dumbledore's visage was stripped of its usual composure, replaced by a weighty gravity and astonishment. In his youth, Dumbledore, alongside Grindelwald, had shown a greater fascination for the Elder Wand, its allure overshadowing that of the Resurrection Stone and the Invisibility Cloak. It was only as Dumbledore entered middle age and advanced into old age that he found himself burdened by numerous regrets, which intensified the pull of the Resurrection Stone upon him. His growing preoccupation with the stone may also stem from the Elder Wand firmly gripped in his own hand. Yet, even for Dumbledore, his desire for the Resurrection Stone was rooted in a profound sense of remorse and self-reproach. In the original narrative, when he unwittingly donned the ring imbued with formidable dark magic, his intent was to resurrect his loved ones, Ariana, Kendra, and Percival. Dumbledore's boggart manifested as the lifeless form of his sister, Ariana Dumbledore. For the majority, the pursuit of the Resurrection Stone is driven by a desire to amend past regrets. A minority, such as Grindelwald, seeks the stone for the promise of greater power. Grindelwald never contemplated resurrecting any deceased to him. The Resurrection Stone symbolized an army of the undead. Some deem this perspective erroneous, yet those who wish to revive their kin find themselves confronted with nothing but ephemeral phantoms. Others argue that this viewpoint is valid, for the essence of the Resurrection Stone seems to lie in the remembrance of those who have departed. Among the three Deathly Hallows, it stands as the most contradictory, mysterious, and terrifying. The Elder Wand begets death. The Invisibility Cloak evades death. The Resurrection Stone desecrates death. A billowing expanse of gray mist swirled around Anriel's hand. The sounds of the Lake of Wraiths grew more pronounced as countless corpses, heedless of their fate, surged forth into the fog, only to vanish without a trace, leaving no remnant in this world. Anriel did not glance back at Dumbledore. He was preoccupied with managing this wretched stone. Anriel clenched his teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to control the wild, untamed power in his grasp, which surged forth like a runaway stallion. Even more alarming was the fact that this peculiar stone seemed to function like a pump, voraciously siphoning his magical energy. It was not that he was incapable of mastering the stone, as his magical reserves were more than ample. However, the current circumstances were far from ideal. He required a tranquil and undisturbed environment to first bestow sufficient magical energy upon the Resurrection Stone, before he could harness and command its formidable power. With a swift and forceful motion of his right hand, Anriel brandished his wand upward. A terrifying blue firebird erupted from the tip of the wand, tracing an elegant azure line through the air. The firebird danced before Anriel, forming an imposing wall of flame. Any shadowy corpse daring to breach this fiery barrier would be reduced to ashes in an instant. With the relentless tide of shadowy figures halted, the cloud of gray mist expelled by the Resurrection Stone seemed momentarily taken aback. It ceased its consumption of Anriel's magical essence, gradually contracting and retreating back into the confines of the Resurrection Stone. Anriel's expression was a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty as he effortlessly dealt with the remaining shadows. His mind raced with thoughts, yet one thing he was certain of: this nebulous gray mist lacked any semblance of consciousness, driven solely by an instinctual impulse. This revelation brought him some relief, for it suggested that after he had infused the Resurrection Stone with a significant amount of magical energy, he would not have to contend with bizarre occurrences, such as possession. Having already traversed realms, the notion of being usurped by some ancient being would truly be a source of great mischief. "Child, are you ready?" Dumbledore inquired from the bow of the ship. Anriel nodded and leapt onto the boat. The speedboat raced towards the cave entrance, though such haste was unnecessary. The shadowy corpses were nearly eradicated by Anriel. Although the lake appeared to teem with these spectral beings, their numbers were, in fact, finite. On their way, the speedboat had already dispatched a considerable number, and Anriel had eliminated even more at the lake's center, not to mention the ones dealt with by Dumbledore. Now, the lake was nearly devoid of life, with only a handful of larger and smaller cats remaining, posing no threat to their return journey. Inside the cabin, neither of the two spoke a word. Anriel found himself at a loss for words, while Dumbledore had no intention of inquiring further. Within the span of just a few hours, an overwhelming series of events had unfolded. This clarity afforded Dumbledore insight into a profound concern: his fear that Anriel might tread the same treacherous path as Gellert. However, such apprehension presupposes the ability to intervene. Yet, Dumbledore now felt a sense of relief. He appeared to have suddenly grasped his role to encourage, support, and guide Anriel towards the righteous path, rather than remaining in a state of anxiety, attempting to shield him from the shadows. Ultimately, it is the very concern that breeds turmoil. The future is shrouded in uncertainty. Who can truly guarantee their own clarity in such matters? Anriel was unaware of Dumbledore's thoughts. Even if he were to grasp them, he would merely sigh in acknowledgement of the professor's understanding of him. This marked the first instance since his rebirth that Anriel felt a pang of shame for his inadequate linguistic abilities. Perhaps the secrets of the Resurrection Stone were still too deeply concealed. For a moment, he found himself at a loss as to how to articulate his thoughts to Dumbledore. The disapparition, as a form of instantaneous travel, was undoubtedly swift, and soon the two of them found themselves back at Hogwarts. Ah, this journey was rather smooth. Was it not? Dumbledore remarked in a buoyant tone. Anriel smiled, grasping the essence of his words. Indeed, it has been remarkably smooth. Voldemort was utterly oblivious to the fact that one of his Horcruxes had been taken. This statement holds truth, albeit the Horcrux itself is a mere fabrication. Anriel silently added a thought. However, Voldemort's murder of the Potter family occurred in 1981, while Regulus Black's theft of Voldemort's Horcrux transpired in 1979. This indicates that Voldemort's soul fragmentation, which rendered him incapable of probing the status of the Horcruxes, had manifested even when he divided his soul into 6 pieces. Whether he was alive or in a half-dead state, he appeared to have lost the ability to ascertain the condition of the Horcruxes. After exchanging a few words with Dumbledore, Anriel returned to his chamber. He intended to thoroughly examine the stone. Anriel belongs to Ravenclaw rather than Gryffindor. In light of this situation, wherein he understands that inputting a substantial amount of magical power can activate the Resurrection Stone, Anriel's decision is to refrain from doing so initially. He ought to explore alternative methods, reserving the confirmed means of activating the stone as a last resort, although he hesitates to attempt it. This very endeavor leads him to discover several methodologies. While these may not serve to activate the Resurrection Stone, they fortuitously align with its original function, resurrection. However, Anriel finds himself devoid of anyone in need of revival. His research is centered on this very topic, how to resurrect individuals entirely unrelated to himself. After conducting a series of experiments, albeit not overly meticulous, Anriel concludes that 2 conditions must be met. First, the individual one wishes to resurrect cannot exist in a ghostly form. Second, one requires a medium that connects to the deceased's essence still present in the world. Anriel visited the House of Wishes. I seek a place to conceal my belongings. Anriel strolled back and forth along the corridor on the 8th floor, his mind preoccupied with thoughts. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze and was met with a grand oak door before him. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, where chaos reigned, with an assortment of items scattered about. The sheer size of the room was utterly unbelievable, especially for a chamber located within a tower. Now, yet another perplexing dilemma had arisen. How is Anriel to locate a rusted crown amidst the tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, of contraband items accumulated over the years? The notion of the crown descending from above sounds appealing, yet this room is filled with countless objects that could be deemed crowns. Perhaps adding a qualifier would suffice? After all, it costs nothing to give it a try. Anriel raised his wand. The Ravenclaw diadem soared forth. Yet, he had still underestimated the potency of his own magic. A piercing sound of rushing wind approached, and with widened eyes, Anriel dove to the side. A rusted, headband-like ornament hurtled towards him like a bullet, unwavering in its trajectory. Perhaps I exerted too much force, he mused. Anriel muttered to herself, attempting to justify her actions. Is there anything more humiliating than being struck down by a creature summoned by her own incantation? The troublesome issue has been resolved, yet the manner in which it unfolded leaves one utterly speechless. Anriel grasped the diadem with his bare hands, encountering no peril whatsoever. He had long anticipated this outcome. For in the original narrative, Harry Potter had previously seized this very diadem with his bare hands while accessing the Room of Requirement. This particular Horcrux seemingly lacked the curse that would bring dire misfortune upon mere contact. It stands to reason, had every Horcrux been of such a nature, all those in Harry Potter's vicinity would have perished long ago. It necessitates a subsequent application of a series of magical enhancements to achieve such an effect. One cannot help but feel that one's thoughts are increasingly aligning with those of dark wizards. Anriel shook his head, casting aside the peculiar notion that had invaded his thoughts. What lay ahead was the task of uttering the Avada Kedavra curse upon the diadem. Subsequently, this diadem would assist Anriel in confirming not merely 2, but 3 of his hypotheses. Firstly, this diadem was an artifact of Rowena Ravenclaw, which would enable Anriel to ascertain whether Ravenclaw had truly perished. Secondly, If Ravenclaw had indeed met her demise, then through the resurrection stone and this very diadem, it should be possible to summon a phantom of her former self. Lastly, the diadem bore a profound connection to Helena Ravenclaw, who, as a ghost, still lingered in this world. This endeavor was somewhat hellish and bore an unsettling sense of treachery against one's ancestors, yet for Anriel, such concerns were inconsequential. Perhaps this was, indeed, one of the purposes of the resurrection stone, to delve into the secrets known only to the departed, to compel the dead to speak? Truly, the House of Requirement was an extraordinary place. Anriel was almost certain that, just as the master of the hidden chamber was Salazar Slytherin, the proprietor of the Room of Requirement was, with over 90% probability, Rowena Ravenclaw. No scholarly achievement ever simply descends from the heavens. By the time Anriel wiped the sweat from his brow and donned the resurrection stone once more, preparing to descend for dinner, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. In any case, apart from himself and Dumbledore, the school was now inhabited solely by house elves, who would be more than eager to indulge themselves in an extra meal. Thus, the timing of dinner became irrelevant. After dining, Anriel, adorned with the ancient, rusted diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw, made his way to Dumbledore's office. As anticipated, Dumbledore sat behind the desk, casually toying with the already opened golden locket box, his hands unguarded. Anriel feigned ignorance. "Oh, sir, have you so swiftly destroyed the Horcrux?" Dumbledore did not respond. Instead, he gazed at Anriel. After a moment, he reclined in his armchair, wearing a look of resignation as he spoke. "It is with great regret, my child. The object we seek may have already been substituted." Dumbledore's slender fingers gestured towards the corner of the table, where a neatly folded note lay. "To the Dark Lord, by the time you read this, I shall have long ceased to exist, but I must inform you that I have uncovered your secret. I have stolen the true Horcrux and intend to destroy it at the earliest opportunity. I willingly risk my life, hoping that you will meet your demise at the hands of an adversary. R. A. B. Do you have any insights?" Anriel casually inquired, and indeed, there were certain aspects. Dumbledore's response startled Anriel, yet upon reflection, it made perfect sense. In the original narrative, Dumbledore never encountered that note before his demise. Thus, he could not ponder the clues it contained. Dumbledore continued to speak slowly. At the outset, he referred to Voldemort as the Dark Lord. To my knowledge, only a specific type of individual would address Voldemort in such a manner. He paused momentarily before articulating his conclusion. Let us provisionally assume that this Mr. R. A. B is a bona fide Death Eater. Anriel's mind was suddenly illuminated. A Death Eater, a traitor of a faction. Perhaps one should inquire with Severus? Anriel deliberately made a misguided jest. The answer had become so apparent that there was no further need to seek verification from Snape. The concepts of Death Eaters and Voldemort's followers are not entirely synonymous. The Death Eaters constitute an elite, closely knit group of Voldemort's devotees. Dumbledore contemplated for a moment. Within this select circle, there exists a family surname beginning with the letter B. Dumbledore glanced at the wall of the headmaster's office. "Phineas, do not feign slumber. I am aware that you are awake," he said kindly. Anriel chuckled softly twice, addressing a member of an ancient family of dark wizards whose surname begins with B. Someone sufficiently esteemed to possess knowledge of Voldemort's secrets. Dumbledore continued to gaze kindly at a grand frame before him. Phineas Nigellus Black muttered in displeasure, reluctantly donning a contemplative expression. Very well, you two are truly relentless, tormenting an old man like this." Anriel cast a glance at Dumbledore's long white beard, which could easily be tucked into his waistband, and remained silent. "Thank you for your affirmation, Phineas." Indeed, this utterance bore the hallmark of Dumbledore's style. Phineas curled his lip, pondering. "Let me consider. A. Black has been around for 2 generations, but if you are so certain he is a Death Eater, I mean, those who allied with Voldemort, then we can rule out Rosier, as he is still in the prime of his life." Phineas hesitated, reluctantly rambling on with a plethora of inconsequential words. Yet, to his dismay, neither Dumbledore nor Anriel, the elder and the younger, exhibited the slightest impatience with his drivel. It seemed that no matter how much nonsense he spewed, these two would listen intently. All right, you win," he conceded. "The individual you seek passed away over a decade ago, precisely 14 years. His name was Regulus Arcturus Black, a remarkably esteemed direct descendant of mine." Dumbledore nodded, seemingly in agreement with this boast. "Thank you, Phineas. Should you come across anything resembling this," he gestured towards the false locket box, "in your ancestral home, I would greatly appreciate it if you could notify me or Anriel at once. Understood?" Phineas furrowed his brow, nodded, and turned. disappearing at the edge of the frame. It appeared that, albeit reluctantly, he took Dumbledore's words to heart. Anriel was aware that within the eerie old mansion, there resided a living being known as Creaker. Phineas would be astonished to discover that merely by inquiring of Creature, he would instantaneously receive the answer he sought, that the locket had indeed been entrusted to Creature by Regulus himself. While awaiting Phineas, Anriel casually placed the diadem upon the table. "Ah, my dear child, this is a truth already known to Dumbledore. The diadem of Ravenclaw, a relic of Rowena Ravenclaw." Anriel paused momentarily. "We have reason to believe that on the day Voldemort sought employment, he conveniently concealed it in an intriguing location. Fortuitously, that place was not known solely to him. Yet, he remained under the impression that it was." The smile on Anriel's face was utterly uncontainable. Much like the Slytherin house, that place should undoubtedly belong to Ravenclaw. Unfortunately for Voldemort, I effortlessly located that room. Dumbledore nodded with satisfaction. He was an old lion, and his wisdom was merely a byproduct of age and experience. Indeed, he was unaware of the whereabouts of the Room of Requirement. Anriel possesses a wisdom that has been forged through the passage of time. Despite having lived 2 lifetimes, he remains blissfully unaware of his status as an elder, stubbornly regarding himself as a mere 30-year-old child in the 3rd grade. One finds it futile to confront him. His body betrays the truth, as his physiological age is undeniably just 14. "Have you destroyed the soul fragments within this soul vessel?" Dumbledore inquired, his tone confirming his suspicion. "Indeed. I am currently in the process of restoring it," came the reply. Dumbledore nodded, choosing not to press further. Anriel certainly wishes to repair it, however, before undertaking the restoration. A moment of contemplation is in order. Anriel cast a glance and pointed behind Dumbledore. "Sir, Headmaster Black has returned." Dumbledore turned to see Phineas at that moment. His countenance was far from pleasant. Rather, it bore a sour expression, lacking the usual smoothness and languor that typically characterized him, thereby exuding a semblance of the former headmasters of Hogwarts. "Dumbledore, the object you seek lies within the old Black family residence. Seize the opportunity to retrieve it. It has claimed the life of a distinguished and valiant descendant of the Black lineage." Phineas spoke with a tranquil tone, reminiscent of a calm sea concealing turbulent undercurrents. Dumbledore nodded. "I will, Phineas." Without uttering another word, Phineas turned and vanished behind the canvas. Dumbledore then directed his gaze towards Anriel. "Child, what do you know?" Anriel nodded, then shook her head. "It won't be more than Phineas. I examined the graduation list from over a decade ago, to be precise, 17 years prior." Anriel reached into the air and grasped a tattered parchment. He unfurled the manuscript before Dumbledore and turned to a particular page. "Within the roster from 24 years ago, I discovered Regulus." Anriel pointed to a name, and upon seeing it, Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement. Anriel swiftly flipped through the roster, turning dozens of pages forward. Simultaneously, I discovered a few acquaintances. Sirius Black, year of admission, 1970, house, Gryffindor, alongside Remus Lupin, Peter Pettigrew, and James Potter, arranged alphabetically by surname. Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback. Anriel reminds us that Regulus Arcturus Black is the younger brother of Sirius Black, having commenced his studies 2 years later. Anriel shrugged, indicating that he had nothing further to add. He believed that Dumbledore must have once entertained the notion of Sirius's innocence. Tragically, however, it seemed that Sirius had not placed sufficient trust in Dumbledore when it mattered most. The same could be said for James. This was a sorrowful reality. For due to a misguided trust, both James and Lily lost their lives, and Sirius was unjustly imprisoned for 12 long years. Anriel vividly recalls that the original text explicitly mentioned Dumbledore's desire to become the guardian of the Potter family. However, this request was declined by James Potter. To be honest, upon reading this passage years ago, Anriel was rather speechless. It cannot be said that he deserved his fate. One could only conclude that his choices led him to this outcome. Here was the most formidable white wizard of his time, ostensibly the greatest adversary of Voldemort. Yet he chose to place his trust in his brother instead. Anriel finds it difficult to comprehend. He requires a few Gryffindors to elucidate the reasons for him. The circumstances surrounding Sirius back in the day were such that even Dumbledore lacked sufficient evidence to exonerate him. Anriel could not help but shake his head, struggling to comprehend who could possibly be more trustworthy than Albus Dumbledore in the fight against Voldemort. If indeed Albus Dumbledore were to serve as the secret keeper for the Potter family, it would be as the saying goes, even if Voldemort pressed his nose against the glass of the Potters' living room, he would remain oblivious to their presence. Dumbledore pondered over the information Anriel had just shared. "Very well, my child, I understand. Now, do return and get some rest. Anriel nodded, leaving Dumbledore standing by the window, his long fingers gently curling around his beard, seemingly immersed in contemplation. It was July, the penultimate weekend. Anriel exchanged greetings with Dumbledore before proceeding to the forest. With a sharp whistle, a shadowy beast emerged from the thicket. Anriel mounted the nightmares and departed from the school. His destination, a peculiar house resembling a castle situated a few miles north of the Ron family's residence. He had nearly resolved all the troubles that could arise during the holidays, save for the incident concerning Sirius Black's escape, which bore little relevance to him. Initially, Anriel had desired to visit Harry Potter, hoping to encounter a large, fearsome black dog along the way. Unfortunately, the disturbance related to the Resurrection Stone compelled Anriel to decisively abandon this plan, redirecting his efforts towards uncovering traces of that ancient family over the course of 2 months. Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignotus. Amidst the tapestry of truths and myths, Anriel discerned an intriguing phenomenon. The legacy of the Elder Wand is rooted in death, while the inheritance of the invisibility cloak is grounded in bloodlines. What, then, is the basis for the legacy of the Resurrection Stone? Anriel harbored some suspicions, though he remained uncertain. Those who had acquired the Resurrection Stone and successfully comprehended its most fundamental function had not truly become its masters. Rather, they had transformed into eternal puppets of this stone of the deceased. Regrettably, based on all the information Anriel had gathered, not a single individual had managed to escape unscathed after wielding the power of resurrection, at least until the moment it reached the hands of that old glutton, Gunther. Indeed, Anriel would not falter, yet he understood the necessity of making certain preparations. He had ample time at his disposal, and there was no need for haste. As for the holiday, the Lovegood residence was his final destination. The nightmare soared through the sky, its skeletal wings beating against the air, propelling its master at an astonishing velocity towards the horizon. There were no obstructions, no assaults. Anriel is not a troubled savior like Harry Potter. In terms of lineage, appearance, and in every conceivable aspect, Anriel ought to embody the essence of the malevolent, fearsome Dark Lord. It is remarkable that he does not initiate attacks on others. How could anyone dare to assault him? Voldemort, please refrain, thank you. The crooked, chimney-like house materialized within Anriel's line of sight, due to optical distortion. This house now appeared scarcely larger than an ant, yet Anriel still discerned its presence. After soaring for a while longer, the nightmare obediently descended. Anriel was convinced that this was no mere illusion. The nightmare could genuinely perceive its own thoughts, rather than merely obeying its commands. It was truly a mystery where Dumbledore had sourced such an entity. With a couple of resounding thuds, the hoof struck the ground. Anriel deftly dismounted from the back of the nightmare and gently rapped upon the aged wooden door, which bore a handwritten sign. The sound of footsteps descending the staircase emanated from behind the door, and moments later, Xenophilius, clad in a robe, opened it. Upon catching sight of Anriel's visage, he seemed to regain his composure. "Welcome, no, I mean, my apologies, please hold on," he began. But before he could finish, he glanced down, startled by his own appearance, and hurriedly retreated up the stairs. His mannerisms bore a striking resemblance to a certain quality inherent in his daughter. No, that is not quite right. It's more accurate to say that his daughter mirrors him. After a brief pause, Xenophilius did not return downstairs. However, Luna appeared in a shimmering silver nightgown, shuffling towards Anriel in her slippers. Anriel opened his arms wide, and Luna, without the slightest hesitation, leapt into his embrace. However, Luna lifted her head, seemingly captivated by something. She peered from beneath Anriel's arm to gaze behind him. Anriel gently caressed Luna's small head, and, following her gaze, turned back. Nightmare obediently bent his forelimbs, half kneeling on the ground. Luna's eyes sparkled with curiosity, brimming with delight and a trace of barely perceptible fear. "Go ahead, it's all right." Anriel gently pressed her forehead against Luna's cool cheek, smiling as she did so. Upon receiving permission, Luna took 2 or 3 steps toward Nightmare, hesitantly extending her hand. Nightingale let out a soft cry and leaned forward, welcoming the gentle caress from her young mistress. It appeared less like a formidable steed and more akin to a docile lamb or a gentle rabbit. Its call resonated with a sense of familiarity. Luna's affection for magical creatures was an unwavering trait, untouched by any circumstance. Anriel harbored no desire to erase such traits. He was more than willing to dedicate ample time to indulge in the pursuits she cherished. Anriel gazed gently at Luna, and the girl, seemingly sensing his presence, turned to him with a subtle smile. Luna's smile was not one of those radiant, sunlit grins. Rather, It was a delicate and refined expression. Like the ethereal light of the moon, it was pure and luminous. Anriel subtly shifted her gaze towards the nightmare, which let out a distinctive snort reminiscent of a horse. How remarkably sentient, this animagus. No, perhaps it is more likely a result of the blood curse. Anriel murmured to himself, yet he did not dwell on it for long. As the nightshade had been a gift from Dumbledore, who had advised it to keep Luna company. As Anriel traversed through rows of peculiar shelves and exotic plants, he passed a pot of vibrant orange carrots. After a brief moment of hesitation while glancing at an exceedingly bizarre and imaginative headpiece, he finally arrived at the sitting room. There, Xenophilius, donned in a light green robe, was seated at the table, preparing a pot of tea of an unusual hue. This must be the legendary Gordigan tea, he thought. Anriel sat across from his father-in-law, smiling as he lifted a cup of tea to his lips. He took a cautious sip, his mind brimming with vigilance, ever ready to activate his defensive mechanisms. The flavor seemed rather pleasant. Not too shabby. It's quite palatable indeed. Anriel's eyes sparkled with a sudden brightness. The atmosphere became abruptly awkward as both individuals seemed at a loss for words. Xenophilius blinked, and one could discern within his gaze a most innocent emotion, aptly named innocence. Anriel clicked his tongue in delight. What a refreshing tea this is, Mr. Lovegood. How did you manage to create such a delightful brew? Oh, this is my exclusive recipe. Xenophilius replied, appearing quite pleased with himself. I employed a combination of gertie-root and goosegrass. Anriel listened quietly, occasionally nodding, and then took another sip. Is it a unique secret recipe? Anriel suddenly noticed that Xenophilius, with his eyes narrowed in excitement, was intently observing him. As Xenophilius concluded his speech, Anriel leaned slightly forward. He felt a surge of joy upon witnessing the glimmer of interest reflected in the other's gaze. Anriel extended her hand and retrieved the triangular metal ornament from her chest, a pendant that symbolized the Deathly Hallows. Well, Mr. Lovegood, she began. I have come here today not only at your invitation, but also to discuss an intriguing matter that I believe you would understand far better than I. Oh, splendid. My dear, quite splendid. Xenophilius exclaimed, his eyes widening, though Anriel sensed that his astonishment was more a reflection of his peculiar features than of genuine surprise. He rummaged through his pocket and produced an identical item. The two engaged in an extensive conversation in the sitting room. Fortunately, Anriel had timed her visit perfectly for after breakfast. Otherwise, they would have all been quite famished. As for the content of their discussion, that shall be revealed in due course. Child, are you certain you wish to bear this burden? As Anriel stepped outside, Xenophilius quietly inquired behind him. I appreciate your kindness. Anriel paused momentarily, but did not turn back. However, I must persevere down this path. Do not worry, sir. I have always been fortunate. Xenophilius raised an eyebrow, watching as Anriel exited through the door. Luna, it is time to depart. Have you finished packing your belongings? Anriel inquired cheerfully of the young girl in the yard. Well, I have been prepared for quite some time, young sir, Luna replied, making a playful face and elongating her words. Anriel, with a smile, extended his hand and playfully pinched Luna's smooth cheek, to which she indignantly puffed out her lips. The suitcase was piled in the corner, and with a snap of his fingers, it began to shrink before Luna's wide-eyed gaze. Eventually, the suitcase diminished to the size of a jewelry box, which Anriel effortlessly grasped in his hand. After weighing it momentarily, he realized that the spell of seamless contraction did not adhere to the law of conservation of mass. Quite intriguing, he mused, feeling invigorated by this revelation. Casting a final glance at the peculiar black stone house, Anriel genuinely marveled at the considerable gains from this journey. Indeed, they exceeded his expectations. Of course, this did not pertain to the bizarre creatures he had encountered. Just moments ago, Xenophilius had handed him a bag filled with vividly colored fish, which Anriel thought might be a gift for Dumbledore. However, considering the implications, he declined the bag of freshwater orbs to avoid any accusations of foul play against Dumbledore. Yet, just aside, one couldn't help but wonder why Xenophilius possessed such intricate knowledge of hidden matters. Anriel positioned Luna before him, embracing the neck of the nightmare, while he himself clasped his legs tightly. The nightmare took flight, and Lovegood Manor gradually diminished into a mere speck of darkness. Anriel refrained from allowing the nightmare to soar too high, fearing that Luna might feel uncomfortable in the chilling air. However, it appeared that she was quite relishing the sensation of being nestled in Anriel's embrace while the wind caressed them. Thus, upon the back of a single nightmare, the pair of young lovers soared towards Hogwarts. The final month before the commencement of the academic year swiftly vanished, almost imperceptibly. Notably, There were but a few remarkable occurrences. Due to Sirius Black's daring escape, several Dementors were brought to Hogwarts, and given that Anriel resided within the school, he inevitably found himself in close proximity to these ominous neighbors, who were far from benevolent. Anriel's stance on this matter is one of zero tolerance. What should one do if they frighten or harm their own spouse? However, there is one point that deserves special mention. When confronting these abominations, Anriel found no need for incantations. Their decaying, corpse-like forms and their grotesquely tainted, malevolent thoughts, if one could even dare to refer to such a thing as a soul, spoke volumes. Each characteristic exuded the essence of wretches, fugitives from the sacred realm of death, clinging to the mortal plane in a state far worse than death itself. Such entities resembled maggots writhing beneath the feet of the Grim Reaper. When faced with the Resurrection Stone, a holy artifact daring to defy death, Anriel surmised that they would experience nothing beyond a primal terror, akin to that of encountering a natural enemy. Indeed, it is quite plausible that these wraiths possess no emotions at all. Setting aside the matter of the wraiths for the moment, another point worthy of attention is, Anriel disclosed the matter of the Resurrection Stone to Dumbledore, particularly its suppressive effects on Dementors. Dumbledore's reaction was far from tranquil. It was evident that he struggled to articulate his thoughts several times, ultimately refraining from doing so. Perhaps it was because, in his experience, he had never heard of a bearer of the Resurrection Stone utilizing it in such a manner. The Resurrection Stone can never truly bring the deceased back to life. All who are resurrected become mere shadows of their former selves. This was not the desired outcome for Ariana, and thus Dumbledore did not pursue this sacred artifact with fervor. However, it appears that Anriel has now truly harnessed the power of the Resurrection Stone as one of the Deathly Hallows. Additionally, there was a minor detail. Is Sir appropriate? Indeed. Anriel held a slender golden chain in her hand, hesitantly inquiring of Dumbledore, yet his response was unwavering. At the end of the golden chain dangled a delicate pendant box. Anriel shrugged. If you believe this is better. He paused for a moment, seemingly awaiting Dumbledore's reaction. Dumbledore, with a beaming smile, gazed at Anriel with eyes brimming with anticipation. Very well, very well. Anriel casually hurled the pendant box, that sole artifact, out of the window. Within the room, the gazes of Albus Dumbledore and Phineas Black simultaneously followed the trajectory of the small box as it soared through the air. Subsequently, Dumbledore narrowed his eyes. Boom. A bolt of silver lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended without warning from the clear sky. The sole fragment hidden within the pendant box did not have time to utter even a wail before it, along with its priceless vessel, was reduced to mere dust. Anriel gazed vacantly at Dumbledore, contemplating. Indeed, the relics of Slytherin hold no significance after all. This, undoubtedly, is a wound that can never be mended by magic or any other means. Reduced to mere dust by lightning. Anriel shrugged, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task rather than obliterating one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, alongside a relic that had endured for a millennium. The Slytherin locket had irrevocably entered the annals of history. Now, only a few remnants of Tom Riddle's dark legacy remained, Nagini, yet to be transformed into a Horcrux. The golden cup of Helga Hufflepuff, concealed within the vault of the Lestrange family, and Harry Potter. Oh, Anriel. Dumbledore, holding a sheet of parchment, spoke to Anriel with an air of lightheartedness. At that moment, Anriel was perusing a magical creatures atlas alongside Luna, a companion piece to Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, provided by Dumbledore's old friend, Newt Scamander. The venerable Newt was quite astonished upon hearing that Dumbledore had a child, particularly after learning the child's surname. I have an amusing tidbit from the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore remarked in a jesting tone. What is it? Has our old friend Fudge accidentally gone to work in his pajamas? Anriel casually made a jest. Oh, that simply won't do. However, this news bears little relevance to Connolly. Anriel raised an eyebrow, indicating that there might be some connection. Although a hint of confusion lingered in her mind, she spoke up normally. What is the matter? Has Sirius Black infiltrated the Ministry of Magic? Anriel adorned her face with an expression of keen interest and curiosity, eager to uncover the unfolding narrative. According to the correspondence in my possession, Mr. Potter, in a fit of extreme rage, one that I am certain must have been justified, transformed one of his aunts into a balloon. The Ministry of Magic dispatched several teams of incident reversal specialists to address the situation. Bubbles. Luna nestled in Anriel's embrace, chuckling in a melodic tone, while conjuring a multitude of large bubbles in shades of yellow, blue, and purple from the tip of her wand. Anriel gazed at the bubbles, envisioning a plump woman with a face of deep purple, expanding and swelling like these bubbles, leisurely floating upwards with a look of terror. Ah, for the Muggles. It would undoubtedly be a frightful sight, and surely many Muggles would bear witness to it, would they not? Anriel gently inquired, of course. But what of Harry Potter? Has he safely reached a location within the Ministry surveillance? Upon hearing the question, Dumbledore chuckled softly. My dear child, I seem to recall not mentioning that Mr. Potter has left his home. Anriel maintained an impassive demeanor, betraying no hint of the recent prophecy. It is undoubtedly true. Based on my previous visit to the home of Harry, that his aunt and uncle's disposition towards magic is far from amicable. Given such circumstances at home, I surmise that even if Mr. Potter had not chosen to leave, he would inevitably have been expelled by the two of them. Moreover, sir, you previously remarked that you believe Mr. Potter possesses his own reasons. After Anriel spoke, he lowered his head to bury it in Luna's neck, causing her to erupt into a fit of giggles as he playfully blew at her. Oh, stop it, Andy. Dumbledore, choosing to overlook the flirtatious banter of the young couple, nodded slightly in response to Anriel's initial inquiry. Fudge was quite terrified. Fortunately, he wasn't in his pajamas. Thus, he promptly made his way to the leaky cauldron to personally fetch Mr. Potter. Anriel nodded, ceasing to tease Luna, and gently ran her fingers through Luna's silky golden locks. Let me take a wild guess. Did you ride the Knight's bus, perhaps? Dumbledore, somewhat taken aback, nodded in agreement. Anriel chuckled softly and explained, well, you see, I once took the night bus with Mr. Porter when I accompanied him to the Weasley residence. After all, it is the most convenient mode of transportation for desperate wizards in England, is it not? Dumbledore nodded in understanding, a glimmer of realization dawning upon him. Anriel raised an eyebrow, as he had an uncanny feeling that Dumbledore had been nodding since just a moment ago. The group fell into silence, occasionally interrupted by the gentle rustling of pages as Luna turned her book. Dumbledore closed his eyes, indulging in a moment of tranquility. Anriel continued to peruse the illustrated album with Luna, occasionally conjuring a remarkably lifelike model that bore a striking resemblance, igniting Luna's eyes with delight as she cheered exuberantly, shattering a brief moment of silence. To be honest, this year has been rather uneventful. How tranquil it is, Anriel murmured softly. And Luna, nestled in his arms, seemed to perceive something, yet could not quite grasp it. She tilted her head, her large, sparkling eyes filled with curiosity as they gazed at him. The young man gently leaned to the side, placing a tender kiss upon the girl's cheek. On the 1st of September, at King's Cross Station, Platform 9, Anriel, impeccably attired in a tailored suit, stood on the platform corresponding to the front of the train, observing the throngs of students bustling aboard, while the chattering parents incessantly offered their well-meaning admonishments. In truth, Anriel had no particular need to embark on this journey once more. However, Dumbledore harbored concerns that the ill-mannered guests from the Ministry of Magic might inadvertently frighten the students. Conveniently, the Resurrection Stone possessed a certain suppressive effect on demeanors. Dumbledore was a man of discernment, adept at recognizing and utilizing the strengths of those around him. To put it bluntly, he had a knack for repurposing what others might deem useless. He ensured that each individual was placed in a role most suited to their abilities. The only minor issue was that Anriel was far from being regarded as inconsequential. Anriel squinted slightly, his eagle-headed staff firmly planted on the ground, embodying the very essence of a dapper British gentleman. Should the Dementors disregard the rules, Anriel would be more than willing to impart a lesson on decorum. The ensuing process would likely be rather harrowing. In Dumbledore's eyes, Anriel's resurrection stone only exerted a suppressive influence over the Dementors. However, in truth, it was time for dinner. For this reason, Anriel had chosen not to bring Luna along. As for the others, they could only hope that they would not intrude during Anriel's mealtime. Anriel squinted, and if one were to observe closely at that moment, they would notice that his once vibrant blue eyes had turned a desolate shade of gray, reminiscent of the lifeless. A piercing whistle echoed through the air as Anriel nonchalantly lifted his wand with 2 fingers of his right hand, his left hand firmly grasping the staff. As he made his way from the front of the carriage to the rear, as he passed by a compartment, he noticed a middle-aged man with thinning brown hair, emaciated and appearing to be in slumber. Without the need for further introduction, his tattered and patched robe revealed his identity, Remus Lupin, the new defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts this year. Lupin appeared to be in a state of ill health, his complexion pallid. Anriel was aware of his identity as a werewolf, having recently experienced a full moon. As a benevolent lycanthrope, Lupin refrained from preying upon innocent souls during the lunar nights, often suppressing his primal instincts. This self-restraint, however, left him in a state of frailty for an extended period following each full moon. In contrast, Fenrir Greyback exhibited no such dilemmas, as he unabashedly indulged in his baser urges. The most significant distinction between them lay in Lupin's unwavering belief in his humanity. Rejecting the notion of being a mere hybrid of man and beast, whether one perceives this as a form of escapism or a glimmer of hope, it remains irrefutable that he is, indeed, a good man. Anriel sighed softly, choosing not to disturb the slumbering Lupin, and leisurely returned to his compartment at the front of the train. The journey proceeded smoothly until they approached Hogwarts. Throughout the ride, Anriel had ensconced himself in his compartment, engrossed in the study of the Resurrection Stone. The pursuit of scientific research can often be rather tedious. However, nearly all magical accomplishments are inextricably linked to such endeavors. He found himself in a state of disdainful juxtaposition, immersed in laborious research while perceiving others as oblivious fools. At that moment, the train came to an abrupt halt without warning. Just as the train traversed a bridge, chaos erupted in the rear carriage. It appeared that Dementors had boarded. The reason for their entry at the back of the train could be attributed to the overwhelming, lethal threat they sensed from their natural adversary in the front carriage. Naturally, they would commence their search from the rear. However, alas, the rear carriage was guarded by Lupin. Anriel could vividly envision Harry Potter teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, while a Dementor extended its bony, decayed claw, reminiscent of a drowned corpse. The chilling aura sent a shiver through his stomach. Then, Lupin brandished his wand with fervor, summoning a magnificent silver creature that surged forth as a beam of silvery light, bursting out of the compartment. Lupin's Patronus took the form of an ordinary wolf, not a werewolf. Yet, despite its commonality, he harbored a deep aversion to it, which led him to refrain from revealing his Patronus in public settings. The shimmering giant wolf surged through the corridor, driving the Dementor before it. This culminated in the scene that unfolded before Anriel. A Dementor, in a panic, scurried towards the front of the train. This was precisely what Anriel sought. Even without the Dementor's reckless dash towards the engine, he was determined to seize one. A grayish hand, seemingly shrouded in mist, extended forth. A few paces away, the hooded figure appeared to be suddenly grasped by an invisible hand around its throat, halting abruptly. 5 ashen, burn-like fingerprints marred the neck beneath the hood. With a resounding thud, the door to Anriel's compartment slammed shut. The Dementor, once in the aisle, vanished alongside Anriel. Until the train came to a halt, the door to his compartment remained unopened, and no one dared to intrude, whether living or deceased. Anriel was thoroughly pleased with the situation. As he departed from the train, anyone entering Anriel's compartment and observing closely would not fail to notice a silver platter on the table was filled with a gray, murky liquid that appeared to float with a cotton-like substance, evoking the impression of remnants from a dish of soup after a meal. Have a piece of chocolate, Harry. Lupin offered sincerely, handing a torn chocolate bar to Harry. After uttering these words, he straightened up and gazed towards the front of the train. The Patronus is a manifestation of one's spirit. For a highly skilled wizard, the Patronus serves as a doppelganger, allowing them to perceive all that their Patronus perceives. Just moments ago, Remus had received a disquieting message from his Patronus. There was something terrifying at the front of the train. He couldn't help but recall the information Dumbledore had mentioned when he approached him for this position. I believe we are all aware of the reasons behind Sirius Black's escape. However, there was no cause for concern, Remus. My child will assist us in resolving this predicament this year. In Lupin's mind, students were of paramount importance to Dumbledore. If his child truly possessed the strength he claimed, then surely Dumbledore would have stationed this unknown student aboard the Hogwarts Express to safeguard the students from the threat of Dementors. Is it him? Lupin's expression turned grave. He then seemed to sense something and turned to Harry, saying, "Oh, just take a bite. I assure you, I have not poisoned the chocolate." Anriel cast a glance at the flustered first-year students navigating the lake, then casually summoned a nightmare carriage to transport him to the school. The creatures seemed to take pride in accommodating him, though he pondered whether this was merely a figment of his imagination. Students streamed through the school gates. There were originally supposed to be 2 Dementors lurking there, but Anriel had underestimated his own aura of intimidation. Presumably, they had been frightened away. In light of this, Anriel was pleased to enjoy a moment of tranquility. Who could predict the chaos that Dementors might unleash? Dumbledore certainly held a disdain for such entities. Anriel leisurely sauntered into the hall, making her way toward the golden-haired maiden who awaited her serenely at the head of the Ravenclaw table. The Sorting Hat sang a new melody, and one by one, the first-year students ascended the stage. Anriel merely sat there, eyes closed in tranquil repose. This prompted Dumbledore to glance at him several more times. Anriel had to concede that he had underestimated the ancient and formidable creature known as the Dementor. He had consumed one with the resurrection stone. Firstly, the Dementors possessed but a singular ancient magic, the extraction of souls. The so-called siphoning of joy and the engendering of fear were merely ancillary processes accompanying their soul-draining ability. Their soul magical prowess was immensely potent. Anriel was acutely aware that if he utilized the resurrection stone to hunt a sufficient number of soul eaters and consumed these repugnant, decayed fugitives, he would possess over a 90% certainty of mastering this formidable soul magic. However, this posed a new dilemma. The substance was rather difficult to digest. The resurrection stone merely served as a magical artifact. The transference of the soul eater's energy relied heavily on Anriel himself. Moreover, Anriel, in a strict sense, could also be considered a magical object. The intense negative emotions were not toxic per se, but they could potentially lead to digestive distress for Anriel. It would take him at least half a month to fully digest a single soul eater. Just as Anriel pondered these matters, the sorting ceremony concluded quietly. Anriel opened his eyes, having come to a realization. Dumbledore harbored a disdain for Dementors, yet could not openly confront the Ministry of Magic. Thus Anriel stepped in to voice his sentiments on his behalf. If Fudge wished to preserve the existence of the Dementors, he ought to ensure that these beings maintain a considerable distance from Hogwarts. It would be alarming if a Dementor were to vanish near the school every couple of weeks, allegedly hunted by an unknown entity. Just contemplate, a creature even more terrifying than a Dementor. Luna tilted her head and leaned closer to Anriel, seemingly sensing that her boyfriend was entertaining some dubious thoughts. Like a docile little kitten, she nestled against him, relishing in his affectionate caresses. Anriel recalled that Luna's guardian spirit was a wild hare. How is it that this little creature now resembles a cat? Anriel gazed at Luna, who emitted a contented purring sound from her throat and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Dumbledore was not particularly fond of delivering speeches before meals. With a mere flourish of his ancient wand, a plethora of sumptuous dishes materialized instantaneously upon the 4 house tables, causing the tables to groan under the weight of the feast. Only Anriel noticed the almost imperceptible hesitation in Dumbledore's wand movement. TSK, Anriel pursed her lips, contemplating the opportunity to speak with Mr. Ollivander. Although Dumbledore possessed remarkable abilities in wandless magic, it seemed rather inappropriate to consistently rely on a wand that was not entirely suited to him. Indeed, an idea suddenly struck Anriel. Why not create one for Old Deng? Anriel's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had dedicated a year to the art of wand-making, and this year was the perfect opportunity to put his skills to the test. He was unfazed by the potential hazards that a subpar wand might pose to Dumbledore. If worst came to worst, he could simply replace it frequently. After all, which child has not caused their father some trouble? Anriel's lips unconsciously curled into a smile, prompting Luna, who was seated beside him, to roll her eyes for the second time that day, sensing something was amiss. She had an inkling that Anriel was harboring some mischievous thoughts. Nonetheless, mealtime proceeded quite normally. As the dining period drew to a close, Dumbledore waved his ancient wand, and once the last morsel of dessert had vanished from the plates, he rose, surveying the room before clearing his throat. "Well, welcome," he proclaimed in a resonant voice. "Welcome back, our dear friends, both young and old, to Hogwarts. I have a few matters to announce, one of which is of utmost importance. Therefore, I believe that even though we have just dined and our minds may be somewhat sluggish, we should muster our full attention to grasp the significance of these matters clearly." Dumbledore paused, seemingly awaiting his students to shake off their stupor. He continued, "You may have noticed that our school is currently hosting several Dementors from Azkaban. Their intent is quite clear. The Ministry of Magic believes that a notorious escapee from Azkaban, Sirius Black, poses a significant risk of infiltrating our institution. Consequently, they have dispatched these guardians and stationed the Dementors at every entrance and exit of the school." Dumbledore's tone turned grave. "I must emphasize that they possess no understanding of mercy, nor do they comprehend pleas or entreaties for mercy. I urge my students to keep their distance from these sentinels." After delivering this somber message, Dumbledore fell silent for an extended moment, ensuring that everyone absorbed the gravity of his words. On a more cheerful note, there is another matter we can discuss. I am delighted to welcome 2 new teachers who will be joining our faculty this term. First, we have Professor Lupin, who has graciously agreed to fill the vacancy in our Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Dumbledore led the applause, and the Great Hall erupted in a round of clapping that, while not overwhelmingly enthusiastic, was certainly warmer than the sparse applause in the original tale. Anriel believed this was the reason everyone had already satisfied their hunger. Snape's countenance resembled a cabbage unearthed from a pickled vegetable jar decades ago, sour and foul. Perhaps a sprinkle of chili powder would be appropriate, for Snape's expression also bore the unmistakable marks of anger and contempt. Furthermore, our esteemed Professor Kettleburn, who taught the Care of Magical Creatures class, retired at the end of last term. We were overjoyed to welcome our old friend, Rubeus Hagrid, as the new instructor for our Care of Magical Creatures course. The hall erupted in a fervent applause, far more enthusiastic than the applause that accompanied Professor Lupin's appointment moments earlier. The Slytherin table, however, remained almost entirely silent. 2 instances of this marked absence. Anriel was not particularly attentive. His thoughts were occupied by another matter. Just moments ago, Dumbledore had, either intentionally or inadvertently, cast his gaze upon him while mentioning the Dementors. It appeared that Dumbledore had already discerned that, following the search of the train, a Dementor had gone missing. Anriel did not regard the matter with much seriousness. After returning from the Lovegood residence and destroying the pendant box, his life settled into a rather orderly routine, spending time with Luna, researching the Resurrection Stone, engaging in casual conversations with Dumbledore, and transforming into an eagle to soar through the skies. Dumbledore might have been merely perplexed, for he too was unaware of the revelations Anriel had uncovered during his studies of the Resurrection Stone. As the students gradually returned to the common room, following their prefect, Anriel observed that Hermione had accompanied Professor McGonagall as she departed. It was likely that they were to discuss the scheduling of Hermione's abstract classes for the term. Anriel harbored not the slightest interest in the time converter. The 3 immutable secrets, which Hadebe Wolflin alluded to in the fundamental rules of magic, had already been desecrated by Anriel in 2 aspects. This was egregious enough: life and death, soul and time. Moreover, since Anriel had yet to grasp the first 2, how could she possibly muster the energy to engage with the third? Anriel shrugged and, accompanied by Luna, departed from the hall, returning to the Ravenclaw common room. Life at school proceeded as usual, if one disregarded the presence of the sphinxes that Shage had brought to the institution. Anriel does not enroll in the Care of Magical Creatures course, for his reservoir of knowledge surpasses that of any professor. This is primarily due to the misfortunes encountered by his frugal father in this domain. After experiencing such hardship, Anriel's mind has become a repository of nearly all the knowledge regarding magical creatures that Grindelwald could possibly acquire. Once bitten by a snake, one is wary of ropes for a decade, such as the lesson learned. In contrast, the creatures that pique Luna's interest are largely unknown, and Anriel can start from scratch in that regard. Nonetheless, he still makes time to attend the inaugural the Care of Magical Creatures class for the 3rd years. Ah, those adorable little hippogriffs, setting aside the shivering classmates, are indeed quite charming. Anriel remarked thus, regrettably. The reality appears to be somewhat divergent. As Ariel nonchalantly perched upon a row of fences, it was the griffins that trembled in fear. They were not the night steeds, and they harbored no inclination towards the embrace of death. Anriel, feeling rather helpless, could only shrug in dismay and exit the premises to avoid disrupting what was deemed normal instruction. In truth, very few of the students wished for Anriel's departure, for once he left, the lesson would indeed descend into chaos. The sharp beaks and steel-like claws of the hippogriffs, alongside Merlin's beard, were clearly on the minds of many, with Draco Malfoy standing as a representative of this sentiment. Throughout Anriel's presence and subsequent exit, Draco remained positioned directly behind him, his expression betraying sheer terror as Anriel prepared to leave. Given the influence he wielded, Anriel pondered that it was not Draco who had altered his haughty demeanor. As it turned out, by the end of the class, Anriel learned that a hippogriff had attacked a Slytherin student. Moments later, a girl with tousled brown hair rushed toward Anriel, recounting the recent events. It was Hermione. Anriel, Malfoy, and his father will not let Hagrid off easily, Hermione said anxiously. I warned him. I told him that you should study safer and more conventional magical creatures. Anriel cast a glance at Hermione. You ought to be aware of his disposition. Anriel gazed intently at the shimmering hourglass-shaped pendant adorning Hermione's neck. Not long after consulting Dumbledore, he had acquired yet another reason to refrain from engaging with the Time Turner. As a magical creation, the erosion of time could inflict upon him some undocumented harm. Those who toy with time must inevitably be consumed by it. Anriel collected her thoughts and inquired, What do you propose to do, Miss Granger? Before Hermione could respond, Anriel continued, I believe there is no need for haste in this matter. It is merely the first month, and at the very least, Hagrid will not be dismissed. Moreover, you are running late, Miss Granger. To my knowledge, your schedule for this semester is nearly full, Anriel casually remarked. As a lazy dog who enjoys idling away, He took pleasure in provoking a hard-working individual, clearly gifted, yet still striving. Hermione, nearly startled into a leap, hastily uttered a thank you and goodbye before swiftly seizing her backpack and departing. Anriel made his way to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, marking the commencement of Professor Remus Lupin's first lesson for the fourth-year students. "Greetings, class. I am your new Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor, Remus Lupin," he announced. Though his complexion remained pale, a hint of color had returned to his cheeks. With his wand in hand, he made a swift motion on the blackboard, inscribing the name R.J. Lupin. "You may call me Professor Lupin." It was evident that this was his inaugural experience as an educator. After delivering his introduction, he glanced around the room, perhaps anticipating dissent. "Now, please take out your textbooks on defense against the dark arts, curses and counter-curses," he instructed. Addressing a student named Quentin Trimble, seated in the front row, Anriel leaned forward, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Professor Lupin, I noticed that the third-year students had a practical lesson. Can't we have one too?" Lupin appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that a student would pose such a question. The curriculum for fourth years does not lend itself to practical lessons, but I shall consider it for the future." He paused, his gaze fixed on Anriel with a hint of astonishment. "Wait a moment, child. I have yet to teach the third years. How do you know I intend to give them a practical lesson?" At that very moment, the third-year students were engaged in a potions class, their defense against the dark arts lesson scheduled for the afternoon. Anriel's inquiry was deliberate. He tapped his temple with a finger, extending his other hand forward. "What the eye perceives. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Anriel Grindelwald." Lupin responded. Did you say your surname was what?" The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "Professor Dumbledore has mentioned you to me, but this is hardly the time for pleasantries. Class, please turn to page 4. Anriel refrained from pressing further impolitely, recognizing that leaving a profound first impression on Lupin was sufficient. There was no need to unnecessarily offend anyone. However, as Lupin noted, the fourth-year curriculum in Defense Against the Dark Arts primarily focused on curses, particularly those spells utilized by dark wizards that demanded stringent execution. For instance, the spells discussed in next year's class with young Barty Crouch were indeed ill-suited for practical application. Lupin's lessons were characterized by wit and humor. In consideration of the pedagogical outcome, he occasionally invited Anriel to assist him as a teaching aide. In a scenario where Anriel was given the freedom to explore, the duo achieved an impressive equilibrium, yielding noteworthy educational results. The remaining students, the Eagles and the Badgers, were left in awe. Lupin also shared insights beyond the textbook, such as his own classifications of curses. For someone hailing from a community of marauders, articulating the effects, significance, and nuances of those curses was effortlessly straightforward. After class, students departed in small groups, praising the recently concluded session of Defense Against the Dark Arts. "Anriel, could you stay behind to assist me?" Of course. Anriel had tidied up, having not brought much with her, and glanced at Lupin. Indeed, I do intend to conduct a practical lesson for the third-year students this afternoon," Lupin said cheerfully. "I plan to begin with Bogarts." Anriel had already discerned the assistance he needed to offer Lupin. Indeed, Lupin's subsequent words were, "Could you accompany me to move that item into the staff lounge's wardrobe? You know, it is prudent not to face Boggett alone." This rationale was undoubtedly sound. It was also plausible that Lupin wished to observe what form Boggett would take in Anriel's presence. In truth, it wasn't only Lupin. Anriel himself was equally curious. He readily acquiesced, and Lupin's expression brightened with delight. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a dilapidated broom cupboard. In the corner of the cupboard stood a towering wooden crate, reminiscent of those used for appliances like refrigerators. However, given that this object now resided within the confines of Hogwarts rather than an appliance store, its original purpose remained a mystery. Anriel gazed at the box with keen interest. "Professor, do we need to relocate it?" Lupin, stroking his chin in contemplation, replied, "Let us first move this box to the staff lounge, and then we can stow Bogart away in the wardrobe. What do you think?" It was evident that Lupin bore no airs of authority. He sought Anriel's opinion in a tone of equality and camaraderie. Anriel certainly had no objections. The enormous wooden crate floated into the air, trembling slightly, as if it feared that others might not realize it contained a creature within. "Pardon me. Excuse me. Thank you." Lupin was clearing the path ahead for Anriel. Most of the professors here recognized him and had taught him. A deliberate, gruff, and unpleasant shout pierced the air. "Lupin, you mad fool, you furry simpleton." It was the mischievous Pippi. Anriel observed that Lupin was surrounded by no students this time. and his countenance appeared less than favorable. Particularly, it seemed that the mischievous creature had pricked at the most sensitive of his vulnerabilities. To confront someone with such embarrassment is indeed a most discourteous act. Anriel spoke softly. Suddenly, the mischievous spirit leaped 2 feet into the air, startling Anriel, who had been concealed behind a wooden crate and had not witnessed the spectacle. The crate gently settled back to the ground as Anriel extended his left hand, adorned with a resurrection stone ring, towards the mischievous spirit. However, upon reflection, he abandoned the notion. For the mischievous spirit was indeed a unique entity. As a ghost, it possessed the ability to pass through walls like other spirits without making contact with the physical realm, yet it could also engage in mischief like an ordinary being, thus interacting with the tangible world. It was an exceptional case. In other words, should it be mishandled, it would be lost forever. Considering that the mischievous spirit had shown a modicum of discretion by refraining from performing any antics in his presence and had merely resorted to verbal attacks on Lupin, Anriel decided to let it be. He raised his wand and uttered the incantation for the binding spell. Instantly, the mischievous spirit's lips were sealed as if an invisible zipper had been drawn across them, and due to Anriel's magical influence, the force of the closure nearly caused the spirit to tumble midair. The mischievous spirit spun around twice, flashed a rather crude gesture at Lupin, and then vanished through the wall. What? A personal vendetta? Anriel inquired with a smile towards Lupin. It cannot be entirely said so. During my tenure as the head, I often offended Peeves, yet that could be deemed a matter of duty. Lupin also chuckled. As the laughter faded, he fell into silence. Anriel understood that Lupin was reminiscing about some old acquaintances. The time when Remus Lupin served as a prefect was inextricably linked with James Potter and Sirius Black. At this moment, Lupin remained unaware of the truth. The facts he held were still that one dear friend had betrayed another, resulting in the death of a third. This was by no means a pleasant memory. Rather, it could be described as profoundly tormenting. Anriel remained silent as he quietly lifted the wooden crate once more. Upon arriving at the staff lounge, Anriel and Professor Lupin discovered Professor McGonagall brewing a pot of red tea, embodying the refined elegance of a distinguished British matron. Ah, good morning and early afternoon, Professor McGonagall. Anriel glanced at the sky and greeted, "Hello, Anriel, and also to you, Limes." Professor McGonagall set down her teacup and regarded the floating trunk behind Anriel. "What lies within?" she inquired. "It's Boggett," Lupin responded, preparing to conduct a practical lesson for the third-year students. Anriel observed Professor McGonagall raise an eyebrow, yet she uttered not a word. He surmised that she might have been reminded of last year's dreadful defense against the dark arts instructor. Gilderoy Lockhart's practical lessons could hardly be described as innovative. Rather, they were singular in their peculiarity, utterly inimitable. After all, it was unprecedented for a professor to be as inept as he was. Surely, he could not resort to using his sole proficient spell on the students? Although in the original narrative, he indeed intended to do so. "All right, Anriel. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, we shall release it. What do you think?" It appeared that Lupin was inclined to obliterate the wooden box and, as he dispelled the Boggett, allow it to take refuge within the wardrobe. Anriel repositioned the box beside the wardrobe, temporarily aligning it directly opposite Lupin. However, the current placement of the box is quite distant from Professor McGonagall, suggesting that her fears should not be considered within the scope of the transformation. Anriel was unaware of Professor McGonagall's Boggett, which delves into one of the deepest secrets of a person. 3, 2, 1. Lupin flicked his wand, causing the wooden box to burst open, its 4 sides crashing to the ground. The topmost piece was lifted by the Boggett. It transformed into a silver sphere, or to be more precise, the moon, the very thing that instilled the greatest fear in Remus Lupin. In truth, Lupin had encountered a glitch. It was not the moon itself that frightened him, but rather the implications embodied by that luminous silver orb. What Lupin truly feared was his own loss of control during the full moon. As for why Lupin's Boggett was not a werewolf, but rather the moon itself, Anriel believed that Lupin, deep down, genuinely perceived himself as capable of leading a normal life, steadfastly convinced of his humanity. This was not a refusal to accept his identity as a werewolf. On the contrary, he possessed a clear understanding of his nature. He was a werewolf endowed with a human soul. Thus, he harbored a profound fear of the triggers that could transform him into a savage beast. How absurd. Lupin's wand emitted a comical sound, and the silver sphere, resembling a deflated balloon, produced a humorous puffing noise. It soared before Anriel, enveloped in a veil of gray mist, undergoing a transformation. As the mist dissipated, Anriel's eyes widened suddenly, as if time itself had been momentarily suspended by an unseen force. Anriel suddenly comprehended a notion he had encountered long ago on a forum in his previous life. The more formidable the wizard, the more inscrutable the boggart becomes. This creature, regardless of the strength of a wizard's internal defenses, has the capacity to reflect their innermost fears. Those gifted individuals, driven by instinct, would typically resolve issues, such as a boggart transforming into a dementor, by instinctively uttering the incantation for the Patronus charm. However, what if the object of their fears were utterly insurmountable? A stranger, a 17-year-old boy, stood amidst the gray mist, his lifeless, vacant eyes fixed upon Anriel. The boy's gaze was clouded, and a portion of his lip was missing, revealing a yellowed tooth in stark contrast. He directed a ghastly smile towards Anriel, devoid of vitality, his pupils unresponsive. Patches of decay spread across his pallid skin, some areas already beginning to rot. He was a corpse, a lifeless body. Most importantly, it was his face. The muscles on Anriel's face tensed. His teeth clenched tightly, and the knuckles of his hand gripping the wand turned pale. Yet, he remained composed. In that fleeting moment of seeing this person, he unearthed the deepest fear residing within his heart, for it was his own visage staring back at him. However, this did not signify that Anriel feared death, for it was merely the face of his past life. How absurd! The wand of Anriel emitted a resounding crack. It was his first utterance of a spell. The gray mist swiftly retreated into the fissures of the corpse-like skin before him, and that pallid face transformed at an astonishing pace, becoming flushed with life. The eyes sparkled with clarity, and the pupils sharpened in focus. Once the gray mist vanished entirely, the deceased was reborn as a living being. Time, which had been suspended, resumed its flow. Lupin was astonished to witness that the boggart, when confronted by Anriel, morphed into an unfamiliar youth, appearing no older than 17 or 18. Why would Anriel harbor fear towards this individual? Lupin could not fathom it, and he discreetly committed the young man's visage to memory. Meanwhile, Anriel remained indifferent to Lupin's current thoughts. Under his gaze, the boy opposite silently articulated something, his lips forming the two characters, "Come back." Before Anriel could respond, the youth turned and dissipated into a wisp of gray smoke, vanishing into the open wardrobe. "Well done, Anriel." Lupin hurriedly approached and firmly closed the wardrobe door with a decisive thud. The silent spell was executed with remarkable efficiency. He paused and smiled at Anriel, saying, "Should I award points to your house at this moment? I think Ravenclaw deserves an extra 10. At this moment, Anriel regained his composure, suppressing all emotions within, and responded with a smile, I must thank Professor Lupin." After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, Anriel sought an excuse to leave the faculty lounge. Rather than returning to the common area or heading back to his dormitory, he ascended swiftly to the 8th floor. Before a tapestry depicting a giant mercilessly beating a ballet instructor, he barely paced back and forth thrice when the intense and overwhelming emotions he harbored caused the room of requirement to open its doors wide to him. Anriel, somewhat impatient, pushed the door open. A refreshing breeze rushed in, revealing a room that was half adorned with sand and the other half featuring a standard outdoor swimming pool. Anriel composed himself, changed his attire, and immersed himself directly into the cold water pool. The frigid waves lapped against his body, allowing him to reassess all that had transpired moments ago with a renewed sense of clarity. Anriel harbored no profound fear of death. In truth, as he came to embrace this body and the memories it contained, he found himself more concerned with who possessed the capability to extinguish his life than with the fear of death itself. It was evident that Bogut did not share this sentiment. What he perceived was the corpse of his previous life. In that existence, he had indeed lived free from attachments and worries, truly embodying the quintessential essence of a transcendent being. However, this also implied that, even in death, it would likely take the decomposition of his body and the ensuing stench before anyone would notice his absence. Transcendence. Even during his lifetime, he found it hard to believe. What Anriel fears, much like all those who have traversed into artistic works such as anime, is the trepidation that this world may indeed be an illusion. Anriel suddenly splashed a handful of cool water onto her face. "Why are you indulging in such trivialities? Is this truly the matter you ought to contemplate at this moment?" Anriel sank beneath the water's surface without releasing a single bubble, settling at the bottom in silence. Indeed, why ponder so much? Live each day as it comes, and earn what one can in a single day. Anriel expelled the water from his airways and emerged from the pool. Regardless of whether his experience was illusory, survival took precedence. Even if it were merely a dream, he resolved to embrace joy in the moment. With this realization, Anriel suddenly perceived his previous thoughts as foolish. Was it necessary? Certainly not. Anriel wiped his face with a towel and casually grabbed a piece of paper from the shelf. The charm of the wish-granting room lies in its unwavering ability to fulfill desires. It truly delivers. For instance, what Anriel now holds is a copy of yesterday's Daily Prophet. The oversized mugshot of Sirius still dominates the front page. Below it are some intriguing headlines. Fugitive spotted? Muggles claim to have discovered the trail of Sirius Black. The first half is filled with the horrific crimes attributed to Sirius, while the latter part begins to speak in more rational terms. According to reliable sources from the Ministry of Magic, they have received a report from a Muggle citizen through the Muggle Prime Minister. The report concerns the current fugitive from Azkaban, Sirius Black. In the Muggle press, Sirius Black is depicted as a vicious serial killer, which is indeed accurate. He once ended the lives of 12 individuals with a single curse. In response to the recent escape from Azkaban, officials stated, Anriel promptly flipped the newspaper to its reverse side. As anticipated, the last two lines of the article revealed the location of Sirius's appearance, situated not far from Hogwarts, specifically within a Muggle village near Hogsmeade. The narrative began with a recounting of Sirius's criminal history, followed by a scathing critique of the Ministry of Magic, ultimately conjuring an atmosphere of panic and alarm. It was not until the very end of the page that the most crucial information was disclosed. Upon turning the page, the name of the editor, Rita Skeeter, was unveiled. The moment of journalistic allure. Anriel, with a casual air, donned his garments and draped a robe over himself before departing from the Room of Infinite Wishes. October 10th. This date, in itself, bears little significance. Even within the original narrative, nothing remarkable transpired on this day. Yet, it has become extraordinary due to Anriel. As the clock struck midnight, its chime resonated in his ears, prompting Anriel to momentarily lift his gaze and set aside the carving knife and the rudimentary one he had been crafting. He was a child of morning learning, objectively. He was now 15 years old. It is even possible that his true age exceeds this, as it was merely the age assigned to him by Bashida when he was found. For the past 2 years, he had not forgotten to send Bashida a lengthy letter each year on his birthday, accompanied by a high-end memory stone capable of near real-time communication. To be candid, Anriel was astonished when Dumbledore revealed this video chatting tool from the wizarding world. Are you some sort of magical doryman, possessing everything? Nevertheless, Anriel willingly embraced its use, frequently engaging in video calls with Bashida during the mundane hours of dawn and dusk. He cherished the kindness of the one who had nurtured him. He wondered what peculiar trinkets Dumbledore would unveil this year. Just as Anriel pondered this, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Momentarily taken aback, he could not fathom who would visit him at such an hour. In truth, there was but one answer. A golden little rabbit, seemingly aglow with the most exquisite radiance of this world, leapt into his arms the moment he opened the door. She tilted her head upwards, her eyes sparkling with an unmistakable mirth. Happy birthday, Andy. In the early hours, while the moon orchid remained awake, he felt that at this moment, she ought to be by his side. And now she was here. This night, he cared for no one else. All he desired was her presence. Anriel has come to a profound realization that any prior concerns were entirely unwarranted. Whether rooted in reality or fantasy, what matters is that I am here now, surrounded by those who bestow their blessings upon me. Anriel lowered his head and embraced the young girl in his arms, bestowing gentle kisses upon her forehead and cheek. In truth, Luna remained unaware of the circumstances that had transpired. She merely sensed Anriel's profound melancholy. Thus, she sought to assist her beloved in any way within her capability, such as offering a warm embrace. Just as she often expressed, the things we lose will inevitably await us in the future, even if in ways we least expect. She fervently wished for Anriel to find some joy, and as Anriel bent down to hold her, she realized that she had succeeded. The young man and woman stood entwined at the doorway, both savoring the sweet essence of happiness. Good morning, my angel. Good morning, Mr. Devil, Luna teased, then quickly tucked her head beneath the covers, burrowing closer into Anriel's embrace. Anriel chuckled softly, swiftly embracing Luna, who was wrapped in a delicate layer of blanket. With a single thought, he lifted the cover, revealing a fair and tender visage. Ah, Luna exclaimed, her expression one of delightful surprise, adorned with a sweet smile. The two shared a moment of warm intimacy, fortunate that October 10th, 1993, fell on a Sunday. What a peculiar day, Luna whispered softly. Anriel smiled lightly, recalling how he had taken the time to teach Luna some amusing tidbits, such as substituting sex with hentai. He had long been aware of Luna's peculiarities, but it was only now that he found them delightful. After preparing themselves, the two descended for breakfast, exchanging a knowing glance. As one of the most eccentric couples in Ravenclaw, they decided to spend their day at the library, a perfect rendezvous befitting their house. Indeed, this was splendid. It was quintessentially Ravenclaw. Anriel himself is indifferent, but Luna is filled with joy, and thus Anriel finds happiness in her company as well. Perhaps Luna shares this sentiment, which is why both of them are in high spirits. As they pass by the notice board, Anriel cast a glance at the Hogsmeade announcement. In a moment of realization, he recalled Sirius. Joking aside, nothing is more important than a wife. Regardless of whether you are Sirius Black or even you know who, you must remain at bay. Anriel raised an eyebrow, recalling that it was on Halloween when Sirius infiltrated the school, causing a wave of panic in his quest to capture Ron's elusive rat. The day seemed to vanish like leaves swept away by the wind, and before long, Halloween had arrived. The line of students heading to Hogsmeade was long, and Anriel seized an opportunity to slip away. Filch, who was in charge of registration, did not spare him a glance, continuing to usher other students through the registration process one by one. If there was anyone at Hogwarts who would require Sirius Black to navigate around them, it would undoubtedly be Anriel Grindelwald. He was not particularly intent on finding Sirius. Rather, he merely sought to test his luck. Yet, as fate would have it, Anriel's fortune was decidedly lacking. After wandering through Hogsmeade for 2 or 3 circuits, he encountered 6 rubbish bins, yet failed to spot even a single menacing black dog beside any of them. There were plenty of rats, but alas, none were the ones he sought. With a resigned shrug, he turned back towards the castle. As he meandered aimlessly, Anriel found himself inexplicably standing before the door to Lupin's office. Peering inside, he was taken aback to see a familiar face, Harry Potter. "Ah, Anriel, hello. Come in," Lupin beckoned eagerly. "I'm introducing Harry to the props for my next lesson." Anriel cast a glance at the corner where a large square water tank was situated. Ah, as the old saying goes, from the south came Grindelwald, and from the north arrived Grindelidlow, with the former intent on confronting the latter. "Apologies, I seem to have mixed things up a bit." "Splendid, Professor Lupin. It appears to be in excellent health," Anriel casually complimented. Indeed, it took quite a bit of effort to capture it. Lupin replied with a light-hearted tone, "Harry, what brings you here?" Anriel feigned ignorance. "Oh, I did not visit Hogsmeade." Harry hesitated, seemingly reluctant to divulge the truth. Yet he recalled Anriel's advice from the previous year about the importance of honesty in his presence. "Ah, I see." Anriel gestured for him to refrain from continuing. And it was only then that Harry recalled Anriel's awareness of the abhorrence surrounding his Muggle foster family. He glanced at Lupin and then back at Anriel, seemingly on the verge of articulating something, only to swallow his words instead. Anriel then cast a knowing glance in his direction, and Harry felt as though his thoughts had been laid bare. "Indeed, it appeared you wished to converse with Professor Lupin, and I have inadvertently interrupted." Harry offered an awkward smile, compelled to speak candidly. "I am uncertain why Professor Lupin did not permit me to confront that boggart." As he uttered this, he hesitated momentarily, forcibly suppressing the term Dementor in favor of boggart. Lupin raised an eyebrow and exchanged a knowing look with Anriel before thoughtfully responding, "Well, Harry, my reasoning at the time was thus. I believed it unwise to allow Voldemort to manifest within the confines of the classroom." Harry was taken aback. Anriel supplemented Lupin's statement. "Anyone who has heard of your general exploits would likely arrive at such a conclusion. They would naturally presume that your greatest fear is confronting Voldemort. Thus the boggart would transform into his likeness when facing you. Clearly, this scenario is rather unsuitable for a third-year defense against the dark arts class. It is somewhat premature, although they will inevitably encounter it in the future." "Ah, you are correct," Harry responded, coming to a realization. "However, I later found that what I truly fear is the Dementor." Lupin wore a contemplative expression, just as Anriel was about to add further commentary. The door to the office swung open with a bang. It was Snape. "Ah, Severus, I am most grateful," Lupin greeted, confronting Snape's sour visage. Snape surveyed the room, his gaze landing on Harry Potter and Anriel, and he remarked, as if awakening from a reverie, "I suppose I have inadvertently interrupted your delightful gathering? Do not mind me." Snape withdrew his wand. "I believe I should." He gestured toward the goblet he held in his other hand, which swiftly transformed into an exquisite glass bottle, containing the potion previously held within, securely sealed. "I recommend you consume it promptly." Setting the bottle upon the table, Snape turned and departed without a moment's hesitation, uttering not a single additional word. "Ah, Severus, he is a good man," Lupin remarked, his countenance shadowed with a hint of bitterness as he spoke these words. Perhaps his own emotions were equally intricate. Undeniably so. Anriel casually responded. Harry, with a look of confusion, followed Snape as he exited the office, only to overhear the peculiar exchange between the two, which deepened his perplexity. Why? He observed Lupin unhesitatingly seize the bottle and take a swig. There was not even the slightest precaution taken to assess the potential danger. Oh, it tastes dreadful, but this remark was not uttered by Lupin himself. Rather, it was Anriel, with a playful expression, mimicking the distorted look on Lupin's face. Lupin chuckled. You speak the truth. It is indeed quite foul, despite professing its unpleasantness. Lupin nonetheless took another hearty gulp. He had no choice. Abstaining would result in dire consequences by the morrow. Anriel has always regarded the inventor of the wolfsbane potion as nothing short of a genius. He is acutely aware that curing lycanthropy is a monumental task, one that cannot be swiftly accomplished, and he may possess great confidence in his own abilities, fully cognizant of his limitations. The efficacy of the wolfsbane potion lies in its capacity to enable werewolves to retain their rationality even while transformed. However, it appears that the inventor does not regard werewolves as fully human. Why do werewolves succumb to madness? The gentleman by the name of Damocles Belby provides an explanation. He posits that the frenzy experienced by werewolves on the night of the full moon is due to their acquisition of power from the moon, which their rational minds cannot control. In various Western mythologies, the light of the moon is said to drive individuals to madness, and the moon itself symbolizes insanity, a notion that also informs the etymology of the name Luna. Therefore, diminishing this power seemed to be the solution. Thus, the wolfsbane potion was born, rendering those who consume it as weak as ordinary humans on the night of the full moon. It has proven effective. The potion indeed allows werewolves to maintain their composure during this time. In Anriel's previous life, this individual would undoubtedly have been awarded the Nobel Prize in medicine. Harry appears to be still entangled in the dilemma of whether Snape harbors ill intentions, but since both Anriel and Lupin have such faith in Snape, he seems to have little to contribute to the conversation. Finally resolved to speak, Harry interjects, however. Many believe that Professor Lupin would do anything to secure the position of defense against the dark arts instructor. Anriel and Lupin exchanged no words. After a moment, Lupin remarked, All right, Harry, it is getting late. You should be on your way. We shall see you at our Halloween feast. Harry nodded, still wearing an expression laden with concern as he departed. It seems our dear classmate Potter harbors significant reservations about Professor Snape. Anriel shrugged and spoke to Lupin, whose eyes revealed a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, this is quite reminiscent of his father. Anriel departed from Lupin's office, turning to embark on the path towards the Ravenclaw Tower. Luna awaited him above, eager to descend together for the banquet. She grasped Anriel's hand as they entered the hall, although few noticed their entrance. Among those who did was Albus Dumbledore. The corners of the venerable old man's mouth visibly lifted in a smile. Anriel's lips twitched noticeably. Countless pumpkins hung from the ceiling of the hall, and unlike last year's Halloween, this time the decorations had shifted from skeletal motifs to bats. Some banners, vibrant and exaggerated in their patterns, floated in the hall's virtual sky. The scene was one of tranquility, a moment where time seemed to stand still. Could someone please summon Professor Dumbledore? Hurry. Percy Weasley's voice cracked slightly. It was evident to Anriel that Sirius Black was no longer within the confines of the school castle, prompting him to tug Luna towards the front row to witness the spectacle. One could not help but notice the extent of the damage inflicted upon the portrait of the fat lady. It was quite severe. It was clear that Sirius's current mood was far from pleasant, considering that the fat lady had been an acquaintance of his for 7 long years. Moments later, Dumbledore arrived, immediately spotting Anriel in the front row, engrossed in the unfolding drama. Instantly, the wise old headmaster understood that the situation had stabilized. Otherwise, this young lad would never have brought his female companion to the front to indulge in the entertainment. Everyone, please disperse. Go about your business, he instructed. Upon the arrival of Dumbledore, Anriel ceased his lackadaisical demeanor and resolutely cast a resounding spell towards the crowd. The effect was remarkable. Observing Anriel's successful dispersal of the gathering, Dumbledore refrained from mandating that the students congregate in the Great Hall for the night. However, this decision bore little consequence for Anriel, as Luna had been spending her nights in his room for the past few days. Anriel arrived once more in Hogsmeade. However, this time he was certain that he would not leave empty-handed. His gaze swept over the stray dogs that roamed the village. One dog, in particular, was enormous, as large as a wolf. No, it was not this one. Its eyes lacked the spark of humanity. What about this one? Anriel cast his gaze upon a large black dog, which, at that moment, was standing on its hind legs. its head and entire upper body thrust deep into a trash bin, rummaging through its contents. After a brief moment, the dog seemed to sense something and withdrew its head from the refuse, a copy of the Daily Prophet clamped firmly in its mouth. It is indeed peculiar for a dog to seek out a newspaper, particularly in this remote corner of Hogsmeade, where few would ordinarily venture. Anriel was convinced that this was it. Ahem. He cleared his throat, and the black dog displayed a vigilant demeanor, immediately discarding the newspaper it had been chewing on, baring its sharp teeth at Anriel in a threatening manner. It must be said, the display was remarkably lifelike. As a zoologist, he acknowledged that it was indeed a genuine dog. Sirius had successfully disguised himself as a seemingly dangerous, yet entirely ordinary wild dog. Aside from the incident of rummaging through the trash and being caught in the act, no one would harbor suspicions about such a creature. Anriel surveyed the surroundings, ensuring they were alone before solemnly stating, "Very well, Mr. Black. I believe it is imperative for you to refresh your knowledge of recent Hogwarts history, particularly the sections pertaining to myself. Now, come with me. We shall seek an audience with Dumbledore." Seemingly unfazed by Sirius's furtive attempts to escape, Anriel added with a hint of admonition, "Cease your pretense. You must understand that if I were to employ more forceful methods to escort you back, the outcome would be no different." As for Sirius, he found himself in a state of considerable distress. Unlike the farcical scenario where Anriel conversed with what he believed to be merely a large black dog, only to later realize it was indeed just a dog, this time the black dog rummaging through the trash for newspapers was unmistakably Sirius himself. He was at a loss as to what had gone awry. "Hurry. The Dementors have yet to arrive." Anriel kindly reminded Sirius of the greatest trouble he currently faced. After a moment of hesitation, Sirius ultimately took a step towards Anriel. Anriel nodded with satisfaction, straightened his posture, and turned to stride toward the castle, followed closely by a large black dog wagging its tail. Ultimately, impulsiveness triumphed over prudence, and fury subdued reason. He had been compelled to wait for 12 years, and he could no longer afford to let that filthy rodent escape. Sensing the presence of life behind him, Anriel continued forward without glancing back, revealing only a subtle smile that Sirius could not perceive. Anriel has yet to fully master the Resurrection Stone. If he were to attain complete mastery, he would be able to discern whether the essence concealed within the dog's body belonged to a human soul or that of a canine, thereby determining if this was indeed Sirius Black himself. At present, he lacks such capability and can only perceive that a living creature is following him. Soon, seizing an opportune moment when no one was around, he stealthily ushered Sirius into Hogwarts through an overlooked corner. One might liken it to a dog's passage. Most individuals were still engrossed in their revelries in Hogsmeade, rendering an early return improbable. The two made their way leisurely up the staircase to the headmaster's office, taking precautions against potential encounters, particularly with those like Snape and Lupin who had previously seen Sirius in his animagus form. Currently, Sirius was cloaked in an invisibility charm conjured by Anriel himself, its efficacy rivaling that of the Potter family's famed cloak. The room was devoid of anyone save for an elderly gentleman with a white beard. Sirius opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. His inability to vocalize was not due to a maelstrom of emotions upon seeing his former headmaster, but rather a precautionary silencing charm cast by Anriel to prevent any sound from betraying their presence. "Sir, I bear news. Its nature remains uncertain, yet it is undoubtedly explosive." With a smile gracing her lips, Anriel spoke. Upon hearing her words, Dumbledore was inexplicably filled with a sense of foreboding, prompting him to set aside his quill and pause his work. "Speak, my child. I have found Sirius Black." What? The tones of inquiry and astonishment resonated simultaneously. The former came from Albus Dumbledore, who swiftly regained his composure. The latter originated from Phineas Black on the wall, who immediately began to prattle on. Enough, Mr. Phineas. I kindly ask you to cease." Anriel helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Dumbledore seized the opportunity to inquire, "Where did you find him? Where is he now?" Anriel feigned deep contemplation, a sly grin spreading across his face. In that moment, the air seemed to crystallize. Phineas's incessant tirade, which disparaged Sirius, abruptly ceased, akin to a water pipe being abruptly pinched shut. Following this was an incredulous exclamation. "What? Here?" Anriel offered no response, casually flicking his wand behind him, though he did not let it slip from his grasp. Suddenly, a disheveled figure emerged within the room, a gaunt man named Sirius Black, whose skin clung to his muscles like filthy parchment. His 12-year confinement in Azkaban had left him somewhat malnourished, and the prolonged stay in such a place could very well give rise to various psychological afflictions. The subsequent arduous escape, coupled with a life of exposure and instability, rendered Sirius a specter of his former self. Aside from the fact that he was still alive and breathing, he scarcely resembled a human being, save for the depths of his dark, penetrating eyes. The time spent in Azkaban had imparted upon him a peculiar trait. His thoughts were now more profound than his actions, while his actions had become more frantic than his thoughts. To put it plainly, his mental state was precariously fragile. It was this very Sirius Black who abruptly appeared in the room, emitting a rough sound akin to clearing his throat. Upon realizing he could indeed speak, he awkwardly chuckled a few times. "Professor Dumbledore," he addressed the headmaster, and the scene within the office seemed to evoke something within this former Hogwarts student. His first words to Dumbledore were a respectful address. It appeared he had not yet allowed hatred to entirely distort his mind. Dumbledore cast but a single glance at Sirius before turning his attention back to Anriel. He was all too familiar with the nature of this child. He bore a striking resemblance to the young Gellert. Gellert, too, had exhibited similar tendencies. Dumbledore pondered for a moment before inquiring, "This news is indeed astonishing. However, there must be a second part, is there not? You did not merely capture him, did you, Anriel?" Dumbledore was undeniably the wisest individual of this era, emphasizing the word capture. If Anriel had not apprehended the fugitive Sirius, then he must have willingly sought out Anriel himself. No, that was not entirely accurate. He had indeed returned of his own volition. Sirius had proactively returned to Hogwarts. Anriel was well aware of this fact. Sirius's return to the school undoubtedly entailed other motives, likely concerning Harry Potter. Dumbledore's reasoning was so astutely clear that it was beyond description. It exemplified the brilliance of the most powerful white wizard in history. Through merely a few succinct exchanges, he had surmised the essence of the matter with remarkable clarity. Although he could not elucidate the finer details due to a lack of information, the general direction was already apparent. Anriel's response further corroborated Dumbledore's conjecture. "Indeed, sir." He did not resist, nor did he foolishly attempt to eliminate me, nor did he try to escape while I feigned a relaxation of my control over him. Anriel let out a chilling laugh, causing Sirius, who stood at a slight angle behind him, to shiver involuntarily. "Thus, I suspect that this matter, or rather this case, in the person of Black, harbors numerous secrets." Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. Sirius, listening nearby, felt a cold sweat break out. The more he listened, the more alarmed and anxious he became. He had evidently been exposed from the very first action and the first words of this young man upon seeing him. It was a test. Did he truly possess the capability to eliminate an escaped Azkaban convict on the spot? And Dumbledore seemed to tacitly acknowledge this. Suddenly, Sirius felt a sense of absurdity. He thought that among the three individuals in this room, excluding himself, the other two possessed an abundance of cunning. "You two play your games. Who could possibly outmaneuver you, dear father?" In a multitude of words condensed into one, "Hogwarts has now transformed into a realm I can no longer comprehend." Anriel could not possibly ascertain the inner turmoil of Sirius. Had he known, he might have remarked, "You possess quite the inner drama yourself. Let us keep our thoughts to ourselves. Your only deficiency lies in intellect, not in contemplation." However, Anriel refrained from voicing such sentiments, for he had yet to employ the art of legilimency on Sirius. Anriel executed the first action since his arrival that allowed him to confront Sirius. He turned around. "Sirius, please commence your performance. Share your tale." The deadpan humor begins to assail me. The human heart is extraordinarily intricate. At times, one must concede that Ron speaks the truth. How can a person contain such a multitude of emotions? It is bound to erupt. Regrettably, in this room, aside from Sirius, the remaining two individuals are adept at managing their emotions. This is the result of a confluence of age, psychological maturity, and innate talent, skills that cannot be acquired. Sirius's tragic narrative is not particularly lengthy. When he uttered with a tone steeped in profound hatred, "I must skin him alive." As the conclusion approached, Anriel and Dumbledore exchanged a glance. Empathy was utterly absent. Had the outcome not been so glaringly evident, one might have considered this a hasty yet brilliant idea. However, in retrospect, this notion appears somewhat muddled, taking into account the psychological factors at play. Sirius decisively omitted the detail of Dumbledore's request to serve as the Potter's secret keeper during his narration. Perhaps he had never truly cared about this aspect, or perhaps he felt a twinge of guilt. Regardless, the two remaining individuals were well aware of the matter at hand. Every situation possesses duality. This so-called tragedy is merely the result of three emotional individuals making what they believe to be the most rational choices within their own hearts. James Potter chose to forego appointing Dumbledore as the secret keeper, instead placing his trust in his brother, Sirius Black. This decision, from his rational perspective, was indeed sound. In light of subsequent events, one could argue that his choice was justified, as Sirius proved to be a trustworthy confidant. As a victim, while one cannot assert that his choice was entirely devoid of error, it certainly bore the least fault. Sirius Black, on the other hand, opted against becoming the Potter's secret keeper, instead selecting Peter Pettigrew. After calm and objective reflection, he concluded that Voldemort would undoubtedly discern that he, Sirius Black, was the secret keeper. He could not guarantee that he could withstand Voldemort's probing. This apprehension stemmed from Voldemort's entrenched reputation and the panic he had instilled within the wizarding community. Even someone as formidable as Sirius harbored doubts about his ability to keep secrets. Consequently, he sought an alternative route. He envisioned a scenario in which Voldemort could never conceive that Peter Pettigrew was the true secret keeper. Thus, even if Sirius Black were captured by Voldemort, no harm would ensue. It turned out this alternative was rather far-fetched. Peter Pettigrew, also known as Wormtail, was the weakest among the quartet of marauders, reliant on power, timid, cowardly, and an inept wizard. Objectively speaking, however, this complex individual could hardly be deemed wholly inept. He surpassed countless nameless, ordinary people. Even though he benefited from the assistance of the other three, he had managed to become an animagus, a skill only a select few wizards could master. While not a genius, he was certainly no slouch. Thus, his modestly enhanced abilities, when compared to ordinary individuals, stripped him of the privilege of remaining a faceless entity capable of drifting along. He had to choose a side, and even as a fence-sitter, he needed to nominally align himself with the faction. He opted for the one that appeared more powerful. Beginning in 1980, Peter Pettigrew gathered intelligence for Voldemort, and ultimately, when he was chosen as the Potter's secret keeper, he did not hesitate to betray them. He was easily swayed by those around him, always following the strong. Remus, Sirius, and James were all top students. This was Wormtail. This was the essence of Wormtail. Similarly, he preferred to assist formidable evil rather than pursue the faintest glimmer of light. Human hearts are inscrutable, and the complexity of human nature is profound. While Sirius was willing to sacrifice his life for the Potters, this did not imply that others would share his willingness. From Wormtail's own rational perspective, his choice was not without merit. Did he truly err? It appears that there is none. For from the very beginning, the character of the insect's tale has been thus. They say one should refrain from comment without a comprehensive view. However, when we truly stand from a divine perspective and discern the thoughts harbored within each individual, it seems that the challenge of evaluating this matter does not diminish as a result. 1,000 individuals harbor 1,000 interpretations of Hamlet. In Anriel's heart, he possesses his own set of evaluative criteria. This methodology may not garner universal approval, yet Anriel finds it remarkably effective. The concept involves deconstructing an individual's behavior into three fundamental components. What is the motive behind this action? Whom does this action potentially harm? If it does inflict harm, can we deem the endeavor successful? And lastly, was this action foreseeable and reasonable? Let us first examine James. His decision was motivated by self-preservation. Yet it betrayed Dumbledore's trust and ultimately culminated in failure. This choice aligned with his character and was, indeed, predictable. Next, we turn to Peter Pettigrew. His decision, too, stemmed from a desire for self-preservation, and it betrayed the trust of both James and Sirius, yet it succeeded in its outcome. This decision was consistent with his character and could also be anticipated. Finally, we consider Sirius Black. His choice was made for James, yet his approach undermined James's judgment, embodying the notion of acting contrary to the client's wishes, resulting in his eventual failure. Sirius's decision did not align with his inherent character, as his intention was to confound Voldemort's expectations, rendering the outcome unforeseen. After delineating these 3 points, whose error is the most grievous, at least in Anriel's mind, a judgment has been formed. He exchanged a glance with Dumbledore, and in that fleeting moment when their blue eyes met, Anriel discerned a shared sense of lamentation and a hint of disdain between them. Both understood that this sympathy and disdain were not directed towards Peter. During Voldemort's reign of terror, betrayal of friends was the least of the horrors. Far worse, more vile, and despicable acts frequently transpired. In contrast, Wormtail was merely a coward. Yet, the man standing before Dumbledore and Anriel elicited their pity. From a divine perspective, one might comprehend Sirius's paternal affection, his nostalgia, and sense of indebtedness towards James. which he sought to fulfill through Harry, thus painting a noble portrait of his character. However, when viewed through Dumbledore's lens, Sirius becomes a troubling figure, lacking a broader perspective. Obstinately headstrong and rather reckless, Snape indeed provided a candid assessment of his shortcomings. "Ah, I see now. You wish to seek justice for James and Lily, do you not?" Anriel nonchalantly grasped the wand, while Sirius' gaze meandered back and forth. The former's hand paused slightly as he cast a glance at Dumbledore. Anriel understood that what he was about to articulate was indeed his own sentiment. However, due to his status and various circumstances, it was rather inconvenient for Dumbledore to express it in person. Anriel pursed her lips, contemplating that it seemed she must assume the role of the villain. In other words, 13 years ago, you chose not to place your trust in Dumbledore. Now you come seeking my father, hoping for his assistance, perhaps to exact vengeance on the Potters. Is this how you truly perceive the situation? Anriel, with an expression both amiable and subtly mocking, smiled, or perhaps a more fitting term would be a smirk. You are now a fugitive. A heavy weight settled in Sirius's heart, as an ominous premonition washed over him. He turned to Dumbledore, only to be taken aback by the latter's unwavering gaze, which pierced through him with an X-ray-like scrutiny, rendering him utterly transparent, as if this venerable elder had discerned the very thoughts lurking within his soul. No, it is not so. Peter betrayed James and Lily. He sold them to Voldemort. And that traitor is currently roaming free outside. So, you imply that your motives are not for vengeance, but for justice, correct? Anriel responded with calm composure, unfazed by the fervent emotions of Sirius. Sirius found his words caught in his throat, akin to a rooster grasped by the neck. Anriel pressed on relentlessly, continuing to coax with his words, articulating the sentiments that Sirius could not voice. You perceive this as unjust, do you not? Setting aside the lofty ideals of vengeance, what, for Sirius, could be the most compelling motive to seek retribution against Wormtail? Surely, it must be the desire for vindication. He had languished innocently in Azkaban for 12 long years, suffering for the crimes committed by Wormtail. Anriel is currently analyzing the character of Sirius in a reflective manner, articulating his psychological state and gradually probing his mental defenses. However, I believe the situation is not as it appears. This pest has struggled over the past decade. Has he not? He cannot afford to let his guard down for even a moment, as the transformation charm must be sustained for nearly 13 years, with no certainty of when it will conclude. Aside from the absence of Dementors, his circumstances are not significantly better than those in Azkaban. Anriel gazed intently into Sirius Black's eyes and inquired, "What is it that you harbor resentment for, Black?" Sirius's eyes widened in indignation, as if affronted, and his complexion grew even more pallid. "How dare you? You know nothing at all," with a languid wave of his wand. Anriel effortlessly pressed Sirius down into a nearby armchair as he attempted to rush forward. "You claim I lack understanding? Perhaps of the conditions in Azkaban? Indeed, I do not comprehend, for I have never committed an egregious error born of a profound crisis of trust, have I?" The last vestiges of color drained from Sirius's face, leaving him resembling a rabid dog, bereft of reason and increasingly provoked. "Do you, or you, Severus, realize that all the suffering and misfortune you currently endure, all the torment and anguish within your hearts, all the sorrow and pain, stem from what?" Anriel let out a cold snort. Affording Sirius little time for contemplation, "It is precisely because of your mistrust. You have failed to place your faith in those who are, in fact, far more reliable." Snape, for the first and last time, placed his trust in Dumbledore, a decision that cost him the most profound anguish of his life, unparalleled in its severity. This suffering lingers within him to this day, and as a result, he has since extended his unwavering trust to the latter. Anriel raised an eyebrow at Dumbledore, then glanced at the bloodshot eyes of Sirius. It seemed the effect was nearly achieved. Anriel's voice was icy and unyielding, casting a more chilling and desolate aura than the notorious murderer before him, who had languished in Azkaban for 12 long years. Dumbledore let out a silent sigh, slightly turning away. He sensed that Anriel was genuinely angered this time, much like his other father. Gellert was never one to be excessively meticulous, yet he was far from magnanimous. He could endure the treachery of his subordinates, as it often indicated his own imperfections in certain areas. However, this did not imply that he would spare those traitors when it came time for reckoning. Yet, he could not abide actions that carved wounds into the fabric of mutual affections. The doubts of a friend cut far deeper than the blades of an enemy. This undoubtedly illustrated that Gellert's tolerance for betrayal was significantly greater than his tolerance for distrust. Anriel and he are strikingly alike in this regard. Thus, Dumbledore turned his head away, unable to bear the sight any longer. He understood that today's conversation would culminate in one of two outcomes. Either Sirius would relent, or Anriel would incessantly pry open old wounds, tearing them until complete devastation ensued. One could only hope that Anriel would exercise restraint. Over there, their dialogue persisted. And you, too, harbor distrust towards Dumbledore, my father. Ah, after such an extensive conversation, I almost forgot to disclose my surname. Anriel rose, exuding an imposing aura that compelled Sirius to step back involuntarily. I am Anriel, Anriel Dumbledore. His two surnames could be interchanged at will. However, considering that his current identity as Dumbledore would have a more profound impact on Sirius than that of Grindelwald, Anriel opted for the former. Although Sirius had braced himself to some extent, he found it difficult to maintain his composure, casting a sorrowful glance at the headmaster who had turned away. Moreover, do you still have the audacity to mock Snape? Anriel spoke with a tone of astonishment. Another fragile point within Sirius was unexpectedly brought to light by Anriel. He huffed, seemingly trying to assert himself, yet his confidence was somewhat lacking. Severus Snape, with his 12-year tenure in Azkaban, possessed an advantage that few could comprehend. The implication was clear. Even if Sirius were indeed more capable than Snape, the latter had the advantage of experience. Moreover, the current Sirius might not even surpass Snape's capabilities at this juncture. In the original narrative, Sirius harbored intense aversion to this matter. And now Anriel had directly struck at his most painful vulnerability. It was not merely that he had languished for 12 years in Azkaban. Rather, it was the bitter truth that Sirius Black was not as formidable as Severus Snape, this wretched, sniveling creature. Such words pierced deep into the recesses of Sirius's heart like a dagger. Anriel unhesitatingly delivered the final blow. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention. In these past 2 years, Snape saved Harry's life. A moment of silence ensued. Then, Dumbledore and Anriel watched as a colossal black dog bolted through the door. Panicked and disoriented, Snape had rescued Harry, regardless of whether it was due to the debt he owed to James. His influence over Harry and Dumbledore far surpassed that of Sirius. Even in the original text, Sirius's significance to Dumbledore stemmed primarily from his psychological importance to Harry, who, in turn, held great value in Dumbledore's heart. Otherwise, the Order of the Phoenix would hardly miss the absence of Sirius. Was this truly for the best? Dumbledore gazed at the ajar door, and after a brief pause, he sighed and pondered aloud, I do not know, but it certainly has its advantages. With a swift motion, Anriel slammed the oak door shut with a resounding thud. Heaven knows what Azkaban has stripped from his character over the course of 12 long years, and what it has insidiously replaced it with. Anriel shook his head gently and remarked that if Dumbledore was reluctant to assume the role of the villain, then he would take it upon himself. While reading the original text, Anriel felt an odd disquiet. There were evidently simpler and more efficient solutions to certain matters. Yet Dumbledore's concern for human emotions, particularly Harry Potter's feelings, resulted in unforeseen complications. He had transformed himself into a paragon of virtue, sacrificing the sharpness of his youth. Perhaps Anriel was too young, viewing matters through a simplistic lens. However, how could one ascertain the validity of his thoughts without attempting? Perhaps it would be prudent to inform Professor Lupin that Sirius had a considerable likelihood of seeking him out to confess. Dumbledore nodded and began to pen a note. The situation became significantly clearer. It could be said that two dramatists, specifically an old thespian and a young trickster, had collaborated to stage a grand performance. Now, the stage required a Remus, embodied by the visage of the moon, to entertain the audience of the Great Foot. Anriel stifled a yawn, seemingly overwhelmed by ennui. The sound of the quill gliding across the parchment resonated softly within the chamber. Moments later, Dumbledore rose, meticulously folded the note, and gently patted Fawkes on the head. The Phoenix grasped the note, and with a flash of fire, it vanished into thin air, leaving only a single, smoldering golden-red feather in its wake. I propose that Professor Lupin keep Sirius within the castle, specifically in the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, and encourage him to subtly ascertain whether there has been a fundamental shift in Sirius's character. Anriel suggested, and Dumbledore smiled, as a flame leapt up with a whoosh, heralding the return of Fawkes. I share the same sentiment, my dear child. Per little Sirius, unaware of when he might discover that the only two individuals he was familiar with at school were now conspiring together to make him a fool, or rather, a person kept in the dark. Anriel did not glance at Lupin's response. After a series of convolutions, he now felt a slight hunger and decided to descend to the kitchen. He could not recall who mentioned it, but it seemed there was a new Halloween cake. However, he had not seen it during the dinner the previous night. It appeared to be a cake resembling a dripping blood skeleton, yet in reality, it was a cream cake lavishly adorned with red velvet frosting. No matter, as long as he shared this idea with the house elves downstairs, they would eagerly create something new. Even in the absence of the latest offering, for they would not allow their young master to be disappointed. After approximately 40 minutes, Anriel sliced a piece of red velvet cake and savored it. Delightful. Those house elves had baked quite a number of them. And Anriel packed 2 to take upstairs for Luna to taste. As he reached the 6th floor, the level separating the tower from the main buildings, Anriel looked on in confusion at a throng of individuals hurriedly making their way to Gryffindor Tower. What on earth was happening? The thoughts of delivering cake to his girlfriend and indulging in gossip clashed in his mind, with the former ultimately prevailing. Anriel swiftly turned back towards the Lacrata Tower. The rain was of no concern to him. However, upon returning to his room, Anriel discovered that Luna was absent. Thus, he decided to chill the cake for the time being. He then made his way downstairs to enjoy some refreshments. The priorities were clear, with Luna missing. Nothing could impede his pursuit of leisure. Anriel swiftly arrived at the congested corridor of Gryffindor Tower, where it seemed many were utterly terrified. Wait, why does this scene appear so familiar? No, not again. Anriel's lips twitched, and even the honey candy in his hand seemed to have lost its sweetness. Did we not just discuss the painting yesterday? Why is it a concern again today? I said serious. Does the portrait at the entrance of Gryffindor's common room harbor a grudge against you? Anriel held a honey lollipop delicately between her lips, giving it another squeeze. As anticipated, the portrait of Sir Cadogan, which had been arranged by Dumbledore to replace the fat lady, now lay in disarray, reduced to a heap of fragments scattered on the ground. Unlike yesterday, the tattered fabric had no visible knife marks. Instead, it appeared as though some ferocious beast had violently torn it apart. In any case, the condition of Sir Cadogan's portrait was far more dire than that of the fat lady the day before. Sirius seemed to have channeled the frustration he had recently acquired from the elderly pair into a primal expression of his emotions. After careful examination, Anriel discovered that several edges of the fabric bore traces of pigment. From the perspective of the portrait, this likely suggests that Sir Cadogan had sustained an injury. One might wonder, could this Don Quixote-esque character have engaged in a nightly duel with Sirius? Has Sir Cadogan been located? A young man, with tightly braided hair, who was encircled by the remnants of the portrait, turned upon noticing Anriel and nodded in acknowledgement. Anriel recalled that he was called Lee Jordan. He found him in a tavern on the 5th floor, where a few inebriated patrons had disinfected and bandaged his wounds. At that moment, either Fred or George, one of the two, squeezed through the crowd and remarked, "His mood is rather bleak, likely due to the demise of his horse." Lee Jordan nodded in agreement, gesturing towards a fragment of canvas with a slight inclination of his head. Anriel scrutinized the canvas, which was no larger than the palm of his hand. Revealing a depiction of a half-horse's head, its eyes rolled back in a gruesome display. Nevertheless, he was well aware of the underlying reasons. It wasn't solely Sir Cadogan's foul mood that contributed to this dismal atmosphere, but also the equally grim disposition of Sirius. Anriel scratched his head, pondering aloud. Didn't he something quite similar transpire yesterday? Though his voice was but a whisper, all who heard it exchanged exasperated glances. Really? Must you say that? This is precisely what occurred just yesterday. Those closest to him regarded Anriel with bemusement, as he leisurely added, "You see, I did mention that these security doors are rather unreliable. In a couple of days, I shall arrange for 2 lion-head door knockers to be delivered to you. However, these security doors styled after other academies are merely a temporary measure. Eventually, we shall need to revert to the originals." The group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss to discern whether he was jesting or speaking earnestly. Indeed, Anriel was jesting. However, should the Gryffindors desire, he would not hesitate to oblige. The purpose of his jest was clear. "Ah, sir, you have arrived." He was awaiting Dumbledore. In light of the unfolding events before them, both Dumbledore and Anriel possessed ample psychological foresight. After all, Anriel had already exposed Sirius's vulnerabilities, so his actions came as no surprise. Allowing him an outlet for his frustration seemed reasonable. Perhaps the sole boundary Sirius now upheld was to refrain from harming the students. Thus, Dumbledore, gazing at the shattered fragments of the picture frames, symbolically glanced at the remnants of the portraits of Sir Cadogan before speaking. "Anriel, please seek out Professor Flitwick. Have him temporarily establish an entrance restriction for the Gryffindor common room, modeled after that of the Ravenclaw lounge." Anriel, others, huh? Dumbledore, somewhat perplexed, inquired. "Did I say something incorrect just now? This style of access control, reminiscent of other academies, is merely a temporary measure and will not be in effect indefinitely. As if to soothe the crowd's anxiety, Dumbledore added this latter statement. The silence among those present was deafening. You two truly are of the same blood. This minor interlude indeed provided a brief respite for those gathered. Otherwise, the chaos instigated by Sirius Black's actions was undeniably audacious, resulting in considerable psychological strain on everyone. He had the audacity to infiltrate the castle for 2 consecutive days, attempting to breach the common room of one of the houses and vandalizing its access controls. 2 consecutive days. For those children aware of Black's heinous crimes, this was undoubtedly a deeply unsettling experience. No one wished to be abruptly awakened from slumber, only to find such a remorseless serial killer looming before them. Anriel was suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. He scanned his surroundings and ultimately fixed his gaze upon a floating, milky white figure. The poltergeist, Papigi, immediately shuddered and instinctively contemplated a hasty retreat. Within the confines of this school, Papigi harbored fear for only 2 entities. One was a specter, the ghost of Bloodman Barrow from Slytherin. The other was Anriel himself, who, with the resurrection stone in hand, appeared neither fully human nor entirely ghostly to the likes of Papigi. The instinctual aversion he felt was not something that could be easily overcome by sheer willpower. Why yes, sir, Papigi stammered, bowing with trembling little legs that shook like leaves in a storm, responding with trepidation. Do not be so anxious. I require you to play pranks throughout the school while casually seeking out Sirius Black. I am confident that with your penchant for mischief, you will locate him in no time, will you not? Papigi's face had nearly transformed into a despondent visage, resembling a withered persimmon. Yet he found himself unable to resist and could only acquiesce with a look of resigned despair. Anriel nodded, waving his hand dismissively as if shooing away mosquitoes. Papigi, feeling as if granted a pardon, swiftly darted away. But, sir, what shall we do now? Anriel turned to Dumbledore. Are you suggesting that we gather the students together for a coordinated arrangement? Dumbledore pressed his lips together, exhibiting a look of contemplation. After a moment, he nodded in agreement. That would be best. Let us have the students retire to the Great Hall for the night. Absurd. Anriel found himself in a state of confusion. Yet he acquiesced to Dumbledore's intentions and strode purposefully towards the Great Hall. As he turned his back to Dumbledore, a subtle furrow graced his brow. The peculiar sensation of detachment that had enveloped him during last year's Chamber of Secrets episode resurfaced. It appeared that as long as he did not see Sirius Black, this particular narrative thread would persist within the storyline. This notion of seizing evidently referred to the constraint of his agency. Is this what one might term the world's rectification? Anriel gently shook his head and stepped out into the corridor before the Gryffindor common room. Both he and Dumbledore were acutely aware that Black would never escalate the situation. Yet as the headmaster, the elder statesman still needed to maintain a faade of authority. Thus, Anriel found himself obliged to take charge, such as by organizing discipline and other matters. After all, since last year, he had been bearing the titles of acting headmaster and deputy. Silence, everyone. A voice resonated through the corridor like the roar of a lion. Headmasters and prefects of each house, please escort your students to the Great Hall, and kindly ensure that you account for their numbers. It must be said that Hogwarts possessed a commendable ability to mobilize, at least. There was no sign of unrest at that moment. Anriel moved ahead of them, vanishing from sight, only to reappear in the hall moments later. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that this place seemed rather ill-suited for slumber. With a casual wave of his hand, Anriel summoned 4 long tables to lean against the wall. Suddenly, an unusual bulge appeared on the floor, and small rooms constructed of tiles and bricks emerged, sprouting from the ground like mushrooms after a rainstorm within the hall. Anriel has designed these small houses based on the memory of a Muggle's 5-star hotel, featuring ample and spacious interiors. This employs a widely utilized large-scale non-invasive extension charm in architecture. Each small elevation comprises 12 bedrooms, accommodating up to 48 guests, with each bedroom equipped with a private bathroom. Please bring your own toiletries. Anriel contemplated that since he was solely responsible this time, rather than Dumbledore, it would be somewhat beneath dignity to have the students sleep in sleeping bags. These small houses were stable and robust, creating a self-contained space that was both portable and efficient, saving time and effort. They were indeed essential items for both home and travel, as well as for more nefarious activities. Before long, the heads of the 4 houses arrived in the hall with their students. They nearly failed to recognize it as the hall. What is this place? Anriel had created it, but that was a question best left unasked. They quickly chose the most desirable accommodations to settle into. Despite their astonishment, both students and professors held a high regard for Anriel's capabilities. Anriel, through his own conduct, has relentlessly elevated the psychological resilience of the entire school's faculty and students in the face of extraordinary circumstances. The dean and the head of the class are responsible for allocating rooms. However, with only 28 individuals in total, it is inevitable that whispers of chatter arise during the room assignments. Most of the discussions consist of Gryffindors sharing their accounts with members of other houses, at least regarding the information they possess. Anriel did not intervene, for there was no necessity. They would inevitably discover the truth in due course. Unlike yesterday, today's incident left a considerable number of students in a state of disquietude. Yesterday was Halloween, a time when students congregated in the Great Hall, during which Sirius Black attacked the portrait of the Fat Lady. Today, however, was a regular school day, and many were present in the Gryffindor common room when the attack occurred. This realization instilled a deep sense of dread. Had someone ventured out during the assault, the consequences could have been dire. Amidst this tumultuous atmosphere, the head of Gryffindor House and Professor McGonagall exerted considerable effort to ensure that their students returned to their dormitories for rest. Soon, apart from Anriel, only 2 individuals remained in the Great Hall: Albus Dumbledore, standing by the entrance, and Luna, quietly awaiting Anriel by the side of the hall. It became evident upon reflection what had transpired. "Well then, I shall take my leave," he remarked. With a smile, Anriel turned to Dumbledore. "Go ahead." Dumbledore could clearly discern the thoughts of the young couple. If they chose not to sleep in the hall, so be it. If the 2 of them were to encounter danger, it would imply that there was no one safe within Hogwarts. In truth, it was not just Anriel and Luna who held such sentiments. The students of Ravenclaw largely regarded the intrusion of Black into the school with indifference. They perceived the situation quite clearly. Grievances were to be avenged, and resentments were to be addressed. You simply turn left on the 6th floor, yes, towards Gryffindor Tower. The Gryffindor common room, please. To say nothing of it, no matter how idle Sirius Black might be, he surely wouldn't take the trouble to meander through extra corridors or ascend another flight of stairs to trouble the students of Ravenclaw, would he? The Ravenclaw Tower is the 2nd level down from the top of the West Tower, which houses the Ollery. Harry Potter is not present here. Besides, with Anriel around, it is tantamount to having the headmaster vigilantly guarding the premises 25 hours a day. Should one provoke her, it would not merely be Sirius Black to contend with. Voldemort had made an appearance 2 years prior. Misfortune would inevitably befall those who dared to enter, as evidenced by Quirrell's unfortunate fate. Even if we were to entertain the notion of Sirius Black, he managed to escape from Azkaban. If he were truly intent on murdering a student, what could one possibly resist? Better to resign oneself to slumber. Anriel followed Luna back to the Ravenclaw common room. To be candid, he was not particularly eager to engage in any urgent matters. According to English standards, there was no pressing need to act until the following year. As Luna frolicked ahead, she abruptly halted, glancing back with her head tilted. The boyfriend radar just activated. Anriel is likely lost in yet another peculiar thought. Luna rolled her eyes in an anime-style fashion, conveying her bemusement. A tranquil night passed without conversation, and everyone slept soundly. Meanwhile, Hentai, clutching his little doll, enjoyed a delightful dream, although he would forget much of it upon awakening. In recent days, patrols had intensified both inside and outside the castle. However, it must be stated that among the main patrol force, 3 individuals were feigning ignorance. The others, possibly excluding Snape, would never guess that Sirius Black was currently hiding within the castle, right under Dumbledore's nose. He had been relatively subdued, refraining from transforming into the large black dog that roamed freely. This was a fortunate development for Anriel, Dumbledore, and Lupin, as the Sirius they encountered was still reminiscent of the one from years past, largely unchanged by his time in Azkaban. Aside from exhibiting a slight irritability, there were no significant alterations. One possible flaw, which might very well be a result of Dumbledore and Anriel's combined influence, loomed large. Moreover, there was another minor detail. Sirius Black's presence had been detected within Hogwarts. Did the Ministry of Magic not make any moves to apprehend him? The answer was both affirmative and negative. This seemingly contradictory statement implied that the Ministry had indeed dispatched more Dementors to Hogwarts. However, upon reaching the vicinity of the castle, they seemed to be obstructed by an invisible barrier. The Ministry first discovered that the Dementors could not enter Hogwarts, and then, suddenly, one day, they vanished. They disappeared without a trace, as if they had never been there at all. Thus, there was action, yet it bore no fruit. Soon, another full moon night arrived. At the staff table, Lupin's seat remained unoccupied. Most of the faculty were aware of the unfortunate circumstances surrounding him. As for Anriel, he found himself summoned to assist Snape. The Wolfsbane potion was a complex and narrowly applicable concoction, its preparation process rather intricate. Although the difficulty was not an issue for Snape, the effort required was considerable. Consequently, Snape requested Dumbledore's permission for Anriel to help expedite his work. It appeared that the potion's inventor had assumed that weakening werewolves without causing them harm was a straightforward task. Anriel stirred the contents of the copper cauldron, engaging in idle chatter as he spoke to Snape. Anriel indeed regarded the act of consuming such a potion as a form of torment, and he harbored thoughts of refining the Wolfsbane elixir. Severus was wholeheartedly in favor of this endeavor. It was not out of pity for Lupin's evident suffering, but rather due to the high likelihood, over 90%, that the attempt to develop or enhance a new potion would yield a novel toxin. Severus was more than willing to assist. Furthermore, he found a certain satisfaction in the prospect of Anriel bearing the blame should Lupin meet his demise. Anriel was acutely aware that his proficiency in potion-making paled in comparison to that of Snape, and thus he wisely chose to refrain from pursuing the topic further. Aside from the ailing Lupin, there was a Quidditch match taking place, which was a significant event for everyone else. Regrettably, Anriel found himself utterly disinterested. The match featured Gryffindor pitted against Hufflepuff, and it was set to unfold amidst tempestuous weather. To be frank, Anriel had no desire to step outside. However, Luna expressed her wish to attend. Therefore, they would go. Without uttering a word, Anriel unfurled an umbrella larger than a horse-drawn carriage, ample enough to shield even Hagrid's formidable stature from a single drop of rain from above. The emphasis lies not on the umbrella itself, but rather on the waterproof enchantment woven beneath its canopy. Would it not be more advantageous to simply conjure clear skies instead? Anriel contemplated for a moment before relinquishing the overly ostentatious notion, choosing instead to acquiesce to the natural order of things. However, if he attended the match himself, the Dementors would surely not infiltrate the stadium, would they? The ensuing butterfly effect could prove monumental, should it lead to Harry Potter's inability to master the patroness charm. It would be utterly absurd. Yet, if Harry Potter were to forego these tribulations and consequently fail to learn the charm, it would only serve to underscore his inadequacies. Lacking in innate talent, possessing rudimentary strategy, inferior knowledge compared to Hermione, and yet exhibiting the courage befitting a Gryffindor, when these attributes coalesce, survival becomes a formidable challenge. After scarcely half a second of deliberation, Anriel ultimately reached a resolution. Let the butterfly effect be damned. Nothing could eclipse the joy of his little angel. The rain poured torrentially, and the winds howled fiercely. Fortuitously, it was Anriel who held the umbrella for Luna. Otherwise, with her seemingly ethereal frame, she might very well have been swept away. Oblivious to the world around them, Anriel escorted his girlfriend to the main stand and shrugged at Dumbledore. I must inquire, sir. What brings you out in such inclement weather to witness the match? Ah, merely a whim, Anriel. You and Miss Lovegood should take your seats here, Dumbledore replied, gesturing with his wand to an empty space beside him, which promptly manifested into a comfortable armchair. Indeed, there was only one, with a sharp whistle from Madame Hooch. Amidst the tempest that rendered visibility nearly impossible, the only sounds discernible were the patter of raindrops upon various surfaces, the ground, the stands, the tarpaulin, and the broomsticks resembling branches. Anriel squinted, his pupils constricting, akin to a sophisticated high-frequency camera honing in on the elusive thief. His gaze followed the diminutive figure as it darted frantically through the raindrops, buffeted by the relentless gusts of wind, swaying precariously. The whistle sounded once more, signaling a temporary halt to the competition. Anriel had just observed the golden snitch without paying any heed to the quaffle. Perhaps would deem the weather far too inclement for their match, prompting him to call for a timeout. Dumbledore shifted his gaze from Harry Potter, who had already touched down on the ground, to glance at the generally lackluster crowd. It seemed, however, that his concern lay not with the spectators, but with what might potentially emerge, Dementors. Anriel did not ponder much, for Luna had nestled in his embrace. Fast asleep, seemingly feeling a bit chilly, she burrowed further into Anriel's arms. Her delicate, water-like visage rested against his chest, nuzzling back and forth, exuding an air of profound intimacy. Anriel was utterly unconcerned with the golden snitch. The rain poured incessantly, and the whistle blew, prompting the players to take flight. Harry Potter navigated through the deluge, riding his nimbus. Competing in such weather was indeed a torment. At this moment, he could only sadly concede a truth. Marcus was right. In conditions like this, the chances of victory for either team would significantly diminish. It was laughable. Searching for the snitch in such downpour was nearly impossible. But wait, What was that? Harry pressed down on the broomstick and dove, determined to investigate whatever flicker had caught his eye, whether it was merely a glimmer of a watch or a wand. He hesitated, his breath nearly caught in his throat, though in this torrential rain. Holding his breath was unnecessary. The golden ball hovered just behind Cedric. Wood had mentioned something about this earlier. He pivoted swiftly. Yet Lee Jordan seemed oblivious to the fact that both seekers were struggling to track the elusive snitch amidst the curtain of rain. A deep breath. Harry endeavored to steady his racing heart, calming himself like a predator poised to strike. He silently swooped low, arcing around Cedric, as Gryffindor led by 80 points. If he could seize the snitch before Cedric could react, the Quidditch Cup would almost certainly be theirs. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Amidst the howling wind and torrential rain, Harry minimized all sound he could muster. He moved slowly, deliberately. Reach. Success. The golden ball struggled feebly between his fingers, flapping its wings in desperation. Harry's heart raced, still unable to find calm. Just then, he spotted something, a large, bear-like black dog. The imposing creature stood on the nearest spectator stand, quietly watching him through the rain. It seemed to be silently fulfilling some ominous purpose. A shiver of unease coursed through Harry. He did not call out to Cedric, for he had just captured the golden snitch beside him. The feeling was overwhelming, almost hurtful. Harry flew straight towards the announcer's box, desperately attempting to forget about that black dog. Anriel naturally observed the possession of the golden snitch, as it was Harry who, right under Diggory's nose, indeed, almost behind his head, successfully seized it. Following Harry's gaze, Anriel also caught sight of the large black dog, Sirius, displaying remarkable kindness. He chose not to interrupt this seemingly thrilling, yet genuinely heartwarming moment. It was only when Harry circled around Diggory and soared towards the grandstand that he cleared his throat. "Gentlemen, the match has concluded. Mr. Potter is approaching." Dumbledore squinted for a moment, comprehending the situation. "Ah, splendid. Mr. Jordan, the match has ended. Mr. Potter has captured the snitch." The former statement was directed at Anriel, while the latter was addressed to Lee Jordan, who was officiating the match. Anriel gently lowered his head to glance at the little angel nestled in his arms, who was peacefully slumbering. The remaining festivities of the Gryffindor celebration held little allure for him. Cradling Luna, Anriel chose to return to the castle, his interest in the gathering waning. It seemed that Dumbledore had also vanished, perhaps finding the inclement weather unwelcoming for one of his age. In England, such dreary, drizzling weather is rather commonplace, as exemplified by the current scene. This rain had persisted intermittently for a full 2 months, only hinting at cessation just before Christmas. If one were to assess these 2 months from a narrative perspective, one would find little of note. It appeared that Sirius had heeded the counsel of both Dumbledore and Anriel, maintaining a remarkably subdued presence alongside Lupin during this period. Perhaps he was concocting some scheme. Yet his outward demeanor suggested a prolonged stability. However, from Anriel's vantage point, the situation was far more complex. This should be the last one. Anriel exhaled heavily, the breath manifesting in an eerie shade of grayish-black. Over the past 2 months, he had completely eradicated the soul-sucking creatures that had been on duty near the school. Anriel's capacity to digest them has been accelerating. The creature that had just been encountered was instantaneously absorbed by the resurrection stone. When hunting the first Dementor, Anriel realized that the moment he could completely consume such a terrifying entity within a single day, he would have fully mastered the ultimate weapon of this fearsome magical being, the soul-sucking kiss. Perhaps, for the first time since the emergence of Dementors, this magical ability has been wielded by a being of another race. The connection between Anriel and the Resurrection Stone has become increasingly profound. He resolved to venture into more forbidden realms, the Wish House. This time, at Anriel's behest, the Wish House transformed into an expansive, empty chamber. He grasped a large bag in his hand, which appeared rather peculiar and out of place. What could be contained within that bag? Anriel inhaled deeply, removing the Resurrection Stone from his finger and clasping it within his palm. He retrieved an item from his bag and placed it upon the floor before him. Grasping his wand, he directed it towards the hand that held the Resurrection Stone. "Resurrection is within me, and life dwells within me. Though your spirit has departed and your flesh has perished, I possess the token to summon you. I shall restore your corporeal form, vibrant with life. Those who walk again upon this earth, teach them to believe in me, to acknowledge me as their Lord, and liberate them from the grasp of death. For those who trust in me, though they may die, shall surely rise again." Some excerpts are derived from the Bible. Anriel was unaware of the true meaning behind the eulogies imparted to him by the Resurrection Stone. He merely recited them as instructed. However, Taken at face value, they seemed to convey that he possessed the means to summon the departed, and that the soul in question had not lingered in the realm of the living, akin to a specter. Thus, he was invoking their return to life. Upon resurrection, the newly revived would be bound to serve him as their master, regardless of their willingness, and in return, he would bestow upon them immortality. Such were the tyrannical terms. Reflective of the intentions of Cadmus, the creator of the resurrection stone, in its inception, a shrouded mist seeped through Anriel's fingers, reminiscent of incense flowing backward, gently cascading down to envelop the medium of resurrection. Anriel is indeed aware of the wisdom of taking gradual steps. Thus, what lies upon the ground is not the diadem of Ravenlaw, but rather a small, elegant golden pendant box. It is not the pendant box of Slytherin. That particular item has been utterly obliterated by Anriel's lightning strike. This is a counterfeit. In other words, the owner of this pendant box is neither Slytherin nor Voldemort, but rather A.B. Regulus Arcturus Black. At the very moment when the gray mist completely enveloped the pendant box, a rich gray light burst forth, and a profound aura of death pervaded the entire room. The gray mist erupted forth as if a fire hydrant had been unleashed, gushing forth in a spectacular display. Anriel tightened his grip on the resurrection stone, narrowing his eyes. Before him loomed a heavy door, emerging from the nebulous gray mist, as if it delineated the boundary between the corporeal and the ethereal. The mist swirled languidly, imparting an otherworldly sensation, suggesting that this door could vanish into the fog at any moment. Its outline was faintly discernible, the dimensions and shape elusive, creating an illusion of infinite extension. Crafted from ancient stone, its surface was adorned with moss and the marks of time, exuding an aura of age and solemnity. Yet, the intricate designs upon the door were sharply defined, a multitude of skulls ensnared by decaying thorns and withered vines, the seemingly fragile plants appearing remarkably resilient, binding the deceased firmly within the portal. The twisted forms of these plants, with their desiccated leaves, evoked a sense of vitality stripped away. They seemed to serve as a warning to those who dared approach, advising against disturbing the tranquility beyond this threshold. However, Anriel's intention in manifesting this door was not to admire a work of art. He strode purposefully toward the portal of death, raising his hand to grasp the scythe-like latch that spanned the center of the door. Lifting it upward, the door opened silently, retreating into the shadows. Typically, latches are found on the interior side of doors. This portal did not beckon the dead to return to the realm of the living. Rather, it invited the living to plunge into the underworld. Outside stood a tall, slender youth, strikingly handsome, who had perished at the tender age of 18. His eyes were a deep obsidian, and his complexion was pallid, a visage befitting the deceased. A chilling gust from beyond swept into the room, sending shivers down Anriel's spine. He was not yet the perfect master of the resurrection stone. This wind from the realm of death could not linger for long. Consequently, Anriel seized the disoriented Regulus and pulled him through the threshold. The moment they crossed into the doorway, Regulus's somewhat ethereal form solidified, yet his pallor remained. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, a stark contrast to the silence of its opening, causing Anriel to experience a momentary ringing in his ears. He hastily secured the scythe latch behind him. The mist cascading from the ceiling enveloped the door, and as it gradually dissipated, it did not retreat into the resurrection stone, but vanished as if it had never existed. The room returned to tranquility, and the pendant box upon the floor had also disappeared. The only difference was the presence of an additional person beside Anriel. In a state of disbelief, he turned to Regulus. Regulus Black? Regulus blinked, gazing at Anriel with a look of bewilderment. After a moment, he nodded. Yes, my lord. He took a half-step back and slightly bowed. I remember being in that lake. He lifted his gaze, his eyes now entirely transformed, looking upon Anriel. Was it you who saved me? Anriel regarded Regulus with a sense of intrigue. This marked his inaugural experience in resurrecting the departed, eliciting a blend of surprise and curiosity within him. He found himself pondering how the deceased perceive their own mortality. Does Regulus retain any memories from his existence as a wraith? You are a soul lost to time, having departed in 1979. Your demise was precipitated by consuming the potion associated with Voldemort's protective Horcrux, subsequently succumbing to an assault by the wraiths in the lake, ultimately becoming one of them. I have not saved you. Rather, I have restored you to existence. Regulus bowed his head, reflecting in silence for a moment before raising it once more. I understand. Anriel found it quite intriguing, but upon further reflection, he deemed it reasonable. Regulus's intelligence was not something that could easily be trifled with. As a traitor who had defected from the Death Eaters, he joined their ranks at the age of 16 and, by 18, had discovered the existence of Voldemort's Horcruxes, along with the location of one of them. Moreover, he successfully executed a plan to swap the Horcrux, all during Voldemort's peak of power. This background, upon any scrutiny, appears absurdly extraordinary. With such an astoundingly sharp mind, one could surmise that his capacity for acceptance must also be remarkably strong. Anriel and Regulus gazed at each other in silence. Regulus, perceiving that Anriel had not issued any commands as his master, took the opportunity to observe his subconscious sovereign. Anriel recalled Regulus's character. He was valiant and just, benevolent and upright. As one of the earliest members to join the Death Eaters, Regulus lacked any record of malevolence amidst a group of staunch pureblood advocates. The original Death Eaters did not torment Muggles and Muggle-born wizards as their successors did. Regulus's allegiance to Voldemort stemmed from a desire for bloodline and power, initially perceiving service to the Dark Lord as an honor, only to ultimately rebel with his life. Unlike his fellow Death Eaters and the Dark Lord, he did not regard the lives of house elves and Muggles as mere trifles. Upon realizing that Voldemort sought to dispose of creature as one discards refuse, he experienced a profound change of heart, recognizing Voldemort's true nature. He understood that Voldemort was not advocating for pure-blood supremacy, but rather wielding brutality to dominate others, thus realizing the complete fallacy of his former beliefs. Consequently, he sacrificed his life for one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, aiming to obliterate the Dark Lord's immortality, with creature being his sole companion, lacking even a single capable ally. He preferred to perish in obscurity rather than endanger his family. 15 years after his death, Regulus remained unrecognized. In the original narrative, his family remained unaware of his ideological transformation. Even his elder brother, Sirius, died without knowing that he had an extraordinarily brave brother. Having such a person as an ally would have been most fortuitous. Anriel revealed a satisfied smile. Regulus, I am here. Regulus inclined his head slightly. Anriel pondered for a moment before issuing the first command to Regulus. I grant you a holiday for Christmas, during which you shall familiarize yourself with the changes that have transpired in the magical realm over the past 15 years since your demise. Subsequently, I shall craft a wand for you. It was evident from Regulus's expression that he was taken aback, likely already speculating about the nature of the relationship between Anriel and Ollivander. Anriel did not dwell on this matter. Since he had asked Regulus to catch up on the significant events of these years, it was inevitable that he would encounter Anriel Grindelwald. As Anriel raised his hand, Regulus's form dissipated like wisps of smoke. How wondrous it is! On the barren ground, Regulus's voice resonated. You may traverse to any destination you desire and uncover any knowledge you seek. It is imperative to note that you now possess a corporeal form, capable of touching objects, and are not a mere specter. Return here at midday 3 days hence, and I shall bestow upon you your wand. Then, on the noon of January 5th, return to report back. 3 days may not suffice for Anriel to craft a wand that perfectly aligns with Regulus's essence. Yet it is certainly ample time to fashion a functional instrument. The tools referred to by Anriel evidently denote the mass-produced elderberry and nightshade feather wand. The essence of death contained within is merely a trifling matter for the resurrection stone. Regulus replied briefly, falling silent thereafter, with his body now entirely vanished. It was as if he no longer existed at all. As Anriel pushed open the door of the all-answering house, he pondered the material of Regulus's wand. Given his temperament, Regulus might be more suited to cherry or elm wood. However, having experienced death, he could perhaps be more aligned with cypress. Walnut and blackthorn were also viable options to consider. Undoubtedly, the core would be composed of a nightmare's tail feather. As a being of the dead, if Regulus were to wield a wand with a vibrant and life-filled core, Anriel feared it might explode in his grasp. Once the wand plan was finalized, Anriel sensed Regulus moving away from him. He surmised that during the 3 days he awaited his wand, Regulus would likely peruse materials in the library. Anriel harbored no intention of disturbing his thoughts. With a graceful flick of his cloak, he vanished from sight. As for his destination, it was evidently the Ravenclaw common room. Following a nearly imperceptible sound, akin to the manifestation of a phantom, Anriel materialized within the common room. In recent days, it seemed as though magic itself had hastened the approach of Christmas, leaving the populace little time to respond before the holiday arrived. This final weekend preceding Christmas coincided perfectly with the last opportunity for students to visit Hogsmeade this term. Anriel's schedule was rather full. Firstly, his father-in-law, Mr. Xenophilius Lovegood, was to return to Hogwarts at Dumbledore's invitation to celebrate Christmas, a holiday cherished for familial togetherness, alongside his current family. Since the passing of his wife, Pandora, he had but Luna as his only kin. For the eccentric Lovegood family, distant relatives seemed almost non-existent. However, now, old Xenophilius found solace in the presence of Luna, Anriel, and the equally aged Albus Dumbledore. This undoubtedly provided him with great comfort, considering that live Puffskeins are not particularly adept at fireplace travel. Xenophilius would need to apparate outside Hogsmeade, where Anriel would be there to collect him. Additionally, it appeared that Fudge might also be attending, as he had arranged a dinner with Dumbledore, which Anriel would again attend to. Prior to that, Anriel was to accompany Fudge to the Three Broomsticks for a drink, alongside Professor McGonagall and his own headmaster, Professor Flitwick, as well as Hagrid and others. However, within the original narrative, the somewhat tense gathering might prove to be quite a source of distress for Mr. Harry Potter, who might overhear the proceedings. It was uncertain if he would require comforting from the Savior, who harbored much animosity. Anriel had no desire to attend. After all, Sirius would not harm Harry, and as long as Wurtail made an appearance, all rumors would dissipate. He thought it prudent to personally visit the Three Broomsticks beforehand for some mead and a taste of violet water. Anriel murmured softly, "However, this is not the moment. There is no urgency regarding this matter for the time being." Anriel settled at her workstation, drawing open a drawer to retrieve a piece of timber. It was a log, 2 fingers in thickness and the length of her forearm, a section of elderberry trunk. The elderberry is a deciduous shrub, reaching heights of up to 4 meters, with a smooth, unangular stem and numerous branches, quite unlike the willow tree that many might envision upon first reading. Anriel retrieved a silver, strangely curved blade, resembling a knife. Layers of bark cascaded down in delicate whispers, and the elder branch in Anriel's grasp transformed into an exquisitely smooth instrument, akin to a noble wand. Ollivander once reflected on a particular matter. Anriel is undoubtedly a genius, a fact that is beyond dispute. Mr. Ollivander believes that no rumor can compare to his own first-hand observations. Thus, upon witnessing Anriel's remarkable capacity for learning, he was genuinely astonished. Within a year of study, Anriel was already attempting to craft wands, and the affinity for death bestowed upon him by the Resurrection Stone enabled him to genuinely attempt to replicate the legendary wand. 3 days later, Anriel presented a standard wand to Regulus at the entrance of the Room of Requirement. After bowing in gratitude, Regulus departed from the school. The information obtainable at Hogwarts is likely insufficient, especially considering it is Christmas, when most individuals return to their homes, leaving only a select few behind, including Harry Potter. On that Saturday, Anriel led the way, gently pushing open the small door of the Three Broomsticks. Most importantly, he entered the tavern ahead of Fudge. He noticed Hermione hastily using some decorations to obscure herself from another person, Ron. However, Mr. Potter inadvertently revealed a pair of shoes beneath the table. How careless indeed. With a casual wave of his wand, Anriel conjured an invisible force that tugged at Harry's invisibility cloak, concealing his sneakers. Discovered. Yet, why did Anriel refrain from directly stating this and instead assist in shrouding him in the cloak? Harry pondered for a moment, but found no answers. Thus, he resolved to dismiss such thoughts and focused intently on eavesdropping. Given that Fudge had come to Hogwarts for official business, the conversation inevitably circled back to Sirius Black. "I am truly sorry, Rosmerta, but I still believe that Sirius Black is active in this vicinity," Fudge said, his discomfort palpable. Nevertheless, he insisted that the presence of Dementors was necessary. With the Dementors having been thoroughly expelled from Hogwarts, a substantial number had been dispatched to work in Hogsmeade, much to the displeasure of the owner of the Three Broomsticks. Compared to the original narrative, the situation for these Dementors had worsened. While Dumbledore had barred them from entering the castle grounds, Anriel allowed them in. Though, well, entering was one thing, and leaving alive was another matter entirely. To be honest, among all those who have gravitated towards the Dark Lord, Sirius Black is the most unfathomable to me. Rosmerta mused for a moment before continuing. Reflecting on his demeanor during his school days, had you told me he would eventually align himself with dark forces, I would have advised you to cut back on your drinking. Far from sufficient, Fudge muttered. What? I mean, the heinous acts he committed extend far beyond that. What could be worse than murdering 12 people in cold blood on the streets? Rosmerta queried, perplexed. Oh, there is indeed more. You mentioned you remember Black. Do you recall his closest friend during their school days? Professor McGonagall interjected, her tone light. shrouding the tale she was about to unfold with an air of mystery. Without hesitation, Rosmerta readily provided the name. Anriel heard the faint clinking of a glass before the name James Potter emerged. He had ample reason to believe that Harry Potter was merely eavesdropping with the intent of enduring their presence. Anriel shook his head, prompting Professor McGonagall and Fudge to glance at him. He gently raised an eyebrow. "There's no need to stare at me, Professor. I am not privy to any more information than what Mr. Dumbledore has shared with you." He pointedly disregarded Fudge. Professor McGonagall exchanged a knowing look with Professor Flitwick, leaving Fudge in the dark. Were the two of them still unaware? Anriel's performance over the past few years has unequivocally demonstrated that when he speaks, he possesses a wealth of insider knowledge, undoubtedly surpassing that of anyone else present. Fudge, clearly oblivious to the ludicrous impression Anriel left on others at Hogwarts, continued to regale the audience with the astonishing exploits of Sirius. A terrifying scene unfolded as the street erupted into a deep pit. Everyone, save for Anriel, including the three eavesdropping children, shuddered uncomfortably. After all, it was the lives of an entire street at stake, along with a full 12 oars. Hagrid let out a thunderous sniff, vociferously cursing the ungrateful traitor, his garbled yet remarkably loud voice attracting the attention of several patrons in the tavern. However, the majority of them averted their gaze upon recognizing the Minister of Magic. Hagrid, enough already, restrain yourself." Anriel's voice overshadowed Haig's as he raised the glass of mint liqueur before him and took a small sip. "However, I must say, Minister, although these matters are now common knowledge to us, my father and I seem to have stumbled upon some intriguing little details." Professors McGonagall and Flitwick immediately perked up, their mutual curiosity evident in their eyes. In this moment, Anriel appeared more professor-like than either of them. Fudge's expression was one of bewilderment. "What? Huh? Child? What are you saying? You and your father?" This time, Anriel was taken aback. "Huh?" To Anriel, Fudge seemed somewhat forgetful, and he hoped this was indeed the case. Otherwise, he would have to accept that the Ministry of Magic's intelligence-gathering system had devolved into something akin to refuse fit only for swine. It had been 4 years, and there were still those unaware of Anriel's identity? Was the Ministry's information network truly so inept? Anriel temporarily suppressed his rather revolutionary thoughts, deeming it not yet the opportune moment. However, if the Minister of Magic continues to exhibit such character, it would be entirely reasonable for this government to meet its demise. Moreover, Voldemort's dark forces are not, in an absolute sense, merely a rabble. They can at least be considered formidable adversaries. Although the performance of the Noseless One may have faltered somewhat, he undoubtedly ranks among the most powerful wizards in history. Whether assessed through his magical prowess or the groundbreaking achievements he made in the exploration of dark magic, Voldemort is undeniably a prodigious talent. In stark contrast, the Ministry of Magic pales in comparison. Anriel could no longer be bothered to explain. "Never mind, Mr. Fucci, it is of little consequence." He leaned forward, prepared to address Fucci directly. "Ladies and gentlemen, my father and I have stumbled upon a terrifying and utterly astonishing assertion. Should this assertion prove true, then we have misattributed blame in all that we have just discussed." Anriel was delighted to see the gathering of individuals, including Fudge, whose eyes widened in astonishment. No, Anriel, what do you mean?" McGonagall exclaimed, restraining Hagrid, who was on the verge of rising in excitement, and lowered her voice to inquire. "Surely these events cannot be attributed to Sirius Black? That is inconceivable." Fudge interjected, preempting Anriel's response with a firm declaration. Anriel squinted his eyes. Even out of mere curiosity, he should have inquired about the details like Mag did, shouldn't he? Just based on that one definitive statement. The stubborn and conservative image of Fudge seemed to be almost slapped onto Anriel's face. With a smile gracing his features, he turned to Fudge, unfortunately. The latter failed to perceive any semblance of kindness in that expression. "Minister, I must insist. It would be prudent for you to refrain from interjecting until I have concluded my thoughts." The intoxication brought on by the red currant rum immediately diminished significantly upon hearing Anriel's words, which carried a chilling and threatening undertone. "Now, let me revert to the perspective shared between my father and myself. Those chaotic acts of betrayal may not have been orchestrated by Black himself. After that fateful day, my father acquired 2 pieces of evidence that were not only the earliest to appear at the crime scene, but also the most direct. Frankly, they hold far more significance than a mere finger belonging to the diminutive Peter." Professor Flitwick, with his quick wit, could not restrain a gasp. "Could it be?" "Oh, Merlin's beard, Anriel, you cannot be serious." Anriel pondered for a moment and concluded that even if Frilvy were mistaken, the error would not be excessively far-fetched. Thus, she nodded in agreement. Frilvy clicked his tongue, still enveloped in a state of astonishment. Observing the collective gaze of anticipation and curiosity directed towards him, Anriel chuckled softly. As for my father, through extensive negotiations, he ultimately procured. She paused deliberately, seemingly intent on heightening everyone's curiosity. The two ones implicated in the matter. A chorus of gasps echoed simultaneously. Anriel's lips twitched, and the smile upon his face nearly faltered. He took a deep breath and continued, I believe Mr. Barty Crouch must have some recollection of that time. Crouch was then the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Apart from Hagrid, who could hardly be considered a competent wizard, and the three eavesdropping young witches and wizards. All the other wizards and witches at the table were enveloped in a heavy silence. You used Fudge's voice. It sounded somewhat tremulous. Yet it was predominantly filled with skepticism and disbelief. Was it a memory charm, or was it the effect of the perpetual enchantment that would not work? A more knowledgeable professor of charms interjected with a question. Indeed, Anriel took a sip of wine. Just as we now surmise, the most unfortunate conclusion is indeed the case. The catastrophic explosion curse emanated from the wand of the diminutive Peter. The prior incantation cast by that birch wand was a severing charm. Silence descended upon the gathering. Everyone was preoccupied with digesting this astonishing revelation, or rather, this horrifying reality. Fudge attempted several times to articulate his thoughts. Yet he found himself swallowing back the words that lingered on the tip of his tongue. After much contemplation, he could only muster the phrase, can I infer that a prisoner confined in Azkaban for 12 years has a significant likelihood of being wrongfully accused? Anriel shrugged. You may interpret it this way, Minister. It is utterly impossible. If that were the case, why would he not appeal? As soon as the words left his lips, everyone around the table, except for Hagrid, regarded Fudge with a look of incredulity. Have you lost your senses? During that era, without even mentioning coercion, they would have simply imprisoned Sirius Black given the overwhelming evidence. That was under the jurisdiction of Bartemius Crouch, who did not even conduct a proper trial. Indeed, you raise a valid point, Minister. It seems we cannot definitively conclude this matter based solely on two wands. We must ascertain the survival of at least one of the two, Sirius Black or Peter Pettigrew. Anriel shrugged his shoulders, concluding his speech. There was nothing more to discuss with Fuji. Fuji, momentarily taken aback, swiftly downed the remaining rum in his glass. Anriel and Professor McGonagall exchanged a glance. The latter's expression was particularly grave, for if the revelations uncovered by Dumbledore and Anriel were indeed the truth, an unsettling possibility, it would imply something profoundly sinister. Professor McGonagall dared not, and was unwilling to, fathom the heinous events that had transpired in those years. Such thoughts were exceedingly cruel and beyond the bounds of reason for a woman who had always been so kind-hearted. Very well, Minister. While the night has yet to fully descend, if you wish to discuss matters of import with my father, it would be prudent to return to the castle now. Anriel observed as Fudge finished the last drop of his drink and spoke up to remind him. Christmas is a day for family reunions, not a day for work. Oh, I understand. But my dear, what exactly is your father? Fudge donned his tall top hat, then, as if struck by a sudden realization, inquired of Anriel. Anriel sighed. And for the first time amidst such a heavy topic, smiles appeared on the faces of Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick. Well, Mr. Fudge, Albus Dumbledore is my father. Fudge's hand, which had been holding his hat, froze, allowing the hat to tumble to the ground, yet he paid it no mind. His throat moved as if to produce some sound, but ultimately remained silent. With a thud, Anriel was the first to step out of the three broomsticks and into the heavy snowfall, leading the way just as he had upon his arrival. Soon followed by a few final exchanges among the group and the sounds of Madame Rosmerta tidying the table. After the teachers, including Fudge, departed the three broomsticks, Harry emerged from beneath the table, gazing blankly at his two best friends. The three exchanged glances, at a loss for words. The tragic incident from 12 years ago seemed far more complex than they had imagined. Ah, welcome, Cornelius. Dumbledore strode purposefully towards the Minister of Magic, his long silver beard flowing at his side. He shook Fudge's hand firmly, though Fudge appeared somewhat distracted. Oh, Dumbledore, how are you? I'm quite pleased to see you. Fudge's gaze flitted between Anriel and Dumbledore, his expression still one of perplexity. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. What troubles you, Cornelius? You seem burdened. And I suspect it is not solely due to Black. Yes. Well, let us set aside Black for now. That is more pressing. I just remembered. Dumbledore. There is something of significance. Fudge suddenly shuddered, as if finally recalling a matter of importance to dispel the swirling rumors and speculations regarding Albus Dumbledore that plagued his thoughts. This is crucial. The frequency of Dementor sightings around Hogwarts and its vicinity has been increasing alarmingly. Fudge looked anxiously out the window towards the Quidditch pitch. Of course, there was not a single Dementor in sight. Dumbledore would not permit them inside, nor would Anriel allow them to leave. It felt as though he acknowledged the absurdity of it, these Dementors were being hunted by an unknown adversary. Fudge shivered, seemingly reluctant to accept that there existed entities that preyed upon such terrifying magical creatures as Dementors. Yet various signs indicated that if not for this new creature proliferating, the growing appetite of these beings suggested they were becoming more powerful. Dumbledore cleared his throat and responded in a tone that, at least to Fudge, sounded quite serious. Is that so? Then I must take heed. Perhaps they may pose a threat to the safety of the children. Anriel stood nearby, listening to the conversation between two individuals who were clearly on entirely different wavelengths. His gaze briefly intersected with the pair of crystalline blue eyes, and then Dumbledore blinked. Anriel stifled a laugh with great effort. So, Connolly, if there are no further matters at hand, may I wish you a delightful Christmas holiday? Ah, very well. But as for Sirius Black, considering the numerous Dementors that have gone missing, it would be unwise to continue the search. Fudge seemed to be convincing himself. Perhaps I shall need to reallocate some ores. In any case, farewell, Albus. Fudge took the large top hat from Anriel's hands, placed it upon his head, and cast one last lingering glance at the father and son before exiting. With a resounding bang, the door closed behind him. The remaining pair, one elder and one younger, exchanged glances and erupted into hearty laughter. The door swung open once more, and Fudge peered back into the room, his expression one of perplexity. Mr. Fudge, do you have anything to add? Anriel's expression was unremarkable as he raised an eyebrow and inquired, while Dumbledore also turned his gaze towards Fudge. Fudge furrowed his brow and turned away. With a resounding thud, the door closed. The sound of laughter echoed, followed by a burst of mirthful exclamations. Once again, the door swung open. Mr. Fudge? Anriel inquired. Fudge, with a scowl, vowed that this would be the last time he opened that accursed door. Casting a blank stare at the two faces in the room that bore not a hint of mirth, Fudge turned and exited, shutting the door behind him with a resounding bang. The two miscreants, having enjoyed their fill of laughter, found themselves in a fit of amusement. Dumbledore wiped away the tears of laughter from the corners of his eyes, reveling in a joy he had not experienced in ages. It felt as though a vitality long lost decades ago had returned to his aged frame. Anriel, how are those Dementors treating you? I mean, do they cause you any gastrointestinal distress? He asked Anriel in a teasing tone. I don't know. They shouldn't, came the reply. Anriel shrugged. I never expected to conceal anything from you, sir. The sin of those substances is rather unpleasant, yet their efficacy is remarkable. Were it not for my concerns regarding the secrets of resurrection that I have yet to fully comprehend, I believe I would have succeeded by now. Dumbledore paused for half a second. Succeeded in what, my child? Anriel was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him that he had merely informed Dumbledore of the Resurrection Stone's suppressive effect on the Dementors. He had withheld the fact that he was on the verge of mastering the Resurrection Stone, as well as the impending acquisition of the Dementor's soul-draining power. Dumbledore, after all, was not omniscient. He remained oblivious to Anriel's capability to seize the Dementors and lacked a comprehensive understanding of the structure and potency of the Resurrection Stone. In other words, Dumbledore had only conjectured, based on scant clues, that the disappearance of these Dementors was the doing of Anriel. Furthermore, Anriel's motivations for such actions were undoubtedly rooted in his own rationale. Sir, this could prove quite challenging to demonstrate. Perhaps it is some peculiar and unique magical ability I am endeavoring to attain. Anriel seemingly nonchalantly shifted the topic, addressing one of Dumbledore's inquiries while deftly steering the conversation away from the Resurrection Stone. Dumbledore, not one to be easily deceived, immediately grasped the underlying message Anriel wished to convey. His expression morphed into one of astonishment as he regarded Anriel with a scrutinizing gaze, realizing that he was increasingly unable to fathom the depths of this child. However, he dismissed the thought. It was of little consequence. Dumbledore raised his eyes to glance at the grandfather clock. Initially, Anriel had merely suggested that he hang a clock in his office for convenience. Yet Dumbledore had somehow unearthed this ancient relic, likely older than himself, which, quite miraculously, kept perfect time. Time is of the essence. Mr. Lovegood should be arriving soon. Anriel, Do take a moment to greet him." Anriel uttered a soft acknowledgement and stepped forth, vanishing from the room, leaving behind a fleeting crack that swiftly mended. The space this fissure led to was one that Dumbledore was quite familiar with. Where do things go when they are subjected to the vanishing spell? They are transported to this chaotic realm. While Anriel himself felt no sensation of this transition, to an outside observer, his unique phantasmal appearance was indeed peculiar. Only someone as indomitable as Anriel would dare to traverse such a space, Dumbledore mused as he reclined comfortably in his armchair. Outside Hogsmeade. Xenophilius did not keep Anriel waiting for long. "You arrived early, and so did I. We are all quite civilized, after all, and punctuality is a virtue we all share." "Ah, my boy, Merry Christmas." Xenophilius enveloped Anriel in a hearty embrace. Today, he donned a splendidly bright yellow robe adorned with radiant sun motifs, blindingly vibrant. In the square, he would undoubtedly be the most flamboyant elder present. However, after the embrace, Anriel couldn't help but wonder if that robe truly radiated warmth like a miniature sun. He felt a twinge of concern for the delicate watercolor fish. Xenophilius and Anriel shared laughter as they made their way back to the castle, drawing many curious glances along the way. Most of the students who remained at school for Christmas were now in Hogsmeade and its vicinity. It was perplexing how their minds worked. Last year, during the Chamber of Secrets crisis, the castle was perilous, yet they sought refuge within its walls, believing Hogsmeade to be safe. This year, with Sirius's escape, the castle was secure while Hogsmeade was fraught with danger, and yet they all ventured out for a stroll. One word sufficed: absurd. While nearly everyone recognized Anriel, few were acquainted with his eccentric companion clad in peculiar attire. Anriel did not pause for a moment, pondering how to greet others and introduce himself. "Allow me to introduce my father-in-law," he considered. "As we are all students here, does such arrogance not seem a touch excessive?" He mused, feeling a wave of awkwardness wash over him. A few minutes later, in the principal's office, he exclaimed, "Ah, my old friend Dumbledore." This was the first utterance of Xenophilius upon encountering Dumbledore. Anriel keenly detected a trace of anomaly, a subtle discordance. "Ah, Xenophilius, it has been quite a while since we last met." This inquiry emanated from Anriel, as he pondered the source of the unease. Anriel recalled that Xenophilius had seemingly only met Dumbledore in person through correspondence. "Are you two acquainted?" Anriel, with a tone imbued with skepticism and a hint of annoyance, inquired. "Do you know him?" "We've been acquainted for quite some time. Hasn't Albus mentioned it to you?" This was remarked by Xenophilius. "Goodness gracious, Merlin's lunch bread. I assumed you had already discussed it with him," Dumbledore replied, stroking his beard with a smile. However, when Anriel pressed for details regarding how the two had come to know each other, both men skillfully diverted the conversation, offering no direct answer. Anriel felt that peculiar sensation intensifying. However, in the next moment, he realized that the chaotic old tales were of no significance at all, for there stood his father, along with the young gentleman and the headmaster. The door creaked open slightly, and Luna peeked in, her little head appearing as she swiftly assessed the three figures in the room before gliding in. Magic is indeed remarkable, as she entered with nary a sound, bouncing and skipping with delight. Anriel believed that Luna was too light. Upon entering, Luna embraced her father, then leaped out and nestled into Anriel's arms, rubbing against his chest. Anriel provided a graceful exit for the elderly gentleman, who was not particularly close to Luna, as Dumbledore remained ensconced behind his desk, unable to embrace him. Perhaps due to the festive season still being a day away, chuckles. As today was not yet Christmas, the evening banquet was modestly prepared, resembling a typical family dinner. Following the meal, Dumbledore chose to remain in his office, while Anriel accompanied Luna and her father downstairs to a clearing by the Forbidden Forest, where the school's nocturnal steeds occasionally made their appearance. Upon reaching the clearing, Anriel let out a whistle, and the nightmare emerged like a streak of black lightning from the depths of the forest. Luna cheered and darted toward the nightmare. "Slow down, don't rush." Anriel called out and swiftly followed, displaying no signs of being merely a 14-year-old child. "You two, fly slowly and lower, do you understand?" The nightmarish beast let out a shrill cry, seemingly indicating its comprehension. Anriel comprehended its meaning as well. Luna lifted her legs a couple of times but failed to ascend. Pouting slightly, Nightshade snorted, bending its front legs to kneel on the ground, allowing Luna to climb onto its back. "Off you go, take your time to play." Anriel gently patted the neck of Nightmare, placing a tender kiss upon Luna's forehead. With a graceful flutter of its wings, Nightmare took flight, circling the Forbidden Forest at a low altitude, resembling a rather eerie carousel. Luna appeared to be in high spirits. Anriel returned to the side of Xenophilius. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon Xenophilius's resplendent robe, seemingly merging him with the twilight. A glimmer of gold flashed upon his chest, momentarily dazzling Anriel's eyes. It was a small reflective surface emanating from a golden emblem resembling a vertical eye. "Child, what captivates your gaze?" Xenophilius inquired gently. "The symbol," she replied. Anriel spoke as he retrieved an identical object from his left pocket. "Oh." Xenophilius's eyes widened slightly. The emblem of Anriel is inherently identical to his own, as it was originally crafted by Anriel himself in imitation of that very symbol. It represents the insignia of the sacred artifact. Anriel gently spoke, employing a tone reminiscent of fervent devotion. "We are all saints. It is an undeniable truth that the Ancient One indeed exists." Anriel spoke. Xenophilius, upon hearing Anriel's words, nodded in agreement. "So, the remaining two items, the Resurrection Stone and the Invisibility Cloak, have you found them?" Xenophilius interrupted Anriel's narration, inadvertently posing a question he deemed foolish. What I meant was, just as Xenophilius was about to clarify, he was taken aback by Anriel's response. "Yes, I have found them." "Oh?" Anriel once again emphasized, nodding slightly. Now it was Xenophilius's turn to be astonished. "What? I mean, how? Which?" For a pilgrim, a devotee, it is entirely natural to be at a loss for words when a long-held belief manifests before one's very eyes. "I cannot be certain, Mr. Lovegood. History has demonstrated this to us. Aside from the invisibility cloak, the other two hallows are rightfully deserving of the name Death. They are exceedingly perilous and enigmatic." Xenophilius nodded in profound agreement. Anriel has deceived us. How could he ascertain the authenticity of the Resurrection Stone? What, then, is the purpose behind Anriel's actions? "Mr. Lovegood, are you aware of any means by which they can be distinguished?" Anriel inquired with genuine sincerity, appearing as though he was truly unaware. Xenophilius hesitated, observing his indecisive demeanor. Anriel felt a sudden jolt in his heart, as if it had skipped a beat. He realized he had struck gold. Hesitation signified knowledge. His gamble had paid off. Xenophilius was far from an ordinary individual. Anriel concealed his exuberance beneath a mask of calm, his face still adorned with an expression of curiosity. He was acutely aware that an ordinary wizarding family would not, without reason, don the emblem of the Peveril family at a formal gathering. In the original text, the wedding invitation for Lily and Bill included Xenophilius, who, when attending such a solemn and blessed occasion, wore beliefs that starkly contrasted with those of the newlyweds. This was a breach of etiquette. In a past life, Anriel famously proclaimed that when all erroneous answers have been cast aside, the remaining one, regardless of how improbable it may seem, is indeed the truth. If we entertain the notion that the Deathly Hallows do not symbolize the beliefs of Xenophilius, then the only remaining possibility is, well, my dear child, you see, our Luna has been rather enchanted by you. Which is why I confide this matter to you. This is a secret known solely to the members of the Lovegood family. It signifies lineage. Xenophilius pondered for a moment, as if recollecting something. Firstly, anyone with even a modicum of understanding of the Peveril family is aware that the Peveril brothers truly existed, meaning they were far from mere figments of legend, conjured as three phantoms. Anriel nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Xenophilius's words, for there was no doubt about it. The gravestone of Ignatius still stands in the Godric's Hollow. Xenophilius continued, stating that the legendary Antigonus, renowned for his bravery and combativeness, is indeed associated with what we believe to be his invention, the immensely powerful and invincible wand. Apart from Antigonus himself, no one knows the true principles behind the Elder Wand. Anriel inhaled deeply, for no one was privy to the truth. He might be the sole individual who comprehended the principles of the Elder Wand. Devoid of the potent essence of death, the Elder Wand was merely an ordinary wand, incapable of drawing its previous masters and adversaries into the abyss of mortality. Xenophilius failed to notice the subtle shift in Anriel's demeanor. However, he stated, "Antioch is dead." This revelation was hardly surprising, as he had succumbed to the treachery of a malicious backstabber. He was the first among the three brothers to encounter the Grim Reaper. This was beyond question. In terms of recorded history, the accounts of the eldest, Antioch, were the most scant, with no mention of marriage or progeny, merely fleeting references to his illustrious combat exploits. Conversely, the chronicles of the Elder Wand were the most abundant, which is undeniably ironic. Thus, we can infer certain truths. For instance, the Deathly Hallows were not conceived in a single era. Xenophilius's statement struck Anriel like a revelation, illuminating a fresh perspective. It seems you have come to an understanding. We, the saints with a deeper comprehension of the deathly hallows, believe that Antioch's untimely demise may have been one of the catalysts for Cadmus's invention of the resurrection stone. When Xenophilius mentioned we, he hesitated slightly, as if he had momentarily altered his phrasing to conceal certain truths. The tale of the resurrection stone is lengthy. Allow me to reserve its narration for the conclusion. Anriel nodded, bypassing the resurrection stone, the next of the deathly hallows being the invisibility cloak. An artifact steeped in deeper origins. We can trace its lineage back to the very foundation, the Potter family. Xenophilius began his narration from the upper echelons, the invisibility cloak. As the last of the deathly hallows, was crafted by the meticulous and prudent Ignotus, the youngest of the three brothers. It remains ever vibrant and impervious to damage. Indeed, it is rumored that the invisibility cloak can withstand a certain lethal curse. Clearly, he referred to the Avada Kedavra. However, as far as Anriel understood, the cloak did not spare the Potter family from their tragic fate. Neither James Potter, who wielded the invisibility cloak at the time, nor Lily Potter, who theoretically could have been shielded by it yet chose to sacrifice her life for the survival of her child. Upon reflection, none of them were struck by the killing curse while cloaked, were they? Thus, whether the invisibility cloak can truly defy the Avada Kedavra remains an enigma. Xenophilius shivered, seemingly aware that his words bore an ominous weight. Clearly, no one possesses the audacity to put this to the test. P.S. In the previous chapter's commentary, someone questioned why the invisibility cloak was not used to shield a chicken for experimentation. A rather astute point, I concurred. Regrettably, the original texts do not mention such an experiment, despite the persistent legends that the cloak could ward off death. Perhaps it reflects a limitation in the wizarding mindset. This inconsistency remains beyond my rectification for now, but fortunately, its impact is minimal, and there will be future explorations of this theme. Ignotus' descendants, bearing this wondrous artifact that not only conceals themselves but also cloaks others, became the first lineage, the Peverils, to fade from the wizarding world. Anriel meticulously pondered the profound implications embedded within the words of Xenophilius. What does it mean to be the first? Xenophilius trembled as if electrified, then gazed nostalgically towards the distant horizon, and thus, the tale of the second unfolds. Upon learning of his elder brother's demise, Cadmus exhibited no signs of rage or any such emotions, nor did he, like Ignatius, display sorrow or a resistance to death. He understood that this was the inevitable fate his brother had courted. He had narrowed his own path, relentlessly resorting to brute force. One can only remain a slave to death, much like Antiochus, a man of reckless bravery whose life could only serve to continually usher vibrant souls to the Grim Reaper, ultimately surrendering his own life to the same fate. How can one who cannot even command their own existence be deemed worthy of wielding dominion over death? The process and difficulty of crafting the resurrection stone far surpassed those of the Elder Wand and the invisibility cloak. The legends, in this regard, hold a kernel of truth. Indeed, Cadmus was an arrogant man. He was cold, haughty, self-assured, and conceited. He had always concealed his true capabilities. Anriel pondered, sensing an unsettling dissonance within his thoughts. Yet, Xenophilius offered him no respite for further contemplation. The resurrection stone was never conceived for the dead. Its entire essence was dedicated to the living. Only by grasping the profound truths of life could one traverse the shores of death. Cadmus succeeded, yet he also failed. However, the nature of his failure was not what tormented him, but rather the reason behind it. He was a proud man, as we have just noted. His downfall stemmed from his insufficient magical prowess to command the boundless legions of the deceased to rise again. The resurrection stone functioned as a gateway, capable of wreaking havoc through the currents of time, yet it required formidable magic to counteract all the resurrected souls. Cadmus, immensely powerful though he was, found himself incapable of this. Consequently, he succumbed to madness. A profound silence enveloped them both. Anriel remained unaware of the thoughts swirling in Xenophilius's mind. Yet he himself was consumed with contemplation over whether his own magical abilities truly surpassed those of Cadmus, sufficient to unlock the forbidden door that had remained sealed for millennia. In reviving Regulus, a delay could prove perilous for Anriel. The silence lingered for only a moment longer. For Xenophilius had yet to conclude his tale, a legendary saga deserving of a resolution. As the legends foretold, Cadmus indeed had a deceased beloved, yet she was no maiden, but rather his late wife. She bequeathed him their sole heir. After Antioch's demise, Cadmus tended to his elder brother's child and his own, yet, in his own descent into madness, The resurrection stone was taken by Antioch's elder son. Ultimately, it found its way into the hands of Voldemort during the era of Marvologot. This, then, is the tale of the resurrection stone. Xenophilius's final words remained unspoken. A heavy silence once again descended upon the two, and Anriel finally discerned the source of the discord. The intricacies of the legend known to Xenophilius were far too detailed. This was a secret known only to the Lovegood family. The answer was already glaringly apparent. Anriel chuckled lightly, exclaiming, "What a monumental secret this is! I never anticipated that I would be fortunate enough to wed the jewel of the Peveril family." Anriel was overwhelmed with emotion. Xenophilius did not refute her. He merely gazed quietly at Anriel. Indeed, there are times when heredity proves to be remarkably influential. How could someone as astute as Cadmus bequeath such folly as that of the Gunter family? In the realm of wizards, it is exceedingly rare for ancient families of bloodlines to deviate from the norm. Take, for instance, the Black family, where the vast majority are staunch adherents of dark magic. Similarly, the Weasley family exemplifies this notion. Conversely, the clever, even pathological, Lovegood lineage evidently aligns more fittingly with the legacy of Cadmus's descendants than the reckless Gunner clan. Anriel was equally astonished to discover that the Lovegood family was indeed the sole lineage of Cadmus Peveril. What a remarkable twist of fate. Very well, Mr. Lovegood. Let us allow Luna to play over there. My nightmare shall look after her. Would you be interested in witnessing the true power of the resurrection stone alongside me? Anriel and Xenophilius walked a considerable distance until they paused, ensuring that nothing would disturb Luna. This young woman, who is the most significant person in the lives of both men at present, must be safeguarded from any threat. Very well, Mr. Lovegood, let us proceed. In Anriel's tone, there was an uncontainable excitement. We are not merely witnessing. We are actively creating a miracle. Anriel extended his arm, revealing everything without reservation. The resurrection stone adorned his left thumb. As the sole living heir of Cadmus, he undoubtedly recognized the stone the moment Anriel first wore it before him. A torrent of magical energy surged unabated into the resurrection stone, far exceeding the power Anriel had infused into it during their encounter on the Isle of the Undead. The arcane abilities of Anriel are unfathomable, having long surpassed the realms typically associated with human sorcerers. The effects are immediate and striking. The resurrection stone emanates a series of dim, ominous lights, resembling a deathly glow that seems poised to engulf all in its path. Xenophilius gazes upon the dark stone, a relic of his ancestors, with a look that mingles shock, fascination, and reverence. The stone bears but a few delicate fissures, which, far from diminishing its inherent power, seem to amplify the chilling gray light it emits. Mr. Lovegood, it appears we have accomplished something of monumental significance. Anriel gazed in astonishment as the chilling winds howled and the soul mist swirled around him. Amidst the gray expanse, faint echoes of anguished wails seemed to emanate from the stone embedded in the ring. A terrifying aura gradually seeped from the fissures, as if that small fragment of stone were the very key to the gates of hell. Yet, Anriel stood at the heart of the boundless gray light, appearing remarkably composed. However, to be candid, Anriel was exerting every ounce of his strength to manipulate this enigmatic stone. It seemed that the second son of the Peveril family had indeed been gravely underestimated by the world. The legends may not hold true. Yet the Peveril brothers undeniably crafted the deathly artifacts, formidable weapons or objects of terrifying potency. This, in turn, implies that Anriel harbors a dismal suspicion. Mr. Lovegood, I implore you to vacate this place immediately. In the ensuing events, I may find myself unable to divert my attention to safeguard you. Anriel, exceedingly rare, spoke with an air of solemnity. The relaxed expression that had adorned his face vanished, replaced by a demeanor of calmness, coldness, and a touch of indifferent composure. The soul mist swirled as the wraiths lamented. Yet, what if this were not a scene from the realm of the dead? What if all of this was crafted by none other than Cadmus, the second son of the Peveril family? What if these were the souls of those who perished at the hands of the three brothers of the Peveril lineage? Anriel had never considered himself a paragon of virtue. Thus, he was never hesitant to harbor the most profound malice in his judgments of others, particularly when it came to the Peveril brothers, formidable warriors unmatched across the realms. The number of lives claimed by their hands likely surpassed even that of Voldemort. Xenophilius seemed to perceive that the atmosphere had grown unsettling. A dense gray light unfurled as if boundless, and the suffocating silence, which threatened to engulf all, became increasingly chilling. Casting a worried glance at Anriel, Xenophilius turned to depart, fully aware that his presence would serve only as a burden. Mere moments after his exit, Anriel relinquished his hold on the wretched stone. In an instant, It felt as though the very fabric of reality had been turned upside down. The gray light surged forth, consuming all at a pace that was more than tenfold swifter than before. The expanse where Anriel stood was abruptly engulfed in a shroud of gray mist. Centered within this area, Anriel gazed at the resurrection stone in his hand, releasing a profound sigh of relief. A figure, gradually coalescing from the haze, was voraciously consuming the fog, although the quantity it devoured paled in comparison to the rapid expansion of the mist. Anriel could nonetheless sense a distinct aura that was uniquely human. As long as there was life, it was manageable, whether through dialogue or confrontation. These were realms in which Anriel excelled. Should he be tasked with addressing the gray mist, the endeavor would undoubtedly become far more intricate and laborious. Anriel gazed as the gray mist gradually coalesced. However, he was not idle. He had already inscribed ancient magical formations in concentric circles around him. Should this entity attempt to usurp his corporeal form, these would serve as his ultimate safeguard. Anriel's body is not so easily obtained. Until, suddenly, a figure opened a pair of eyes that unmistakably possessed human intelligence. "Greetings, stranger from a millennium hence." This was the first utterance from the shadowy figure. Yet it appeared that he had not fully manifested his vocal cords and tongue, resulting in this sound abruptly resonating within Anriel's mind. "Congratulations on becoming the inaugural master of the Stone of the Dead." As the words fell, the speed at which the gray mist was drawn into the shadow's form surged dramatically. From the outside, it resembled a colossal gray vortex, sprawling across the clearing at the edge of the forbidden forest. This immense whirlpool devoured the surrounding gray expanse. The shadow and Anriel locked eyes, akin to gazing into a dim, foggy mirror. No, the shadow and Anriel were not alike. That shadow was Cadmus. Anriel furrowed his brow. Before him, the visage of Cadmus gradually took shape. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, the features bore an increasing resemblance to Anriel's own. The few distinctions that remained lay in the shadowy figure, which was permeated by an aura of demise and desolation, its eyes devoid of luster, akin to that of a lifeless corpse. In the end, the mist dissipated. It arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. On the vacant ground, only the shadowy figure remained, shrouded in a faint, grayish luminescence. In the depths of the unseen, Anriel extended the hand adorned with the resurrection stone. No one imparted guidance on what actions to take. Yet, an instinct compelled him to raise his hand. Anriel's fingertips gently brushed against the fingertips of Cadmus, which bore a striking resemblance to his own visage. The point of contact began to rotate slowly, transforming into a swirling vortex. Anriel's body seemed to emanate a tremendous allure, centered around this vortex. He absorbed the gray shadow into himself for digestion. Now, it was Anriel's turn to consume the gray mist. To his surprise, he discovered that the legacy of Cadmus was merely a transmission of power and memory. Anriel, however, overlooked the fact that in this world, aside from himself, there could exist no other soul, even by the slightest chance, capable of inheriting the legacy of Cadmus. He is truly one of a kind. Embracing the power of Cadmus is no trivial task. At this moment, a viscous gray mist seeped from every orifice of Anriel, rendering his visage particularly grotesque and terrifying. Yet, in this world, no one is more qualified than Anriel to accept the immense obsession contained within the resurrection stone of Cadmus. After all, he is a transmigrator. He possesses the experience of forcibly assimilating a powerful torrent of memories. His soul has adapted to this process. As Anriel inhaled deeply, he drew back into himself the surging breath of death, with ample magical energy. He even found the time and strength to engage in a bit of self-deprecating humor. "I wonder, given my current appearance, does it seem a tad too surreal for a magical universe?" He merely conjectured from the gray mist that his present appearance was likely less than pleasing. Anriel's observation is indeed accurate. His current visage is one of chilling severity, shrouded in a haze of somber gray, with the desolate essence of death emanating from his being. His tattered garments, weathered and battered, rest atop a barren patch of scorched earth. According to Cadmus's hypothesis, this appearance embodies a state known as the Lich Monarch. Apart from the transformations inherent to his existence, he bears an uncanny resemblance to the pharaohs of ancient Egypt. This further substantiates the notion that the death spells of ancient Egypt possess considerable potency. It is only in this liminal state, straddling the threshold between life and death, that the true power of the resurrection stone can be fully realized. It enables the summoning of an endless army of the undead, wielded with the precision of an extension of one's own will. This is the essence of the resurrection stone's might. It is the power derived from the desecration of death. Moreover, The stone encapsulates a myriad of ancient magics, spells from the British Isles, curses from Egypt, elegies from the Maya, and talismans from the Celestial Empire. Every facet associated with death has been meticulously documented within the Resurrection Stone, devoid of any bias towards the strength of individual spells. The stone resembles an inexhaustible repository. And even Anriel, as the master of the Resurrection Stone, would require considerable time to master all these incantations. Ultimately, the stone's supreme capability lies in its ability to command the deceased while safeguarding the living. The Resurrection Stone was never intended for the dead. It embodies two distinct yet inseparable powers. The souls summoned from the annals of history retain all their abilities from life, encompassing their full wisdom and discernment. Yet, at their core, they remain entities of the undead. Anriel profoundly understood this when resurrecting Regulatus, having experienced it once before. Thus, his comprehension of the Resurrection Stone's capabilities was markedly deepened. When the stone reshapes these departed souls, it inscribes a benign mechanism that renders the commands of the master of the Resurrection Stone an irrevocable decree for these undead spirits. In this respect, it bears a resemblance to house elves, does it not? Yet, it is imperative to note that the resurrection of the dead is an absolute taboo. Immortality, in truth, is a torturous curse. The duration of existence granted to the resurrected souls will eternally impose a burden on the master of the Resurrection Stone. Magnified 100-fold, Regulatus was but 18 at the time of his demise, which occurred 14 years ago. Anriel is compelled to endure an additional 3,200 years. Who would engage in such calculations? Sighs in exasperation, the sole eternal sovereign of the undead in this era, he shall be despised by death itself. Forever ensnared in the realm of the living. The power to shelter the living stems from this. The Lord of the Undead can bestow fragments of his own time upon his followers, granting them a form of immortality that can be relinquished at will. Once immortality becomes manageable, no longer an eternal state, it transforms into an almost irresistible temptation and boon. Cadmus has anticipated every eventuality. Perhaps, at the very last moment of his research into the Resurrection Stone, Cadmus felt a fleeting sense of trepidation regarding his own creation. Humanity, indeed, is a species adept at crafting weapons it cannot control. All the powers of the undead were drawn back into Anriel's being. His silver hair reverted to its original golden hue, and his lifeless gray eyes regained their true color. The desiccated ground and tattered garments returned to their former state. As if the events that had just transpired were merely an ephemeral illusion, he has become the sovereign of the undead. Anriel stepped forward, traversing the rift in space. Departing from this place, although it appeared unchanged from the outside, Anriel was acutely aware that the essence of this land had perished. In the time to come, it would gradually succumb to desiccation, losing all its nutrients, unable to retain water, and ultimately dissipating into the wind. At the edge of the forbidden forest, Xenophilius clutched his disheveled silver hair, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Luna, seated astride the nightmare, gazed curiously at her father's face, where she observed a long-forgotten expression of anxiety. Then, to her surprise, she noticed her father's brow easing, as if the recent worry had been but a fleeting illusion. It seemed he had sensed something, or perhaps there existed an unexplainable connection. Luna turned, exclaiming joyfully in delight. Anriel stood facing the nightmare. The young maiden leaped from her steed and dashed towards her beloved, Luna. Anriel embraced Luna tenderly, while Nightshade gently nuzzled against his master's side, exhibiting an unmistakable intimacy. The allure of the death beast, Nightmare, had transcended certain boundaries. Mr. Lovegood, it appears that all is well now. I consider myself fortunate to have succeeded. Anriel made a face, chuckling softly. Xenophilius responded with an exaggerated expression, one of palpable relief, then reverted to his eccentric and whimsical demeanor. Indeed, this has proven to be an unexpected boon beyond my wildest expectations. Anriel sighed with sentiment as he steadied Luna, helping her mount the back of Nightmare before clambering up himself. Having just resolved the final dilemma concerning the Resurrection Stone, Anriel was in high spirits and yearned for a gentle breeze as he took to the skies. Up we go. The emotions and commands of Anriel were effectively conveyed to the nightmarish entity, and in an instant, a black arrow soared through the air. Anriel embraced Luna at the waist, while she leaned back against him, yearning to nestle within his arms, emitting a sharp cry of exhilaration. It was akin to the sensation of riding a freefall tower. Nightmare took another plunge. How splendid! Now it resembled a roller coaster. Moments ago, they had been on a carousel, and now they were experiencing the thrill of a freefall ride and a roller coaster. Oh, Nightmare, you are truly formidable. A mobile amusement park indeed. Upon landing, Luna eagerly leapt off Nightmare's back, indignantly striking Anriel's calf twice. Yet, she appeared quite exhilarated, evoking the sweet and sour scent of young love's playful banner. Glancing around, Anriel noticed that Xenophilius had seemingly returned to the castle, likely having felt the urge to intervene as a father witnessing his daughter engage in flirtatious antics with her boyfriend, even if he was unable to confront them physically. Meanwhile, in another realm, within the headmaster's office, an old companion, Dumbledore, Xenophilius reclined in an armchair. His left hand propped against his head, his white hair cascading down naturally, reminiscent of Dumbledore's yet exuding an entirely different aura. "What troubles you, Xenophilius?" Dumbledore inquired. Before him lay an open tome of considerable size. "Your child has already come to understand and embrace the truth, and she has acted upon it," Xenophilius remarked nonchalantly. "I am aware," Dumbledore replied. A silence enveloped them. Just then, the door to the headmaster's office creaked open. "What are the two of you discussing?" The figure of Anriel appeared outside the door, with Luna absent from his side. Xenophilius seemed to exhale with a sense of contemplation. "Thus, I reiterate the question I posed not long ago." Anriel entered with a radiant smile, casually closing the door behind him. He then snapped his fingers, and all the portraits in the headmaster's office were shrouded by curtains that descended from the tops of their frames. "You two have known each other for quite some time, haven't you?" The answer was evidently affirmative. "Indeed, we have been old companions for decades," sighed Xenophilius. "I have never mentioned him in your presence, nor he in mine." Dumbledore closed the book before him and sat quietly at his desk, gazing at Anriel. "Yes, never mentioned." Anriel nodded in affirmation, acknowledging Dumbledore's assertion. In truth, Anriel had already surmised the nature of their acquaintance. One was a direct descendant of the Peverell lineage, having long lost the paternal connection, yet their bond remained inextricably intertwined. The other was one of the most fervent seekers of the Deathly Hallows, a pursuer of power and dreams, who, for a fleeting moment, had wielded all three hallows. The convergence of these two individuals was hardly surprising. However, if that is the case, Mr. Lovegood, you are indeed acquainted with my father, are you not? It was evident that Anriel's reference to father was not directed at Albus Dumbledore. Xenophilius and Dumbledore exchanged a glance, revealing a mischievous grin reminiscent of a playful child. Indeed, I have known Mr. Grindelwald for quite some time. He was truly a formidable individual with remarkable charisma." Anriel gazed at the two elderly children before him, shaking his head with an inexplicable sense of discomfort. "Wait a moment. What strength? Damn it." Anriel's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, it is highly probable that these two elderly gentlemen, along with his own rather unremarkable father, belonged to the same era. Let us not jest. The more plausible scenario is that the then head of the Lovegood family, who happened to be Xenophilius's father, engaged in amicable dialogue with those two remarkably skilled and spirited young men, only to discover that neither could gain the upper hand over the other. Consequently, two youths, not much older than Xenophilius himself, perhaps a decade or two, formed a friendship with the young Xenophilius. Anriel gently massaged his temples, as the timing seemed to align perfectly. The door swung open once more, revealing Luna's entrance. This scene felt somewhat familiar, yet the atmosphere had transformed entirely. "Oh, little angel," exclaimed Xenophilius Lovegood as he embraced Luna, his tone undeniably exaggerated. However, given Xenophilius Lovegood's usual eccentric demeanor, this peculiar behavior suddenly appeared quite justifiable. With a flick of his wand, Anriel caused the curtains of the principal's portrait on the wall to flutter upward. A few individuals departed from the principal's office, leaving behind the portraits engaged in a lively discussion. The room of requirement unfolded before them. At the center of the room stood an exquisitely crafted table, reminiscent of a traditional family feast, flanked by a crackling fireplace that crackled with warmth. "Merry Christmas" resounded as plates brimming with delectable dishes materialized upon the table. Turkey, pies, and mashed potatoes soon adorned the surface, creating a bountiful spread. The four sat down, forming a circle around the table. The fire crackled merrily as it warmed mulled wine, filling elegant goblets. In an atmosphere of warmth and tranquility, Anriel rose and raised his glass. "Merry Christmas" to Christmas itself and to our family. As he stood, his gaze traversed the dining table and crossed through the glass window on the opposite wall. Outside, delicate snowflakes danced gently, while the ordinary homes beyond glowed with the flickering warmth of hearths and the soft light of oil lamps, celebrating Christmas just as they were. Anriel's hand, poised to raise his glass, halted mid-air as a thought crossed his mind. Silently, he set down his cup and lifted a pristine goblet instead. The glistening silver vessel, filled with amber liquid, faded from view. 1,000 miles away, the cup rested quietly on a windowsill, awaiting a visitor to discover it and partake in its contents. That place was Austria, specifically Numengard. This toast is dedicated to my family. After dinner, Anriel arranged accommodations for his future father-in-law, Xenophilius, and one by one. Everyone retired to their respective chambers. Yet, moments later, Anriel re-emerged. By the hearth stood another figure. Now, the room contained only Anriel and Dumbledore. The elder and the youth remained silent, seemingly savoring the memories of the recent banquet. However, this was not entirely true. At least, not in terms of the atmosphere. Dumbledore opened his piercing blue eyes, which shimmered with a complex light. He hesitated, contemplating whether he should inquire about Anriel's true intentions. Yet, Anriel preemptively spoke, effectively stifling the questions that lingered unasked on Dumbledore's lips. Simultaneously, this revelation did not escape Dumbledore's notice, casting a faint veil of melancholy upon him. My dear sir, you need not concern yourself with me. I shall neither deliberately conceal anything from you nor entertain thoughts of doing so. Anriel gazed unwaveringly at Dumbledore, his eyes reflecting an unwavering determination. I shall continue the legacy once pursued by my father, yet our philosophies diverge significantly. We have glimpsed the same future. Yet if I were to assure you to rest easy, it would sound nothing short of a ludicrous jest. Therefore, Anriel refrained from uttering such words. Dumbledore, of course, could not be at ease, for this was far from a matter that would allow him to feel secure. However, prior to that, I must first address a pressing dilemma that threatens to hinder my performance. As Anriel spoke these words with a smile, Dumbledore was suddenly enveloped by a sense of absurdity. For a fleeting moment, he experienced the illusion that he himself was the source of that dilemma. Yet, that was simply impossible. In the next moment, Dumbledore comprehended what Anriel truly meant by the trouble at hand. Anriel lowered his eyelids, squinting as he gazed intently at the crackling, burning firewood. Voldemort, Tom Marvolo Riddle. The Dark Lord, or whatever appellation one might choose. Dumbledore sighed softly. To Anriel in this moment, Voldemort was merely a nuisance, no longer a formidable obstacle. In the flickering light, the deep-set wrinkles on his face appeared even more pronounced, lending him a less vibrant demeanor than usual. Indeed, Dumbledore had aged. Well then, I suppose, my dear, you intend to resolve this predicament by your own means, do you not? Anriel smiled, tacitly acknowledging the situation. Dumbledore, too, fell into a contemplative silence. What could be the unique approach of Anriel? Voldemort now lies in a state of half-life, barely clinging to existence in the forests of Albania, sustained solely by his Horcruxes. What else could possibly bring about his demise? The answer is quite evident. Dumbledore's conjectures were astute, yet he remained oblivious to Anriel's identity as a transgressor of time. He would not disrupt the known trajectory of the future, for that would diminish his own advantage of foresight. Instead, he must actively collaborate with Voldemort, facilitating his resurrection, only to ultimately eliminate him. As for the significance of Harry Potter's life or death from a certain point onward, well, that hardly requires elaboration. Once Voldemort, this stumbling block, has been cast aside, it will herald the dawn of Anriel's era. He possesses grand aspirations, after all. The mirror of Ariste reflects the desires of humanity, eternally sought, yet never attained. Is that not the case? To return to the matter at hand. Anriel's unfortunate father ultimately fell from grace due to his obsession with the relics, succumbing to madness in his pursuit. Anriel felt that his philosophy was largely commendable. He shrugged. His social theory had become fundamentally coherent. After addressing certain gaps, it could indeed be regarded as a comprehensive manifesto. Why did he experience a sensation reminiscent of a beleaguered programmer scrutinizing a flawed piece of code? Anriel and Dumbledore rose almost simultaneously. There was little else to discuss. It was time to retire for the night. Now that everything had been laid bare, there was nothing left to say, and they would return to their chambers for a brief slumber. It was the day before Christmas, neither the day of the celebration nor the revelry of Carnival. What purpose would there be in staying up late without cause? The following morning, when Anriel awoke, he found Luna nestled in his embrace, sleeping serenely, with an inexplicable blush gracing her cheeks. What dreams might she have been experiencing? Anriel chuckled softly, leaning down to place a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Merry Christmas. Oh. The gifts. As the two of them emerged from the room hand in hand, a magnificent Christmas tree came into view. Hey there, kiddo. It seems you were doing quite well. Anriel's eyes widened as he heard a familiar voice. In astonishment, he turned around, and Luna followed suit, glancing back as well. Anriel's voice brimmed with uncontainable joy. Grandma. Although the generational title may not be entirely correct, it matters not. Given Dumbledore's age, Anriel would still address him as grandfather. Barhat, sporting a pair of large sunglasses, stood at the entrance, equally cheerful. I instructed Dumbledore not to inform you, as I wished to surprise you. Anriel nodded, genuinely surprised. He then introduced Luna, saying, "This is my grandmother, Barhat, the compiler of your History of Magic textbook. She has cared for me and raised me. Well, my dear boy, after all these years, you found yourself a lovely girlfriend? What sweet nothings have you whispered to win her over?" Facing Bashida's exuberance, Luna felt somewhat flustered and instinctively nestled closer to Anriel. Nevertheless, she sensed that Anriel was likely quite pleased at that moment. This year, among the Christmas gifts Anriel received, there was a new sweater adorned with patterns reminiscent of North American style. Yelrose had departed 2 days prior, taking with him the Christmas gift Anriel had prepared for Bashida. Thus, Anriel found himself without anything at hand to offer. Even if Bashida didn't mind, Anriel certainly did. After some contemplation, Anriel handed Bashida a rectangular box, advising her to open it only upon her return to America. Indeed, Bashida had settled in America, a restless and vibrant woman. Due to her intense professionalism, which had influenced the entirety of her life, she had begun compiling a history of magic in America upon her decision to settle there. Anriel found herself at a loss for words. Although it was the Christmas holiday, there remained a multitude of tasks to attend to. Anriel recalled that Sirius had presented Harry with a crossbow today. Indeed, at the breakfast table, Anriel noticed that Hermione's countenance was rather grim. She suspected that the crossbow had been cursed, a notion dismissed by Ron and Harry, who were also caught up in the irreconcilable discord between Crookshanks and Scabbers. Dumbledore graciously invited Xenophilius and Bahilda to sample the culinary delights prepared by the Hogwarts house elves. It was Dumbledore and Anriel who had cooked last night, and they accepted, descending together to the Great Hall for breakfast. Consequently, Professor Trelawney could no longer employ her ominous adage about 13 diners, claiming that the first to rise would be the first to perish, in an attempt to frighten Harry. However, when Anriel actually arrived downstairs, his expression turned quite grim. Was it fate? Anriel meticulously recalled the events that transpired today within the pages of the book, yet the details eluded him. In truth, the original narrative featured 2 first-year students alongside a 5th-year Slytherin. However, at this moment, both the 5th-year Slytherin and one of the first-year students had vanished. Dumbledore occupied the central seat. Anriel pondered for a moment before settling into the 3rd seat to the right of Dumbledore. He was uncertain of the significance of his action, reluctant to accept that the world would invariably deliver a chilling dose of reality just when he felt the most assured. Luna and Bashida occupied the seats between him and Dumbledore, with Luna positioned next to Anriel, while Xenophilius sat adjacent to Dumbledore, on his left side. Professors McGonagall, Snape, Sprout, and Flitwick arrived shortly thereafter. The 4 heads of houses took their places alongside Xenophilius, with McGonagall and Snape positioned at either end, while a first-year Gryffindor student nestled beside Professor McGonagall. "Merry Christmas," echoed as Ron, Harry, and Hermione entered, taking their seats beside Anriel at the end of the table. Anriel, in an attempt to spark conversation, opened a colorful package of firecrackers and engaged in dialogue with Luna and the trio. "Ah, it's getting late. Shall we begin to eat?" Dumbledore exclaimed joyfully, donning a lady's hat atop his head. The grand doors of the hall swung open, and Professor Trelawney glided in, as if on wheels, smoothly making her way across the floor. Dumbledore welcomed her, and she took a seat at the edge, next to Professor McGonagall. At this point, all 13 individuals had settled in. Anriel and Dumbledore raised their glasses together. "Merry Christmas." The morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden hue upon the dining table, as if gilding the scene of this gathering, reminiscent of a breathtaking masterpiece. Before the meal commenced, Trelawney delivered her customary foreboding discourse. Anriel dined with an untroubled demeanor. "Sybil, would you care for some beef tripe?" Professor Trelawney hesitated for a moment before accepting the bowl offered by Professor McGonagall. This seemed rather out of character for her, as she typically had a contentious relationship with McGonagall. On this occasion, she refrained from flaunting her prophetic abilities at the dining table, occasionally casting furtive glances in Anriel's direction. Perhaps Trelawney was not particularly well-liked and exhibited a certain degree of paranoia, yet she was certainly not lacking in intellect. Anriel has been on the list for divination classes for 2 years, yet he has never attended a single session. Professor Trelawney, with her prophetic lineage from the Grindelwald family, is undoubtedly aware of this. Anriel shifted his gaze back from the dining table, where Luna leaned against him, appearing quite satiated. Perhaps it was a unique form of magic. For whenever Anriel beheld Luna's radiant smile, he felt as though nothing else held any significance. Voldemort? Sirius? Wormtail? What do they matter to me? As long as they do not disturb me or encroach upon my life, I have no concern for them. Anriel suddenly recalled something and gently patted the girl curled up in his embrace. Luna looked up, her sparkling eyes reflecting Anriel's face. As she regarded him with a curious gaze, "My little princess, I have just remembered something." Once Luna lowered her head to rub her neck and turned to face Anriel. He continued, "I need to take you to have a formal gown custom-made. It may be required next year, or perhaps even this year. There will be an important occasion where it will be needed, and I assure you, I shall not accompany any other young lady." Luna pouted playfully, "I know. You really don't need to emphasize that last part." The girl smiled mischievously, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Anriel gently poked Luna's cheek and smiled. "Shall we go today?" Luna's cheeks flushed slightly as she brushed aside Anriel's fingers and nestled her head against her boyfriend's chest, mumbling a couple of indistinct sounds in agreement. The grand Christmas feast lasted a considerable duration, spanning a full 2 hours, during which everyone indulged heartily. "My dear, which of you stood up first? Which one was it?" Professor Trelawney's voice pierced through the air with a sharp resonance. Ron and Harry stood vacantly by the table, utterly perplexed, unsure of what to say at that moment. Anriel indeed caught sight of it. It was Harry who stood up first. 13 individuals. Today, 13 people gathered at one table for a meal. Trelawney's pleading gaze turned towards Anriel, seemingly hoping for his endorsement of her perspective. However, Anriel was preoccupied with another question. Why is it that Trelawney often inadvertently speaks the truth when she is lucid? Furthermore, in her dazed state, she transforms into a genuine seer. Truly, he was at a loss for words. Perhaps it was the sheer number of people at the table that rendered Harry somewhat bewildered and reserved. Before Professor McGonagall had the chance to mock Trelawney, Bashida raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? Is there such a notion?" The elderly lady seemed to have discovered an exceptionally novel toy, her discerning gaze flitting between Harry, Ron, and Trelawney. "This Sybil?" Trelawney nodded, for reasons unknown, exuding an aura of mental frailty. "So, you believe that if 13 people, regardless of their acquaintance with one another, share a meal, the first to rise will be the first to meet their demise, correct?" As Bashida posed this question, a peculiar energy enveloped her. As a historian, she had mastered the art of logical inquiry during her earlier explorations. "Indeed, that is accurate," Trelawney stammered before confirming. "Very well," Bashida acknowledged with a nod of satisfaction. "Thus, your hypothesis stems from 2 potential interpretations. The first is rather well known. In Muggle society, there exists a belief known as Christianity. In the lore of this religion, the central figure is referred to as the Lord, who gathered 12 disciples, making a total of 13. These 13 partook in a Last Supper on a fateful day, only to be betrayed by one of their own, who, in the words of Muggles, sold out the Lord for 30 pieces of silver. I suppose, in a sense, that could be likened to 30 galleons. Yet, in terms of expression, it might be a more trivial representation, 30 nuts. Regardless, this traitor led to the demise of their Lord. Consequently, 13 is widely regarded as an ominous number. I surmise that following this banquet, the victim, the central figure who was slain, was indeed the first to rise. Am I correct, Sybil? Bashida's lengthy discourse astounded all present, yet she was not yet finished. However, this is merely one possibility. There exists another. A legend we may be more familiar with is that of King Arthur of Great Britain. I believe we are more acquainted with his court magician, Merlin. It is said that the first to rise from the table among Arthur and his 12 knights would be the first to perish, and the first to depart would be forever lost. Bashida cast a sweeping glance around the room, his gaze ominous and chilling. In a voice steeped in foreboding, he intoned, "Regardless of which of these 2 outcomes we face, neither portends well. At this table, there were traitors who had forsaken their loyalties, those who had abandoned their paths, and even conspirators steeped in murder and treachery." Indeed, Bashida possessed a remarkable talent for linguistic embellishment, save for Dumbledore and Anriel. The others at the table felt an unsettling chill creeping down their spines. Yet, in the next moment, Bashida's words shattered the tension. "However, in my view, this is all mere drivel. The seat once held by Judas is now occupied by Anriel. When this little wretch unleashes his fury, there will be no need for a sequence of deaths at this table. Ha." It appeared that, apart from Bashida himself, no one found this jest particularly amusing. Anriel chuckled softly, while Professor Trelawney wore a rather grim expression, as though someone had unceremoniously forced a lively bullfrog into her mouth. Xenophilius let out a hearty laugh, graciously acknowledging the moment, before turning to Harry and his companions. "Well, children, if you have matters to attend to, you may feel free to depart. I believe it is quite acceptable." Such words seem fitting only for a person of Xenophilius's peculiar disposition, though we remain uncertain whether this persona is merely a facade or a true reflection of his character. "Oh, thank you, Mr. Lovegood. Harry, you two go ahead. I still have a few things to discuss with Professor McGonagall." Ron shrugged and, alongside Harry, exited the Great Hall. Hermione took a deep breath, gathered her resolve, and stepped forward. Beside Anriel, it is fortunate that Professor McGonagall did not overhear the excuse she had just concocted. Hermione, contrary to Ron's assumption, did not remain behind merely to inquire about the courses she needed to take this semester. This morning, Anriel received a broomstick devoid of any labels. A nameless broomstick as a Christmas gift? Anriel gently turned around, and Luna curiously glanced over. "Indeed, I believe not. I harbor doubts that this is a gift from Sirius Black to Harry." Anriel nodded non-committally, acknowledging the truth in the matter. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to voice his thoughts. He indeed harbored a question. "Miss Granger, why have you not sought out your headmistress, Professor McGonagall? Even if you were to approach my headmaster, Professor Phileas Flitwick, in the realm of charms, I dare say he surpasses my expertise. What led you to choose me instead?" Anriel embraced Luna's slender waist with both arms, his fingers interlocking in front of her, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon Hermione, who found herself momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain of the reason behind it. However, in the blink of an eye, comprehension dawned upon her. It was her subconscious guiding her understanding. Anriel is more capable of resolving this matter than McGonagall. Hermione embodies rationality, yet she has aligned herself with the emotional Gryffindor. When these two seemingly discordant and even somewhat opposing sentiments converge within a single body and soul, it leads to a peculiar situation. Hermione recognizes that had it been Professor McGonagall or Professor Flitwick, they would swiftly address the issue from a spellcasting perspective. However, they lack the capacity to fundamentally resolve the predicament concerning Sirius. Anriel possesses this ability. For Hermione herself, this is not necessarily a fortuitous development. Under Anriel's influence, her disdain for rules appears to have intensified. After engaging in rational contemplation, she arrives at the conclusion that personal strength is the optimal solution to problems. Yet, this is advantageous for Anriel. Now, in her subconscious choices, Hermione's trust in Anriel has surpassed her trust in McGonagall. Perhaps in the future, Anriel may become a formidable ally. You should seek out Professor McGonagall and relay this matter to her. Anriel paused for a moment, gazing into Hermione's eyes, and said, however, "I shall continue to keep a vigilant eye on this matter." Anriel wore a radiant smile, while Hermione paused momentarily, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. She made her way towards Professor McGonagall. "Is this all right, my dear?" Luna inquired, leaning against Anriel with an ethereal tone, addressing her beloved. "Which matter do you refer to? Mr. Potter's broomstick?" Anriel lowered her head slightly, ensuring that their conversation remained imperceptible to any third party. "You know what I mean," Luna pouted, turning to rest against Anriel's chest. "Hermione is still a decent person." Anriel chuckled softly. "Am I not? Are you?" Luna retorted, then embraced Anriel's neck and leaned in for a kiss. Anriel embraced the young girl in his arms, never underestimating Luna's intellect. The child had discerned that he was employing mental manipulation on Hermione. In the contemporary vernacular of Anriel's previous life, one might describe it as PUA. Yet, observing the present circumstances, Luna offered no counsel, not even a single word. Was this an acquiescence, indulgence, or perhaps a compromise? Even if Anriel were not a virtuous man? In this matter, Anriel did not require Hermione to provide him with information too frequently, for Professor McGonagall had also come to extend an invitation to him. She wished for Anriel to partake in the task of detecting the counter-curse on the enchanted crossbow. Anriel readily consented, for the fire arrow bore no malevolent curse whatsoever. However, the current situation was significantly more favorable for Harry Potter, as this time, his Nimbus 2000 had not been shattered by the Whomping Willow. Although the fire arrow had been confiscated, he at least possessed a broom of decent quality. Without any cards or notes, I had previously communicated with the Quidditch specialty shop. They informed me that the fire arrow in question was purchased anonymously with cash. Professor McGonagall placed the fire arrow on the table before Anriel, with Professor Flitwick standing nearby. At times, Anriel could not help but marvel at Professor McGonagall's decisive and formidable character. Remarkably, Less than 15 minutes after the banquet concluded, McGonagall had already seized Harry Potter's new fire arrow and presented it to Anriel, who was about to depart. Professor McGonagall, if I may, Anriel interjected. Inspecting this broom is a meticulous task that requires a considerable amount of time, and our Mr. Potter does possess another broom. Might we defer this matter until my return? Anriel's tone, though seemingly casual, belied the fact that he afforded McGonagall no semblance of choice. After uttering an apology for the rudeness, Anriel turned and departed. In the Ravenclaw common room, he reached out, and Luna's outer garments and cloak materialized beside the chaise lounge, gracefully cascading down and hovering a few inches above the ground, their hems gently swaying. Ah, do we no longer require a return to the dormitory, young sir? Luna appeared rather pleased. Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Good afternoon to you both. How may I assist? Ah, good afternoon, Madame Malkin. I am in need of 2 custom dress robes. Would 500 galleons each suffice? Anriel lifted the hem of a garment, feeling its texture, and quoted a price that Madame Malkin could hardly refuse. The latter beamed with delight, for this was a rare and valuable client. Very well, of course, that is absolutely no problem. As for the requirements, how about we create matching couple outfits for myself and her? Anriel sought Luna's counsel and received a response of it's all up to you. Shall we consider sky blue and white? Or perhaps lake blue? I am not particularly knowledgeable in the realm of garment creation. Perhaps embellishments woven with gold and silver threads would be more visually appealing? However, it shouldn't be too ostentatious. Is gold a tad too flamboyant? Yet, a touch of opulence does seem quite delightful. Anriel continually presented a series of meticulous requests, to which Madame Imogen displayed not the slightest hint of annoyance, repeatedly making adjustments as per the specifications. After all, this was a commission worth 1,000 gold gallons. While it is true that Madame Imogen occasionally offered luxurious garments, even so, a sum of 1,000 gold gallons was sufficient for her to earn a comfortable living for 3 to 5 months. Should this deal fall through, Madame Imogen would be left to rue her own folly. Luna's gown, crafted from a base of mithril brocade, was adorned with a profusion of blue velvet flowers, complemented by cuffs fashioned from golden silk velvet, and the hem showcased a golden hair. Anriel's ceremonial robe is predominantly crafted from gilded satin, adorned with intricate patterns of blue velvet flowers, elegantly paired with silver-threaded crimson velvet brocade. A resplendent silver falcon graces his shoulder, embodying both opulence and elegance, devoid of excess yet retaining the dignified ceremonial essence it ought to possess. Furthermore, the blue velvet flowers are also depicted in a blend of golden and silver threads, almost like a public display of affection. One wonders if the people of this era can accept such overt expressions of love. However, considering this is England, a place known for its openness, it is likely to be well received. Anriel left a deposit of 40%, which only intensified Madame Malkin's resolve to successfully complete the transaction. Both he and Luna were escorted to the street corner by Madame Malkin, who seemed eager to ensure their safe return to Hogwarts. This, however, also demonstrated that not everyone was acquainted with Anriel, at least in Britain. His fame did not rival that of Harry Potter. Ah, Professor Lupin, have you recovered? Upon returning to the school and escorting Luna back to the common room, Anriel encountered Remus Lupin in the corridor, who was carrying a suitcase. He appeared somewhat frail, yet his spirits seemed relatively intact. Would you care for a piece of chocolate? Anriel flicked his wrist, and a large bar of Honeyduke's signature chocolate materialized in his hand. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Is it safe for canines to consume chocolate? Ah, well, thank you. I shall see you in the next class, Anriel. Lupin broke off a small piece of chocolate and popped it into his mouth, expressing his gratitude to Anriel. It seems, for now, that there should be no issue. Oh, and there is one more thing. Anriel contemplated for a moment, then decided to halt and pick up the suitcase, preparing to return to the office with Lupin. No problem, speak your mind, Lupin replied, seemingly unhurried. How is Black faring? I mean, has his mood stabilized at all? Upon hearing Anriel mention Sirius, Lupin glanced back to ensure the corridor was devoid of other individuals, particularly Snape, before quietly responding. No, he remains quite volatile, often yearning to infiltrate the school in search of Peter. To be frank, all of Sirius's assertions are entirely justified. I have come to believe that what he says is indeed the truth. Lupin sighed, his breath laden with sorrow for the plight of his 2 old friends, as well as a sense of regret for the choices they had made in their youth. Anriel, is there anything else? No, that is all. Please take care of yourself. Professor. Anriel waved farewell to Lupin. As he watched Lupin's figure vanish around the corner, Anriel shrugged his shoulders. He had not anticipated encountering Lupin in this place, as he was currently situated at the staircase leading to the 8th floor. Perhaps Lupin had taken the shortcut, one that the marauders were intimately familiar with. Returning to the school from the Shrieking Shack, just as Sirius from the original narrative would have, Anriel contemplated some trivial matters and then ascended the staircase leading to the 8th floor. It was nearly noon. Anriel estimated that someone was already waiting for him there. The figure of Regulus gradually materialized in the air, taking on a human form. He knelt on one knee, and a hoarse, youthful voice emerged from his throat, exuding an inexplicable sense of fragility. However, in truth, ever since Anriel had fully mastered the Resurrection Stone, the nature of Regulus's existence had been elevated. He merely appeared weak. Anyone who underestimated this boy, forcibly pulled back from the underworld, would face dire consequences. Now, have you completed the first task assigned to you? Anriel inquired of him. Over the past 3 days, Regulus had visited several renowned libraries, where he delved into the significant events that had transpired over the years. He also came to comprehend the extent of fear and reverence associated with his master's identity. Subsequently, Regulus explored several notable locations from the past decade, such as the Potter family's once grand estate, now reduced to ruins. He also ventured to less illustrious sites, including the ancestral home of the Black family situated in Grindelwald Place. Anriel suddenly conceived a possibility. Regulus, my master, I am here. Regulus rose to his feet, responding with utmost respect. Are you aware that your brother is still alive? Anriel inquired of him, aware that he had been incarcerated shortly after the Potters fell victim to the Dark Wizard's murderous intent. He was imprisoned in Azkaban and had escaped approximately 7 months prior, now being pursued by the Ministry of Magic. Regulus responded with one question, followed by 5 articulate sentences, demonstrating remarkable initiative as a subordinate. Is he a Death Eater? Anriel feigned ignorance, for he was certainly no Death Eater. Sirius Black had always been at odds with the rest of the Black family, harboring a deep-seated aversion and vehement resistance towards dark magic. Furthermore, I had never witnessed him among the ranks of Death Eaters gathered around the Dark Lord during his lifetime, showcasing his prowess and courage, unless, of course, he had perished. Were he to ally himself with the forces of darkness, he would undoubtedly not be a mere peripheral follower. Regulus spoke candidly. So, your parents indeed expelled him from the Black family, did they not? Yes, it was actually my parents who cast him out from the Black household. Regulus nodded. Then, as for your ancestral home, are you now its rightful owner, or? Anriel pondered over his choice of words. It is I. Regulus replied without hesitation. Under my prohibition, even if noble blood of the Black family still courses through his veins, he shall not set foot beyond the threshold of the Black household. Anriel has come to a profound understanding. In the original narrative, Sirius Black's ability to inherit the dominion of the ancestral Black family estate is solely attributed to his status as the last surviving male heir of the Black lineage. Even though he was expelled from the family by Mrs. Black, erasing all traces of his existence, his position remained unchanged. However, if Regulus were to return, this castaway, who had been banished, would never again have the opportunity to contend for the ownership of the family home. This principle similarly applies in the original text concerning the concerns Albus Dumbledore had regarding whether Bellatrix Lestrange could inherit the Black family estate after Sirius's demise. As long as Sirius remains alive, Bellatrix would forever be barred from claiming this property. Now, however, as long as Anriel desires it, Sirius will never again cross the threshold of number 12, Grindelwald Place. Well done, Regulus, you have performed admirably. Anriel wore a smile, devoid of ulterior motives. He was genuinely in high spirits. I merely performed a trivial task, my master. Regulus's lips curled into a slight smirk, and coupled with his slender, refined features, he exuded an inexplicable charm. Anriel raised his hand and pushed open the door to the House of Wishes, having already lingered before it 3 times. Upon entering, he found a room that, while not particularly small, was cluttered with numerous items. Is the wand still comfortable to wield? Anriel inquired cheerfully, snapping her fingers, as a measuring tape soared into the air, commencing the meticulous assessment of Regulus's bodily dimensions. The execution was remarkably fluid, and the tool possessed formidable efficacy. Regulus, in response, expressed his wonder with a series of impressed clicks. The fact that Anriel is a wand maker is known to very few outside of those directly involved. Take this wand and give it a try. Anriel tossed a slender, elongated box to Regulus. Within it lay a wand crafted from blackthorn wood, a material exceedingly rare for wand making. Wands fashioned from this wood are particularly suited for warriors. However, This does not imply that the wielder is destined to practice dark magic, although Regulus undoubtedly does. Among those who wield wands of blackthorn are aurors and inmates of Azkaban. The enchantment of this thorn-laden tree lies in the fact that the fruit it bears is sweetest after enduring the harshest frost. Similarly, wands made from this would seem to require their masters to undergo trials of adversity before they can truly become one. After scrutinizing for a moment, Anriel shook his head. It seemed this one was rather unsatisfactory. He then presented Regulus with another wand, this time crafted from cherry wood, regardless of the core material. Wands made from cherry typically possess formidable power. Unsatisfactory, let us try the next one. The subsequent wand was fashioned from elm. It is a widely held, albeit unfounded, belief that only purebloods can wield magic with elm wands, a notion propagated by certain elm wand owners seeking to affirm their lineage. Nevertheless, Regulus undoubtedly belonged to the pureblood lineage. Among all wand woods, elm is the least prone to accidents. Wands crafted from this timber are less likely to commit foolish errors and are capable of executing the most elegant spells. Additionally, such wands are steeped in experience. In the hands of the right individual, they can produce exceptionally advanced magic, as they tend to resonate with those who are charismatic, skilled in their craft, and of noble birth. The black family epitomizes nobility. While the wand appears quite suitable for Regulus, it seems to lack a certain smoothness. Let us exchange it. Anriel made a resolute decision. Regulus would be the first servant he resurrected, though he may not be the epitome of perfection. Anriel was determined to achieve the utmost excellence within his current capabilities. Arise from the depths of death and safeguard the treasures you cherish. Anriel murmured softly to himself as he retrieved the wand. Crafted from cypress wood, measuring 12.9 inches, its core was composed of the feather from a nocturnal steed. The cypress wand is inextricably linked to noble character. Artisans who forge these wands are acutely aware that the bearer of such a wand is destined to meet a heroic demise. Fortunately, in relatively peaceful times, the wielders of cypress wands seldom find themselves compelled to sacrifice their lives for justice, although most of them would willingly do so if the occasion arose. Regrettably, we do not inhabit such tranquil times. The bearers of these wands do not shy away from confronting the darker aspects of both their own nature and that of others. Much like Regulus does in this moment, he has already perished once for a noble cause. With a subtle flick of his wand, a chilling breeze enveloped the room, causing the temperature to plummet several degrees in an instant. Excellent, this is it, Anriel exclaimed with delight, selecting a wand for the deceased. The howling of the ominous winds is undoubtedly the most fitting expression. As Anriel's thoughts stirred, the arrangement of the wishful room began to transform. Since the wand had already been chosen for Regulus, there was no need to display the remaining experimental specimens. This room, in truth, presented a rather humorous spectacle. Within Anriel's wand chamber, those experimental wands crafted from resurrection stones, each possessing a remarkable 90% of the legendary wand's power, lay discarded in a corner, treated as mere refuse. Should the fervent seekers of the Elder Wand catch sight of them, it would surely drive them to madness. Once the room's layout stabilized, Anriel pulled over an armchair and seated himself. Please, take a seat, he invited. Thus, Regulus settled down. Let us converse. Anriel smiled, and after Regulus took his seat, he inquired, You once adhered to the theory of pure blood, did you not? Indeed, Regulus replied. However, having faced death once, do you now possess a different perspective on this matter? Regulus hesitated for a moment before nodding. Certainly, I now harbor doubts regarding the theory of pure blood. The worth of a lineage should be determined by the strength of the magical prowess passed down through that bloodline. Yet, I have encountered far too many inept wizards hailing from pure blood families, alongside exceptionally formidable witches and wizards emerging from entirely muggle lineages. At times, I find myself questioning whether magical ability truly correlates with one's bloodline. Anriel listened quietly to the narration of this genuine genius, refraining from interruption until he had finished speaking. It is commendable that you were able to recognize this. Anriel spoke softly. Do you know what unparalleled advantage muggles possess? Regulus pondered for a moment, then nodded and inquired. Is it their numbers? Though framed as a question, Regulus had already concluded the answer. Indeed, it is their numbers. Anriel rose to her feet and approached the window, leaving Regulus with a lingering silhouette. Muggles possess a population that far surpasses us wizards by thousands upon thousands. This signifies one particular truth. Anriel paused momentarily, seemingly allowing Regulus the time to reflect and contemplate. Indeed, the likelihood of greatness emerging from muggles is significantly higher than that among wizards. As Anriel raised his hand, A brilliant white light flickered. Regulus, filled with curiosity, turned his gaze towards him, and in his eyes, a long iron box suddenly materialized in Anriel's hand, adorned at the front with a metallic tube. "Do you recognize what this is?" Anriel inquired, to which Regulus honestly shook his head in uncertainty. Anriel turned, pressing the handgun he held against Regulus's forehead. This object, a creation of Muggles, served as a metallic wand for self-destruction. They referred to it as a firearm. Regulus quietly felt the chill of the steel, nearly matching his own body temperature, as he listened to Anriel continue. "I have enhanced these intriguing little devices by incorporating some magical inscriptions. You may interpret this as enchantment. Now, they can be utilized within the magical field that surrounds all anti-Muggle artifacts." Anriel withdrew the safety. This weapon, known as the Glock 17, grants you the opportunity to experience its formidable power firsthand. Bang! A dark, gaping hole appeared in Regulus's forehead, yet no blood flowed forth. He was taken aback, astonished that such a diminutive metallic object could unleash such immense force. Anriel, seizing the moment, elucidated. This particular weapon, known as a pistol, is, as its name suggests, a portable firearm designed for individual use. There exists another type, referred to as a rifle. Even in the mundane world, there is the existence of a machine gun, which fires projectiles known as bullets, capable of being discharged in rapid succession. Anriel removed the magazine from his handgun, revealing to Regulus what had just pierced through his skull. The bullet hole had now healed to its original state, yet Regulus was acutely aware that this was due to his being deceased. Had it been a mere ordinary wizard, the bullet would have guaranteed no chance of survival. This was astounding. Regulus pressed his lips together, feeling a dryness. The lethal weaponry crafted by Muggles had profoundly shaken him. "So, Master, what is your perspective?" Regulus perceptively noted that Anriel's intent in discussing this so-called handgun was far from a simple introduction. "My perspective? It may very well encounter opposition and resistance from both the Muggle and Wizarding realms." Anriel chuckled softly twice. Regulus's eyes widened slightly as he lowered his head, expressing his eagerness to hear more. "What I envision is a future where Muggles and Wizards progress together towards a more rational existence, embarking on a grander evolution. I am not an extreme blood purist. One might even classify my ideology as a novel perspective, which I shall tentatively term bloodline irrelevance. What I advocate is the foundation of society based on Muggles, encouraging the wizarding community to intermarry with Muggles, thereby increasing the prevalence of wizards of Muggle descent, while also promoting the enhancement of Muggle technology through the use of magic." Anriel spoke slowly, and Regulus felt increasingly alarmed with each word. This ideology surpassed even that of Anriel's father, Gellert Grindelwald. Is this what one would call Grindelwald II? The notion of Grindelwald subjugating Muggles still garners support from the most radical factions within the wizarding world. Anriel, therefore, would simultaneously offend both sides of the extreme factions. However, Regulus once again keenly observed, Anriel's vision, when stripped of racial prejudices, emerges as profoundly rational. This ideology may simultaneously offend the radical factions of both the Muggle and Wizarding worlds, yet it could also garner the support of progressive elements from both sides. Perhaps this is distinctly Anriel's greater purpose. The future of this innovative thought remains shrouded in chaos, uncertain, and invisible. However, if we focus solely on the essence of the idea, it is undeniable that Regulus's heart has been deeply stirred, having experienced the mind-expanding power of such a notion. A method that harmonizes the strengths of both factions now lies before him. Were it not for Regulus's current state of being deceased and devoid of breath, he would surely be in a state of exhilaration, with rapid breaths and heightened blood flow. Anriel perceptively observes this tendency in him. "So, what say you, Regulus?" Regulus gradually rose from his chair, step by step approaching the back of Anriel, who had turned once more to face the blazing sun, and knelt on one knee. "Yes, my lord." Anriel does not require any protective incantation to assess the loyalty of his subordinates, for Regulus is a being of the deceased. Under the influence of the resurrection stone, he was drawn forth from the coffin-like lake, forcibly extracted from the afterlife that none could ever escape. He bears no possibility of betraying Anriel, nor would he ever entertain such a notion. "Excellent." Anriel turned partially to the side, the blazing sunlight casting an extraordinarily divine and blinding radiance upon him. "As you are aware, the 5 notable exceptions to the fundamental transformation laws of Gamp dictate that certain materials, such as steel and gunpowder, cannot be conjured from thin air." With a swift motion, Anriel extracted an array of meticulously crafted blueprints for various firearms, a devilish grin spreading across his face. "Let us see, Regulus, you are a genius. You can do this." Mere minutes later, Anriel departed from the Hall of Wishes, unable to suppress the delight evident on his countenance. Anriel has indeed underestimated Regulus's capabilities. Having mastered the art of crafting components and engraving rifling, Regulus has become a complete armament chain in his own right. He no longer requires the preliminary production of parts before assembly. Before leaving, Anriel discovered that Regulus had just crafted his first MG-42 machine gun. Accompanied by a remarkable ammunition box containing 2,400 rounds, designed to eliminate adversaries with great efficacy. This marvel, enhanced with a magical coating, alleviated the typical issues associated with gun barrels, truly a feat beyond imagination. Regulus appeared to revel in his creation, prompting Anriel to allow him the pleasure of continuing his endeavor. After all, what man could resist such a fascination? Anriel found himself with little else to occupy his time, so he meandered back to the Ravenclaw common room. As he passed by a window, he noticed a fawn-colored pug near the Quidditch pitch, which evoked thoughts of Sirius. It was unlikely that Sirius could ever fathom that his long-deceased brother had not only returned to life but was also clandestinely plotting rebellion using Muggle technology alongside a 14-year-old within the grounds of Hogwarts. Surely, this world had descended into madness. Even considering the situation from Sirius's perspective, Anriel felt it was undeniably peculiar. A week later, aside from a Quidditch match between Ravenclaw and Slytherin, nothing of significance had occurred during that time. In fact, Anriel was so indifferent to the match that as long as Luna was not in attendance, the game held no relevance for him whatsoever. Which team triumphed over the other, and their subsequent rise or fall in the rankings was of no consequence to him. Anriel found himself devoid of any interest in such matters. Instead, he was more concerned about this particular issue. He inquired with Lupin whether Harry had sought him out to learn the Patronus charm. Lupin appeared quite perplexed and was unaware of the situation. Given that Professor McGonagall had already assessed the condition of the firebolt, it seemed that Mr. Potter was entirely absorbed in Quidditch, having completely forgotten about the Dementors. This was undoubtedly linked to Anriel's efforts to eradicate the Dementors around the school. However, when Anriel encountered Harry Potter once more, he seemed visibly troubled. What could be the cause of this? Anriel mused to himself. As he was not one to impose on others, he would not simply approach Harry Potter whenever an issue arose. Nevertheless, observing the trio reduced to just the two of them, Anriel surmised he understood what had transpired. It must be said that for Sirius, Crookshanks was indeed a rather fine cat. Anriel was uncertain whether the ginger cat sensed that Sirius was not a malevolent being or if it detected the malice emanating from the mouse. Nonetheless, this feline managed to terrify Wormtail into feigning death once more, a testament to its prowess as Sirius's most formidable ally. "I'm fine," Anriel said, stifling a sniffle, as he faced the somewhat exasperated expression of Anriel, who had merely come to the library for a casual perusal. Who could have anticipated that Hermione had become so tightly wound? After exchanging greetings with Anriel, she inexplicably buried her head in her arms, retreating into her own world. Fortunately, Anriel was quick-witted enough to cast a silencing charm. Otherwise, Madame Pants would not care about his identity. Even Professor Dumbledore had been chastised by her for indulging in chocolate within the library. All right, stop crying. Now, tell me what happened." Anriel handed 2 tissues to Hermione. After receiving them, Hermione glanced up at Anriel, her gaze flitting nervously around the room. Indeed, Ron was also present. Under Anriel's influence, the trio had undergone subtle shifts in their personalities. It was not an exaggeration to say that Hermione was now rather compliant to Anriel. The reason for her furtive behavior was that the Time Turner had been bestowed upon her by Professor McGonagall, and she could not allow anyone, apart from the professor, to discover its existence. Yet, she still revealed it to Anriel. Perhaps this was partly due to the fact that Anriel, in her eyes, bore a certain equivalence to the authority of a professor. However, Anriel lacked the audacity to directly seize the Time Turner. Instead, he subtly shifted his position towards the backrest of the chair, unnoticed by Hermione. "Put it away, Hermione. Your troubles do not stem from it." Anriel gazed at the crystal hourglass resting in Hermione's palm, its fine sand flowing effortlessly from one end to the other. In a gentle tone, he spoke to her. Hermione's emotions were currently in disarray, and she felt a profound sense of confusion. To elaborate, she was grappling with temporal dysregulation syndrome and a certain degree of anxiety brought on by the use of the Time Turner. Additionally, while she felt remorse towards Ron, she also found herself unjustly aggrieved by his aggressive demeanor. In Hermione's perception, the predator-prey dynamic was a natural and reasonable phenomenon, one beyond her control. Moreover, The fact that it involved a particularly ancient and frail mouse like Bambi only compounded her sense of injustice. She believed that sacrificing their friendship over such an aged creature was an exceedingly unwise decision. Anriel finds it somewhat perplexing. Indeed, this is not a conjecture from Anriel, but rather a revelation from the divine insights. You are currently under considerable pressure. Perhaps you might consider alleviating some of it by reducing a few subjects that are entirely unnecessary or, quite frankly, ones you have no desire to pursue. Anriel reached out and pulled the thick tome spread open before Hermione, glancing at its cover, The Mysteries of Divination, Philosophy in Black Cats, Clouds, and Tea Leaves. I am aware that you possess no genuine interest in this subject, yet you continue to compel yourself, tormenting your own spirit. Anriel lifted her gaze to glance at Hermione before she began to peruse the book. A look of inner turmoil crossed Hermione's face, and after a brief moment, she nodded slightly. It appeared that even in the realm of divination, relinquishing a course based on another's counsel proved to be a formidable challenge for Hermione at this juncture. However, since the individual in question was Anriel, Hermione seemed to find it somewhat more palatable. I then suggested that you directly convey to Ron your sincere apologies regarding his mouse. But make it clear that a deceased rodent cannot possibly hold more significance than a living being. Should he persist in his obstinate stance, Anrielton declared. Tell him that the mouse deserves to perish, as I have said. Hermione's mouth slightly agape, her eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. A flicker of fear crossed her visage. Although she was currently aflame with emotion, it did not impede her reasoning. For she was Hermione Jane Granger, weighing the significance of two matters in her mind. She ultimately spoke with conviction. Anriel, on the eve of Christmas, I, Harry, and Ron were at the Three Broomsticks. After reflection, Hermione concluded that the gravity of confessing to eavesdropping paled in comparison to the predicament involving Sirius Black. Anriel nodded affirmatively. Indeed. And then what? Did you all hear that? Hermione's voice trembled as she inquired. Why must that wretched mouse perish? Have you not already surmised the answer? Anriel turned to a page in the divination book and pushed it back toward Hermione. The contents of that page detailed the interpretation of the misty mouse, commonly perceived as a despicable individual or a thief. The crouching mouse often signifies a coward lurking in the shadows. When Hermione had purchased Crookshanks in Diagon Alley, the shopkeeper had remarked to Ron that, barring unforeseen circumstances, an ordinary garden mouse could expect to live only 3 to 5 years. Yet, Scabbers had thrived in the Weasley household for a full 12 years. Hermione was not Ron. She had not cohabited with Scabbers, thus she was able to discern the most peculiar aspects of the situation. Moreover, thanks to Snape's lesson in defense against the dark arts in place of Lupin, Hermione was already aware of Lupin's identity as a werewolf. The werewolf Lupin, along with Sirius Black, James Potter, and Peter, had been friends, and the ordinary mouse that had lived secretly for 12 years was, in fact, Sirius himself. Although she was taken aback, Hermione believed this to be the truth, especially after Anriel corroborated it. However, a wave of dread washed over her. A murderer. The Weasley family had cohabited with a killer for 12 years, and now Harry was also in peril. Hermione instinctively considered leaping from her seat and rushing out of the library, but a gentle yet insistent force restrained her, compelling her to remain seated. Is there something urgent that you need to attend to? Anriel squinted playfully, a smile dancing on her lips as she inquired. Hermione, flustered, hastily unraveled her thoughts. Muddled and disorganized, sharing a torrent of explanations, including the convoluted reasoning that led her to this point. Well, you've certainly put in a great deal of effort. And what comes next? Anriel smiled gently and posed a question back to Hermione. Indeed, what was there for me to worry about? Hermione was momentarily taken aback. If Anriel had chosen to say nothing even to Dumbledore, then there should be no cause for concern. However, such a thought was misguided. It was far more likely that Anriel and Dumbledore had devised a plan, one that did not necessitate sharing with ordinary third-year students like themselves. Thus, Hermione took a seat. And another realization dawned upon her. Even if she were to relay this information to Harry and the others, Ron would hardly believe her. And it would only serve to exacerbate the already tense rift between them. After all, Pettigrew, or rather the rat Scabbers, was now missing, without a trace. Not only did she lack evidence, but it also seemed that Harry and Ron were not in immediate peril. As anticipated, Anriel's next words were a soothing balm, allowing Hermione to finally relax. In every conceivable sense, Pettigrew was an exceedingly cowardly individual. He would not act without absolute certainty, which explained his 12 years of lurking. So what should we do now? Hermione inquired of Anriel. Anriel remained silent. Then, Hermione came to her senses, nodding to indicate that she would explain the matter of Crookshanks to Ron, while also steadying her own emotional state. Anriel truly cares like an elder brother. Hermione Granger. What are you pondering? Anriel is a man in a committed relationship. Hermione's cheeks flushed momentarily, yet Anriel, in a state of serene contemplation, remained oblivious to her reaction. In truth, had he noticed, his response would likely have been a mere admonition. Miss, please conduct yourself with dignity. Even if Anriel's allure were indeed compelling enough to captivate three significant female characters simultaneously, his approach to managing Ginny's affections would differ starkly from that employed with Hermione. Although both women possess strong personalities, Ginny, having endured the trials of the Chamber of Secrets, exhibits a bolder expression of her emotions. She cannot afford to be excessively forthright, as it may breed animosity. Beneath her seemingly assertive exterior lies a profound need for emotional support. Anriel intends to captivate her with his intellect, thereby nurturing a dependable aid. In contrast, if he were to dismiss Hermione without sufficient firmness, it would likely provoke her competitive spirit. She possesses a latent vanity, stemming from her pride in her own intellect, and her disposition is one that appears softer than Ginny's, yet is, in truth, quite obstinate. She would perceive her rejection as a reflection of her own inadequacy, rather than the reality of the situation. Hermione's character precludes her from becoming a devoted subordinate, after all. She is destined to be the future Minister of Magic. In the Gryffindor common room, Hermione pushed open the door to the portrait hole and bent down to enter. The common area was desolate, devoid of any presence. She dragged a comfortable armchair over and settled by the fireplace. It was the first moment of genuine relaxation she had felt since the commencement of the academic year, following the relentless adherence to that confounded timetable. She had just visited Professor McGonagall to inform her of her decision to discontinue divination. When McGonagall inquired about her reasoning, Hermione exhibited a rare moment of shyness, shaking her head with a faint blush. However, this reaction provided McGonagall with a sufficiently clear answer. The professor refrained from elaborating, as her experience suggested that a girl smitten with such youthful infatuation would not easily relent unless she endured a heartbreak from her beloved. After a brief assessment of Hermione's emotional state, McGonagall deemed her to be in good spirits and permitted her to return to the common room. Now, Hermione nestled within her chair, contemplating how to communicate this development to Ronald Weasley. She had ample time, as today was the day of the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Surprisingly, Slytherin had previously suffered an unexpected defeat against Ravenclaw, which was why Gryffindor needed to triumph against them once more. A victory would place both Gryffindor and Slytherin in contention for the top position, while a loss would essentially secure Slytherin's points, given that the other three houses each lost one match. Hermione pursed her lips, forcefully dismissing the Quidditch regulations from her mind. Anriel once remarked, quite bluntly, that a deceased mouse could never hold greater significance than a living person. Indeed, how could a lifeless rodent surpass the bond of friendship shared among the living? Moreover, the mouse was not yet dead. Could this matter be shared with Harry and the others? Hermione pondered for a moment and realized that Anriel had not instructed her on how to approach this situation. It would depend on her mood. She would observe Ron's response. If he remained obstinate, she would refrain from revealing anything to him. Hermione swiftly replayed the scenario in her mind, satisfied with her conclusions. The wait was often excruciatingly long, and the weight of concern regarding this situation only intensified the torment. After an indeterminate period, a cacophony of cheers erupted at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. Hermione, without needing to wait for anyone to open the door, surmised that Gryffindor must have triumphed. The portrait hole swung open, unleashing a wave of jubilant voices, prompting Hermione to close the book in her hands and await the unfolding spectacle. A throng of boys and girls, clad in vibrant scarlet and gold robes, brandished noise-making devices and delectable sweets. The din of celebration was overwhelming. That was Hermione's sole thought. Though she was within the Gryffindor common room, it felt as though she did not truly belong there. It was only when Fred and George began distributing an array of candies that she spotted the celebrated Harry Potter, encircled by admirers. Her previously tense expression softened slightly. However, she then caught sight of Ron appearing from across the room, feigning ignorance of her presence, causing her demeanor to stiffen once more. Then, Harry noticed Hermione and approached her. Fred and George exchanged glances and whistled. Hermione observed Ron's face darken suddenly, which inexplicably filled her with a sense of vindictive joy. "Are you all right, Hermione?" Harry inquired with his customary neutral tone. "I'm perfectly fine. Nothing is amiss," Hermione replied, her voice tinged with a hint of cheer. It was Ron who should have concerns, for his mouse had met its demise, had it not? Harry found himself momentarily speechless. The words did not seem at all characteristic of Hermione, sounding rather unkind. He was unsure how to respond. However, while Harry grappled with his inability to continue the conversation, Ron, who had been eavesdropping all along, was blushing fiercely, his face turning a deep shade of red, with his freckles seemingly illuminated. It felt as though Hermione had not merely spoken, but had delivered a punch directly to him. He was caught in a tumult of indignation, eager to retort yet reluctant to reveal that he had been secretly listening, a situation that left him feeling quite embarrassed. The crux of the matter was that Ron tended to become increasingly tongue-tied the more flustered he became, and after turning crimson, he found himself at a loss for words, making a quarrel all the more unlikely. As the atmosphere shifted imperceptibly, the slow-witted Harry Potter finally came to the realization that Ron was likely eavesdropping right behind him. Hermione, you know, ever since Scabbers died, Ron has been feeling rather down, so perhaps you could offer him a small apology? Harry managed to force a smile, his confidence wavering as he spoke hesitantly. To everyone's surprise, Hermione raised an eyebrow. Apologize? Oh, I feel sorry about his rat. But I don't believe I owe him an apology. Before Harry could interject, Ron could no longer contain himself. Hermione Granger, how dare you let your cat eat my rat? The atmosphere in the lounge suddenly turned cold as the celebratory crowd exchanged glances. Fred and George locked eyes and hurried over to mediate. Hey, little Ronnie, don't be like that. It's merely an old rat, said Fred. Indeed. It's just a piece of rubbish Percy discarded, George added. Look, we'll buy you a new one. A new rat, or whatever else you desire. As long as it's not an owl. They then simultaneously turned towards the crowd, waving their hands, albeit in opposite directions. The other Gryffindors had been celebrating for quite some time, and upon reflection, they realized this was not particularly noteworthy, referring to the altercation involving one girl and two boys, prompting them to gradually return to their dormitories to rest. Fred and George observed the trio. Thanks to their earlier diversion, the tension in the room had dissipated. Ron's face remained flushed, but his demeanor had shifted to one of intense glare. Hermione wore a forced smile, her expression cold and unyielding as she met Ron's gaze without flinching. She had intended to speak to Ron calmly, but his obstinate attitude, his face twisted in a grimace, ignited her frustration. Very well, let's abandon the pretense of civil discourse. My cat has consumed your rat, Hermione stated, emphasizing each word as if seeking confirmation. Ron's face glowed like a safety lamp, his freckles seeming to light up with anger. Well, you still, he retorted. I see nothing wrong with this, Ronald Weasley, Hermione replied coolly, her tone reminiscent of Snape when he favored Malfoy. Cats eat mice. It is a natural order. She paused, denying Ron any opportunity to escalate the situation further. Moreover, I have already expressed my regret regarding this matter. The words were correct, yet they dripped with sarcasm. You, Ron stammered. What about me? The issue lies with you. You are the one who failed to supervise your pet rat, yet you expect me to suppress a cat's instinctive behavior. Can you truly claim this is my fault? Though it was unclear where he had learned such a skill of counterattack, it seemed he was attempting to rally his forces. Regardless, the dim-witted Ron, yearning to outmaneuver Hermione, who had adjusted her mindset and was now fully equipped for verbal combat, was somewhat delusional. Had it not been for the intervention of the Weasley twins and Harry, Ron might have charged at Hermione with the intent of striking her. Come on, Hermione. Just offer a small apology, George whispered, leaning towards her. Hermione shook her head. It's not that I don't want to, it's that he won't accept it. And this situation is far more complicated than you realize. She glanced at the four individuals present, pondered for a moment, and added, that mouse should have perished long ago. No one comprehended her words. Hermione seemed to have an epiphany. She appeared to grasp, albeit partially, the reason why Anriel had forbidden her from disclosing this matter. If that were the case, what more was there to discuss? Hermione rose, casting a disdainful glance at Ron. Indeed, it was a look of disdain. When one possesses knowledge of the truth yet is unable to reveal it for various reasons, two emotions typically arise. The first is anxiety and impatience, a concern for those who remain uninformed. The second is a sense of superiority, a feeling born from the knowledge that only one is privy to the truth, while others, deemed inferior, are unworthy of that knowledge. For someone with Hermione's disposition, this sense of superiority is particularly pronounced. Her perpetual enjoyment of being the first, often the sole individual in the class to answer questions, is indicative of this trait. Even when she learned in Snape's class that Lupin was a werewolf, she reveled in the secret she alone possessed, choosing not to confide in any of her closer friends. Perhaps there was a desire to prevent Lupin's dismissal, but more significantly, it stemmed from an innate pride within her. She possesses a proud soul. "If you have no pressing matters, I shall retire for the night," she declared, turning away. She ascended the staircase leading to the girls' dormitory without casting another glance at the four bewildered boys. Harry and Ron returned to their dormitory, appearing rather discontented. The joy that had initially accompanied their victory in Quidditch seemed to have evaporated in light of the recent events. They dressed for bed, washed up, and each settled into their respective beds, until suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence of the night. "What happened? Ron? Is that you?" Harry fumbled to place his glasses on his nose, tumbling out of bed in a flurry. "That guy? Black. Sirius Black." Ron clutched a torn portion of the curtain, his face a mask of terror, and indeed, the curtain bore irregular, jagged tear marks. "P.S. right over there. His hands are enormous." He ripped the curtain open. Ron appeared to be greatly distressed, and the three remaining individuals in the room were obliged to listen as he articulated, in the simplistic manner of a child under the age of 10, the harrowing encounter he had just experienced with Sirius Black. Within a mere few minutes, those who were meant to arrive had yet to do so, while those who were not expected had already made their entrance. How Harry longed for the intervention of Dumbledore, or perhaps Aurelia, or Minerva McGonagall. Failing that, he would settle for Professor Lupin, or indeed anyone at all, but not Potter, Weasley. "You just stated that Sirius Black intruded into your common room, entered your dormitory, and stood before Weasley's bed, tearing aside his curtains?" Severus Snape's icy, piercing gaze swept across the four occupants of Harry's bedroom. Harry swallowed hard, forcing out the last word through clenched teeth. "Professor." "Nonsense," Snape retorted, his voice dripping with his characteristic oily tone. "Potter and his little friends are filled with far too many unrealistic fantasies, now plagued by a foolish and arrogant murderer in their dreams, pursuing them in a failed attempt at homicide." With a mocking inflection, Snape flicked his wand, causing the half-torn curtain to unfurl in the air. "Professor, why is it not Professor McGonagall who is handling this matter?" Ron spoke, not from a place of disdain for Snape, as Harry did, but rather from sheer terror. He was no longer concerned with Snape's tone or demeanor. He was frightened. At that moment, Ron cared for only one thing: the fact that Snape did not provide him the sense of security that Professor McGonagall would. "McGonagall?" Snape sneered, disdainfully flicking his wand to cast aside the curtain that had been torn by Sirius, as though it were an utterly repugnant object. "She is of an age. We should not disturb her slumber over such trifling matters." "No, this is not a trifling matter." Ron's face reflected sheer panic. "I have no obligation to intervene, Mr. Weasley." Snape hissed. "Due to your lack of decorum, Gryffindor loses 10 points. There will be no deranged murderer wielding a knife or furry claws standing at your bedside, intent on killing you. The only conclusion we can draw is that it was merely your grotesque sleeping position that caused you to inadvertently pull down the curtain, resulting in those torn remnants. You ought to feel fortunate, for it is I who is on duty tonight." Had it been that other fellow Snape's lips were pressed into a thin line, he might not even acknowledge your plight. With that, Snape departed. Who was he referring to? He stated that Anriel Snape has confirmed that Sirius has indeed infiltrated the school. Would Anriel intervene? Snape was uncertain, yet by a stroke of fortune, he accurately deduced that Anriel would indeed neglect the matter. After all, it was unlikely to result in any fatalities. One might as well proceed as they wish. If such trivialities were to encroach upon the precious hours of slumber, who would compensate for the time lost with Luna? The following morning, Anriel awoke, cradling the fragrant little Luna in his arms, and began his day with a sweet kiss. This was in stark contrast to the tension of the previous day's events in the Gryffindor common room and the heart-pounding moments in the dormitory. It was a morning kiss. Indeed, Luna was awakened by his gentle gesture, and after a brief moment of realization regarding Anriel's actions, she promptly reciprocated with a kiss of her own. One must not be outdone, after all. After a playful bout, the two proceeded to freshen up and dress, preparing to descend for breakfast. It was then that they discerned an unusual atmosphere in the great hall. What was amiss? Pray, enlighten me. Anriel discerned the source of the oppressive atmosphere emanating from the Gryffindor table. As he passed by, he halted two individuals who appeared to be privy to the unfolding events. "Well, we are not entirely certain ourselves, but Ron mentioned that he was abruptly awakened last night and witnessed Fred and George engaging in conversation, exhibiting an uncanny rapport. They exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously uttered the name, Sirius Black." They further elaborated, "Moreover, although the lion-headed door knocker remains intact, the original portrait door has been breached." revealing a gaping hole. This strongly suggests that Ron's account is, indeed, likely to be true. Anriel understood. Sirius was now quite agitated, perhaps attributing all his misfortunes to the diminutive Peter, thus fueling his desperate desire to capture this rodent and prove his innocence. Well, it is conceivable that Sirius merely wished to rend this fellow into pieces, foregoing any process of self-justification. Sirius's recklessness was evident to all, making such an occurrence entirely plausible. After expressing her gratitude to Gemini, Anriel accompanied Luna to the Ravenclaw table to partake in breakfast. However, unexpectedly, a school barn owl swooped towards Anriel. Dropping a parchment note it clutched in its talons beside her bowl of porridge. Anriel raised an eyebrow. Vashida had long since returned to the Americas. Who would still write him a note? Who could it be? Luna also leaned in to take a look. Uncertain. As Anriel spoke, she lifted her finger, causing the note to unfurl gracefully in midair. Dear Anriel, might I kindly request that you join Hermione at my cottage for a cup of tea around 5 o'clock this afternoon? She has offered to assist me in organizing Buckbeak's documentation. Professor Dumbledore has decreed that students are not permitted to leave the castle unaccompanied today. Your assistance would be greatly appreciated. Thank you very much. Hagrid. Anriel moved the note aside, and Luna reached out to grasp it. After reading it, she looked at Anriel with a hint of confusion. Why doesn't he come to the castle to fetch her himself? Anriel pondered for a moment and remarked, perhaps Hagrid's guests today extend beyond merely Hermione. It is conceivable that Hagrid seeks to ease the tension between Ron and Hermione. Anriel pondered uncertainly, unable to discern Hagrid's true intentions. If Hagrid aimed to mediate the relationship between Ron and Hermione, what purpose would my presence serve? Or perhaps he had not contemplated such matters at all. Should I accompany him, then? Anriel inquired of Luna. May I? Luna appeared quite pleased and replied, certainly. Though it would be wise to refrain from consuming anything at Hagrid's. Anriel spoke in a light-hearted tone. Consequently, Anriel sought out Hermione and recounted the matter to her. Hermione, upon realizing the urgency, smacked her forehead and hurried back to the Gryffindor common room, emerging with a substantial collection of parchment and notebooks. Anriel packed these items into a non-existent box. Hermione had yet to master the non-detection charm, let alone comprehend Anriel's extraordinary feat with 10 minutes to spare before 5 o'clock. Anriel, accompanied by Luna and Hermione, appeared before Hagrid's quaint wooden hut. He glanced around, observing the restless Luna, raised an eyebrow, and stepped forward to knock on the door. Who is it? Oh, you've arrived. Come in, Hagrid exclaimed as he opened the door, recognizing his visitors and stepping aside. Good afternoon, Hagrid. Anriel greeted and cast a glance at Hagrid's hair, wilder than usual. You seem rather unwell. Is it due to Buckbeak? Hagrid took a deep breath, as if he intended to articulate something, yet ultimately, he appeared deflated, resting his beast-hunting crossbow in the corner and sinking heavily onto the sofa. Hope seemed bleak regarding Buckbeak's relationship with Malfoy and the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, Hagrid muttered, burying his hands in his thick beard to support his weary face. Hagrid, pull yourself together. If you give up, then Buckbeak is truly lost. Hermione's voice rose in an attempt to capture Hagrid's attention. Indeed, she is correct, Luna softly murmured. Hagrid lifted his gaze to the two girls, who were urging him in their own ways, and sadly nodded in agreement. Suddenly, it seemed a thought struck him. Oh right, Hermione. I heard you and Ron have had a rather unpleasant falling out. Is that true? Hagrid paused, his demeanor growing more serious. It was only in such moments that he appeared as a figure of elder wisdom. Yes, that is indeed the case, Hermione admitted candidly. Anriel raised an eyebrow at the relationship between Ron and Hermione. Her current attitude of complete indifference seemed to be rather counterproductive. Nevertheless, let her be. Could you elaborate? Hagrid inquired. Certainly, Hermione replied, pausing for a few moments as if to gather her thoughts. It is essentially this. My cat, Crookshanks, devoured his rat, Scabbers. I contemplated apologizing, but he insisted that I either get rid of Crookshanks or throw him away, otherwise he would not accept my apology. He perceives Crookshanks as a mad cat. She shrugged. After 3 attempts, I have now given up. Hagrid's brow furrowed deeply. But, Hermione, you must understand the significance of a pet, both for him and for you. He stood up and walked into the back room, returning with a plate of dubious brown, oval-shaped grain products. Luna spun around, eyeing the platter with a clear desire that seemed to say, should I give it a try? Hermione, evidently having experienced the potency of these pastries before, merely picked up the teapot that accompanied the platter and poured a cup for each of the 4 present. Anriel lifted the teacup to his nose and inhaled. It was likely barley tea. He glanced at Hagrid, yet Hagrid was not looking at him. Should he take a sip? Anriel raised her cup and took a small sip. Delightful. It is not barley, but rather sage and dandelion. To her surprise, Luna, after sniffing the teacup and taking a sip just like Anriel, actually provided the recipe. Ah, indeed, these two ingredients. Hagrid appeared slightly pleased, yet merely cast a glance at Luna before continuing his conversation with Hermione. Although it may seem inappropriate for me to say this, your friendship should undoubtedly hold far greater significance than that of a pet. Hermione nodded in agreement. Hagrid, you were right, but I have come to realize something else. What is it? Hagrid asked, puzzled. Friendship requires mutual maintenance, Hermione asserted decisively. I had once believed that the importance of friendship far surpassed that of a rat or a cat, and I still hold that conviction. Yet, he clearly does not share that view. Hermione's tone turned rather cold. Thus, his significance to me now pales in comparison to that of my cat. Anriel sat quietly beside them, exhaling the steam that naturally follows the consumption of a full cup of hot tea. After all, she was a construct, so it mattered little. Luna's eyes sparkled with curiosity as they flitted between Anriel and Hermione, ultimately releasing a silent sigh. Hermione had aptly justified Anriel's convoluted reasoning and persuaded herself that it could be deemed so, as if a great scholar were to debate on her behalf. If Ron's significance to Hermione was based on a utilitarian perspective, a troubling question arose. Regardless of circumstances, a person's value surpasses that of a cat. Conversely, if one disregards the lens of self-interest, it stands to reason that humans inherently hold more importance than mice or cats. Thus, such an assertion was fundamentally fallacious. Luna sensed that Anriel harbored ambitions for her future, yet she remained uncertain about Hermione's role within that framework. She hoped Hermione was not merely a pawn. Despite their contrasting approaches to life, Luna held a favorable impression of her. However, if it were indeed the case of being a discarded piece, her heart ached at the thought. Luna nestled closer to Anriel, settling into her boyfriend's embrace, sipping her tea delicately. I love you, regardless of your intentions, whether they be good or ill. Hermione noticed Hagrid appeared ready to urge her further, so she interjected before he could. All right, Hagrid. I am well aware of my own affairs. What is more pressing today is Buckbeak's situation. Ah, well then, Hagrid conceded, nodding, before taking a few moments to shift into a mode of sorrow for Buckbeak. As the conversation reached this juncture, Anriel realized that Hagrid had indeed summoned her to escort Hermione without ulterior motives. It seemed he had overthought the matter, complicating it unnecessarily. Anriel and Luna found themselves of little assistance, for they were merely sifting through the archives of previous cases, rather than engaging in a whimsical quiz about magical creatures. Consequently, with some free time on her hands, Luna's gaze fell upon the plate of rock cakes. It became apparent that most humans, particularly the young ones, possess a rather stubborn inclination to persist until they encounter an insurmountable obstacle. Luna tilted her head back, her large, luminous eyes fixed upon Anriel, remaining silent yet intensely watchful. Anriel, with a pained expression, rubbed her temples and sighed. Luna, well, if you wish to try, then go ahead. Her tone then shifted to one of gravity as she cautioned, do not exert too much force when biting into Hagrid's rock cakes, aside from him. No one else can nonchalantly manage to consume them. Luna let out a soft gasp, leaning forward to reach for the plate of rock cakes. As her fingertips grazed the surface of the cake, her expression altered, revealing disbelief. Is this truly a stone? She inquired. You chose it yourself. Anriel shrugged nonchalantly, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. Luna, in a fit of indignation, aimed a small fist at his side, only to be seized by the lecherous rogue who encircled her with his arm. Presently, Luna found herself with one hand wrapped around Anriel's waist, while the other clutched a piece of rock pastry. Take it slow, don't bite directly. Anriel reiterated her point. Fortunately, Luna heeded the advice, particularly that of Anriel. Psychological expectation 1. It would be exceedingly hard. With utmost caution, she brought the biscuit close to her nose, taking a moment to inhale its scent. Salt. Psychological expectation 2. It might be overly salty. Luna glanced around, noting that Hagrid was turned away, engrossed in rummaging through documents. Hermione, seated opposite Hagrid, caught sight of Luna and the rock cake in her hand. Her eyes widened in alarm, and she anxiously mouthed something that appeared to be, please, no, don't do it. Luna understood, and an inexplicable sense of competitive spirit stirred within her. Psychological expectation 3. It would be inedible, exceedingly so, particularly dreadful. Aware that it was a stone. Why not avoid it? Not just a stone, but a historical one. Hermione declared, "Very well, I shall partake." Luna brought the rock cake to her delicate pink lips, revealing two small white teeth, reminiscent of a little rabbit nibbling on a carrot. She took a bite. Another bite. Ugh, it wouldn't yield. Luna's small face contorted in disappointment as she held the unknown, resilient construction material a bit farther away, scrutinizing it closely. At the very least, it left a small row of white impressions. She smacked her lips and rendered her verdict, a classic British dish, albeit of the pre-packaged variety. Hagrid, however, was oblivious to the happenings on Anriel's side, his thoughts consumed by Buckbeak. The documents Hermione had brought seemed to bolster his confidence, motivating him to prepare for Buckbeak's review. Glancing at the clock, he exclaimed, "Goodness gracious, Merlin above, it's already this late. You all ought to return to the castle." Anriel regarded Hagrid with a perplexed expression. "Come now, if you're going to fabricate excuses, at least make them plausible. I am still here after all. Does the curfew even serve a purpose?" This clumsy pretense was almost a foregone conclusion. Hagrid had even invited others this afternoon, including Harry and Ron. "Well, since you insist, let us proceed, Hermione. Luna is nestled in my arms, no need to call her." During this rather aimless tea gathering, not a single word was uttered regarding last Saturday's attack on Ron. Truth be told, Anriel was quite curious about how Hagrid intended to counsel Ron. However, it hardly mattered whether she knew or not. Anriel returned to the castle accompanied by two young maidens. It was a Saturday morning, the day when Hogsmeade would open its doors. As is widely recognized, students prior to their 4th year at Hogwarts are prohibited from visiting Hogsmeade. However, it is equally well known that Potter has never been one to adhere strictly to the rules, as Severus Snape would undoubtedly remark. After Anriel escorted Luna to her classroom, he began to meander on the 4th floor. As for whether Harry's Marauder's map could detect him, Anriel's response was, "Haha, indeed. The active map can display every individual engaged in activities, but can it also show a corpse that is animated? The undead lord form of Anriel is but a moving corpse. In this regard, Anriel's soul perception circle far surpasses the living point map by countless measures. However, this is only natural, as James and his companions were merely young when they created the living point map. Compared to Anriel, they simply lacked a formidable father figure. Thus, he wandered about the 4th floor until he chanced upon a shadowy figure lurking beside an unsightly, hunchbacked, one-eyed witch statue. No typo. Just a smile. Anriel did not see Navy. "Harry, what are you doing here?" Anriel observed as Harry was startled, nearly jumping up in fright. The Marauder's map slipped from his grasp and fluttered to the ground. Instinctively, Harry bent down to retrieve it, but the map soared back into the air. Anriel spoke calmly. The map rolled itself up and flew into Anriel's hand. "What?" Harry exclaimed in astonishment, bewildered by Anriel's knowledge of the existence of the Marauder's map. Had Ron or Hermione betrayed him? A small seed of doubt was inadvertently sown, uncertain of when it would wither away or take root and flourish in an overlooked corner. "Answer my question, Harry. What are you doing here?" Anriel did not activate the Marauder's map. The moment she acquired it, she comprehended its underlying principles. It is difficult to fathom that James, Sirius, and Lupin, during their student days, could conjure such an exquisitely intricate detection charm. The design of the Marauder's map is remarkably ingenious. It resembles a glitch embedded within the magical defense system of Hogwarts. Alternatively, it could be more aptly described as a DLC plugin, for the map itself poses no threat to the magical barriers. It merely utilizes the protective shields encompassing range to observe others. I'll come. I'll take a stroll to digest," Harry stammered, eventually concocting a rather clumsy excuse. Anriel raised an eyebrow, questioning whether the individual before him appeared to be particularly foolish. However, it was not within Anriel's expertise to discomfort Harry Potter. That role was best suited for someone far more adept who was already en route. Such a twisted fate. The sound of footsteps echoed around the corner at the 4th floor staircase, and given the current circumstances, it was evidently not Neville. Moments later, Severus Snape's shadowy visage emerged before Anriel, forming a literal sandwich with Anriel on one side and Harry trapped in the middle. Harry's expression resembled that of someone on the verge of shattering. Snape acknowledged Anriel with a nod, then advanced deliberately towards Harry. Anriel had participated in the patrol concerning Sirius Black today, thus he was authorized to be within any area of the castle. Yet, Mr. Potter had a propensity for appearing in various obscure and clandestine locales, a hereditary trait of sorts. Snape paused, brimming with malice, and remarked with heavy irony, "A spirit of adventure." This, of course, was utterly inappropriate. The next words on Snape's lips were all too apparent. Gryffindor would undoubtedly suffer a deduction of points. Harry's complexion paled further, but it was not merely due to Snape's impending penalty, which, in fairness, was rather minimal. His anxiety stemmed from Snape's approach towards the statue of the One-Eyed Witch. Harry had just recited the incantation for the parting spell and had not yet managed to slip inside. In that moment, every measured step Snape took seemed to stretch infinitely. Ah, what is this? Snape's eyes glimmered with intrigue, his smooth voice tinged with unmistakable delight. A secret passage? Harry's breath hitched, darkness encroaching upon his vision, as he sensed that escape from this predicament was unlikely. Help! His desperate gaze slowly shifted towards Anriel, only for despair to deepen within him. The Marauder's map, still bearing its recent inscriptions, lay open in Anriel's hands, his expression revealing a keen interest. Harry wondered if any situation could possibly worsen than this. Surely not? Or could it? Potter? And Severus and Anriel? What are you doing here? A calm voice interjected. Ah, what a coincidence, Minerva. A sinister smile crept across Snape's face. The last vestige of color drained from Harry's visage. Let him perish, swiftly, do it quickly. It seemed they had stumbled upon something exceedingly intriguing. Snape's we clearly referred to himself and Anriel, perhaps with Professor McGonagall included. Look, Minerva. Snape stepped aside, revealing a gaping crack in the statue of the one-eyed hunchback which behind him. The fissure was wide enough for a person to crawl through, leading into a pitch-black tunnel. Professor McGonagall's mouth fell agape, astonishment and indignation mingling on her countenance. Mr. Potter, could you provide me with a reasonable explanation? Professor McGonagall inquired, her expression stern and exceedingly grave as she turned to Harry. Harry, pale and stammering, replied, I don't know, Professor. Anriel gazed upon the scene with great interest. Harry Potter could no longer be considered merely unfortunate. He was, quite frankly, afflicted by the misfortune of a shooting star. Why? One might wonder, was Minerva McGonagall present in the corridor on the 4th floor? It is worth noting that the 4th floor of Hogwarts harbors no particularly intriguing facilities. Regardless of one's perspective, 2 years prior, the dilapidated classroom housing the Philosopher's Stone was located on this very floor, which is notorious for its abundance of decrepit classrooms. Additionally, there exists a trophy room, filled with an array of dull historical artifacts. The primary reason most visitors find themselves here for the first time is due to being punished by Filch, compelled to undertake community service. Lastly, there is the Charms classroom. Beyond that, I regret to inform you, the 4th floor truly offers nothing of interest. The reason for Minerva McGonagall's presence on the 4th floor today pertains to the last facility mentioned. She was on her way to the Charms classroom to consult Professor Flitwick. This matter was connected to Sirius Black. The last time Sirius had invaded the Gryffindor common room, he had vandalized the lion-headed knocker and the portrait hole. Professor McGonagall was seeking Professor Flitwick's assistance in casting additional protective charms. Unfortunately, as she passed by, McGonagall overheard Snape's oily voice, an old adversary. It was quite possible that Snape was currently tormenting the children of her house. With such considerations in mind, Minerva McGonagall rounded the corner of the staircase and hurried forth. Ah, splendid indeed. Let us speculate about the destination of this mysterious passage. Snape bent down, fiddling with the dirt beneath his feet. I suspect there is a considerable likelihood it leads to Hogsmeade, he thought, as he drew his wand and cautiously stepped into the fissure. Anriel was acutely aware of what Snape was currently contemplating. From Snape's perspective, all he required was the assurance that Harry Potter would remain alive. As for Harry's happiness, that bore no significance to Snape. Allowing this boy, who bore the visage of James Potter, to experience joy was scarcely preferable to outright eliminating Snape. To confine Harry to his quarters presented an enticing opportunity for Snape, one that carried minimal risk. After all, if the individual on the other side truly was a lycanthropic Remus Lupin, Snape would have been well aware of that passage long ago, would he not? Let me observe. Snape's voice drifted further from the entrance. Harry dared not move, for Professor McGonagall was fixating on him with a gaze that could kill. In the desolate corridor, the creaking of the floorboards echoed, likely the sound of Snape pushing aside the boards of the Honeyduck cellar. After a brief interval, Snape returned. Anriel shrugged, as he had a fair inkling of what awaited Harry. However, it was of no concern to him. He discreetly tucked the Marauder's map into his pocket and turned to Professor McGonagall, stating, "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. At the very least, I assume the heads of Gryffindor and Slytherin are present, which renders my presence unnecessary." The two heads nodded, their focus evidently elsewhere. wholly absorbed in the matter of Harry Potter, a situation that demanded their attention. Minerva McGonagall was not the type to show favoritism in such circumstances. The pressing question was how to manage the situation and to what extent. That was a matter for Snape and McGonagall to bicker over. Very well. Snape initiated the verbal skirmish, his lips contorting into a smile that Harry perceived as decidedly malevolent. All of us, including the Minister of Magic, are striving to safeguard the illustrious Harry Potter from a madman who has escaped from Azkaban. Yet, it appears that such measures may no longer be warranted. Snape began to circle Harry. The great Harry Potter insists on pursuing his own whims, going wherever he pleases. He turned to McGonagall, waving an object in his hand. Observe. Minerva, the Duke of Honeydukes. While everyone is in a tizzy over Sirius Black, this most protected child has managed to sneak into the underground storeroom of Honeydukes through the secret passage of the school. In comparison, potential thefts pale in significance. Snape's remarks were logically sound, and he seemingly, though not intentionally, added another charge against Harry. The implication was reasonable, with the entrance to the passageway located in the storeroom. Could the occurrence of theft not be attributed to Harry, rather than to Sirius Black? McGonagall found little to counter this. The most she could muster was, Severus, I understand. Thank you. However, Potter remained a Gryffindor, which meant that the decision regarding his fate would likely fall to her, sparing Snape any further concern. Anriel was indifferent to how McGonagall and Snape dealt with Harry Potter. However, one could surmise the outcome. As he passed by the scoreboard downstairs and noticed a significant decrease of over 100 points in Gryffindor's hourglass. It seemed that Gryffindor was now entirely out of contention for the House Cup. After taking a slight detour, Anriel returned to the Ravenclaw Tower. Luna was in class, and the common room was sparsely populated. Upon seeing Anriel, the few individuals present greeted him warmly. Anriel responded to each inquiry in turn. Then, he made his way directly to his room, opened the window, and leapt out, for he could not allow anyone to witness his actions. Anriel hurried to the 8th floor, bound for the room of requirement, as a particularly intriguing thought struck him. Just how fascinating was this notion? It involved a curious inscription, S.P.E.W., which stands for Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare, etched upon the back of none other than Satan himself, though one must not gaze upon it, for doing so would invoke chaos. Consider this, a living map, crafted during their student days by 4 individuals, James Potter, Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and the diminutive Peter Pettigrew. Among these 4, only James Potter now rests in eternal slumber. Does this not constitute a significant medium? Indeed, it does. How could it not? However, en route to the room of requirement, it was prudent that no one be allowed to witness Anriel. Anriel has certainly not subjected Regulus to the relentless toil of crafting weapons within the wishful house these past few days. What distinguishes him from a mere street lamp ornament? Thus, it is reasonable to surmise that the wishful house is currently devoid of occupants. He has also instructed Regulus to return all completed products to number 12 Grimer Square, rendering the wishful house to its original state, most suitable for the resurrection ceremony. Anriel could no longer contain herself. Stifling laughter had become quite exhausting. Haha. Here comes your butterfly. It is difficult to imagine the scene that would unfold when Anriel appeared before Harry with James Potter by her side. Nonetheless, even if James Potter were truly resurrected, Anriel would merely seek amusement from the situation, never intending to recruit him as a subordinate due to their fundamentally incompatible personalities. James, with his alignment shifting from lawful evil to true neutral, and Anriel, who oscillates between chaotic neutral and chaotic evil, are inherently at odds. Fortunately, the Resurrection Stone possesses the remarkable ability to forcibly alter perceptions, alleviating many complications. Anriel flew in through a small window in the 8th floor corridor, leaping down to land gracefully in the hallway. Upon entering the wish fulfillment room, the surroundings were utterly barren. Anriel habitually placed the active point map upon the ground, her hand adorned with the Resurrection Stone hovering just above it. A gray mist began to billow forth. The intricately patterned, ominous door gradually emerged from within the swirling fog. Anriel grasped the latch of the scythe door with one hand and forcefully lifted it upward. At that moment, he had not yet fully mastered the power of the Resurrection Stone, and his ability to resurrect Regulus was merely a struggle. However, now his strength was formidable, allowing him to effortlessly lift the latch of the door to death. The chillingly silent door creaked open, emanating a pull that held no effect on Anriel whatsoever. Anriel was taken aback. Immediately, he furrowed his brow. This was entirely different from the resurrection of Regulus. There was nothing outside the door. Anriel, undeterred by the ominous presence, decisively closed the door of death once more. The mist dissipated, and the door's panels retracted seamlessly, a fluid motion executed with unwavering resolve. Anriel carefully examined the live point map he picked up from the ground. There should be no issues. Then, let us attempt it once more. Anriel continues to manipulate the gray mist, enveloping the vital point map as the gate of death descends, solidifying. Anriel lifted the latch. Anriel furrowed his brow, allowing the room to be enveloped in a misty haze, transforming the entire space into a realm reminiscent of the netherworld. In this soothing ambience that stimulated his mind and broadened his thoughts, Anriel swiftly formulated a hypothesis. However, he found himself unable to validate it unless he relinquished his final bastion. Such an act would prove to be a futile endeavor, for it would undoubtedly lead to an immediate rift with Dumbledore. He needed to bide his time, awaiting a moment that was both opportune and justifiable for a counteroffensive. Simultaneously, Anriel required the clandestine accumulation of certain relics to substantiate his conjecture. Given this, it would be prudent to refrain from further engagement for the time being. Ah, you have arrived, dear butterfly. Oh, but it seems you have yet to make your entrance. Anriel did not hastily depart from the House of Requests. Instead, he snapped his fingers. Silvery threads unfurled from his fingertips, intertwining in the air to form thicker, rope-like strands. These lines coiled around each other, culminating in a distinct pattern. It resembled a triangular, vertical eye, an emblem of death. The Death Eaters branded their insignia upon the skin of their members. Anriel found this method somewhat unrefined, lacking in sophistication. He aspired to imprint his insignia upon the souls of his members rather than merely on their corporeal forms, which are destined to decay and perish. Given that thus far, only Regulus, a deceased individual, could be summoned in such a manner, Anriel recognized the necessity for further research on how to etch his mark upon the souls of the living. Shortly after the signal was sent, Regulus's silhouette materialized at the edge of the mist, at the threshold that separates the realm of the deceased from the world of the living. As a servant to the Lord of the Undead, he was no longer under the dominion of the Grim Reaper. "Is there a task, my master?" Regulus inquired respectfully with a slight nod. "Go and gather the relics of those who perished directly at the hands of Voldemort." Anriel emphasized with conviction, "It is imperative that the individual must be slain by Voldemort himself, using his own dark incantations." Anriel harbors a peculiar hypothesis that James Potter's soul was not embraced by the realm of death, but rather ensnared by Voldemort's wand, though this notion may seem absurd. Within this idealistic magical universe, anything is conceivable. His conjecture is not entirely unfounded. After all, Voldemort possesses remarkable expertise in matters of the soul, and historically, he stands alone in having fractured his essence into 7 Horcruxes, totaling 8 fragments of his being. What sort of inexplicable connection exists between his wand, his soul, and the soul of the murdered, which serves as a prerequisite for the creation of Horcruxes, remains a mystery only the heavens could unveil. Grindelwald never employed Horcruxes. Thus Anriel is left in the dark. Geralt, in his time, held a profound disdain for such sordid survival tactics, as he had always conducted himself with integrity. Defeat is simply defeat, devoid of any merit for resentment. Consider Voldemort's words upon his resurrection in the original narrative. His mother died to save him, inadvertently granting him a form of protection. I concede, this was unforeseen. It is an ancient magic I ought to have remembered, yet I foolishly overlooked it. I admit my miscalculation. His disdainful arrogance, while contemptible, perhaps constitutes one of the few charms of Voldemort as an antagonist. Naturally, many also harbor a deep-seated hatred for him for these very reasons. Easter, for everyone. This brief holiday tends to be rather hectic. Anriel is engrossed in scientific research and development, meticulously controlling intricate variables to more precisely grasp the essence of resurrection. Meanwhile, Regulus diligently scours for materials on Anriel's behalf and fortuitously encounters his elder brother. Upon spotting the large black dog, an uncanny sense of kinship envelopes him, leading him to instinctively recognize it as Sirius Black, rather than an ordinary stray. However, Sirius remains oblivious to Regulus, for he now exists in the true sense of a living dead. Then there is Hermione, whose busyness stems from the majority of her subjects, aside from divination. In addition to the lawsuit concerning Buckbeak, Hagrid is equally preoccupied with this matter. A significant event affecting the entire school is the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. This is a battle that requires no restraint, fraught with personal vendettas and inter-house rivalries. Although the Gryffindors typically refrain from resorting to underhanded tactics, they would not hesitate to retaliate in kind should Slytherin strike first. Incidents of brawling are on the rise, and Sirius Black's whereabouts remain a mystery. And let us not forget, Harry Potter has been confined to his quarters by Professor Minerva McGonagall. What does this entail? It signifies that, until the day preceding the Quidditch match, Harry is barred from participating in any training session. Yet, considering Wood's fervor, it is difficult to ascertain whether this confinement is a boon or a bane for Harry. For this 4-week restriction has thwarted Slytherin's plans to eliminate Gryffindor's Seeker before the match. The Firebolt remains operational, so as long as Harry can take to the field, the outcome should be secure. That night, the air was tranquil, a gentle breeze stirring the Black Lake, enveloping the entire campus in a serene darkness. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, a pair of bulbous yellow eyes flickered open. Moments later, a series of feline cries erupted, and a shadow darted forth like lightning. No one noticed, nor did anyone care. Anriel set aside the instruments at hand, rubbing his temples in exasperation. After days of diligent experimentation, he arrived at a conclusion. Individuals who have fallen victim to the killing curse, Avada Kedavra, cannot be resurrected by the Resurrection Stone. The precise criterion for this phenomenon hinges upon the intensity of the perpetrator's emotional state at the moment the curse is cast. Quite absurd, isn't it? Anriel harbored a profound disdain for such ambiguously defined standards. For instance, Regulus had amassed numerous artifacts from the victims whom Voldemort had callously discarded, akin to refuse. This category of materials exceeded 80 in number, capable of successfully resurrecting their medium counterparts. Yet, those who had been the objects of Voldemort's unwavering murderous intent, such as former members of the Order of the Phoenix or certain traitors among the Death Eaters, remained beyond the reach of revival. Among them was Lily Potter. To ascertain whether Lily could indeed be brought back, Regulus undertook a journey to Godric's Hollow, retrieving a jewelry box buried beneath the ruins of the Potter home. However, for the time being, he decided to defer his research. Anriel snapped his fingers, and the chaotic array of experimental instruments on the table vanished without a trace. He turned to glance at the corner of the room, where a colossal lion's head was displayed. In truth, it was merely a mask. Since Luna was an ardent supporter of Gryffindor, Anriel decided to align himself with her choice. Was there any issue with that? None whatsoever. As for perfecting this creation, Anriel animated it, followed by a process of scent preservation, and finally cast a levitation charm. He ensured that it appeared impeccably detailed and vividly lifelike, all while maintaining an effortless buoyancy that prevented it from toppling over. Anriel felt confident that his skills were sufficient for crafting figurines. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was still early, and he donned the lion's head before soaring out of the window back to Ravenclaw Tower. Luna should still be awake at this hour. "Good evening, little rabbit." "Good evening, Mr. Big Bad Wolf," Luna replied, enveloping Anriel in a warm embrace, playfully poking his side. "If you don't return soon, I might just drift off to sleep." Anriel, feeling somewhat awkward, gently touched his nose and said, all right, I won't do it again. Take a look at this. Do you like it?" Luna gazed at the lion's head before her, which was already a size larger than herself, and blinked in surprise. "Huh?" A small question mark filled with immense curiosity appeared in her eyes. "Sir, how does one wear this?" Luna circled around the lion's head. Yet she simply could not fathom how to don such an item. Anriel chuckled softly, crouching down. "Come up." Luna glanced at the oversized lion head that towered over her, and then at the crouching Anriel, realizing the implication. "You mischievous rascal!" she exclaimed, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. However, despite her protests, the girl's body instinctively found its way to Anriel's shoulder, lifting the seemingly heavy yet feather-light headpiece and adorning herself with it. The lion plushie took center stage. Within the confines of the headpiece, Luna marveled at this newfound height, peering through the gaps in the lion's mane to survey her surroundings. She was blissfully unaware that beneath her, Anriel wore a coy smile, slowly searching for a comfortable spot to sit before gently turning her head. "A kiss, please." Startled, Luna shivered as if electrified, instinctively leaning down and wrapping her arms around Anriel's head. "Anriel!" she exclaimed, a mix of indignation and embarrassment flooding her. Yet, even though her smooth thighs lacked strength, they felt more like a playful reward resting upon her neck. Perhaps the pressures of recent research had stirred within Anriel an overwhelming desire to embrace little Luna and indulge in affection. It was this very impulse that inspired her to craft the lion headpiece. With this thought, a peculiar smile crept across Anriel's face as she shifted and playfully nibbled again. "Let me down." Luna felt a tingling sensation in her thighs, her face a portrait of mortification as she lightly tapped Anriel's head in playful protest. Such playful banter between young lovers was entirely natural. Should anyone dare to interrupt this moment with a knock on the door, they might find themselves facing dire consequences come dawn, with nothing left but remnants. Even if there were remnants, the autopsy results would likely conclude it as a case of suicide. All right, enough of the tomfoolery. Time to sleep. After their playful antics, Anriel gently set Luna down. Her cheeks were as crimson as if they might bleed, and she bit her lip. Humph, once again teased, she thought, determined to reclaim her dignity. Recalling the material she had carefully curated to tease Anriel, Luna spoke softly but clearly. You're a lowly con, and I'm only 12. What else can you do besides drenching me in saliva? What else can you do? She mused. Hey, truth be told, you really can't do much more. Anriel's expression suddenly became quite complex upon hearing those words. His girlfriend's suggestive remarks left him at a loss for words. It was truly uncomfortable. Little bunny. You were playing with fire. Anriel turned swiftly, executing a graceful princess carry, lifting Luna effortlessly into his arms. Is that so? Luna inquired, raising an eyebrow. Anriel is in a state of turmoil. Anriel continued to be entangled in her thoughts. Alas, it seems we have truly entered the realm of cybernetic sheep's tales. There exists a sense of absurdity akin to witnessing unripe fruit that is visible and attainable, yet one must endure until it ripens. Reflecting upon this, Anriel resolved her inner conflict and decisively stated, no, it would cause you harm. To pluck prematurely, be it fruit or human, is likely to yield bitterness. Even if we were to harvest, it must be deferred until next year. During the era of British lords, most child brides were only allowed to enter the lord's household at the age of 13. Luna's eyes curved into a smile, tinged with a hint of perplexity. Although the texts do not convey this sentiment, it seems rather agreeable, does it not? Luna leaned in slightly, placing a gentle kiss upon Anriel's lips, and said, very well. Let us both wait patiently. Anriel chuckled softly twice, cradling Luna as she made her way towards the bed. You can gaze but cannot partake. So I suppose I shall shower you with kisses, she teased. Luna's face, which had just cooled slightly, flushed once more. And she replied in a voice scarcely louder than a whisper, I understand. It was the day of the Quidditch finals. Anriel, accompanied by Luna and that peculiar lion-headed creature, found a prime spot in the last row of the Ravenclaw stands. The notable advantage of this location was its elevation, being the highest above ground. And it was largely unoccupied. However, the significant drawback was that it offered a limited view of the game, as it was situated too far from the center. Nevertheless, this was of little concern, for Anriel's primary intention was not to observe the match. Luna, who once came to watch the game, had shifted her focus as well. Anriel harbored no concerns that the grand lion's head he donned would attract unwarranted attention, for the entire school was awash in a resplendent gold and crimson palette during today's match. Exaggerated embellishments were in abundance, alongside custom lion-shaped fireworks. It was evident that, apart from the local Slytherins, no one wished for Slytherin to prevail. As for the match itself, it could be described, based on Anriel's previous experiences of spectating, as one of the most brutal encounters imaginable. This included, but was not limited to, batters attempting to shatter the heads of chasers with their clubs, chasers nearly demolishing the goalkeeper's broom with a rogue bludger, seekers from both teams almost being swept away by a hurricane charm, and the aerial projectiles launched by the opposing seeker, Malfoy. As the match neared its conclusion, Luna ceased her playful banter with Anriel, and the two removed the oversized lion headpiece, gazing in astonishment at the sordid spectacle unfolding before them. The sheer audacity of the tactics employed was unprecedented, leaving even someone with Anriel's flexible moral compass exclaiming in disbelief, Goodness, what an eye-opener. Tell me, young sir, how many patients do you suppose will emerge from this match before it concludes? Luna, nestled in Anriel's embrace, could hardly bear to witness the grim state of affairs on the field. It was difficult to say. Anriel gazed up at the field. Thanks to the changes brought forth by Anriel, during this year's previous Quidditch match between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor, Harry Potter was not rendered unconscious by the Dementors. Consequently, there was no score disparity between Gryffindor and Slytherin in this match. The current score stands at 40-20, with Gryffindor leading by 20 points. Slytherin had adopted a rather audacious strategy, notably employing a one-for-one exchange or even multiple substitutions. So far, this tactic has proven effective. One of Gryffindor's chasers, Angelina Johnson, has unfortunately sustained an injury and left the field, prompting one of Slytherin's beaters to exit as well due to the collective ire of the spectators. Nevertheless, Slytherin swiftly replaced their beater with a new player. In just a matter of minutes, the score has shifted to 40-30. Setting aside the intrinsic factors of the match, Harry Potter faces no significant obstacles. He merely needs to exert all his effort to seize the golden snitch before Malfoy does in order to secure victory. Unless Slytherin were to lead by 150 points, which is implausible in the context of the Interhouse Quidditch Cup as opposed to the Quidditch World Cup. Such a scenario is unlikely. It appears that Harry has spotted the snitch. Anriel gently covered Luna's eye, allowing her to share his vision. It felt akin to being pursued by a high frame rate camera. Anriel's perspective consistently followed closely behind Harry Potter. Ahead in the distance, a golden speck was fervently flapping its wings. Wow! Luna exclaimed in awe. This ability to watch the game was simply magnificent. Suddenly, Harry's figure came to an abrupt halt, not by his own volition, but because Malfoy had yanked at the tail of his broom. However, it was evident that the performance of the Nimbus 2001 could not compare to that of the Firebolt. In an instant, as Harry's broom broke free from Malfoy's grasp, it soared forth like a genuine rocket. Then, resembling an arrow, Harry rode the Firebolt through one of Gryffindor's scoring hoops, extending his hand behind the goal with lightning speed. He caught it. Gryffindor triumphed. Harry raised the golden snitch high, flaunting it towards Malfoy. The latter's expression was one of utter disdain, his fingers tightly gripping the broomstick beneath him. If Anriel were to comment, he would say Malfoy was far too conservative. Were it him, he would have ignited that wretched broomstick into flames, transforming it into a true firebolt. For it was not merely a matter of compensation. The inability to purchase such a broom was the crux of the issue. However, considering Lucius's educational methods, had Malfoy truly dared to incinerate Harry's firebolt, he could very well have faced a fate of severe consequences at his father's hands. Woohoo! Luna cheered, leaping in joy at Gryffindor's victory. Yet, it seemed she had forgotten that she was currently nestled in Anriel's embrace. Ouch, ouch, ouch! Luna exclaimed. Anriel rubbed her chin thoughtfully and gently flicked Luna on the forehead, playfully chiding, "Aren't you a tad overly excited? It's Gryffindor that triumphed, not Ravenclaw. I'm just thrilled." Luna responded, her expression one of innocent indignation. All right, let us be on our way. The Gryffindor gathering surely will not include everyone from the school except Slytherin. Besides, with finals approaching, you must return to prepare for your examinations. I've got it all under control," Luna exclaimed, her hair standing on end in a dramatic flare. Anriel smiled, planting a gentle kiss on Luna's cheek as he took her hand and led her toward the castle. Beside the Quidditch pitch, a large ginger cat lazily yawned. On their way back, Anriel observed the collective excitement surrounding Gryffindor's triumph in securing the Quidditch Cup. Such an achievement was no small feat. All houses, save for Slytherin, rejoiced for Gryffindor. However, with June fast approaching, the looming specter of examinations would undoubtedly dampen the students' elation. For instance, Hermione appeared particularly frazzled. Despite having significantly reduced her use of the time turner upon Anriel's counsel, the arduous demands of her exam preparations left her beleaguered. Even when she sought Anriel's assistance regarding Buckbeak, he found it challenging to discern which version of Hermione he was encountering at that moment. This was undeniably a grave concern. Anriel's reverence for time deepened. Nevertheless, the elective examinations posed little challenge for him. In the Charms exam, after much deliberation, he refrained from randomly selecting a fortunate spectator to be the recipient of the killing curse in front of an audience. However, there was no doubt he would achieve a perfect score in the theoretical portion. Upon reaching the final subject, divination, Anriel nonchalantly predicted that Professor Trelawney would inadvertently shatter a green teacup within 6 seconds, and with the sound of ceramic shattering, he elegantly soared from the divination tower's window. He was not jesting. He was indeed a true seer, capable of controlling his abilities without any embellishment. After completing his exams ahead of schedule, Anriel first visited the headmaster's office, where Cornelius Fudge had arrived. He was there to attend the appeal, or rather, the verdict concerning a certain hippogriff. Cornelius, has the Ministry of Magic detected any traces of Sirius Black in Hogsmeade or the surrounding areas of Hogwarts? Dumbledore inquired of Fudge. Although Fudge remained silent, Anriel sensed his exasperation. Reports of Dementor sightings had surged, yet no victims could be identified, and the Aurors dispatched for a covert search in Hogsmeade had returned empty-handed. No news was favorable for Fudge, though the two individuals in the room appeared composed. Fudge could not shake the feeling that the old man and the young one were reveling in some hidden delight. But Sirius Black is currently within Hogwarts. Aren't you at all concerned? What if he harms a student? Surely, he poses a risk of damaging school property at the very least. Fudge struggled to comprehend the situation. Utterly astounded, Anriel let out a soft chuckle, remaining silent. He approached the window, gazing into the distance at Hagrid's modest cabin by the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Two immense silhouettes loomed there, likely Hagrid and Buckbeak. It appeared that Hagrid was attempting to soothe the hippogriff by gently grooming its feathers. Anriel suddenly raised an eyebrow, sensing a familiar soul manifesting on the third floor of Hogwarts. This soul was tainted and despicable, akin to a rat lurking in the sewers. It was Peter Pettigrew. What could have compelled him to hastily return to the school? Had he encountered Sirius outside? It was quite plausible, for Sirius was remarkably confident in his resemblance after transforming into a dog, showing little inclination to further enhance his concealment. In stark contrast to Wordtail, who excelled in cowardice and timidity, evading detection with great diligence. Before securing a stable identity as the Weasley family's pet rat, he had always dwelled in the sewers, only emerging when he could remain unseen, indifferent to whether anyone recognized him as an animagus. Unlike Sirius, who boldly mingled among various crowds, Anriel, for the time being, is not in haste to pursue the rat, as it cannot stray too far under his watchful surveillance. However, Anriel's expression suddenly shifted. "I beg your pardon, sir. I must excuse myself for a moment." After Anriel greeted Dumbledore, he cast a glance at the bewildered Fudge still present in the room. He then opened the door and chose to descend the stairs, departing from the headmaster's office, mindful not to reveal to Fudge that he possessed the ability to fly. Did he? The reason for Anriel's reaction lies in the fact that, just moments ago, the essence of the diminutive star, Peter, abruptly vanished from his perception, leaving no trace behind. Why? Anriel was uncertain. Thus he felt compelled to visit the location where the diminutive star had recently manifested. This was an unoccupied classroom on the third floor. The windows were sealed, leaving only a scant assortment of debris within the room. Anriel held a faint recollection of this room. It was within these very walls that Lupin had conducted a practical lesson for the third-year students. The windows had been meticulously sealed by Lupin himself, and most of the clutter had been cleared away. In this room, there existed not a single secret passage leading beyond the confines of the school. Anriel meticulously scrutinized every corner of the classroom, endeavoring to uncover any clues. However, apart from a layer of dust and a faint trail of footprints on the floor, Anriel found no evidence to suggest that the diminutive star Peter had ever been present in this place. Anriel found it quite peculiar. He did not believe he was mistaken in his feelings. Moreover, the series of footprints, devoid of a discernible origin or conclusion, served as corroboration that the diminutive star, Peter, had indeed graced this classroom. Hogwarts cannot manifest through apparition. Anriel murmured to himself as he casually closed the classroom door behind him, leaning against the doorframe. He shut his eyes in contemplation. Ultimately, he decided to abandon his thoughts, finding no clear direction. After all, challenges would arise as they may. And little Peter was hardly the type to orchestrate mischief on his own. Although Anriel has traversed into this world, he is not omniscient. However, he possesses the ability to infer much through the nuances of character. The choices made by the diminutive Peter are primarily motivated by self-preservation, with the remaining 1% being coerced. Currently, he finds himself unable to contact Voldemort, which simplifies matters considerably. At the very least, Anriel need not fear threats against those close to him. Since establishing his roots in this realm, Anriel has diligently cultivated an image devoid of vulnerabilities. As it stands, apart from Luna, there exists no leverage against him. Bashida, far across the Americas, may well be engaged in some investigative endeavors within an indigenous tribe. And then there is Dumbledore. Good heavens, if someone were to capture Dumbledore and utilize him as leverage against Anriel, he might very well relent. That would be a fate he merits. Furthermore, even Luna, his sole weakness, will soon rectify her own shortcomings. The pace of her progress is sufficient to instill envy in any young prodigy. During a period of unrecognized idleness this year, Luna, the little angel, has almost completed the 6th-year curriculum at Hogwarts through self-study. As the saying goes, comparison breeds discontent. If you are surrounded by an overachiever, you are left with two choices: either refrain from competing altogether or find yourself unable to keep pace. Such is the essence of the matter. On his return to the Ravenclaw Tower, Anriel encountered an unexpected individual, one who, under ordinary circumstances, should not be present there. It was Hermione. However, Anriel quickly discerned her purpose for being in the Ravenclaw Tower. Anriel, Buckbeak has lost the case. Hermione's brow was furrowed tightly, her expression devoid of sorrow, instead radiating an aura of anger and considerable dissatisfaction. They had come directly with the executioner to hear the appeal. Or perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to it as a judgment. Anriel nodded and inquired, "What is your perspective?" At that moment, a hint of compassion surfaced on Hermione's countenance. She hesitated before articulating, "Although I am reluctant to accept it, Buckbeak's execution appears to be a foregone conclusion. I believe the more pressing matter now is to offer comfort to Hagrid. Well said, Anriel commended her. Buckbeak is to be executed at sunset. Would you like me to accompany you to witness it? Indeed, such a possibility exists. Currently, students are not permitted to leave the school castle without a professor's supervision. As was the case during our previous visit to Hogsmeade, I believe this event may serve as a significant blow to Hagrid. He needs someone by his side to console him, Hermione expressed, her face reflecting a tinge of conflict. Yet, perhaps this setback might allow him to relinquish, even slightly, his fascination with raising such formidable and fearsome creatures. It is true that the hippogriff poses no danger to the cultured or polite. Nonetheless, it remains a creature of considerable size and fearsome appearance. Most of the things Hagrid adores can indeed be aptly described with these two terms. While Hermione is undeniably Hagrid's friend, she is also a perfectly ordinary human with an average capacity for acceptance. If Buckbeak's execution can somehow bring Hagrid closer to normalcy, Hermione finds it difficult to discern whether this is ultimately a blessing or a curse. Very well, I shall go. Anriel nodded in agreement. Feeling that the impending scene was somewhat gruesome, and he was reluctant to bring Luna along. Dinner was soon to be served, and he resolved to speak with Luna about it afterward. However, he recalled that Dumbledore would also be visiting Hagrid, ostensibly to bid farewell to Buckbeak. It was not only Hermione making her way to Hagrid's hut. After dinner, Anriel stood at the entrance of the castle. He sensed 3 souls approaching him in a line. Yet his naked eye detected nothing. Given the abstract dynamics between Ron and Hermione, Harry stood in the center, with the 2 flanking him appearing as strangers to one another. It seemed all were present. It was time to depart. To those unaware of the details, Anriel appeared to exit the castle alone, heading towards Hagrid's hut. The 3 children trailing behind him did not find it peculiar that he was oblivious to their presence under the invisibility cloak. After all, he was Anriel. And thus it was entirely expected. Knock, knock, knock. Anriel rang the bell at Hagrid's hut. The door swung open, revealing Hagrid with reddened eyes. Oh, Anriel. Do come in and take a seat. Wait a moment, Hagrid. Do not close the door just yet. Anriel raised his hand to stop Hagrid, allowing Harry and his companions to enter the house. Hermione was the first to lift the invisibility cloak, and the sudden appearance of the 3 children startled Hagrid. You shouldn't have come, he admonished, his tone laced with self-reproach, as if he were grappling with his failure to protect Buckbeak. No, it is not your fault, Hagrid. Hermione gently reassured him, shaking her head. You have done remarkably well. Ron muttered a curse directed at Malfoy, his words barely audible yet undeniably crude. At a loss for words, with both comforting and reprimanding sentiments already expressed, Harry opted to pour tea for everyone from the kettle. Anriel quietly approached a basket. He lifted the lid with a creak, and immediately, a sharp, familiar squeak pierced the air. Ron was momentarily taken aback by the sound, until Anriel grasped the mouse by its tail, lifting Peter, or rather, Ban-Ban, from the ground. At that moment, he exclaimed, Ban-Ban. He rushed to Anriel's side, cradling the little creature in his hands. However, the mouse swiftly scurried away. Naturally, who wouldn't flee? Ron, undeterred, persistently pursued the mouse, glancing left and right. Anxious about any potential harm befalling his cherished pet, Anriel curled her lips in disdain. The more affection you show him now, the more repulsed you will feel later. However, in this room, aside from him, there were only 4 individuals and 1 beast, and apart from Hermione and that creature, none could comprehend her words. Thus, Anriel chose to keep her thoughts unspoken. Anriel gazed at the mouse for a moment in silence. His thoughts were consumed by the mysterious appearance of the little rat in the school, followed by its abrupt disappearance. In retrospect, he found himself regretting not having pointed his wand at the creature to directly inquire about its presence. Perhaps some enigmatic force from the east had held him back. Nonetheless, as Anriel and the trio departed, everything unfolded as usual, save for the absence of the storyline featuring the reconciliation of Ron and Hermione. When Dumbledore accompanied McNair and Fudge to Hagrid's hut, they happened upon Anriel and his companions as they reached a midway point on the hill. Anriel turned back, peering into the distance, where he could clearly see the scene of the eagle-headed creature plummeting to the ground, utterly lifeless, devoid of any chance of revival. Suddenly, Ron's mouse, nestled in his pocket, erupted into a frantic scream. The sound was heart-wrenching, imbued with a desperate beauty. Ouch! Ron cried out, as if a creature had bitten his hand. In a flash, a shadow darted forth, the invisibility cloak being lifted away. Ron, grimacing in pain and clutching his still bleeding hand, cast a glance toward the direction in which the rat had fled. In the very next moment, an animal burst forth from the nearby hedgerow. However, this time, it was not Crookshanks. A colossal black dog charged out of the thicket, frenziedly pursuing Ron's mouse that was attempting to escape. Perhaps this was indeed what the legend spoke of, a dog chasing a rat. Anriel did not ponder why it was Sirius himself who took it upon himself to hunt down Peter. Upon reflection, it is evident that Sirius was first provoked by Dumbledore and Anriel, and then, when on the brink of collapse, was soothed by Lupin. This method of employing both a firm hand and a gentle touch has placed Sirius's mental state in a peculiar amalgamation of stability and instability, a condition we might aptly term Schrodinger's psychological state. In such circumstances, should Sirius suddenly reveal his true form and rush forth to seize that rat, eliminating Peter without affording him the chance to speak, Anriel would find it entirely unsurprising. What? Shall we pursue? Anriel cast a glance at Ron, raising an eyebrow. Ron remained silent, demonstrating through his actions that he would not relinquish the mouse he had so dearly recovered. Clutching his still bleeding finger, he dashed out. What about the two of you? Anriel turned to Harry and Hermione. Harry was quite conflicted, for he believed that Hermione would not pursue Ron. This presented him with a quintessential dilemma, brotherhood or a friendship with the opposite sex. However, unbeknownst to Harry, Hermione was also grappling with her own turmoil. Indeed, she had no desire to chase after that wretched, infernal rat with Ron. Yet, her deeply ingrained curiosity compelled her to delve into the intricate relationships among dogs, cats, werewolves, and mice, striving to unravel the mystery. This was a secret dating back to the decline of Voldemort over a decade ago, one that was undocumented in any of the extensive volumes housed in the library. Moreover, and most importantly, Anriel was present, which assured her safety. So why not take a glimpse into the past? What truly transpired with James Potter, Sirius Black, Peter Pettigrew, and Professor Lupin all those years ago? Thus, with Harry's astonished gaze upon her, Hermione nodded in agreement. Anriel chuckled softly, her figure flickering as she moved forward a short distance. What a jest! Running is quite beneath us. Come along. Just as the two were about to respond, a meow resonated in the air. Crookshanks? Now it was Hermione's turn to be astonished. She could not fathom why Crookshanks would appear here. Could it be that he truly had followed Ron? Aside from chasing after Ron to this very spot, Hermione could conjure no other plausible explanation for Crookshanks' presence. Ron's two legs could hardly match the speed of a mouse and a dog with their four. Moreover, Peter Pettigrew had fled directly towards the Whomping Willow. From what he knew, the group pursuing him had no means to compel the willow to cease its movements. Even in the past, it was only because he had transformed into a mouse, thus reducing his size, that he could slip through the gaps and press the knot on that tree, bringing the Whomping Willow to a halt. One could only wonder if he had accidentally struck his head in his panic or what had transpired. Not to mention Anriel, who could effortlessly uproot the shrieking shack, or even Sirius, transformed into a large black dog, who could risk a few lashes from the Whomping Willow to squeeze through. Hermione crouched down and cradled Crookshanks in her arms. Anriel stifled a yawn and turned to the two children. Follow that cat. I shall proceed to the destination of those two creatures and await their arrival. Before Hermione could fully comprehend the situation, Anriel's figure had already vanished from her sight. What on earth is happening? Harry felt utterly bewildered. Even though he frequently found himself inexplicably embroiled in such events, he was genuinely eager to unravel the circumstances. Yet, his mind often proved to be a formidable obstacle. More often than not, while he remained in a daze, grappling to grasp the unfolding events, the situation would already have concluded, leaving him with the sensation of merely having passed through, becoming somewhat familiar with the scenario without truly understanding it. When Anriel reappeared, he surveyed his surroundings. He found himself within a dilapidated wooden cabin, thick with dust. The signs of time's passage were evident everywhere, a worn and crumbling wooden bed, its linens largely devoured by insects, and cobwebs clinging to the corners, long devoid of their stickiness. The creaking floorboards resonated with the distant echoes of pursuit. Sirius had arrived, accompanied by Wormtail, emerging from the direction of a hidden passage. Meanwhile, from the entrance, another figure approached. Good evening, Professor Lupin, he began, but then hesitated. Anriel turned around, a smile gracing her face as she gazed at Lupin. Good evening is in order, Moonface, she remarked. Lupin offered a wry smile in return. Sirius took advantage of my absence and slipped out. He knows tonight is a full moon. He paused for a moment before adding, moreover, I have not taken my potion today, but fret not, should you lose your rationality and act on instinct. An innate sense of self-preservation will guide you to steer clear of me. Anriel spoke in a nonchalant tone, So if you were to transform into a werewolf tonight, you ought to be more concerned about yourself than about me. The bitterness on Lupin's face became more pronounced, yet he appeared somewhat more at ease. At least not as tense as before. He and Anriel quietly awaited the arrival of Sirius and Wormtail in the Screaming Shack. They have arrived. Anriel spoke cheerfully. In the next moment, the door was violently yanked open. A diminutive figure resembling a rat, with beady eyes and a furtive demeanor, tumbled in from outside, blocking the entrance and preventing Sirius from entering. From his vantage point, he could see Anriel leaning against the window frame, her silhouette obscured by the moonlight, exuding an intense sense of foreboding. Also at the doorway stood his old friend, Remus Lupin. And tonight was the night of the full moon. What could be more terrifying than this? Oh! The tail of the creature emitted a high-pitched, sharp, piercing scream filled with despair and dread, strikingly reminiscent of a rat. Apart from the window, the door, and the secret exit behind the tail itself, there was no other escape route within this confined space. Caught like a fish in a barrel, with no avenue for flight. You do not wish to flee, do you? With a smile gracing his lips, Anriel gestured towards the decaying, dilapidated four-poster bed. Please, take a seat, so we may elucidate the sequence of events clearly, be they from the past or the most recent. Anriel pressed her index finger against her lips and gently shushed, then continued, if you can manage it, I shall spare your life. Lupin, observing the smiling Anriel and the terrified Peter, found himself at a loss, unable to discern whether Anriel was jesting or genuinely inclined to grant Peter clemency. Upon the utterance of her words, Peter's resolve crumbled, and he could no longer withstand the door. In less than a heartbeat, Sirius, in his animagus form, forcefully kicked the door open and charged inside. The moment the door burst ajar, Peter scurried to the spot Anriel had commanded, trembling like a frightened rodent. Upon witnessing the two remaining occupants of the room, Sirius hesitated for a fleeting moment. Do not move, he commanded. Anriel spoke leisurely, turning his face towards the window as if to admire the silvery beam of moonlight cast by the full moon above. The guests had yet to arrive. And that black dog stood upright, astonishingly reaching the height of a person. Impossible! Sirius bared his yellowed teeth, which appeared to be remarkably sharper than those of an ordinary being. Anriel furrowed his brow, his tone tinged with a hint of hostility. I said, wait a moment, Sirius. Lupin sensed the palpable tension in the air and hastily interjected to dissuade Sirius. However, it was already too late. A chilling and decayed aura emanated from Anriel, enveloping the surroundings. I have warned you. Anriel's eyes were a dull gray, exhaling a chilling breath, wisps of cold air escaping from his lips. Lupin felt his hair stand on end, yet he was still able to move, still capable of raising his hand. He reached towards the nape of his neck, where a delicate layer of frost had already formed. Anriel advanced with deliberate steps, each movement seemingly calculated to embody a slow, graceful elegance that left no room for doubt. He approached the body of Sirius, frozen in a pose of attack, and with a single kick, sent this icy statue crashing against the wall. Have you ever contemplated escape? Wormtail? Anriel did not seek out Sirius. Instead, he turned to Peter, fixing him with a penetrating gaze as he posed a singular, profound question. The constraints that bound Peter suddenly unraveled, and his rodent-like head nodded vigorously, akin to a pestle grinding garlic. He felt as though his very existence was under the gravest threat he had ever encountered, a despairing future where life seemed unattainable and death elusive. It was as if all the joys of the world were about to abandon him. He had heard of such a condition, such symptoms. It was the sensation induced by a dementor. A human being could exude an aura reminiscent of these dark entities. Peter was paralyzed by fear, unable to flee. An escape was utterly beyond his grasp. A foul odor began to permeate the air. Anriel raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly taken aback by this realization. He snapped his fingers, causing the unpleasant odor to dissipate. He then turned to Sirius Black, his tone decidedly unfriendly. Sirius Black? Anriel approached Sirius, gradually bending down as he lay rigidly on the ground. Who do you think you are? Anriel abruptly thrust one leg forward, forcefully stamping down upon one of Sirius's hands. It appears that 12 years of existence in Azkaban have failed to impart the lesson that, at times, one must learn to submit appropriately in the face of authority. Sirius's expression froze, and although his thoughts remained inscrutable, the bitterness reflected in his gaze suggested that they were far from pleasant. It seems you remain quite defiant. Anriel, if indeed there were such a matter, nodded slightly and gradually straightened his posture. Once more, he delivered a forceful kick, landing precisely in the same spot as before. Did you observe that? Generally speaking, this is how power is wielded. In most instances, it does not punish those who are truly deserving of torment. Rather, it first inflicts harm upon those who oppose the very essence of power itself. Anriel shrugged, gesturing towards the insectoid tail without even casting a glance in its direction. I'll give you a chance. Can you fathom what this creature is contemplating at this very moment? He proceeded to loosen the bindings around Sirius's mouth. Sirius stiffly turned his head, his terrifying gaze fixated on Anriel, remaining silent, or perhaps uttering a few low growls that lacked even the vigor of a mere zombie. Do you remain uncertain? Or do you simply wish to avoid conversing with someone like me? Anriel slowly raised her hand to embrace her chest, gently twisting her feet in a circular motion. However, I wish to convey to you. Anriel released his foot and turned back towards the windowsill, not casting even a glance at Sirius. The mouse's thoughts were consumed with the determination to avoid focusing on him, treating him as if he were inconsequential. Was it humble? Was it demeaning? Anriel scoffed, remarking that it was not he who had been struck but you. No sooner had the words left his lips than the door swung open once more, revealing a flurry of activity. Ron burst in, closely followed by Harry. And then came Crookshanks, with Hermione trailing behind. The scene that greeted them rendered them momentarily speechless. Professor Lupin stood at the threshold, while Anriel leaned casually against the window. A furtive, rat-like figure huddled at the foot of the four-poster bed, and behind the door lurked a gaunt man, ragged and fierce, with blood streaming from his right hand. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Sirius Black. Harry exclaimed, for among the trio, he had perused Sirius's wanted poster more than any other. Well, now that everyone was present, Anriel snapped his fingers, and his eyes, unbeknownst to him, had reverted to their previous hue. It took Sirius a full half-second to realize that he had liberated himself from his constraints. His subsequent action was to launch himself towards Peter without a moment's hesitation. The rat-like creature, adept at evading danger, seemed to sense the murderous intent emanating from Sirius and instinctively attempted to dodge the oncoming assault, albeit in the wrong direction. Hermione let out a scream, attempting to sidestep, but was unable to evade entirely. Sirius pounced upon Peter, engaging him in a fierce struggle. Anriel's lips curled once more. He was beginning to grow somewhat impatient with this boorish individual. Thud. Anriel, too indifferent to even draw his wand, simply waved his hand dismissively, sending Sirius's body crashing into the adjacent wall, rendering him unconscious. Professor Lupin, Sirius has already recounted the events that transpired earlier, has he not? Lupin nodded in affirmation. Anriel turned to the trio and said, very well. Then you and the Bugtail shall recount the events of that year to them. Furthermore, Bugtail, I do not wish to hear any fabrications spun by you in a desperate attempt to absolve yourself. I am well aware of many things. Peter trembled uncontrollably, as if he were a leaf caught in a tempest. The tone and demeanor of Anriel's words evoked memories of his former master. Do not lie, Lord Voldemort. With his serpent's tail, knows everything. He acquiesced. Peter lowered his gaze, fingers interlaced tightly before him, and began recounting the events of yesteryears alongside Lupin. Huh. The joke about you being a werewolf isn't particularly amusing, Ron's voice trembled. His focus appeared rather peculiar. Yet everyone present could discern that he was merely awkwardly changing the subject, unwilling to confront the harsh truth. It seemed that some individuals were not yet ready to accept the brutal reality. Anriel softly spoke, turning her head towards Peter. Now, reveal your true self, Wormtail. Peter emitted a whimper, offering no resistance. In Ron's gaze, a blend of sorrow and fear, Peter began to shrink, his tear-filled mouse eyes transforming into those of an actual rodent. Ron let out a pained whisper. Harry's fists, hanging by his sides, clenched tightly before relaxing, the muscles in his jaw tensing as he glared at the large gray mouse that had emerged from Peter, as if in synchrony with Harry's tightening fists. The stairs outside creaked ominously, making Harry resemble Sirius even more. Anriel regarded Harry with keen interest and inquired, Harry, do you have anything to say? Upon hearing this, Harry clenched his fists even tighter, a look of anguish and turmoil crossing his face. He should die, but it cannot be by our hands, he murmured, his voice barely audible. Anriel displayed the expression of Malfoy from the second film upon hearing that Goyle could read. He felt a profound respect for his companion. Placing himself in Harry's shoes, he contemplated the possibility that, had it not been for Wormtail's betrayal, Harry might have enjoyed a blissful family life, surrounded by loving parents and a godfather who was mentally stable and willing to sacrifice everything for him. Anriel gazed at the unconscious Sirius, curling his lip in disdain. Indeed, his mind remained intact. The 12 years of incarceration in Azkaban had utterly transformed Sirius into a madman. The root of the issue did not lie solely within the confines of Azkaban. There were always those resilient souls capable of enduring such an environment, steadfast in their resolve. The crux of the matter was that Sirius possessed a restless, vibrant spirit, one that could never be confined. A dozen years of captivity was more than sufficient to drive him to the brink of insanity. Only when dealing with matters concerning Harry could one deem him to be somewhat sane. Setting aside thoughts of Sirius, let us return to Harry. If such a situation were to befall Anriel, he would not hesitate to eliminate Peter, had he been armed at that moment. What do you think, Hermione? Anriel inquired of the last remaining individual in the room. Hermione paused for a moment before uttering a single word: Azkaban. The two children were still too benevolent. The current situation dictated that if Sirius were to awaken, he would undoubtedly advocate for the immediate execution of Wormtail, as would Lupin. Ron was unwilling to confront the truth, opting to abstain from the vote. Harry and Hermione, however, opposed the notion of taking Peter's life. The power to decide rested upon. No. The power had always resided with Anriel. He merely had a whimsical desire to hear the opinions of others. Very well, since all have spoken. Anriel leaped from the windowsill to the floor, brushing off his robe as he remarked, "Let us spare him for now," allowing him to reach Azkaban, where he shall be delivered to that inept assembly at the Ministry of Magic. He then turned to Harry and inquired, "By the way, Harry, do you still possess your invisibility cloak?" Harry, taken aback, hurriedly reached into the pocket of his robe. It was absent. It was not there. It seemed that even in the absence of Anriel's direct intervention at pivotal moments, the course of events would inevitably unfold as destined. Anriel turned towards the wooden door. "Severus, what do you think of my actions?" The door remained still. Just as Harry appeared perplexed and was about to inquire further, the door silently swung open. There was no one outside. Harry's confusion deepened, though the truth was about to confront him directly. Severus Snape unveiled himself from beneath the invisibility cloak, materializing within the shrieking shack. He did not immediately respond to Anriel's words. Instead, he fixed a seething gaze upon the unconscious Sirius lying nearby, as if he had already subjected him to 1,000 tortures with his eyes before turning back to Anriel. "Of course, there is no problem," he began slowly. Yet there was an unexpected absence of hesitation in his tone. "If Black is indeed an innocent, we too would not wish to see him suffer further. The true culprit deserves the punishment that is rightfully theirs, does he not?" Snape was actually speaking on Sirius's behalf. Was this truly something Snape could articulate? How remarkable. Snape's animosity towards Sirius was no less intense than Sirius's hatred for Wormtail. However, the key difference in their approach to this matter lay in Snape's awareness of who held the authority within that room. Why did Anriel not directly inquire about Snape's opinion when questioning those around him? He was clearly aware of Snape's presence, having already made a decision on his behalf, leaving him with no opportunity for choice. Snape perceived this reality. Unlike Sirius, Snape did not allow hatred to cloud his judgment. Furthermore, he chose not to confront Anriel directly, dismissing his words as mere noise and opposing him. He understood that a person like Anriel had limited patience. "Your response took me by surprise." Anriel raised his hand to stroke his chin. With a sharp snap of his fingers, a piercing scream echoed as the rat-like form of Wormtail was forcibly transformed back into his human shape, bound tightly by several magical chains, resembling a dumpling. Anriel then turned to Snape, saying, "Professor, might I trouble you to assist me with this rat?" He cast a glance at the unconscious Sirius and added, "If you were to escort Sirius back to the castle, I fear I would lose a witness." Snape nodded, unable to deny the truth. If he were to take Sirius back, it would be beyond his control. Furthermore, Mr. Mooney, I believe it would be in your best interest to refrain from accompanying us back to the castle. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to remain here and clarify your situation first, if you would." Lupin shrugged helplessly. "I think that sounds reasonable. I believe I have spent enough time here for a year. During the week that Professor Snape substitutes for me, I am certain that more than just Hermione could deduce my status as a werewolf. The older Ravenclaw students have likely figured it out as well." He chuckled lightly. "Perhaps this will be my last transformation at Hogwarts." Upon hearing this, Anriel stumbled slightly, barely maintaining his composure. "There are no Dementors in this world, are there?" Severus. Help. Pettigrew, escorted by Snape, showed no signs of resistance, appearing to wish to say something, but was silenced as Snape waved his wand, compelling him to remain quiet. As they left the shrieking shack one by one, a tortured howl echoed from the dilapidated wooden house behind them. Howl. The unmasked hatred in Snape's gaze as he looked back was unmistakable. "Let it go. There is no point in anger. After all, Remus, you two must depart by the end of this year, and I suspect you will not secure the position of defense against the dark arts professor. Anriel shrugged, and Severus's expression darkened further. Severus, what should I be mindful of if I wish to hand this pest over to the ministry, that insufferable pile of incompetence? Anriel spoke half-jokingly, as if to lighten the mood. The jesting tone belied the truth of the statement. Perhaps one should be cautious that the rat might escape on its own, Severus remarked, glancing at Peter, who floated beside him, utterly immobile. Anriel raised his wand, and a magnificent silver eagle soared forth from its tip, darting towards the distant castle like a bolt of lightning. Let Dumbledore inform Fudge, judging by previous encounters. Fudge seemed to harbor a deep-seated mistrust of Anriel. The air at the edge of the forbidden forest felt refreshingly crisp, thanks to Anriel's presence. There would be no demeanors to spoil the evening's tranquility. A full moon hung high in the sky, casting its silvery glow upon the black lake, reflecting an aura of mystique. Although Anriel led the way, an overwhelming sense of discomfort enveloped everyone, as if an unseen eye were fixated upon the back of their heads, sending chills down their spines and leaving their limbs icy. Should anyone dare to articulate this sensation to Anriel, he would be more than willing to share that this was the feeling of one's soul being scrutinized. The irony lay in Anriel's deliberate slowness, which rendered each step for those behind him a formidable challenge and a torment, burdening them with immense psychological strain. Snape and Hermione fared relatively well. The former was seasoned with experience, while the latter harbored little fear of Anriel. In stark contrast, Harry and Ron were drenched in cold sweat, nearly collapsing as they reached the castle's entrance. Alas, their mental fortitude was lacking. They had much to improve upon. Anriel jestingly uttered a remark, leading Sirius directly into the castle, with Snape trailing closely behind, devoid of any intention or action to allow them a moment to regain their strength. Snape understood that Anriel intended to escort the two individuals to the headmaster's office. In such circumstances and this atmosphere, Snape, typically a taciturn individual, remained silent. The two continued in silence until they reached the stone gargoyle guarding the entrance to the headmaster's office. They exchanged glances and fell into silence once more. However, this silence bore a different implication. Snape, shall we utter the password? Anriel, are you not aware? Snape, I am indeed not. Anriel, I am aware. Snape, then do speak. Anriel, it's too embarrassing. I shan't speak of it. After a silent standoff lasting several moments, very well, you have prevailed. Anriel let out a sigh. Strawberry pop pops. Snape's face twitched, clearly struggling to suppress a laugh. When he caught sight of Anriel gazing at him with a wistful expression, his resolve weakened further. Upstairs, quickly. Anriel spoke with irritation, raising his leg to kick Wormtail. Wormtail exclaimed, excuse me? However, he was unable to voice his grievances at the moment, so he had no choice but to endure. The staircase spiraled upward, and moments later, Anriel knocked on the door of Dumbledore's office. Come in, came the response. The oak door swung open, revealing Dumbledore standing by the hearth. Given that Fawkes's perch was now vacant, Anriel had reason to believe that Dumbledore was currently awaiting Fudge's arrival through the fireplace. Oh, Dumbledore softly uttered, maneuvering around the desk and chairs towards the entrance. He first glanced at Wormtail, who was near Snape, and then at Sirius, who had regained consciousness beside Anriel. So, my dear child, would you prefer to recount this tale to me now, or shall we wait until Cornelius arrives shortly to share it together? Dumbledore inquired with a warm demeanor. Anriel had yet to respond, but Severus Snape keenly sensed that the atmosphere was amiss. Headmaster, I shall take my leave, he declared, receiving a subtle nod from Dumbledore before turning away without a hint of reluctance. Beside them, Sirius Black, just regaining consciousness, was still grappling with the situation, his gaze oscillating between Dumbledore and Anriel in confusion. Suddenly, with a crack, a flash of flame erupted. Fawkes had returned. It appears the minister is nearly here, Dumbledore remarked, glancing towards the source of the sound. I hope he brings only one Dementor and no more. Peter Pettigrew, already trembling like a leaf, now quivered even more violently. Sirius, standing nearby, spat a loud curse, believing that for this traitor, 1,000 deaths would be too lenient. Fudge did not keep the three occupants and a rat waiting for long. With a whoosh, emerald flames swirled as the rotund figure of Fudge emerged from the fireplace. His first sight was not the cowering Peter Pettigrew, but rather Sirius Black, head held high, eyes wide with fury. Sirius Black, Fudge exclaimed, flustered as he fumbled to draw his wand from his robe. Yet, it seemed he had forgotten that the most powerful wizard in the world was present in the room, alongside the wizard recognized by that very power. Realizing his oversight, Fudge lowered his hand from his wand with a sheepish smile. Ah, Dumbledore. You have captured Sirius Black and this esteemed individual, he said, directing his gaze towards Anriel. Only then did he notice Pettigrew, half hidden behind Anriel, crouching on the ground with his head bowed. Lift your head, Pettigrew. As Anriel lifted his palm upwards, Peter's head involuntarily rose. It took Forgy a considerable moment to comprehend the situation. What is this? Forgy found it hard to believe his own eyes. Yet, deep down, he already possessed the answer. Though uncertainty lingered, why would a deceased individual manifest here? Peter? Is this the diminutive star known as Peter? Ah, have you recognized him? Anriel nodded gravely, his demeanor serious. However, was he not Sirius Black? Fudge's mind was somewhat muddled, his mental faculties beginning to overheat. With a mere wave of his hand, Dumbledore conjured a comfortable armchair by the fireplace. Please, take a seat, Cornelius. Let us first learn the art of listening. Subsequently, Anriel began to pace slowly around Sirius and Wormtail, weaving between them as he gradually unfolded a tale steeped in forgotten history. Yet, Black had placed his trust in the wrong individual, ultimately suggesting to the Potters that they rely on Peter, with consequences that were all too apparent. Anriel exhaled deeply, tilting his head to observe the small Sirius, whose teeth clicked together incessantly. He harbored doubts that Sirius still believed the transgressions of Wormtail far surpassed his own misdeeds. However, Anriel refrained from voicing his thoughts, suspecting it would yield no more useful information than half an hour prior. Surely, that cannot be, chuckled Fudge, his expression somewhat dazed, a thin sheen of perspiration gracing his forehead. What cannot be? Anriel found himself perplexed, unable to fathom the convoluted thought processes and emotional journey of Fudge. What I mean is, Dumbledore, and this child, you ought not to place your faith in the words of a murderer, a madman, or even in the convoluted revelations of Fudge, who, after much mental exertion, seemed to have an epiphany, the words of an unidentified charlatan. It appeared that Fudge had managed to convince himself, as the stammering in his speech diminished considerably. The mental states and reliability of the testimonies of these two individuals are far from assured. I believe we should place our trust in the irrefutable evidence presented by the Ministry of Magic, should we not? Sirius's gaze, filled with hatred, finally shifted away from Wormtail, and he looked as though, once freed from his restraints, he would charge forth to rend Fudge into pieces. Anriel's eyes widened in astonishment. The magical young man stood at attention, filled with reverence. No, could this truly be salvaged? Anriel sincerely admires Fauci's remarkable capacity for self-deception. If skills were to be ranked, Fauci's talent in this regard would likely surpass even Voldemort's mastery of the killing curse. Very well, sir. I concede. Perhaps you should elucidate this matter to Connolly. Anriel sighed and gently shook his head. However, Mr. Fuji, although you may not believe the rather unreliable testimonies I just presented, it should be perfectly acceptable to separate and confine these two individuals, wouldn't you agree? Anriel pondered for a moment before adding, both of them are under my magical restraint, which typically cannot be easily broken. However, I still recommend that you confine the diminutive star, Peter, in a more secure location. Anriel arrived at the door, placing her hand upon the doorknob. If you do not mind, she said, I would like to descend to the infirmary to check on those unfortunate children. When Anriel and Snape arrived, they left the seemingly discordant trio on the first floor. Had it been just Harry and Ron, they would likely have rushed straight to the headmaster's office. However, Hermione's presence complicates matters. She would persuade Harry, who in turn would urge Ron. Moreover, Ron, confronted directly by Hermione, would appear somewhat at a disadvantage. Thus, their current destination is the hospital wing. Anriel ascended to the second floor and gently pushed open the door to the school infirmary. With a cursory glance around, Anriel spotted Harry and Ron, who were reclined upon their beds, while Hermione sat attentively by Harry's side. In truth, neither of them had sustained serious injuries. Their primary afflictions were the result of a confrontation with a willow tree and the psychological strain induced by Anriel. Upon Anriel's arrival, Hermione set down a book of uncertain origin and inquired, Do you three have anything you wish to express? Anriel, with a cheerful smile, pulled over a chair and seated herself between Harry and Ron's beds. Hermione glanced at Anriel and shook her head, for she was well aware that Anriel would take care of everything. Harry had a multitude of questions swirling in his mind, yet he found himself momentarily unable to articulate them effectively. Subsequently, both of them turned their gaze toward Ron. Why are you both staring at me? Ron exclaimed, his face slightly flushed and a hint of indignation in his voice. Anriel was aware that both Harry and Hermione were contemplating the same matter. He, in fact, did not mind acting as their spokesperson for a moment. They were pondering whether it was not incumbent upon him to formally apologize to Miss Granger, given that the problem had arisen from his mouse. Anriel's tone was teasing and nonchalant. After all, it was not his responsibility to be serious. Ron's face grew even redder. Subsequently, an odd silence enveloped the room. Yet, it was not entirely so. Ron emitted a peculiar grumbling sound from his throat. It seemed as though he wished to articulate something, yet he found himself utterly unable to voice it. Anriel nodded affirmatively. Very well then. Indeed. A Tsundere would not retreat from their environment. However, the issue lies in the fact that if one is merely Tsundere without the endearing qualities, one deserves to be a defeated dog left to perish outside. Hermione let out a cold laugh, which undoubtedly made it even more challenging for Ron to articulate his thoughts. Fortunately, Anriel swiftly bypassed the topic. I have entrusted Sirius and Wormtail to our esteemed headmaster. Subsequently, he handed these two suspects over to the Ministry of Magic, where they are currently being detained at Hogwarts. Henry turned to Harry, a curious expression on his face. There is something I find quite intriguing, he said. Harry, puzzled, replied. What is it? Anriel inquired of him. You are aware that Sirius Black is your godfather, correct? Harry nodded in affirmation. Thus, according to tradition, it is he who should have been entrusted with your upbringing following the demise of your parents. Anriel raised his hands in exasperation. He bears this responsibility and obligation. The identity of a godfather dictates that he has the duty to nurture and care for you. However, he has failed to fulfill this obligation over the past 12 years. And thus the resulting responsibilities must be shouldered by him. Now, I wish to inquire, are you willing to leave the Dursleys and embark on a life of wanderlust with your godfather, whom you met for the first time this year? Indeed, a life of wandering. Number 12, Grindelwald Place no longer belongs to Sirius. It is indisputable that Anriel harbors a strong aversion towards the character of Sirius Black, as well as a general disinclination for the man himself. However, nurturing, safeguarding, and caring for Harry represents a form of atonement for Sirius. For him, it serves as a recompense for the 12 years he unjustly endured in confinement. We cannot assert that Sirius is without fault. Yet the transgressions he committed certainly do not warrant a dozen years of imprisonment. Thus, in accordance with Anriel's own sense of justice, he would restore Sirius's innocence and advocate for his custody of Harry. Nevertheless, he would not permit Sirius to embrace this recompense with ease or joy. He suggested that Sirius earn money and purchase a home, just like that. I am willing. Harry responded with resolute certainty, showing no hesitation. This clearly illustrates the extent of torment inflicted upon him by the Dursleys. Are you truly aware of the nature of your godfather? Anriel, with his fingers interlaced in a gentle demeanor, inquired. At least based on his outward demeanor, he appeared infinitely superior to the Dursleys. Harry asserted with conviction. Ron and Hermione exchanged astonished glances. Even though their expectations regarding the Dursleys' standing in Harry's mind had been remarkably low, it now seemed they had underestimated it. I see, he replied, acknowledging the revelation. Anriel nodded, not at all surprised. Harry still chose Sirius Black, even as a godfather meeting him for the first time. He not only demonstrated his reliability and earned the trust of Harry's parents, but he also stood in stark contrast to the indifferent Dursley family. It is no wonder that Harry opted for Sirius. Anriel pondered briefly, realizing that entrusting Harry to Sirius for his upbringing would undoubtedly shape his character in unforeseen ways. Very well, I shall convey this to Professor Dumbledore. Harry's expression visibly brightened. After all, how could a 13-year-old possess the remarkable ability to conceal his emotions with such perfection? He was unreserved and candid, innocent yet kind-hearted, fearless and impulsive. This encapsulated the essence of Harry Potter in this very moment. Anriel has made a significant contribution. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the conversation once again lost its momentum, and it seemed that everyone had run out of things to say. Observing this, Hermione maintained her persona, approaching Anriel with the book in her hands, prepared to pose a few questions. Anriel's lips twitched slightly, yet she found herself unable to refuse, thus steeling herself to commence explaining the topics at hand. These encompassed, but were not limited to, the 22 uncommon medicinal properties of sage, the primary components and mechanisms of action of wolf poison, and the extreme growth conditions and extraction taboos of the stone beetle. At present, these were all pertinent knowledge required for potions class. So, Hermione, it seems you are encountering some obstacles in your potion studies? Hermione shook her head, then nodded. I suppose so. She elaborated. The main issue is that Professor Lupin's teaching at Hogwarts this year has rendered Professor Snape exceedingly irritable, and his demeanor towards Gryffindor students has become increasingly harsh. Some of the more challenging concepts, even if not fully comprehended, are not dared to be questioned in front of Professor Snape. This was entirely reasonable indeed. Personal vendettas and inter-house rivalries were at play. Professional ethics seemed only to apply to one's own house. There was no obligation to offer remedial support, and thus, moral reproach could not be levied. With such a seamless series of maneuvers, even McGonagall would have no grounds for complaint. Anriel commenced tutoring Hermione, while the two academically challenged boys beside them were utterly bewildered, as if deciphering an ancient text. At that inopportune moment, a commotion erupted from the upper floors. Moments later, the door to the infirmary swung open, revealing Dumbledore, Fudge, and Snape standing at the threshold. Anriel sensed a foreboding omen approaching. Harry, feeling utterly bored, abruptly sat up from his reclining position. Anriel remained motionless in his place. For the three individuals at the entrance were approaching him directly. I thought to myself, surely this cannot be happening. Anriel's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile, a habit reminiscent of the late Grindelwald. The more agitated he became, the more radiant his grin appeared. After enduring 2 minutes of hesitant, vague discourse laden with attempts to evade responsibility, Anriel raised his hand to halt Fudge's lengthy diatribe. Those 2 minutes were merely a concession to Dumbledore. Otherwise, Anriel would have relished the opportunity to slap Fudge's pudgy visage. He fixated on Fudge, who began to perspire profusely from his plump, oily face. Can I interpret this as the presence of a heinous criminal, akin to a rat, stripped of most of his magical prowess due to my own grievous assault, now awaiting sentencing at the hands of the Ministry of Magic? Anriel spoke in a calm and measured tone, often pausing, enunciating each word with clarity, as if recounting a matter of little significance to him. Did you escape right under the nose of your Ministry of Magic? The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense, with all but Dumbledore holding their breath in stunned silence. The terrifying, beastly aura emanating from Anriel nearly suffocated everyone present, making it difficult for them to breathe. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of discomfort himself. Yet, he could comprehend Anriel's current mindset. In this regard, Anriel bore a striking resemblance to himself. The seething anger concealed beneath a facade of calmness and indifference posed the gravest threat. To be candid, Dumbledore was baffled as to how Peter Pettigrew had managed to escape. They had remained in the headmaster's office until 2 Dementors, temporarily summoned by the Ministry of Magic, arrived to escort Sirius Black and Wormtail to 2 separate floors. Sirius was taken to an abandoned office on the upper floor, devoid of windows and any conceivable secret passages. Wormtail, on the other hand, was confined to the 3rd floor, with Dementors stationed at the door of their holding rooms. Then, without warning or a trace, Peter Pettigrew vanished. If Fudge's current image were to become public, he would no longer be fit to serve as Minister for Magic, sweaty, trembling legs, and shaking all over, resembling a hapless employee who had just been thoroughly reprimanded by a superior. Anriel inhaled deeply, gradually calming her tumultuous emotions and retracting her aura, which alleviated the pressure felt by those around her. At this juncture, nothing seemed to matter, for it was all in vain. The creature had still managed to escape. Most importantly, during a brief conversation with Harry, Anriel had received confirmation of the prophecy's authenticity. Trelawney had indeed uttered that prophecy during Harry's divination exam. This servant shall break free from his chains and depart to reunite with his master. The Dark Lord shall rise again with the servant's aid, returning to meet his master this very night. Once those bindings are severed, devoid of Anriel's own magical sustenance, they will inevitably dissolve. By that time, the prophecy will remain valid. Is there truly an irresistible force guiding all of this towards its destined course? Anriel silently spat in disdain. He truly could not fathom this bizarre predicament. This summer, he intended to embark on a significant venture, and no one could deter him. For now, he had to deal with the aftermath of the escape of the Bugtail. In truth, Anriel himself was perplexed as to why he had suddenly felt compelled to descend and enter the school infirmary, relinquishing the diminutive Peter directly to the inept Ministry of Magic, without following any other procedures or extracting the Bugtail's soul first. Anriel did not contemplate much at that moment, for he had always acted according to his whims, doing whatever came to mind. He lightly tapped the edge of the bed with his fingertips, remaining silent, while Fudge seemed to embody the very essence of a condemned criminal awaiting judgment. Dumbledore observed them with an air of tranquility. And what of Sirius? He remained upstairs, dutifully staying put, blissfully unaware of Peter Pettigrew's escape. Had the Dementor not ventured in to bestow upon him a kiss? Anriel inquired with a smile. No. I employed a guardian spirit to encircle him, Dumbledore replied. It appears that Dumbledore remains a reliable figure. Anriel squinted, turning towards Fudge, and after casting a final glance at him, his gaze swept across all those present. He then rose in silence and walked towards the door, unimpeded by anyone. Fudge stole a glance at Dumbledore, only to find the elder seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. Having already approached the beds of Ron and Harry to attend to his students, the patients, either reclining or seated, were all his pupils. One more awaited upstairs, destined to be brought down immediately after Anriel resolved matters with Pettigrew. There was also one in the Shrieking Shack, but that one would have to remain until after midnight to be retrieved. Upstairs, Anriel pushed open the door. What met his eyes was a shattered window and splintered, stained with blood, still wet and not yet dried. It seemed to proclaim that the prisoner in this place had paid a significant price for his escape. Indeed, this was the room where Lupin had sealed the window. It was also the very room where Anriel had previously witnessed Peter appear and then vanish. The same location, the same individual. The evidence lay bare before him. Anriel required no elaborate reasoning nor an abundance of proof to discern the truth. However, the method remained elusive. Anriel squinted as a glimmer of silver reflected from the shards of glass scattered across the ground, accentuating his presence. He approached and picked up the remnants of that reflective trinket. Anriel was well acquainted with this small object, which resembled an hourglass. Before this cursed item was damaged and the sands of time within it flowed away, it bore a charming little name, the Time Converter. Anriel gently tilted her head, allowing the pure white moonlight to cascade through the shattered glass window and illuminate her face. Those who dare to manipulate time ultimately face its consequences. The tail of the insect must pay the price. This is precisely why Anriel, despite her boundless magical prowess, has never ventured into the realm of time. Dumbledore understands this, as does Grindelwald, and even Voldemort has refrained from recklessly toying with time. To Anriel, the immense power of time is even more terrifying, perhaps even under her own intervention. It would still revert to the same inevitable conclusion. Is this truly predestined? Surely not. As a traveler between worlds, the most fundamental desire is to shatter the chains of fate. Let us embrace the long days ahead. With a firm grip, Anriel shattered the hourglass, now devoid of substance. Its shattered glass shell disintegrating into a fine dust that slowly slipped through his fingers. Tilting his head slightly, he suddenly recognized a rather apparent issue. Anriel was somewhat astonished, pondering why he had not realized this sooner. Perhaps it was due to the overly tranquil nature of his life in recent years. Given Anriel's prowess, as long as he refrained from engaging in direct confrontation with Voldemort and merely sabotaged his resurrection plans, it posed no challenge whatsoever. This led him to overlook the fact that his allies in the Ministry of Magic were, in truth, a collection of antiquated, complacent individuals bound by their own prejudices. Anriel suddenly realized that she needed to establish her own power. Voldemort commanded the Death Eaters, Grindelwald had the Purebloods, and Dumbledore led the Order of the Phoenix. Even the future Harry Potter had his own D.A. Yet, at present, she only had one potential ally in Regulus. Should she entice defectors? Gather the remnants? The feasibility is not insignificant, but one must not harbor excessive hopes. The followers of Grindelwald from years past may not necessarily become her loyal confidants, primarily because their ideologies are fundamentally divergent. Anriel's ideology was, for some extreme anti-Muggle factions that once followed Grindelwald, an utterly incomprehensible betrayal. However, there was little he could do about it. The ambition to establish a following now seemed somewhat unrealistic. Anriel requires at least one aide, ideally a living, well-known individual who is fiercely loyal. Where might one find such a person? A talent market? For someone like Anriel, who navigates the treacherous waters between red and black factions, the most suitable talent market would be. Anriel rested his chin on his hand, suddenly envisioning an exquisite destination, Azkaban. How utterly fitting. He recalled a certain wild-haired, deranged woman. Of course, it was impossible for Bellatrix Lestrange to accompany him. There exist 3 forms of connection. While it is not entirely inconceivable that any of them could be severed, possessing any 2 of these bonds renders the relationship remarkably stable, namely, self-interest, emotion, and belief. Regrettably for Bella, she is bound to Voldemort by all 3. One might consider undermining Voldemort, but the thought of betraying Bella is utterly unthinkable. However, remaining steadfast in loyalty is not an issue, for there remains the Resurrection Stone, does it not? One could simply eliminate her and then summon her back using the stone. Strangely, this evokes an inexplicable sense of NTR. Anriel shook her head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts that cluttered her mind. Instead of indulging in futile musings, it would be wiser to focus on matters of substance. Aside from Bellatrix, Azkaban harbors other Death Eaters, each possessing their own capabilities and not wholly devoted to Voldemort. Furthermore, the prison is not devoid of other prisoners beyond the Death Eaters. Very well, this place will suffice for her purposes. Anriel revealed a malevolent smile. As the master of the Resurrection Stone, his endeavor to infiltrate the heavily fortified Azkaban, guarded by Dementors, would be scarcely more challenging than taking a leisurely stroll in his own backyard. Anriel wrapped his cloak tightly around himself, squinting at the round moon suspended in the sky. Some infamous Death Eaters could assist Anriel in accomplishing many tasks that he found inconvenient to undertake himself. Let the dirty water be splashed upon Voldemort instead. Anriel departed from the room, having unraveled the means by which Wurtail managed to escape. Wurtail was no fool. On the contrary, his cunning intellect was quite remarkable. During his time as a rat, he had deduced the existence of the Time Turner through Hermione's behavioral patterns at the onset of the term, long before the rift between Ron and Hermione. However, Anriel surmised that at that moment, Wormtail likely paid little heed to this revelation, merely cataloging it as one of many potential avenues for survival. Then, during the tumultuous events in the Shrieking Shack, he had collided with Hermione. Do you remember? Just as Sirius lunged towards him, it was then that Wormtail stealthily pilfered the Time Turner. Following that incident, he had cowered, head bowed and trembling, perfectly embodying his previously established image of cowardice, was it not? His filthy hands had remained tightly clasped throughout. Subsequently, utilizing various obfuscation techniques, he concealed both the Time Turner and his genuine intentions with remarkable adeptness. Eventually, he found himself confined in a solitary cell, a room with sealed windows. And upon comprehending his predicament, he activated the Time Turner, returning to this afternoon. Abruptly, he manifested within the perceptual realm of afternoon Anriel. Yet, at that moment, Anriel did not immediately approach to investigate, as Fudge was once again delaying matters. Nearly an hour had passed. Despite Wormtail lacking a wand and possessing minimal magical prowess, he was utterly exhausted. That considerable span of time afforded him the opportunity to breach the window and subsequently restore it to its original state from the outside. When the Time Turner's limit was reached, Wormtail returned to the evening, vanishing abruptly from the perceptual awareness of afternoon Anriel, leaving behind only the traces of his prior presence, suddenly appearing, only to just as suddenly disappear. Anriel had not considered the possibility that the window had been pre-damaged. He was not omniscient, and such minor details were beyond the scope of his prophetic abilities. What? You wonder why Trelawney's green teacup truly shattered during the divination exam? Ah, that was Anriel, who had subtly employed his magic to push it down. Returning to the present, during the evening's escapade, he promptly executed the contingency plan he had previously devised to shatter the window, fleeing in a race against time. He was acutely aware that an interrogation awaited him, and his magic was insufficient to withstand the effects of Veritaserum. Once everything was laid bare, the Dementor lurking at the door would swoop in to deliver its chilling kiss. Thus, he had to escape swiftly. After all, he was merely on the 3rd floor. It was not an insurmountable height. All he needed to do was to escape the confines of Hogwarts, where the use of apparition was prohibited. The interval between his escape and the Ministry of Magic's realization of his absence would be ample. Moreover, by the time the Ministry, or rather Fudge, managed to notify Anriel, he would have long evaded their detection. No matter the direction he chose to apparate, he would remain elusive. In retrospect, the lesson learned is this: never again place trust in the Ministry of Magic. And when toying with prey, do not postpone the act for another occasion, once played with. It is far better to eliminate the target outright. Anriel scoffed lightly, marking a lesson for himself. The matter of the escape of the diminutive Peter had turned a page. Subsequently, he would engage with the remaining affairs and craft something with Fudge. The liberation of Sirius Black, the nationwide manhunt for Peter Pettigrew, the transfer of guardianship of Harry Potter, and a myriad of other matters, both significant and trivial. Should Anriel desire, he could still wield these issues to transform the Ministry of Magic into an even greater farce than depicted in the original narrative. Yet, what purpose would that serve? Hence, Anriel resolved not to act immediately. The incident involving the attack on Azkaban during the summer was sufficiently capable of achieving this without unnecessary exertion. Upon Anriel's return to the hospital wing, having said nothing, Fudge felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. The pressure from public relations had diminished significantly, and Dumbledore had indicated that he would not emphasize the Ministry's accountability, instead shifting the blame entirely onto Peter Pettigrew. For Fudge, this was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Of course, he would soon come to realize the price that would need to be paid. though he remained unaware that it was Anriel's doing. However, even if Anriel chose not to pursue matters actively, the Ministry would still face considerable troubles ahead. Firstly, both Anriel and Dumbledore advocated for restoring Sirius to a semblance of normalcy, allowing him to no longer be a fugitive, free to walk openly in the wizarding streets. Revoking a year-long warrant would undoubtedly cause a stir within the wizarding community, significantly undermining the Ministry's credibility throughout the magical realm. The power of public opinion is exceedingly formidable. And within this magical world, the Ministry struggles to reign in the mainstream media, particularly the Daily Prophet, which presents a grave concern. Secondly, although the Muggle world had also issued a warrant for Sirius, the Ministry found itself utterly powerless, given the sheer number of Muggles. Thus, Sirius would have no choice but to reside within the wizarding world, willingly becoming a staunch advocate for international secrecy laws. All of this stemmed from the Ministry's erroneous judgments of years past. Anriel surmised that, even if Fudge were not directly accountable for the situation, he would at least find a place for Sirius to reside. Ultimately, as long as Sirius did not take up residence at number 12, Grindelwald Place, it was of no concern to him where Sirius and Harry Potter chose to stay. As for the third point, it is well known that Fudge epitomizes the archetype of a frivolous and ineffectual individual. Such a character, when present in the government, typically embodies a despicable and contemptible political persona. Anriel contemplated that Fudge must have realized by now the undeniable truth that Hogwarts is no longer under the jurisdiction of any high-ranking individual within the magical realm. Were it not for the impending Quidditch World Cup, the fifth installment might have been prematurely unveiled. "Sir," he inquired in a nonchalant manner, his legs crossed and a book, presumably a tome on divination, spread across his lap in the headmaster's office. "Do you believe that what we are currently experiencing is predetermined? Or can it be altered by revisiting the past?" Dumbledore's response was cryptic. "I fear that no one can ascertain that, my child. Perhaps some wish to return to the past to change all that we are enduring now, yet they may find themselves in an alternate world, reshaping its future, while we remain blissfully unaware." As he stirred the liquid in his cup with a teaspoon, Dumbledore lifted his gaze to Anriel. "However, what we are experiencing must indeed be genuine. Even if it were to be altered, our memories would inevitably transform alongside it." Setting down the teaspoon, he cradled his cup and took a sip of the hot cocoa. "This, my dear, is the allure of time." With a creaking sound, the pine door was pushed open just a crack. Anriel swiftly slipped into the deserted Ravenclaw common room. He had indeed attempted to enter through the window, yet some industrious house elf had ensured that all 7 windows surrounding the common room were securely shut. How absurd. He proceeded cautiously, feeling his way in the dark as he ascended the staircase leading to the dormitory, stealthily making his way down the corridor before opening the first door. The light was off. Anriel pressed his lips together, not quite feeling disappointment, for it was nearing the early hours of the morning. He recognized that his current thoughts were somewhat capricious, perhaps even unreasonable. After all, he had no right to expect Luna to wait for him until such an hour. Yet, this somewhat whimsical notion surged uncontrollably within him, lingering in his heart. While it was not sufficient to draw a frown, it nonetheless evoked a barely perceptible sigh. Anriel could not help but chuckle softly, pondering what exactly was going through her mind. She removed her long robe, which had only collected a few specks of grass at the hem, and hung it up. She unfastened her windbreaker and trousers, replacing them with a nightgown. Throughout this process, Anriel remained utterly silent. The curtains were not drawn tightly, allowing a sliver of moonlight to spill onto the floor. Just as Anriel contemplated approaching the window for a glance, a gentle voice floated through the air. "Ah, you've finally returned, young sir." Luna's voice seemed to cascade down like the moonlight itself. The ethereal tone, emanating from the high-hanging silver disk in the heavens, instantly conjured an image of that otherworldly maiden in one's mind. Anriel's heart trembled suddenly. "Luna, have you been waiting for the young master all this time?" The sound of rustling filled the air, seemingly as Luna lifted the covers and sat up, then gracefully descended from the bed, slipping into her slippers. A gentle sensation emanated from her waist, and the soft breath of the girl lightly brushed against his back, creating a somewhat damp and ticklish feeling. "I've been waiting for your return all along," she murmured with an almost ethereal softness, her profile pressed against Anriel's back. A thin cloud drifted across the horizon, dimming the brilliance of the moonlight by a third. Anriel gently turned around, gazing at Luna's face, which radiated a soft smile. He too smiled, a genuine expression that emanated from the depths of his heart. Wisps of thin clouds drifted by, and the moonlight shone brightly once more, cascading through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the couple beside each other. Anriel gently kissed her, encircling the slender waist of the young maiden. Luna, with her eyes closed, reciprocated, embracing the reliable shoulder of the boy. Together, they cherished their affection in an embrace, for a kiss signifies a lifelong bond between soulmates. After a moment of tender warmth, Anriel cradled Luna and lay back down on the bed. At this point, having regained her senses, the now flushed maiden was far from sleepy. After gazing at her beloved's visage for a while, Luna pouted slightly and inquired of Anriel, "Dear sir, you seem to be harboring some concerns today." Anriel nestled closer to Luna, enveloping the young girl in his embrace. "Perhaps there is some truth to that," he murmured, closing his eyes to savor the warmth of her presence. His voice was soft, tinged with introspection. "I find myself in a state of contradiction. Do you understand? Since my birth into this world, I have come to know many things. Some of these truths elude the grasp of most people, despite their lifelong endeavors. Others, however, are simply a matter of following a path that many will inevitably traverse. Yet within these two categories, there are aspects that I find unsettling. The matters I dislike within the first category can be avoided, sparing me from their burdens. Conversely, those I abhor in the second category compel me to take action to prevent their occurrence. Yet, throughout this protracted period, I often discover that as long as I do not intervene directly, no matter how drastically circumstances may shift, the outcome remains unaffected in the slightest. Thus, I find myself enveloped in confusion." Anriel cradled Luna in his arms, extending his left hand slightly beyond the confines of the quilt. His gaze fixed upon the ancient black stone. Since his birth into this world, he had been aware of the impending narratives, having come to understand the grimoires that Grindelwald had meticulously prepared for him. Yet, there existed certain experiences that he would forever be unable to grasp. As if something vital were amiss, Luna lifted her head, previously nestled against her boyfriend's chest, and the delicate fragrance of moon orchids wafted into Anriel's nostrils. What was the source of this confusion? Anriel gazed at Luna, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "It is because I care, dear foolish girl. Yet, what you cherish is the fate they ought to embrace, and what you seek to alter is the future that lies ahead of them. This, after all, is an endeavor fraught with impossibility." Luna, her eyes narrowing into two crescent moons, smiled as she inquired of Anriel, "You have already accomplished a portion of the impossible. Why must you strive to transform every unattainable aspect before you find contentment?" Anriel was momentarily taken aback. Luna extended her delicate hand, gently cradling Anriel's face, gazing into his eyes that reflected the vast expanse of the starry sky. Softly, she spoke, "I sense your aspirations, your dreams yearning to be realized. Perhaps it is time to momentarily relinquish the pursuit of the impossible and instead indulge in the pursuits that bring you joy." With her other hand, Luna tenderly rested upon Anriel's left hand, which lay behind her head, then guided it to her own cheek. The warmth and softness were irresistible, evoking a desire to caress and cherish. Luna's smile was exquisitely sweet and gentle. "Moreover, no matter what you choose to pursue, I shall remain by your side, even if it means standing against the world, even if it requires my very being." As their gazes locked, an unintentional connection sparked, revealing the depths of her heartfelt sentiments. Anriel, with a playful smile at the corner of her lips, leaned in without hesitation to plant a kiss on Luna's sweet smile. Luna was taken aback for a moment, but then she closed her eyes, offering no resistance. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted, like a silver thread snapping. Hey. I was sincerely trying to comfort you," Luna exclaimed, forming a delicate little fist and gently tapping Anriel's chest. "Yes, indeed. I feel so much better now. Back to being my cheerful, quirky self." Anriel smiled wickedly as he embraced Luna tightly in his arms. Just as Luna was about to utter a word, she heard Anriel whisper gently in her ear. A warm droplet glided past Luna's ear, falling alongside Anriel's voice. "Thank you, my little angel. I shall certainly share my stories with you in the future." The following morning, Anriel awoke to behold Luna's serene visage, his brows softening with tenderness. Sensing something in her dreams, Luna's eyelids fluttered and she gradually stirred awake. Reluctant to rise, she nuzzled deeper into Anriel's embrace, emitting a soft, animalistic whimper. "Let me hold on a little longer." "Of course," he replied. Anriel adjusted to a position that brought comfort to both himself and Luna, inadvertently catching a glimpse of Luna's fair neck. At that moment, it bore a scattering of faint crimson marks. Anriel's face flushed with embarrassment. Luna seemed to sense Anriel's unusual demeanor. She lifted her gaze and followed his line of sight to uncover the reason for his blush. The young girl blinked and smirked mischievously, There truly exists a peculiar gentleman who passionately kisses little girls. She gently caressed the kiss mark on her neck, a radiant smile gracing her face. But I don't mind at all. Even if you plant a few more strawberries, it's perfectly fine with me. After a playful exchange, both rose, tidied themselves, and donned their attire before descending the stairs together. On their way to the hall, Anriel casually recounted the tale of Sirius Black and Wormtail, revealing the tragic fate of the Potter family, as well as some events from the previous night, although it felt as if an abundance of occurrences transpired during that time. In retrospect, it merely amounted to a few hours from afternoon until evening. Luna, however, exhibited little interest in the happenings of the previous night. Events devoid of Anriel's involvement held even less significance for her. It was evident that she was far more intrigued by the events that transpired within the Potter household years ago. What truly unfolded among those so-called friends? Who was the traitor, and who bore the injustice? Anriel recounted the story to Luna, as if weaving a narrative. The breakfast table was missing two individuals. One was Lupin, and the other was the esteemed Dumbledore, who occupied the central position. Dumbledore found himself preoccupied, not only attending to Lupin's departure formalities but also participating in a press conference at the Ministry of Magic, where he was set to testify regarding the matters involving Sirius and Wormtail. This was primarily due to Wormtail's cowardice in fleeing, as a young wizard under the age of 16 is not permitted to testify in court. Furthermore, Snape harbored a fervent desire to see Sirius imprisoned for another 12 years, making it highly unlikely that he would willingly testify to prove Sirius's innocence. Anriel felt somewhat bewildered as Snape approached him. Anriel glanced around, realizing that apart from Luna, there was no one else in the vicinity. Surely, it could not be that someone merely passed by. For how could one traverse two long tables that nearly spanned the entirety of the hall? Professor Snape, is there something amiss? Out of courtesy, Anriel rose to address Snape. The professor halted, his gaze sweeping the room, seemingly searching for something unknown. Then, he reached into his cloak and retrieved a handful of air. After making a gesture as if to discard it, he remained silent and departed without a backward glance. Luna, seated on her chair, lowered her gaze to her knees before looking up at Anriel and blinking. This is. Anriel reached out to grasp the smooth, invisible fabric. Luna curiously extended her hand beneath the object, only to have it vanish. The invisibility cloak. One of the three Deathly Hallows, the invisibility cloak of the Peverell family. Last night, Snape had entered the shrieking shack draped in it. After a moment of contemplation, Anriel realized the situation at hand. It was utterly improbable to expect Snape to personally return the garments to Harry. Perhaps he intended to use her as a means to facilitate the return of the invisibility cloak? Anriel could only entertain such an assumption. Surely, it could not be that Snape had gifted him this garment in an act of self-appeasement. As he felt the silky texture gliding like water over his fingers, a peculiar smile crept across Anriel's face. Could he expect to relinquish something that had so easily come into his possession? Such a notion was absurd. This item was now irrevocably his, impervious to any attempts at retrieval. There was an uncanny sense that the manner in which he had acquired this invisibility cloak was even more fantastical and absurd than that of the Elder Wand itself. Anriel tucked away the invisibility cloak, preparing to seize an opportunity to thoroughly examine this extraordinary item, to discern what merits it possesses to be ranked among the three Deathly Hallows. Enough gazing. It is time to dine. Anriel settled back beside Luna, a smile gracing his lips. After enjoying breakfast, Luna perched on the edge of her chair, her little legs swinging playfully, exuding an air of delight. She turned to Anriel and inquired, "Well, dear sir, with the final examinations now behind us, do you have any aspirations for the days ahead?" Anriel was about to respond that he would just conduct some casual research when he suddenly recalled Luna's words from the previous night. "My little angel, are you free? If so, how about joining me for some delightful little experiments?" Consequently, he replied in kind. Luna let out a soft hum, saying, "Whether the little rabbit is free or not, isn't it ultimately up to the big bad wolf, after all?" Anriel smiled and gently tapped Luna's little head. "Well then, today I shall take you to see what I usually do." The two stood up, hand in hand, and made their way toward the 8th floor's wish-granting room. "Luna, do you know my perspective on this world?" Upon reaching the door of the wish-granting room, Anriel placed her hand on the doorknob but did not immediately push it open. Instead, she turned to ask Luna, "My perspective on the world?" Luna gazed at Anriel with innocent eyes and astonishingly remarked, "It's the relationship between wizards and muggles, isn't it?" At times, Luna's uncanny understanding truly made Anriel wonder if she had secretly mastered the art of legilimency. Anriel smiled gently and turned the handle of the door to the wish-fulfillment room. Inside, a silvery glimmer illuminated the space, not of gold or silver, but of steel. This is my magical workshop. Anriel raised her hand in introduction. These are all creations born from the fusion of magic and Muggle craftsmanship. Indeed, they are weapons. Anriel hesitated for a moment before deciding to reveal the most authentic aspect of these items to Luna. They are weapons, destined to be wielded by warriors, harvesting the lives of enemies upon the battlefield. Luna listened quietly, without interjecting. Perhaps this is simply how it is. Anriel chuckled, articulating these words in one breath. As if she had truly relinquished a considerable psychological burden, Luna retrieved a delicate revolver from beside the container, seemingly admiring its intricate patterns. Yet both were acutely aware that this exquisite piece of artistry could effortlessly extinguish the vibrant essence of life. Andy, you intend to instigate a war, do you not? Luna's lashes partially obscured her eyes, her voice wavering like a fleeting whisper. Just like your father. Indeed. Anriel responded calmly, however. He perceives Muggles as a threat and intends to subjugate them. Anriel hesitated for a moment, seemingly pondering whether to reveal to Luna the world she yearned for. After a brief struggle, Anriel let out a long sigh. I aspire to merge the strengths of both Muggles and wizards, embarking on a journey towards a future known as evolution. Luna cautiously set down the revolver in her hand, gazing at her boyfriend with a smile. That must indeed be quite a challenge, wouldn't it? Challenge. Anriel momentarily struggled to keep pace with Luna's train of thought. Oh, a challenge, she mused. Luna gracefully tiptoed, as if floating, until she reached Anriel's side. Because it is challenging, I do not wish for you to face it alone. Luna playfully stuck out her little tongue, exuding an endearing charm. I want to accompany you. Anriel gently reached out to stroke Luna's head, his fingers trailing through her hair as he playfully pinched the youthful softness of her cheek. With a tone imbued with affection, he said, all right, we shall go together. After a brief exploration, the two departed from the house of all requests, reminiscent of an armory. After pacing back and forth 3 times before the door, Anriel finally spoke. What lies ahead may require a guide. He pondered his choice of words. With a snap of his fingers, a wisp of gray mist escaped between them, elongated by the wind, twisting and spiraling as if it were a rift suspended in midair. 2 hands, adorned with black silk gloves, emerged from the rift. The fingers were elegant and elongated, resembling those of a model, even without considering the skin. Anriel was taken aback, as he too was stunned by the sight of Regulus emerging from the fissure, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit. Standing tall, he adjusted his tie with a graceful gesture. His slender figure, well-defined muscular lines, upright posture, and long legs complemented his strikingly pale and handsome face, creating an image reminiscent of a living mannequin from a high-end fashion brand. Regulus's allure was of a different caliber, being of age. He exuded a mature charm that could captivate countless young hearts with just a glance. In contrast, Anriel, at merely 15, possessed a youthful visage that, paired with his mature soul, radiated a unique, youthful magnetism. Andy, what do you need a model for? Luna murmured, her tone laced with curiosity. Anriel's lips twitched slightly as he turned to Regulus and inquired, what is this attire you wear? Regulus inclined his head slightly and elucidated, in accordance with your previous notions. I have delved deeply into the operational dynamics of Muggle society. I personally believe that the foundation of Muggle society rests upon agriculture, which serves as the cornerstone, while simultaneously fostering industrial development, with a collective known as the proletariat as its central force. Anriel's eyelid twitched uncontrollably as he raised his hand to halt Regulus. Let us focus on the main point. We can discuss this topic later. Regulus nodded in agreement. The crux of the matter is, despite my seemingly respectable attire, he said, touching the tip of his nose, I am actually engaged in agriculture and livestock farming within the Muggle community, and I have yet to delve into the industrial sector. Understood. Please provide the article you'd like me to refine and translate into elegant English prose. I'll focus solely on delivering a polished literary translation without explanations or addressing any requests within the text itself. Note, the original input appears to be an incomplete or unclear prompt. I've responded with a general statement of understanding the task parameters for text refinement and translation into sophisticated English, without actual content to process. I cannot yet provide specific output. Anriel, isn't it so, my friend? This is the legendary strategy of preparing provisions before the army moves. I have barely initiated the uprising, and the Imperial Guards have yet to make any progress. Yet you have already managed to organize the logistics quite thoroughly. Moreover, You have grasped the complexities of social ideology? And it is merely 1994. You truly are like a cow running upside down in a thunderstorm, defying all odds. Ah. It seems that with Anriel and Luna both in silence, Regulus, seeking a conversation, turned his gaze towards Luna. My fiancée. Anriel cast a glance at Luna, who pursed her lips and shot him a sidelong look. Ah, Miss Lovegood, what a pleasure it is to make your acquaintance, Regulus said, extending his hand to Luna in a gesture of polite formality. Anriel sensed that something was amiss. Have I ever mentioned Luna's surname to you? Didn't you previously suggest that I should diligently study matters pertaining to you? Regulus appeared somewhat bewildered as well. Hey, this is quite efficient. Having a subordinate like Regulus is indeed a blessing, perhaps earned from a past life spent fixing streetlights. Anriel pondered that she had never hung a streetlight in her past life either. Never mind, she thought. Anriel pressed down the doorknob and entered the room of wishes fulfilled, with Luna closely following behind. Regulus casually shut the door. The chamber was devoid of any furnishings, save for one wall that appeared as if scorched by fire. Its surface a deep, inky black. I typically employ it in this very space. Anriel raised her left hand, presenting the resurrection stone before Luna. It was a rather ominous stone. Anriel gazed upon the pitch-black wall and murmured, "It shows little reverence for death, capable of forcibly dragging some slumbering souls back to reality." Yet, of course, Anriel turned to Regulus. "It possesses the ability to resurrect those who need not have perished, granting them a chance at a new life." Regulus smiled faintly, saying nothing in response. "At this moment, I possess 3 items." As Anriel spoke slowly, a mysterious smile crept across his face as he reached into his robe. The atmosphere was imbued with an ancient aura. Luna, well acquainted with Anriel's character, recognized that whenever he donned such an expression, it signified that the forthcoming events would undoubtedly be intriguing, perhaps even bordering on the outrageous. However, this time Anriel had come alone, which assured her that no peril would ensue. It bore a resemblance to a type of amusement attraction in the Muggle world, a haunted house. Though it might be quite terrifying, as long as one adhered to the prescribed protocols, the likelihood of actual harm or fatality was virtually non-existent. With this in mind, Luna tilted her head inquisitively and innocently inquired, "What might that entail?" Anriel began to extract items one by one, the first being a tattered iron helmet, an ancient relic that your father often lamented about wanting to restore. Anriel introduced it in such a way that Luna instantly recognized what it was. Hey. Young sir, you can't possibly intend to use that." "Indeed, I do." Anriel let out a light-hearted laugh. "The subject of this medium's revival is Rowena Ravenclaw." Not only Luna, but even Regulus couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Anriel cast a glance at the two of them, a satisfied expression gracing her features as she began to retrieve a second item, a wisp of air. No, it was an invisibility cloak. Luna rolled her eyes. All right. Enough said. The individual intended for resurrection is none other than Ignatius Peverell, the third of the Peverell lineage. Am I correct, young sir? How astute of you." Already eager to respond, Anriel lowered her head and bestowed a gentle kiss upon Luna's forehead. The final piece. Anriel gently clapped his hands. Regulus suddenly realized that, in the next moment, a leather suitcase had materialized in his grasp. Previously, Anriel had instructed him not only to collect the belongings of those slain by Voldemort, but also to diligently seek out the possessions of that individual. In the realm of magic, such actions could undoubtedly be deemed as sacrilegious. Regulus unfastened the suitcase, revealing its coarse fabric within. It appeared to be nothing more than the most ordinary burlap, upon which rested a withered wooden stick. What could this be? Luna's curiosity was piqued. This is what? Anriel wore a mysterious expression. Is that Merlin's robe? Merlin. Is it the same Merlin she knew? Indeed, it is the illustrious Merlin, the progenitor of modern sorcery, whose robe and one of graced the ages. How is it possible? Luna's expression remained one of disbelief. She was perplexed as to how Regulus had acquired such ancient artifacts. Regulus seemed to sense her apprehension. The wand was unearthed using the master's equipment, likely preserved by Merlin's magic, which has prevented it from decaying for centuries. At this point, Regulus fell silent, and Luna, not pondering further, casually inquired, "And what about the robe?" Regulus swiftly turned to Anriel, seeking permission to divulge the truth to Luna. The answer was evidently affirmative. The robe was obtained at a private exhibition of a Muggle billionaire. Luna chuckled awkwardly, then turned her gaze towards Anriel. "Is this the trio you wish to resurrect?" Anriel nodded and remarked, "However, we need not attempt all 3 today. You may select one." Luna fell silent, realizing that anyone would take a considerable time to choose among these three individuals. The founders of the 4 Hogwarts houses included Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows, the creator of the Invisibility Cloak, and an ancestor of Harry Potter, Ignotus Peverell, and the last, a figure of considerable weight. How to choose? Luna exhibited a peculiar expression, feeling that Anriel had already made a selection, merely wishing to observe the rapport between the two of them. She needed a moment to contemplate. If any one of these 3 were truly resurrected, no one would dare to assert otherwise, for Rowena Ravenclaw, a paragon of intellect, would certainly not easily concede her position. She held a distinguished status among the 4 great founders, ranking just below Slytherin and slightly above Gryffindor. Even if Anriel were assured that a conflict with Ravenclaw would not ensue, or if it did, they would emerge victorious, a negotiation process would still be requisite. Conversely, Ignotus Peverell, who once nearly conquered death, would prove even more formidable. In contrast, Merlin, who had once aided King Arthur and possessed a subordinate disposition, was reputed to be humorous and exceedingly amiable. At the very least, his demeanor would be far more congenial than that of the previous 2. Moreover, should Merlin not be the chosen one, why did Anriel summon Regulus? To make the trio appear more formal? Merlin. We practically grew up listening to this ancient legend. Luna murmured, and sure enough, upon hearing this inevitable answer, Anriel displayed a fond smile. Let us commence. Anriel gestured for Luna to step back, then raised his left hand gracefully. Beneath Luna's curious gaze, a chilling aura began to permeate the room. The young girl leaned closer to her beloved, indifferent to the source of the cold. She simply knew that beside him lay a familiar sense of safety. She had never perceived Anriel's body as cold, and even now, it remained the same. A gray mist flowed like liquid, gradually revealing the outline of the grand door. Anriel stepped forward, effortlessly grasping the scythe. The grand door swung open with a thunderous sound. In the dim light, a shadowy figure stood behind the threshold, hunched over, resembling an elderly man. Anriel nodded in satisfaction. This time, it should be a success. Typically, souls that have just been resurrected are in a state of confusion and disorientation. Thus, Anriel stepped through the door, intending to bring Merlin out. Young man, quite capable, aren't you? An aged voice resonated. Anriel drew in a sharp breath. The old man, having raised his head at some unknown moment, now regarded Anriel with keen interest, a smile gracing his features. Anriel gazed intently at Merlin, as if he wished to articulate something. I am quite alert now. No need to observe further, the old man remarked. Merlin flashed a smile, revealing a set of pristine, well-aligned teeth that belied his age. Best to step outside. This is hardly the appropriate venue for discourse. Anriel nodded thoughtfully. I understand. Let's go outside. Merlin appeared somewhat taken aback, glancing around before he suddenly realized, exclaiming softly, Oh, I see. Well then, let us proceed. The 2 departed from the scorched earth of this realm of death, and the grand door gently closed behind them. Now, what are you? Before Anriel could finish, Merlin interjected, a low chuckle escaping his lips. As you can see, it's quite authentic. The old man bent down to pick up the burlap robe from the ground, shaking it off. This time, the medium was not consumed at all, because, in the next moment, Merlin draped the garment over his shoulders. I have not perished, ha. Merlin fixed his gaze on Anriel, his eyes, profound with the wisdom and insight accumulated over centuries, revealing a depth that few could match. Little one, have you always held such disregard for death? The old man's eyes squinted with intrigue. From Merlin's perspective, this young individual was remarkably audacious, daring to retrieve someone from the realm of the dead. Upon closer inspection, Merlin's curiosity intensified, for this young man turned out to be an artificial being. Well, somewhat. Anriel replied. Anriel nodded. Merlin glanced around dramatically, his exaggerated gestures eliciting amusement. Yet none of those present dared to laugh, nor did they wish to. Ah. This one too has departed from life. His gaze swept from left to right. The little girl possesses considerable talent, if she truly has set her sights on you. Young lad, then she should follow you steadfastly. Merlin slowly stroked his beard and turned back to Anriel. Do you have anything you wish to convey to this old man? Indeed. Anriel nodded. I hope, Mr. Merlin, you will assist me in realizing my aspiration to transform this world. Merlin's eyes narrowed. Intriguing. Anriel gently waved her hand, and a set of tables and chairs materialized within the room. Merlin and Anriel sat facing each other. Luna appeared somewhat reserved, while Regulus seemed to have conjured a quill and several sheets of parchment from nowhere, clearly prepared to begin recording. Is Mr. Merlin well acquainted with the current state of affairs concerning both the wizarding and non-wizarding communities in the world today? Anriel inquired first. as long as there were no unforeseen circumstances. Of course, I am not well acquainted, for I have spent nearly all these years within the tower. Merlin smacked his lips. Anriel's lips curled into a smile as he summoned a jug of wine from afar and placed it on the table. Hey, Merlin grinned, appearing to be in high spirits. Allow me to provide you with a brief description. Anriel raised his hand and drew two parallel circles between himself and Merlin. Each circle was divided into 3 sections. Those who are currently ignorant of magic are referred to as muggles, a term that has become somewhat of a proper noun. However, the designation may vary slightly depending on the region. Anriel gestured towards one of the circles with a thumb raised. The Muggle and wizarding communities can largely be categorized into 3 distinct groups: extremists, progressives, and opportunists. Merlin raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. There exists no absolute neutralist in the world. Anriel offered a brief explanation before continuing. After conducting my research and referencing the works of a remarkable Muggle biologist from 1859, I have come to the conclusion that wizards represent a new evolutionary direction for humanity, predominantly derived from Muggles. This evolution is not entirely contained within bloodlines. Yet the undeniable fact of increased genetic dominance exists. I gazed in reverent awe at Merlin, who bore the blood of both human and dream demon. The population of wizards is far too small, especially when compared to Muggles. If we persist in viewing wizards and Muggles as adversaries, the inevitable outcome will be mutual destruction, with wizards facing extinction and Muggles suffering heavy casualties. Anriel swiftly steered the conversation towards the tragic conclusion that no one wished to confront, momentarily bypassing his assertions and methodologies. He aimed to make Merlin first acknowledge the underlying issues. Ah, I see, Merlin remarked, raising a glass of wine to take a delicate sip. Those Muggles, the ordinary folk, are exceedingly numerous. Indeed, their sheer numbers increase the likelihood of producing talent. If we persist in opposition, doom is inevitable. Merlin lifted a finger, signaling that he was about to address the crux of the matter. In my view, your thoughts can be distilled into 2 primary approaches. The first involves intermarriage and education. Through hereditary transmission, we can gradually transform all Muggles into wizards, creating a uniformity that would mitigate, if not entirely abolish, opposition, or at least reduce its intensity. Merlin raised a second finger. The second approach acknowledges that the first requires an impractically long duration, potentially spanning several generations. And who knows what unforeseen events may arise during that time. Therefore, you propose to amalgamate the strengths of both Muggles and wizards, including but not limited to enlisting the elite among Muggles, merging their innovative contraptions with antiquated magic, and pursuing a route of societal elitism. Merlin spread his hand in resignation. I cannot conceive of any other feasible ideas you might possess. You are correct. Anriel slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Merlin tilted his head, oscillating between nodding and shaking it. Do not expect this old frame of mind to assist you in battle. You are likely well acquainted with my tale and my time. I was tasked with confronting Morgan Le Fay, and I possess little knowledge of the art of warfare. Judging by your appearance, it seems your lineage is similarly cursed with the fate of a hapless seer, and your divinations would hardly benefit from my counsel. Thus, I can offer but a few pieces of advice. That alone suffices. To have the legendary Archmage Merlin's insights is, for me, an exceedingly favorable outcome. Anriel does not harbor lofty ambitions, and Merlin has consistently played the role of a behind-the-scenes advisor. That is well. The old man nodded, stroking his beard. The quickest and most convenient way for you to realize your grand aspirations is through warfare. Only by subduing them with force can you then proclaim your ideology to them. Merlin paused, scrutinizing Anriel closely, then curled his lips. You bear no resemblance to him. Your features are far too refined. Anriel, elderly man, subway, mobile phone. JPG no, old man. Whom did you just compare me to? Surely it must be King Arthur, right? Anriel's lips twitched slightly. According to legend, the great wizard Merlin was inherently jovial, romantic, and fond of jesting. He personally clarified that this was indeed the case. With that, the matter was momentarily settled. After uttering this statement, Merlin cast a sidelong glance at Regulus, who was diligently taking notes. Let's discuss something else. Your stone is rather lackluster, he remarked. Although there exists a form of mental influence over the resurrected, the results appear rather unimpressive. It seems you must personally engage and use your charisma to persuade them. Merlin extended a gnarled hand and said, hand it over. I shall make some adjustments. Without a moment's hesitation, Anriel placed the resurrection stone into Merlin's palm. Ah, such trust in the old man? Merlin cast a sidelong glance at Anriel. It is not trust, but rather confidence. Anriel's face broke into a subtle smile as he gazed into Merlin's eyes, slowly stating, indeed. This is the demeanor befitting a king. Merlin nodded in satisfaction, withdrawing his wand, which resembled a gnarled tree branch. Surely, you did not create this yourself? He inquired, examining the resurrection stone in his hand. Indeed, I did not. This artifact is known as one of the 3 Deathly Hallows, crafted by 3 formidable wizards of yore. 3 artifacts? Merlin's interest was piqued. What do they look like? Bring them forth so I may behold them. Anriel extended his hand to his side and snapped his fingers. In the next moment, a wand materialized in his grasp. The 3 Deathly Hallows are known as the Elder Wand. Anriel offered the wand he held. The Invisibility Cloak. He lifted the smooth silk from the ground. The Resurrection Stone. He then pointed to the black stone resting in Merlin's palm. This Elder Wand is merely a replica of mine, yet its potency is nearly indistinguishable, imbued with a profound aura of death. Anriel's tone was tinged with a hint of pride. Quite good, indeed. To his surprise, Merlin nodded in appreciation. The design was ingenious. Yet I still find my own one more comfortable to wield. Finally, he prodded the resurrection stone, and a ghastly visage formed from the swirling gray mist, menacing and terrifying. Very well. He handed the stone back to Anriel. Though older now, his skill had not dulled. Anriel took the resurrection stone, reflecting momentarily. Truly, having an elder in the household is akin to possessing a treasure, with Dumbledore already quite advanced in years, the arrival of another ancient being. One who has existed for millennia is indeed remarkable. Yet, certain inquiries must be made. What enhancements have been achieved post-improvement? Merlin waved his hand dismissively. Nothing much. Merely an augmentation of 100 to 180 times. 180 times? Regardless, your esteemed self remains unchanged. Gazing at the grotesque visage upon the resurrection stone, Anriel's sentiments were heartfelt. The subsequent negotiation process was rather straightforward. Merlin agreed to assist Anriel in strategizing and managing the broader circumstances. However, he required Anriel to acquiesce to 2 conditions. Firstly, Merlin would not make any public appearances in any form. He wished to remain a steadfast figure behind the scenes. Of course, if he were to adopt a different appearance and mingle among the crowd as an ordinary person to observe the happenings, that would be acceptable. Secondly, Anriel is not particularly pressed for time, so he prefers not to be disturbed, nor can he easily locate others. He is about to embark on a journey through the world. A return of an elderly sage from a bygone era to immerse himself in the experiences of the present life. The evaluation can be summed up in one word: exemplary. After discussing a few detailed matters, Anriel took his leave with Luna, leaving Regulus behind to serve as a guide for Merlin, before departing from the House of Infinite Requests. Anriel was hardly concerned about the possibility of their discovery, for, in a certain sense, Merlin's ancient abilities possessed an element of cognitive manipulation. Luna, bewildered, thought that for someone of his age, even exceptional intelligence could not render such matters anything but fantastical. Nevertheless, Anriel appeared quite content. That is good, Luna mused. By the way, the holidays are approaching. Do you still need to return to your dormitory to gather your belongings? Anriel inquired. Luna glanced around, and, upon seeing no one, bared her small white teeth and indignantly asked, "Whose dormitory is this? Yours?" Anriel smiled nonchalantly, devoid of any guilt, as if I inquired. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "In a few days, I must attend to a matter. Forgive me, but I cannot take you along this time." Luna gently shook her head, indicating that it was of no consequence. She understood. However, this summer there will be the Quidditch World Cup, and I shall take you to see it. All right. Luna replied languidly. Anriel took his little girlfriend's hand and slowly made his way toward the Ravenclaw Tower. A week later, the whistle of the Hogwarts train echoed through the station as students, laden with their belongings, boarded the train. Their destination was to return to what they believed was a safe haven after a year filled with anxiety and fear. Whether it was truly safe remained an uncertainty shrouded in ambiguity. As Anriel watched Harry Potter and Ron Weasley board the train, a sense of elation enveloped Harry. For the first time, he was on the verge of departing from the Dursleys, poised to embrace a new life alongside his godfather. This scenario, one he had longed for countless times, was finally materializing, the prospect of leaving the Dursleys and living with someone who could care for him. Much like his parents once did. Yet, he remained oblivious to the sacrifices his mother had made for his safety, a truth he might never uncover, given Sirius's proud disposition. Even if he were aware of the protective enchantments Dumbledore had woven around the Dursley household through blood ties, he would never broach the subject with Harry. Dumbledore's perspective on the matter was one of indifference. Indeed, it was as though he had said nothing at all. as if the transfer of Harry's guardianship to Sirius had never occurred. Anriel found this quite ordinary. The priority of protecting Harry Potter had long been relegated to a lower position on Dumbledore's personal agenda. Furthermore, had it not been for consideration of Snape's feelings, this matter would have been placed even further down the hierarchy of importance. The whistle blew once more, and the wheels began to turn, propelling the train forward, winding around a great mountain, ultimately vanishing from Anriel's sight. Anriel's figure gradually faded from the scene, as if erased by an invisible eraser. Luna followed the train home, a decision influenced by Anriel. This was primarily due to the fact that Hogwarts would likely be devoid of activity in the coming days, and Anriel was concerned about Luna feeling lonely. Dumbledore had ventured to the Ministry of Magic to address matters concerning Sirius. The old bee remained compassionate. After Sirius's numerous attempts spanning an entire week, he ultimately had to confront the harsh reality that number 12, Grindelwald Place, no longer welcomed him. In light of this, he offered Sirius a modest property in the suburbs of Nottingham. Anriel was aware of this matter. He secretly chuckled several times, primarily due to Sirius's obstinate nature. A reasonable individual would attempt something 3 to 5 times, at most not exceeding 10. Upon realizing the futility of the endeavor, they would likely abandon it. Yet, Sirius, in his determination, had attempted it no less than 20 times. Was there truly nothing else for him to engage in? Ah, indeed, there was not. It was not mere stubbornness, rather, it was a manifestation of utter idleness. Throughout this week, Anriel had not been idle either, but his pursuits were quite straightforward and singular. He was in search of the location of Azkaban. Azkaban was a prison situated on an isolated island in the ocean. In truth, aside from certain officials from the Ministry of Magic, such as those from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, no one knew the precise whereabouts of Azkaban. Considering the geographical position of Britain on Earth, Anriel inclined towards the belief that Azkaban resided in the Atlantic Ocean. As for what followed, Merlin had amplified the function of the Resurrection Stone 100-fold. You see, search for it, inch by inch. With such a command issued, countless souls of the drowned spread forth like a plague, conducting an exhaustive search from Britain to the eastern shores of America. After a week of relentless searching, this infamous wizarding prison was ultimately located in a well-known maritime region. Anriel should have anticipated this long ago. Aside from this expanse of ocean, what other location could possibly serve as a prison for sorcerers? Upon reflecting on the Bermuda Islands, Anriel curled her lips in disdain. Situated in the North Atlantic, it is an autonomous British overseas territory. Despite its proximity to the North American coastline, a mere 900 kilometers away, and approximately 100 nautical miles northeast of Miami, Florida, as well as only about 840 nautical miles southeast of Halifax, Nova Scotia, it remains a vestige of the British Empire, the once vast dominion of the sun that never set. Having clarified its location, Anriel made a modest preparation, primarily drafting a speech for the occasion. She also needed to familiarize herself with the current inhabitants of Azkaban, the number of Death Eaters, the staunch followers of Voldemort, and those entirely unrelated to him. The more she learned, the more silence enveloped her. The internal structure of Azkaban was abstract and complex. According to the archival documents from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the Auror Command, the tower like Azkaban is divided into 3 distinct sections, stacked vertically. The first section is the low-security area, one of its primary purposes being the confinement of individuals under observation. Our gamekeeper, Rubeus Hagrid, had once resided in this segment. Aside from Hagrid and others under observation, this area also houses another category of inmates: the mentally ill, the insane, and mad scientists, those who are anti-human and anti-wizard. As long as their offenses are not particularly severe and the Ministry of Magic deems them somewhat useful, they are collectively detained in this zone, akin to an official soft house arrest. Objectively speaking, this area is predominantly occupied by Ravenclaw individuals. Interestingly, the low-security area is located at the heart of Azkaban, as it offers the most comfortable environment in comparison. The second section is known as the high-security area. It is well known that Azkaban does not impose the death penalty. In other words, anyone serving a long-term sentence here is essentially facing a life sentence. Sirius Black had previously been imprisoned in this section. In this area, the representation of Slytherin skyrockets to over 80%, predominantly comprising those incarcerated during the recent years, including, but not limited to, the ardent Death Eater Bellatrix Lestrange and certain anarchists masquerading as Death Eaters. Additionally, there are those of the same ilk as found in the low-security area, but who have evidently committed serious offenses resulting in loss of life. Thus, a motley collection of nefarious characters is confined in the upper echelons of Azkaban, accompanied daily by the Dementors. The upper area is where the Dementors linger the longest. Regrettably, all those imprisoned here are devoid of exceptions. All are mad. Even those who may appear normal have, in truth, been unhinged for quite some time. Remaining in such a place, gazing at their bleak, unchanging futures, it is not uncommon, indeed. It is nearly impossible not to succumb to madness. Having discussed the upper and middle tiers, the third section is naturally the lower level. This so-called lower level resides beneath sea level, submerged beneath the vast ocean. Documentation regarding the lower section is scarce, shrouded instead in an aura of infinite mystery. Anriel found scant information regarding the lower levels of Azkaban at the Auror Command Center. Instead, he unearthed it within the Department of Mysteries. This inquiry leads us to the historical origins of Azkaban. Established in the 15th century, it was not initially intended as a prison. The first fortress, erected in the treacherous Bermuda region, remains uncharted on any map, whether Muggle or Wizard. Legend suggests that the island was conjured through magic, or perhaps enchanted to amplify its space. The fortress was once the residence of an obscure sorcerer who referred to himself as Axtis. Axtis possessed formidable magical prowess, yet his nationality remains a mystery. He frequently wielded the most sinister forms of dark magic, luring, tormenting, and slaying passing Muggle sailors for his amusement, leading many to believe he had succumbed to madness. It was only after his demise, when the concealed enchantments waned, that the Ministry of Magic became aware of the island and its structure. Those who ventured to investigate subsequently recounted that the place was rife with Dementors. Refusing to disclose any further details, they designated the subaqueous regions of Azkaban as the Nest of Souls. Many authorities deem Azkaban a malevolent site, advocating for its destruction, however. Numerous others expressed trepidation over the potential consequences of annihilating the edifice, fearing that the Dementors residing within would surge forth, unleashing unimaginable havoc. These beings are sufficiently mature and powerful, and there exists no means to vanquish them. Indeed, no one could fundamentally eradicate the Dementors at that time. Consequently, there is concern that if the Dementors were deprived of their active dwelling, they might exact terrifying retribution. Every wall of Azkaban is imbued with anguish and torment, and the Dementors are inextricably linked to this suffering. Experts who have extensively studied the architecture and dark magic assert that the connection is profound. Any attempt to obliterate the dark enchantments upon the structure could provoke the wrath of the Dementors, who would relentlessly pursue their retribution, no matter the distance. The Nest of Souls is, in fact, the birthplace of the Dementor species. Torment, suffering, and wails characterize this place, which is akin to a gateway to hell, connecting to the realm of death. Anriel, through his prior research, comprehended that the essence of the Dementors comprises souls that are dead but not entirely departed, lost human spirits. Or more aptly, vengeful wraiths. They are empowered by the dark magic within the Nest of Souls, driven by an instinct to despise the living and drain their emotions. They exhibit no concern for guilt or innocence. Anriel must highlight a common misconception among these so-called experts. Dementors do not merely siphon off joy. In truth, they extract any essence that can be classified as emotion. However, due to the nature of joy, its removal renders the victim's anguish more palpable. This explains why the prisoners who languish in Azkaban until the end become numbed rather than wearied by sorrow. After Anriel shared this discovery with Merlin, the old man's response was, "Once you arrive at the location, examine it closely. If the power leakage is indeed caused by the portal of death, simply close the door. After some study, you will be able to summon it at will. However, if it is a peculiar artifact, use the resurrection stone to envelop it in gray mist, as the stone will absorb it." Anriel was astonished by this, while Merlin scoffed at his amazement. "No matter how you look at it, I am still a sorcerer, and my craftsmanship far surpasses that of those trivial fairies. Do you understand?" This occurred on the second day of the Hogwarts holiday. Anriel tucked a slender box into his pocket and, with a flicker of mirage, appeared at the coastline, soaring into the heavens. Before him lay an endless expanse of ocean. Occasionally, flying fish leaped from the water's surface, only to be met by seabirds diving down to capture their prey. The waves crashed against the rocks, while the sea currents whisked away floating debris. The weather would occasionally take a turn for the worse, with raindrops the size of peas pelting Anriel, accompanied by howling winds and flashes of lightning. It seemed reminiscent of the tumultuous weather at the moment of his birth. Yet, this was of no consequence to Anriel. Each segment of his journey presented different weather conditions. Fortunately, by the time Anriel arrived at the renowned maritime region, it was midday, and the weather was splendid. A triangular edifice of black stone materialized before him. Azkaban had been reached. On this day, the typically gloomy skies over Azkaban revealed not a single Dementor. As if sensing the weight of an adversary's presence, they scurried away with remarkable speed. The eagle flapped its wings gently, as the gray mist swirled and then dissipated. The majestic bird transformed into a human figure. Anriel stood suspended in midair, perfectly level with the upper echelons of Azkaban, as if traversing solid ground. He reached into his robe with his left hand, rummaging for a moment before extracting his wand and aiming it at a corner of the pinnacle of Azkaban. Despite the fact that most contemporary wizards have become rather lackadaisical, Anriel has always held immense reverence for the ancient magics and the sorcerers of yore. Following this, Anriel's lips moved, and in that fleeting moment, it was as if an invisible giant wielded a colossal club, striking fiercely at the pointed corner of Azkaban. A haunting scream seemed to resonate in the air. The stone spire flew away like the cap of a beer bottle being flung open, revealing a passageway into the depths of Azkaban. Still, not a single Dementor dared to trouble Anriel, a wise choice indeed. Anriel appeared to be traversing a lengthy descent, gradually stepping from the void into the gap before him. It seemed as though he was granting the imprisoned souls a moment to react. The rhythmic sound of his leather boots striking the cobblestone floor resonated sharply in the desolate corridor, echoing throughout the hollow space and provoking responses from the few remaining sentient beings within. The inmates of the maximum security wing were confined to solitary cells. Those who still possessed vitality and the ability to lift their heads did so, while the few capable of thought mustered the last remnants of energy within their frail bodies to ponder the identity of Anriel, certainly not a member of the Ministry of Magic. Only a scant few could muster the strength to drag their broken forms to the cell door, fixating intently on this unfamiliar, youthful presence. Anriel slowly traversed the rows of cells. Not a single Dementor dared to approach him. Even those who had been patrolling fled, as if escaping from a disaster. If Voldemort merely enticed the Dementors to serve him with the offerings he could provide, Anriel's approach was markedly more straightforward. He issued commands. Those who complied and performed admirably were rewarded with morsels of food, while those who defied him faced dire consequences. Soon, he reached the end of the corridor. The final section of the prison housed only a few cells, and among them, the presence of the living was even more scarce. A crisp sound echoed as Anriel's fingertips lingered in the air. He had just gently rapped on the threshold of an iron door. Within the cell stood a woman. Her disheveled and filthy visage turned towards him. She was startlingly alert, for her madness was profound. What a visage it was! Objectively speaking, Bellatrix was not unattractive. She was far removed from the realm of ugliness. Yet, there was no trace of beauty upon her countenance. A certain aura obliterated any aspect that could be deemed beautiful, replaced instead by a frenzied madness. She cast a scornful glance at Anriel, raising a thin, emaciated arm in an attempt to grasp the bars of her cell. However, the iron chains binding her wrist thwarted her effort. As she reached out, the chains tightened, seemingly embedding themselves deeper into her flesh. And Anriel could distinctly perceive how the shackles appeared to have fused with Bellatrix's very skin. Anriel pondered for a moment before approaching the door of the adjacent cell. A gaunt, tall, and emaciated man was gazing back at him through the bars. Anriel found himself gazing at him a couple of times more. He was strikingly different from the figure etched in Dumbledore's memories, Rodolphus Lestrange. The most notable transformation was in his demeanor. The once fervent madness and hysteria, reminiscent of his wife, had now morphed into a profound silence. A silence so absolute it felt akin to death itself. Rodolphus's hair had taken on a desiccated gray hue, reminiscent of the sinister pelt of an old wolf. For a man who had endured 17 years of imprisonment, meticulously arranging his robes, or rather, his prison garb, to resemble an antiquated suit was an endeavor both laborious and devoid of purpose. Yet, Rodolphus persisted in this ritual, in stark contrast to his wife, who resided just a wall away in her madness. His essence radiated an oppressive and terrifying stillness. He resembled a corpse, slumbering in a tomb for a millennium. But what lay concealed beneath this utter silence? Rodolphus's gaze fixed upon Anriel had already revealed the answer: devotion. Yet this devotion was a tribute to the devil. In his eyes burned two eternal flames of pitch black, flickering only in the presence of death, though it seemed unlikely that they would ever be extinguished. In that fleeting moment, Anriel experienced an illusion, perceiving not a deranged Death Eater, drenched in blood and malevolence, but rather an aged priest whose faith had long been lost, ensnared in a profound yet perplexing state of conviction. Of course, Anriel recognized this as an illusion. No one could deny the malevolent deeds committed by Rodolphus. Yet, it is intriguing. Anriel's lips unconsciously curved. Rodolphus Lestrange, Bellatrix Lestrange. In a low voice, Anriel recited. Rodolphus exhibited no reaction, his burning gaze fixed intently upon Anriel. Bella, however, reacted with considerable intensity. Her eyes widened slightly, revealing a mixture of astonishment and an unmasked, venomous glare directed at Anriel. The few remaining souls in the prison area also diverted their attention towards the unfolding scene. In truth, the prisoners confined in the deepest recesses possessed a consciousness far more alert than the Ministry of Magic had anticipated. For their will was exponentially stronger than that of the average individual. Truly, it is an honor to finally encounter you, he chuckled. Anriel emitted 2 sinister chuckles from his throat, revealing an unsettling age that made him resemble some ancient monstrosity. His gaze flitted back and forth between the 2 individuals. And who might you be? A wretched little thing from the Ministry of Magic, or something else entirely? Bellatrix inquired, licking her parched lips with a rasping tone, laced with disdain. As for me, I am known as Anriel. Anriel was not at all angered. He understood the art of dealing with lunatics. My surname consists of 2 parts. Which would you prefer to hear first, dear Ms. Lestrange? The good or the bad? Bellatrix emitted a harsh, abrupt laugh that pierced the air. What of the good? There are no virtuous souls to be found here. She coughed twice, a sound that only heightened her madness. Ah, indeed. Anriel nodded thoughtfully. My surname is Dumbledore. The Dumbledore of Albus Dumbledore. Anriel spoke in a calm tone, gently articulating his words. The rustling sounds of movement within the prison had ceased. Bella's eyes bulged, her upper lip tightly clenched between her teeth, betraying her inner turmoil. Perhaps the only person in the prison who remained utterly unresponsive was Rodolphus. However, his eyes gleamed with an unusual brightness. Suddenly, Bella erupted into a piercing fit of manic laughter that swiftly morphed into a scream. Her throat, strained and hoarse, seemed on the verge of splitting from the intensity of her mirth. That little brat claims his surname is Dumbledore. Bella's voice escalated an octave on the final word, laced with a frenzied mockery. And what of the villain? A voice, serene to the utmost degree, inquired, unexpectedly overshadowing Bella's maniacal laughter. Anriel completely disregarded Bella. He had awaited this question for an eternity, enduring even the raucous laughter with fortitude. He turned to Rodolphus. I am Anriel Grindelwald Lestrange, he stated. Rodolphus fixed his gaze upon Anriel, and after a brief moment of silence, he wordlessly settled onto the edge of his makeshift bed, his eyes still locked onto Anriel. However, it could hardly be deemed a bed. It was more akin to a straw mat. Very well, as long as someone believed it, matters would become considerably easier. Anriel strolled through the corridor in circles, posing a simple question to those around. May I inquire as to why you remain loyal to Voldemort? All those who still draw breath here are Death Eaters. Anriel found himself in a state of resignation. For the information he unearthed from the Ministry of Magic diverged significantly from his expectations. It appeared that the Ministry displayed little regard for the lives of the prisoners confined within the high-security wing. Their fates had seemingly become inconsequential. Bella seemed poised to respond to this observation, yet Anriel's rapid speech afforded her no opportunity for rebuttal. Tom Riddle was not a competent leader. As a revolutionary, he ought to embody and remain faithful to his ideals, adhering steadfastly to his revolutionary vision. He aspired to forge a magnificent and grand world, a shared goal for all his disciples to strive towards. It represented a departure from the old order, a new regime rising from the ruins, serving as a beacon for others. It was the utmost promise he could extend to all. Anriel took a deep breath, even if it were intolerable to the world. Perhaps even deemed unachievable, even if it were merely a facade draped over the nauseating tyranny of dictatorship. Anriel cast a sweeping gaze over all those present. What has Voldemort bestowed upon you? He could not even be bothered to don the most superficial layer of disguise. A chaotic, lawless, undisciplined, and disorganized white dictatorship. Of course, perhaps among your ranks, there exist a few madmen who revel in such a world. Do they not? Bella seemed to emit a deep snort from her nostrils. Anriel chose to disregard her and turned her gaze towards the still silent Rodolphus. What, apart from fleeting and hollow amusement, do you gain from the slaughter of Muggles? By forsaking Muggles as laborers, servants, and even slaves, what you have obtained is merely your own morbid insanity and madness, accompanied by that uncontrollable, frenzied exhilaration. And then, without the slightest awareness, you cast aside the composure inherent to your noble lineage as wizards. Is that so? Anriel's tone gradually ascended, reverberating through the confines of the prison with his solitary voice. Let us turn our gaze upon him. Treading upon the path of death, he strays further with each step. How audacious it is for him to shamelessly proclaim that he has traversed further on the road to immortality than anyone else. Bah, obstinate and self-serving, yet lacking the formidable might to truly devastate, sowing discord without the capacity to suppress even a single faction, stagnant in ambition, devoid of a comprehensive worldview that encompasses the greater scheme of things. Such a person, no, such an abomination. A leader? A dark overlord? He dares to claim such titles. How laughable. Anriel let out a cold snort. Utterly worthless. And what, pray tell, are you? This Dumbledore brat? Bellatrix shrieked in a frenzy, as if Anriel's perceived insult towards Voldemort had sent her emotions spiraling out of control. How dare you speak ill of the Dark Lord in front of his most loyal servant? How dare you? You. Silence, Bella, a calm voice interjected once more. Rodolphus regarded Anriel with a peculiar gaze, tilting his head slightly, as though Anriel were an intriguing television program that captured his attention. Rodolphus, this wretch is insulting the Dark Lord before us. I said, be quiet. Rodolphus's tone carried a hint of impatience. He, like Bella, was a madman, albeit with a facade of composure. Can you not see? Are you blind? There were no ministry officials accompanying him, and the Dementors, who should have been steadfastly guarding this location, had not been seen for some time. More importantly, Rodolphus sighed lightly, have you seen the damned reinforcements from the ministry? Years of imprisonment seemed to have dulled Bella's senses, yet Rodolphus appeared more lucid than ever. He chose to disregard Bella's ensuing ruckus and turned his attention back to Anriel. So, if the Dark Lord is indeed worthless, what is your perspective, Mr. Grindelwald? Calm, composed, and courteous, his madness lay restrained beneath a veneer of tranquility, strikingly contrasted against his rabid wife. Anriel chuckled softly, urging the abandonment of those deeply entrenched, decayed customs ingrained in your perceptions, those antiquated and sordid notions. Wizards belong to a noble lineage, yet their nobility is not derived from pure blood. One of the advantages of Muggles is a legacy that surpasses countless generations of wizards, rendering the latter inherently outmatched in this regard, with little hope of catching up. Muggles, with their overwhelming numbers, are increasingly widening the chasm that separates them from wizards, their base being immensely vast. Anriel heard the discordant and distinct hissing sounds emanating from the prison area. It was not only Bella. However, he paid it no mind and continued, this signifies that the probability of Muggles giving birth to sages is millions of times greater than that of wizards. Not merely sages. Philosophers, leaders, and titans of thought are all included. The advantages of magic will gradually be outpaced by the terrifying capabilities of what is known as technology. Diligently studied by Muggles, ultimately catching up, grasping, and shattering everything, including the last vestige of existence for wizards. Anriel's voice was chilling as he articulated the most profound truth. Muggles are inexhaustible. Muggles are indeed inexhaustible. Rudolphs pressed his lips together, his gaze wandering momentarily. However, the others in the prison did not share his sentiment. They began to curse vehemently. Anriel's voice suddenly rose, overpowering the tumultuous clamor within the confines of the ward. What I spoke was utterly meaningless. He enunciated, each word deliberate, successfully silencing the cacophony of madness. These prisoners, expending their last vestiges of strength, vehemently expressed their discontent with Anriel's perspective through a torrent of curses. Anriel harbored a cold smile within. Nevertheless, his objectives had now undergone a complete transformation. He felt a sense of gratification as he observed Rodolphus displaying a look of confusion rather than anger, a testament to the impact of his words. Just watch. As Anriel raised his hand, a veil of gray mist ascended, reminiscent of the spectacle once displayed by Gellert Grindelwald in the Père Lachaise cemetery in Paris. In that hallowed ground, he delivered a fervent address to a gathering of witches who might one day align themselves with his vision. Accompanied by images of the war machines crafted by Muggles, airplanes, cannons, and tanks, Anriel now intends to replicate this in the confines of Azkaban, addressing prisoners who may be swayed. The classic revival is indeed present. However, Anriel's display transcends mere exhibition. He is, after all, a remarkable traveler across realms. He has infused fragments of his own traversing memories into the minds of these prisoners before him. The enigmatic Dongfeng Express, the formidable Gerald R. Ford-class mortal weapon, Sarmat, each of these he unveiled to the captive audience. Perhaps it was merely to impress Rodolphus alone. The intimidation factor of these revelations surely eclipses that of Grindelwald's era. After all, the impact of experiencing something viscerally within one's consciousness starkly contrasts with merely viewing images. Moreover, the weaponry of the 19th century pales in comparison to the technological marvels of the 21st century. Mundane warfare instruments can effortlessly transform vast expanses into scorched wastelands with unimaginable force and speed, reducing all life that dwells upon them to mere dust scattered across the surface. I assure you, had wizards engaged in an all-out war against muggles during that time, the toll would have been unimaginably severe, leaving behind a landscape littered with corpses. Death is the most impartial fate, never sparing a glance, whether for wizards or muggles alike. Life is singular and finite. Anriel cast off his robe, his voice laced with seduction. However, I can offer you a second chance at life, provided you truly comprehend and embrace my ideals. We must unite, and furthermore, we must relinquish the foolish and inexplicable notions of lineage. What does it matter if muggles marry wizards? What significance lies in the birth of a wizard from two muggles? As long as one possesses an innate, natural, and noble magical gift, in my eyes, they belong to the esteemed lineage of wizards. Anriel's tone was filled with fervor and passion. Did he truly believe that wizards were inherently more noble than muggles? Not entirely, for he was indifferent to such notions. To him, who had traversed through time into a new era, this idea seemed rather trivial and mundane. Wouldn't it be more worthwhile to invest energy into pursuits of greater significance and practicality? However, he articulated his thoughts this way primarily to provide these individuals with a graceful means of retreat. After all, every matter necessitates a gradual progression. Previously, they held the belief that pure bloodlines were of utmost nobility. If Anriel were to suddenly impose the principle of equality upon them, he would truly find himself alienating any potential allies. It seemed more palatable to assert the superiority of wizards over muggles while simultaneously acknowledging those wizards born into muggle families as authentic practitioners of magic. If one hailed from a muggle background, let them forge their own lineage, and we shall recognize the wizards from that family. Intermarriage with muggles is certainly permissible. Thus, we shall generously extend our protection to these enlightened muggle companions, affirming that those brave souls who steadfastly believe their kin are not aberrations are indeed members of our world. Anriel withdrew the wand and gave it a flourish in midair. Those endowed with magical talent are joining this immensely glorious and grand evolutionary journey. Ordinary muggles shall provide us with formidable strength, while magic will become the miraculous force of technology, the most reliable impetus. These belong to the wizards, to this entire race. Cast aside the nonsensical doctrine of pure bloodlines. Only those who keep dogs concern themselves with the purity of lineage. The tip of the wand traced luminous patterns in the air, forming a triangular imprint resembling an eye. It is a symbol, a sign. Anriel raised his wand high, the symbols before him emanating an eerie gray glow. All of this is for a greater purpose. Anriel surveyed the surrounding prison, observing the various expressions of disdain, shock, coldness, and indifference etched upon the faces of the inmates. Their gazes betrayed an utter lack of tumult within their hearts. However, Anriel found little concern in their reactions. For the prisoner before him radiated an intense emotion fervor. He was a zealot. Rodolphus lunged forth like a wolf, his hands gripping the bars with fervent desperation. The defensive enchantments activated, causing the muscles in his arms to convulse painfully, accompanied by the nauseating scent of singed flesh. Yet, he did not relent. Enduring the excruciating agony with a will of iron, he glared at Anriel through the iron bars. Anriel gently flicked his wand, and the door swung open. Rodolphus was momentarily taken aback, for the prison gate had suddenly opened, and the defensive enchantments above had abruptly ceased to function. He stumbled forward, completely unsteady, and gazed up at Anriel. Although he appeared to be merely a boy of 15 or 16, why did he evoke the image of the figure from years past? Was he truly invincible? Rodolphus's mind flickered with countless images. Silence. An overwhelming, profound silence. Within this stillness, Rodolphus gradually lowered his head. With his scarred hands, he propped himself up, shifting his posture to kneel before Anriel. If someone were to gaze into his eyes fixed upon the ground at that moment, they would undoubtedly perceive the flickering flames of fervent devotion, faith, and fanaticism residing within those eyes. This was Rodolphus Lestrange. This was the essence of his existence. He was a man inherently reclusive, born into a renowned pure-blood family. In every conceivable sense, he had lived a life of privilege from the moment of his birth. Yet, he was not the archetype of a spoiled, reckless heir. Though his household was never lacking in wealth, he, in truth, lacked nothing except for emotional fulfillment. From childhood to adulthood, from birth to schooling, from education to graduation, he meticulously engaged in the endeavor known as life. Eating, sleeping, studying, training, entertaining, resting, joining clubs, and receiving additional guidance from his family. Everything unfolded in a methodical and unhurried manner. However, the impression he left was that he was merely going through the motions. Emotionless, incapable of feeling. He resembled a wooden figure, a mere facade. He was akin to a statue molded from plaster. He mechanistically imitated the emotions that those around him were expected to exhibit. And yet, this man calmly accepted the arranged marriage predetermined by his family, a union with another pure blood lineage. Concerning this marriage, in which he had no part, and the wife he had never met, he consented without a second thought, for he deemed it unnecessary to contemplate or reject. Pondering upon such matters held no significance. Refusal was equally futile. Objectively speaking, the woman was indeed exceptional. Yet, they lived as strangers. He did not love her, nor she him, a foregone conclusion. Subsequently, the world transformed. A leader named Voldemort emerged. Many of us are aware that he is a senior, a formidable and powerful figure, despite his disdain for his own name. Insisting we refer to him as the Dark Lord. His ideology and agenda clashed with the society struggling to survive under his terrifying reign. His brutality and the relentless nightmares he imposed. All of these, and everything that followed. Is this not everything he desired? Like a piercing light that breaks through the dark clouds, yet darker than the clouds themselves, illuminating his life. It resembled a path leading deeper into hell, one from which there was no turning back. Thus, he resolutely joined the ranks of Lord Voldemort's organization, known as the Death Eaters, alongside his nominal wife. He became a part of the sinister collective, he with a fervent devotion akin to faith, and she with an innate, profound madness. Together, they became the right and left hands of the Dark Lord. In those tumultuous times, Voldemort's reign felt like a curse. His name was synonymous with nightmares. People feared to utter it, trembling at the mere thought. They referred to him as the Dark Master, for they were his apostles. It was this very nightmare, this curse, that spread terror most effectively, akin to the grim reapers of death. The horror did not lie within them, but rather in what they represented. During that era, it seemed he had discovered emotions, something that had long eluded him. He appeared to finally grasp the meaning of that term. The actions he and his comrades undertook seemed to fade into insignificance. Did they kill, torture, annihilate one family after another, extinguishing vibrant lives? It mattered not. Were they innocents or political adversaries? Were they adversarial warriors or the civilians whom the warriors sought to protect? Were they Aurors of the Ministry of Magic? Or fathers and husbands, pleading for mercy once their masks were removed? With the flash of green light, the long chain of red, the silent collapse of death, and the endless wails of suffering, these questions seemed trivial. After all, their duty was to spread fear for one man, was it not? For the Dark Master. For the deity of their hearts, Lord Voldemort. And then, later on, he fell. How could he have fallen? How could he possibly have succumbed? Those days were truly dreadful. The faith he had followed crumbled. How could the Dark Lord be defeated for such absurd, laughable, and ridiculous reasons? It was inconceivable. This cannot be. He is reluctant to accept this reality. In truth, he is not alone. The majority of the Dark Lord's devoted followers share his disbelief. Yet, he is convinced that all the other followers, apart from himself, genuinely harbor faith in the Dark Lord. But he does not. He merely yearns for an invincible figure to whom he can pledge his allegiance, a sovereign who will achieve dominion, and subsequently forge a deity worthy of his veneration. They scour the surroundings for traces of the Dark Lord, seeking evidence of his survival. He, along with his unfamiliar wife and 2 others, including his brother, remain oblivious to their actions during those days, whom they may have slain or tormented, and what they have transformed into. He truly does not know. The Dark Lord is not invincible. His faith has crumbled, leaving him once more in a state devoid of emotion. He reverts to the indifferent boy he once was, while his estranged wife descends further into madness, until the Ministry of Magic apprehends her, poised to condemn them to the infamous Azkaban prison. His demeanor remains unervingly calm, in stark contrast to his nominal wife, whose emotional volatility borders on the irrational. He is uncertain of her perspective on the Dark Lord, yet he finds himself indifferent to it, for even Azkaban holds no sway over him. Emotionless, he is less than a mere specter. The Dementors neither see nor sense him, nor can they affect him in any way. Will he remain here indefinitely? Today, however, is indeed a remarkable day. Azkaban has unexpectedly welcomed an uninvited guest, a solitary intruder seemingly intent on a prison break. No one knows for certain, not even him. Yet, the words uttered by this visitor, the significance that has compelled him to stand here, that shattered, fragmented, long slumbering faith seems to have found a worthy object to which it can devote itself. Subsequently, within his cell, he experiences an unparalleled, transcendent power. There is no hesitation left. The visitor proclaims to him, "Believe in me, believe in death itself. Only death will never betray anyone." He understands that this proclamation is meant solely for him. Anriel Grindelwald. I remember your name. Rodolphius Lestrange shall submit to your will, embracing death until the end. The prison gates swung wide, and Rodolphius knelt at the threshold, worshipping the youth before him in a posture of pilgrimage. The prison erupted in chaos. They paid no heed to Rodolphius's faith or Anriel's theories. All they comprehended was that Rodolphius had emerged from his cell, escaping a confinement that had ensnared them for at least a decade, departing from a place that was meant to hold them until death. "Ah, release me, my master. I shall offer my loyalty. I am willing to sacrifice everything for you." "My master." Voices proclaiming allegiance rose and fell like a fervent chorus. It is difficult to fathom how these prisoners still possess the vitality to shout so robustly in devotion. Perhaps the potential of humanity can indeed be drawn forth under duress. Who knows? Anriel observed their antics with barely concealed amusement. He had no intention of engaging with such trivialities. His purpose was to seek a competent subordinate, not to collect refuse or discarded remnants. He required a living adjutant, one who could function independently without reliance on his magical prowess. The entities resurrected by the resurrection stone were ultimately mere phantoms of the departed. Devoid of emotions and incapable of love, lacking the ability to procreate, they could not be authentically deemed as resurrected beings. Essentially, they had become tools retaining the abilities of their former selves, no longer human in essence. Regulus was deemed suitable as Anriel's aide due to his considerable intellect, having reached a level of intelligence that enabled him to convincingly feign genuine emotions. As for the others, they were merely expendable. Now, with Merlin having improved the resurrection stone, the burden of reviving the deceased was significantly alleviated for Anriel. The establishment of a legion of the undead was imminent. However, I digress. Anriel paid no heed to those who called out to him, seeking to escape their confinement through such means. He merely reached into his robe and produced a slender wooden box. The dimensions and shape of this box suggested it could hold nothing else. Rodolphius raised his gaze. The kneeling worshippers followed suit, their gaunt faces illuminated with fervent faith. He received the box with both hands and, in a slow and reverent manner akin to a pilgrimage, opened its lid. Everyone, whether inside the cell or outside, whether standing, kneeling, or lying down, was aware of the contents concealed within that wooden box. Anriel spoke at the opportune moment. An oak, 11.5 inches in length, with the core fashioned from a fragment of the skeletal remains of the night steed. In truth, it was a bone naturally shed by the nightmare. The shedding of the night steed's bone was akin to the molting of a serpent. Coupled with the oak wand's body, should Rodolphius grasp this wand and wield it with proficiency, it would nearly signify his unwavering loyalty to Anriel, devoid of any treachery. Rodolphius pressed the wand against his heart, once more kneeling upon the ground, and bestowed a kiss upon Anriel's boot. Anriel still found it somewhat challenging to adapt to such etiquette, yet he was able to accept it nonetheless. He patiently awaited Rodolphius to complete his formalities. And then with a gentle wave of his wand, he lifted Rodolphius's slender form from the ground. Remarkably, Rodolphius stood half a head taller than Anriel. Steadying his grip on the wand, Rodolphius's tattered and worn prison garb, though far from filthy, miraculously smoothed itself out, without any discernible incantation. The attire appeared as if it had been pressed. The dust vanished, accentuating his gaunt and elongated frame. This instinctual spell casting demonstrated his concern for his appearance and revealed him to be a meticulous and diligent individual. Beside Anriel, he resembled a priest or perhaps a butler. Rodolphius exhibited a maturity that surpassed Regulus, displaying greater composure and experience. In contrast, Regulus embodied the vigor of youth, radiating a more pronounced brilliance. The complementary nature of these two was indeed beneficial. Rodolphius inquired if there were still individuals here whom I could trust. Anriel twirled the wand in his hand, softly speaking with a casual air, his indifference evident. He had long ceased to care about this matter. The sole reason for his arrival at the wretched place of Azkaban was merely to seek a dependable assistant, as long as he could find at least one. It would already meet his expectations. Initially, he had intended to seek Bellatrix. Anriel was captivated by her unwavering loyalty and madness. Yet, this woman was impervious to reason. Her adulation for Voldemort had ascended to a realm unattainable by others. Furthermore, in stark contrast, there was Rodolphius, whose extreme repression manifested as a chilling calmness. In comparison, Bella's brand of madness lost all semblance of competitiveness. As for loyalty, What allegiance could possibly eclipse the fervent faith of a zealot? Thus, including Bella, all those still confined in their cells had, in Anriel's eyes, become devoid of any utility. As expected, that composed, melodious voice that Anriel now found remarkably pleasing declared, "It is gone, my master." Anriel's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Oh, I see. How unfortunate indeed." After speaking, Anriel did not cast a glance at the prisoners who were wailing and cursing. "Now that they have seen me and are aware of my presence here, I leave the matter in your capable hands, Rodolphus." Anriel turned away, not casting a single glance back at the prisoners whose eyes were filled with terror and disbelief. The cacophony of curses echoed around them, with none louder than the voice of Bellatrix Lestrange. Rodolphus wore a grim expression. The couple had never shared much of an emotional bond, had they? Anriel recalled that in a certain timeline, Bella had requested a child from Mr. Voldemort. This warm and thoughtful hat serves as a testament that, whether as an object of affection or loyalty, Bella's heart unequivocally belongs to Voldemort and to him alone. Well, whether he is human remains debatable. Regardless, Anriel stepped out of the corridor and stood before the imposing iron bars of Azkaban, feeling the bracing sea breeze upon his face. He awaited his servant. In the corridor, a beam of green light shone with remarkable brilliance. The screams, however, can never escape the confines of Azkaban. Here exists only eternal despair and death. The task accomplished, his master, Rodolphus, stood respectfully behind Anriel, bowing slightly, with his wand lowered, its tip pointing to the ground as a sign of reverence. Anriel turned back and cast a fleeting glance at him. Then, the boy who commanded death raised his hand and gently clenched his fist. In an instant, gray mist surged forth. Anriel merely raised his hand, performing an extraordinarily simple gesture. Forming a fist, the gray mist swirled into a vortex. Under the weighty gaze of Rodolphus, Bellatrix Lestrange emerged from the fog with an elegant stride reminiscent of a model. Her gaze towards Rodolphus was imbued with her characteristic disdain, while her look directed at Anriel conveyed an unwavering submission. Anriel carefully observed Bella's current condition. Nodding in satisfaction, "Not bad, not bad. The old man remains reliable." He then turned his attention to the stupefied Rodolphus. "Do not trust the dead, serve me instead. Believe in the dead, and grant them eternal life. Now, tell me, am I jesting?" Bella seemed to vanish as if erased by an eraser, disappearing before Rodolphus's eyes. Rodolphus's fingers tightened around his wand, the knuckles paling, his eyes reflecting a complex blend of excitement and fear. Anriel cast a deep glance at Rodolphus. "Conceal yourself well." Then, he apparat to Hogsmeade to ascertain what had transpired over the years. "No matter where you are in Hogsmeade, I shall find you. Most importantly, I must comprehend who I truly am. Now, it is time to depart." A chilling breeze swept through, causing Rodolphus to instinctively squint. When he reopened his eyes, Anriel's figure had vanished from his sight. The area surrounding Azkaban, along with its waters, strictly prohibited apparition. Rodolphus inhaled deeply, calming his tumultuous emotions, revealing a seemingly serene smile that would evoke an inexplicable dread in those who beheld it. He raised his wand towards the sea, softly uttering a few incantations. The next moment, he leapt into the water. Minutes later, the vast expanse of the ocean no longer bore any trace of Rodolphus. At the gaping top of Azkaban, Anriel's silhouette gradually re-emerged. Was Azkaban truly ineffective against him? Anriel raised an eyebrow and murmured to himself. Others had just departed, appearing frail and listless, as if it would take an eternity to restore their magical prowess to its former glory. However, Anriel quickly reconsidered. There was no need for him to dwell on such matters. He might as well view this as a fortunate discovery, was he not? With a decisive step forward, he found himself standing before the true entrance of Azkaban. Several iron locks secured the door tightly, while the surrounding grotesque beast-head sculptures seemed to proclaim that this place was far from benign. As Anriel contemplated raising his wand to force open the grand door, a sudden smile graced his lips, and he tucked the wand back into his cloak. A familiar figure from a past life flashed through his mind. "Universal key, activate," he thought, inhaling deeply as he slowly lifted one leg. With a powerful kick, he struck. Boom. The iron door of Azkaban burst inward, creating a gaping hole as if it had been shattered by some unseen force. Peering into the opening, he noticed a distinct footprint imprinted on a metal panel against the opposite wall. The nearly foot-thick section of the iron door surrounding the breach had been torn apart by the sheer force of his kick. One must admit, the iron door of Azkaban was indeed remarkably sturdy, exhibiting considerable resilience. Anriel shifted his numb right leg and adjusted his teeth. The most remarkable distinction between him and the other great wizards was his nearly invincible physique. One can only imagine that the Ministry of Magic officials arriving to address the Azkaban prison break would experience a tingling sensation at the very least. Their initial reaction would undoubtedly not be to suspect a wizardly jailbreak, but rather to consider some monstrous sea creature or another magical entity that had unexpectedly launched an assault on Azkaban. Anriel casually brushed away the footprint. He began to wander slowly in circles on the first floor of Azkaban. You inquire whether there are prisoners on the first floor? There are no prisoners to be seen, only corpses. The only individuals who can linger on this level fall into three categories: those who are inept and counterproductive, those who possess the requisite strength but lack the courage, and those who are cunning yet overly cautious. Anriel had no desire to associate with any of these types. As he approached a certain corner, Anriel suddenly bent down. The sound of his tapping resonated, almost conclusively indicating that the tiles beneath were hollow. Moments later, Anriel found himself ascending a staircase leading to a basement. The stench of death assailed him. When the Ministry of Magic took control of this place, it must have employed some protective enchantments. Anriel pondered this thought, for had it been an ordinary wizard standing here at this moment, they would have succumbed to the overwhelming aura of death long ago, perishing countless times over. The staircase reached its conclusion. Anriel instantly discerned that the underground passage she was about to traverse was a serpentine maze, crooked and winding. The visibility was such that she could catch a glimpse of its terminus, hindered only by a bend. In this eerie, haunted locale, where shadows lurked, a single corner promised the existence of many more. Just as Anriel pondered this unsettling thought, two towering figures cloaked in hoods materialized for a fleeting moment, only to vanish like phantoms around the bend. Anriel found himself at a loss for words as he ventured deeper into the labyrinthine paths. To his surprise, although the corners were numerous, there were no diverging routes. It seemed that the twists and turns were merely a consequence of the island's topography. With no one around to witness his thoughts, Anriel unabashedly expressed his current musings. He had once imagined that the so-called soul nest might take the form of a grotesque portal, perhaps a slumbering maternal beast, or even an extraordinary relic. Yet, he had never anticipated that all the portals associated with the Soul Eaters would manifest as a corpse, specifically, one that had perished in a damp environment, long since decayed and teeming with maggots, yet not entirely consumed. Anyone encountering such a sight would undoubtedly experience an overwhelming sense of revulsion, and nothing less. Anriel circled the lifeless body, scrutinizing it intently. It seemed that fortune had suddenly favored him, just as he reached the rear of the corpse. He bore witness to the emergence of a Dementor. A viscous, murky fluid, exuding a putrid stench, oozed forth from a decayed orifice in the cadaver. This aperture appeared to be veiled by a thin membrane, impeding the black fluid's escape. The nauseating essence of this substance resembled a living entity, desperately striving to break free. Gradually, the membrane enveloped the dark fluid, stretching longer and wider, as if it were oxidizing upon contact with the air, transforming into a blackened, tattered fabric-like texture, ultimately forming the Dementor's hood. Every putrid cavity and decaying wound on the corpse served as a conduit through which the Dementor traversed from the underworld to the realm of the living. This was what one might refer to as the soul nest. The visage of the corpse had long since deteriorated beyond recognition. To be precise, its orifices had transformed into festering openings, serving as passageways for the Dementor. Yet, Anriel surmised that this individual was likely the founder of Azkaban, perhaps the discoverer or even the creator of the Dementors, the legendary Ectus. However, who was held no significance for Anriel. Anriel now has no desire to utilize the resurrection stone, finding it repugnant. It is akin to a fly that has just emerged from a cesspool. While it does not bite, it certainly offends. Anriel is genuinely indifferent to these repugnant minions. He is not Voldemort. He does not require the reign of terror to uphold his persona. The sole notable ability of the Dementors is now possessed by Anriel himself. TSK. What Anriel contemplates now is how to utterly obliterate this entity. Considering that it may be encased in formidable dark magical barriers for protection, Anriel resolves to take decisive action. After all, it will be incinerated regardless. He decides to ignite Azkaban directly. The sound of fat igniting hisses ominously, and a pungent odor begins to permeate the air. Anriel cast a final disdainful glance at the putrid corpse before turning away, the hem of his robe billowing as he vanished from sight. In the desolate underground corridor, a chilling juxtaposition of cold and heat lingered. Flames, akin to maggots gnawing at bone, burned slowly yet resolutely, consuming everything within reach. Behold, even those wretched soul-sucking creatures nearby. who, devoid of vocal cords, were forced to emit agonized cries as they were engulfed. The fire blazed ever more fiercely, incinerating all it touched, save for the very walls of Azkaban itself. The triangular tower of Azkaban belched forth flames from every window, resembling a colossal torch ablaze in the distance. The instant Anriel stepped beyond the protective enchantments surrounding Azkaban, the alarms of the Ministry of Magic erupted with a thunderous clamor. In the Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Law Enforcement Office, located far away in London, the lights flickered rapidly to a crimson hue. A crisis had befallen Azkaban. Chaos ensued within the ministry. Meanwhile, the architect of this turmoil, Anriel, had already arrived in Hogsmeade. He was perusing a clothing shop, followed closely by the now invisible and bewildered Rodolphus. "My lord, what is the purpose of this?" he inquired, utterly perplexed. "Shopping for attire, perhaps?" Anriel replied nonchalantly, "It's fine. It's just the two of us in the store now, and no one can hear us. We can speak normally." He turned his gaze towards the empty space beside the clothing rack and continued, "Surely, you do not believe that you can continue to don this old prison attire while assisting me?" Anriel tossed the garments from her hands, and Rodolphus instinctively caught them. A set of priestly attire now quietly and eerily suspended in midair. "Go ahead and try it on. I believe it would suit you quite well." Anriel appeared to be lost in thought, primarily regarding the temperament of various representations in the realm of fan creations. Among the myriad portrayals of priests, two archetypes tend to resonate most profoundly with the audience. The first is the one with an unsettling fondness for young boys, which is to be dismissed. The second is the impeccably dressed, cultured individual, often marked by a certain instability of mind. For instance, Rodolphus embodies this latter description quite well. Not to mention Anderson, who is a rather sinister figure, embodying a true embodiment of divine retribution. However, disguising Rodolphus as an Orthodox priest shouldn't prove overly challenging, as their demeanors bear a striking resemblance. Nonetheless, he will require a means of transformation. This notorious Death Eater, seeking to make an appearance, will undoubtedly need to navigate a certain intermediary process. Anriel is confident that he possesses the ingenuity to resolve this matter himself. Anriel returned to Hogwarts. He entered his dormitory, opened the door, cast aside his coat, and reclined upon the bed, gazing up at the canopy above. Anriel had granted Rodolphus the freedom to roam, and he himself required a moment to ponder what course of action to pursue next. The Quidditch World Cup, he murmured to himself. It had only been a week since the escape from Wormtail, followed by Anriel's subjugation of Rodolphus. If Wormtail had lacked the audacity to utilize any means of transportation, this time frame would have been insufficient for him to traverse from England to Albania in his rat form. Moreover, it is beyond comprehension that he could have located the ailing Voldemort in Albania and subsequently journeyed with him to the quaint village of Little Hangleton in southeastern England. Time was undeniably ample. Anriel revealed a peculiar smile. The actions he was about to undertake might be deemed rather unscrupulous, even shocking. Yet, there was a certain amusement in it. As he pondered this, Anriel found himself inexplicably drifting into slumber. He dreamt, an occurrence that was quite rare for him. In his dream, a beautiful chestnut pony trotted upon the clouds, accompanied by a slender, fur-legged creature. These two seemingly unrelated beings raced side by side. Suddenly, it appeared that the chestnut pony lost its footing, vanishing into the cloud cover as if it had plummeted. The creature glanced back, only to discover that the pony was spreading its hooves wide, charging back in the direction from whence they had come. As it galloped, the pony's chestnut mane gradually darkened. Its form slimmed down until it was reduced to a pitch-black skeleton, yet it continued to run ceaselessly. The four-legged creature was filled with terror, abruptly turning away, unwilling to gaze upon the monstrosity the pony had become. However, upon turning back, it found another horror staring at it. This was a creature with the head of an eagle and the body of a rabbit. The eagle's head tilted at an odd angle, fixated intently on the small beast. Now, the creature's appearance was clearer. It resembled a gigantic rat, elongated and with an exceedingly long tail. The rat shrieked and bolted in flight. The eagle-headed rabbit creature did not pursue. It simply watched as the small beast scurried away. The perspective shifted, and the skeletal pony emerged from a cloud, slowly approaching the eagle-headed rabbit creature, raising its head to emit a haunting neigh. The clouds dispersed, as if nothing had transpired at all. The dream came to an end. Anriel sat up, a contemplative expression gracing his features. He was deeply affected by the dream he had just experienced. Due to the prophecies, this absurd and illogical dream must surely hold some significance. The chestnut horse transforming into a black skeletal steed. Could this not be the nightmare? And what of that eagle-bodied rabbit? Or was it a rabbit with the head of an eagle? What might it symbolize? Upon closer reflection, that large rodent seemed to bear little resemblance to a mere mouse. Perhaps a ferret? An otter? A nutria? Anriel shook his head, his thoughts somewhat disordered. What a peculiar dream. Apologies, everyone. A matter has arisen at home, and I may need to pause updates for a few days. Although Anriel found himself perplexed by the symbols represented in the dream, the act of dream interpretation posed no difficulty. The dream's meaning suggested that among two companions, one had betrayed the other, aligning themselves with a monstrous entity. A chestnut horse transforming into a black steed? It appeared more akin to a night stallion. Anriel felt an unsettling illusion that the faction represented by the monster was, in fact, his own. The pressing question now is, who exactly stands in opposition to him? Anriel pondered for a moment, yet she could not reconcile the image of Voldemort or any other figure with any of the creatures in her dream, particularly that slender, elongated mouse. Anriel did not perceive it as a mere insect's tail, nor did he regard it as a mouse. However, he found himself devoid of any sense of panic. Anriel positioned himself by the window, stretching his limbs before leaping into the abyss. In a mere moment, a majestic eagle soared toward the horizon. The purpose of Anriel's venture was clear, little Hardin. He would not tarry long. He would return before twilight descended. Though the serpent's tail had slipped away and it appeared that Voldemort was already treading the path to resurrection, today he was determined to undertake a deed of moral transgression. Yet, considering the Riddle family's original reputation and Voldemort's own ethical standing, one might argue that he was, in a twisted sense, accumulating virtue. Should he succeed in this endeavor, it would not merely imply that Voldemort would have no chance of resurrection. It would suggest that he could not return through the canonical means of the original narrative. Indeed, he intended to unearth old Riddle's grave. The bones of the father, the flesh of the servant, and the blood of the enemy, all three were indispensable. How to articulate this? While the method was undeniably unscrupulous, it was undeniably effective. For, regardless of the calculations made, Voldemort undoubtedly possessed many servants, and his foes extended far beyond Harry Potter alone. Thus, severing the singularly unique first element was the most judicious choice. After all, a mere byproduct of a love potion cannot possibly have a second biological father, can it? Anriel soared gracefully through the sky. She was well aware of the location of Little Hangleton, a Muggle village that could easily be marked on a map. Old Riddle, despite his infamous reputation that had nearly reached its nadir, remained somewhat of a celebrity in this small town, nonetheless. Locating his grave in the cemetery was a task of little difficulty. It was almost time to arrive. Anriel slightly reduced his pace, for he was aware that the cemetery would undoubtedly be situated away from the heart of the town, typically on the outskirts. From the descriptions in the original text, the graveyard appeared to be quite expansive. Ah, indeed, here lies the contrast. One is a village inhabited by the living, while the other is a town where the deceased find their eternal rest. The area of the Little Hardin Cemetery was nearly comparable to that of the town itself. Anriel glided silently before alighting, surveying the overgrown terrain before her. The sky had yet to darken, and in the distance stood a quaint little church, its cross silhouetted against the golden hues of the setting sun, evoking a sense of exquisite tranquility. Across the mountain loomed an old house, the Riddle Manor. Anriel bent down, cautiously maneuvering between the overgrown grass and the gravestones, in search of the name Tom Riddle. Soon, he discovered a portion of it. He beheld the surname Riddle. Yet preceding it was an extensive string of names, beneath which lay a row of names bearing the Riddle surname, seemingly feminine in nature. Anriel speculates that what lies buried here are the remains of Voldemort's grandparents, the parents of old Tom, who were murdered alongside him, with the blame unjustly placed upon Frank, the former gardener of the Riddle estate. Remarkably, he is still alive. Furthermore, considering Voldemort's age at the time he committed the heinous act against his own family, it is likely that the Riddle family was not very old at the time of their demise. At that period, the elder Tom Riddle would have been a middle-aged man. Thus, according to the traditional customs of England, his descendants would be interred in close proximity, following the same directional alignment. Anriel slowly made his way towards the heart of the cemetery, ultimately discovering a marble tombstone standing quietly before him, slightly off to the side. Tom Riddle. To be honest, Anriel felt no pangs of guilt in this moment, for both Voldemort and his father, Old Riddle, along with their predecessors, were hardly paragons of virtue. They epitomized the notorious lineage of the Gaunt family. They were nothing more than rural tyrants, universally despised, their wealth breeding nothing but snobbery and spite. A family whose demise evoked no sorrow from anyone. If their graves were disturbed, so be it. Moreover, Anriel clutched the resurrection stone in his hand. Emboldened by the thought that he could conjure the dead should he wish to engage in discourse, the wind rustled through the ferns, creating a whispering sound that added an inexplicable eeriness to the scene before him. After a moment of contemplation, Anriel resolved to leave a surprise for Voldemort. With a sharp crack, the marble tomb quivered at Anriel's wrist, effortlessly splintering like tofu. Inside lay some decayed fragments of wood, a testament to the passage of 50 years. The wooden pieces were interspersed with yellowed and grayish bone fragments and powder, with only a minuscule portion retaining its original white hue, most having merged with the surrounding soil. The only relatively well-preserved remnant was a substantial portion of a skull, although half of its visage had vanished. Anriel meticulously lifted his wand, inch by inch, tracing the outline where the coffin once rested, even gently scraping away a layer of the thin soil beneath. He endeavored to ensure that not a single speck of bone dust remained. However, he did not disturb the decayed and rotting wooden fragments. After clearing away the bone shards, he retrieved an unusual box that resembled a type of urn. What? Human bones? Anriel would never stoop to such a base act. What lies within are perhaps 2 stray dogs, or even those long deceased, decomposing by the roadside, not even the product of Anriel's own hand. After all, a dog's life is still a life. Once aged and rendered brittle, their bones have mostly succumbed to decay. Then, one could merely place the skulls of the dogs back into their original positions, for Voldemort merely had Wormtail extract bone powder through magic, rather than exhuming graves, as Anriel does. In such a scenario, when he discovers the spell's ineffectiveness, the psychological turmoil he experiences upon contemplating and potentially executing an examination of the remains would surely be quite fascinating. Anriel wore a smile as he sealed the grave. The ancient marble tombstone appeared untouched, its cracks vanished, and moss enveloped its base, presenting an unblemished, pristine facade. The remains of old Rydell were carefully preserved by him. Anriel resolved to take a longer route on his return journey, plunging directly into the sea to preclude any possibility of Voldemort acquiring it through unforeseen means. He was keen to observe whether Voldemort would adhere to the narrative trajectory established in the original text. Note: the following sentence and subsequent text do not contribute to the word count of the main body. Yesterday, an incident occurred at my home. I felt quite helpless and bewildered, and at that moment, I contemplated pausing my updates for a few days. However, idleness often leads to a torrent of unsettling thoughts. As a soon-to-be university student with merely a month until classes commence, I found myself with little to occupy my time. The notion of stopping my writing for a few days only exacerbated my discomfort. Thus, I resolved to write as a means of diverting my attention. When I opened my writing tool and gazed upon the few hundred words of this chapter one had previously composed, I was struck by the absurdity of crafting a narrative steeped in dark humor amidst a personal crisis. Ah, dark humor. After some contemplation, I decided to proceed with my writing, to express and release the troubling thoughts that weighed upon my heart. Engaging in this creative endeavor would alleviate my distress and provide a beneficial distraction. In summary, I shall strive to maintain updates over the coming days. I kindly ask for your understanding during these sporadic intervals. Thank you. On the morning of August 10th, 2024, Anriel awoke in his bed, and his eyes were immediately drawn to a vibrant flash of gold and crimson at his bedside. It was a feather from a phoenix, beneath which lay a letter. By its appearance, it was evident that this correspondence bore the unmistakable mark of Dumbledore. Anriel opened the letter and sat on the bed, slowly perusing its contents. The gist of the message was that the Ministry of Magic was convening a hearing, or perhaps a press conference, or an apology session, whatever one might call it. Dumbledore inquired if Anriel wished to attend as an observer. Furthermore, there was mention of Hogwarts hosting the long-abolished Triwizard Tournament next year. Dumbledore merely brought this up in passing. The specifics would need to be discussed upon returning to school, particularly in consultation with Bartemius Crouch, as it pertained to the Department of International Magical Cooperation. P.S. I have managed to procure tickets for the Quidditch World Cup. However, I, with my aging bones, shall refrain from partaking in the excitement. I believe Mr. Lovegood would be most delighted to receive these 3 tickets. Anriel softly recited the final lines, as Dumbledore's elegant, elongated script gracefully concluded in a beautiful circle. The subtle curve of his lips lifted ever so slightly, a detail he himself had not even noticed. The Ministry of Magic's hearing was scheduled for 10 o'clock in the morning. Not to mention Dumbledore's suggestion regarding the use of flue powder. Even if he were to fly to London himself, there would still be ample time. Now, it was time to head downstairs for a serving of fries. Or perhaps a light breakfast. On that day, at 9:30, in a certain thoroughfare of London, Anriel arrived at a seemingly abandoned office building, reminiscent of the 20th century. Following the address provided by Dumbledore, upon closer inspection, to his astonishment, it was located at the end of Downing Street. As the saying goes, great concealment lies within plain sight. As long as the muggle's attention remains fixated on the front half of Downing Street, no one would notice a procession of eccentrically dressed individuals parading in protest at its rear. Indeed, this is quintessentially British. Anriel pushed the door open and entered. Although he had arrived an hour early, the venue was already bustling with a multitude of attendees. Journalists from various newspapers appeared to distinguish their identities with flags of different colors. Among them, the most striking was a vivid green. Rita Skeeter, a special correspondent for the Daily Prophet. Setting aside any preconceived notions, this individual exhibited a remarkable dedication to journalism. In this very moment, she was meticulously testing the performance of her quill, all the while maintaining a keen sense of observation, her eyes darting in all directions and her ears attuned to every sound. Anriel was aware that she was attempting to eavesdrop on any potential scoop that might become sensational news. To this end, she did not hesitate to arrive at the venue an hour early. Was it about Sirius Black, the concealed truths, or undisclosed dealings? As Anriel passed by, she noticed a line of text in the notebook she held, though it had been obscured, suggesting that Rita was somewhat displeased with it. A scandal within the Ministry of Magic? The erroneous accolades bestowed upon a despicable traitor? Anriel murmured in a voice scarcely larger than that of a mosquito. Rita's eyes instantly sparkled with intensity. She suddenly turned her head, fixating on Anriel, her gaze embodying a rare and insatiable hunger. With a smile, Anriel lifted a finger, tracing it from one corner of her mouth to the other. Rita Skeeter's eyes darted around, suddenly grasping an elusive realization. For the next several hours, ever since she had heard Anriel utter those two sentences, her shorthand quill had not paused for a moment. At the press conference, each of her inquiries seemed to deepen the grimace upon Fudge's face, her every word precisely striking at the points he attempted to obscure with vague expressions. Until, under the unintentional provocation of her remarks, Fudge finally blurted out a name, Pettigrew. Pettigrew? Rita's mind raced faster than anyone else's at that moment. Was it the same Pettigrew who had been torn to shreds by Sirius Black? The one awarded the first-class Order of Merlin, posthumously? Rita's thoughts cascaded like a waterfall, akin to a torrent unleashed, flowing uncontrollably. Almost instantaneously, she recalled Anriel's words prior to the conference, according to reliable sources. There may be more to the story behind Pettigrew's receipt of the first-class Order of Merlin. Sirius Black had been wrongfully imprisoned for 12 years due to the Ministry's misjudgment, and the truth from that time might be concealed. The woman's mouth began to operate like a revolving machine gun, and as if by magic, she produced another set of shorthand quills and a notebook, setting them to work alongside her. Judging by her demeanor, if the Ministry of Magic managed to escape her relentless scrutiny unscathed today, it would be a testament to Fudge's tight-lipped control. Anriel shook his head with a hint of schadenfreude. When dealing with a woman like Rita, one must either seize her weaknesses and hold on tightly, never allowing her an opportunity to turn the tables, or alternatively, one might simply choose a secluded corner at an opportune moment to eliminate her quietly, thus bringing a definitive end to the matter. Engaging in a public relations battle through conventional means would render this woman nearly invincible. It is hard to fathom the explosive artistic impact that the news of the Azkaban incident would generate if it were to reach Rita's ears. Yet, the moment is not ripe for such revelations. Meanwhile, Fudge, under Rita's relentless assault, found himself retreating step by step. Albus Dumbledore, since the commencement of the press conference, leaned to the side as if in a deep slumber. Anriel wagered with Voldemort's socket, asserting that the old man was more lucid than anyone present. However, in this matter, Dumbledore leaned more towards Sirius. A 4-hour press conference unfolded, during which Fudge utilized every tactic in his repertoire, truly deserving of the title of ineptitude. The session encompassed Sirius's grievances, the treachery of Peter Pettigrew, and the multitude of crimes committed by Pettigrew as a Death Eater, all corroborated by Dumbledore's testimony. As the opportune moment approached, Anriel casually remarked that Peter Pettigrew had already been apprehended, only to be released once again by the Ministry of Magic. The color drained visibly from Fudge's face, at least 2 shades lighter, an extraordinary whitening effect. Ignoring Rita's fiery glare, Anriel articulated, in a tone laced with sarcasm, the process by which Pettigrew escaped right under the noses of the Ministry and the Dementors. What relevance did the Time Turner have to Pettigrew's flight? It was clearly the Ministry's incompetence that allowed a nearly incapacitated Pettigrew to flee. What further ramifications could this topic unveil? If the Dementors are incapable of monitoring even a criminal who has nearly lost all capacity for movement, do they possess the ability to continue overseeing the prisoners of Azkaban? Furthermore, was Sirius Black's escape an isolated incident, or was it, to some extent, inevitable? Rita pressed on relentlessly, each word measured and deliberate. Anriel opened her eyes to the world. I would bestow upon her the title of the innate saint of journalism, the supreme deity of the reporting path. At the conclusion of the press conference, Anriel experienced a peculiar illusion. Although it seemed utterly absurd, it appeared as though Fudge was retreating with his tail between his legs. Rita's aggression was overwhelming, leaving him utterly unprepared. Moreover, as the press conference drew to a close, an alarming revelation emerged, a terrifying underwater bomb. Was the security of Azkaban still worthy of the public's trust? Fortunately, despite Fudge's habitual incompetence, he managed to hold his ground this time, revealing not a single word, regardless of Rita's relentless probing or veiled insinuations. He steadfastly refrained from disclosing any information related to Azkaban. This moment was a testament to his survival instinct. Although Rita's approach made everyone uncomfortable, the outcome was, from a certain perspective, quite acceptable. Under her incisive questioning, the Ministry of Magic officially declared Sirius Black innocent and announced an imminent manhunt for Peter Pettigrew. As for the matter of Harry Potter's guardianship, it was a private affair that could be resolved discreetly, without the need to involve Mrs. Skitter to add fuel to the fire. Anriel silently approached Dumbledore, preparing to depart from the farce. Please hold on a moment, Mr. Dumbledore. Rita hastily fastened the clasp of her crocodile leather handbag, rising to her feet and swiftly closing the distance between herself, Dumbledore, and Anriel. I wonder. If I may, I beg your pardon, madam, but I believe you cannot. Anriel responded courteously. He could not elaborate further. Thus far, only individuals associated with the Ministry of Magic were aware of the incident at Azkaban, and even Dumbledore remained oblivious to it. However, it would be too absolute to assert that he was entirely uninformed. There was a likelihood that he possessed some inkling. Naturally, he was also unaware that Anriel was the one responsible for this affair. Anriel was uncertain about Dumbledore's stance, although, from a moral standpoint, it seemed almost impossible for Dumbledore to oppose him. Anriel found it exceedingly difficult to present compelling evidence that would persuade Dumbledore. He had no justification to claim that his plan was more reliable, thereby urging Dumbledore to abandon a scheme he had meticulously crafted over the course of many years in favor of Anriel's. Such a proposition was nearly inconceivable. Rita, clearly unwilling to retreat, was about to utter another word when she noticed Anriel's gaze growing increasingly perilous. It was a look that posed a genuine threat to her very life. The instinct for self-preservation, honed over years of journalistic endeavor, saved her from imminent danger, prompting Rita to hastily depart. It seems you are not fond of journalists either, my child, Dumbledore remarked, standing by the fireplace, queuing while jesting with Anriel. Indeed, he had a disdain for journalists. However, he recognized that sometimes public opinion could be far more manageable than violence. Certainly, he possessed the power to eliminate all adversaries. But such an endeavor would be quite exhausting, wouldn't it? Anriel nodded slightly, acknowledging Dumbledore's words, and then inquired, Sir, where are we headed now? Dumbledore pondered for a moment before responding, I believe we should first return to the school, tidy up a bit, and then make our way to Privet Drive. It was I who entrusted Harry to his aunt and uncle, and I feel it is only fitting that I be the one to retrieve him. Anriel was suddenly lost in thought. Indeed, had the circumstances in the original narrative not been so urgent and oppressive, Dumbledore would have had no need to orchestrate his own demise. On that fateful day, would it have been Dumbledore himself who came to retrieve Harry Potter from Privet Drive? A beginning and an end, indeed. Child, Dumbledore inquired, his tone tinged with confusion, sensing that Anriel had momentarily drifted away. Ah, it's nothing, sir. Anriel replied, raising a hand to touch the tip of his nose, and continued, I have no pressing matters, only to fetch Mr. Lovegood and Luna approximately 2 weeks prior to the Quidditch World Cup. Dumbledore, with a somewhat exaggerated gesture, smacked his forehead and exclaimed, Ah, the frailty of age truly diminishes one's faculties. I nearly forgot. He extended his hand and retrieved a bundle of parchment tickets fashioned into the shape of a ball from his robe, offering them to Anriel. Anriel bestowed alike. The emerald flames curled back, and the figures of Anriel and Dumbledore vanished into the hearth. That afternoon, on Besant Road, Dumbledore was clad in a brown woolen coat that seemed familiar to Anriel. Upon closer reflection, she realized that this was indeed one of Dumbledore's old garments. The very one he had worn over 50 years ago when he visited the orphanage to retrieve Tom Riddle. Is this not a manifestation of the ritualistic essence cherished by an English gentleman? Anriel donned his long black trench coat, holding not a wand but a silver staff adorned with an eagle's head, presenting himself with an air of sophistication. However, the rather unassuming black stone ring upon his left hand somewhat detracted from his overall elegance. Number 4, Privet Drive. Ah, we have arrived. Dumbledore glanced at the signpost, extending a slender finger to indicate the mailbox at the Dursley residence. I believe we ought to knock, he remarked as he approached the doorstep of the Dursley home. With a sense of exasperation, Anriel rolled his eyes and said, "Whatever you say." A series of gentle knocks echoed as Dumbledore tapped on the door, followed by indistinct sounds of commotion from within. The door swung open, revealing Dumbledore, who smiled down at Harry Potter, the young boy summoned to answer the door. It was a Sunday, and the absence of any clients meant that Mr. Vernon Dursley need not personally attend to the door, allowing for the household servant to be called upon instead. "Headmaster?" Harry's voice was laced with disbelief, even cracking slightly in surprise. "Headmaster? What on earth are you doing, boy?" Vernon's bellowing voice resonated from the living room, soon accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Upon seeing Dumbledore, his long white beard cascading down to the floor, Vernon gasped sharply. Yet, it was the sight of Anriel, clad in dark attire and bearing a stern countenance, behind Dumbledore that truly unsettled him. Ah, Vernon Dursley, a hefty man weighing several hundred pounds, stood in his own hallway, emitting a shrill sound that seemed feeble and pitiful. "Oh, be quiet, Dursley," Anriel, with a hint of impatience, remarked, and soon there appeared in the foyer a plump chicken, its neck firmly grasped. Of course, this was merely a metaphor. Anriel did not truly transform Mr. Dursley into a rotund fowl. In fact, he did not even employ a binding spell. It was Mr. Dursley himself who sealed his lips. This clearly illustrated the profound psychological impact that their previous visit had left upon him. Personally, I believe that leaving a guest standing outside is a remarkably discourteous act. Anriel shifted slightly to stand beside Dumbledore, gazing directly at Mr. Dursley. His height was sufficient to meet Mr. Dursley's gaze, even allowing him to look down upon him slightly. Of course, if unwelcome guests were present, merely allowing them to stand at the door would only heighten the peril. Moments later, Dumbledore and Anriel found themselves in the living room of the Dursley residence. "Shall I speak, or would you prefer to?" Anriel inquired of Dumbledore, who feigned contemplation, tilting his head slightly. "Allow me," he said. Dumbledore then turned to the still visibly shaken Vernon and Petunia Dursley, pausing for half a second before speaking. "Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, I sincerely apologize for startling you. Our unexpected visit today is to discuss a matter that dates back 14 years. With a casual flick of his wand, a bottle of whiskey and 4 glasses materialized in the air. Sugden's cherry-aged whiskey. Anriel's brow furrowed sharply, his expression turning serious as he cast a disapproving glance at the floating bottle. "Old man, bringing this out can only suggest ill intentions, don't you think? The hallmark of Sugden's whiskey is its rich flavor, whether it is a fruit liqueur or a magically aged spirit. For muggles, I fear a single sip might send them reeling." Anriel raised his hand, retrieving half a glass of whiskey, which he brought to his nose for a gentle sniff. Confirmed, a drink of intoxication. He then lifted his gaze towards the Dursleys, who stood frozen in disbelief. "What is the matter? Do you not wish to partake? Is it that you do not enjoy it?" The couple exchanged glances with Anriel, their eyes a tumultuous mix of fear and anger, though they refrained from glaring. "Is it truly a matter of desire?" Dumbledore regarded Anriel with a look of surprise. Curiosity piqued about what had transpired during his last visit, or more precisely, what actions he had undertaken. "Dear friends, we have come to arrange the guardianship of your nephew." Dumbledore's face wore a smile as he deftly conjured 2 felt mats and several cushions. Anriel and his companion synchronously raised their hands, retrieving the 2 wine glasses from the hands of the Dursley couple. The couple's movements were astonishingly in unison as they leaned back, their eyes shimmering with stars. Anriel glanced at the wine glass in his hand and took a delicate sip. "Ah, the lingering fragrance upon my lips, a taste that endures. An exquisite vintage indeed, far surpassing the ordinary." It appears Dumbledore is well aware of how bothersome this Muggle family can be. The old man evidently wishes to avoid any dealings with them. To the eavesdropping lad outside, "Do come in." Anriel snapped his fingers, and with a click, the door leading outside sprang open. Harry Potter, who had been eavesdropping by the door, tumbled in and fell to the ground. "Gather all your belongings, and I emphasize, all of them." Anriel spoke with a lively tone. The moment you have longed for and dreamed of is about to arrive. Are you happy? Are you joyful? All right. No more teasing him, Dumbledore promptly interjected, halting Ariel's jesting. After ensuring the Dursleys were settled, he turned to Harry Potter and said, Mr. Potter, I am delighted to share some good news with you. For according to my information, it appears that your only remaining family does not hold you in particularly high regard. Anriel interjected casually, isn't it rather atrocious? Dumbledore, unfazed by the interruption, affirmed his statement and continued, now, you are about to leave this house you have called home for over a decade, and from this moment forth, you shall no longer refer to this place as home. Dumbledore took a deep breath, as if awaiting Harry's acceptance of this notion. When you cease to call this house your home, the protective spell your mother cast to shield you will ultimately dissipate. I must confess, this realization has come upon me much sooner than I anticipated. Harry nodded in understanding at Dumbledore's implication, while Anriel shrugged beside him. I once naively believed that as long as you were alive, that was all that truly mattered. I owe you an apology, Harry. Dumbledore gently shook his head, his silver beard swaying before him. I was foolish to weigh your happiness and joy against your very existence, assuming that the scale tipped in favor of life, rendering it more significant. However, now, under Anriel's guidance, I have come to understand that your joy and growth may hold equal importance to the mere preservation of your life. Dumbledore's cerulean eyes peered through his crescent-shaped glasses, locking onto Harry's gaze, leaving Harry feeling bewildered. He could not decipher the meaning behind the compassion reflected in Dumbledore's eyes. Anriel sat with her eyes half closed on the adjacent armchair. At this moment, I am presented with a choice, to restore to you the profound sense of belonging to a true family, all while ensuring that the magic protecting you does not diminish significantly. I believe that your godfather, our dear Sirius, would go to any lengths, even risking his own life, to safeguard yours. At last, Harry comprehended the purpose of Dumbledore and Anriel's visit today. Anriel observed that his hands and feet trembled with excitement. It was evident that Dumbledore noticed this as well, for his brow relaxed slightly. Thus, I am here today to inquire about your intentions, even though the answer seems predetermined. Dumbledore turned to Harry with a gravely serious tone. Harry Potter, do you wish to leave the Dursleys' home, the residence at number 4, Privet Drive, where you have lived for 13 years and reside with your godfather, Sirius Black, whom you met for the first time last year? I do. I most certainly do. Harry exclaimed without a moment's hesitation, for even the slightest doubt would be an affirmation of the Dursleys' moral standing. Anriel regarded Dumbledore with an expression that seemed to inquire, do you see what I am saying? Dumbledore chuckled softly a couple of times, replying, very well, since you have made your choice. Your new abode shall be in Nottinghamshire, located to the northwest of London and to the northeast of Birmingham, geographically parallel to Boston. Harry, seemingly bewildered, nodded in ignorance, appearing to possess no precise understanding of the geographical layout of England. Sirius has already made the arrangements, and I am confident that you will thrive there. Dumbledore concluded his remarks with a rather insipid, generic blessing. Now, let us proceed to finalize your decision, which is to leave this house. Anriel stifled a yawn, turned to Harry, and with eyes wide open said, you should hasten to pack your belongings now. It is time to move. Dumbledore escorted Harry to his new residence. Anriel did not accompany them, likely due to his mutual disdain for Sirius. What purpose would he serve there? Engaging in a brawl? It would be far more prudent to return home and indulge in a restful slumber. However, there are still matters left unattended. The sleep must be postponed for the time being. Anriel gently caressed the resurrection stone with his fingertips, inscribing a command upon the mark he had recently created. He was uncertain whether Rodolphus had noticed. However, if he remained oblivious, the effects might prove even more advantageous. For it was at the moment Anriel extricated Rodolphus from the confines of Azkaban prison, as Rodolphus pledged his fealty, that Anriel casually implanted a death mark upon him, akin to that of Regulus. Before Merlin assisted Anriel in the transformation of the resurrection stone, this mark was exclusively designated for the deceased. This was not the dark mark. It surpassed it in sophistication. Understood, my master, Rodolphus, situated far beyond the outskirts of London, momentarily paused, astonished by his master's prowess, and respectfully responded within his mind. As for why Rodolphus now found himself in London, he had arrived there in unison with Anriel. One of the tasks entrusted by Anriel is precisely what Rodolphus is currently undertaking. He has commenced his report. Anriel listened nearby, somewhat astonished. The security system of the Lestrange Manor boasts an integrity of 86, in an unguarded state, It has remained undiscovered and unbreached for 14 years. The key to the Lestrange family vault is secure, neither stolen nor lost. The Lestrange family's house elves have all perished, with no surviving individuals. Anriel is on the verge of applauding. One cannot help but wonder whether your residence is a domicile or a military fortress. Among the sacred 28. Aside from the peculiar Weasley family, are all of your kin akin to you? Oh, and there are also the likes of Slughorn, Longbottom, and Ollivander. How many members of your family still draw breath? One could count them on a single hand. Shall we conduct a brief introduction to your entire family? If so, proceed to find a patch of open ground near your home and stand there. Anriel issued the command with casual authority, and Rodolphus immediately complied. Once Rodolphus had found an appropriate location and informed Anriel, an invisible force suddenly seized control of his limbs, rendering him immobile. As if he were being scrutinized by some ferocious beast, he now comprehended the reason behind Anriel's request for him to locate a vacant area near his residence. A chasm of death opened beside him, gray mist swirling and eroding all that it touched, dragging them toward decay and oblivion. Should such a phenomenon occur within the family estate, it would indeed be a formidable challenge to rectify. Anriel stepped forward, his foot landing upon a branch on the ground. In an instant, the branch disintegrated into fine ash, as though it had endured the ravages of time for ages. However, this destruction was not wrought by time, but rather by death itself. Anriel glanced around, surveying her surroundings. Before her stood a villa, a magnificent, elegant, and antiquated mansion. Unlike the solemn grandeur of Hogwarts, it bore no resemblance to the long-abandoned Dumbledore residence in Godric's Hollow. Geographically, Anriel found herself several miles east of London, situated on a plot cloaked by an array of enchantments. In terms of scale, including the grounds, this opulent estate measured roughly 1/10 the size of Hogwarts. For those unfamiliar with Hogwarts dimensions, one might liken the area of the Lestrange family estate to that of a mid-range apartment complex comprising 100 units. It turns out this is not merely a mansion, but indeed a military stronghold? Although Anriel silently complained in his heart, a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. Apart from the absence of any signs of life due to decades of disuse, everything about this residence was impeccable. It was discreet, secure, and spacious enough to accommodate the training of a private army. He was thoroughly satisfied. Anriel raised his hand, lifting the wand that enabled him to cast spells. If not for the gravity of the situation, it would have been due to an overwhelmingly potent incantation. Clearly, this instance fell into the latter category. Those who enter this abode shall meet their demise. Anriel uttered a phrase in a language that Rodolphus could not comprehend. Of course, he found it incomprehensible, for it was not only Chinese, but also an archaic form of the language. As a native-born Englishman of the 20th century, if he could decipher it, it would indeed be a marvel. However, Anriel's words were conjured through the resurrection stone, a spell of death that was inherently inscribed within it. The power stemming from the same source as Anriel's mark within him allowed Rodolphus to glean the essence of the magic's purpose. Yet, Anriel had not finished his incantation. He directed his wand towards the pinnacle of the Lestrange mansion's tower. The unblessed by death shall remain unseen. This time, Rodolphus understood, as Anriel articulated it in Old English. As he pointed at the tower, a cascade of white fragments resembling snowflakes began to drift outward, gradually dissolving into the surrounding air. Minutes passed. Anriel sat languidly on the armrest by the fireplace, running a hand through his hair in mild exasperation. Rodolphus, what I mean is, you needn't truly assume the role of a butler. At this, Rodolphus, positioned on the spiral staircase, slightly inclined his body in acknowledgement. Clad in a sharply tailored suit, adorned with round spectacles, and sporting a clean-shaven visage, he held a notebook in his hand. Although Anriel was certain it was not the Bible, it did not detract from Rodolph's successful embodiment of a clerical figure. If the book were exchanged for a white towel draped over his arm, he would unmistakably resemble a venerable butler exuding an air of reliability. I have nearly completed the preparations, my lord. I propose we should at least wait until Voldemort's influence has sufficiently risen before we embark on the extensive search for followers that would meet my satisfaction, which would undoubtedly require several years. Wouldn't you agree? Anriel spoke his final words with a hint of uncertainty, aware that plans are often rendered futile in the face of unforeseen changes. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Rodolphus and remarked, "While I do not oppose your actions, it would be wise for you to pursue endeavors that genuinely pique your interest, would it not?" Anriel added with a hint of jest, "As long as you refrain from committing acts of violence that draw attention to yourself, you might as well seek some amusement." The sound of polished shoes echoed as Rodolphus, with his gaunt and sharply defined features, emerged from the shadows and approached the base of the stairs, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, my master. However, I find great satisfaction in the tasks I am currently engaged in. Perhaps, had it not been for those prior unpleasant occurrences, I would have been quite suited to the role of a butler. Very well, very well. Anriel shrugged and reclined further into the armchair. Having multiple stewards did not seem to present any disadvantages. Anriel's face was adorned with an expression of bemusement, as if to say, I knew it. Rodolphus, observing Anriel's reaction, chuckled softly. Rest assured, my lord, even within the current Ministry of Magic, there exist enlightened individuals whose views align with ours. In every conceivable sense, your perspective is far more pragmatic than the secrecy laws. It is precisely for this reason that, even during these years of dormancy, we shall not remain stagnant. Anriel nestled in his chair, rolling his eyes. By the time Rodolphus placed his faith in him, he had nearly perused the entirety of Rodolphus's existence. This fellow, from a tender age, scarcely possessed any passions, let alone emotions. Ultimately, when granted the opportunity to pursue his desires, it merely led him back to labor. Is what you refer to as hobbies merely a means to gather material for your future vocation? Anriel found himself in a state of perplexity. As for Regulus, let us not dwell upon him for the moment. However, the newly acquired subordinate is nothing short of a workaholic. Could it be that he possesses the innate essence of a capitalist? No, no. If we adhere strictly to his place of birth, Anriel should indeed be regarded as Austrian. He is, after all, a valiant crusader for justice, or at the very least, a national industrialist. Efficacious anti-Semitism, do make sure to choose the Adolf brand of cleaning agents. Enough of this. Do as you please, for I shall indulge in the pleasures of my personal life first. Although Anriel spoke words of relaxation, she gradually straightened her posture and turned towards Rodolphus. The creature's tail has already fled, most likely to Albania. However, I have made some modifications to Voldemort's resurrection methods, which may prove to be limiting, though it is uncertain. Furthermore, this year, England has successfully bid to host the Quidditch World Cup, anticipated in August, if I recall correctly. They are also planning to revive the Triwizard Tournament, a significant event involving 3 schools from 3 different countries. By the way, did you know that I am in my 5th year this year? Anriel's tone was rather harsh. Rodolphus's expression visibly grew serious. Anriel continued. I must lower myself to take that cursed O.W.L.S. exam. Anriel appears to be smiling, albeit with a cold smile. Rodolphus accompanies this smile. Anriel meticulously enumerated the significant events anticipated for this year, while Rodolphus quietly listened beside him. As he reached the end of his list, Anriel turned his head, squinting at the blazing hearth. Tell me, what expression do you think Voldemort would wear upon witnessing a gathering of ineffectual miscreants beneath the dark mark upon his true resurrection? Rodolphus smirked slightly and replied softly he would not display any particular emotion, for he would have no choice in the matter. Is this not also the reason why Rodolphus chose to pledge his allegiance to Anriel? Anriel possesses an uncanny ability to foresee and meticulously orchestrate events, akin to a prophet in the eyes of Rodolphus. It appears that, in Rodolphus's perspective, Anriel consistently meets formidable adversaries with an air of disdainful nonchalance, effortlessly sealing off their avenues of escape without their realization. How does one even contemplate opposing such a being? What manner of individual is worthy of standing against him? This is precisely why Anriel refrains from directly confronting Rodolphus. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly utter the words, Demiurge, activate. Let Rodolphus serve as a steward to this seemingly indolent youth, ensuring he feels no diminishment in stature. Is it the influence of Merlin's ring that renders Rodolphus thus, or is it Anriel's formidable charisma? Or perhaps, is it the ethereal, otherworldly trajectory of his destiny that is destined to elevate him to kingship? After Rodolphus's declaration, he inclined his head slightly and vanished into the shadows, leaving Anriel to ponder in solitude beside the fireplace, where the occasional spark leapt into the air. Days later, Hogwarts. Anriel sat in the chair belonging to Dumbledore within the headmaster's office, casually tossing a crumpled copy of the Daily Prophet into the roaring flames of the fireplace. The curling pages transformed into ash, yet a moving image could still be discerned, depicting a bald man with beady, shifty eyes, evoking an immediate impression of cunning and timidity, reminiscent of a rat dwelling in the sewers. This was an article penned by Rita Skeeter following a press conference at the Ministry of Magic. In truth, the newspaper possessed a reverse side, though it remained concealed within the crumpled mass, thus rendering it invisible. The other side of the paper also featured photographs. But instead of wanted criminals or former fugitives, it showcased several flying broomsticks, each occupied by a figure. It appeared that the ministry was in dire need of a significant event to restore some semblance of prestige. Anriel muttered to himself. Indeed. Hosting the Quidditch World Cup is a significant affair, capable of fostering amicable cooperation and communication within the international magical community, uniting diverse peoples from various nations and cultures. Yet, he thought, why dwell on such trivialities? Even he found it hard to believe his own words. As long as no mishaps occurred at the World Cup venue, the Ministry of Magic could salvage some of its reputation. Alas, alas. Familiar with the unfolding events, Anriel could only chuckle at the irony. Although there may be certain dangers associated with the World Cup, one must acknowledge that the Ministry's follies are a spectacle worth witnessing. Moreover, those so-called threats seemed rather trivial in Anriel's presence. He intended to take Luna and his father-in-law to watch the match. The 3 parchment tickets resting on the table undoubtedly confirmed this intention. Dumbledore was preoccupied with other matters today. In fact, Anriel had not seen him every day this month. The Triwizard Tournament was also set to resume this year, so as one of the headmasters of the 3 schools and the host headmaster for this event, Dumbledore must be exceedingly busy, buried under a mountain of paperwork. Anriel snapped his fingers, and a quill elegantly leapt from the ink bottle, poised upon the table. Beginning to scratch out a document with a soft rustle, Anriel, lost in a daze, stared blankly at the ceiling, a state he fancifully termed as self-emptying. In truth, his expression was one of profound desolation. Why, you may ask? He longed for his beloved wife. Oh, how he wished for the little angel to leap into his arms and indulge in her playful affection. This year had been particularly hectic, and thus Anriel had not been able to accompany Luna for a whole month of July. The anguish was unbearable, a torment indeed. However, fortune smiled upon him. For according to the arrangement of events, today might bring resolution. Suddenly, the flames in the fireplace turned a vivid green and leaped more than a meter high. A figure with flowing white hair and a long white beard began to materialize amidst the swirling flames. Anriel withdrew her gaze from the ceiling, which had held her captive, and slightly tilted her head to regard Dumbledore. You have returned, sir. Good morning. Good morning, my dear, Dumbledore replied with a gentle smile, a hint of regret lacing his words. It brings me both joy and remorse to see you here so early, assisting me with these trifles. Anriel could perceive that Dumbledore was genuinely remorseful. He sincerely regretted the trouble he had caused Anriel. It is quite all right, sir. I understand that after so many years, the restoration of the Triwizard Tournament comes with its own set of challenges. However, do take care not to overextend yourself. Dumbledore had already turned to the coat rack, hanging up the travel cloak draped over his shoulders, before approaching Anriel. The latter chose to turn and look at him, inquiring directly, but I still have that same question. Sir, can you truly assure me that certain students from Durmstrang will not charge at me to engage in a life-and-death struggle upon hearing my full name? Anriel spoke with a tone laced with mockery and sarcasm. Of course, I assure you, it will certainly be them who meet their demise. Dumbledore let out a soft sigh, his voice tinged with a hint of resignation, yet predominantly infused with resolve. And my response mirrors yours, my child. I shall exert every effort to prevent such a fate from befalling us. Anriel rose to offer his seat to Dumbledore, raising an eyebrow slightly. I hope so. Let us see what this entails. He gestured towards a piece of parchment laid out on the table. This is not good news. If the situation I just mentioned truly arises, the Department of International Magical Cooperation will react as violently as a cat rudely awakened from slumber. Dumbledore sighed in resignation. The documents before them contained a roster of likely members of the visiting delegation from Durmstrang, for some universally motivational reasons. Those who had lost loved ones to Grindelwald's heinous acts in years past had emerged as remarkably accomplished individuals. Take, for instance, the Quidditch superstar, Victor Krum. Their excellence was precisely why they were chosen for the delegation. It could be said that not just 8 or 9 out of 10, but at least half of the Durmstrang team bore a deep-seated enmity towards Grindelwald, likely driven by personal vendettas. Who could say? The terror wrought by Grindelwald in those years was such that even 100 Voldemorts could scarcely compare. The only reason the latter's infamy was more pronounced in Britain was that Grindelwald had never allowed his influence to encroach upon its shores. One could only speculate whether this was out of consideration for an old flame or some other motive. However, this meant that other nations suffered the consequences, did it not? Take Bulgaria, for example. Yet Anriel understood that fretting over this matter would be futile. it was best to let events unfold naturally. Thus, he shifted the conversation, turning to Dumbledore about the Quidditch World Cup. So, sir, I must ask, are you truly not planning to attend the Quidditch World Cup? Anriel glanced at the 3 tickets laid out on the table. Even though there were merely 3, acquiring a 4th would pose no challenge for Dumbledore, given his remarkable abilities. The Horcruxes, scattered and shrouded in mystery, remained elusive to everyone. I suppose I shall forego attending. I have indeed been quite busy lately, and if I recall correctly, you are not particularly fond of this sport either? Dumbledore deftly sidestepped the issue, seemingly oblivious to Anriel's final remark. While meticulously reviewing documents, he jested with Anriel. Anriel chuckled softly, acknowledging, "Indeed, I am rather inept at wielding a broom. It would be more fitting to say I am entirely clueless in that regard." He spoke leisurely. "However, if Luna wishes to attend, then I shall accompany her." Dumbledore emitted a light chuckle from his throat, imbued with a hint of amusement, betraying none of the fact that he was over a century old. It is essential for us to accommodate one another, after all. Luna was once rather reluctant to partake in soiree, yes. Anriel let out a couple of whistles, and as he spoke, he strolled over to the window. Basking in the warm sunlight, he lazily squinted his eyes and stretched his limbs. "Whatever, as long as you all are having fun," he remarked. Dumbledore shrugged, signaling that he had begun to find it challenging to comprehend the ways of the youth these days. Upon observing Dumbledore's current expression, Anriel discerned the thoughts occupying the old man's mind. With a silent roll of his eyes, he resigned himself to the situation. "Very well. Let us wish for an enjoyable experience." Anriel approached the table and grasped 3 tickets resting upon its surface, then waved his hand dismissively. Moments later, a soft sound echoed as a falcon emitted a cry, gradually soaring over mountains and lakes, transforming into a diminutive black before vanishing into the distant horizon. The gentle rustling of the quill against the parchment ceased, the silence enveloping the room. Dumbledore turned his gaze slightly, fixating on the spot where Anriel had disappeared. His slender fingertips tapped rhythmically against the table, revealing a countenance imbued with a blend of affection, concern, and fatigue. Lestrange. He was acutely aware of yet another escape from Azkaban, or rather, what could more aptly be termed a jailbreak. However, Dumbledore possessed no evidence. Nor did he ascertain who was responsible. Yet, an instinctive feeling stirred within him. It was Anriel. Dumbledore found himself uncertain whether this revelation heralded good or ill. Anriel soared through the sky, her keen eagle-like eyes scanning the ground for the oddly shaped abode of the Lovegood family. The structure resembled a crooked castle, evoking concern for the mental state of both its builder and inhabitants. While the Weasley household elicited worries for their safety, the Lovegood residents prompted apprehensions regarding their psychological well-being. However, it is undeniable that both families possess remarkable talents. In the eyes of discerning individuals, this might signify a different kind of brilliance. After all, since the days of their ancestor Cadmus, the lineage of Peveril has often been characterized by eccentricity. There it is. Anriel dove downwards. However, in the next moment, a colossal, pitch-black creature surged forth from the Lovegood's garden, soaring directly towards Anriel in the sky. This being bore a resemblance to a fusion between a black skeletal horse and a flying wolf-like beast. Its head and torso resembled the gaunt, ebony features of a horse, while its jaws, limbs, and tail exhibited wolf-like characteristics, complete with sharp teeth and claws capable of effortlessly shredding prey, along with a rugged, drooping tail. It possessed a pair of black, bony wings, covered by a membrane harder than steel. It was a nightmare. Curiously, the nightmares and their kin appeared to have embarked on 2 markedly divergent paths of evolution. While ordinary nightmares are carnivorous, they could never traverse the evolutionary fork that led them to possess organ structures that should not exist. Though Anriel was well-versed in the knowledge of magical creatures, this phenomenon seemed to be best encapsulated by the simple and vague term mutation. What could have triggered its transformation? Was it the influence of the Resurrection Stone? Anriel was unaware that nightmare might be the closest to death among the shadowy steeds. This wolf horse began to circle around Anriel's transformed hawk in the air, performing graceful spirals and showcasing its affection for its master. It was Anriel who had nurtured Nightmare here, having not visited for a month. Furthermore, Nightmare was the 3rd creature Luna held dear, following only her father and Anriel himself. Anriel deftly applied the brakes mid-air, transforming into human form upon landing. As he stirred a wisp of dust beneath his feet, the Nightmare descended beside him, emitting a cry that resembled not the neigh of a horse, but rather the call of an eagle. Anriel lifted his hand and gently ruffled the fur of Nightmare. A series of footsteps approached from the distance. Luna did not call out Anriel's name, nor did she utter a sound, save for the rhythmic patter of her running feet. She dashed forward, colliding into Anriel's embrace, holding her beloved tightly. It was not a rebuke for his absence over the past month. Rather, it was simply her struggle to articulate her fervent emotions. Luna's disposition was ethereal and serene, imbued with a sense of otherworldliness. Even after spending considerable time with Anriel and adopting some mischievous traits, she would not undergo a sudden transformation akin to Jenny's. Thus, she remained silent, yet resolutely embraced him. I have completed all my tasks. Anriel chuckled. Well, that's good. Luna also smiled, her lips curling upwards, radiating the sweetness of love and the whimsical charm of youth. During this month, you must make it up to me. Luna pretended to pounce, playfully nipping at Anriel's cheek. Hey, don't kiss me directly. I just completed a long flight, and I'm covered in dust. Anriel smiled helplessly. I don't mind you at all, Luna said, her small tongue gently caressing her rosy lips. Anriel furrowed her brow, sensing that something was amiss. As if she had suffered a loss. No, she thought, I must return. After the two had finished their commotion, it seemed that a little over 10 minutes had passed. Anriel touched the tip of his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. This was the first time in his life that he had witnessed a look of disdain and bewilderment on the face of an animal. The nightmare rolled its eyes. And one could only wonder how that was even possible. Do not inquire further. Luna's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her gaze dreamy and unfocused. Lips pressed tightly together as if she had just experienced a kiss that left her breathless. Her hand clung desperately to the hem of Anriel's garment, unwilling to let go. All right, let's head inside, he suggested. Anriel chose to take Luna inside to calm down. However, upon entering, they were met with the presence of Xenophilius, which hardly conducive to tranquility. In truth, Anriel did not regard the situation as particularly egregious, and evidently, neither did Luna. Thus, the two of them sat before Xenophilius with an air of nonchalance. The old man raised an eyebrow but offered no verbal response. However, when Anriel produced the tickets and extended an invitation for Xenophilius to accompany Luna to the event, his reply took Anriel by surprise. Ah, thank you for your kind offer. My dear, Xenophilius remarked. However, I shall decline. I have never held much interest in such boorish sports. With a shake of his head, he firmly declined the invitation. Anriel found himself momentarily perplexed. He had not anticipated this particular detail. In the original narrative, Xenophilius indeed accompanied Luna to witness the Quidditch World Cup. However, it now seemed that his presence was merely to indulge his daughter. Such a clear refusal indicated that Xenophilius harbored no fondness for the sport whatsoever. With Anriel accompanying Luna, there was no need to worry about safety concerns. Hence, Xenophilius naturally declined. This posed a dilemma, not because the father-in-law could not join them, but rather due to the surplus of tickets. Anriel pondered for a moment before relinquishing her thoughts. Dumbledore presented 3 tickets for the exclusive upper box. Due to the conservation of tickets in the original narrative, Dumbledore did not possess these 3 tickets, now that he has acquired them. It inevitably implies that 3 individuals must forfeit their chance to attend. Surely, it cannot be that the Weasley family is left short of tickets. Anriel's lips twitched as she resolved to inquire at the Weasley residence shortly. Luna, observing Anriel's shifting expressions, gazed intently for quite some time. With a melodic incantation of the Patronus charm, a silvery white hair sprang forth from Luna's wand, leaping gracefully out of the window. In mere moments, it vanished into the dense underbrush. A messenger Patronus? Anriel's eyes widened slightly. Luna's progress was nothing short of astounding. More efficient than even consuming a potion of extraordinary potency. Oh, dear sir, were you just pondering whether the Weasley family might be short on votes? Luna playfully inquired of Anriel. Indeed. Anriel nodded, her curiosity piqued. How did you know? Luna chuckled, revealing a single, charming canine tooth. I guessed. The other 2 occupants of the room paused for a moment before erupting into laughter. There was no need to worry that Luna's peculiar guardian would inadvertently touch a nerve within the Weasley family. After all, it was rather frivolous to inquire whether a bustling household was in need of limited edition tickets. If one were to consider the situation from Luna's perspective, it seemed her guardian spirit was undoubtedly directed towards Ginny, with no chance of encountering the other members of the Weasley clan. After a brief pause, Luna, nestled in Anriel's embrace, suddenly raised an eyebrow. Ah, what did Ginny say? Anriel casually inquired of her. Luna tilted her head, resting against Anriel's chest. Considering that Xenophilius had already retreated to the house to tinker with his magical creatures and the printing of his magazines, This gesture did not seem so presumptuous. Quite coincidentally, Luna chuckled softly a couple of times and remarked that the Weasley family was in dire need of a ticket for the top-tier box. According to Ginny, they were still deliberating whether to let the eldest brother make a sacrifice or to impose upon the third brother, who was rather indifferent and more concerned about Barty Crouch than the match itself. After saying this, Luna tilted her head and asked Anriel, "Who is Crouch?" "Crouch, indeed." Anriel fell into a momentary, subtle silence. He was a pitiable, yet seemingly unworthy object of pity, a detestable figure who, paradoxically, ought not to be despised by others. Barty Crouch. A man of intricate complexity and a life fraught with complications. His methods were ruthless, his actions swift and decisive, and he was fervently passionate about power. In an era where everyone lived in a state of fear and uncertainty, individuals like Crouch and Scrimgeour, regardless of whether their actions were morally right, were deemed necessary by the populace. "I wish to hear your tale," Luna said, gazing up at Anriel with a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. "Tell me about this intricate man and the convoluted tapestry of his life." Anriel was not particularly surprised. Luna's thirst for knowledge sometimes rivaled that of Hermione. "Of course. There is no issue, but I must first present the tickets to our little ones." Anriel gestured in midair, and a wisp of gray mist lingered, curling into a delicate sphere. Anriel extracted a ticket and handed it over, slipping it into the gray mist. In an instant, the mist enveloped the ticket and vanished. "This is a trick known as the messenger. Should you wish to learn it, I shall seize the opportunity to teach you." Anriel returned home with Luna to recount a tale, a biography of a figure now relegated to the annals of history. Barty Crouch was a man of formidable resolve, driven by an insatiable thirst for power. It remains uncertain whether he truly understood the principle that evil shall not triumph over good, or if, deep within, he clung to his own sense of justice. Regardless, he never aligned himself with Voldemort, consistently presenting himself as a staunch ally of the Ministry of Magic. From what I have gathered, even in the moments preceding his demise, as he drew his last breath, he remained unyielding, a true bastion of strength. Crouch was undoubtedly a fervent advocate of an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, indeed. During his tenure as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, the forces of darkness were at their zenith. He permitted his Aurors to resort to lethal measures, with some prisoners facing immediate incarceration in Azkaban without trial, subjected to ceaseless torment. It is essential to recognize that during this era, the dark forces loomed ominously over the populace like the most terrifying sword of Damocles, leaving them in constant uncertainty about who might perish in the next moment and whom they could trust in times of peril. They lived in fear of falling into the clutches of dark wizards, enduring inhumane suffering. Thus, the philosophy of retribution espoused by Crouch undeniably provided a cathartic outlet for the public's emotions and garnered him a significant measure of support. However, as is often the case, events are prone to take unexpected turns. Anriel instinctively paused for a moment, casting a glance towards Luna. The young girl listened with rapt attention. To be candid, Anriel's narrative was undoubtedly of a rather eccentric nature. He referred to the torment inflicted by Azkaban's life sentence as a form of enjoyment and described Crouch's downfall, an event evidently detrimental to the political landscape at the time, as a turning point. Yet, Luna remained blissfully unaware, seemingly comprehending the underlying sarcasm in Anriel's tone and even resonating with it. Perhaps this was for the best after all. Anriel continued. Revealing that Crouch's son was a Death Eater, Luna let out a small gasp. Thus, the pressing question arose, how could a father, who had raised an only child through a seemingly nurturing upbringing, produce a Death Eater? Can such a father still retain the trust of the public? The answer was a resounding no. Luna instinctively replied, "Bingo," with a snap of his fingers. Anriel transformed Crouch's position to that of the director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. However, this was not the end of the tale. Prior to Crouch's reassignment to the Department of International Magical Cooperation, whether driven by a desire for vengeance or a last flicker of moral indignation, he cast his only son into the depths of Azkaban, leaving him to languish in the company of Dementors. Perhaps this was indeed his son's due. For in the prevailing societal climate following Voldemort's fall, any Death Eater was destined for an indefinite sentence in Azkaban until death. And it is worth noting that his son shared the same name, Barty Crouch. A smirk played upon Anriel's lips. A disgrace to the family, is it not? Yet, a more intriguing development unfolds. Crouch, after demoting himself and confining his own son to Azkaban for a year, astonishingly acquiesced to the request of his ailing wife. He exchanged a frail woman for a sickly boy imprisoned in a dungeon. Luna gasped in surprise, yet words eluded her. Is it not absurd? I find it rather ludicrous. Of course, I refer to Crouch, not to the mother who would sacrifice anything for her son. I am at a loss as to how Crouch, with his belief in the supremacy of power and the notion that strength can alter all, could balance his professional duties with familial obligations and attend to his wife's emotional state, thereby cultivating a harmonious domestic life. In simpler terms, while his actions signify a profound love for his wife, I believe that he and she do not enjoy a particularly amicable relationship. Ultimately, for the sake of his wife's dying wish, he released a Death Eater who ought to have endured torment, forsaking the struggles and convictions that defined the first half of his life. Although Anriel did not articulate his final words, his Luna had already comprehended their essence. As for the individual known as Bertie Clough, he is not only unworthy but also a figure of ridicule, failing to uphold his dignity in the twilight of his life. Anriel chuckled softly, remarking that his son was a bona fide, unwavering devotee of the Death Eaters. Furthermore, he possessed an exceptionally sharp intellect and remarkable capabilities. Upon his arrest, he wept and wailed in the courtroom, pleading for his father's rescue, portraying himself as a wayward child lost in the throes of adolescent rebellion. Yet, in truth, this individual was deeply cunning, with unwavering beliefs and an extraordinary proficiency that surpassed that of the average Death Eater. An inexplicable hint of admiration lingered in Anriel's tone, as if to suggest that you were in dire need of assistance. Luna rolled her eyes in silent exasperation. Anriel is indeed in need of personnel at present, however. He is well aware that Luna refers to his current lack of elite members. Although Luna has never directly witnessed Regulus in action, she can deduce, from their brief exchanges, Regulus's reliable capacity for execution. There is also the cunning of a millennia-old fox in terms of intellect. Moreover, having witnessed the resurrection process of the Resurrection Stone, Luna is convinced that Anriel will certainly not be lacking in elite manpower. Relax, I have only just unearthed a rare gem from Voldemort's domain, one that possesses a stable psyche, at least in my perspective. Therefore, it is highly unlikely that I will seek to recruit young Crouch, even after his demise. Anriel casually waved his hand. Luna nodded, snuggling closer to Anriel as they quietly gazed at the distant sunset. In a modest dwelling, a small wisp of gray mist silently slipped through the crack of a window in a room on the second floor. This so-called messenger embodied Anriel's own will. As long as Anriel desired, he could share perceptions with this entity. The messenger now lingered here, for Anriel had become aware that there were two individuals present in the room. Hermione has also arrived? Anriel was rather surprised, as he had assumed she would not be invited this time, considering the Weasley family was already short on tickets. He had underestimated the Weasley family's regard for appearances, or rather, the significance they placed on their relationships. How shall one put it? Perhaps none of the Weasley clan wished for Ron to abandon his friendship with Hermione. It is also possible that Ron himself, through this situation, awkwardly extended an apology to Hermione. As it stands, it seems that a romantic relationship may not be in the cards, but friendship can indeed be nurtured. Anriel suspected that Harry also wished to play the role of a mediator, and he likely had a hand in inviting Hermione. Considering that he himself had been invited by the Weasley family as well, Anriel suddenly realized, oh, no, Harry was not invited by the Weasley family. A male soul had appeared downstairs, Sirius Black. Harry had come along with Sirius Black. Sirius still possessed a modicum of personal assets. How shall I put it? For Molly, accepting Sirius was not particularly arduous. Although she was not a member of the Order of the Phoenix at present, Sirius had redeemed himself and shed all the wrongful accusations. To Molly, the current Sirius was merely a man who loved Harry, willing to sacrifice himself for Harry, and possessed the financial means to raise Harry. There was nothing unacceptable about that. Once this clarity dawned upon her, Anriel slipped out, manipulating the messenger to reveal itself within the sight of the two girls in the room. Hermione was startled, while Ginny, quick on her feet, drew her wand in readiness. The plume of gray mist hovered in the air, turning halfway, giving the impression that it was assessing the two. Well done, Ginny. Anriel's voice reverberated through the mist, emerging from the swirling fog. Here is your ticket. A rolled parchment ticket fell from the haze, landing softly on the ground. I shall take my leave now. Will you not join me? The room was suddenly engulfed in silence. Hermione turned to Ginny, her mouth slightly agape, revealing her astonishment. Ginny appeared equally startled by her own bold proclamation. Both girls were acutely aware that Anriel had already captured someone as heart. I think I shall pass. I have a slight personal disagreement with Harry's godfather. The mist trembled momentarily, as if taken aback, and then cheerfully clarified, "Then I shall take my leave. Let us reconvene at the World Cup venue." With that, the mist dissipated from the room. Another prolonged silence ensued. "Ginny?" Hermione ventured, noticing that Ginny's cheeks were unusually flushed. "Oh, I'm fine," Ginny replied, shaking off her daze as she bent down to retrieve the ticket from the floor. "How splendid. I mean, we certainly need an extra ticket." The girl's eyes narrowed with determination. Hermione, perplexed, found herself at a loss, yet her intuition as a close friend quickly illuminated Ginny's intentions. "Even if you think that way." Hermione's sharp mind faltered, leaving her uncertain about how to dissuade Ginny. Ginny turned back, a smile dancing on her lips. "I want to give it a try. What if I succeed?" At the Lovegood residence, Luna felt a warm embrace behind her suddenly shiver. "What is it, young sir?" It is indeed quite challenging to articulate Anriel's situation. How should one put it? Is your close friend attempting to encroach upon your romantic partner? Anriel was momentarily at a loss for words. Unfortunately, his silence served as the most eloquent response to Luna's inquiry. Luna curled her lips. Any girl would undoubtedly be displeased upon learning of such occurrences. Anriel felt a tinge of curiosity, yet hesitated to inquire further. In matters such as these, he possessed little experience. He was uncertain of the appropriate demeanor a budding young woman should adopt regarding such affairs. Although he did not fear challenges, he was unsure whether this particular situation might serve as a test from Luna. "Certainly not. It seems you have yet to master the art of capturing thoughts." Anriel's eyes widened slightly. "Hiki." Luna offered no explanation, merely chuckling softly. "I believe in you, so I shall not put you to the test. This situation itself is an unforeseen challenge, is it not? In such circumstances, if I were to impose further trials upon you," Luna pouted, "then you'd truly feel disheartened and leave, and I would have nowhere to express my sorrow." Anriel chuckled softly, playfully poking Luna's puffed-up cheeks. "I won't run away. Not even in death," she declared. In her humble abode, a surprising revelation had unfolded. Someone had gifted Ginny a ticket to a luxurious box seat for the match. This news left Mrs. Weasley utterly astonished. However, she quickly grasped the situation with the assistance of Fred and George. Relinquishing her inquiries about the ticket's origin and redirecting her focus to chastising her two wayward sons, Ginny clutched the ticket tightly, her mind awash with unspoken thoughts. Perhaps happiness must be fought for? If Hermione were in this position, no, even the current Hermione, who was not particularly close to Luna and held conflicting views, would never entertain the notion of undermining a friend. In contrast, despite her friendship with Luna, Ginny resolutely made this decision. The seat number on her ticket was undoubtedly adjacent to Anriel's two seats. Fred and George, currently being reprimanded by Mrs. Weasley, cast a glance towards Ginny. They likely understood the implications by now. The twins exchanged silent sighs, their eyes meeting. The day before the World Cup, Anriel adjusted his belt and straightened his suit, presenting himself with an air of meticulousness akin to the kind of successful individuals that most muggles would envy. Was it truly necessary to dress so formally? Luna emerged from the door behind Anriel, adorned in a graceful dress that resembled a standing lotus in full bloom. Perhaps it was indeed so. Anriel chuckled and remarked playfully, perhaps some individuals might wish to host their own intimate gatherings following such a grand assembly on a world scale. Luna sensed that Anriel's words carried a deeper meaning. Anriel merely smiled faintly, refraining from further explanation. With a graceful motion of his hands, he appeared to slice through the air, as if parting a veil to reveal a portal. Within this gateway swirled a nebulous gray mist, the destination of which remained an enigma. Anriel gently took Luna's hand and led her inside. Minutes, or perhaps mere seconds later, when the portal reopened, the two stepped out and found themselves at the edge of an expansive, desolate marshland. Wow, what a novel experience! Luna appeared to be lingering in the moment, clearly captivated. Anriel nearly burst into laughter. After all, they were traversing a realm of death, and only he, the Lord of Resurrection Stones, could guide them safely, shielding them from the encroaching grasp of mortality. This was no mere amusement park attraction. Two wizards, upon noticing the sudden appearance of Anriel and Luna, approached them, brandishing their parchment and quills. "Do you have a registration?" "Not yet." Anriel replied with a smile. "May I inquire what time it is?" The wizard, who had not taken his quill, glanced at the golden watch cradled in his arms and stated, "It is 5 o'clock, to be precise, 5:03. "Oh, it seems we have arrived a tad too early," he remarked. Anriel nodded. "Then, may I trouble you to assist us in locating the camp?" "Very well. May I inquire your surname?" "Dumbledore." Anriel pondered for a brief moment, realizing that Lovegood's surname rendered it impossible to secure tickets to the upper-tier box. Indeed, as soon as he uttered that name, The wizard in charge of checks, known as Bazel, raised an eyebrow and meticulously began to search through his notebook. Ah, yes, certainly. Dumbledore, he nodded repeatedly, ultimately fixing his gaze on a particular line. To the west, a quarter of a mile, the third dwelling of the first encampment. Ah, thank you. No need to thank me, it is my duty. The wizard named Bazel trembled for reasons unknown. Anriel assumed that he was simply fatigued from his late night vigil. After another half-minute, Bazel, noticing that Anriel showed no intention of departing, cast a curious glance in his direction. Anriel spoke concisely, prompting Bizarre to experience a moment of clarity. Suddenly, the surrounding space distorted, and a group of individuals appeared, swirling and expanding, materializing on the adjacent ground. 3 adult men accompanied a cluster of children. They were members of the Weasley family, along with the Diggory father and son, and Sirius Black, who was with Harry. Though it was not an entirely pleasant situation, it was undeniable that among this group, Sirius Black possessed the keenest perception. He quickly regained his composure from the slight dizziness caused by the portkey and caught sight of Anriel, who wore a bemused expression. Sirius's countenance was far from cheerful. He could not quite understand why he felt a subtle aversion emanating from the child. Nevertheless, now that he had obtained custody of Harry, Sirius was determined to adopt a conciliatory stance towards Anriel. After all, human beings are inherently pragmatic and adept at compromise. What was even more astonishing was the fact that Anriel responded to Sirius with a nod and a smile, although there was no blood pressure monitor present. The rise in Sirius's blood pressure was palpably evident. "Good morning, Mr. Weasley and Mr. Diggory," Anriel greeted, choosing not to further provoke Sirius's irritation. Instead, he turned his attention to the other 2 adult men, offering them a cordial salutation. Mr. Weasley replied, while Mr. Diggory seemed unfamiliar with Anriel. "Arthur, who is this?" he inquired. "Ah, Amos, this is Anriel," Mr. Weasley stammered, uncertain of how to introduce Anriel appropriately. However, Anriel interjected smoothly, "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Mr. Diggory. My name is Anriel Dumbledore." "Aha. Ah, Dumbledore." Anriel furrowed his brow, sensing that Mr. Diggory was somewhat unhinged. However, the subsequent words of Mr. Diggory assured Anriel that it was indeed him. What a remarkable young man. He is undoubtedly destined for greatness, just like our Cedric. Upon hearing this, Cedric's face flushed a deep crimson. Luna, who had been quietly listening, suddenly cast a worried glance at Anriel as a dangerous smile slowly crept across his lips. Anriel, with a smile that barely concealed his sarcasm, remarked, "Mr. Diggory, might I kindly request that you refrain from tarnishing the favorable impression your son has made on me?" As a father, Amos Diggory was admirable in many respects, yet he exhibited an excessive fondness for his son, which occasionally clouded his judgment. This not only led to awkward moments for others, but also caused his kind-hearted son to feel embarrassed on his behalf. "Ah, Amos, shall we go and locate the campsite?" "Shall we?" Mr. Weasley, who was somewhat slower to grasp the situation, also recognized the underlying tension. Amos was perhaps a tad too arrogant. Everyone was aware that, in his eyes, his son was the paragon of excellence. Yet it was clear to all that this was merely a figment of his imagination. While boasting in our presence might be tolerable, encountering a true prodigy was altogether different. Fortunately, Anriel merely issued a warning to Mr. Diggory without pursuing the matter further. With Mr. Weasley mediating, the group swiftly dispersed to establish their respective camps. In the camp of Anriel, Luna observed a tent rising majestically like a castle, feeling a tinge of bewilderment within her. For, as she sensed, Anriel had just cast a glance at Mr. Diggory, filled with compassion. Indeed, it was compassion, not wrath or coldness. She pondered the reason behind it. Anriel adorned the details within the tent, not bothering to glance back, and directly inquired of Luna. Luna smiled, remarking, "How dare you claim to grasp my thoughts? It appears that comprehending my intentions is, in fact, a trivial endeavor for you." With that, Luna followed closely behind Anriel, stepping into the tent. Inside, the atmosphere was vibrant and alive, filled with wondrous creatures that straddled the line between reality and illusion. Anriel leaned against a shelf, toying with the vividly colored bird perched upon his finger. For this year, his son was destined to perish. Ah, Cedric Diggory, the son of Mr. Diggory, whom he held in high esteem. This year, he would meet his demise? Luna refrained from inquiring how Anriel came to this knowledge, for she trusted that if he chose to share such a matter with her, he must have his own justifications. "I can choose to save him, or I can choose not to." Anriel continued to prod the beak of the large bird with her fingers. The bird, with a sudden jerk of its neck, clamped down on Anriel's finger, yet it could not penetrate. Anriel chuckled softly and continued, "As for Cedric himself, I sincerely wish for his continued existence, for he embodies kindness, loyalty, integrity, and courage. He possesses nearly all the virtues one would expect from a true Hufflepuff." With a mere snap of his fingers, Anriel transformed the great bird into a fluttering butterfly, leaving it no time to emit a single cry. However, it seemed that his father remained unaffected. Anriel scoffed softly, releasing the butterfly into the air. Should I still save him? Luna understood that this was not a mere rhetorical question. He was genuinely seeking her opinion. If she chose to save him, Cedric Diggory would undoubtedly survive. However, if she decided against it, even if no unforeseen circumstances arose this year, Cedric would meet his demise. The sensation of wielding such power over another's life and death did not evoke discomfort in Luna. She narrowed her eyes. Was it truly such a difficult choice? Anriel glanced at Luna. It was not a difficult task, just lend a hand. Luna skipped over to a double bed, reclining upon it to test its springiness. Without a moment's hesitation or doubt, she surrendered to the embrace of the mattress. Anriel nodded with satisfaction. Luna's decisiveness had grown remarkably. Her magical prowess ascending at an impressive rate, and her precocious wisdom left ordinary individuals feeling inadequate. For Anriel, this was indeed a positive development. The fate of Cedric Diggory mattered little to Anriel. Personally, he harbored a hope that this kind-hearted senior would survive. What truly concerned him was how Luna would determine the life of this individual. Wesley Camp. With Hermione's assistance, Mr. Wesley had finally managed to kindle a fire, which rendered him exceedingly jubilant. Ginny, from the second floor, gazed down at this harmonious scene. "Hey, Ginny, we are curious about what our youngest sister is doing here." A voice chimed in, unmistakably belonging to the twins. "Fred, George," Ginny exclaimed, startled, her irritation evident. The twins exchanged knowing smiles and leaned over the railing on either side of Ginny, their attention fixated on their sister. "Ginny, you appear to be in high spirits. What delightful news do you have that you are not sharing with your amusing brothers?" Fred initiated. "Indeed," George chimed in, elongating his words for effect. "In return, we have some delightful news to share with you." Ginny rolled her eyes, somewhat exasperated. "Delightful news? Have you two brought out your peculiar magical prank products without Mother knowing? Or do you have yet another bizarre idea that requires testing?" Fred shook his head, while George nodded in affirmation. "Yes and no. Would you like to know?" Fred teased, igniting Ginny's curiosity. "Well, perhaps. Why don't you tell me first?" Ginny replied, smiling, her tone laced with intrigue. The twins exchanged glances. "Ah, well. Although we lack our mother's support, we have secured another form of substantial backing financially," Fred and George announced with evident glee, suggesting that someone had endorsed their creative ventures. Ginny regarded them with skepticism, just as no one had guessed in the original story that Harry was backing the twins' enterprise. Ginny too failed to discern the identity of their benefactor. "Who could possibly provide you with this money?" she inquired, but the twins, grinning broadly, evaded her question. "That is a different matter altogether. You still haven't answered our question." Ginny pouted, perhaps indicating they should get to the point. "Have you found a boyfriend? Or is there someone you fancy?" Considering the speaking habits of the twins, it appears they have merged these two inquiries into a singular question. The answers to both queries are simply affirmative or negative. However, when Ginny responded to one of these questions, it was tantamount to answering the other. Yet, with a clever glint in her eye, the young girl mischievously blinked and proclaimed, "Yes." Subsequently, she turned and descended the stairs, leaving the twins at the balcony on the second floor, exchanging bewildered glances. "What kind of answer is that?" they murmured in unison. Anriel took Luna on a leisurely stroll, during which they purchased some rather intriguing trinkets. Among the most expensive items were an Irish-themed supporter jersey and a training ball signed by a player, suggesting that Luna appears to be an ardent supporter of the Irish team. Anriel observed as she whistled softly, pinning a jeweled four-leaf clover brooch onto the waistband of her flowing gown. As they strolled back, a man exuding an air of seriousness, clad in a tailored suit, passed by them. This was none other than Mr. Crouch. Anriel did not intentionally suppress her voice as she introduced herself to Luna. This statement successfully captured the attention of Crouch himself. Crouch furrowed his brow slightly, appearing to recognize Anriel. Anriel Grindelwald." Anriel smiled warmly and introduced her surname. Crouch took a deep breath and extended a hand, saying, "It is an honor to finally meet you." Anriel, intrigued, shook hands with Crouch, his curiosity piqued by how such a power-hungry individual, imbued with immense pride, could address a young man at least 30 years his junior with such deference. However, Crouch said little. He merely excused himself hastily before departing. Once Crouch had distanced himself, Luna spoke up. He appeared quite anxious. Though I suspect it is not due to the World Cup. It is likely more related to matters concerning his son. Anriel stretched languidly, his tone nonchalant. One might boldly speculate that he had brought his son to watch the game. How absurd. Luna linked her arm with Anriel's as they made their way toward the arena. The crowd was immense, with thousands of people jostling and clamoring within the vast confines of the grand stadium. Anriel presented the ticket to the entrance attendant. It was a first-class seat in the top-tier box. Luna grasped Anriel's arm with a firm grip, seemingly a tad anxious due to the overwhelming crowd. A gentle force enveloped Luna and Anriel, subtly parting the throngs of people surrounding them. Onlookers cast astonished glances, curious to discern who possessed such audacity. Unbeknownst to Anriel, he strolled leisurely with Luna, leaving a trail of astonishment and envy in their wake. They were a couple of striking compatibility. Those with a discerning eye could easily perceive that this young man was formidable. Occasionally, some who lacked insight would attempt to speak, only to find themselves helplessly clenching their lips, unable to part them even the slightest bit. Before long, as there was no one else pressing against Anriel, they arrived at a small private room. The seating was upholstered in velvet, adorned with golden thread embroidery denoting numbers, and proved to be exceedingly comfortable. Anriel surveyed his surroundings. The current director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Burns, a respectable middle-aged woman, bore a remarkable resemblance to Professor McGonagall. A few bearded gentlemen, presumably foreigners, stood nearby. A motley assortment of individuals, unfamiliar to Anriel, populated the scene. Additionally, there was a domesticated house elf. Anriel cast a casual glance at Shan Shan. She appeared to be in a rather dire state, as if she might faint at any moment. The seat beside her remained unoccupied. Yet Anriel was acutely aware that it was occupied by an individual cloaked in invisibility. At that moment, a commotion erupted below. How intriguing. Anriel squinted. The resurrection stone was indeed a remarkable tool. Without the need to glance back, he could discern who was present and what they were engaged in. It was the Weasleys and Malfoys, once again converging. In the opulent upper box, one might surmise that if the entirety of the Weasley family's possessions were sold, along with their 2 children, there would still be enough left to allow the remaining members to attend the match. Lucius Malfoy wielded this very notion as a weapon against Mr. Weasley. Tragically, his words held a kernel of truth. The Weasley family was undeniably impoverished. Yet their poverty was accompanied by a commendable spirit. Alas, such circumstances could not alter their destitution. However, had it been merely Lucius and Arthur exchanging barbs, the ensuing commotion would not have been so pronounced. Anriel conjectured that it must have been Mr. Malfoy who assaulted Harry Potter. Shall we proceed to the box? A rather foolish-sounding voice echoed, not that of Fudge, but rather that of Ludo Bagman. Anriel rested his hand upon the back of the chair and turned, ensuring that all who entered could behold him. Lucius cast a glance at his son beside him and approached Anriel. A pleasure to meet you. Lucius was the first to break the silence. To be candid, Anriel harbored little animosity towards the Malfoy family. After all, there exists an ancient adage in Huaxia. The West is adorned with substance, Wei Junjia. The Malfoy family undoubtedly stands as the most remarkable figure in these 7 tomes. Setting aside other matters, it was evident that Lucius was genuinely wary. Upon hearing that Dumbledore's son bore the surname Grindelwald, it was likely that the moment Draco relayed this information to his father, Lucius recognized the magnitude of the situation. This young man was not to be trifled with. He cared not for the young man's age or capabilities. Even if he were deemed inept, the weight of his lineage alone could spell doom for Lucius multiple times over. Moreover, according to Draco's description, this individual was a prodigious talent, a formidable scholar surpassing some professors. Lucius was left with no choice but to seek a suitable place to sit. Anriel regarded the self-deprecating nobleman with keen interest, his tone smooth yet chilling. Upon hearing these words, Lucius Malfoy felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, every hair on his body standing on end. In that moment, he did not perceive merely a 16-year-old boy, but rather his former master Voldemort. After all, regardless of the underlying motives, donating to the hospital is always a commendable act. Anriel uttered those words with a lightness, and Lucius appeared to have regained some of his composure. Without uttering a word, he approached the seat of Fudge, accompanied by his wife and son, creating an enclosure with the ministry officials despite Fudge's absence. It seemed he was genuinely startled, indeed. Anriel found the situation rather amusing. However, Arthur's countenance appeared rather grim. "Mr. Weasley, please take a seat. The match is about to commence." Mr. Weasley seemed to consider this suggestion quite reasonable and thus The entire family settled into their seats in turn. Ginny positioned herself beside Anriel. Luna blinked, lost in her own thoughts. Before long, Fudge waddled in, and Anriel couldn't help but notice that he seemed to have gained weight. With so many worries during the holiday, one would expect him to have lost a few pounds, which was rather surprising. Ludo Bagman rose to his feet, clearing his throat with a resounding voice. He then proceeded to commence the opening ceremony. Although there were hardly any words worth mentioning, the venue was a cacophony of noise, with scarlet and emerald flags fluttering wildly, reminiscent of the color scheme often seen during the Quidditch finals at Hogwarts. Let us welcome the mascot of the Bulgarian team. With Bagman's booming announcement, a group of fair-skinned, beautiful creatures, whatever they might be, glided onto the track. Anriel was utterly captivated, his gaze fixated on the enchanting performer on stage. Simultaneously, the two young maidens beside him shuddered. Never had they been more acutely aware of Anriel's thoughts at that moment. What occupied his mind was a profound curiosity. What a wondrous magical creature she is. What lies beneath her skin? In a humanoid dissection, would her internal structure resemble that of a bird? Throughout his intense and yearning gaze, there was naught but the absence of desire. Instead, it was a wild notion of slicing her apart to study and purify the essence of magic. In that fleeting moment, the two maidens were uncertain whether to feel elation or despair. Their joy stemmed from Anriel's apparent immunity to temptation, yet despair lingered as the situation felt undeniably overwhelming. Below, the performer twirled her hair in a passionate dance, while the men in the audience acted as if entranced. However, this spectacle soon threatened to spiral out of control, prompting the maidens to depart. In their stead, a troop of diminutive creatures resembling a sun emerged from the side of the venue. Gold coins rained down from the heavens, and the crowd frantically scrambled to gather the glittering bounty. Anriel remained still. In fact, nearly everyone in the upper box was motionless, save for the Weasley family and a few foreigners. Noticing Anriel's inactivity, Ginny and Luna too remained unmoved. It was nothing short of a miracle that the wizarding world's monetary system had not collapsed. The spark that once illuminated Anriel's eyes during Maiwa's entrance had now vanished, replaced by an air of indifference. The gnome's gold coins would disappear within 24 hours. The cacophony of the crowd gradually subsided, and the gnomes settled at the opposite end of the arena. As Bagman made his introduction, the Bulgarian and Irish teams entered in succession. It appeared that 60% of the Bulgarian fans were ardent supporters of Crumb, while the majority of the Irish fans rallied behind the entire Irish team. Anriel pondered thoughtfully. One team possessed the sharpest spear, while the other boasted a harmonious balance. Yet, in such a confrontation, it was the evenly matched Irish team that ultimately triumphed. He could not help but lament that even the mightiest spear was insufficient. Luna and Ginny followed his gaze to the field, observing the seeker with muscular, sinewy arms, Victor Crumb. One could imagine, if Crumb's power were indeed formidable, could he not seize the golden snitch and conclude the match before the Irish team amassed 150 points? Surely, he could. Anriel shrugged, choosing not to continue finding fault with himself. As the referee kicked over a box containing several match balls, the competition commenced in earnest. The players darted through the air, weaving and maneuvering like countless bolts of green lightning. Indeed, it was only green. Among the Bulgarian team, apart from Crumb, the other players seemed to lack the technical prowess to compete on the same level as their Irish counterparts. Soon, the score escalated to an astonishing 130-10. Is this truly the outcome expected from two teams of comparable skill? A 10-point goal with a 12-point lead in just 15 minutes? Anriel certainly did not believe it, not for a moment. This was a sheer rout, indisputable and undeniable. Moreover, it appeared that the Bulgarian players employed tactics far inferior to those of the Irish team. In the air, the players battled fiercely. In the stands, the fans engaged in their own skirmishes, and off the field, the mascots joined the fray. It is no wonder that Anriel harbored a disdain for such confrontational sports. What are your thoughts on this spectacle? Anriel casually inquired. These two individuals naturally referred to Luna and Ginny. One is the future spouse, and the other is a highly valued subordinate whom he intends to cultivate. Anriel could not possibly refuse Ginny solely for emotional reasons, especially since Luna seemed rather indifferent. Thus, it was decided that the two would inquire together. To Anriel's slight surprise, the two young ladies did not respond immediately. Instead, they exchanged a glance. Ginny, somewhat uncertain, remarked, "Perhaps such a scenario is to be expected at the World Cup?" Luna nodded in agreement, stating, "One ought to be mentally prepared for this when attending the Quidditch World Cup." Anriel rolled her eyes. Even if they were precocious, they were ultimately just two children. This despicable competition is merely a microcosm of certain individuals and circumstances, isn't it? What if I am not inquiring about your game? Anriel inquired with a smile. Are you not asking about the match? The two young ladies were momentarily taken aback. Between the Irish team and the Bulgarian team, which possesses greater overall strength? Undoubtedly. It is the Irish team, Ginny interjected eagerly. What makes the Irish team superior in overall strength? Because every member of their team surpasses any individual from the Bulgarian team. With the exception of Crumb. Anriel gently prodded. What would be the sole method for the Bulgarian team to secure a victory? Ginny raised an eyebrow. And Luna responded to the inquiry. The only way for the Bulgarian team to triumph is to seize the golden snitch before Crumb leads the Irish team by 150 points. Bingo. Anriel gazed upon the tumultuous battle unfolding in the arena. The score had reached an astonishing 160-10, unless a miraculous turn of events occurred. It was only a matter of time before Crumb disregarded his teammates and seized the fleeting opportunity presented by the elusive golden snitch to conclude the match. Indeed, this was the sole prospect for the Bulgarian team to secure victory. Have you ever pondered what role Crumb's teammates would play should they triumph in such a manner? What significance would they hold? To obstruct the Irish team from scoring? Ginny and Luna exchanged glances, both sensing that Anriel sought a different answer. Perhaps it was to allow Crumb to shine on his own. Ginny felt uncertain, for according to Anriel's current perspective, it appeared that Crumb's teammates were of little consequence. And perhaps that notion held some truth. Anriel nodded, acknowledging that this answer was indeed partially correct. It was a distraction for the Irish team. Luna turned her gaze to the field, observing as the Irish team scored yet another goal, widening the score to 170-10. However, due to the fact that the entire Irish team was equipped with crossbows, the effectiveness of this disruption appeared rather pitiful. Indeed, this was precisely what Anriel wished to convey. Were it not for the Irish team's arsenal of crossbows, the two Bulgarian batters alone could have shattered several skulls. The two were left speechless. This match, much like the human heart, was tainted with corruption. Of course, even if Bulgaria employed such tactics, victory would still elude them. Following Anriel's gaze, they spotted a small black dot on the sidelines, growing ever closer and larger. It was Crumb. He must have already caught sight of the golden snitch. Almost at the moment Crumb dove down, on the brink of landing, Anriel remarked in a light yet impactful tone, his choice is wise. Prolonging the game will only exacerbate the score gap. Though the utterance was soft, it resonated throughout the stadium like a thunderous crash. Crumb has seized the golden snitch. Bagman's ecstatic voice echoed across the arena, reverberating with a booming resonance. Look, the Bulgarian fans were cheering for Crumb, while the Irish supporters reveled in their impending victory. Lindsay, despite having fallen to the ground, was hoisted high by his teammates, who, in truth, had sustained any real injury in this arena. Anriel adjusted herself, gently massaging the heads of two small figures with her hands. There is no need for you to respond at this moment. In fact, I do not require a definitive answer from you at all. Let us instead celebrate the triumph of the Irish team. The two girls appeared to be in deep contemplation. The only unfortunate souls were the members of Crumb's team, who, in Anriel's metaphorical view of society, embodied the role of the ineffectual. The closing ceremony proceeded seamlessly, with the Irish players exhibiting remarkable vitality. After all, they had emerged victorious. The only distinction was that the twins did not solicit any funds from Bagman. It seemed at this time they refrained from partaking in his wagers. Amidst the throng, Mr. Wesley approached Anriel, seemingly intending to inform Ginny that it was time to leave. This middle-aged man presented a somewhat clumsy and dull-witted demeanor in such matters. He was not oblivious to Ginny's current state. Rather, he simply lacked the words to offer her encouragement. Ginny, however, took the initiative. Dad, is it time to go? Shall we wait until the crowd thins out a bit before descending? Mr. Wesley, somewhat stiffly, nodded in agreement and sat back down. By the time Anriel and Mr. Wesley's group made their way downstairs, even the celebratory little goblins soaring above appeared to be weary. The majority of the crowd had dispersed. This, in turn, signified the flames, chaos, and the joyful procession of Death Eaters. It seemed as if only a brief moment had passed before the disorder spread like wildfire. In truth, they had indeed ignited several such barbaric blazes, for lifeless bodies floated in the air, while a group of hooded figures formed a small parade, laughing maniacally as they set the surrounding tents ablaze, perpetuating the turmoil. Occasionally, they would manipulate the four marionettes above them, their laughter echoing through the chaos. Ha ha ha. Anriel chuckled, not turning back, merely raising his hand and declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, draw forth your wands. We have encountered a rather intriguing interlude." almost simultaneously. The anxious voice of Arthur Weasley rang out, "Ginny, Ron, Fred and George, come to me at once." In this state of utmost urgency, the father notably refrained from calling out Harry and Hermione's names, instead placing Ginny's at the forefront. More dramatically, upon drawing her wand, Ginny cast a glance at her father before becoming vigilant of her surroundings. This indicated that she did not rush to her father's side, but rather chose to remain with Anriel. Harry and Ron hurriedly squeezed in beside Mr. Weasley, while Hermione hesitated for a moment before drawing her wand and stepping over to Anriel's side. Anriel gazed at the three individuals surrounding him and, unable to contain himself, broke into laughter. Luna, standing closest to him, bit her lip in annoyance and, with her wandless hand, pinched him sharply at the waist. It was painful, though. Anriel chuckled softly and began to explain, "Behold, this is the legendary Death Eater parade. However, I suspect that only the few at the forefront are the genuine escapees from Azkaban, while those trailing behind are merely joining in for the spectacle." Hermione appeared somewhat dazed, perhaps due to her Muggle background, which rendered her less receptive to such matters. She found it difficult to comprehend why individuals would find amusement in suspending an ordinary civilian in the air, manipulating them like a puppet. "Mr. Weasley, aren't you going to assist the Ministry in maintaining order?" Anriel spoke with a faint smile, acknowledging, "Indeed, it appears that Mr. Weasley seems somewhat hesitant. However, soon enough, his sense of responsibility triumphed over his apprehension. He uttered something to the children of the Weasley family, including Harry, suggesting they take refuge in the woods. Then, he hurriedly dashed towards the parade. "Ginny, come quickly. We must hide in the forest," Ron's anxious voice echoed. Yet, the response from Ginny was silence as she shook her head. Her feminine intuition hinted that this moment seemed to be a test of sorts from Anriel. Anriel appears to be intentionally guiding her towards a certain realization. However, his attention is presently diverted. A skirmish has erupted among the parade participants. An unforeseen development on his part. It is no wonder, considering that just moments ago, Harry had squeezed through alongside Ron, despite the fact that he currently has a guardian. Sirius is already engaged in a brawl. It is indeed a daunting task for these Ministry of Magic employees, who must not only thwart the Death Eater procession but also remain vigilant against the radical self-defense measures that may be employed by a figure like Sirius. At present, the situation seems to be under control. At least Anriel has not witnessed a flurry of green light illuminating the sky. Have we had our fill of the spectacle? If so, let us proceed to the next location to witness further commotion. Anriel no longer focused on the clash between Sirius and the Death Eaters. Turning to the three young women, two of them felt somewhat surreal. Amid such danger and chaos, it was astonishing that for Anriel, it was merely an entertaining spectacle. This was rather, no, it was not arrogance born of folly, but rather a manifestation of confidence. Seeing that none of the three had objections, Anriel turned and headed towards the forest. Even in the midst of turmoil, the radiance of the soul shone like the most brilliant torch, guiding Anriel unerringly towards his destination. He was making a beeline for young Barty Crouch. Not only was there a cloaked Crouch in that direction, but also a house elf. And, "Malfoy, you better keep your mouth clean," Ron's threatening growl echoed. From this angle, he appeared quite formidable. Despite having privately acknowledged that Malfoy's parents were certainly among the marching crowd, he still dared to confront Malfoy in such a setting. Truly, the boy was invincible. Malfoy scanned the area, failing to spot the filthy mudblood, and let out a dismissive huff. It seemed that the mudblood had the sense to hide away in a secluded dump. Ron's face flushed a deep red at this remark, as though he could not bear to let Malfoy have the last word, yet was reluctant to say too much regarding Hermione. From the perspective of an observer, Anriel also pondered Malfoy's purpose for being there. Surely, his parents were not reckless enough to allow him to roam freely? Considering Malfoy's lifelong character contradictions, Anriel was inclined to think that the young Malfoy was resorting to irritating trash talk to hasten the departure of Harry and the others. He would hardly have come solely to deliver a few jibes, would he? Not to mention, his mother would never permit him to act so recklessly. This brought to mind a classic question. Why did Lucius not purchase a firebolt for Draco after Harry acquired one? The most abstract yet correct answer would be, because Draco has a mother. Narcissa, in the original text, was willing to deceive Voldemort to protect her son. In an era of pervasive terror, the pressure and fear she endured were undoubtedly more torturous than a quick death. Take this question as an example. Why didn't Lucius buy Draco a firebolt? Was it a matter of affordability? If Lucius dared to buy a firebolt for Malfoy, Narcissa would immediately have him pinned against the wall. No joke. accelerating to a speed of 150 miles per hour in 10 seconds? Insanity. That is for sports. For entertainment. Not for risking lives. Only someone like Peter, devoid of maternal guidance, and with a guardian as unhinged as Sirius, could exhibit the folly of purchasing a professional F1 racing car for a 13-year-old. This example, though somewhat tangential, serves merely to illustrate the extent of Narcissa's concern for her precious son, as she would never allow him to recklessly venture into danger. Now, let us redirect our focus to the woods and observe that motherless child. My wand, Harry exclaimed. Ah, how amusing it is that he has lost his wand. Truly, quite humorous. Anriel could not help but chuckle. The three individuals surrounding Anriel exhibited varying attitudes towards the matter at hand. Hermione wore an expression of deep concern, embodying the sentiment of a mother whose heart is burdened by her offspring's troubles. Without Hermione's presence, one might not survive beyond 3 days. Ginny, on the other hand, appeared contemplative, and Anriel surmised that she was close to unraveling the truth. Luna tilted her head, fixated on a nearby bush that concealed the glimmering presence of Flash and young Crouch. It seemed she had an inkling that something lay hidden within. These three girls epitomized three distinct realms of existence. One was practical, another capable, and the last possessed an extraordinary gift. Anriel felt a profound sense of relief as he raised his hand, enveloping Luna in an endless protective charm against death. A precautionary measure, indeed. Hermione inhaled softly, observing a house elf named Shining struggling to emerge from the thicket, as if someone were pulling her back. However, it was evident that someone was indeed grasping her, rendered invisible by the cloak. Allow me to introduce her. This is Shining. Anriel exhibited not the slightest sense of urgency, resembling a tour guide as she introduced the three young ladies behind her. The house elf of the Crouch family. Why does she flee in such a peculiar manner? Hermione furrowed her brow at the elf's odd escape. It was because, well, she had defied her master's wishes and failed to fulfill her task. Anriel pondered for a moment before responding. In truth, there is no issue with this. If Shan were to fulfill the task assigned by Crouch and remain obediently in place, young Crouch would not be tugging at her. The logic is utterly bewildering. Shan struggled and vanished into the thicket across the way. The treatment of house elves is profoundly unjust. Hermione's brow furrowed tightly. Oh no, Hermione. Anriel turned around and spoke to Hermione with a serious tone. Wizards have already shown great mercy. This is what they deserve. Why? No race should be subjected to such treatment. It is utterly unreasonable, Hermione exclaimed. Anriel shook his head and asked, what do you believe the defeated side in a racial war should receive? Respect? He gazed up at the boundless night sky, adorned with countless stars. Do you know what constitutes the greatest respect one can bestow upon a race? Hermione was unaware, yet Luna understood. She whispered softly, for a race. The utmost reverence is annihilation. Apologies to those disinterested readers, but the main text of this chapter has concluded. Upon encountering a fellow reader's review, I would like to address some points raised. Firstly, regarding the issue of character deviation, those three individuals are not the protagonists of this narrative. Thus, I see no reason to allocate them excessive screen time. This work is not an ensemble piece, and a mere sprinkling of appearances suffices. There is no highlight if there is none, and that is an unavoidable reality. Secondly, concerning the imitation of Grindelwald, it is indeed a philosophical reform. Everyone is aware that Grindelwald's prototype was inspired by J.K. Rowling's portrayal of a certain historical figure. I believe this narrative cannot stray from the inherent conflict between the ideologies of the Third Reich and the scrutiny it faces. Moreover, were it not for the genocidal tendencies associated with that historical figure, the lines of right and wrong would indeed blur. At the very least, I find no fault in Anriel's reformed ideology. Thirdly, the notion of might makes right is undeniably valid. If my strength prevails, what else can you expect? The synopsis indicates that this is largely a power fantasy. If you refuse to heed my counsel, I shall play with you until boredom ensues, and if that grows tiresome, I might as well dispose of you and continue the game with others. After all, one cannot be too meticulous in such matters. Fourthly, the sudden acquisition of formidable power, along with a self-centered, superior chaos, is a candid critique. The protagonist's characteristics have been aptly summarized. This narrative is fundamentally a product of personal fantasy. How could one be anything but egotistical? After laboring tirelessly during the day, must I also curtail my evening reveries to appease others? Fifthly, regarding the misplaced anger towards Barty Crouch Jr., I must admit that I found Cedric's father rather disagreeable in the original text. When he claims he would not save his son, is that truly his stance? Would he not face severe backlash for such an assertion? Hufflepuff has few luminaries. And this elder, with his kindness, sometimes leaves me pondering how such a father could raise such an admirable child. It is all in jest, rest assured. Cedric will not perish. There is no misplaced ire here. Lastly, concerning recommendations, feel free to criticize me, but please refrain from disparaging my readers. I am composing a book, pouring forth the myriad thoughts that swirl within my mind. The affirmation from those who resonate with my ideas brings me genuine joy. Even amidst the criticism that I should not lead my readers astray, I have reported that particular review. My response in the text is a testament to my respect and understanding. While the report signifies my desire to no longer encounter such remarks, these actions are not in conflict. In the future, if readers wish to voice their opinions, I suggest they do so at the end of a chapter or a paragraph. For those who do not feel compelled to rate immediately, I encourage a leisurely perusal. I am not one to disregard counsel. This chapter one have shared in advance. And so it stands. Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly perplexed as to why Luna could utter such terrifying words with such calmness. What shocked her even more was witnessing Anriel nodding in agreement with this unsettling assertion. How could this be? Why engage in such pretense with them? Anriel chuckled softly, saying, "Let us speak plainly and candidly. They are the vanquished of war, the enslaved, the spoils of conflict. In the war of races, as the triumphant faction, even the common folk of the sorcerers are entitled to decide the fate of the warriors from the defeated side." Anrielton paused, his tone shifting. "However, I personally suggest it would be prudent to retain them, for they represent considerable labor potential, and each possesses magical abilities, making them quite useful as tools." Hermione instinctively took a step back. At least for the time being, she found herself unable to comprehend Anriel's ideology. Insufficient strength would only lead to calamity. The vanquished could only serve as a stepping stone for the victor's ascent to greater heights. Anriel spoke with profound significance. Uttering these words, "Let us set aside this topic for now, as time is nearly upon us." "What time? What do you mean by nearly?" Hermione exclaimed, her eyes brimming with confusion. Anriel did not respond to her. Instead, she gazed up at the sky, seemingly admiring the star-studded expanse of the night. The forest was enveloped in an eerie silence. Suddenly, a voice, or rather, an incantation, shattered this delicate tranquility. Rebirth of the bones. The roar was imbued with unparalleled fervor. A brilliant green light surged into the night sky, revealing an immense skeleton, composed of countless emerald stars. A colossal serpent slithered from the skeleton's maw, resembling a long tongue, writhing in a manner that evoked both physiological and psychological discomfort. The skeleton ascended higher, emanating a dazzling glow amidst a swirling mist of green, resembling a newly formed constellation against the inky backdrop of the night sky, radiant and resplendent. Terrified screams echoed through the woods, rising and falling, emanating from various individuals, yet conveying a singular sense of dread. "The Dark Mark!" Hermione cried out in horror. It seemed that everyone in the forest recognized this symbol, stirring memories of a time steeped in white terror, regardless of whether they had truly lived through it. Regrettably, this chaotic moment did not linger for long. A series of crackling sounds erupted, the manifestation of phantoms resembling the popping of firecrackers, strung together in rapid succession. "Fainting spells," a chorus of diverse voices proclaimed. "How splendid! The audience is all assembled." Anriel raised her wand towards the heavens, a hint of inexplicable excitement gracing her visage. "The omen of death ascends. The deceased shall not perish." This resounding incantation reverberated throughout the forest. A column of grayish-white light surged skyward, etching a symbol upon the firmament. A triangle materialized first, followed by a vertical line that bisected this triangle. At the centroid of the triangle, a grayish-white dot emerged, gradually expanding until it transformed into a skull, replacing the circular motif within the emblem of the deathly relic. Anriel's assessment is striking. The death symbol in the sky suddenly took on a three-dimensional form, as the entire skeleton detached from the triangular plane and extended outward, sinking its teeth into the green skull of the dark magic emblem. In the next moment, that green skull shattered into a myriad of luminous particles, and the once fearsome and grotesque body of the giant serpent now appeared to be in a state of frantic retreat. The forest fell silent once more, leaving only the death emblem suspended in the air, shimmering brilliantly, its pale radiance illuminating the entire night sky, making the present moment as bright as day. Quite impressive. Wouldn't you agree? Anriel turned around, boastingly addressing the three girls. "So handsome, so charming, you've stolen the spotlight today." Luna's tone was one of endearment, gentle and exuberant. Cool Ginny's voice was filled with admiration, a blend of astonishment and heartfelt submission. Hermione remained silent. She uttered not a word. Her gaze fixated on the flickering mark of the deceased in the sky. How can they even be called Death Eaters? From now on, let us refer to them as the Eaters of Corruption, she mused with a hint of irony. Anriel chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. He grasped his magic wand and made his way towards the area teeming with people. There, a ring of astonished Ministry of Magic employees stood, accompanied by a few panicked children. No one knew who had conjured the mysterious object hanging in the sky, nor what its purpose was. Most importantly, what did it signify? Anriel, donned in a suit, resembled a dignified and graceful undertaker. The bushes parted, revealing a path leading to a clearing where the crowd had gathered. Anriel approached, followed closely by the trio. Arthur Weasley, Amos Diggory, Bartemius Crouch, and Amelia Bones were all present now. Let me ascertain how the situation has unfolded. Anriel cast a glance at the domesticated house elf that Mr. Diggory was holding, which resembled a soft, sagging cloth bag, and a sudden realization dawned upon her. A house elf wielding a wand had appeared beneath the ominous dark mark. Anriel deftly manipulated her wand as she gradually approached Mr. Diggory, her gaze fixated on the shimmering light. With a sudden pop, Ludo Bagman materialized at the edge of the clearing, appearing somewhat disoriented. "Grindelwald, sir," Barty exclaimed, his eyes bulging, his voice trembling with a hint of faint firmness. He lifted his gaze to the grayish-white mark in the sky before lowering it once more to Anriel. "What? Grindelwald? Barty, what are you saying?" Bagman seemed taken aback, shaking his head vigorously. It appeared that this former Quidditch player had a decent grasp of history. "Me? Mr. Crouch. Do you have any advice for me?" Anriel halted his steps and turned toward Crouch. Crouch took a deep breath, displaying remarkable professionalism. "You should not launch your mark into the sky, nor should you impede the Ministry's efforts to maintain control over the situation." Crouch was indeed correct. At this moment, Anriel's actions undoubtedly present an even greater challenge to the Ministry of Magic. The Quidditch World Cup, with the Bulgarian and Irish supporters, alongside spectators from various other nations, vastly outnumber the British attendees. Moments ago, Voldemort's mark shot into the sky, inciting panic among nearly all the British present. Now, to make matters worse, Grindelwald's mark has also ascended. The Bulgarian camp has already begun to wail in despair, with several succumbing to heart attacks. While the French camp has turned pale with fear, their flags raised in distress. Voldemort instilled a sense of white terror among the British, primarily inflicting physical destruction and torment. In contrast, Grindelwald excels in the annihilation of the spirit, a true, generational torment, not merely affecting a single generation. This denotes the profound impact of Anriel's mark as it soars into the heavens. In every conceivable aspect, it is far more malevolent than that dark mark. Well said. But what comes next? With a casual flick of his wand, Anriel pointed at the unconscious house elf. "Are you truly willing to disregard this house elf, who is highly likely to conjure the dark mark, simply because she belongs to you?" Anriel effortlessly replaced the contentious issue of the emblem he had launched into the sky with a topic that was remarkably easy for others to accept. The surrounding wizards collectively gasped in astonishment. Anriel gazed upon the rigid countenance of Crouch, a slight smirk gracing her lips. "Perhaps we ought to rouse this little one and hear her explanation for the circumstances," she suggested, with a flick of her wrist. The pair of bulbous eyes belonging to Shan fluttered open. However, the first visage she beheld was that of the ashen-faced Mr. Crouch. A piercing shriek escaped Shan's lips, followed by a fit of sobs. "Shan, you were discovered beneath a newly emerged dark mark, clutching a wand, and subsequently rendered unconscious by the Ministry employees who arrived upon the commotion. I believe your master at the Ministry, along with his colleagues, would require a plausible explanation from you." Anriel's tone was light and cheerful as she gazed curiously at the seemingly on the verge of collapse little sprite. However, before Shan could respond, a sharp crack echoed through the air as yet another individual joined the throng at the Ministry of Magic. With disheveled black hair, a gaunt frame, and eyes resembling those of a ravenous wolf, it was none other than Sirius Black. His gaze swiftly swept across all present, quickly honing in on Harry. And he also caught sight of Anriel. He did not look up at the death mark conjured by Anriel, appearing as though he had already encountered it while pursuing Death Eaters nearby. Simultaneously, Amos Diggory had drawn the wand discovered in Shan's possession, beginning to interrogate the sprite. "Ah, my wand." Harry's exclamation drew the attention of everyone in the vicinity. "Your wand?" Mr. Diggory regarded the wand in his own hand with skepticism, then glanced at the boy who had spoken, his expression suggesting he did not recognize Harry Potter. I found it while hiding in the forest, Harry defended himself. Why don't we examine the history of this wand? Anriel offered a friendly reminder. Ah, indeed, it should be thus. If Harry Potter's wand were to be stolen and utilized to summon the Dark Mark, Mr. Diggory suddenly grasped the situation. Muttering to himself as he drew forth his own wand, pointing it at Harry's, Reverto, an ironclad piece of evidence emerged. The expression of fear on Flash's face intensified, as though she were on the verge of fainting at that very moment. Mr. Crouch's jaw muscles bulged, seemingly in a fierce clinch, epitomizing the phrase gritting one's teeth. Ah, it appears the outcome is rather unfavorable for the house elf side. Anriel spoke with an air of delight in the unfolding drama, casting a casual glance at Crouch. Crouch must have felt the sting of insult. He chose to unleash his ire upon his own house elf. Under Hermione's disdainful gaze, Crouch, indifferent to the scrutiny of the 14-year-old girl, discarded a glove in front of everyone, dismissing his house elf and leaving the creature to weep pitifully on the ground. Anriel shrugged and observed the reactions of those around her. Luna's eyes reflected a glimmer of compassion, yet she understood the inevitability of the situation, especially considering it was merely a domesticated little sprite. Ginny's expression conveyed to Anriel that she was rather indifferent to the matter. Hermione, on the other hand, was filled with indignation and loathing, her frustration palpable, as if she were on the verge of charging at Crouch in a fit of fury. Anriel surveyed his surroundings, noting that those around him seemed to believe that the matter had reached its conclusion. Everyone appeared fatigued, lacking any inclination to pursue the issue further. With a sense of disappointment, he raised his wand, causing the markings in the sky to explode into a dazzling array of starlight. No more entertaining spectacles. Time to return to slumber, he muttered. Yet, despite his words, his gaze lingered on the circle of Ministry of Magic staff encircling him. The good news was that no one hindered his departure. The bad news was that they were an exceedingly dull bunch. On his way back, Anriel passed by several distraught foreign crowds, each radiating sheer panic, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Occasionally, he caught sight of dismembered body parts, the result of frantic attempts to escape. Even if it meant resorting to apparition without proper credentials, ultimately leading to disintegration. Anriel has already foreseen what tomorrow's front page of the Prophet will entail. The public relations officer of the Department of International Magical Cooperation faces a daunting task ahead. A plethora of chaos has erupted, and the Ministry of Magic must elucidate why the forces of Grindelwald, which had never before manifested within the borders of Britain, have emerged following the World Cup. It is said that the Bulgarian Minister of Magic nearly fainted upon witnessing the emblem. Everyone is aware of who is responsible. The real question is, who possesses the courage to intervene? As he prepared to depart, Anriel intentionally distanced himself from the others, positioning himself at the rear. Accompanied solely by Luna. Among the group ahead, Sirius lingered behind, turning to glare at Anriel without a hint of trepidation. Anriel was not angry. With a snap of his fingers, a flickering light illuminated the surroundings, revealing a vague silhouette that gradually came into focus. Sirius stood still, a look of uncertainty crossing his features as he gazed at the figure that evoked a profound sense of familiarity within him. That handsome face gradually emerged from the shadows cast by the firelight. Sirius's eyes widened in astonishment, as if they might pop from their sockets at any moment. The figure was none other than Regulus. In the instant when Sirius Black came rushing back, he let out a laugh, vanishing into thin air alongside Luna. The figure he lunged for turned out to be nothing more than a mirage, dissipating with the smoke. The terror evident in Sirius's eyes was impossible to conceal. He distinctly perceived that shadow, strikingly reminiscent of Regulus, silently uttering something to him. Judging by the movement of its lips, it was saying, "Long time no see." Despite it being summer and the lingering scent of smoke from a nearby fire, an inexplicable chill coursed through Sirius. The gray vortex world. And three figures stepped forth from its depths. Ha ha ha. Anriel could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. The expression on Sirius's face was simply too exquisite. It was akin to encountering a genuine specter. After indulging in merriment for a while, Anriel turned her attention to Regulus, intending to discuss matters of significance. You have witnessed the situation at the World Cup. As it stands, the perspective of the surviving members of the previous generation regarding my father, whom you surely recognize, remains firmly entrenched in a rather conservative phase. I require you to disseminate my ideologies, commencing from Europe. Now, you have two options. Please make your choice. Anrielton paused for a moment, conveying that the essence of his previous statement was for you to initially select a stronghold, followed by Rodolphus making his choice. Paris and France, or Berlin and Munich in Germany would suffice. Please choose one. Anriel's selection is rooted in sound reasoning. Germany possesses a robust grassroots foundation. Albeit it may be laced with dark humor, this remains an undeniable reality. As for Paris, to phrase it more delicately, the populace exhibits a relatively high level of acceptance. However, to be more candid, the number of those who resonate with the cause often surpasses the permanent residents. Consequently, grassroots mobilization is quite feasible. Paris, indeed. I shall choose Paris. Regulus did not deliberate for an extended period before arriving at his decision. As for the focus of work, you are aware that in European nations, the public's trust in the Ministry of Magic is generally rather low. Anriel speaks with intention, and Regulus understands. In a year, perhaps two, I shall unveil what I term my plan in the United Kingdom. During this interval, I hope you will successfully establish a venture in the place I designate. I shall grant you access to a fragment of the authority over death. Anriel tilted her head, her face perpetually adorned with that distinctive smile. Do not disappoint me. A grayish aura seeped into Regulus, rendering his presence more desolate, while simultaneously allowing him to appear increasingly prosperous in another realm. Furthermore, do not take this lightly, nor underestimate me. I may occasionally conduct surprise inspections, so remain at ease. An inexplicable awareness, reminiscent of a diligent worker, descended upon Regulus, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Wait, I shouldn't have called out that name. Anriel, elder, subway, mobile phone. You are aware of what you are exclaiming, are you not, Regulus? In any case, Anriel did not escort the two directly to the doorstep of the Lovegood residence. The earlier scene unfolded in a hollow adjacent to their home. When Anriel returned with Luna, they remained just the two of them. The urgency to dispatch his subordinates stemmed from Anriel's observation during this World Cup, revealing that the psychological shadow of Grindelwald had nearly reached a tipping point among other European nations. Under such momentum, concealing one's identity and disseminating new ideological advancements could yield astonishing results. Luna tilted her head slightly and inquired of Anriel, are we ready to begin? Furthermore, who is Rodolphius? Is he among the deceased? Anriel responded thoughtfully, while Luna blinked, lost in her own contemplations. Suddenly, a premonition surged within Anriel's mind. He closed his eyes and engaged in a moment of divination, concluding that no insurmountable cost awaited him. To be more precise, it would be a situation fraught with tension yet devoid of real peril. Anriel's expression softened as he took Luna's hand and stepped into the Lovegood residence. This event could very well become the headline of the week. Anriel flipped through the pages of the Prophet, her astonishment palpable. Not only had the emblem of Voldemort made an appearance at the World Cup venue, but that of Grindelwald from yesteryears had also resurfaced. Moreover, the latter's display exuded a distinctly more formidable aura. For Rita, ever the sensationalist, this was an unbridled treasure trove of scandal. What? Voldemort is poised for a comeback? Panic is looming once more? What? Grindelwald has returned? This time making his presence felt within the borders of Britain? What? The insignia of Voldemort has been shattered by that of Grindelwald? Each of these topics, when considered in isolation, is explosively captivating. Thus, their convergence is nothing short of sensational. Anriel was somewhat uncertain about Dumbledore's perspective on the matter. It is likely that his feelings would not be particularly strong. Rather, with Anriel's presence, such events were bound to transpire eventually, and Dumbledore had long since mentally prepared himself for this eventuality. After all, during his youth, he had adeptly navigated numerous interviews, possessing considerable experience in such matters. For Dumbledore, these minor inconveniences paled in comparison to the challenge of finding a new defense against the dark arts teacher each year. This year's unfortunate selection was Moody. Anriel does not perceive any issue with appointing Barty Crouch Jr. as the defense against the dark arts professor for a year. At the very least, he is indeed imparting knowledge, and he does so quite proficiently. Furthermore, if Anriel were to expose Crouch prematurely, then all the efforts he invested during his vacation in the planning at Little Hangleton would be rendered futile. Time wasted is one matter. The absence of amusement would be a greater loss. Thus, Anriel chose to remain indifferent, even finding a certain pleasure in the situation, until the department deemed it appropriate to reveal the truth. Anriel cast a glance at the stationery on the table, rolling her eyes in silent exasperation. Really? Was it necessary to emphasize such matters in a letter addressed to Dumbledore? Indeed, Anriel found herself seated in the armchair of the headmaster's office, idly passing the time. Today was September 1st, the day of the new term. Soon, a throng of young men and women would arrive on a crimson-hued train from London. Following a sumptuous feast, Dumbledore would unveil the details of the Triwizard Tournament to them. So why the insistence that the announcement be withheld until the ministry deemed it appropriate? Could it be that Fudge still harbored delusions about the ministry's actual influence over Hogwarts? The institution had long since escaped the direct jurisdiction of the Ministry of Magic. In a sense, Fudge's concerns were not entirely unfounded. Hogwarts was indeed evolving into a bastion of unilateral decision-making. Primarily, Dumbledore had successfully appointed a defense against the dark arts teacher, thereby preempting Fudge from placing his own candidate at Hogwarts this year. Anriel once again fiddled with the Prophet's Daily in his hands. Throughout the entire summer, the publication dared to report on anything and everything. Save for one particular incident, the attack on Azkaban. The ramifications of this event were far-reaching and profoundly detrimental. The Ministry of Magic must have employed the full extent of its bureaucratic capabilities to suppress any information regarding this matter. Thankfully, Azkaban lacked a visitation mechanism. With all the inmates deceased, the situation would undoubtedly incite severe unrest in any societal context. Contemplating this, Anriel extended his left hand, scrutinizing the resurrection stone nestled within it. Most of the individuals he could currently summon were those infamous prisoners he had dispatched at Azkaban, each stained with a dubious past. Regulus had been dispatched to Paris, while Rodolphus contemplated his journey to Munich instead of Berlin, although he would ultimately be unable to evade Berlin for ideological promotion. One must admit, the most open-minded taverns in the world eagerly await your presence. Having joined the Hell's Jokes Club, War Jokes section, let us set aside the two of them for now. Presently, if Anriel required a reliable errand runner with a modicum of notoriety, he mused. Well, despite his somewhat unfriendly disposition towards Neville, as long as misfortune did not befall him, they should not cross paths, right? Generally speaking, whenever Anriel wished, he could swiftly exhaust his time, which was often consumed in the study of the Resurrection Stone. The stone resembled a fragmented legacy left by a polymath, ample enough for future generations to dedicate their lives to its research. However, today, Anriel primarily focused on the invisibility cloak. Previously, when only the low-tier Resurrection Stone was at his disposal, he felt it unworthy to be compared with the other two Deathly Hallows. Now that the Resurrection Stone had been upgraded to a Pro-Max version, he felt the invisibility cloak was inadequate compared to its brethren. Only the creation of Anthook, the man from Sigma, had never been questioned for its efficacy. Indeed, was the true destiny of man to be found within the embrace of Tartarus? In truth, it was primarily due to Anthook's brazen application of deathly power in the crafting of the Elder Wand, creating an aesthetic reminiscent of Soviet craftsmanship. It was akin to wielding an exquisitely carved Tang Dao while facing a barbarian brandishing a hefty club, charging at you with a foolish grin, ready to strike. This sensation is often described as excruciating. The Elder Wand imparted such a feeling upon Anriel. Contemplating modifications seemed futile, as its course path had reached its terminus. It evoked the image of a high-class sorcerer being overwhelmed by a lowly brute. Anriel had dedicated over half a month to studying the Elder Wand with the intention of enhancing its potency, only to emerge with one conclusion: it would have to suffice. Anriel swiftly turned her attention to the study of the invisibility cloak. Is it not better to let oneself be? The more she delved into the research, the more perplexed she became. If the defining characteristic of the Elder Wand is its unassuming nature paired with immense power, and the Resurrection Stone's essence lies in its meek initial form contrasted with a forceful second manifestation, then the hallmark of the invisibility cloak is to refrain from any new entanglements. Anriel could not help but admire the third child of the Peveril family. It would be more fitting to refer to him as the sixth. It is well known that in this magical realm, wizards often possess a lamentable grasp of the sciences. Many are content with merely understanding the effects of potions, while remaining oblivious to their underlying principles. Aside from exceptional talents like Snape, few are concerned with the reasons behind the alchemical reactions that yield various effects. They focus solely on avoiding the production of defective concoctions, utterly indifferent to the nature of those failures. However, it is worth noting that from Snape's ancient textbook, it is evident that this prodigious talent is acutely aware of the consequences of each misstep, an indication that he has indeed experimented. This embodies the spirit of craftsmanship. Regrettably, in this magical world, individuals possessing such a spirit of inquiry as Snape are exceedingly rare, if not utterly unique. Education neglects the teaching of principles, favoring mere imitation. And all advancements in technology rely heavily on the sporadic contributions of genius individuals. Reform is imperative. Returning to the invisibility cloak, since its legend revolves around evading death, Anriel decided to approach the matter from that perspective. He first experimented with the Resurrection Stone, When the soulless spirit summoned by Anriel rushed towards the goat concealed beneath the cloak, he understood. From a creative standpoint, your second brother will always be just that, your second brother. Thus, while the invisibility cloak cannot be deemed entirely useless, it is fair to say it holds no significant utility. In the confrontation with the resurrection stone, the cloak was utterly defeated. Consequently, Anriel turned his attention to the creation of lethal spells, specifically the killing curse of Avada Kedavra. Adhering to a principle of rigorous verification, Anriel previously discovered the reasoning behind the curse's lethal efficacy. The primary mechanism is that the spell causes the soul to depart the body, resulting in death. However, a significant distinction exists between those who seldom kill and those who frequently take lives when casting the killing curse. Do not inquire how Anriel came to this knowledge. Under controlled variables involving unnamed individuals, Anriel confirmed that those who frequently commit murder can not only extract the soul of their target, but also shatter it entirely. For further details, one may refer to the individuals slain under Voldemort's command, who could not be resurrected by Anriel. Those whose souls were shattered could only utilize the primary phase of the resurrection stone, summoning a mere shadow derived from the user's memories. A pertinent example can be found in the 7th book, where Harry conjures the specters of his parents in the woods prior to the Hogwarts welding tournament. As of now, Anriel has yet to successfully resurrect James Potter, so let us tentatively assume this conclusion holds true. Moreover, the killing curse can obliterate any physical defenses that stand in its path before it strikes a living being. Hence, when Harry's parents were murdered, Voldemort's killing curse rebounded, not only claiming his own life but also, due to his half-alive state preventing his demise, demolishing the entire house. Upon successfully deducing this cause, Anriel gazed at his own skin with a complex expression. His skin is capable of intercepting the killing curse. The reason, however, does not stem from any ancient magic capable of halting such a curse. It is best not to elaborate further, as articulating such thoughts may provoke discomfort. Now, setting aside Anriel himself, the invisibility cloak was draped over a test goat. It is uncertain whether the goat had any sentiments it wished to express. Nonetheless, it appeared to possess no right of refusal. Then, knowing full well that a goat occupied that open space, Anriel witnessed a green beam of light pierce through, detonating the protective barrier behind it. So, this was the resolution. Bah! After a heart-wrenching bleat from a sheep disrupted Ariel's thoughts, she resolved to have lamb chops for dinner. However, even if this garment shielded her from the killing curse, it seemed to still fall short of true invincibility. While it may ensure her survival, it hardly reached the level of a life-preserving artifact, did it? Anriel yearned to delve deeper into his exploration. However, darkness had descended, and he was not a professional researcher. In a world vast and bounteous, the pursuit of sustenance reigned supreme. He descended to partake in a sumptuous lamb chop. While British cuisine may often be considered abstract, barbecue is a universal delight. As long as the ingredients are ample and the fire fervent, the outcome remains consistent regardless of the location. The students dining in the cafeteria that evening ought to express their gratitude to Anriel, for it was his suggestion that introduced an additional dish to the evening's offerings. One wonders if Hermione will once again resort to fasting this time. Anriel carefully stored away his invisibility cloak, donned the resurrection stone, and grasped a mass-produced elder wand before departing from the room of requirement to indulge in a meal downstairs. The interior of the now-deserted room of requirement drew attention to the neatly arranged invisibility cloaks. Although they remained motionless, we all understood that these cloaks would soon be put to use. However, the timing of such activities remained uncertain. During the opening ceremony of the school year, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as Dumbledore announced the cancellation of the Quidditch Cup for the year. A moment of silence enveloped the room when he declared that the long-dormant Triwizard Tournament would be held at Hogwarts this year. The students were acutely aware that, in most instances, Dumbledore would not jest openly in front of all the students. The excitement erupted. Even the recent arrival of Alastor Moody failed to dampen their enthusiasm. The Triwizard Tournament. As Dumbledore began to explain the origins of the tournament to those students unfamiliar with it, whispers of excitement erupted among some of the more fervent students in the audience. Anriel cast a sidelong glance at the foe Moody, observing him as he scrutinized everyone in the vicinity with that enchanted eye of his. However, his gaze lingered on Dumbledore for a notably extended period, likely out of fear of attracting the headmaster's attention. Anriel could not help but marvel at the fact that this individual was indeed quite cautious, possessing commendable personal abilities, and was entirely a qualified spy. Subsequently, Anriel began to mimic this false Moody, casting his gaze around the hall at his fellow students. He observed the Weasley twins whispering conspiratorially to one another. He noticed Ginny staring at him, only to feign exaggerated disinterest upon sensing Anriel's gaze. He saw Hermione fixated on a plate brimming with food, her silence palpable, her complexion ashen, the plate positioned at least a foot away from her. He also caught sight of Harry and Ron, their faces alight with excitement. In truth, most students bore similar expressions. Few were concerned with the fatalities of past Triwizard tournaments. Their primary interest lay in whether the so-called illustrious title could be bestowed upon themselves, regardless of how negligible the chances of such an honor might be. Anriel gently shook his head. He would not participate in the Triwizard tournament. It was not merely his own reluctance. Dumbledore would never consent to his involvement either. The group from Durmstrang would not hesitate to resort to lethal measures, disregarding laws and regulations. Although the ultimate casualties would be their own, it would still pose considerable complications. In Anriel's eyes, their lives were little more than a substantial nuisance. As for Dumbledore's rationale for preventing Anriel from competing, although he had not explicitly stated it, Anriel could surmise the underlying reasons with relative clarity. Of course, Dumbledore had not overtly communicated his intention to bar Anriel from the tournament. However, the fact that he did not lower the eligibility threshold for participants, allowing 16-year-old Anriel to compete, was quite telling. Nonetheless, abstaining from the contest did not imply that Anriel could not influence its outcome. Until he returned to his dormitory to rest, Anriel contemplated ways to further muddy the waters of the Triwizard tournament. He had several ideas he was eager to test. However, before that, he intended to skip one of his classes to observe how the foe Moody conducted his defense against the dark arts lessons. During the first week of classes on Thursday, the fourth-year defense against the dark arts session commenced. Thud, 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 Moody's wooden leg struck the floor, producing a sound that, while not particularly loud, was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Put your textbooks away, Moody commanded without turning, his magical eye swiveling to fixate on Anriel, who was seated at the side of the classroom. Ah, Professor Moody. Anriel inclined his head slightly, stating, I have come today with the intention of auditing a class. He shrugged his shoulders. Although Professor Lupu's lectures are lively, engaging, and leave a lasting impression, I cannot shake the feeling that they fall somewhat short in practical application, particularly in the realm of wizard combat practice. Anriel spoke the truth, for Lupin's dueling skills were rather limited, eclipsed by those of his two close companions, James Potter and Sirius Black. These two troublemakers frequently found themselves in predicaments that necessitated visits to the hospital wing due to their reckless dueling escapades. In contrast, Remus, during his school years, committed the grave error of enabling his friends to bully others, and, without the transformation into a werewolf, his dueling prowess was hardly commendable. Consequently, teaching students was far beyond his capabilities. However, the imposter Moody before Anriel was an entirely different character. He emerged from a life fraught with peril. In terms of courage, strategy, skill, and experience, he vastly outmatched Lupin. It was a stark contrast between a theoretical scholar and a seasoned practitioner, rendering any comparison futile. Thus, after Anriel's thorough explanation, Moody consented to allow Anriel to audit the class. This was indeed the unforgivable curse. Fourth year. Classroom. Practical demonstration. How else could one characterize Barty Crouch Jr.? As a complete madman? Even the real Mad-Eye Moody would not exhibit the theatrical flair of this character. In his perception, these children should possess the capability to confront the most malevolent dark magic by the fourth year, or at the very least, be able to safeguard themselves from such dangers, or avoid situations that would lead them into peril altogether. This pedagogical approach, while unconventional, was not without merit. Young Barty Crouch depicted it convincingly. Even if the real Alastor Moody were present, he would likely convey a similar message during class. However, when the three experimental spiders intended for teaching were produced by Moody, Ron's face visibly paled. Who shall speak first? Moody's deep, resonant voice echoed throughout the classroom. What do you mean you aren't even in sixth year? So I shouldn't inform you ahead of time about the nature of illegal dark magic? You have already commenced the demonstration, with a clear sound that resonated throughout the room. The spider, magnified for better observation, began to dance. Silence enveloped the classroom. The spider appeared to suffer no pain, as it was entirely under the control of the spellcaster. Moreover, once the spell's effects dissipated, the subject would forget the experience, or at the very least, most of it. Anriel once achieved a similar effect through the use of transformation and oblivion spells. This exemplifies the advantages of an open and dynamic mindset. The second incantation. As Neville timidly uttered this spell, Anriel was oblivious to the current emotional state of young Crouch. The spider writhed in agony, its 8 legs helplessly thrashing in the air. It was an exceptionally effective method of torment, whether physical or psychological. Anriel recommends the complementary use of the shadowless blade alongside the shifting sands, followed by a physical torment. This is not to endorse such practices. After all, the soul of Bellatrix, forcefully slain and manipulated by Anriel, still resides within the Resurrection Stone. Lastly, we have the killing curse. This matter requires little elaboration. Its effect is straightforward and brutal, a concept Anriel has thoroughly dissected. Simple. Yet, even simplicity is relative, particularly to Anriel. Within this classroom, at most, only the false Moody might consider such a curse uncomplicated. For these 14-year-old youths, the unforgivable curse remains far too premature. Anriel observed the youthful faces around him, each one etched with fear and panic. He noticed that Navi's typically flushed round face had turned an alarming shade of white, his eyes reflecting a terror and torment as if he had been struck by the cruciatus curse. Barty Crouch Jr. pointed his wand at the last spider in the jar. Everyone was acutely aware of the impending event. Avada Kedavra! A flash of green light erupted. For these children, it was the first time they had ever felt the piercing discomfort of such an intense hue. In Anriel's perception, it was as though a wisp of smoke dissipated. The killing curse, Avada Kedavra, extracts or shatters the soul of humans. However, for creatures of lesser intellect, such as giants and other lowly beings, its effects are far more brutal. Generally, the killing curse obliterates these weaker souls entirely. In contrast, creatures of higher intellect like centaurs or werewolves possess souls comparable to humans. And it is not uncommon for certain individuals within centaur clans to have souls that far surpass those of humans. Returning to the classroom, the killing curse is formidable. Dreadfully so, and utterly inescapable. Barty Crouch Jr. murmured, cultivating an atmosphere of chilling terror within the classroom. The killing curse necessitates a foundation of immense magical power. You may all draw your wands, aim them at me, and recite this incantation. I suspect I will merely suffer a nosebleed at most, but that is inconsequential. I am here to teach you how to pronounce the spell. Anriel's face twitched slightly, a hint of difficulty in maintaining composure. If I were to point at your nose and utter the phrase Avada Kedavra, your demise would undoubtedly become the most triumphant joke of the underworld this year. Do you not understand? It is wise to harbor doubts, but let go of them in your next life. Objectively speaking, the effectiveness of this lesson was commendable, successfully achieving its intended purpose of warning or, one might say, instilling a sense of deterrence. Anriel departed from the classroom mere moments before the bell rang, precisely when the foe Moody instructed them to take notes. The enchanted eye followed him diligently until he rounded 2 corners and exited that level, at which point the imposter Moody regained control of the eye, redirecting it back into the classroom. The subsequent month unfolded with little of note. As everyone was absorbed in the exhilarating anticipation of the upcoming Triwizard Tournament, there were, however, a few minor revelations. Through subtle inquiries, Anriel discerned that Hermione seemed to have re-established the abstract organization known as S.P.E.W., though a few of his remarks during the World Cup appeared to have unsettled her. Consequently, neither Anriel nor Ginny and Luna had heard Hermione mention the matter in their presence. What is Anriel's perspective on this matter? He is too indifferent to care. The servitude of house elves is an intrinsic aspect of their identity. Without this role, the very existence of their kind might be called into question. Moreover, the number of those who treat house elves as slaves remains relatively small. Hermione errs in perceiving this minority as a majority. The distinction between a house elf and a slave is indeed substantial. Hermione cannot fathom why some individuals are utterly unconcerned about their enslavement of house elves. Yet, from another viewpoint, most house elves, particularly those residing in a well-regarded establishment like Hogwarts, find it equally perplexing to comprehend Hermione's line of reasoning. Is she not a bit unhinged? That is essentially the sentiment. Aside from this matter, the entirety of September passed in such a manner. Of course, this only indicates that there were no significant occurrences within the school. Anriel dispatched Bella to the present-day Azkaban to observe the repairs and compensatory measures implemented by the Ministry of Magic. In the current Azkaban, the Auror Office maintains a year-round rotation, as the Dementor species has ceased to exist. Their ability to consume the emotions of others and extract souls has become a thing of the past, provided Anriel does not reveal it. Furthermore, the Ministry of Magic exercises an exceptionally stringent information blockade, ensuring that not a whisper of Azkaban's affairs escapes into the outside world. This is the British Ministry of Magic. Yet Anriel's influence extends far beyond the borders of England. Regulus and Rodolphus are diligently laboring for Anriel's cause, occasionally reporting on their progress. In France, Paris, Regulus has chosen this locale. Within this city of romance, a multitude of wizards is scattered among muggles. Moreover, and most importantly, Grindelwald once propagated his ideology here. Even now, many believe that Grindelwald's methods were the rightful path. For these individuals, a brief discourse might evoke the fervor reminiscent of Grindelwald's era. After all, our ancestors wisely advised, gather grain in abundance, build tall walls, and delay the claim to kingship. Thus, Regulus deemed it prudent to prioritize advocacy over radical mobilization efforts. Anriel bestowed upon him a nod of approval, granting him the liberty to act under his own name without the burden of fearing uncontrollable consequences. Meanwhile, in Munich, Germany, Rodolphus experienced unexpectedly significant progress. The wizarding community in Germany appeared to have long harbored discontent towards the Ministry of Magic, fostering deep-seated grievances. Within a mere month, Rodolphus had rallied a faction of right-wing zealots, intent on infiltrating the ministry from within. In a literal sense, he could not yet invoke Anriel's name for this endeavor. Rodolphus was acutely aware of this fact. Thus, he fashioned a guise of a terrorist, planning a dual performance of both the villain and the hero. He possessed a profound understanding of Anriel's philosophy. As long as those wizards who accepted muggles and those muggles who embraced wizards reaped the benefits, the fate of the others became inconsequential. In every sense, his comprehension was devoid of any fault. He had transcended the superficial to grasp the essence of the matter. Anriel also bestowed upon him a commendation, granting him partial access to the Resurrection Stone, approximately 60% of Regulus's permissions. His primary concern stemmed from the fear that Rodolphus might summon an army of the undead. Such forces, which challenge traditional human perspectives, typically evoke resistance and disdain. Anriel believed one should not act in haste. In other words, it would come to pass, but certainly not at this moment. As it stands, everything is unfolding in a manner that aligns with Anriel's aspirations. This state of idleness persisted until October 22nd. A notice was posted in the entrance hall of Hogwarts. The Triwizard Tournament, with representatives from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, set to arrive on Friday, October 30th. At 6 in the evening, guests were on their way. The topic of the Triwizard Tournament spread among the students like a highly contagious plague, igniting immense curiosity about who would emerge as Hogwarts champion. The reason was simple. Hogwarts was the only school among Europe's 3 great wizarding institutions that was divided into houses. Not only was it divided, but it comprised 4 houses, leading to fierce competition. Indeed, this rivalry serves to cultivate the individual qualities of students, elevating the average caliber of Hogwarts students above that of the other 2 schools. Yet, as for unity, well, that remains another matter entirely. Anriel paid little attention to this matter. He was preoccupied with planning for the events of the 30th. As a scion of Dumbledore, and bearing that distinctive surname that even the most discerning could uncover, he intended to position himself at the forefront of the welcoming party, ready to administer a touch of desensitization therapy to those charming Durmstrang students. Anriel must make it known whose territory Hogwarts truly is. A week's time is more than sufficient for Anriel to thoroughly investigate the identities and backgrounds of all members of the Durmstrang delegation, particularly focusing on their family histories specifically. Who among them perished due to Grindelwald, whether they are direct relatives like parents or grandparents, and similar inquiries. Consequently, on the 30th, Anriel stood slightly behind Dumbledore, wearing an expression of utter boredom. The faculty was already positioned at the rear, and Dumbledore had chosen to have Anriel stand behind him. It can only be said that Dumbledore was indeed intent on preventing any significant bloodshed on the very first day of the Durmstrang delegation's arrival. Quite the endeavor, indeed. Beauxbatons. Anriel gazed at the elusive black speck in the sky, softly murmuring. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. The tiny black dot above gradually expanded, transforming into a carriage the size of a house. Indeed, it was as large as a dwelling. Otherwise, it would not suffice to accommodate the students of the Beauxbatons delegation this year, let alone the esteemed Madame Maxime. As Madame Maxime alighted from the carriage, the astonishment of the Hogwarts students only intensified, so much so that their attention was entirely captivated by Madame Maxime, causing them to overlook the Beauxbatons students who disembarked behind her. Anriel surveyed the group of handsome men and beautiful women. To be honest, the selection criteria for the delegation by Busbarton likely included a requirement for good looks. Is this characteristic typical of you French? Anriel scratched his head, contemplating that. From this perspective, it truly was a judicious decision to allow Regulus to develop in Paris. Dumbledore and Madame Maxime exchanged a few pleasantries, while the students from Beauxbatons curiously scrutinized their counterparts from Hogwarts. Observing the expressions of the Hogwarts students, it was evident that many were taken aback by the striking beauty of the French students, echoing Anriel's sentiments. It wasn't until Madame Maxime led her students into the castle that the murmurs regarding this group gradually subsided. Anriel sniffed the air, detecting a potent scent of the sea. The presence of the Durmstrang students was imminent. As the colossal ship emerged from the depths of the Black Lake, it sent up a spray of water towering over two men. The grandeur of Durmstrang's arrival far surpassed that of Beauxbatons. The overall aesthetic of the vessel leaned towards the ominous, exuding an essence reminiscent of the abyssal depths of the ocean. Surely, you dark wizards must relish such an ambience? The last Slytherin who dwelled in the basement has already succumbed to rheumatism. Do you truly dare to sleep in such a damp cabin? Anriel expressed his astonishment, particularly upon discovering that this group of Durmstrang students would be residing here for the remainder of the academic year. The smooth, almost serpentine voice of Igor Karkaroff resonated, to which Dumbledore responded with warmth and enthusiasm. Anriel dared to wager that if Dumbledore's inner thoughts aligned with his outward expressions, he would henceforth impose strict limitations on Dumbledore's sugar intake under the pretext of hypertension, hyperlipidemia, and hyperglycemia. Fortunately, however, as Karkaroff turned away, the smile that had vanished from Dumbledore's face allowed him to retain his right to indulge in desserts. As Karkaroff glanced around, his shifty eyes swiftly surveyed the students of Hogwarts. Surely, he could not be searching for me? Anriel raised an eyebrow, standing almost behind all the faculty members. If Karkaroff, with his height, did not jump, he would indeed be nearly invisible. Yet, Anriel could sense Karkaroff's expressions and movements even through the crowd, however subtle they might be. Unlike Moody, Karkaroff did not possess the ability to see through obstacles. It appeared that Karkaroff was genuinely searching for Anriel. Upon failing to find him, he seemed to exhale in relief. Krum approached Karkaroff, his face stern and silent, allowing Karkaroff to fawn over him. However, the term fawn seemed somewhat inaccurate. Inquire with concern might be a better fit. Nonetheless, Karkaroff indeed left Anriel with the impression of being overly obsequious towards Krum. Anriel gazed intently at the two individuals until they approached the castle. Krum, shrouded in his cloak, did not look back and entered directly. However, Karkaroff seemed to sense something amiss. As he turned, his gaze collided directly with Anriel's. In an instant, Anriel's figure vanished among the slowly returning Hogwarts students. Karkaroff's eyes widened in astonishment. During the welcoming feast, the students from Durmstrang were seated beside the Slytherin table, while those from Beauxbatons found their places next to the Ravenclaw table. This arrangement was quite reasonable. However, the seating in the Great Hall of Hogwarts is of particular significance. The closest positions to the staff table were occupied by the presidents of the Student Council, regardless of their respective houses. Behind the Student Council presidents, the prefects from each house were seated. The issue, however, arose precisely from this arrangement. Anriel sat here with Luna. Although Anriel is now in the 5th grade and undoubtedly serves as the head of Ravenclaw, Luna is merely in the 3rd grade at the tender age of 13. Among a group of 15, 16, and 17-year-olds, a young girl finds herself amidst them, and strikingly, none of the others seem to question her presence. This alone is sufficient to provoke curiosity among the representatives of Beauxbatons seated beside Ravenclaw. Anriel chuckled softly, remaining silent. He did not accompany the professors in guiding Madame Maxim and Karkaroff on a tour of Hogwarts. Instead, he opted to assist with some behind-the-scenes tasks. This choice allowed him to join Luna directly after completing his responsibilities. Once everyone was seated, Dumbledore announced the commencement of the meal in a rather down-to-earth and delightful manner. Anriel surveyed the small pot of French onion soup before her with a skeptical gaze. The quantity of cheese seemed rather excessive. After tentatively sipping a spoonful, Anriel found herself in awe of this caloric bomb. However, the wine-braised clams were exquisitely prepared, and it appeared that Luna shared her enthusiasm. Indeed, traditional British cuisine can be quite a trial. A poor review. Anriel watched the World Cup, thus he recognized who Victor Krum was. However, he was unfamiliar with Fleur Delacour. Due to his laziness, he only investigated the members of the Durmstrang delegation. The French girls all seemed quite similar in appearance and were undeniably attractive. Yet, Anriel, indifferent to superficial charm, found it difficult to discern which among them possessed the Quandary lineage. Fortunately, a small incident soon revealed to Anriel the identity of Fleur. He utilized his own spoon to scoop a portion of ice cream cake from his plate and fed it to Luna. She then displayed an expression of sheer bliss. This moment caught the attention of two girls from both batons. Perhaps overwhelmed with excitement, the girl next to Fleur raised her voice. Though ordinarily only Fleur would have been able to hear her. However, by chance, Anriel had exceptional hearing. Oh, Fleur. That girl appeared to be only a few years older than Gabrielle. Anriel wore a puzzled expression. When did the French become so conservative? Although Luna did not hear the girl's words, it did not prevent her from savoring the sweet cake that Anriel had offered her, smiling even sweeter than the dessert itself. Anriel had no desire to turn his head, nor to cast even a sidelong glance at the expressions adorning the faces of the two girls. Hey, do you believe this is a damn coincidence? Anriel silently criticized within herself, feeling no remorse whatsoever. After all, what was wrong with indulging one's girlfriend? Anriel turned towards a towering milk jelly that had mysteriously sprouted from the plate. However, just as Anriel had scooped a piece of the pale, gelatinous treat, intending to place it in her mouth, Luna intercepted her midway, gazed at the young girl, who extended her delicate little tongue, the tip revealing a translucent, gel-like substance within her mouth. Anriel, unwavering and resolute, decisively extended her finger and tapped Luna's forehead, admonishing, "Behave yourself and eat properly. Do you still wish to maintain some dignity? If you intend to cause a scene in the dormitory, do not display affection in such a public setting." This has become a matter of principle, especially considering how youthful Luna appears, given her naturally youthful demeanor. In any case, this is simply unacceptable. This is a public space. My beloved is meant to be cherished privately. Anriel reached a conclusion. After dinner had concluded, and the plates along with the remnants of food were cleared away, Anriel requested Luna to release him from her embrace before he rose to his feet and walked to the side of the teacher's podium. There lay a large wooden box on the ground, clearly containing the fabled goblet of fire, a fact well known to those privy to its secrets. Having chosen ancient magic as one of his elective subjects, Anriel held a keen interest in the workings of the goblet. Thus, he volunteered to maintain and care for this aged magical artifact, preparing for the significant endeavors he planned to undertake. After Dumbledore introduced Barty Crouch and Ludo Bagman to the assembly in the Great Hall, he smiled gently and remarked, "Anriel, please bring that forward." Anriel reached out to grasp the wooden box, as casually as an ordinary office worker might lift a briefcase. The audience below was left in astonishment. Surely, such an object of significant ceremonial importance ought to be handled with greater solemnity. Wait a moment, who is this young man? Why does he appear to be someone who is clearly not a student from the 7th or 8th grade, yet is entrusted with this box? Anriel's seemingly simple series of maneuvers stirred a wave of derision among students from the other two schools who were unfamiliar with him. As for those who recognized him, Crumb and a few other students from Durmstrang wore expressions that suggested a desire to inflict harm. When Dumbledore elucidated the selection mechanism for the champions, Anriel cast a narrowed gaze over the assembled crowd. Approximately one-third of them diverted their attention away from Dumbledore and his discourse, focusing instead on Anriel. This contingent primarily comprised members of the Durmstrang and Beauxbatons delegations. It was only natural, as listening intently to the selection criteria held little relevance for them. After all, Hogwarts was the host, and the arrangements were dictated by their preferences. Consequently, this unexpected student was more likely to capture their interest. And this impartial selector was none other than the Goblet of Fire. Dumbledore continued, gently tapping the lid of the box. The ancient wooden container unfolded, revealing a cup seemingly carved from the gnarled roots of a tree, within which danced eerie blue and white flames. Anriel discovered that the depiction of the Goblet of Fire in the original text was rather inaccurate. Only upon close inspection could one discern that it was far from an ordinary, inconspicuous object. Standing amidst the flickering flames, one could feel an overwhelming sense of ancient solemnity. It exuded an aura reminiscent of an aged tree stump, old, weighty, and steadfast. Perhaps to the youthful gaze, such a goblet would indeed seem unremarkable. Every student wishing to contend for the title of champion must inscribe their name and the name of their school on a piece of parchment and cast it into this chalice. Dumbledore proclaimed to all present in the hall, "Those aspiring to become champions may register within the next 24 hours. Tomorrow, on the eve of Halloween, this goblet shall select 3 students whom it deems most capable of representing the 3 schools, and tonight, it shall reside in the entrance hall, accessible to all students wishing to participate in the selection." Dumbledore paused. However, considering that students under the age of 17 are likely to succumb to temptation and lack the requisite ability to withstand the dangers of the competition, I will establish an age limit surrounding the goblet. Dumbledore's intentions were unmistakably clear. With a gentle flick of his wrist, Anriel lifted 4 wooden planks, reassembling them into the sides of a box, after which Dumbledore replaced the lid. I sincerely hope that those who do not meet the registration requirements will refrain from futile attempts. Dumbledore offered this earnest advice. Yet it appears that few truly heeded his words. Anriel lifted the wooden box, traversed the hall, and made his way towards the foyer. As he passed by the position aligned with Krum, Anriel cast a glance at him and let out a soft sigh. After placing the goblet of fire in the foyer, Anriel did not return to the hall, for he was aware that Krum would likely come. This esteemed individual, heralded as the strongest professional seeker in history, possessed a temperament that was both resolute and obstinate. A short while later, individuals began to exit the hall in a steady stream, with the students of Durmstrang leading the way. Karkaroff followed closely behind Krum, and together they beheld Anriel standing beside the goblet of fire. Mr. Krum and Mr. Karkaroff. Anriel arched an eyebrow, her tone unperturbed. Krum remained silent, resolutely altering his course as he strode directly towards Anriel. Karkaroff appeared inclined to intervene, yet ultimately refrained from taking any action, allowing Krum to approach the goblet of fire, standing opposite Anriel beside the venerable magical vessel. Hagrid's Krum. Anriel uttered a name. It belonged to Krum's grandfather, who had been slain by Grindelwald. A vein throbbed at Krum's temple. I suggest you first secure victory in the Triwizard Tournament before seeking me out. Anriel tapped lightly on the wooden table of the flame cup and spoke softly. I do not intend to undermine your pride, yet it is imperative that you comprehend this. When one seeks vengeance, one must first presume that the adversary possesses greater strength than oneself. Otherwise, one risks the peril of underestimating the foe, which could ultimately result in the irrevocable loss of the opportunity for retribution. Conquering the Triumvirate Tournament is, in fact, a far simpler challenge than besting me. After Anriel finished speaking, he paid no heed to Krum's demeanor or reaction, and nonchalantly departed from his side, brushing past him without a backward glance. With his back turned to Krum, it was evident that Krum did not retaliate. He was indeed a principled, world-class athlete, possessing a sense of dignity. While Karkaroff was undeniably a scoundrel, Krum, though not a paragon of virtue, would not stoop to such ignoble acts. However, there existed another possibility. Krum might possess a profound cunning and a mind as deep as the abyss. He adeptly interpreted Dumbledore's actions, allowing Anriel to serve as his deputy before everyone, undoubtedly signifying the legendary wizard's regard for his progeny. In such a context, it would be inconceivable for Krum to act against Anriel without just cause or rationale. Moreover, Anriel spoke the truth. He might very well be outmatched. Thus, the night passed without incident. The following day, as Anriel traversed the foyer, he beheld the age line that Dumbledore had inscribed, a brilliant gold encircling the ground around the goblet of fire. The students of Beaux Batons formed a line, each tossing a slip of paper bearing their name into the goblet. It now appeared that if each school were to present but a single champion, the disparity between Krum and the other competitors from Durmstrang was monumental. Whereas the gap between Fleur and her fellow Beaux Batons students seemed far less pronounced. Krum was absent, or rather, the Durmstrang contingent was nowhere to be found. This impatient assembly of German gentlemen likely rushed to submit their names immediately after Dumbledore marked the age line the previous night. As it was the weekend, students gathered in small clusters throughout the day, engaged in discussions regarding which champion would represent Hogwarts. Gryffindors hoped for Angelina Johnson, Slytherins favored Cassius Warrington, Hufflepuffs supported Cedric Diggory, and Ravenclaws, well, hey, Anriel, are you not participating in the Triwizard Tournament? You will throw your name in, right? Such sentiments echoed in the Ravenclaw common room the day prior. Of course, he had no intention of participating. Anriel gently caressed the soft golden locks of Luna, who was curled up on his lap, and spoke in a casual tone. It is my father's explicit age limit. I cannot be the one to breach it, can I? Even though I have made quite a name for myself over the years, one must consider how young I truly am. He chuckled helplessly. Upon his mention, the students, including the senior students, suddenly realized that this was indeed a matter that could easily be overlooked. Anriel is a mere 16 years of age this year. Luna emits a throaty purr, reminiscent of a cat, or perhaps her current demeanor is a deliberate imitation of one. Furthermore, as you are aware, if I were to compete, the competition would lose its significance. The audacious words of Anriel echoed in the ears of everyone in the lounge. Most importantly, they were all aware that Anriel was merely stating the truth. Naturally, I could not remain idle. I was inevitably drawn into the fray. Those well-versed in the regulations of the Triad Championship were cognizant that those who had not familiarized themselves with them should return to their dormitories for a thorough review. The judges of this competition would undoubtedly include the heads of at least 3 schools. Anriel stroked his chin and, in the calmest tone, uttered the most outrageous statement. At that time, it is possible that I will cast the vote for the headmaster of Hogwarts. And I might even serve as the referee within the arena. In any case, as the host, I could potentially undertake all the roles you can imagine. The students in the common room expressed their astonishment. A more colloquial translation into Chinese might be deemed incredible. Luna, reclining on Anriel's lap, listened to the others praise him, a faint smile gracing her face. Soon, the Ravenclaw common room returned to its usual state, devoid of any particular distinction. This encapsulates the events of last night. Consequently, today, the members of Ravenclaw are genuinely indifferent about who will represent Hogwarts in the forthcoming competition. Anriel has now almost become the leader of Ravenclaw, as he possesses the ability to address all inquiries posed by the students. Indeed, all of them, at least for the time being. For those who are not Ravenclaw, it is challenging to comprehend the immense authority this has garnered within an institution that venerates knowledge and intellect. While it may be an exaggeration to say he has absolute sway, there is certainly a resounding effect to his influence. In this environment, where knowledge supersedes age, even a Ravenclaw above the age of 17 who enrolls will find that, due to their inferiority in all aspects compared to Anriel, they would receive no support from any competent Ravenclaw. Of course, friendships do not count. By the evening mealtime, Dumbledore placed the goblet of fire in the Great Hall. Anriel sat at the table, gently swirling the wine in her glass. This evening's dinner, while not as lavish as yesterday's, was still quite delightful. It seemed that the house elves below had made tailored adjustments based on the previous day's dining experience, eliminating certain unpopular dishes while introducing several new offerings. One cannot help but commend the professionalism of the house elves at Hogwarts. Once all the food had been served, Dumbledore rose, cleared his throat, and declared, "Now, it is time to unveil the identities of the champions of the Triwizard Tournament." A thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. Anriel gazed in silence. And then? What transpired thereafter is known to all, is it not? As Dumbledore concluded, that wooden cup, in a fit of frenzy, ejected a parchment inscribed with the 4th name, Harry Potter. Anriel gazed at the boy, who, regardless of the circumstances, was bound to attract attention, with a look of bewilderment. Helplessly scanning the surroundings, he silently prayed for someone to elucidate the unfolding events. Why had his name been ejected from that goblet? Was this not merely a figment of his imagination? Yet, there lingered an unsettling voice within him, warning that this was far from a fortuitous affair. "Potter, come here." Dumbledore called out to Harry, seated at the Gryffindor table. The entire hall buzzed with murmurs, as everyone seemed to be discussing the boy who had become a champion through dubious means. "Harry Potter, please make your way here." The bewildered boy stumbled towards the dais. The reasons, the processes, the outcomes, he grasped none of them. Not a single one made sense. Harry was oblivious as to why this had transpired, how it had come to be, and whether he would genuinely participate in the Triwizard Tournament or if, shortly, someone would approach him to reveal that this was merely a despicable prank. For the moment, he resolved to obediently follow Professor Dumbledore's instructions and move his legs towards the podium. Anriel, with great kindness, opened the door to the champion's preparation chamber for Harry. Who would have thought? Dumbledore and Anriel exchanged a glance and stepped into the chamber together. It was indeed an extraordinary occurrence. There was a 4th champion in the Triwizard Tournament. Bagman appeared quite astonished, yet this was, without a doubt, a most peculiar event, unprecedented in its nature. At that moment, Dumbledore and Anriel entered the room, closely followed by a throng of individuals, including Crouch, Karkaroff, and Madame Maxime among others. Madame Maxime. Fleur was the first to approach her headmistress to voice her protests. Dumbledore cast a gentle glance in her direction before turning to the central figure of the matter, Harry Potter. "Dumbledore, I am perplexed by this. Hogwarts has 2 champions? I do not recall anyone informing me that a host school could have 2 champions. Have I perhaps overlooked something in the regulations?" Karkaroff's tone was mocking, his demeanor exuding distaste and disdain. "I personally believe that the age limit you have drawn should effectively exclude those who are not of sufficient age," he remarked. However, Dumbledore did not dignify him with a glance. It seemed that Anriel's presence had significantly altered Dumbledore over the years, instilling an indefinable shift in his aura. He no longer appeared to pursue endless stability as he did in the original narrative. This was evidenced by his apparent disregard for Karkaroff. Even if Karkaroff failed to perceive this, there were still those who could. "Igor, this cannot be blamed on Dumbledore. The fault lies entirely with Potter, who has consistently flouted school regulations, often leveraging his fame to do so, Snape spoke, narrowing his eyes in defense of Dumbledore. This is unjust for both myself and Karkaroff's school, Madame Maxime asserted. Karkaroff's shifty eyes scanned the room, seemingly finding yet another opportunity to criticize Dumbledore. And what is the meaning of this child, Dumbledore? Even if he is your offspring, this is the champion's preparation room. His presence here is utterly meaningless. Anriel, who had been quietly observing, was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. He pointed a finger at himself, bewildered. Me? No. Are you sure you want to hear what you were saying? Dumbledore sighed softly, glancing at Anriel, who appeared eager to confront the matter directly. He then turned to Harry. Dumbledore inquired calmly, his tone even, his voice measured, enunciating each word with utmost seriousness. Harry, did you put your name into the Goblet of Fire? The boy shook his head in panic. He lacked the burden of a savior, the composure forged through countless brushes with death. At this moment, Harry Potter was merely an ordinary 14-year-old boy. Anriel suddenly pondered how Harry could possibly triumph in the Triwizard Tournament. What assistance could Barty Crouch Jr. offer him in this endeavor? Anriel cast a glance at Moody, noticing that his attention was entirely fixated on Harry Potter. It appeared that young Crouch was indeed falling short in his role. If he were the genuine Alastair Moody, even in the current setting, he would not allow his magical eye to remain idle. Whether he possessed the ability to hear all that transpired around him was uncertain. But one could be certain that he would ensure to keep his eyes vigilant in all directions. Anriel withdrew his gaze, now fixating on Kakalov. Mr. Kakalov, the matter at hand does not concern me, thus I advise you to refrain from seeking trivial disputes. Let us discuss potential resolutions. Would you not agree, Madame Maxim? There exists a peculiar allure in Anriel's words, prompting Madame Maxim to instinctively nod in agreement. How splendid that is. Anriel's tone rose slightly. So, Mr. Crouch, what do you believe should be done about this matter? Anriel turned directly to another judge, fully aware that this individual was currently under the influence of a soul-binding curse. Naturally, Crouch provided the expected response. Harry must participate in the Triwizard Tournament. Karkaroff's expression darkened. He asserted that this was not a fair competition and insisted that his students remain eligible until they had similarly selected 2 participants. Only when each school had produced 2 contestants could the competition be deemed equitable. You must reignite the Goblet of Fire, and we shall submit the names of our students. His urgency was palpable, almost rendering him articulate in his desperation, employing inverted sentences in his plea. Anriel suddenly let out a cold laugh. Old fellow, I have been waiting for that remark. Of course, Mr. Karkaroff. In the next tournament, Durmstrang. Karkaroff's complaint was abruptly interrupted as he was taken aback. What did you say? His eyes widened, revealing a mix of fear and bewilderment. I believe I have articulated my point quite clearly, Mr. Karkaroff. Anriel smiled. His hands clasped together. I would be most delighted to reignite the Goblet of Fire and present it once more, allowing the students of Durmstrang and Beauxbatons to continue casting their names until both schools yield their second champion. Do you have any objections? He squinted, grinning as he met the astonished gazes of everyone in the room. Is it truly so strange to seek what one desires? However, the goblet has been extinguished and shall not be rekindled until the next Triwizard Tournament. Bagman scratched his head, perplexed. It seems this former player is rather dim-witted. Anriel let out a sigh, then stepped out of the room under the watchful gaze of everyone present. Mere moments later, he returned, holding the aged wooden cup. Its flame extinguished. Rules are merely meant to be broken. Anriel snapped his fingers, and with a whoosh, emerald flames shot up to a height of over 2 feet. If one is to abide by the rules, so be it. All I need to do is inform the Goblet of Fire that this year is indeed next year. Kakarov's expression resembled that of a man who had just been yanked by the collar and given a thorough dressing down. Madame Maxim responded swiftly. She turned on her heel, likely to instruct her students to prepare another parchment, ready for immediate submission. Truly, she is a decisive and formidable French aristocrat, Anriel praised, then cast a disdainful glance at Kakarov. Your request has been fulfilled. Why not, like Madame Maxim, venture out to summon your students and toss in another note? Kakarov exited with a darkened expression. Anriel surveyed the surroundings. Since Dumbledore had not intervened in his earlier actions, it could be interpreted as Dumbledore's tacit approval. The expressions of Snape and McGonagall conveyed a sense of inevitability. The expression on Moody's face mirrored that of Crouch, as he appeared bewildered to the extent that he struggled to maintain the imperious curse, resulting in a synchronization of their demeanors. Crumb stood nearby, his countenance still dark and brooding. Fleur regarded Anriel thoughtfully, her thoughts unknown. The one could hope it was not the onset of her enchanting charm. Cedric's expression was one of inner turmoil. In fact, he was the sole occupant of the room who had not cast his gaze upon Anriel, for his attention remained firmly fixed on Harry Potter. Let me propose this instead. Anriel glanced at the 4 confirmed warriors and spoke slowly, to ensure fairness, as per Mr. Kakarov's suggestion. I will add 1 more warrior from both Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. This may seem somewhat unjust to Potter. Thus, we shall separate the individual scores from the team scores. What do you think? Although it was framed as a question, Anriel's tone left little room for negotiation among the warriors. Surprisingly, it was Fleur who first dissented. Upon reflection, it became clear that Krum held a unique status at Durmstrang. Regardless of who the second warrior might be, the ultimate glory would belong to him. Fleur's situation, however, was markedly different. Not only did she aim to bring honor to her school in this Triwizard tournament, but she also sought to carve out her own reputation. She was only marginally more accomplished than her peers, and the gap between her and her forthcoming teammate was not substantial. The separation of personal and team scores would only benefit Fleur, provided she was confident in her abilities. Cedric, with his Hufflepuff's straightforward nature, readily accepted the adjustment to the rules. His focus remained on Harry Potter, this unexpected ally, rather than on Anriel. As for Harry, well, he was still young and had yet to fully grasp the implications of it all. The false Moody's magical eye whirled in its socket, seemingly reflecting the user's inner turmoil. This script was amiss. The false Moody instinctively sensed that this situation could yield unforeseen consequences for his plans. Yet he found no grounds for rebuttal. Harry Potter's participation meant that Hogwarts dual warriors could not be in compliance with the regulations. Indeed, it was true. But Crouch had been controlled by the Imperious Curse, and it was only due to his established reputation and persona that he managed to evade scrutiny. You claim that having 2 warriors from Hogwarts is unfair to the other schools? Then you should send forth 2 of your own, and thus, fairness is restored. There was no moral or logical flaw in this reasoning, if they wished for Harry Potter to compete. Even the speechless Crouch had no choice but to reluctantly accept this alteration. The false Moody emitted a low, rumbling sound from his throat, akin to clearing phlegm, and then, leaning on his cane, he departed the room. Anriel grasped the flaming wooden cup and followed Moody, deftly closing the door behind her. In the foyer stood Dumbledore, Karkaroff, and Madame Maxime, encircled by students from the other 2 schools. The Hogwarts students wore expressions of astonishment, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Come forth. Those who still wish to participate, who believe themselves resilient enough, cast your parchment this way. Anriel pushed the cup forward and uttered a chilling remark. The faces of the onlooking Hogwarts students shifted in apprehension, while the assurances of safety were part of the official narrative. Anriel's statement undoubtedly conveyed that the Triwizard tournament still harbored the potential for death. Whom to trust? Trust Anriel. The official declaration holds less worth than scraps for the dogs. Subsequently, Anriel elucidated the reasons for the revote, inciting a wave of uproar. Moreover, the blame was deftly redirected, drawing a torrent of criticism towards Headmaster Karkaroff, the one who proposed this suggestion. Very well, indeed. This time, the reselection did not endorse Hogwarts students as candidates. And soon the representatives from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang cast their names into the Goblet of Fire. Mere seconds later, 2 unfamiliar names emerged, and the goblet extinguished itself once more. A wisp of blue smoke spiraling upward, awaiting its next activation, which could be years hence. Let me see. Anriel lifted the still smoldering piece of paper and, squinting, pronounced, the second warrior of Busbarton is Sophony Clare. Anriel curled her lips in disdain. Another girl? Are you certain that Busbarton is truly a girls' school? Moreover, what is this absurd French name? It is quite difficult to pronounce. Then, she revealed the name of the second champion from Durmstrang, Carmen La Clown. At first glance, it was evident that she was not of German descent. Anriel had nearly investigated every member of the Durmstrang delegation, and one individual left a particularly profound impression on him. This gentleman, named Carmen, hailed from Italy, and his middle name bore the semblance of a noble title, upon closer inspection. It turned out to be merely a particle, La. Observing his surname, Clown, it became evident that he belonged to a distinguished lineage of opera, undoubtedly a product of Florence's esteemed aristocracy. Moreover, this slender, frail intellectual was among the few in the Durmstrang delegation who held no animosity towards Grindelwald. Quite intriguing, indeed. Anriel gestured to the 2 newly minted warriors, ushering them into the preparation room. The 3 headmasters re-entered the chamber, their incessant commotion proving utterly exasperating. Barty, come now. The warriors are eagerly awaiting your introduction of the regulations. Ludovico Bagman appeared to be in high spirits for him. This unprecedented competition featuring 6 warriors was far more captivating than the stern demeanor of Crouch or the scowling visage of Karkaroff. Crouch cast a sharp glance in Bagman's direction before stepping to the center of the room, ensuring that all the warriors could see him. As per tradition, he announced the first characteristic of the Triwizard Tournament, courage. Anriel caught a glimpse of Furong inhaling deeply, while Crumb exhaled softly. Who could ascertain whether it was feigned? Regardless, once Crouch concluded his enumeration of all pertinent matters, Karkaroff and Madame Maxime swiftly departed with their respective champions, seemingly reluctant to linger even for a fleeting moment. The chamber was left with only a handful of individuals, Anriel being one of them. How does it feel to be a champion of Hogwarts? Harry appeared rather dazed. And since Anriel had not directly posed this query to Cedric, it seemed he did not perceive it as directed towards him. Anriel's lips twitched slightly. You two are both champions of Hogwarts, are you not? The two of them, caught off guard, felt rather awkward. For me. It is a privilege to be recognized as a champion of Hogwarts. I believe I should also express my sentiments as a Hufflepuff. However, such reflections are hardly akin to an acceptance speech. Anriel couldn't hold back and chuckled softly. Well, I must admit, I am quite anxious. Cedric also smiled, appearing to be less tense than before. What about you, Harry? Anriel turned to inquire. Harry opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. He merely cast a glance at Cedric. Anriel smiled lightly, perceiving Harry's thoughts. It was evident that he had grown accustomed to a life of privilege from a young age, even before witnessing the challenges ahead. He was already fretting over his potential rivals. One might wonder whether to commend his cunning or to chastise his arrogance. Alas, fret not. Even though each of you must calculate your individual scores, the final project will ultimately require the consolidation of the Academy scores. Individual scores will merely dictate the order of your participation. Anriel unhesitatingly upheld the illustrious tradition of the Triwizard Tournament by engaging in a form of subterfuge that could scarcely be deemed as cheating. After all, revealing the schedule was not tantamount to divulging the answers. Harry paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Professor McGonagall instructed them to return to their respective common rooms, where grand celebrations were likely to be held in honor of the 2 champions from Hogwarts. The Ravenclaw common room, where Anriel resided, was quite lively as well. Anriel, you must be aware of the reasons behind the changes in the competition format, right? Indeed. The inquiry echoed throughout Ravenclaw, as voices filled the air with curiosity. They were simply inquisitive children, drawn in by the allure of potential revelations rather than any lofty motivations. Anriel surveyed the circle of curious classmates surrounding her and shrugged. It seemed that the atmosphere was similarly festive among Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, albeit with a more pronounced sense of celebration. Only the world of Slytherin appeared to be marred by injury. Well, what do you think? Anriel pondered for a moment. After all, this event was initially suspended and then resumed this year, so it is entirely reasonable to have certain safety considerations. Competing in pairs is undoubtedly safer than competing alone, is it not? Anriel's remarks cannot be described as ambiguous. Rather, they exude a profound lack of sincerity. Almost everyone from Ravenclaw can discern that he is merely diverting the conversation with a perfunctory response. This situation can be attributed to one of 2 possibilities. Either Anriel is unwilling to speak, or he is currently unable to do so. Judging by Anriel's expression and his relaxed demeanor, it seems unlikely to be the former. Consequently, those in the lounge have largely grasped the essence of Anriel's message. Just as the atmosphere became somewhat awkward, Anriel interjected, however, there are indeed certain aspects I can discuss. What? You've just revealed it directly. What were we speculating on all this time? Several students gathered around Anriel donned expressions of mock agony, although they were somewhat prepared for his dark sense of humor. Harry's selection was indeed unexpected, and what I stated in the hall was entirely factual. Perhaps Karkaroff proposed the notion that each school should have 2 champions for fairness merely to criticize Dumbledore. This was likely a strategy for future negotiations, akin to testing the waters with a high price to gauge the baseline. Anriel let out a scoff, for he had not anticipated this. I readily acquiesced to his request. Anriel shrugged nonchalantly. This would not impact the competition, as each match is an individual contest. He wore a subtle expression, reiterating, indeed, it is an individual contest. The Ravenclaw common room fell into contemplation, soon dispersing in small groups, each returning to their respective dormitories for rest. After all, they were not warriors. And this year also brought the crucial examinations, the O, W, L, S. For the average student, These examinations were not to be taken lightly. They believed that since the Triwizard Tournament had been reinstated, it would continue in the future. Who could have anticipated that, following its revival, it would once again be prohibited? Anriel gazed at Luna, who was already waiting on the staircase leading to the dormitory area, and smiled as he ascended to join her. Whispers circulated among the students, suggesting that someone wished to use the Triwizard Tournament to bring about Harry's demise. Yet, Anriel was acutely aware that this was no mere rumor. How had such a notion come to fruition? Shouldn't the other three houses, aside from Gryffindor, unite in their condemnation of Harry Potter, who had surreptitiously submitted his name into the Goblet of Fire? Anriel could likely comprehend the circumstances that rendered Potter an exception, and the alteration of the competition schedule due to his participation is an entirely different matter. The former merely attests to the official's bias towards this transgressor, which is bound to incite public discontent. Conversely, the latter affirms that this incident was indeed an unforeseen occurrence, and the organizers are striving to rectify the inequities stemming from it. It is evident to any discerning observer that the revised dueling format, prompted by Potter's involvement, is markedly less fair to Hogwarts, especially considering that Harry Potter is merely in his fourth year. Under such conditions, Anriel audaciously remarked, those unafraid of death may freely enroll. The equation of Harry Potter's unexpected participation plus the Triwizard Tournament still carrying the specter of mortality implies that someone intends to seize this opportunity to eliminate Harry Potter. But who could it be? Surely not Dumbledore? Then who could it be? 3, 2, 1. Ding, ding, correct? It is Voldemort. Given what the students have grasped, who else would seek to extinguish Harry Potter's life without cause? Only the noseless one, Voldemort. Young Barty Crouch's task has merely reached its initial phase, and the ultimate puppeteer has now been unveiled. One cannot help but marvel at the unpredictable transformations wrought by the butterfly effect. Anriel does not dismiss the possibility of orchestrating events himself, yet, hypothetically speaking, is the butterfly effect inherently flawed? Young Crouch likely did not anticipate this sudden occurrence, as he is incapable of governing the thoughts of the masses. To let him manipulate public opinion would be less effective than allowing Rita Skeeter to take charge. At least she specializes in that field. Ultimately, this notion has spread like a virus among the students, including the other 5 champions. It appears they have all embraced this belief, for Anriel observed that their countenances were rather grim during breakfast. This can be attributed to 2 reasons. Firstly, no one willingly accepts the role of a supporting character in another's grand design. Secondly, according to this narrative, there exists a genuine risk of losing one's life in this Triwizard Tournament. The initial challenge tests what? Courage. Consequently, a shroud of gloom has settled over the hearts of each champion, affecting their spirits. Harry Potter, seemingly, finds solace in this, as others appear to be encouraging him to endure. To be candid, this is a rather voyeuristic mindset. If they truly cared for Harry, like Hermione does, they would advise him to merely survive, regardless of his scores. Yet, this group of instigators is urging Harry to pour every ounce of effort into the competition, which is tantamount to inciting him towards his demise. It is well known that Harry has 2 close friends. Hermione has undoubtedly perceived this situation, hence her current anxiety. As for Ron, his perspective may differ. Just this morning at breakfast, Anriel observed Ron and Harry sharing laughter, completely devoid of any sense of urgency. Unlike their fellow champions who wore expressions of distress. While a carefree attitude can be beneficial, it must be backed by competence. Otherwise, it is sheer folly. Furthermore, the student's attitude towards Harry harbors a latent disadvantage, one that only Anriel comprehends, and he takes pleasure in this development. Under Anriel's intentional or unintentional manipulation, he repeatedly deprives Harry of opportunities to build resilience against pressure. Anriel finds herself quite intrigued. She wonders what kind of person Harry Potter will ultimately become under such a nurturing approach. Will he be able to confront death with equanimity and ultimately vanquish the fragment of Voldemort's soul that resides within him? Of course, even if he struggles to face death, it would not matter. Eliminating the physical vessel of that Horcrux would still eradicate Voldemort's piece of soul. However, this method of cultivation presents multiple variables, which is more conducive to personal growth, friendship, or adversity. In the absence of such challenges, the bond between Harry and Ron seems to lack the process of reconstruction born from destruction, does it not? In recent days, everyone has been preoccupied with their own affairs. Anriel received a notification from Dumbledore, instructing him to retrieve the fire dragons. Dumbledore was well aware that with Anriel's formidable magical abilities, Subduing those fire dragons would be a trivial task, effectively preventing any potential injuries or fatalities among the dragon tamers. Anriel nodded and presented a new competition method. Dumbledore examined it carefully and contemplated its feasibility. Ultimately, he granted his approval. Dumbledore was even astonished to find that this new schedule was significantly more challenging than the previous one, while also ensuring greater safety. There would be no fatalities. In stark contrast, the probability of injury surged to 100%. Indeed, under Anriel's new dragon combat scheme, not a single warrior could escape the fate of injury. Should any manage to do so, it would be attributed to Anriel's oversight, leaving the explanation solely to him. In the 2 weeks leading up to the arrival of the dragons at Hogwarts, Anriel entered an empty classroom one afternoon. Or to be more precise, it had been empty just a few hours prior. "Oh, my dear child, how are your skills faring now?" Ollivander kindly inquired of Anriel. However, in truth, they had only seen each other a fortnight earlier. "Rest assured, Mr. Ollivander," Anriel confidently replied. "I believe my skills are improving with every passing moment." Ollivander chuckled heartily, not at all perturbed by Anriel's arrogance. Rather, it was evident that Anriel made such a statement precisely because Ollivander relished hearing it. As for the wand assessment for the Triwizard Tournament, Ollivander laughed for a while before bringing up the main purpose of his visit today. "Would you be interested in taking a look? Perhaps even practice a bit with wand assessment?" Anriel wore a smile on her face, though her heart was filled with exasperation. It was inevitable. She would have to tackle the questions with the answers in hand once again. Unable to refuse her mentor's proposal, she promptly acquiesced. Moments later, Dumbledore entered, accompanied by Ludo Bagman and Rita Skeeter. To be candid, when Rita entered and beheld Anriel, her eyes sparkled with excitement. During their last interview, a seemingly casual revelation from Anriel had nearly incited public outrage against Fudge. For a journalist, this was an immense honor, a rare scoop that even Rita seldom encountered. Yet, with a mere utterance from Anriel, it was as if a spell had been cast, rendering Rita speechless. She took a seat, deciding to defer any inquiries for later. The silent charm was indeed remarkable. Rita pulled a chair and noticed that whenever she sought to question Anriel about relevant matters, her lips seemed sealed, while all else remained normal. Thus, she resolved to inquire instead of the loquacious Bagman, for surely he would divulge a wealth of information. She retrieved a green feather quill from her crocodile skin handbag. The door swung open, revealing Victor Crumb and Fleur Delacour, followed closely by the remaining 2 champions from their respective schools. However, there was a noticeable difference. Miss Sophie appeared somewhat displeased with Fleur standing in front of her, while Mr. Cormac bore a smile, exuding charm and seemingly unperturbed by the situation. "Please, do remain patient. Our final 2 champions are likely still in class. But someone has already been dispatched to summon them," Dumbledore said leisurely. "Who shall go first?" A few minutes later, Cedric and Harry took their places, prompting Anriel to address all the champions in the room. "What? I mean, will you be checking the wands?" Miss Sophie from Beauxbatons appeared somewhat taken aback. "Certainly." Anriel extended a hand towards her with a smile, signaling for her to present her wand. It seemed that this French maiden exuded an air of nobility surpassing that of the hibiscus, albeit with a touch more restraint. Nevertheless, she retrieved her wand and handed it over to Anriel. "Allow me to behold the redwood." Anriel cast a glance at the young lady, truly astonished to discover that she was indeed a pure European. "You see, I am referring to matters of fortune." The 14-inch half-staff, adorned with the most exquisite strand of silken mane from a splendid silver-maned mare, is the epitome of elegance. Anriel held the wand before his eyes, squinting as he examined it closely. Safina was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by the young man's genuine ability to identify the wand's properties. A swarm of butterflies danced amidst the blossoms. Anriel softly intoned. A bouquet of exquisite and vibrant flowers burst forth from the tip of her wand, and the scattered petals, gently colliding with one another, coalesced into several butterflies of unparalleled brilliance. "Very well, take this, Miss Sophie. It shall be your finest ally in the first endeavor." Under the approving gaze of Mr. Ollivander, Anriel returned the wand to the young lady. Rita Skeeter, lost in thought, directed a subtle nod towards the wand in Anriel's hand, her eyes scanning the surroundings. "Very well, it is not only I, but also Mr. Ollivander, Mr. Crumb, Miss Delacour, and Harry. I kindly request that you all visit my master to have the wand examined." "Thank you." Anriel addressed the 3 individuals who were closer to Ollivander. Upon hearing Anriel's words, Rita appeared to regain her composure. Anriel caught a glimpse of the words Ollivander's apprenticeship inscribed in her small notebook, a fleeting moment. "Mr. Diggory." Anriel called out Cedric's name, and Cedric smiled, extending his wand to Anriel. It measured 12¼ inches of ashwood. However, the significance lies not in the wand's length but in its material. Those chosen by ashwood wands are typically characterized by their stubbornness and loyalty, qualities that perfectly embody Cedric. Anriel shrugged, giving a flick of his wrist that produced a thunderous crack from his wand before returning it to Cedric. The third examiner approached Anriel, Carmen Clown. For some reason, Anriel subconsciously sensed that this individual possessed a distinct aura. He scrutinized the second champion from Durmstrang before him, dark hair cascading behind his ears, neither long nor short, exuding a slender demeanor. Yet, the expression on his face and the condition of his skin indicated robust health, despite his lean physique. The subtle contours of his arms suggested that his slenderness did not detract from his muscularity. An intriguing character indeed. After Anriel acquired the wand, his fascination deepened. It is a wand crafted from the vine of grapes. Anriel grasped the base of the wand, scrutinizing it with a discerning gaze. The vinewood, a rarity among wand materials, often signifies its wielder's lofty ambitions and hidden depths. Measuring at 12�6¾ inches, it presented an enchanting figure alongside a curious character. The core consisted of the blood of a unicorn, and the craftsmanship of this wand was truly remarkable. Anriel was convinced that it was not the creation of either Ollivander or Grigovich. Yet, despite his intrigue, he felt no inclination to inquire further. After all, considering his own ability to mass-produce elder wands, why should he begrudge others any advancements in their craft? Holding the vine-like wand, Anriel was poised to cast a couple of test spells when a sudden realization struck him. Setting aside moral considerations, the most suitable incantation to assess the wand's capabilities was none other than the unforgivable curse, or at the very least, a dark curse. He cast a glance at the participant Carmen, who appeared rather innocuous. After a period of careful and rational deliberation, Anriel resolved to employ a minor dark curse to address the matter. Meanwhile, Mr. Ollivander, overseeing 3 valiant competitors, joyfully announced that their wands functioned flawlessly, without any defects. Rita Skeeter's gaze flitted between the warriors, seemingly intent on concocting an article about the intricate relationships among them. Yet, judging by the demeanor of these champions, it appeared that aside from the youngest, none of them were particularly approachable. As a seasoned journalist, Rita understood that fabricating stories about someone like Crumb, who had a substantial following, could lead to disastrous repercussions. Even vague evidence would suffice, but regrettably, she possessed none. Thus, she refrained from making unreasonable demands or posing outlandish questions. Upon completing the latest edition of the Daily Prophet, Anriel was astonished to discover that Rita had earnestly portrayed each champion and their distinctive traits, setting aside her inflammatory remarks regarding the rivalry among the 3 schools. Her descriptions of the champions themselves were remarkably objective. She knew precisely when to write what. In this instance, there was no need to belittle the sole youngest champion, Harry Potter. Rather, she could amplify his narrative, articulating the challenges he was set to face and expressing sincere concern. Such an approach held greater marketability. In summary, when Anriel observed Cedric and Harry Potter beginning to practice spells in tandem, he was somewhat prepared for this development. Although, due to academic standings, the 4th year could hardly be compared to the 6th. Furthermore, Anriel paid some attention to the competitor named Carmen. This individual was remarkably adept at navigating social situations, maintaining an almost negligible presence within the entire Durmstrang delegation. He never became embroiled in controversy, nor did he allow himself to fall into trouble. Were it not for the requirement that each school select a second champion, few would have noticed this unassuming presence. Anriel marveled at the spectacle before him. However, he had no time to concern himself with others. The arrival of several fire dragons demanded his immediate attention. That very night, Anriel departed from the castle through the front gate with utmost candor, unlike Harry, who had to stealthily navigate from Hagrid's hut while cloaked in invisibility. Although the number of warriors has increased, the dragons remain limited to those few available. Even if the proposal for change was put forth, it would be impossible to summon additional fire dragons on short notice. Apart from the 3 dragons, which will be allocated to the 3 academies, each pair of warriors will be tasked with confronting 1 dragon. The fundamental rules are indeed as such. The warrior's objective remains to seize the golden eggs. However, given that the teams are composed of 2, the potential for collaboration diminishes the challenge, necessitating an increase in corresponding obstacles. Anriel gradually made her way into the forest, as the low roar of the fire dragon resonated through the air. Upon learning that the inaugural challenge of this year's Triad Championship required 4 fire dragons, one of which was particularly fierce. Those with quick minds likely began to speculate on the tasks the warriors would need to undertake in the first round. Perhaps each group would be confronted by 2 fire dragons. "Ah, you must be Charlie." Anriel gazed at the leader, a man with striking red hair, and spoke in a relaxed tone. Strictly speaking, this was Anriel's first encounter with him. Anriel had never met Charlie Weasley during his previous visits to the Weasley residence. This second brother had either been occupied with work or simply absent from England. However, the distinctive fiery red hair typical of the Weasley family was unmistakable. Even in the dim light of the forbidden forest at night, it was readily identifiable. "You must be Anriel," Charlie Weasley remarked, extending a robust arm. Between the dragon hide gloves and the cuffs of his sleeves, a prominent scar, a likely burn, was visible on his wrist. "My mother and Professor Dumbledore have spoken highly of you." This Romanian dragon handler possessed a notably cheerful disposition. Anriel and Charlie exchanged a handshake before promptly drawing their wands. "There is ample time for pleasantries. Let us attend to the matter at hand." Anriel squinted, scrutinizing the fire dragons before her. Each of these formidable females, fiercely protective of their nests, radiated a raw, untamed ferocity that even a peculiar filter would fail to soften. Perhaps only Hagrid might find them appealing. "Charlie, if these 4 dragons were to succumb to unconsciousness simultaneously, would your team be able to safeguard those eggs?" Charlie's expression shifted, and he shook his head. "It's rather unrealistic. Managing to subdue 2 unconscious dragons at once would already be a tremendous feat given the groundwork laid by Mrs. Weasley and Dumbledore in introducing Anriel." Charlie, ever compliant, harbored no doubts regarding the veracity of her claims. If she asserted the capability to render all 4 dragons unconscious, then it was indeed within her power. Anriel understood. "Oh, I shall call upon each of you individually. Are you prepared?" He raised his wand, pointing directly at the nearest crimson lizard, which promptly fell into a stupor. After the calm incantation, Charlie's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. How shall I put it? The sight of a beam of red light, as thick as a barrel, erupting from a slender wand was truly an indelible impression. Once he regained his composure, Charlie immediately shouted to his colleagues, "Chinese fireball. Prepare for capture. Let us secure the eggs." Initially, his fellow dragon tamers were incredulous that anyone could pierce the ancient and formidable defenses of a fire dragon with a single blow, thereby rendering the beast unconscious. However, as the crimson beam sliced through the night sky, disbelief became untenable. Half a minute later, several dragon tamers hurriedly bound the unconscious Chinese fireball dragon, fortunately without damaging a single egg. Anriel shifted her gaze towards the remaining 2 dragons, whose ferocity paled in comparison to the formidable treant. However, it appeared that a person was sandwiched between the 2 dragons. "H, you have arrived." Charlie had initially intended to pass directly between the 2 dragons, but after casting a glance at the still-breathing flames of the treant, he decisively opted to take a detour away from it. In Charlie's blind spot, Anriel caught sight of the imposing figure of Madame Maxim, her robust physique concealed behind several trees. Even though she was a half-blood giant, hidden behind 3 10-year-old oaks and 2 towering fire-breathing dragons, she should remain unexposed. Anriel paid them no mind and effortlessly sent the Welsh green dragon into slumber. "You inquire about the sequence?" Perhaps the yellow-green dragon appeared far more unsightly compared to the other silver-blue one. Its appealing appearance granted this Swedish short-nosed dragon an additional nearly minute of tranquility. Perhaps having witnessed the gruesome demise of its 2 former companions, this dragon took a deep breath and began to unleash its fiery breath. However, they found themselves in a clearing amidst the woods. Aside from the tree wasp, none of the remaining 3 could incinerate the forest with a single breath of flame. The few shrubs and dried leaves that caught fire were swiftly extinguished by several torrents of water cascading from above. While it may have been quite the effort for these dragon trainers to subdue the fire dragon, they were undoubtedly adept at logistics. With the short-nosed dragon also having succumbed to unconsciousness, only the tree wasp remained in the arena. Even Hagrid discreetly shifted toward the edge of the clearing, crossing his arms to observe the scene. Charlie couldn't help but interject. "Anriel, how exactly is this competition structured? I still don't comprehend how 6 individuals and 4 dragons are divided into groups." Anriel gazed intently at the tree bee, a creature armed with lethal weapons at both its front and rear. With a slight motion of his lips, he declared, "Allow me to demonstrate with its aid." Anriel raised her wand, her wrist remarkably relaxed. "Soul departure." The incantation echoed loudly, resonating throughout the clearing. All present were momentarily taken aback, whether hidden or exposed, as the enchantment rendered them speechless. Suddenly, the tree serpent elegantly turned, Its tail, adorned with menacing black thorns, struck the forest floor with a resounding thud. The motion was fluid, devoid of any semblance of hesitation. This demonstrated that, given Anriel's formidable spiritual prowess, commanding such a dragon was a trivial endeavor. More importantly, if this was what the warriors had to confront in their initial challenge, a dragon under control, an instrument of death designed with human-like intelligence and unparalleled ferocity, it was no wonder that while fatalities were unlikely, injuries were inevitable. It all became clear to Charlie in an instant. Anriel cast his gaze upon the thicket in the trio of trees where Madame Maxim had concealed herself. That place was now deserted, likely as she had returned to prepare her valiant warriors for the impending trials. However, Anriel was utterly indifferent to whether the warriors would learn of the examination's content, for he had personally overseen the process and crafted the questions himself. Anriel shall never show leniency to any individual. 3 esteemed institutions, 6 valiant warriors, are on the brink of confronting what lies ahead. The fire dragon, manipulated by Anriel, is controlled remotely. The treant was unharmed throughout the entire process. Not a single fire dragon sustained any injury. However, it remains uncertain whether anyone suffered emotional distress. In any case, the unforgivable curse is merely forbidden against humans, and Anriel's use of it on the fire dragon should pose no issues. Do you truly believe that dragon tamers refrain from employing the soul snare curse to control fire dragons out of mere reluctance? Anriel gazed thoughtfully at the slumbering Hungarian hornet, contemplating whether to enhance its capabilities. The length of an adult Hungarian hornet can sometimes reach an impressive 40 to 50 feet, a measurement that rivals the distance of its fiery breath. In stark contrast, the other 3 dragons in this contest, even in their adult forms, measure only 20 to 30 feet. It is evident that this disparity is exceedingly unjust, particularly within the original framework of the competition. Should the number of warriors remain unchanged, each of the 4 would be tasked with confronting a dragon, rendering the adult Hungarian hornet utterly insurmountable for students. Consequently, our dragon trainers opted for a youth variant, measuring a mere 30 feet in length. However, this presents a dilemma, as this hornet, under the revised rules, ought to serve as a common obstacle for all warriors. Thus, the current hornet appears somewhat inadequate. Anriel must impart to them a measure of intensity. Presently, there are several alternative options at hand. The expanding spell, growth serum, one-click scale refinement and nail polishing, and firepower amplification. As Anriel gazed upon the dragon, he increasingly felt that, despite its rather unseemly appearance, there were indeed numerous aspects ripe for remarkable enhancement. If all else fails, why not transform it into an electronic dragon? A splendid amalgamation of technology and biology, flesh and steel, could yield a breathtaking creation. What? You assert that this fire dragon does not belong to Hogwarts? What a jest! Although Anriel lacks expertise in dragon husbandry, he holds a profound respect for the craft. Is 500,000 galleons sufficient? If not, so be it. Anriel could venture into the wild to capture one himself, should they refuse to cooperate. Among these potential modifications, the sole preparatory requirement is the growth serum, as potions must be freshly concocted and brewed, necessitating a certain period for preparation. Following the refreshing of his idea-generating abilities, Anriel experienced a surge of inspiration, had it not been for the dragon tamers surrounding him, who had already secured the fire dragon. He might have directly engaged in hands-on experimentation. After exchanging pleasantries with Charlie, Anriel returned to the castle. After all, modifications to the fire dragon were not permitted at this juncture, so he might as well retire for the night. Wait a moment. In the original narrative, Sirius would have a private conversation with Harry this evening. Now, however, Sirius could appear openly at Hogwarts, arriving in the capacity of Harry's guardian. Anriel felt a throbbing headache. The increasing changes signified that the potential paths of events were proliferating. He decided to take one step at a time, indifferent to the affairs of others. He had come to realize that for someone of his formidable strength, the most crucial task was not to alter the narrative or stir the waters, but rather to maintain the original storyline intact. This proved to be far more vexing than merely creating chaos. Of course, stagnation was not an option either. Yet, drastic alterations were equally undesirable. A plethora of unprecedented occurrences emerged, disrupting his leisurely pace. Resolved to abandon these thoughts, he retreated to his quarters for some rest. Harry would relay his experiences to Cedric, while Madame Maxime and Karkaroff would inform their respective champions about the challenges they would soon confront in the first competition. Upon reflection, it seemed that cheating indeed formed a traditional aspect of the Triwizard Tournament. Anriel gently pushed open the door. A soft gasp escaped as the light in the room remained on. Luna sat upon the bed, engrossed in a book, seemingly startled by Anriel's unexpected entrance. Still awake? What captivates you so thoroughly? Anriel removed her coat and, with a graceful turn, seated herself upon the bed, leaning her head towards Luna as if to glimpse the book in her hands. Secret, Luna playfully stuck out her tongue, and before Anriel could catch sight of the book, it vanished from her grasp. In a swift motion, Luna embraced Anriel and planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. Time for sleep. Anriel glanced at Luna. Her eyes slightly reddened, with hints of dark circles beneath. Had she been staying up late, indulging in romantic novels? Anriel found herself in a moment of bemusement. Indeed, it is quite natural for young girls of this age to be drawn to romantic tragedies. Luna, oblivious to Anriel's thoughts, flashed a grin, revealing her two small, sharp canine teeth, which gave her an endearing appearance. With a snap of her fingers, Anriel extinguished the lights. Good night. Good night. On Monday, Anriel arrived early at Dumbledore's office to confirm the updated tournament format. The first match is scheduled for Tuesday afternoon. The new format is tentatively set as a competitive duel, with the order determined by a live draw. Indeed, a duel. Each team will face off with their own fire dragon. Exciting, isn't it? However, there is a catch. Two teams will confront their respective fire dragons while also being wary of interference and attacks from their opponents. To add to the complexity, Anriel will also be manipulating the tree bees. Anriel's understanding of the situation is as follows. In the Triwizard Tournament, true merit can only be established through confrontation and competition. I must not only assess their adaptability in the heat of the moment, but also evaluate their strategies and tactics. The format of this contest is a round robin, with each team required to compete in 2 full matches. However, the crux lies in the fact that, aside from the tree bees controlled by Anriel, the other 3 fire dragons are mere ordinary dragons, each possessing a limit to their stamina. The contest for the golden egg will take place during the second encounter with the fire dragon from each respective team. By that point, will their fire dragon have sufficient vitality left to engage the brave warriors in a fierce struggle, or will it be utterly exhausted, merely observing as the competitors claim the golden egg? Such scenarios are indeed plausible. Furthermore, if the fire dragon that one's team confronts is fatigued, the chances of seizing the golden egg increase significantly, while the opposing team's first fire dragon remains vigorous. Should one resort to underhanded tactics to diminish the opponent's numbers? These are all intriguing points for consideration. Additionally, the dynamics of 2-on-2 cooperation come into play. Who retrieves the golden egg? Who restrains the fire dragons? And who disrupts the adversary? In summary, after Anriel proposed this method, Dumbledore expressed his unwavering approval, and Ludo Bagman applauded enthusiastically. Thus, if the competition proves inadequate, it is indeed a matter of the individuals involved. And one more vital detail, the venue was also orchestrated and arranged by Anriel. The Quidditch pitch has been radically transformed into a space of folded dimensions, offering a plethora of terrains to choose from: mountains, lakes, rocky grounds. There is an abundance of features. The entire area resembles a section of a world yet to be fully rendered. However, Anriel has categorically excluded any slightly elevated obstructions, meaning the fire dragons are free to take flight and unleash their fiery breath without any hindrance. Anriel eagerly anticipated the remarkable performance that this group of warriors would deliver. The day swiftly passed, so much so that the audience of students found little time to study, their minds consumed by the imminent first event. Even Professor McGonagall, unable to resist the excitement, commandeered the last 10 minutes of class before it ended, seizing the opportunity to enlighten her students about the history and notable occurrences of the Triwizard Tournament. Due to the very nature of the tournament, it was replete with amusing and bizarre incidents. Tales of a serpent-bodied, human-faced scorpion beast that eliminated a warrior before anyone could react, or a venomous creature that, in its escape, caused a fatal explosion. As she continued her narrative, even Professor McGonagall began to feel an unsettling sense of foreboding. Throughout the history of the Triwizard Tournament, any noteworthy and thrilling events invariably involved casualties. For instance, the least grievous of the injuries occurred when a wizard was left permanently incapacitated after a counterattack from a lich during a hunt. The myriad of peculiar and extraordinary fatalities associated with the Triwizard Tournament could only be described as unprecedented, given that an ordinary wizard might never encounter such perilous endeavors in their lifetime. Red Bull, speak of what you drank before participating in the Triwizard Tournament. Do tell. Such was the essence of the matter, a disregard for the warriors' humanity, mirrored by the warriors' own indifference to their perilous fates. On the morning of the first event, Anriel and Dumbledore greeted the relatives of the warriors at the school gate. For Harry Potter, it was Sirius Black who arrived, rather than Mrs. Weasley. Despite her genuine maternal affection for Harry, Mr. Amos Diggory wore an expression of honor and pride, beaming with immense gratification for his son, a sentiment not new to him. Mr. Crumb displayed a similarly serious and stern countenance as his son, seldom breaking into a smile. The Dracules, both Mr. and Mrs., spoke with a notably thick French accent, rendering their words incomprehensible to Anriel. The Clares were no different in that regard. Was this a characteristic of all French people? Curiously, there was Carl, a boy labeled an orphan, though the term was somewhat misleading. He was accompanied by an adult and a child, the latter appearing to be around 10 years old, while the adult seemed to be in his 50s. This was a quintessential young heir, bereft of parents, accompanied by an elderly steward and a young brother. Anriel gives a thumbs up, rendered speechless. In this day and age, is there truly someone who embodies such a trope? Are you planning to suddenly reveal that you are the nefarious leader of a clandestine evil organization, or perhaps a heroic figure who emerges under the cover of night, cloaked in anonymity? I must inform you of your infringement. However, I speak in jest. Carmen does not hail from such a convoluted background, devoid of conspiracy theories. As the firstborn of an artistic lineage, Carmen merely lost his parents during a maritime disaster in his youth. What? You inquire about how the sorcerer met his demise in that tragedy? When did Anriel ever claim that Carmen's parents were wizards? Is it not entirely feasible that the few individuals who harbor no animosity towards Grindelwald could simply be two muggles? Indeed, it is quite possible. In those days, Gellert was not engaged in genocide or ethnic cleansing, but rather in enslavement and the institution of slavery. In any case, regardless of who arrives, the support group of the 6 brave warriors is indeed present. Of course, it would be inaccurate to refer to it as merely a support group, for that does not include Victor Crumb. This individual has far too many supporters. One wonders how the members of Crumb's fan club will react upon witnessing their idol's discomposure when faced with those captivating dragons. On this very afternoon, the 6 champions from the 3 schools shall soon confront the fire dragons head-on. Anriel arrived early at the arena where the dragon was tethered. The colossal and fierce tree wasp lay its head submissively, allowing Anriel to observe the condition of its teeth and fire gland. Indeed, it appeared to be in excellent condition. Should it unleash its full combat potential, it could incinerate a pile of Harrys. All members of the support team who witnessed this scene fell into a profound silence, ensnared in deep contemplation, questioning whether their respective warrior could indeed survive a passage beside this fearsome behemoth. This was no exaggeration. In the face of such palpable menace, all assurances concerning life safety provided before the match seemed utterly hollow. The threat of death emanated from the dragon's breath, as if it sought to envelop everyone in flames, reducing their yearning for life to mere ashes. It is no hyperbole to assert that this Hungarian tree wasp could effortlessly annihilate the other 3 fire dragons, whether by biting, incinerating, or striking them dead with its tail, however one might phrase it. Anriel withdrew an ancient silver pocket watch from his pocket to check the time. This was a birthday gift bestowed upon him by Dumbledore in a certain year. In return, he crafted a bespoke one for Dumbledore, relinquishing the old wand that had ceased to heed his commands. As for Anriel himself, he continued to wield his personal wand. That legendary wand, once undefeated in battle, now resided in the workshop of the all-answering room, serving as a prototype for mass-produced replicas. Absurd, I assent it? Yet the reality is that after the emergence of countless replicas, the old wand no longer retained its invincible prowess. As a relic of its era, the deathly power it contained was no greater than that of any second-generation wand crafted by Anriel. In fact, the deathly force within it was even surpassed by the third-generation wands he created, which could potentially turn the tide in battle. How to illustrate this? It is akin to a fool acquiring the Sunflower Manual. One might say let him learn it for himself, but instead, he disseminates copies to every notable faction across the martial world. Consequently, this knowledge spreads widely, and one might argue against engaging in combat, for they would surely be outmatched by those who have trained with it. Yet, if one chooses to engage, they find themselves in a contest with those who have similarly trained, and the outcome remains uncertain. The ancient wand crafted by Anriel operates on a similar principle, however. The distinction lies in the fact that Anriel's iterative old wand is exclusively bestowed upon her own kin, rendering any attempts at imitation by outsiders utterly futile. Even if 1 or 2 of these wands were to be clandestinely disseminated, should they encounter Anriel, she would effortlessly reclaim all their powers, transforming them into mere ordinary staffs of elderberry wood. Anriel, wielding his wand, conducted a final inspection of the arena that housed the fire dragons. Thus far, everything appeared to be in order. Now, he awaited the arrival of the brave warriors. The first event was poised to commence at any moment. It is worth noting that Anriel had prepared an array of innovative broadcasting equipment for this grand tournament among the three champions. As the architect of the competition's format, it was only fitting that he, in place of Bagman, would elucidate the intricate rules of this contest to the assembled warriors. All were present and accounted for. Anriel stood among a group of warriors, yet at the age of 16, he was not short compared to the men surrounding him. Certainly, it was Crom, Carmen, and Cedric, rather than Harry. Now, brave warriors, lend me your ears for the rules of this contest. The first event of the Triwizard Tournament is titled the Dragon Duel. The expressions of the warriors shifted. They were aware of the existence of dragons, but their knowledge extended no further than that. Anriel observed their reactions with great satisfaction. Now, let us extract the corresponding fire dragons for each team. Anriel lifted a silk pouch and presented it before the warriors. This moment merely served to ascertain the corresponding fire dragon for each of you, and there was no necessity to establish a battle order. Thus, it mattered not who drew first. In the spirit of chivalry, ladies first, please. Furong and Safina exchanged glances, and the former reached her hand into the pouch. Ah, it has bitten me. Anriel narrowed his eyes, gazing intently at the touch of blue in Furong's hand. Ah, it is the Swedish short-nosed dragon. Beside them, Carmen extended her hand, gesturing politely for Crum to proceed. A Welsh green dragon. Anriel lifted the bag, giving it a gentle shake, causing the last remaining red Chinese fireball model to tumble out, which she handed over to Cedric and Harry. Very well, valiant warriors, you have each received your corresponding dragon. Now, allow me to briefly elucidate the rules of the competition. Anriel snapped his fingers, and suddenly, 3 bamboo sticks materialized in midair, one of which was marked with a red hue at its base. The drawing of lots commenced, and the group that drew the red stick would receive a bye in the first round. Subsequently, this exempted team would face the victorious side from the preceding group. With a mere wave of his hand, Anriel caused the distinct portions of 3 bamboo sticks to vanish, concealing them within the realm of death, leaving no room for any semblance of cheating. Your primary objective is to seize a golden egg during your respective second rounds, which are nestled within the lair of the fire dragon. This naturally raises the question, what is the criterion for determining victory or defeat in the first round? Anriel raised her hand, pointing towards the fire dragon model held by Cedric, who stood closest to her. Please scrutinize the entirety of the fire dragon in your possession. Each model features a unique golden scale that distinguishes it from the other scales. Ensure that the members of the other teams do not catch sight of the location of your team's golden dragon scale. Anriel let out a light laugh. Each dragon scale recorded the secrets to conquering the second challenge, with each one differing from the others. The golden dragon scales were subject to theft, which was precisely the objective of the first round, to seize the corresponding fire dragon scales from the opposing team, thus achieving victory. However, if one's own fire dragon's golden scale were to be taken, it would not constitute a defeat. Crom's expression suddenly darkened, while Carmen beside him paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Both of them had grasped the essence of this competition format. In the first round, the team that first obtained their own golden dragon scale would inadvertently conclude the match, while attempting to seize the opponent's golden dragon scale would entirely eliminate the possibility of victory for the other side in this round. The remaining time could be entirely utilized to deprive the opposing team of their advantage and even their operational capability. If injuries were sustained in the second round, it would be manageable. However, if it were the first round and the team faced a reduction in numbers before the match concluded, it would not bode well. Have you all understood? Anriel surveyed the surroundings. I have a question. Anriel turned to discover that it was Harry who had spoken. Please elaborate. What if someone seizes the golden dragon scales of another, but then deliberately delays in retrieving their own? What should be done? The other 5 warriors were momentarily at a loss for words. What shall we do? Indeed, that is a pertinent question. Anriel, not at all perturbed, chuckled lightly. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. I shall assume the role of an impartial adjudicator in this match. Should the circumstances you describe indeed come to pass, I will ensure that the Hungarian hornet under my command teaches him a lesson in humility. Anriel's expression was far from playful. Harry shuddered. I understand. If there are no issues, then please draw the battle sign. Anriel, with a smile, pushed 3 half-sticks of bamboo in front of the warriors. All 3 teams instinctively sent forth the member who had not drawn the fire dragon earlier. Furong raised an eyebrow slightly. her lips curling as she gazed at the red stick in her hand. "So, gentlemen." Harry glanced at Cedric, then at Crumb and Carmen, taking several deep breaths to steady himself. The adversaries he was about to face included the formidable Chinese fireball, the internationally renowned Star Crumb, and even the Welsh green dragon drawn by Crumb. Would they triumph? Indeed, they would. "Now, please follow me." Anriel lifted the tent and stepped out first. The four gentlemen followed closely behind her. Within the arena, Ludo Bagman had already warmed up the crowd, offering a brief explanation of the game rules as he understood them. The specifics were of little consequence as he spoke to the audience. The competitors took their positions. Bagman shouted into the arena, his excitement palpable. "You have 10 minutes to discuss your strategy. In 10 minutes, the Whomping Willow will enter, and the competition will commence." Anriel approached the tree-like creature lying on the ground. At this critical juncture, just before the commencement of the competition, Harry managed to turn to Cedric and quietly inquire, "Cedric, where on the dragon is our golden dragon scale?" Cedric cast a desperate glance at him, responding, "It's located on the lower abdomen, towards the left forelimb." A wave of suffocation washed over Harry, and before he could regain his composure, another disheartening piece of news arrived. "Look over there, at the position of Crumb's Welsh green dragon's golden scale." The glimmering scale was utterly exposed. Following Cedric's pointing finger, Harry beheld the winning point for Durmstrang, perilously close to the dragon's maw. It was exceedingly dangerous. Yet with courage and strength, triumph in this contest could be quite attainable. Unfortunately for both Harry and Cedric, Victor Crumb possessed both of these attributes in abundance. Despair enveloped Harry as he contemplated Crumb, a veritable powerhouse alongside Carmen, who exuded intelligence. On their side, despite Harry's reluctance to concede, he had to acknowledge that Cedric, as a senior student capable of transcending age barriers, was indeed far more formidable than he. He felt like a hindrance. If only Sirius were here. Wait. Who was that person in the stands? Harry squinted, trying to identify the familiar figure. "Harry, you can do it, just like I taught you." The voice of Sirius Black seemed to pierce through the cacophony of cheers, reaching Harry Potter's ears with precision. Ah, yes. The moment he spotted Sirius, not only did Harry relax, but he also recalled the technique Sirius had previously shared with him for dealing with fire-breathing dragons. The eyes of the dragon are remarkably vulnerable. "Cedric, I have an idea." Harry whispered a few words to Cedric. "Do you feel confident about it?" Cedric asked, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. "If it's just this spell, then yes," Harry nodded. "This is a contest. And I'm fairly certain this incantation won't affect Anriel's control over the tree-like creature. It can only be used against that Welsh green dragon. Don't hold back. If we can't contend with Crumb, then we needn't worry about the next round against Fleur and her team." Harry's reasoning was sound. Winning a single round would earn extra points, but the primary assessment would rely on the scores from the 5 judges. "Well, even so, we still have one final dilemma." Cedric pondered. "You can't fly, nor can I, and we have no brooms. Even if Crumb's dragon becomes incapacitated, we won't be able to seize the golden scale before he does." Harry furrowed his brow, contemplating a solution. "I cannot fly, and the only way to retrieve the scales from the dragon's mouth is to ascend into the air. But I need a broomstick to fly." A broomstick. Suddenly, a realization struck him. "Cedric, where is your broom?" Cedric, bewildered, quickly responded, "It's in the dormitory," but his eyes widened in sudden understanding. "You can't be suggesting, indeed." "The summoning charm. If we cannot return, we shall summon our brooms to the arena." Cedric gasped in astonishment, not because of Harry's whimsical idea, but because this approach appeared to be genuinely feasible. "Let us proceed and give it a try." They reached a consensus. Meanwhile, Crumb and Carmen seemed to have also made their decision, formulating their own strategy. Bagman's booming voice resonated across the entire arena once more. 10 minutes have elapsed. The competition commences. Anriel smiled, raising a hand. A thunderous roar reverberated through the arena. The Hungarian horntail slammed its claws onto the ground and let out a furious bellow. The 2 remaining dragons on the field exhibited a noticeably clearer gaze. However, as these were all female dragons brooding over their eggs, their expressions soon shifted to a heightened aggression. Due to the presence of 3 confusion charms, these mother dragons refrained from challenging the tree hornet controlled by Anriel, instead focusing their attention on the ants that were incessantly leaping closer to them. I counted 3. 3, 2, 1. The firebolt arrows soared forth. The wind howled, and amidst the din of dragon roars, Harry could barely discern his own words as he glanced back at Cedric. 2 piercing sounds intersected in the air. 2 brooms came to a steady halt before Harry and Cedric. The 2 mounted their brooms and soared into the sky. Bagman's commentary was imbued with an excitement that was nearly uncontrollable. Over by Crumb, he wore a grim expression, watching the two broom riders ascend before him. Carmen. Received, Victor. Carmen's voice was stretched and fragmented by the wind. His fingertips shimmered with silver, his hands dark as if clad in thick gloves. He was racing forward, moving with such speed that it seemed he was flying. Perhaps he was, relying on the steel wire in his grasp. At the onset of the competition, Carmen had conjured a length of wire, the other end firmly anchored to his opponent's dragon. This was undoubtedly a perilous maneuver, akin to dancing on the edge of death. Cedric and Harry approached Crumb's team, flanking the Welsh green dragon, while Carmen charged straight towards Harry's side, targeting the Chinese fireball. Crumb remained behind to defend. The two teams employed starkly different strategies. At the commentary booth, Bagman was spitting with fervor, his face flushed with excitement. Below, Anriel, after a brief contemplation, resolved to pursue the two airborne competitors. The tree hornet's iron claws struck the ground, leaving deep gouges in the stone before it took flight. Its spiked wings stirring up a tempest. Both Cedric and Harry felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. "Harry, watch out for Crumb," Cedric shouted, narrowly evading a blast of dragon fire from the Chinese fireball, vanishing in a plume of white smoke. Crumb, robust and powerful, realized that the ability of his opponents to fly was his greatest disadvantage. Then, with surprising force, he leapt into action. After leaping approximately 1 meter into the air, he began his descent. What surprised everyone was that this internationally renowned seeker, a Quidditch star with astonishing reflexes, conjured a platform beneath his feet. With a swift push off, he soared again, sending the marble slab crashing to the ground in pieces. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, a tidal wave of excitement. A sense of dread washed over Harry as he quickly distanced himself from Crumb, who was relentlessly repeating his previous maneuvers and was nearly within reach of the dragon's neck. Blindingly bright, a beam of white light shot forth from the tip of Harry's wand, not aimed at Crumb, but rather at the Welsh green dragon beside him. The stunning spell accurately struck the dragon's eyes, eliciting a pained roar that sent it into a frenzy. The first challenge was to pluck the golden dragon scales, not to steal the golden dragon egg. Thus there was nothing on the field to distract the dragon from its fury. The Welsh green's massive claws thrashed across the stone ground, and Crumb's expression hardened as he leapt onto a nearby foam mountain. He could not maintain that upward trajectory. Alternating feet in a laborious ascent indefinitely, the exertion would be overwhelming. He needed a strategy. At the very least, he had to bring one of his two opponents down. Undoubtedly, Crumb had set his sights on Cedric, the only reason being that the object beneath Harry was moving at an outrageous speed, a sensation Crumb had only experienced once that summer. Creating a gap of several feet, Crumb watched as the golden snitch darted downwards, and within mere breaths, the seeker named Lin Chi had caught up. This disparity in capabilities was insurmountable. Crumb even doubted that the fixed trajectory spell had any chance of hitting the wielder of the firebolt. Thus, he raised his wand, targeting Cedric. What was Cedric doing at that moment? Oh, he was busy preventing himself from being sliced in half by the already formidable Hungarian horntail. The Triwizard Tournament forbids murder, and Crumb had no intention of taking a life. The spell known as Shatter is specifically designed to obliterate objects. Had Crumb's spell connected, Cedric's broom would surely have been rendered useless. However, whether it was fortune or misfortune, Cedric managed to narrowly evade the thick plume of fire expelled by the Hungarian horntail at the very moment Crumb cast his spell. This fortuitous escape left him perilously close to the ground, and to Crumb. Cedric's muscles tensed as he deftly maneuvered his broom, narrowly brushing past Crumb's incantation. A collective gasp of astonishment echoed from the stands. Just as Harry breathed a sigh of relief for Cedric, an alarm bell suddenly rang in his mind, threatening to hurl him from his broom. That alarm. Goodness, this was no mere warning. Harry gripped his firebolt tightly as the massive dragonfly was now hovering right beside him. The earlier sensation of weightlessness was a result of the creature's wings nearly sending Harry hurtling through the air. In comparison to the horntail's size, he felt utterly diminutive, akin to a mere toy. Outside the arena, Auril smiled softly, her fingers making a delicate motion. Instantly, the horntail reared up, its forelegs swinging in a fierce arc, mimicking Auril's gesture magnified thousands of times. One may evade the first strike, but not the second. In a moment of distraction, Harry lost his grip and plummeted from his broom. In the stands, Sirius sprang up, his eyes wide, resembling a wild dog driven mad with rage. "Sit down, Black. You're obstructing the view," came a greasy, venomous voice. Snape glared at Sirius with unabashed hatred. Without a moment's hesitation, Sirius drew his wand, aiming it at Snape's hooked nose. Snape, equally swift, mirrored his actions. In the next instant, it seemed an invisible force seized their wrists, compelling them back into their seats. In the front row, a long white beard billowed, bestowing an air of authority upon the elder. Dumbledore said nothing, yet it felt as if he had said everything. Beside him, Karkaroff's eyes darted. Lost in thought, this minor altercation in the stands was but a fleeting moment. Let us shift our focus back to the arena. Harry had fallen from his firebolt, unable to grasp the broomstick and unable to return. Anriel languidly waved his hand, causing the tree bee in the arena to spread its wings and strike with force. Harry was abruptly swept away, landing with a dull thud into a patch of sand, leaving behind an imprint of his form. The firebolt, however, was scarcely affected, descending almost along its original path and embedding itself into a muddy patch. Harry! Countless voices both inside and outside the arena simultaneously called out his name. Undoubtedly, a significant number of individuals were concerned for this savior. Krum paid no heed to this commotion. His gaze was fixated on the world-class broomstick embedded in the mud, his eyes nearly sparkling with desire. Like a famished tiger, he leapt down from the artificial hill, swiftly maneuvering to the side of the muddy ground. Anriel began a silent countdown in her mind. 3, 2, 1. As the final number was uttered, the tree bee unleashed a powerful breath of dragon flame, engulfing Krum in a blaze of fire. The audience erupted in screams. Look, Krum! Half a second later, a more resounding shout pierced the air. Is that Krum? Indeed. It was he. Krum emerged from the side of the blinded Welsh green dragon, just as he had during the World Cup, raising his fist in triumph to the spectators. It was as if he had just completed an exhilarating match, having deftly evaded a perilous opponent in pursuit of the ball. Anriel found the match increasingly intriguing. Wait a moment. Wasn't there supposed to be 4 participants in this competition? Krum, Cedric, Harry. Where has the 4th individual gone? Anriel shifted his gaze to the other side, for the ferocity of the battle here had caused everyone to overlook the spectacle of an individual dueling the Chinese fireball dragon. Let us rewind time to the beginning, when Harry and Cedric flanked the approaching Welsh green dragon. Carmen, gripping the wire in his hand, glided toward the Chinese fireball with the swiftness of the wind. He secured the other end of his wire to the dragon's neck. This was an extraordinarily perilous maneuver, akin to mocking death itself. Should the dragon merely turn, take flight, or detect this rapidly advancing object and decide to unleash a torrent of flames, the somewhat resilient magical wire would snap instantaneously, sending Carmen crashing to the ground at breakneck speed, reduced to mere pulp. This was nothing short of a gamble for his very life, perhaps a testament to his extreme self-confidence in his own abilities. Moments later, everything unfolded as Carmen had anticipated. Spectators closer to the action gasped and screamed in astonishment. If one could observe closely, the warrior's performance was as riveting as the fierce clashes of the other 3 combatants. Carmen deftly maneuvered to the front of the dragon, flicking his wrist as another wire shot forth. He then vanished beneath the dragon's neck. Seconds later, he emerged from the dragon's right elbow, executing a somersault onto the dragon's back, resembling a seasoned acrobat. Every movement appeared meticulously calculated in accordance with the dragon's actions. From angles to amplitude, from force to trajectory, all was meticulously orchestrated. He danced upon the dragon's back as if on a tightrope, performing a high-wire act on the side of death, delivering a breathtaking display of dark humor at the precipice of life and death for all who watched. Meanwhile, the trio on the other side, engaged with their dragons, maintained a rhythm of tension and release, with moments to breathe, unlike the suffocating intensity surrounding Carmen. The audience fixated upon Carmen, holding their breath, as if anticipating the moment when the jester might plummet from the dragon's back, leaving only a gruesome spectacle behind. As if the spectators themselves were being choked by the tension. Yet, the jester remained alive. He was no mere clown. He was a court jester. And it seemed he had found his emperor. Killed the contest. The jester was not a fool, but rather a master. When Carmen emerged for the second time from beneath the dragon's belly, he glimpsed the shimmering golden scales. Ah, the thrill of the moment. Anriel's lips curled upward. Was victory assured? So close at hand? Such confidence. Anriel commanded the tree hornet to unfurl its colossal wings, spanning several feet. The 3 warriors stationed beside the Welsh green dragon stood poised and ready. Even Harry, who had just emerged from the sandpit, maintained a similar stance, despite the apparent injury to his left arm. In the next moment, a fierce gust of wind swept through, sending Harry, freshly risen from the pit, tumbling back into its depths, eliciting a wave of sympathetic murmurs from the audience. The Hungarian hornet darted forth like a bolt of black lightning, racing towards Carmen and the Chinese fireball dragon beneath him. In this match, Anriel assumes a relatively impartial role, acting in favor of whoever is poised to win. The reason for his early positioning near the Durmstrang half is that, without intervention, Crumb would likely falter before long. Now equipped with a broom, Crumb, as an international Quidditch star, finds himself in his element. It is only natural that Cedric, also a Quidditch player, feels immense pressure. What? I'm up against Crumb? Is that for real? The psychological burden he bears must be considerable. With the absence of Anriel's control over the snitch, the initiative on the Durmstrang side lies entirely in Crumb's hands, enabling him to conclude the match at his discretion. Although Cedric is indeed a commendable player deserving of recognition, he is undeniably overshadowed by the formidable prowess of his opponent. On a technical level, he faces a world-class star, while Crumb benefits from the advantage of an elite broom beneath him. However, given the pronounced dominance on this side, there seems to be an oddity concerning Carmen's half. 10 minutes have elapsed since Carmen initiated his acrobatic performance. During this interval, the audience fixated on Carmen has been bracing for his imminent demise. Yet, he remains unscathed, engendering a peculiar illusion among the spectators that perhaps he could endure a while longer. Even if the snitch were to arrive, he might still persist for some time. Wouldn't he? Most of the audience, harboring this subtle notion, shifts their focus towards Carmen. The acrobat appears to live up to expectations, as just before the snitch descends upon him, he dives into the underbelly of the fireball, the one beneath his feet. Outside the arena, Anriel raises an eyebrow, directing the snitch, unwavering in speed, towards the Chinese fireball. He is wagering on a moment of chaos for the opposing team. In other words, as long as the Chinese fireball takes flight, Anriel's objective of disruption will be achieved. He observes that Carmen is suspended in midair by wires, and by extending the distance, he can render this individual powerless in the skies, similar to Potter, and initiate a fresh start. Anriel speculated that Carmen's hands were not as swift as they seemed. However, nothing is absolute. One can only judge by the characteristics Carmen exhibited. It would be hard to believe he was not a practitioner of acrobatics. Moreover, if he were indeed an apprentice in a family lineage of acrobatics, his dexterity would already be astonishing, and if he were a skilled artisan, it would be truly remarkable. Anriel's lips twitched as he resolved to unleash a powerful attack. Fiery flames surged forth, erupting from the nose of the tree bee and enveloping the surrounding area of the Chinese fireball. Anriel's objective lies with those steel wires. It is not solely Anriel. A chorus of astonished and perplexed murmurs arose from the crowd. The Crimson Fire Dragon emitted a tormented roar, despite the fact that the draconic flames of the tree bee had not made contact with it. It appeared to be grappling desperately, striving to break free from an invisible barrier. In truth, without Anriel's keen eyesight, those fine wires would remain undetectable to the spectators in the stands. The crux of the matter resides within those wires. Alchemical creations? Anriel let out a soft laugh, for this was indeed something he had not anticipated. Not for any other reason, but if it truly were an alchemical steel wire. The cost expended by Carmen in this match would suffice to purchase at least 3 of the entire arena's fire dragons. Merely the flames of the fire dragon seemed incapable of overcoming this steel wire. Furthermore, the force with which that fireball dragon struggled was evidently insufficient. It was tightly bound by Carmen's wire, howling in distress. Not only were the spectators left dumbfounded, but also the competitors and teammates present were equally bewildered. Were we to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the fire dragon while one individual could contend with an entire beast? Crumb's expression was the most dismal among the trio from Durmstrang, lacking in both prominence and spectacle. The most disconcerting aspect was that this individual was actually the second warrior of Durmstrang. Did that imply he was merely a substitute? On the Quidditch pitch, it was akin to Crumb, a star player, being relegated to the role of a mere backup. How could he endure such a slight? Yet, surprisingly, he could. Crumb's face was now as grimy as the bottom of a pot, yet he managed to restrain himself, focusing intently on the underbelly of the fireball dragon. The instant Carmen emerged, a glimmer of golden light passing through his fingers, Crumb was poised to dart forward, maneuvering past Cedric to seize the golden scale from the dragon's maw. This was Crumb's intention. However, reality often diverges from one's desires. Just as Carmen grasped the golden dragon scale and emerged, Crumb showcased his exceptional athletic prowess. With a speed that left nearly all present unable to react, he maneuvered past the fire crossbow's head, charging toward the Welsh green dragon. The reason for nearly all was because someone had indeed reacted, and, unfortunately for Crumb, it was Cedric. Given the proximity, Cedric ultimately positioned himself before Crumb just before he reached the fire dragon. With fury boiling within him, an obscure, unheard of spell erupted from Cedric's wand. A pale red beam struck the green dragon, its eyes clenched shut. In an instant, the effect of the eye-binding curse cast by Harry was shattered. The Welsh green dragon opened its blood-red eyes, glaring furiously at the two diminutive figures perched upon its back. This left Crumb utterly stunned. He had not evaded in time. Anriel lazily snapped his fingers outside the arena. With a thunderous roar of fury, Crumb's entire figure vanished beneath the fiery breath of the Welsh green dragon. Anriel observed, but at best, he could only ensure that Crumb would remain unharmed. Cooling down does not extinguish the flames. Speed must not yield to the path. Very well then. Subsequently, Anriel glanced towards Cedric's direction, and the prophetic vision activated automatically. Why does it always trigger for such trivial matters? Irritated, if he cannot die, there is no need for rescue. Suddenly, the Welsh green dragon raised its claw and struck Cedric with a powerful blow. The latter was sent flying like a cannonball. And fractures were not merely a possibility but a certainty. Although it could be discerned from the spell Cedric had just recited that he was not the only one who had specifically focused on the dragon. However, what was the ultimate purpose of this tactic to enrage the dragon? Was it an attempt to render the dragon incapable of rational judgment in the heat of battle? Anriel expressed his inability to comprehend the situation. It seems he has brought this upon himself. As long as he remains alive, he falls outside the purview of his supervision. In retrospect, it appears that the two members from Durmstrang are indeed more fitting for this predicament. One finds himself in perilous circumstances, yet miraculously remains unscathed, while the other has recklessly endangered himself. Although his situation could lead to his demise, Anriel has kept him barely alive. Surely, he cannot genuinely believe that Anriel would shield him from harm. Anriel merely transformed him from a charred corpse into a severely burned individual with profound disabilities. Cedric is completely fractured, and Crumb is extensively burned. It seems unlikely that either will participate in the next match. It appears that special attention will need to be given to Bustbaden in the forthcoming encounter. Anriel chuckled softly from the sidelines. Though the match was not yet concluded, this round had lost its allure. Harry had suffered a broken arm and remained ensnared in the pit, alone, sorrowfully reminiscing. What weighed most heavily on his heart, however, was the fate of the crossbow. Anriel surmised that he would seek out Dumbledore, who would undoubtedly arrange for Karkaroff's expenses to be reimbursed. Regardless of Karkaroff's demeanor, the funds were certain to be reclaimed. Now, the only remaining individual of sound mind was Carmen. As anticipated, mere minutes later, this usually unassuming acrobat, who stood resiliently until the end of the competition, seized the golden scale from the jaws of the Welsh green dragon, triumphantly securing victory. The audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, a cacophony reminiscent of a tempest. The students had never witnessed such a spectacle. The intensity of competitive performance art and peril was at its zenith. Indeed, even if it had meant risking their lives, it would have been worth the price of admission. But they had not purchased tickets. In any case, judging by the fervor, it seemed the second round would feature Carmen and the Hungarian Horntail against the Bustbaden girls team. Anriel stroked his chin, finding the situation rather intriguing. He could begin contemplating who to incapacitate next. Was it to be Furlong or Sophie? The notion of cherishing delicate beauty held no relevance here. Neither of them was precious to Anriel. Furthermore, the barrier of language dissuaded him from the effort of acquiring a new tongue. The memories of his past life had already begun to assail him, and he had no desire to endure the rigors of language proficiency examinations. Regardless of the disparity between French and English, he was disinclined to learn. Moreover, Old English was likely to serve him well in the European wizarding community, rendering the study of French unnecessary. However, I digress. With Bagman's thunderous announcement marking the end of the first match, the medical team swiftly rushed onto the field to attend to the three injured players. Crumb bore the most severe injuries. In actuality, Cedric had been propelled by a powerful gust generated by the dragon's claw, rather than being struck directly. His injuries could be likened to a fall from the third floor, albeit with a series of evasive maneuvers quite dire, yet not as catastrophic as it might seem. In contrast, Harry, who had only sustained an injury to his arm, appeared to be in a much better state. The only significant distress he felt stemmed from witnessing the destruction of the firebolt before him, leaving a considerable psychological scar. It seemed he would harbor resentment towards Crumb. Anriel stifled a giggle to the side, taking the place of the dragon trainers to settle 3 fire dragons. And she checked the condition of 2 of them to ensure they would be ready for the next performance. Anriel cast a glance towards the area where the tents were being prepared. He was uncertain whether Furong had witnessed the recent competition. However, regardless of whether she had seen it or not, she would surely have heard Bagman's commentary. As long as the level of fright remained at the threshold of tears, Anriel felt he could accept it. He did not blame others. The competition was undeniably exhilarating. Anyone in that situation would be bewildered, thinking, "What? Am I battling a hornet's nest? Is this for real?" Anriel felt it was unnecessary to be overly concerned. If resistance was futile, then why not embrace the situation without shame? Oh, but wait, Crumb should be the one feeling embarrassed. This match was indeed a monumental disgrace. How so, you may ask? An international star being outplayed by an amateur student? Setting aside the facts and objective circumstances, is that not a humiliation? Rita Skeeter could not care less whether the competition between Cedric and Crumb revolved around skill or flying techniques. All she knew was that Crumb had been eliminated in a 1-for-1 exchange by an ordinary Hogwarts player, barring any unforeseen events. The front page of tomorrow's Daily Prophet will either feature the entire first round of the Triwizard Tournament or the incident involving Crumb. Strangely enough, it was Carmen who garnered the most notoriety from the entire match. This is precisely why Skeeter tends to belittle others. If she possessed the inclination, she could easily pen an article elevating Carmen to a status far surpassing that of the other champions. However, Anriel surmised that Carmen would likely be reluctant to accept such attention. He had come to realize that Carmen's character was that of a cunning individual, one who would survive by any means necessary, someone who hides a dagger behind a smile. The critical point is that only Fate and Carmen himself know whom that concealed dagger is intended for. Fortunately, it appears that Carmen's mental state remains relatively stable. Otherwise, neither Fate nor he would know who that dagger would strike. How do you feel? Do you require a respite? Anriel gazed at Carmen, who approached with a beaming smile, each hand grasping a shimmering scale of the golden dragon. Casually, he inquired, "Is there still an opportunity to rest?" Carmen appeared somewhat taken aback. "I had assumed that the purpose of this format, where the victorious face off against those who have had a bye, was to exhaust the strength of the formidable contenders." Anriel chuckled, acknowledging, "Your perspective is valid. However, do you find yourself expending a considerable amount of energy in this endeavor?" "Not at all," Carmen replied with genuine warmth and joy. "Then that is indeed the case. This rule holds no significance for you." Anriel nodded. "Furthermore, the secrets of the Golden Dragon Scale shall unveil themselves without my elucidation, since this creation is of my own making, as long as I remain silent. No one shall discern the crucial information apart from their own investigations." Anriel offered a friendly reminder. "All right, I understand," Carmen replied with a lively tone, her limbs seemingly moving in a somewhat comical manner. It resembled, in a peculiar way, that of a jester. Quite odd indeed. Anriel remained vigilant, intending to take a closer look at the elderly steward he had brought along and his seemingly 8 or 9-year-old brother once the first project concluded. Carmen swiftly bounded back to the arena, taking 3 steps with each leap. It appeared that Furong and Sophie required rest far more than he did. "Mr. Bagman," Carmen remarked, "his claim of not needing much respite suggests that we may proceed directly to the second match." With a smile gracing her lips, Anriel incited the audience to roar with excitement. As Bagman stirred the crowd, their spirits were once again ignited. Indeed, after the exhilarating dragon duel they had just witnessed, it was nearly impossible for their emotions to settle. Moreover, even a slight lull between the 2 matches was immediately rekindled. The current contest featured a thrilling showdown between Bosbatons and Durmstrang, a 1-against-2. When Bagman announced this, even the Durmstrang supporters refrained from protesting the perceived unfairness. For Carmen's performance had been nothing short of spectacular. The sole individual in the arena who was exuberantly bouncing about and making a commotion was Kakarov. Aside from him, it seemed the consensus was that Carmen's confrontation with the 2 valiant Bosbatons warriors promised a spectacle worth watching. Prior to the commencement of the match, Anriel meticulously checked the status of the 3 fire dragons, ensuring everything was in order, and placed the Welsh green dragon's egg from Durmstrang into the arena. Amongst the cluster of granite-hued, stone-like dragon eggs, 1 brilliant golden egg stood out prominently. Fleur stood at the edge of the arena, inhaling deeply as her gaze instinctively shifted towards the Swedish short-snout dragon that Bosbatons had drawn. Fearing that Carmen, separated by the expanse of the arena, might perceive the change in her expression, Fleur quickly averted her eyes after a fleeting glance. She focused on the back of the short snout, which also marked the location of Beauxbaton's golden dragon scale. In the second round of the competition, there were no scales for them to contest. So both Fleur and Sophie had but one objective: to secure their own dragon scale and then exit the field, leaving Carmen alone to contend with the three fire dragons, desperately attempting to seize the egg nestled within the Welsh green's nest. Indeed, the rules explicitly stated this, and Fleur and Sophie's strategy was sound. However, it appeared these two ladies overlooked one crucial detail. Anriel would not permit them to acquire the dragon scales with such ease. Anriel gently raised his hands, and the tree bee in the arena let out a deafening roar, its wings unfurling to cast a vast shadow over the ground. This heralded the official commencement of the match. Anriel, without a moment's hesitation, maneuvered the tree bee into a dive towards Beauxbaton. He was acutely aware that Carmen would not conclude the game so swiftly. Perhaps, in his eyes, it was merely a game, just as Anriel had anticipated. The instant the tree bee moved, Carmen also sprang into action, gliding towards Beauxbaton's arena, as though his strategy for victory hinged not on seizing the dragon egg, but rather on eliminating his opponents entirely. However, Anriel's expectations did not align with those of the audience, who were largely taken aback by Carmen's audacious choice. "Wait, buddy. What's this? Do you aim to claim a third dragon scale?" One could hardly dismiss the notion that Carmen was indeed contemplating such a gamble. This time, he connected the steel wire to the tree bee, embodying a reckless yet poetic risk, wagering on Anriel's desire for spectacle. Yet, fortune favored him. Anriel merely cast a glance at the few steel wires before resolutely urging the tree bee to dive forward, showing no concern for the passenger it bore. On the opposing side, Ferrong and Safini found themselves in dire straits upon witnessing the scene. However, they were left with no option but to muster their courage and proceed. Should they intercept? If so, it would only be the one dangling below. There was no possibility of halting the fire dragon plunging down from above. The thought was utterly daunting. Without hesitation, Safini, maneuvering past her own fire dragon, pointed at Carmen and recited a spell. It was no joke to Safini. Carmen now appeared as nothing short of a lunatic. Who would panic with such a madwoman gliding towards you tethered beneath a fire dragon? Clearly, this lady's prowess in targeting fast-moving adversaries left much to be desired, as the crimson beam of light undoubtedly missed its mark. In contrast, Ferrong's response was far more prudent. Her focus lay on evasion rather than engaging in futile counterattacks. How could one fight in such a scenario? It was simply unfeasible. With clear intent, Ferrong aimed to evade as far as possible, her sole objective being to seize a scale. Whether it was due to her unique physique or some other factor, Ferrong's body exhibited an extraordinary flexibility. Anriel, observing from the sidelines, could not comprehend how she twisted her form over 180 degrees to dart past the dragon's claws. Each individual possesses their own peculiarities, which cannot be forced. Ferrong began to ascend the dragon from the side opposite the tree bee. This was made easier by the smooth scales of the Swedish short-nosed dragon and its relatively smaller size compared to the other three dragons. Otherwise, one could only wonder how many injuries Ferrong would sustain in her ascent. While infection was not a concern, the pain would certainly be considerable. Anriel could not brazenly damage public property, referring to piercing the Swedish short-nosed dragon and then attacking the lotus behind it. Thus, the burden fell upon the brave miss who dared to take the lead. A pair of uniquely formidable vertical pupils belonging to the draconic creature turned and fixed their gaze upon Sophie. The weight of its lineage's presence sent a shiver down her spine. Dust and debris swirled as a yellowish orb of light emerged from the lower half of the tree bee. It was inconceivable that the tree bee had cast a spell, especially since it was a female dragon. It was, in fact, Carmen, suspended beneath the tree bee. The yellow orb detonated beside Sophie, sending swirling sand and gravel flying in all directions. Sophie let out a scream, her wand making two swift motions. No incantation was uttered, yet the effect manifested, resembling either a barrier spell or a mirage stone. It appeared that Carmen had been struck as he tumbled down from behind the dragon's tail. The audience outside the arena was equally perplexed, but their astonished gasps were a fitting response. Anriel speculated that the wizard's idealistic influence might be at play. Otherwise, considering Safina's recently displayed marksmanship, her shot could only have been a stroke of luck. With a resounding roar, the treant unleashed a torrent of flames. Safina should be able to evade it, for if she failed to do so, her personal performance in this match would be deemed a failure, and she would be left with severe burns akin to those of Crumb. As the flames and smoke dissipated, Safina's figure emerged, swiftly followed by a crimson beam of a stunning spell. One must admit, her combat prowess is commendable. Anriel caught a glimpse of the girl's right arm, enveloped in an inky darkness, likely a consequence of the residual effects. For had she been struck directly, it is probable that this arm would have been rendered invisible. The spell of unconsciousness hurtled towards Carmen, its trajectory somewhat discernible. Due to certain deficiencies in raw power, it was impossible to compensate with mere combat prowess. The radiance of that incantation soared past Carmen, its distance from her indeterminate. Wait, where is Carmen? The spectators could only observe the fleeting silhouette of Carmen, targeted by Sophony, as it flickered and vanished from sight. Ah, intriguing. Anriel broke into a smile as recognition dawned upon him. This was a variant of the highest echelon of the disillusionment charm, akin to the distinction between a sentient guardian and a mere guardian capable of repelling dementors. One might liken it to an optical projector. Even within the extensive repertoire of Grindelwald spells residing in Anriel's mind, this incantation was indeed formidable. However, the question lingered. Where had his true form vanished? Anriel, intrigued, maintained a careful control over her attack on Sophony while simultaneously seeking the whereabouts of Carmen. How astute, she remarked upon discovering Carmen and comprehending his intentions, for it was indeed quite unexpected. Carmen was currently nestled beneath the belly of the tree bee, crawling towards its tail. His posture resembled that of a spider traversing in reverse. Even Anriel, a being of artificial creation, found it difficult to classify such a form as human. Nevertheless, Carmen's actions were undoubtedly purposeful. There must be significance behind his choices. What could it be? The golden scales, perhaps? Has anyone ever claimed that the golden scales existed solely on the three dragons? The tree bee possesses golden scales as well. Moreover, given the challenges, the second round of hints provided by the golden scales on the tree bee would undoubtedly be the most detailed. Perhaps Carmen happened to catch a glimpse during the first round? Who can say? In any case, his objective was clearly directed towards the scales located on the tail of the tree bee. Anriel wielded the tail of the tree bee with the grace of autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves, targeting Furong's vicinity. He maintained a sense of fairness, ensuring that no one would emerge unscathed. Furong narrowly evaded the strike, almost grasping at the scales, and nearly slipping off the back of the Swedish short-nosed dragon. Although the offensive impact of that tail was achieved, its defensive efficacy appeared rather limited. Carmen, akin to a spider ant, seemed to be affixed to the tree peak with hands and feet, resolutely refusing to fall. Surely, some sort of adhesive was at play? Ah, it seems there are quite a few clever little props involved. Anriel ceased to fixate on Carmen, recognizing the exorbitant cost of utilizing alchemical items to resolve the situation, such as the prowess of the individual. Furong's remarkable flexibility indeed left Anriel astounded. The physical prowess of demi-humans is truly exceptional. He ought to reflect upon his own capabilities. A powerful kick barely missed shattering the gates of Azkaban, a testament to his own half-human strength. In any case, leveraging the attacks launched by tree bees, Furong managed to evade nearly all of them, about 99%. Whether it be claw strikes or sweeping tail attacks, none could touch her. Only the area of effect fire attacks posed a threat. How does that saying go? This AoE is precisely the justification for becoming a king. Perhaps. Although Furong deftly dodged, she sustained little in the way of injury. While Sophony faced a dire fate, burns, bruises, internal injuries from impact, and fractured bones. The essence of her situation was painfully grim, yet she remained steadfastly mobile. Thus, it is said that an overwhelming desire to survive can sometimes be more of a hindrance than a boon. Furong and Carmen steadily approached their respective objectives. Furong merely needed to retrieve the scales to ensure her safe exit, while Carmen aimed to return for the golden egg of the Welsh green dragon residing in his territory. However, it appeared that this task presented little challenge for him. The tree bee, under the command of Anriel, unleashed a merciless flurry of smooth, rapid strikes upon Sophie. The objective was clear. If he could diminish her health, it would restore balance to the match, marking the completion of his endeavor. From this perspective, all participants in the second round harbored a singular aim, aside from Sophie enduring the onslaught. The audience's excitement surged, leaving them momentarily undecided on whom to focus their attention. This internal conflict persisted until the following three events transpired simultaneously, without any notion of sequence. First, Fuyang Delacour ascended onto the back of the Swedish short snout. Second, Carmen Clown pressed her hand against the dragon scales on the tree bee's tail. Third, Sophie Claire was struck into the ground by the Hungarian tree bee. In the next moment, these events unfolded in a sequential manner. The third event, the Hungarian tree bee lifted its claw, revealing a half-dead but still living Sophie. The second event, Carmen, harnessing the momentum, forcefully tore away that section of dragon scale. The first event, Fuyang rushed to the golden dragon scale, grasped it firmly, and extracted it. The warriors of Busbatten had successfully completed their first match. Bagman bellowed to the crowd. However, the warriors of Durmstrang astonishingly secured their fourth golden scale from the Hungarian tree bee. Bagman's voice ignited a wave of cheers throughout the arena, which surged relentlessly. For the audience of Busbatten, their warriors swiftly claimed victory in this round, prompting their jubilation. For the Durmstrang spectators, their warriors accomplished what no one else had, particularly seizing a golden scale from beneath the fiery dragon controlled by Anriel, striking a significant blow to the pride of this descendant of Grindelwald. As for the largest contingent, the Hogwarts audience found it remarkable to procure something from Anriel, regardless of any leniency he may have shown. As for Carmen, he ought to express his gratitude. It's difficult to envision how, at that moment, if Carmen had turned around and bowed in thanks to Anriel, the expressions of the Durmstrang crowd would have been comically exaggerated. Fortunately, Carmen refrained from such an act. He merely cast a glance toward Anriel and smiled. This glance seemed to be interpreted as a provocation by the Durmstrang spectators, intensifying their cheers even further. Let them think what they will. Anriel is deeply intrigued by Carmen, and thus, in order to complement his performance, seeks to enhance his own reputation within his academy. Anriel commanded the tree bee, directing a robust and elongated pillar of dragon fire towards Carmen's posterior. What on earth? Carmen bolted in panic. Oh no, he couldn't escape in time. One of Carmen's legs was engulfed by the dragon fire, and in the next moment, his one-legged figure propelled forward several meters, as if aided by some extraordinary device. Surely, it could not be the Hextech Flash, could it? The tree bee under Anriel's control came to a halt. He, in turn, cast a suspicious glance at the limping Carmen. The wound on her leg seemed rather peculiar. Although it appeared outwardly unscathed, the leg that had been directly burned off showed no signs of distress, lacking the gruesome spectacle of a severed limb spewing blood, presenting instead an illusion of normalcy. Yet, Anriel could not shake the feeling that he had glimpsed a glimmer, a reflection reminiscent of metal. He was convinced that he had not misjudged. Was this not akin to a seasoned hunter, who, today, finds himself on the receiving end of a goose's peck? Anriel chuckled softly. This was a reaction born from being caught off guard in a place she should have been most familiar with. Never mind, she thought. I shall examine it further later. Anriel's control over the tree bee had slightly lagged, lacking the urgency he had displayed earlier. After the exit of the two valiant warriors from Busbarton, Carmen seemed to find the atmosphere somewhat dull and ceased his ostentation, acquiring the golden egg at an astonishing speed. Or perhaps the audience was simply unprepared for such a feat. Ordinary spectators might not fully grasp the significance of this rapid acquisition of the golden egg. They might merely think, wow, this person is incredibly impressive. Only a select few would recognize that Carmen's current velocity starkly contrasted with his earlier performance, which signified something profound. He had not only concealed his true abilities but had done so with remarkable depth. This revelation was rather unsettling. One could argue that if this individual were competing against mere mortals, such concealment would be somewhat understandable. However, the competition involved only the elite from various schools. With even an almost superhuman referee present, to still manage to hide one's prowess under such conditions seemed rather excessive. Fortunately, only a handful of astute observers, primarily seasoned professors from Hogwarts led by Dumbledore, along with a few discerning students, had come to this realization. Amidst the cheers resonating throughout the arena, Carmen, missing a leg, tucked the dragon egg under his arm and hopped away from the competition grounds. Anriel slid down from the small platform. Before joining his classmates from Durmstrang and Carmen, Anriel caught a glimpse of him first. Well done, he remarked with a teasing tone from behind, prompting a resigned smile from Carmen. Not quite good enough, though, after all. There was still a blunder. He moved his remaining half-leg, which had been burned, and shrugged helplessly while sticking out his tongue. Don't play coy. You know precisely what I am referring to. Anriel directly grasped the burn wound with his hand. Carmen, fully compliant, displayed an expression of agony. I've already touched it. And you are still pretending? Anriel chuckled. Let's discuss that later. Look, my fellow alumni have arrived, he said with a laugh. Carmen awkwardly retracted her broken leg and forced a smile. Very well, we shall address it later. You go on and be the hero of your school. I still have one last match to officiate. Anriel did not press him further, releasing his grip casually. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, by the way, which do you believe would prevail, Busbatten or Hogwarts? The question caught Carmen off guard, leaving him visibly perplexed. Brother, surely this is not a question that needs asking. All right. No need to elaborate. I understand. Anriel waved his hand dismissively. He had already heard what he wished to hear. The name Carmen instinctively called him in her astonishment. It appeared that his conjecture had proven correct. Anriel could not help but smile, and, using a more classical and elegant expression, remarked, "This should be termed a worthy general. I shall claim it." After casting a deep glance at Carmen, Anriel elegantly flicked his cloak and vanished before her eyes. Carmen remained silent, lost in her thoughts. As for the third match, can you guess what it is? Hogwarts, Harry Potter, faces off against Beaux Batons, Fleur Delacour. It is no wonder that Carmen did not even need to guess, as she struggled to respond to Anriel's inquiry. In such circumstances, who could possibly doubt the outcome? Wait a moment. Oh, Anriel is not merely human. Thus, he believed Harry would emerge victorious. And why, you may ask? Certainly not due to the prophecy bloodline. Did you see the previous match? Had young Crouch made his move? Anriel sensed that Crouch Jr. was poised to make his move in this round. This impression stemmed from the fact that 2 rounds of competition had already concluded, with the first matches of the 3 schools having come to an end. Among them, Durmstrang had achieved a record-breaking performance with Carmen, while Beaux Batons emerged as the swiftest to complete their first match. It appeared that Hogwarts had garnered little to no recognition. There was, however, a humorous incident where a broom summoned by the summoning charm was seized by an opposing warrior and subsequently rendered useless. If this trend continues, it is evident that should Harry lose his final match, Hogwarts' score for the first round would undoubtedly be the lowest. This was a scenario that Crouch Jr. was clearly reluctant to witness. Thus, it was imperative for Harry to secure victory in this round, and to do so in a manner that was both unexpected and remarkable. This, however, posed quite a challenge. Anriel routinely inspected the condition of the treebees, and upon confirming their status, signaled an OK gesture to Bagman. Anriel turned once more to Furong. To his surprise, Furong shook her head, indicating that she did not require any respite. With a hint of darkness in his thoughts, he considered that she might have observed Harry, bandaged and encased in plaster, now evidently in the process of healing his injured arm. Very well, then. Let it be as you wish. Anriel slightly inclined her body. With a resounding dragon's roar, the match commenced. It is imperative for everyone to understand that exquisite ingredients often require the simplest methods of preparation. Masterful techniques for victory frequently lie in the absence of technique. As the saying goes, true mastery is often unrefined, and a heavy sword is devoid of a sharp edge. In essence, simplicity is the ultimate truth. Thereupon, Harry retrieved a mysterious vial from his pocket and, with a determined resolve, consumed its contents in one swift motion. Anriel observed clearly the astonished expression on Snape's face across the room. Snape exclaimed, "Oh no, the office has been robbed again. I warned you to secure the rare potions in the safe rather than in the storage cabinet of the office, didn't I?" Anriel had witnessed the expression on Harry's face when he consumed the polyjuice potion, thus it was evident that this concoction was not the polyjuice potion. However, judging by his current condition, it seemed that this beverage was likely unpleasant as well. Anriel did not hasten to unleash the treant. Currently, each academy is represented by a single warrior, and the emergence of the treant would significantly disrupt the equilibrium of the game. He merely squinted his eyes and began to survey the entire grandstand. Jamudi appeared to be in good spirits, suggesting he is likely the mastermind behind the scenes. However, it is improbable that Jamudi, in his current guise, would have directly handed that vial of potion to Harry. There must have been an intermediary involved. Anriel gradually made his way forward and soon beheld 2 individuals brimming with excitement. "Ah, it turns out to be you 2 rascals." The 2 exuberant figures were none other than Fred and George. Indeed, young Barty Crouch was well aware of the Weasley twins' fervent enthusiasm for Harry's victory. What is more, the Weasley twins frequently disregarded various minor rules and regulations. Thus, they were perfectly suited to serve as conduits for young Crouch to indirectly assist Harry, all while arousing minimal suspicion regarding the source of aid. After all, it was common knowledge that the Weasley twins had recently acquired a rather mysterious investment. Well, not entirely mysterious. It was from Sirius Black. Given Sirius's nature, it was entirely plausible that he would take a keen interest in the exploits of the Weasley twins, considering he himself was quite the troublemaker in his youth. Oh, but wait, he was far more audacious than the twins. He and James were the school bullies. Regardless, with the substantial financial backing from Sirius, it was only natural for the Weasley Wizard Wheezes to develop a range of innovative products. By a fortunate coincidence, one of these products was precisely what Harry could utilize in the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. How fortuitous! This was a culmination of countless serendipitous events. No. From an outsider's perspective, these occurrences might not even qualify as mere coincidences. Upon observing the expressions of the twins, Anriel immediately grasped the general sequence of events. The most crucial element, the young crouch, was known to him, thus rendering the deduction of the intermediary processes relatively uncomplicated. Anriel cast his gaze upon Harry, who remained unaware of the potion's effects. Suddenly, Harry shattered the empty glass vial upon the ground, and his body began to gradually turn translucent. Anriel's eyes widened as she perceived that something was amiss. Alas, her earlier deduction had a flaw. If it were an invisibility potion, it was entirely plausible that Harry had suggested the idea to the Weasley brothers after losing his cloak. This meant it had no connection to little Barty Crouch. A peculiar itch crept over her head, as if she were on the brink of enlightenment. More astonishingly, once Harry's entire form vanished, a robe stood upright on the ground, with a wand floating where his hand had once been. The wand waved itself twice in the air, and the robe disappeared as if it had an after-sales service. Ingenious. Utterly brilliant. Bagman's booming voice reverberated throughout the arena. This maneuver by the Potter contestant was indeed clever. He seemed to have anticipated that he would face other champions alone. Allow me to elucidate for the unacquainted audience. Dragons, despite their resemblance to oversized lizards from excessive nourishment, do not rely on heat or smell for hunting. The act of breathing fire severely impairs a dragon's sense of smell. Consequently, the majority of dragons hunt primarily using their keen eyesight, and the most ferocious breeds are often the finest sentinels. Of course, I mean that a small fraction of dragons can simultaneously employ their acute hearing while utilizing their vision for hunting. Presently, our arena boasts a predator with exceptional visual and auditory capabilities. Clearly, Bagman referred to the tree hornet currently controlled by Anriel. However, it is likely that Bagman only understood that Anriel had employed certain spells to achieve control over the dragon. He may have assumed she merely utilized a spell specifically designed for dragon control, regardless of whether the tree hornet under Anriel's command could still hunt using its hearing. Harry's invisibility potion would at least remain undetected by that Chinese fireball. Fleur's eyes widened in disbelief. Referee, this must constitute a foul. She indignantly turned towards the sidelines, at least knowing to seek Anriel. This does not count as a foul. Although Anriel did not utter a word, his voice resonated clearly in the ears of every individual present, including the audience. Any props that you deem beneficial for your competition may be brought directly into the arena of the Triumvirate Championship, albeit subject to my discretion as the referee within the confines of the established rules. Observe, in this contest, my instrument is a dragon. The tools employed by Harry have even managed to circumvent my own, which is a testament to the pinnacle of adaptability. Therefore, I must regretfully inform you, Miss Drackle, that I cannot deem his actions as a violation. Anriel spoke earnestly. I sincerely advise you to retrieve your golden egg before he secures his. That way, you shall emerge victorious. With that, Anriel commanded the treetop bee to ascend, unfurling its immense wings, and commenced conjuring a relentless gale throughout the arena. He believed that given Harry's current capabilities and physical attributes, it was not entirely implausible for the wand to be swept from his grasp by the fierce winds. Fortunately, however, Harry did not falter to such an extent. He firmly gripped his wand, inching cautiously closer to his Chinese fireball. Meanwhile, Furong could only helplessly start circling her Swedish short snout, attempting to create some noise to divert its attention, thereby facilitating her acquisition of the golden egg. The third match, in contrast, was decidedly less thrilling. If Anriel were to provide an assessment, he would note that these two were merely preoccupied with their own endeavors, resembling more the first round of the original contest. While there was a modicum of suspense, it paled in comparison to the exhilarating appearances of Carmen. Behold, our valiant Mr. Potter has already reached for the golden dragon egg. However, the egg has been enchanted, rendering it invisible. How shall he manage to extricate that dragon egg from the range of the dragon's assault? Anriel shifted his attention from the diminutive crouch back to Harry. Upon careful observation, Anriel noted that this impostor appeared quite apprehensive. Both his normal eye and the magical one remained fixated on Harry, while his hand gripped the cane with such intensity that the knuckles were prominent, revealing the tension he was experiencing. Anriel surmised that the effect of the invisibility potion was nearing its end. Just as this thought crossed his mind, half of a robe suddenly materialized in the arena. Harry appeared startled by this unforeseen turn of events. Quick, Harry, grab the egg and retreat. Hagrid's hoarse voice mingled with the cheers and shouts of the crowd. Even Fleur, Seizing the moment when the Swedish short-snout dragon was distracted by the small conjuration she had created, stealthily acquired the golden egg. Time was growing increasingly tight. I've got it. The golden egg has left the dragon's lair. Bagman's exuberant voice echoed throughout the stadium. It was Harry. Ultimately, he triumphed in this round. Aided by some unnamed new product from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, along with a touch of covert assistance from Barty Crouch Jr., disguised as Alastair Moody. However, this did not alter the fact that Hogwarts had been nearly trampled by Durmstrang, specifically by Krumm's prowess, in the previous round. The competition had shifted. Harry won the final match against Fleur, though neither showcased particularly remarkable performances. Undoubtedly, the sudden emergence of a potent invisibility potion was the highlight of the event. It remained uncertain whether the Weasley twins would disclose this incident, given that Anriel had mentioned it was not against the rules. Should it be revealed? An explosion of orders was imminent. Along with Mrs. Weasley's inevitable wrath, both outcomes were entirely foreseeable. These two mischievous boys had treated Harry as a test subject. Had the outcome not been favorable, Anriel believed Mrs. Weasley would have stormed the school to reprimand her wayward sons. Regardless, the conclusion stood as such. Now, let the 5 judges score the performances of the champions in the first round. Bagman's duties were not yet complete. He continued to stand at the podium, enthusiastically fulfilling his role. First, the overall best performance was awarded to Durmstrang. Victor Krumm, with his exceptional prowess, flawlessly disarmed his opponent in the competition, demonstrating astonishing reflexes and adaptability. Although he ultimately exited the arena injured, it did not diminish his remarkable talent and strength. Carmen Crowlin emerged as the undeniable dark horse of this Triwizard tournament, bravely confronting a dragon alone and successfully retrieving the necessary item. With calm and meticulous observation, he daringly seized the most perilous treasure in the arena, leaving the audience in awe of his capabilities. Indeed, professionalism breeds excellence. Anriel marveled at how he could not comprehend such prowess. One could only commend the sports commentator for consistently highlighting the shining moments. Now, let the judges score Victor Krumm. Upon finishing his incantation, Bagman raised his wand toward the heavens. A brilliant golden, serpentine flame erupted from the tip of his wand, twisting in the air to form the number 8. Subsequently, following the order of the judges' seating, Madame Maxime awarded Krumm a mere 6 points. Perhaps it was due to the dazzling performance of Carmen that she felt compelled to temper the scores for Durmstrang. As for Barty Crouch, while it appeared he was judging, he actually assigned a score of 7. It seems Anriel had overthought, as this was simply a reflection of Krumm's lackluster performance. Now it was Igor Karkaroff's turn. 10. Well, that seems fair enough. Anriel could now ascertain that Krumm indeed had not performed well. It was now Dumbledore's turn to score. The old man made no motion to withdraw his wand even slightly. Anriel observed Dumbledore's demeanor and even caught him winking in her direction. Very well. Anriel struck his forehead, raising his left hand to brandish the wand towards the heavens. A serpentine blaze of silver and blue erupted forth, coiling in the air. An assessment that was rather conventional, perhaps even on the higher end of the spectrum. Anriel's choice mirrors that of Ludovico Bagman. By this calculation, Krumm's total score stands at 39 points. Ludovico Bagman continues to announce the scores for the other competitors. The champions. Esteemed judges, please score Carmen Crouch. He exuberantly raises his wand. 10. A perfect score. Anriel nodded in acknowledgement. Unsurprisingly, the match featuring Carmen indeed captivated Bagman's attention. For a forthright athlete, such a performance undoubtedly warranted a perfect score from Bagman. Moreover, Carmen's display was indisputable. Next, we have Barty Crouch, scoring a 9. Madame Maxim, also a 9. Igor Karkaroff, another 9. Anriel raised an eyebrow. It seemed that Karkaroff was resolutely intent on ingratiating himself with Krumm. Perhaps he believed that Krumm held greater utility than Carmen? Anriel was somewhat uncertain. Yet the moment had arrived for him to cast his judgment. He had already reached a decision. 2 streams of fire erupted from the tip of his wand. 10 points. Another perfect score. Carmen's total now stood at 47 points. She was merely 3 points shy of the maximum score of 50. The arena resonated with continuous gasps, primarily due to Anriel occupies the position of Dumbledore, representing the esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts. He awarded a perfect score to the champion of Durmstrang. This is rather concerning, isn't it? The students of Hogwarts exchanged glances, hesitating in their judgment due to Anriel's esteemed reputation. Surely, there must be a rationale behind Anriel's actions. However, Bagman did not afford the audience much time for contemplation. Next, we have the valiant warrior from Busbiton, I invite the esteemed judges to score Miss Farong Delacour. Ludo Bagman awarded an 8, consistent with the score he granted to Crumb. Madame Maxime bestowed a perfect 10 upon her own number 1 warrior. Surprisingly, Karkaroff scored a 6, not that it is excessively low, but rather, it is rather high in regard to Karkaroff. Anriel's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that this fellow was also under the control of the soul-snatching spell? However, upon noticing the old man's furtive glance towards Farong, Anriel could no longer contain herself. Seriously, sister, can't you rein in that passive ability of yours? Do you really need to indulge in this? Forcing yourself to consume something repugnant, only to gain a meager increase of a point or 2 in the end. Anriel shook her head, expressing both confusion and a lack of respect. Thank you. It is intriguing that the final score for Farong Delacour was also 39 points. I kindly request the esteemed judges to score Miss Sophony Claire. Ludo Bagman, 7 points. Madame Maxim, 9 points. Batty Crouch, 6 points. Igor Kakarov, 5 points. Anriel Grindelwald received a score of 7, marking the lowest total score of 34 thus far. This is to be expected, considering the performance on display. The young lady in that round did little more than endure punishment. Next, we invite the 2 champions from Hogwarts to present their scores for Mr. Cedric Diggory. Surprisingly, Bagman paused for contemplation before raising his wand to award a score of 9. Madame Maxime and Barty Crouch both bestowed a score of 8. Igor Karkaroff, however, maintained his stance with a score of 5. Anriel surmised that, in the end, Karkaroff would also score a 5 for Harry's final words. Anriel awarded Cedric a score of 8, which was identical to the scores given to Fleur and Crumb. Ultimately, Cedric's total score reached 38, missing the mark by a single point. Perhaps that solitary point could ultimately prove to be a matter of life and death for him. Who can say? In contrast, Harry's scoring was decidedly unremarkable. Bagman granted Harry 10 points, while Crouch bestowed 9. Madame Maxim and Karkaroff assigned 7 and 5 points respectively, precisely as Anriel had anticipated. Anriel still awarded Harry a score of 8. Consequently, Harry's total reached 39, tying him with Fleur and Crumb. This is indeed a positive outcome. After ensuring that several fire dragons in the arena had succumbed to slumber, Anriel made his way towards the emergency tent at the far end of the field. He observed a figure clad in white, bustling back and forth, seemingly agitated. It appeared to be Madame Pomfrey, who seemed quite displeased with the presence of fire dragons on campus due to the Triwizard Tournament. Anriel, of course, did not come here in search of Crumb and Cedric. The 2 of them were now swathed like dumplings, lying in bed, with only their faces capable of movement. Anriel effortlessly located the person he sought in the corner of Crumb's bed, Carmen. Ah, Anriel. It appeared that Carmen was not at all surprised by Anriel's immediate arrival after completing his task. Shall we step outside? Anriel nodded. Carmen rolled off the bed and noticed that his broken leg had healed. As he exited the tent, Carmen casually waved his wand, and Madame Pomfrey, who passed by them, appeared oblivious to their presence. Did he heal it himself? Anriel tilted his head and glanced at Carmen, smiling as he inquired. Indeed, Madame Pomfrey is an exceptional healer. Yet she is not an alchemist. Carmen chuckled softly, bending down to remove the bandages that were wrapped around his leg. The tender pink flesh of new growth, the dark red scabs of blood, and the semi-transparent bionic skeleton along with tendons were revealed. I say, old chap, did you manage to see through me the moment my leg was shattered? Carmen observed Anriel's intrigued expression regarding his broken limb, sighed, and in a spirit of reckless abandon, asked, I suppose so. Anriel nodded, then shook her head. It was primarily because you appeared exceedingly affluent. A vivid question mark emerged on Carmen's face. My tree has been specially modified. Aside from being incapable of causing death, it can accomplish a multitude of tasks that ordinary fire dragons cannot. Anriel leisurely remarked. Even its dragon flames are ceaselessly spewed forth. This alchemical creation is undoubtedly a yellow variant. He cast a sidelong glance at Carmen, adding, So do not feign ignorance with me. Your body is a red variant, and that leg was severed by your own hand. Do not project your little delusions onto me. Carmen flashed a toothy grin. Anriel continued to inquire, What about yourself? Will you not step forward to engage in conversation with me? Ah. I am currently occupied with the Durmstrang delegation and cannot spare the time, Carmen replied with a slight shrug, his tone tinged with resignation. Anriel nodded thoughtfully. How shall I address you henceforth? Should I continue to call you Carmen, or shall I use your sage name? Most alchemists are honored with the title of sage, possessing a lineage of their own sage name, which they can bestow upon their most esteemed disciples. Ah, did you even foresee that? Carmen playfully stuck out his tongue. and Anriel regarded him with a gaze reminiscent of observing a magical staff. Very well, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am the puppet sage, Masquerade Clown. Carmen, or rather Masquerade, extended a hand. Anriel clasped his hands together. Anriel Grindelwald, the pinnacle of artificial beings. This may very well be the most revealing moment for Anriel since his crossing into this realm. One should never underestimate the expertise of another. Long before Anriel discerned Carmen's identity as an artificial being, Masquerade had already recognized Anriel's own nature. There is little point in mutual concealment, for the truth cannot remain hidden. The puppeteer sage, Masquerade, is renowned as a scholar from the illustrious alchemical lineage of the clown family in Italy. The name Masquerade, in Italian, translates to masquerade ball, reflecting the clown family's ancestral role as jesters who delighted the emperor with puppetry and theatrical performances. Although doubts linger regarding Carmen's identity, the individual before him, bearing the name Masquerade, is undeniably the current head of the clown lineage. This family has devoted centuries to the study of human alchemy, often regarded as a band of madmen. Nevertheless, their madness is bound by principles and enriched with depth. For hundreds of years, this family has adhered to the principle of voluntarism, acquiring all alchemical materials through legitimate trade, which embodies a form of contractual power. If one were to categorize them, they might be seen as lawful evil within the confines of a structured system. So, what is your purpose? Anriel casually broached this rather sensitive topic, fully aware that Masquerade's intentions were not directed towards him, and that his understanding of Anriel's essence was rooted merely in curiosity, primarily due to the presence of a soul within him. This notion stood in stark contrast to the beliefs held by the puppet sage. Clearly, Masquerade was no fool. He recognized that he could never hope to surpass Anriel in combat. Thus, he opted to cultivate a friendship, considering it a form of mutual enrichment. However, Masquerade's response took Anriel by surprise. I wish to discern whether the great revolutionary, whom I have only encountered in textbooks, has offspring as remarkable as he. Intriguing, Anriel mused. What insights have you gleaned from this? Anriel inquired with a smile. Masquerade curled his lips into a smirk, indeed rather impressive. His tone exuded an air of antiquity. Yet, Anriel was well aware of the true nature of this fellow. A 10-year-old child speaking with such maturity was quite extraordinary. So, do you intend to seize victory in this triad championship on your way? Anriel shifted the topic. No, it's too troublesome. I am not in need of money. Masquerade, manipulating Carmen, shook his head and said, do not change the subject just yet. I still have another question. Anriel curled his lip, suddenly finding it challenging to engage with such a straightforward and astute individual. Well, go ahead and ask, he said. Are you not considering inciting a revolution? If that's the case, I could join you. It's primarily driven by my disdain for those who occupy positions without merit. At this, Anriel was left utterly bewildered. Brother, do we even know each other well enough for such discussions? We've exchanged only a few words, and already you are broaching the subject of rebellion? While I must admit that I do entertain such thoughts, I find it perplexing that you, a highly esteemed alchemist lauded by many, would contemplate insurrection when you are currently reaping the benefits of the existing regime. Anriel adjusted his expression slightly and replied to Masquerade with a smile, indeed. There is a threshold to entry. What kind of threshold? Masquerade inquired. Could you possibly demonstrate it? Anriel smiled as she raised her left hand, revealing the resurrection stone adorned with the menacing mark of death upon her thumb. Under the brilliant sunlight, it appeared remarkably somber. Masquerade's expression stiffened. He found himself unable to discern whether Anriel was jesting or earnest. Even through the distance of a puppet, he could perceive the potent aura of death emanating from the stone. However, this essence seemed not solely of death. Was there a hint of life intertwined? After all, being a renowned alchemist, his sensitivity to such energy surpassed that of an ordinary individual. Masquerade immediately recognized that this stone possessed the capacity to not only confer genuine death but also to bestow a false resurrection. Did it infuse the souls of the deceased into intact bodies? His gaze intensified as he fixated on the resurrection stone in Anriel's grasp. This piece you hold is one of the legendary 3 sacred artifacts of death, is it not? If so, building upon my earlier inquiry, must it be the original soul of the body that is infused into the vessel? Before the infusion of the soul, is the body a living organism or merely a lifeless corpse? If it is indeed a deceased body, does this not imply a puppet controlled by the soul? Anriel, I am utterly convinced that you are a living being, both in body and spirit. Therefore, you are not a mere puppet. Yet, I ponder whether the entity you have resurrected is truly alive or merely a marionette controlled by the deceased. Masquerade grew increasingly fervent in his discourse, and it appeared he had persuaded himself. Indeed, I can sacrifice myself to conduct this experiment. Anriel raised an eyebrow, nearly forgetting that this individual was quite mad. A lunatic. Indeed, a high intellect coupled with the rationality of a deranged mind makes for an even more intriguing character. Ever since Regulus ventured to Paris, the research concerning magical firearms logistics has come to a standstill. Although Mascoy specializes in human alchemy, which may not align perfectly with the subject at hand, he can still be regarded as an alchemist, having merely crossed a slight boundary of expertise. Anriel pondered for a moment, convinced that this endeavor might indeed be feasible. Mascoy's desires were merely to refine his craft in the realm of human puppetry, given that he had initially inquired whether Anriel was plotting a rebellion. It was evident that he was not of noble character. Very well, then, meet me at the library tomorrow at noon, and I shall make my way there in my true form. Anriel pondered for a moment and said, "It is not necessarily required for your physical form to perish. Perhaps your expertise could enable us to delve deeper into this research." Mascoy suddenly displayed a look of discomfort. "What troubles you?" Anriel was intrigued. "Anriel, you must be aware that my title of sage has been passed down through my family for generations." "Indeed, I am aware. Thus, my knowledge of alchemy must also be a closely guarded family secret." Mascoy's expression became conflicted. "There exists a spell within our bloodline that prohibits the sharing of certain knowledge." Before Anriel could respond, a sudden realization illuminated Mascoy's face. "Yes, it is indeed forbidden to divulge." Anriel suddenly felt an ominous premonition. "Calm yourself, Anriel. Are you truly 16 this year?" "Yes, indeed." Anriel hesitated before providing an affirmative response. "That is splendid. You are 7 years my senior, a number imbued with magic, sufficient to forge a bond between us that is recognized by the enchantments of our lineage." Anriel, filled with curiosity, inquired, in light of this acknowledged relationship, "What shall you call me?" Mascoy, with a fervent expression, exclaimed without hesitation, "Godfather." "Oh, you uttered that so effortlessly? Me? Godfather? Are you truly serious?" Anriel's brows are furrowed to the point of resembling a river. Although a considerable number of wizards are Protestants, which has led to the emergence of the title Godfather within the wizarding realm, magic itself is inherently a form of irreverence. Is it possible that this could also be recognized by familial magic? Anriel has certainly broadened his horizons. Moreover, according to the definition of the Godfather role, Mascoy has, in a matter of seconds, recognized a Godfather he has known for less than 100 days. How audacious this is. Yet, that is a matter for another time. It shall be addressed when there is an opportunity. Mascoy nodded in agreement with Anriel's statement, for after all, there are several months between the first and second rounds of competition. "I shall take my leave now, Godfather." A subtle sensation of discomfort surged within Anriel, prompting a reconsideration. Was there truly no hint of hesitation or resistance? What a remarkable individual, possessing moral integrity, dexterity and subtlety, and a belief in dignity. Nevertheless, Anriel had little to lose. The resurrection stone was indeed a venture fraught with profit and devoid of risk. Mascoy and Anriel parted ways. One proceeded towards the rescue tent, while the other returned directly to the castle. The clues regarding the golden egg were uniform, as Bagman would unveil the method to unlock it. However, the clues inscribed upon the golden dragon scales varied significantly, and the only one to have amassed the most scales, Carmen, seemed utterly indifferent to them, having not uttered a single word about the scales in their earlier conversation. Who truly cares about that? Oh, but Ophelia, Safina, Cedric, Harry, and Crumb certainly do. The anticipation is mounting. The next competition is scheduled for February 24th of the following year, granting everyone ample time to recuperate. However, with the assurance of magical healing, both Cedric and Crumb should be able to attend the Grand Christmas Ball without issue. Anriel recalled that prior to the first match, Crumb frequently visited the library. This international athlete appeared to be utterly captivated by the intellectually vibrant Hermione. Nevertheless, it seemed that Hermione had parted ways with Ron. If they were to reconcile, it would indeed be a pleasant turn of events. Anriel descended the staircase, making his way towards the common room, while he remained oblivious to the atmosphere of other houses. He was certain that the Ravenclaw common room was filled with a cluster of inquisitive souls eagerly awaiting his tales. One could only imagine the lively ambience of the Gryffindor common room today. As for the Hufflepuff common room, well, Cedric was still ensconced in the hospital wing, swathed in bandages like a dumpling. Anriel shrugged as he swung open the door to the Ravenclaw common room, only to find Luna perched by the fireplace. Her little head lifted in eager anticipation. "Is it beautiful?" she asked. "Oh yes. It's thrilling." Luna nodded enthusiastically. In her hands, she clutched a tablet-like device, which, in function, truly deserved the name of a tablet. Whether capturing a fixed perspective or tracking the movement of a dragon, it resembled a camera following its subject. With just a thought, Luna could even view the dragon from a first-person perspective, akin to a live broadcast. In fact, it seemed to be just that, a live stream. This was the innovative equipment that Anriel had prepared, utilizing magical commands to replace the majority of electrical signals. He intended to employ this device in the second and third rounds of the competition. After all, it was rather absurd for a crowd of spectators to linger by the lake for 2 hours, waiting for the champions. Should their cheers only resonate at the fleeting moments the warriors entered and emerged from the water? As for the second event, that could be set aside for now. Even the Christmas gala was still 2 full months away. The following day, Anriel made his way to the library. At a glance, he spotted a group of teenagers, among whom stood the soul child, Masquerade, who had come as promised. It was only now that Anriel took a moment to truly observe this 9-year-old alchemical prodigy. How to describe him? The boy sported the most unremarkable hairstyle, his head of black hair evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity in Anriel. He appeared to be nothing more than an exceedingly ordinary primary school student from a past life, blending seamlessly into the crowd, devoid of any remarkable traits. Anriel cast a curious glance at the child, finding the situation rather intriguing. To be frank, she held a certain admiration for the boldness of one who would unhesitatingly acknowledge a godfather in pursuit of truth. So, what exactly is the matter with your baptism as Protestants? I must admit, I am not well versed in this realm. It cannot be as simple as your acceptance equating to mine, can it? Anriel vocalized his perplexity. Masquerade glanced around, inquiring whether there existed a place accessible solely to him. A location characterized by heightened confidentiality. The answering chamber would suffice for that purpose. Ever since Anriel first delved into the study of resurrection stones within the answering chamber, that space had been rendered inaccessible to anyone else, effectively achieving a private usage of a public resource. Anriel seized the answering chamber, swiftly refining it. However, it was not entirely off-limits. Those who sought to hide contraband or individuals like Dumbledore, who found themselves in need of a restroom in the dead of night, could still utilize it. A few minutes later, Anriel escorted Masquerade to the threshold of the answering chamber. What a splendid place! Masquerade exclaimed, his face aglow with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. What? Aren't you an alchemist of puppetry? Why do you harbor interest in such matters? Anriel inquired with curiosity. While I confess that I cannot comprehend the principles behind this phenomenon, it does not hinder my appreciation, he remarked. Masquerade, with a grave expression, gestured towards the grand door. Are you aware that this room possesses the ability to read the memories and thoughts of all who pass before it? Indeed. But cannot this be achieved through the art of mind extraction? Masquerade shook his head. The essence of mind extraction lies in the retrieval of your emotions and fragments of memory. The processing is inherently conducted by your own cognition. Allow me to illustrate. You desire an apple and convey the concept of wanting in your mind. However, a non-human entity may misinterpret this notion, possibly perceiving it as refusal or repulsion, concepts that are entirely contrary. For the wish-fulfilling room to function, a comprehensive understanding of wizardly knowledge must be implanted within it. Masquerade turned towards the wish-fulfilling room and clicked his tongue. This is nearly impossible. He paused, shaking his head. History is shrouded in mystery at times. I truly wonder whether those generations who stirred the currents of time truly departed this world in the company of death. He cast a deep glance at the resurrection stone in Anriel's hand, fell silent, and pushed open the grand door of the wish-fulfilling room. Inside, the space transformed according to Masquerade's thoughts, becoming an elevated baptismal font, seemingly sized for a ceremonial baptism. The visage of the statue above the font remained indistinct. Masquerade glanced at the statue, devoid of any reverence, revealing his utter disbelief in deities. It is no wonder. The practice of puppet alchemy is often regarded as the most blasphemous form of alchemy. In this branch, the human body itself is the most readily available material. Masquerade explored the edges of the baptismal platform, as if triggering some mechanism. With a click, something emerged from the side. You see, this room has nearly replicated the appearance of the baptismal font from my family's memories, even down to the mechanism, he explained, as he showcased a sharp silver knife he held in his hand. We do not believe in the gods of muggles, I suppose. Since the primary purpose of this baptism is to have you recognized by our family's bloodline curse, many procedures will vary. As these words left his lips, Mascorii extended his hand towards the stone basin, slicing open a finger with the knife. Crimson droplets cascaded into the water, gradually tinting the clear liquid a pale red. As he gauged the quantity to be adequate, Mascorii flicked his finger, and a small wisp of white light passed over the wound, restoring it to its original state. Now it is your turn. Approximately 10 to 20 drops should suffice. With a swift flick of his wrist, Masquerade sent the blade glinting through the air. Not a single drop of blood remaining upon its pristine edge. He then presented the impeccably sharp ceremonial dagger to Anriel. Anriel was not being pretentious, after all. It was merely a few drops of blood. If one could truly deduce Anriel's anatomical structure from these few drops, then the alchemist's prowess would be on the verge of creating a second Anriel. The blood of Anriel mingled with the pale red liquid, eerily reflecting the light within the stone basin. This substance was certainly not holy water. Should it be employed for baptism, who could predict the ensuing calamity? There stood Masquerade. I shut, clutching a scroll of parchment seemingly procured from nowhere, murmuring to himself in a manner that suggested a descent into madness. What was he up to? Anriel inquired with curiosity. Just recite the baptismal words as I instruct you. Masquerade opened his eyes, unfurling the parchment in his hands. After thoroughly reading it and confirming its accuracy, he presented it to Anriel. How shall I put it? Rather irreverent. This 9-year-old boy seemed entirely unfazed by any impropriety. From Anriel's perspective, it was evident that the child possessed no faith. Come now, he said. The boy closed his eyes, knelt resolutely before the baptismal font, displaying unwavering determination. Anriel's lips twitched as he stood opposite Masquerade, dipping his fingers into the basin of sacred blood. He cast a glance at the parchment in his hand, and his lips twitched even more, as if a sudden cramp had seized him. Truly, the child brother lived up to his reputation. Had it not been for Masquerade's orphan status, this would indeed have been a monumental act of filial piety. By my cleansing, through the Holy Trinity in my name, I wash away your sins, sharing the grace of our common bloodline, to affirm that we are now bound as kin through this renewed blood. Today, you gain a father, and I, a son. Stunned into silence, who could comprehend the fortune of acquiring a son so effortlessly? Anriel, with his eyes closed, inscribed a hexagram upon Mascore's forehead, while simultaneously tracing 2 alchemical arrays with his hands. The act of closing his eyes was not a mere pretense, rather. He feared that should he gaze upon the expression of the young boy below, he might burst into laughter. The crimson radiance flickered, and the alchemical sigils began to pulsate rhythmically, casting an eerie aura. However, the young boy's expression amidst the shimmering symbols appeared somewhat out of place. To be frank, Mascore seemed devoid of any semblance of faith. Is this truly the conclusion? Anriel scrutinized Masquerade for a moment, uncertainly inquiring, for expertise lies in specialization. And this peculiar alchemy was not within his realm of proficiency. Having completed his task, Masquerade closed his eyes, attentively sensing something, though it was unclear what he was perceiving. Nonetheless, it seemed all was well. Subsequently, you would be able to acquire the knowledge of the clown family in your capacity as the patriarch, though, of course, not a single word could be divulged outside of the legitimate wife. At this juncture, Masquerade cast a doubtful glance at Anriel. You do not have a wife, do you? Anriel's gaze shifted. The expression on Masquerade's face appeared somewhat rigid. You do not have a wife yet, do you? Anriel cast a sidelong glance and let out a whistle, only to receive a playful yet just blow to his kidneys from his disciple. The force was minimal, merely a jest. Anriel paid little heed to the agitated child, for the notion of having multiple guardians in the pursuit of academic inquiry seemed somewhat acceptable. However, the idea of having both a multitude of fathers and mothers was rather excessive. Setting this aside, Anriel inquired of Masquerade, do you possess any other names? After all, I cannot address you by your esteemed title every day. Masquerade nodded in affirmation, replying, you may simply call me Matthew. Anriel nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding before pushing open the door of the all-request room. The two then stepped outside, parting ways. Masquerade needed to return to his brother, Carmen, while Anriel had no particular engagements. However, he could not recklessly provoke matters aboard the Durmstrang ship. Thus, aside from not being able to accompany Masquerade, he was free to roam wherever he pleased. A few minutes later, in the Ravenclaw common room, it was indeed the designated time for a midday respite, and a significant number of Ravenclaw students were gathered in the library. Anriel merely needs to close his eyes and sense the souls within the confines of the school to swiftly locate the person he seeks, rendering the live map unnecessary. What, then, is the purpose of holding this map, if not to vex Porter? Anriel soon located the person he sought within the confines of his chamber. In Anriel's room, there was a rhythmic knock. Anriel knocked gently on the door before pushing it open and stepping inside. "Good afternoon, my angel. What brings you here?" Anriel scrutinized Luna's figure, reclined upon the bed, and inquired with a hint of curiosity. Whether it was the enchantment of the magical lighting or some other reason, Luna's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, and she seemed rather listless, as if she were unwell. "Do you feel unwell?" Anriel settled on the edge of the bed, instinctively extending her hand to rest upon Luna's forehead, gauging the young girl's temperature. It was chilling, frigid as a block of ice. This was concerning. Anriel's medical knowledge is rather limited, primarily focused on the treatment of external injuries. He is unaware of the circumstances surrounding Luna. "Andy, I'm fine," Luna gently spoke, seemingly attempting to provide an explanation, but at a loss for words. She bit her lip, her blue eyes shimmering with a hint of red, as if ink had bled into them. Anriel gazed silently at Luna, and then, without warning, he leaned down and enveloped her in an embrace, leaving the girl momentarily taken aback. Her heart continued to beat robustly within her chest, and her body retained the minimum temperature typical of a living human. Anriel furrowed his brow at an unseen angle of Luna, his earlier doubts now entwined in contradiction. The two embraced for a moment until Luna's soft laughter broke the silence, causing Anriel to relax his furrowed brow and release her. "Rest assured, there will be no issues," Luna said as she leaned forward and gently brushed her lips against the corner of Anriel's mouth, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Anriel gently sighed. "Do you have any idea how significant you are to me?" After uttering these words, he draped his arm around Luna's waist, gently guiding her to lie down upon the bed, before reclining beside her. "I understand, just as you reside within my heart." Luna sighed softly, her voice ethereal as ever. "So, what are you engaged in? Is it some form of experiment?" Anriel turned to Luna from this angle. At such close proximity, her face appeared strikingly pallid, more so than before, resembling a mystical creature. Her complexion was ghostly pale, yet enchantingly beautiful. Her body temperature was notably low, and her irises tinged with red. Nevertheless, Luna was indeed alive and thriving, her body temperature not uniformly declining. Such traits were not characteristic of a vampire. Hence, Anriel felt he had misjudged the situation. Likewise, he was perplexed as to why Luna exhibited these vampiric attributes. Given her current abilities, Anriel doubted that any vampire or bat could have bitten her without her being fully aware and prepared. It was utterly improbable. The initial joy he felt from acquiring a new subordinate was overshadowed by growing concern and doubt. "Do not harm yourself, promise me." She nodded. Days later, Masquerade forcefully pulled the bolt of a sniper rifle, meticulously examining the weapon that was nearly the same height as himself. "Perhaps you are right. In a few more years, the space for wizards to exist will diminish further." He leveled the rifle and aimed at the target situated at the far end of a 100-meter range, inexplicably extended within the wish room. Even without cooperating with alchemical engravings, this modern firearm could effortlessly eliminate an unprepared wizard. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted, its decibel level rivaling that of a bomb explosion. A streak of flame shot straight from the muzzle, akin to tracer rounds, hurtling towards the distant target. The crucial distinction was that this was not a tracer, it was a flame. Boom! The struck target ignited explosively, transforming into carbon dust within mere breaths, vanishing from Anriel and Masquerade's sight. Anriel smacked his lips. Indeed, matters of expertise should be entrusted to true professionals. I am merely a novice, with my limited alchemical skills inherited rather than earned, for Grindelwald himself was not truly a master of alchemy. Just observe the professional alchemists within mere days of their employment. They have already developed enhancements ready for practical application. The mass production of Anriel's creation is purely a miraculous feat achieved through sheer force, unlike Masquerade, who genuinely possesses the technical prowess. In recent days, apart from this matter, Anriel, adhering to Masquerade's personal wishes and after thorough confirmation of informed consent, has transformed him into one of her apostles. Currently, there are 3 individuals enjoying such a privileged status: Regulus, Rodolphius, and Masquerade. Years later, as Anriel reflects on this period, she may well express her astonishment that one among her team unilaterally decided upon the team's name without consulting the other 2. You 3 shall henceforth serve the departed. Perhaps you may be called. Anriel gazed at the wisps of gray mist swirling around Masquerade and said softly, "The Reaper. From now until the Christmas season, there is little for anyone to occupy themselves with." However, that assertion may not be entirely accurate. In truth, everyone has their own affairs to attend to. Allow me to present a few examples. Anriel is diligently collaborating with Masqui to enhance the metal wands that Muggles used to wreak havoc upon one another. The clandestine knowledge accumulated by the Clon family over generations has proven to be immensely beneficial to Anriel. Ever since their return from the World Cup, Ginny has immersed herself in her studies. Fred and George have even humorously speculated that their lively and charming little sister has contracted a peculiar obsession with learning, nay, a terminal condition. This notion, however, was met with disapproval from Percy. As for Hermione, she seems resolute in her stance, inexplicably stubborn regarding the matter of house elves. Meanwhile, Harry, Cedric, and the other brave souls are frantically searching for the secret of the golden egg. Oh, except for Masquery's puppet, Carmen, and all other valiant warriors. Anriel had previously inquired casually with Masqueray, and the response he received did not surprise him. Indeed, Masqueray had long since unraveled the secret of the golden egg, along with the enigmatic golden dragon scales, quenching. First, one must scorch it with the flames representing the fire dragon, and then extinguish those flames with the water symbolizing the upcoming challenge, thereby acquiring the knowledge inscribed on the dragon scales regarding overcoming obstacles. There are 4 golden dragon scales in total, with the one belonging to the Treant be providing the most detailed clues. This particular scale directly imprinted the topographical map of the Black Lake, albeit without marking the specific route one should take. The remaining 3 scales correspond to several perilous or troublesome areas, along with their respective solutions. It appears that the difficulty of the second challenge has significantly decreased. Impossible. Anriel will indeed participate in the second round, and his involvement will be more profound than in the first round. After all, in the first round, Anriel merely controlled the fire dragon. Once he personally dons his armor and joins the fray, these 5 brave souls will come to understand the true meaning of an insurmountable chasm of strength. In the 5th grade, during the charms class, Professor Flivy announced 10 minutes before the end of the lesson that everyone could begin to pack their belongings. All right, everyone, please tidy up your textbooks. Professor Flivy's sharp voice echoed through the aisle until he ascended the podium, allowing him to be seen by all the students in the classroom. Children, I have an announcement to make. The Triwizard Tournament does not involve any competition. In December, we will host a joint event among the 3 schools, to be conducted in the form of a ball. Professor Flivy smiled. This event will require your dress robes. Professor Flivy implicitly acknowledged that his Ravenclaw students were well aware of the procedures for both the Triwizard Tournament and the Christmas Ball. However, the 5th grade Gryffindor students attending the same class seemed less informed. Some of them even expressed surprise. What dance partner? Professor Flivy responded to this question, which only astonished them further. We actually need to find a partner of the opposite gender. It is evident that, in the absence of a troublemaking comet like Harry Potter, the frequency of events such as the Triwizard Tournament raises the question of how long it would take for Hogwarts students to host such a grand ball. Professor, may we, A Ravenclaw student stood up to inquire, his words faltering and his face flushed. Oh, sit down, Simon. I know what you were about to ask. Professor Flitwick chuckled upon glancing at the speaker, gesturing for him to take his seat, no longer needing to force himself to voice the question. Of course, you may invite students from other schools, provided you genuinely believe you can succeed rather than being deceived by certain enchantments. The professor's final remark seemed to carry an underlying meaning, perhaps hinting at his awareness of the extraordinary magic derived from Fleur Delacour's lineage. Unfortunately, Anriel was not present. Otherwise, he would likely have disowned the headmaster's insinuation. By the way, does Anriel know about this? About the ball? Someone asked, though their voice dwindled midway through the question, likely realizing the futility of such an inquiry among the predominantly Ravenclaw audience. Professor Flitwick chuckled again. Of course he knows. Moreover, typically, this ball is not open to students below the 4th year. However, if a higher year student extends an invitation, that changes everything. Haha. The atmosphere was light, a stark contrast to the melancholy of Harry, who truly seemed oblivious to the concept of inviting a partner to the ball. Although there were many girls, girls he didn't know, eager to seize this honor. Cedric had been seen with Cho Chang these past few days, which many had noticed. However, it was clear that Harry was unaware of this development. Fleur had invited the illustrious Cormac McLaggen, treating it as quite an amusing anecdote. Miss Sophie appeared to have a boyfriend since her chosen partner was a student from Beauxbatons. As for Crumb, Andy, do you know whom that Durmstrang Quidditch star has invited to the ball? Luna seemed to be in high spirits. Crumb? Ah. It appears he has invited a friend you know? Anriel feigned ignorance with deliberate intent. Indeed, Luna nodded in acknowledgement. That warrior named Crumb had the audacity to extend an invitation to Hermione Granger. Anriel aptly displayed a perfectly timed expression of surprise. Hermione. It seems that Crumb possesses quite discerning taste. Anriel chuckled and remarked, allow me to share some news as well. Our Mr. Potter's invitation to Miss Zhang was unsuccessful, as she is the partner of Cedric. Anriel chuckled softly, imbued with a hint of playful jest. Wow, Luna stuck out her little tongue and made a face, signifying her astonishment. Who might Harry extend an invitation to? It remains a mystery. Anriel shrugged. Perhaps we shall uncover the truth on the day of the Christmas ball. Luna nodded in agreement. How shall we put it? Anriel had never mentioned the invitation to Luna, nor had anyone extended it to him directly. It appeared to be an arrangement tacitly understood between them, both parties aware of each other's sentiments. However, Luna's health seemed to be deteriorating. On the day of the Christmas ball, or rather, Christmas itself, Anriel donned his gown, reminiscent of a blood moon. Was it mere coincidence? In selecting a new robe, Anriel opted for rich scarlet silk velvet, perfectly complementing the current Luna. Luna's attire, a striking silver blue, shone with a brilliance akin to the full moon, captivating all who beheld it. As for Anriel's choice to wear this ensemble early in the morning, it is worth noting that he was dressed in the accompanying shirt rather than the complete gown. Perhaps Anriel believed that this outfit could effortlessly serve as casual wear. Luna, appearing quite bewildered, sat up beside Anriel, rubbing her eyes, looking both extremely drowsy and undeniably endearing. What time is it? Anriel gently turned to the young girl, bestowing a tender kiss upon her forehead. Your routine has become rather chaotic, dear. Moreover, Merry Christmas. Ah, and to you as well. Merry Christmas, Luna replied, still a bit dazed as she extended her arms to encircle Anriel's neck, clinging to him like a koala. After a moment of affectionate closeness, Anriel softly tucked Luna under the covers, meticulously adjusted the curtains, sighed, and quietly exited the room. Luna was fast asleep. Unlike her first visit to this room, when she had mischievously opened her eyes, surveying her surroundings. The bloodline. Anriel had never envisioned cradling Luna in the palm of his hand, shielding her from the myriad of setbacks and tribulations she might encounter. It is precisely this protective instinct that has rendered Luna's abilities extraordinarily remarkable. Even Anriel finds himself in the dark regarding the origins of the blood of Duke Vlad that this 13-year-old girl possesses. For it is only the blood of the first-generation progenitor that induces such an extended transformation period when converting into a vampire. Luna is evolving towards the very genesis of this species. Perhaps she is aware that those inferior lower-tier races are unworthy of Anriel. In any case, he intends to elucidate matters with her tonight. As for the more intricate details, they can be discussed later, among a gathering of young wizards and witches clad in robes. Anriel, dressed in a Muggle-style suit, shines resplendently. This is primarily due to not only his dapper attire but also his striking appearance. Good morning, Professor Moody, and Merry Christmas. Anriel raised his hand in greeting as he brushed past young Barty Crouch. To be honest, in that fleeting moment, young Barty Crouch felt a strange sensation, as if he had been seen through and completely understood. The gaze of that magical eye followed Anriel until he vanished around the corner of the staircase. Young Crouch wore a moody expression, his countenance fluctuating between light and shadow. He seemed to sense an impending crisis emanating from Anriel, likely due to Anriel's recent distress stemming from Luna's affairs, which had undoubtedly chilled the atmosphere around him. During breakfast, as Anriel munched on his biscuit, he suddenly received a letter. Jaros was undoubtedly the most striking messenger in the entire banquet hall, and, given the current circumstances, its master was also the most unique presence there. The letter was dispatched from Germany, marking the actions of Rodolphus. To whom it may concern, I am once again grateful for the authority and power you have bestowed upon me, enabling me, your servant, to proclaim your beliefs and grand vision to the world. I have currently assembled an army of 30,000 along the route from Munich to Berlin. Among them, 27,000 have been resurrected, their minds largely intact, capable of executing moderately complex tactical maneuvers. 1,400 are adult male wizards, effectively encompassing all adult male populations in the cities along the route, excluding employees of the Ministry of Magic, and even includes some ministry employees. 900 are women in logistical support, while 700 are underage wizards in the youth army. In deference to your influence and reputation, I have not permitted any underage wizards below the age of 16 to partake in the rebellion. I anticipate that, under normal circumstances, this letter will reach you on the morning of Christmas Day. At that time, we shall await your command to initiate the Christmas Day raid aimed at dismantling the German Ministry of Magic. Wishing you a joyful Christmas. Yours faithfully, Rodolphus Lestrange. Anriel lightly tapped his fingers on the table and blinked. Look at the speed of their work. Observe their level of awareness. Indeed. The efficiency of the German district is unparalleled. Regulus had visited before, but the issue did not lie with him. Rather, it was rooted in the laxity of the French individuals involved. Furthermore, the French Ministry of Magic was not as universally despised as one might think. These factors combined have resulted in Regulus's current progress remaining at the stage of promoting and disseminating revolutionary new ideas. Nonetheless, the outcomes have been quite commendable. Anriel closed his eyes and attuned himself to the portion of authority he had entrusted to Rodolphus. A considerable segment had been allocated to weapon manufacturing, as well as the creation of a 27,000 strong undead legion. At the very least, Rodolphus had not misrepresented the data. Observing the current situation, it appeared that Rodolphus had extracted a fraction of the death energy from the common folk to achieve therapeutic or fortifying effects, thereby winning their allegiance with remarkable success. He was nothing short of a self-taught genius of rebellion. Anriel pondered for a moment before composing a directive, which he promptly transmitted to Rodolphus via the Resurrection Stone S mark. The essence of the message conveyed was that it had been acknowledged, and the results were promising. An assault was tentatively scheduled for 8 o'clock that evening, permitting only a surprise attack on Ministry of Magic officials, with strict orders to avoid harming civilians and causing chaos. The information traversed through the omnipresent realm of death, reaching Rodolphus in an instant. Having just concluded a speech in a bustling tavern, Rodolphus momentarily froze. Yet he swiftly regained his composure amidst the thunderous applause, continuing to incite the crowd's fervor until it ignited like a raging fire. The atmosphere was charged with indignation. It was now 8 o'clock in the morning. In 12 hours, the German Ministry of Magic would resemble a hell's cape. Anriel did not perceive any cruelty in the situation. The most crucial aspect is that, unlike the Muggle Revolution, the common folk of the wizarding world possess means and combat capabilities to resist the regular army. The disparity between them and the Aurors lies solely in their convictions and combat experience, rather than the overwhelming advantage and equipment seen between Muggle military forces and civilians. Furthermore, the forces that Rodolphus intends to attack may merely be a contingent of 8 banner soldiers who have not engaged in large-scale mobilization or significant bloodshed for many years. Everything was imbued with a sense of tranquility. In the morning, Anriel assisted his headmaster, Professor Flitwick, who also conducted the school choir, in preparing the auditorium. On his way back to the common room, Anriel noticed Carmen chatting with Fleur, and the former winked at him. Anriel rolled his eyes at him in exasperation. To be honest, he found it somewhat perplexing that Ferrong, while captivating others, appeared to receive no reciprocation. Otherwise, how could she have enchanted a mere puppet for several days? As he passed by the library, Anriel noticed Hermione hastily emerging from within. "Hello, Hermione." Anriel greeted her calmly. Oh, hello, Anriel," Hermione responded, appearing somewhat distracted. Anriel squinted, casting a glance behind Hermione, a smirk gradually forming at the corner of his mouth, which appeared somewhat mocking to the newcomer. "Merry Christmas, Hermione and Mr. Krum." Upon hearing these words, Hermione nearly jumped in fright. As she turned, she beheld Victor Krum emerging from the library, positioning himself slightly behind her. Hermione fidgeted with her hands, glancing nervously between Anriel and Krum. The two regarded each other without any pretense of evasion. Until recently, Hermione had never delved deeply into the persona of Victor Krum, leaving her unaware of his background and past. It was only after Krum extended an invitation to the ball that she began to learn more. To her astonishment, she discovered that Krum held a grudge against Grindelwald. Most members of the Durmstrang delegation bore animosity towards Anriel, who represented Grindelwald. The world was indeed a realm of enchantment. Hermione shut her eyes in distress, uncertain of Krum's current thoughts or the psychological turmoil he was enduring. However, unbeknownst to her, the tension between Krum and Anriel was not as palpable as she imagined. Krum understood the boundaries, while Anriel appeared entirely indifferent. "Feel free, I shall not intrude." Anriel nonchalantly shrugged, a casual smile gracing his face as he turned to leave the entrance of the library. Krum silently observed Anriel's retreating figure. Hermione's gaze flitted back and forth between the two, momentarily at a loss for words. "Hermione, is he your friend?" Krum's somber voice broke the silence, but to Hermione's surprise, there seemed to be little animosity in his tone. "Well, yes, he is," Hermione finally sighed, nodding reluctantly. "Thank you," Krum remarked unexpectedly. Then, to Hermione's astonishment, he too departed from the library entrance, albeit in the opposite direction of Anriel. This left Hermione standing there, perplexed, grappling with a conundrum her sharp intellect could not decipher. Of course, a few hours later, Hermione would need to turn her attention to her own matters, as there would be no opportunity to ponder these issues in the near future. Upon Anriel's return to the common room, he glanced out the window to see numerous students engaged in a snowball fight. Many boys appeared quite dashing. Yet Anriel sensed that most of them had failed to find a partner. To be honest, Beauxbatons was relatively better off. The delegation from Durmstrang had a male-to-female ratio of approximately 3-to-1. Just as Fred had remarked, all the good girls have been picked clean. Quietly traversing the tranquil Ravenclaw common room, Anriel tiptoed back to his room. A pair of bright blue eyes opened in the darkness, gazing towards Anriel at the very moment he opened the door. "Good afternoon, my little darling. It seems you haven't napped for too long, have you?" As Anriel spoke, he raised his hand to illuminate the wall lamp. Luna's figure almost silently teleported to his side, extending her arms to embrace him. "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" "Not at the moment," she replied, her voice ethereal, almost dreamlike. "That's good. Prepare yourself. We are to attend the ball. In the evening." Just before the banquet, the time was 6:15. The young gentlemen gradually joined their respective partners, flowing into the hall. As for those who had not found a partner, well, it seemed they simply hadn't. Laughs. Anriel adorned himself in a blood-red robe that emitted a faint golden sheen, each movement reminiscent of a once noble scion. Regal yet arrogant, manic yet graceful. Were one to disclose that among this couple resided a vampire, those unaware of the truth would undoubtedly assume it to be Anriel. Luna, entwined in her beloved's embrace, progressed slowly in accordance with his wishes, her visage illuminated by a smile that epitomized happiness. Upon locating their seats, the couple settled in. To speak candidly, Anriel was rather averse to the notion of formal dining, particularly when the company was not inclined to indulge freely in the lavish spread of French cuisine laid before them. There was no intent to belittle the British fare, truly. There was none. Anriel and Luna occupied the position of honor at the main table. The assembly expressed no dissent regarding this arrangement, or rather, the only ones who might have objected, such as Kakalov and his ilk, dared not voice their opinions. Anriel was aware that among the so-called Death Eaters at the World Cup parade, there lingered the essence of Karkaroff's soul. His demeanor was quite in keeping with his character. Clutching his wand, he positioned himself nervously towards the rear of the procession, ever ready to disapparate at a moment's notice. Unlike Krumm's intricate emotions, Karkaroff harbored a more unadulterated sentiment towards Anriel, emanating from the depths of his heart. Anriel withdrew her gaze and took a seat with Luna. Casting a glance at the golden menu, Anriel ordered a honey-glazed steak, accompanied by a selection of fish soup and frog legs. There was nothing amiss with her choices. The issue arose with Luna, who requested a glass of pale white wine, French escargot, and a veal steak cooked to medium rare. She set down the menu and turned to Anriel, innocently blinking her eyes. Such a choice of steak was quite rare, even among the French students at Buxbaden, who seldom opted for it. However, rest assured, the ingredients at Hogwarts are fresh and safe. Overseen by a group of house elves who take great pride in their craft and possess commendable professionalism. Go ahead and eat. There shall be no issues. At least not before midnight. Anriel scrutinized the piece of beef, tinged with a crimson hue and glistening with blood, and spoke to Luna. "Hey." Luna's lips pursed slightly. As they waited for everyone to be satiated, time passed. It was now 7:15 in the evening. Anriel strode ahead of the crowd, more precisely, in front of the warriors. This couple captivated the attention of all present with their resplendent attire and poised demeanor, exuding an elegance that was both striking and graceful. Anriel and Luna seemingly usurped the spotlight that rightfully belonged to the warriors, becoming the singular focus of the entire gathering. Luna, with her petite frame, edged closer to Anriel, still not entirely accustomed to the atmosphere of the ball. "Relax, little rabbit. I merely need the time it takes to lead you in a dance," Anriel suggested. "Why do you keep calling me that, you little rascal?" Luna retorted playfully, baring her already sharp pair of tiny fangs. Anriel smiled softly, remaining silent. The time was 6:45, with just 15 minutes left until the ball would commence. "Brave warriors, and the companions of the brave, please gather here." Professor McGonagall's voice resonated beside Anriel. Anriel would not be dancing alongside the warriors. Rather, it is the warriors who will encircle him. Entering the dance floor centered around him during the second movement. Any dissent? Keep it to yourself. However, it cannot be said that unexpected occurrences are entirely absent. Anriel narrowed his eyes, gazing at a warrior approaching accompanied by his partner. He recognized Harry, yet the focal point was not Harry, but rather his companion, Ginny. Ginny Weasley. Anriel was convinced that under her influence, Ginny's object of affection should certainly not be Harry. Wait a moment. This individual seems to possess a nickname. What was it again? The Gryffindor heartthrob. Oh dear. Is Harry now relegated to the status of a mere backup for Ginny, akin to Dean Thomas or Michael Corner? Is he merely a casual interest to toy with? Anriel increasingly found this conjecture to be quite plausible. Truly, it is impressive. Poor Navi will struggle to find a dance partner. Oh, and Ron is without one as well. Anriel ceased to concern herself with the affairs of others. For the grand ball was about to commence. Just 1 minute remained. The chimes of 8 resonated in harmony with the rhythm of the inaugural waltz. Only a single couple took to the floor for the entirety of this lavish soiree, naturally demanding a high level of technical prowess. Nevertheless, Anriel possessed a modicum of skill in all aspects. As Anriel clasped Luna's hand, they glided gracefully into the heart of the dance floor, moving in harmony with the rhythm of the waltz. "Eliminate the rebels without mercy," echoed a chilling voice from afar, reverberating throughout the venue. Streams of green and red light intertwined and flickered, piercing the tranquil, inky night sky. In the brilliantly illuminated dance hall, the young man steadied his beloved's slender waist, gently holding her delicate hand, twirling with each step as the melodious music enveloped them. One by one, lifeless bodies collapsed, their eyes wide open in a haunting semblance of life slowly fading away. Yet, those once vibrant eyes, now devoid of luster, blinked stiffly, igniting a dim, ashen glimmer before retrieving the wand that had slipped from their grasp upon their fall, returning to the battlefield. As the tempo quickened, their toes glided across the floor. The couple at the center of the dance, the interlude resounding. The capo. The duet concluded, and 10 warriors, along with their partners, twirled into the arena, synchronizing with the rhythm of the second movement, each displaying their unique grace. Their footsteps punctuated the melody, while their boots trampled upon the remnants of fallen foes. Mingling with the bloodshed, Anriel closed his eyes to the melodious strains of music. He twirled with Luna, amidst the pools of blood upon the battlefield. In his perception, the scene of their dance transcended the grand ballroom of the Academy's castle, transforming instead into a war-torn landscape suffused with the scent of rust and gunpowder. Soaked in the essence of blood, the dance continued, even as the battle raged on, undeterred. At last, the final movement approached. The symphony of blood and waltz came to a halt. As Anriel's heels descended upon the last note, far away in Berlin, Rodolph's boots crushed the final resisting arm. A flawless conclusion. Anriel held Luna's hand, the young girl slightly lifting her skirt as the two gracefully bowed to the audience. He paid no heed to the fervent applause resonating throughout the hall. All that mattered to him was the genuine smile of his beloved beside him. The first dance featured only Anriel and Luna, along with the warriors and their partners, while subsequent melodies saw the professors gradually joining the dance floor. Followed by an influx of other students, Anriel took Luna aside for a brief respite from the bustling center. Luna remained silent, aware that a certain little one would soon seek out Anriel. She held no objections. In fact, her curiosity was piqued regarding how Ginny would treat Harry in the forthcoming moments. Luna's interest was not born from malice, but rather from a simple, innocent inquisitiveness. The tempo of the second piece was brisk, thus Harry and Ginny did not keep Anriel and Luna waiting for long. "Good evening, Anriel, and to you too, Luna," Ginny greeted warmly. Today, she donned an elegantly antiquated lake blue robe, likely borrowed from an upperclassman-esque collection. Ginny had yet to reach the age for preparing such formal attire, and the Weasley family evidently lacked the means to provide it for her in advance. Nevertheless, despite the garment being ill-fitting, outdated in style, monochromatic, and modestly patterned, it still appeared stunning on Ginny. This was a testament to the wearer's own charisma. Moreover, it seemed she had taken great care in her appearance. In contrast, among the quartet gathered, Harry was the most inconspicuous, almost transparent. He too seemed to exchange pleasantries with Anriel, yet his gaze lingered more on Hermione, Ron, and, not far away, Cedric and Cho Chang, who remained at the center of the dance floor. Truly, he embodied the essence of a pure-hearted, straightforward young man. Ginny cast a fleeting glance at her dance partner before turning to Anriel. "Would you care to join me for a dance?" Luna chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling with a theatrical glimmer as she observed Anriel. The latter rolled her eyes in response. "You two can ease up a bit." Anriel, feeling quite helpless, glanced at Harry, who seemed utterly oblivious to the situation. "If that is the case, Mr. Potter, it appears you will find yourself in a rather awkward position." Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Ginny's face. "So, Harry, are you still planning to invite me to dance? Or do you intend to accompany Ron instead?" Without a moment's hesitation, Ginny turned to Harry, and posed her question. Harry seemed momentarily speechless. It was evident that he truly was contemplating the latter. Very well. Ginny maintained her expression, turning back to Anriel and extending her hand in a classic gesture of invitation for a dance. This exchange felt remarkably familiar. Anriel sighed and shrugged her shoulders at Luna, who suddenly appeared with a drink in hand. The swiftness of her arrival suggested that it had materialized out of thin air. Since she had taken only one cup, it implied her tacit consent for Anriel and Ginny to dance. This could be considered a subtle yet emotionally intelligent acknowledgement. Anriel gently placed his hand upon Ginny's ivory-like arm, to which she gracefully intertwined her own with his. Together, they stepped into the dance floor. It is easy to imagine the multitude of gazes they would attract and the plethora of gossip that would ensue. Ginny is the partner of one of the 6 valiant warriors. Anriel is undoubtedly the most renowned student at Hogwarts, and tonight he shall inaugurate the ball, accompanied by his well-known young lady. What, then, is the nature of this duo? The girl named Luna appears to be leisurely sipping her drink nearby. Meanwhile, Ginny's partner, Harry Potter, seems somewhat restless and uneasy. The eyes of the crowd are sharply observant, especially during moments of gossip. Among them, a pair of shrewd gazes, reminiscent of water beetles, are nearly converging into a singular focus. Rita Skeeter is also present, and one can surmise that this will become the headline news in tomorrow's entertainment section. Nevertheless, Ginny appears to be thoroughly satisfied, her complexion radiant, while Anriel seems to be in perfect form. Their dancing skills remain the highlight of the ballroom, standing out amidst the chaotic throng of mismatched movements. As the dance concludes, one might wonder, are they content? Anriel playfully glanced at Ginny. You haven't had your fill yet, have you? Ginny responded with a sweet smile, indicating that she was not swayed by such banter. Please spare me. I truly have quite a few matters to attend to this evening. Anriel helplessly pressed his forehead. Upon hearing this, Luna involuntarily flushed with a hint of crimson. I see, Ginny pondered thoughtfully. Anriel cast a wary glance at her. This young lady from the Weasley family was renowned for her ingenious ideas. Occasionally, her brilliance rivaled that of Fred and George, and that was no trivial matter. However, Anriel had little time to uncover any flaws in Ginny's demeanor, for another had arrived. It was a young lady clad in a gown of soft lavender silk, Hermione. Victor had stepped away to fetch some refreshments. Anriel pondered this thought, and within a heartbeat, Hermione indeed echoed his sentiment. How intriguing. Ginny gazed at Hermione, who appeared remarkably transformed, and once more expressed her admiration. Even though she had witnessed Hermione's enchanting presence numerous times in the hours leading up to the ball, she was still captivated by her current allure. Surely, it couldn't solely be attributed to that exquisite, lavish gown. Anriel indeed has ample reason to harbor suspicions that this garment was bestowed upon Hermione by Krum. However, there is no necessity to expose this revelation, and moreover, the matter bears little relevance to Anriel. Very well, we should take our leave, for as I mentioned earlier, we have numerous engagements to attend to this evening. Anriel turned to Luna, raising an eyebrow. It seemed that both Ginny and Hermione had something to say to him. Anriel's intuition warned him that the situation was rather dire. Indeed, Luna raised her gaze to the enchanted ceiling, where the decorations of mistletoe and constellations corresponded perfectly. However, we still have time, at the very least. We can engage in conversation, she cheerfully remarked. Harry had long departed, presumably to seek out Ron, as Ginny had suggested. Now, Anriel leaned against the wall, with the 3 young women encircling him in a triangular formation. Please, do not crowd around me. Let us find an empty table, sit down, and converse further. Anriel drained the crimson liquid from the goblet and inverted the cup back onto its stand, casting a sidelong glance toward a distant spot. This drink was not blood, but rather a refreshing raspberry juice. Merely a whimsical prank by Luna, unworthy of concern. Anriel and the 3 girls took their seats. Well then, what do you all wish to discuss? Luna was straightforward enough. Anriel understood that she simply sought some amusement, curious to witness how he would navigate the affections of these 2 infatuated young ladies. However, he was less certain about Ginny and Hermione's intentions. The thoughts extracted through their shared connection were indeed intricate, or rather, quite chaotic. Ginny was the first to speak, her words startling. I initially intended to ask if you had time tonight, but it seems there is something urgent at hand. She smiled slightly and turned to Luna, adding, but I certainly want to give up, you know? The 2 girls playfully nudged each other in jest. Anriel gazed at Ginny, in the depths of her silent thoughts. He discerned a blend of bitterness and unwavering resolve. What resided in her heart was undoubtedly far removed from her spoken words. Anriel was utterly convinced of this. at least not as nonchalant as her words suggested. Hermione appeared out of place and exceedingly awkward. According to an unknown law of conservation, since Ginny was here to jest, Hermione must certainly be here to address serious matters. Indeed, Anriel, now that Victor is absent. She hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately chose to voice her inquiry. Your discord with him stems from your forebears, irreconcilable. Anriel decisively interrupted Hermione's ensuing words. You see, I am indeed a descendant of that lineage. The conflicts left behind by my rather unremarkable father during his active years are, in truth, of no concern to me. Moreover, Anriel gazed at Hermione, then paused momentarily before turning to Luna with an exceedingly gentle expression. He softly uttered, I have no vulnerabilities. Is that so? Hermione's tone was tinged with a sense of melancholy. After contemplating for a brief moment, she resolved to voice the question that had long lingered in her mind. Even if it were merely in these fleeting seconds, she wished to inquire of Anriel, what, then, is your belief? How does it compare to your father's? Hermione posed this question as if in quiet contemplation. Such as Hermione. Luna and Ginny exchanged glances, their expressions a tapestry of complexity as they regarded her. Hermione's consideration for the feelings of others appeared far less pronounced than that of her companions. Yet, in a certain sense, this quality embodies the unique charisma inherent in a true leader. Anriel, undeterred and unperturbed by the inquiry, donned a grave expression and responded, if you pose such a question, I can only articulate my conviction. It is my belief that we should strive for the collective advancement of humanity, endeavoring to minimize internal strife to the best of our abilities. Anriel did not evade Hermione with an ambiguous response. To be candid, she is a remarkably capable witch, hailing from a Muggle background. If she could indeed recruit her, it would greatly bolster Anriel's campaign. In a brief interlude of a waltz, Rodolphus seized control of the entire German Ministry of Magic, establishing the first stronghold for Anriel's burgeoning power. Perhaps this faction should be named the Harbingers of Death, akin to how those congregating under the Dark Mark are referred to as the Death Eaters. However, it must be noted that not all who follow Voldemort are Death Eaters, and thus Anriel's followers cannot universally be labeled as the Death Servants. He has already communicated this change via email to Rodolphus. Regardless, the wheels of history have begun to turn. On this final day of the year in the West, a regime has been supplanted. This news will likely echo throughout the entire magical community by tomorrow. My views, in contrast to my father's, are both more moderate and more radical. I am confident in my success, for I now possess powers he never did. Indeed, this is true. Setting aside the transformative resurrection stone, all three Deathly Hallows remain firmly in Anriel's grasp. Anriel remains indifferent to the so-called significance of conquering death. He is unconcerned with the connection between the vanquishing of death and the magic of love, nor does he ponder the reasons behind Voldemort's failure in the original text. Furthermore, he is untroubled by what the notion of conquering death ultimately bestowed upon Harry Potter. He possesses his own love, aspirations, and dreams, unshackled by the constraints of this world's rules. Hermione's lips parted slightly as she gently shook her head. In light of what she had read about Grindelwald in history books, Anriel's remarks were profoundly chilling. He was a revolutionary who conquered much of Europe, and it was only through Dumbledore's intervention that his reign came to an end. The power that even he had never possessed must be truly terrifying. A wave of inexplicable dread surged within Hermione. This marked the most significant divergence between her and Luna, as well as Ginny. She had never genuinely placed herself within Anriel's camp to contemplate the matter. Of course, such a stance cannot be forced, and not every capable individual is destined to align with Anriel. Time is indeed pressing. Hermione, if you have any further inquiries, you should proceed to the 8th floor. Hermione appeared bewildered, for as a diligent student, she had never entered the room of requirement, not in the 4 years of her academic life thus far. Yet, Ginny displayed a look of surprise, indicating her awareness of the room's existence and her conscious use of it, unlike Dumbledore, who had stumbled upon it unwittingly. The 8th floor? Hermione's question trailed off as Ginny tugged at her sleeve and whispered something in her ear. Moreover, Crumb should be arriving shortly. Anriel felt a sense of relief as he realized that this rather unpleasant gathering had come to an end. Gently, he took Luna's arm and led her away from the hall. Luna's skin was quite cold. There remained an hour until midnight. In the room, on the bed, Luna curled up in Anriel's embrace. Anriel held her quietly, without uttering a word. He leaned close to her ear. Come, my angel. Reveal to me the reasons behind your actions. Share your thoughts with me, and allow me to embrace all that you are. Anriel remained silent, for he was aware that the girl closely beside him could perceive the thoughts nestled within his heart. Luna's gaze was dreamy as she lifted her head, her eyes reflecting the soft light of Anriel's cerulean orbs. I do not wish to lose you. She could not bear the thought of losing him. Immortality, an aspiration fervently pursued by countless souls, often at any cost. Some may argue that certain things transcend life itself. For instance, May's agreement to allow Dumbledore to destroy the Philosopher's Stone, willingly embracing death. Similarly, in the original narrative, Dumbledore orchestrated his own demise for the sake of a brighter future, or rather, for the greater good. Moreover, there are those members of the Order of the Phoenix who have gallantly given their lives, dedicating their existence, even that of their families, to combat the forces of darkness. For them, too many things exist that hold greater significance than mere survival. Yet, let us be clear. May accepted her fate because she had fully lived, having experienced all that life had to offer. Dumbledore's acceptance of death stemmed from a life well lived, ever since the battle of that fateful year. His heart had either perished or been irrevocably bound within the Tower of Nurmengard. Following that conflict, Dumbledore's grand designs rarely intertwined with personal sentiment, manipulating the hearts of those involved with effortless ease. And what of the members of the Order? Surely they had not exhausted their time on this earth? They did not wish for death. Indeed, they were confronted by a malevolent force, a collective madness. Even if they sought to remain passive, the darkness would drag them from their beds to meet an untimely end. It was not a desire for immortality that plagued them, but rather the absence of a stable environment conducive to such pursuits. To put it more plainly, how could one aspire to fly when they had yet to learn to walk? Thus, immortality appears so distant, so alluring, yet ultimately unattainable. And then there was Anriel, who had effortlessly acquired eternal life. Perhaps a century or even a millennium hence, he might grow weary of his protracted existence, ultimately yearning for the death he had forsaken. Yet, during the initial arc of life, Anriel, as an immortal, would harbor no grievances. And what of Luna? What was her fate? Despite her lineage as a descendant of the creators of the Resurrection Stone, she remained human. It was not her fault to fall in love with one who possessed eternal life. In their shared bond, the loss of either would bring unbearable sorrow. They say time heals all wounds, yet the span of an ordinary life provides little solace. Therefore, the path laid before Luna was clear and straightforward. This 13-year-old girl's yearning for immortality surpassed that of countless others. I do not wish to leave you. Luna's voice quivered slightly. The pursuit of immortality was not for her own sake. She was acutely aware that the grand ambitions that Anriel aspired to might very well set him against the entire world. At that juncture, her unwavering support could become his sole vulnerability. A long life akin to that of Nickel could not sustain her ideals. Between her own desires and the world, Luna understood that Anriel would not choose the latter. This man, or rather this youth, would forsake his dreams and aspirations for the sake of the girl he cherished. He possessed the capacity to do so. At the very least, he could ensure her presence by his side, relinquishing all youthful ambitions to live a life of simplicity. A life that belonged to the girl. Afterward, the boy would shed his final constraints, tearing away the last vestiges of his humanity, and propagate his ideology with force, extolling his beliefs. Those who follow him shall prosper, those who oppose him shall perish. Through a brutal means, he would realize the dreams temporarily set aside for the girl. This was not the future Luna envisioned. She was Anriel's beloved, and also the final cradle system of the man-made demon king destined to bring about the world's destruction. Therefore, she needed to grow, to undergo a transformation. She needed to evolve into a being of strength, an immortal like him, an undying race. Only in this way could she join him in crafting his future. The options for such a choice were few. Luna could not wholly guarantee that the path she selected would run parallel to Anriel's throughout their lives. The path of Anriel lies ahead. Luna could only lift a long steel wire beside her. Yet, I wish to be your support rather than a burden. Indeed, the Blood Clan appears to be a commendable choice. The first Mina Dracula, bound to her beloved in life and death, embodies the sentiment. A certain tome once described the Blood Clan in this manner. To accept the transformation into a vampire is to relinquish all ties to the world. The new realm you gain may not necessarily be suitable for you. Not long ago, when Anriel had just concluded the search for his subordinates, he spent a spell at the Lestrange Manor. It was during this period that Luna ventured to Romania, driven by a sense of experimentation. Although hope seemed dim, she was not overly anxious. After all, she had at least 2 decades to resolve this dilemma. Unexpected delights often arise from decisions made without care. As she passed through the haunting ruins of an ancient battlefield, countless iron spikes emanated a chilling aura of blood and terror. Under the influence of such an atmosphere, An ordinary person would likely be overwhelmed by an insatiable thirst for life, leading them to desperately crave immortality. The blood of the battlefield would then assess the individual's resolve, determining whether to transform them into a progenitor of the blood clan or reduce them to a mere pool of black blood. However, Luna was different. In the face of such peril, her yearning was not for her own life, although she ultimately returned to the desire for immortality. What sustained her was her deep attachment to Anriel. This fervent and intense longing conveyed her clarity of purpose to the will of the battlefield. Consequently, the blood stirred. The women of the first bloodline, known as Mina Dracula, possess a slight distinction in capabilities compared to their male counterparts, the Draculas. As long as the individual bearing her first bite remains alive, Mina Dracula can exist eternally. Conversely, as long as Mina Dracula endures, the one marked by her bite can also achieve everlasting life. Typically, former vampires utilize the latter trait. Luna, however, might require the unique application of the former. This aligns perfectly with Luna's current state. As long as he is present, she shall be too. If he departs, what meaning would her immortality hold? Moreover, what essence of blood could be more fitting for the initial embrace of a vampire than that of Anriel? Perhaps the moment Luna completes her transformation into a vampire, she may leap 3 tiers, ascending to the rank of Countess or even Duchess. As the blood of ancient battlefields pierced the delicate skin of the maiden, the remnants of bygone blood coursed through her veins. Her thoughts remained steadfastly upon him. Unlike the typical transformation of a blood kin, the path to becoming a progeny of the blood ancestor demanded a far more excruciating ordeal, one that endured for an extended duration. This was the peculiar fate bestowed upon those chosen by blood. Henceforth, with every full moon and every waning crescent, Luna would endure the frigid sensation of her lifeblood being siphoned away. No, she felt an insatiable thirst, an unrelenting hunger. Her skin turned icy, yet within her, it felt as though an inferno raged. Every muscle writhed in torment, as if seared to ash. Her heart, too, seemed to weaken, gradually ceasing its rhythmic pulse, no longer delivering the lifeless blood to every corner of her being. She sensed that life itself was slipping away. This was a curse, a price to be paid. Not a blessing. No. Today marked the final day of Luna's entire transformation process, the most agonizing and arduous day of all. Anriel distinctly sensed the trembling of that petite figure in her embrace, gradually losing the warmth characteristic of the living. Faint breaths brushed against her neck. I wish to assist you, but I cannot allow it to become your weakness. Though Luna's voice was soft, it bore an unwavering resolve, starkly contrasting her usual ethereal and elusive tone. Can you accept me as I am? The tone of her question shifted, becoming cautious, imbued with a profound timidity. It rendered her appearance exceedingly humble and fragile, resembling a helpless maiden rather than a soon-to-be transformed vampire or a descendant of the Peveril family. Even the whimsical girl she typically embodied seemed to fade away. Please don't abandon me. Can you? Of course, my dear lunatic. What I desire is for my beloved Luna to remain by my side. In truth, even if you yearn to be a delicate doll in a greenhouse, needing my tender care, I would dedicate everything to ensure your safety. Anriel's words mirror Luna's expectations perfectly. He would forsake the entire world for her. While she exists, he exists. In her absence, he would transform into a deity. However, you have chosen to be my steadfast ally and journey alongside me. This is a delightful prospect that fills my dreams with joy. How could I ever bear to abandon you? As Anriel uttered those words, Luna slowly tilted her face upwards, her eyes shimmering with tears as she gazed at the smiling youth. Her eyes, as clear and luminous as blue crystals, sparkled with a faint red glow beneath the cascading moonlight. The hour had reached midnight. May I kiss you? The essence of blood serves as the currency of the soul. To exchange blood is to forge a covenant with the bloodline. For Amina Drakel's first embrace, this connection holds profound significance. Is he in good health? Is his mind mature? Is he pure or tainted? Is he flawless or sullied? Most crucially, do their affinities align? Are they compatible? This will directly influence the trajectory of this Mina Drakel's life. Fortunately, the compatibility between Luna and Anriel is remarkably harmonious. Your blood is so sweet, she murmured, a streak of crimson gracing her slightly parted lips. Typically, the first meal after the transformation into a vampire cannot be ingested directly, as it would lead to indigestion. However, Luna's transformation had been unfolding for nearly 6 months. From the moment she encountered that pool of blood, her metamorphosis had commenced. The so-called nightmares and torment were trials she had endured. Now, She had arrived at a moment where she could genuinely rely on her instincts to consume the first sip of blood that wholly belonged to her. Yet, even driven by the instinctual hunger, she remained considerate of her beloved, reluctant to excessively draw from his life force. If it is sweet, do not tarnish it with inferior substitutes. Anriel held the young girl close, feeling a unique warmth against her cold skin. Luna's appetite for her first meal was small yet endearing. Anriel's pupils turned a shade of gray, and in a place unseen by Luna. A wisp of gray mist began to rise, gradually obscuring the moonlight streaming through the window. Well then, promise you won't leave my side every day, okay? Otherwise, I might just complain of hunger. Luna closed her eyes, nestling against Anriel like a delicate bird, revealing a pair of small tiger-like teeth. Her face adorned with a smile that embodied happiness. Captivated by this smile, Anriel could not resist lowering his head to kiss her. A subtle taste of iron mingled with the fragrance of moon orchids filled his mouth. Since you've had your fill, it's my turn now, I assentied. While the passage of time could leap directly to the following morning, those curious about the events of the previous night were encouraged to join the group. However, while the contents of the room remained unbroadcastable, the happenings outside could still be perceived. At midnight, in the corridor of the 8th floor, at the entrance of the wish-granting room. Is this the right place, Ginny? Hermione gazed skeptically at the tapestry before her, depicting a giant creature mercilessly thrashing a bizarre ballet instructor. She had already changed out of her gown, transforming from the radiant Miss Granger back into the Hermione that most were more familiar with. Yet, her hair shone with a luster that was far more pronounced than usual, as if the assortment of conditioners she had used would not allow it to revert to its former state in just a few hours. Ginny nodded in affirmation beside her, saying, "Indeed, when you truly need something or are in a hurry to reach a destination, coming here always provides a way." At this juncture, she inquired of Hermione, "But what is it that you need?" "What do I need?" Hermione murmured softly to herself, closing her eyes and beginning to chant silently in her mind. A wooden door materialized soundlessly opposite the tapestry. However, this door was unlike any that had previously appeared in the wish-granting room. It bore an intricate, eerie relief of countless interwoven skeletal hands, reminiscent of the door of death that Anriel had once pushed open. Hermione and Ginny exchanged a glance. Both young women felt a profound terror emanating from this grotesque door, the kind that only a living being could perceive, the essence of death. "Shall we venture inside?" Ginny cast a skeptical glance at Hermione, not out of fear, but rather a desire to discern Hermione's thoughts. Hermione, in turn, conveyed her intentions through action. The wooden door creaked open. Cautiously, Hermione and Ginny stepped inside, treading carefully. The room was dimly lit, yet amidst the shadows, 3 objects could be discerned. The first item rested atop a pedestal. Hermione immediately recognized it as a damaged time-turner, a device she had extensively utilized the previous year. The sands of time seemed frozen, firmly lodged at one end, the side representing the past. What could this signify? Hermione withdrew her gaze and glanced toward the center of the room. Ginny stood before a grand mirror, her curiosity piqued as she leaned against the frame. "Eris." Hermione squinted her eyes. This mirror was imposing, reaching up to the ceiling, its golden frame resplendent in its opulence. It was the mirror of Eris. Hermione, with her vast knowledge, quickly identified the artifact. The mirror of Eris? What was that? The reflections it cast appeared to be mere illusions. Ginny diverted her gaze from the mirror, turning her attention to Hermione. The mirror of Eris reflects the deepest, most intense desires of a person's heart. Those lacking in willpower may find themselves ensnared within its depths, unable to escape. Hermione glanced at Ginny, altering her statement. Initially, she intended to express that if an ordinary person stared into the mirror of Eris for an extended period, they would not be able to extricate themselves from its grasp without assistance from another. "I do not reveal your appearance, but rather your heart's desire." This inscription was inscribed upon the mirror of Eris. Few can withstand the temptation of what the mirror reveals, as it is tailored to their most fervent wishes and yearnings. Hermione averted her gaze, reluctant to confront the mirror's reflection, while Ginny, having withstood the allure of the mirror of Eris through sheer willpower, merely smiled with a hint of bittersweetness. "Hermione, what wish did you just make in this room?" "I seek to uncover the origins of the Anriel philosophy." Hermione hesitated for a moment, but ultimately revealed the truth. Both turned their gaze towards the final object in the room, a small pile of scattered parchment strewn across the floor. These parchments were unbound, resembling discarded manuscripts carelessly left behind. A soft gulp escaped one of them. It was unclear who it was. That cannot be. Hermione's voice trembled. It must be. Ginny stepped forward, picking up the sheets of parchment. There are far too many muggles. This poses the greatest challenge to the existence of wizards. Regardless of how desperately wizards attempt to conceal this fact from the public regarding the relationship between wizards and muggles, one undeniable truth remains. Out of 10,000 people, perhaps only 1,000 are wizards, or even fewer. We must base our existence upon the muggle world, for this realm has never belonged to wizards. My father is too extreme. He places too much importance on his identity as a wizard. As for Voldemort, Tom Riddle, he is but a jest. The extreme blood purity ideology serves as the foundation of the secrecy laws. What exactly has the so-called law protecting wizarding civilians kept secret? The tragedies that have occurred. Ariana being a living testament. I fail to comprehend why, after enduring such experiences, he remains unfazed. He is weary. Perhaps he does not wish to overthrow the magical realm. Rather, he lacks confidence in himself. Since the events surrounding my father, he has approached every endeavor with a need to leave room for retreat and negotiation, meticulously strategizing and contemplating countless possibilities before taking action. Indeed, he has repeatedly denied being the greatest wizard of this era, whoever it may be. It certainly is not him. What problems must I resolve? A tangle of ink and the scratches of a quill. It is the ministry that is at fault. Only such words can be discerned. I do not belong to this world. My perspective on it is unlike anyone else's. The conflict between the wizarding world and the muggle world is viewed as arrogance from the wizard's perspective and as fear from the muggles. Are wizards merely an evolutionary progression of muggles? Is this the disdain of a superior, more advanced race towards an inferior one? The muggle community can tolerate a small faction possessing more formidable powers than themselves, provided that such power does not stem from physical prowess. Muggles accept those elite individuals who reign over them because they have experienced resistance. They can endure, as long as these elites do not exceed certain limits. Those whose strength derives from physical conditioning are, in essence, their kindred spirits. While fitness can sculpt a Tyson, it cannot forge a tailor. I have come to a realization. Extreme bloodline supremacy is the foremost challenge I must confront. They will be the first to rise against me and my ideals. I can rally ambitious individuals who deem the radicals overly conservative, those muggles who wield military might. The military will not reject this notion, for it presents an immediate advantage, elevating their entire force without the necessity of extensive research and development. The populace will remain indifferent, as magic, once innate talent is acquired, can be learned. It is merely a veneer over the current educational system. With effort and talent, they can transcend class barriers, a notion they will always be receptive to. Let us consider this issue resolved. For those matters beyond my reach, I shall entrust them to Merlin, who is adept in such affairs. Transitioning to a fresh parchment, the confluence of governmental authority and power. The British government should be more manageable, no? The officials of my homeland ought to support my propositions. However, such distant considerations can wait. To address bureaucracy, one must either satiate it or cleanse it. In terms of policy, encouragement of intermarriage with muggles should be advocated. After all, the birth rate of half-blood wizards is indeed quite high, even if it is not exceedingly so, as long as it surpasses that of squibs and muggles. Promoting such unions is viable, simultaneously silencing the mouths of those extremist blood purists with fact. Those identified as lacking magical aptitude may perceive this as unfair, but they shall have no choice but to engage in laborious tasks. A need arises to devise a means by which they can access magic and partake in its allure. A lengthy series of scratches and chaotic patterns. Eureka! Thanks to Masquerade. I have engaged in such endeavors previously. Basic alchemy requires merely the correct inscription of runes, without the need for intricate diagrammatic techniques. The burden lies on the user, not the creator. I need not resort to those high-end alchemical products that offer permanence. The technique of rune carving exists in the East as well. If war is to be incited, I should first ally with the eastern nation of Huaxia. This strategy could be termed distant peace while engaging nearby foes. Indeed, regardless of the setting or circumstance. The notion of unity is deeply ingrained within the essence of the Huaxia people. The emergence of wizards from Muggle lineage has increased, providing opportunities for those who, despite intermarriage, have yet to awaken their magical abilities to engage with the arcane. On another parchment, technology has the potential to alter countless facets of existence. I ought to enhance Muggle technology through magic rather than advance magic through Muggle means. The impetus for magical reform is the realm of genius. Yet the advancement of Muggle technology relies on the collective wisdom of the populace. The latter is far more attainable than the former. A small note inscribed in the margin. Of course, the bottleneck must still be surmounted by brilliance. Following are intricate diagrams that even Hermione and Ginny cannot comprehend, accompanied by numerous circular, square, and elongated alchemical symbols. On the next parchment, we should regard Muggles as a strategic reservoir of talent. The likelihood of exceptional individuals arising from their ranks is significantly higher due to their numbers. Nevertheless, the new hybrid paradigm formed through widespread intermarriage ought to alter this dynamic. If everyone perceives themselves as part of a new society, rather than distinguishing between wizards and Muggles, this change could be realized. On the subsequent page, if a Muggle possesses the capability to drive technological reform among wizards, we ought to bestow upon them the rights of citizenship within the wizarding community. Indeed, we should furnish them with the tools and technologies that enable Muggles to wield magic. Merit must be rewarded. On the next page, wizard-exclusive facilities require magical energy. Is this a form of class distinction? I am uncertain. Yet, there undeniably exists a fundamental disparity that I cannot disguise. Some individuals are capable of wielding magic while others are not. Should we integrate those devoid of magical ability into the magical realm? Or should we create two distinct platforms that provide the lower strata an opportunity to ascend? We shall deliberate on this later. Regulus harbors a keen interest in such political matters. He has even commenced studies on productivity and production relations, so let him pursue that path. Just as Ginny was about to set down the stack of parchment, Hermione seized it from her grasp, almost as if in a fervent snatch. Moments ago, she had been beside Ginny, absorbing all the contents of the parchment. Turning the page, there lay diagrams of the war front and several ironclad wartime policies. However, there were no strategic arrangements from Anriel. Anriel did not allow the room of requirement to bring all his notes here. In other words, he intended for Hermione and Ginny to witness only what he desired to reveal tonight within this enchanted space. Upon setting down the parchment, the eyes of the two young women were filled with astonishment. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that Ginny's gaze was filled with wonder, tinged with a hint of admiration, while Hermione's eyes mirrored astonishment, interwoven with a thread of dread. How could he? He actually could. The simultaneous exclamations echoed, a blend of awe and trepidation, stirring profoundly different reactions within the hearts of two remarkably similar, yet distinctly different girls. How to articulate it? Ginny, a pure blood yet closely connected to Muggles, glimpsed in Anriel's still formative ideas a vision of a future where Muggles and wizards coexist in the same society, evolving together to forge new magic. Yet, Hermione, who hailed from a Muggle background yet held an affinity for wizards, perceived within this manifesto the grim specter of struggle. Envisioning a landscape strewn with the corpses of the fallen, anticipating a second or even third wizarding uprising. It was an uncertain future, shrouded in ambiguity and fraught with peril. Hermione dared not imagine the horrifying figures from history textbooks should they ever cast their shadow upon her era. What a terrifying vision of a hellish existence that would be. Ginny yearned to understand what Anriel had endured to conceive such a blueprint. How would he realize it? Adhering to the principles that the Weasley family had quietly upheld across generations? Hermione, equally incredulous, sought to fathom what experiences had rendered Anriel so cold and merciless, willing to sacrifice so many Muggles and wizards for his own singular vision. How could he possibly create that fantastical world? Yet, in the process of creation, the existing beautiful world would inevitably crumble to dust. The future remained uncertain, but the reality they stood to lose was drenched in blood. The two worlds currently coexisted quite harmoniously, did they not? Ginny fell silent, gazing at Hermione, whose face was etched with fear as she clutched the parchment tightly. Yet, Ginny's fingers tightened around her own wand, crafted from the bloodwood of conflict and slaughter. However, perhaps there was still a chance for redemption. It need not culminate in mutual destruction, right? Ultimately, Ginny relinquished her grip on her wand, the small stick slipping silently back into her embrace. Hermione was her friend. Surely Anriel would not wish to witness this scene unfold? These three objects symbolize the past, the hourglass, the mirror of Eris, and the very essence of Anriel's thoughts. The significance they embody is quite evident. Ginny felt she understood what Anriel would behold when confronted with that mirror. For she, too, glimpsed the same vision, her own two desires. She envisioned herself possessing everything, entwined with Anriel's arm, as his bride. Yet, she also beheld Anriel and Luna appearing within the reflection. How peculiar it was. Despite being the embodiment of Ginny's yearnings, her own presence was conspicuously absent from the mirror. Not at all. Anriel and Luna appeared in the mirror, as if projected upon a cold screen. Ginny stood outside the screen, her reflection cast upon the glass, existing beyond the confines of the film. They were engrossed in their separate pursuits, and even if Anriel or Luna were to brush against Ginny, they would pass through her as if she were mere air. Ginny's shadow, with its profound gaze, lingered between them. They were individuals from two disparate worlds, forever devoid of intersection. She cast one last glance at their blissful existence before averting her gaze, departing from their lives forever, despite the fact that their lives were fundamentally illusory. This was indeed the mirror of Arist, yet it was a creation of the House of Requirement, Anriel's own mirror of Arist. It invariably reflected the souls of both sides. Ginny had never felt such an immense distance from the one she cherished, nor had she ever felt so unfamiliar to him. Yet now, she grasped his heart and aspirations with profound clarity. "Let us return," she said to Hermione, who appeared lost and as if she had just lost something of great significance within mere moments. The parchment in Hermione's hands transformed into a wisp of gray smoke as soon as she stepped outside, dissipating into the air. However, neither of them would forget its contents. They would never forget. A night passed in silence. The following day, Luna awakened with the morning light. After a brief moment of confusion, she gazed in astonishment at the sunlight streaming through the curtains and illuminating her bed, revealing her own pristine legs beneath the radiant glow. "What is happening?" Anriel turned slightly, squinting with a smile as a pair of large hands inappropriately reached out. Luna, however, did not react strongly to this impolite gesture. She merely tilted her head and inquired with a tone of skepticism, "What am I to you, Andy?" "A bloodline, a young duchess of the blood ancestor level." "What of it?" Anriel sat up and planted a gentle kiss on Luna's lips. Yet, it was the sunlight. Confusion filled Luna's eyes as she raised her hands, seemingly attempting to gather a handful of sunlight in her palms. "Moreover, I had just awakened naturally. The morning sun poured into the dimly lit room, somewhat dazzling. Indeed, I have truly become a foolish girl." Anriel smiled with a sly grin and said, "I wonder if you genuinely believe that I have done nothing at all." Anriel extended a hand, gently cradling Luna's small hands, which were filled with the essence of sunlight. Then, with a foolish gaze, he contemplated the prospect of you losing the right to bask in warmth, destined to accompany the cold and the darkness each day henceforth. Anriel appeared to merely state a fact with calmness. However, Luna felt an inexplicable tightness in her nose. The young girl bit her lip and stubbornly remarked, "Indeed, indeed. Our little master may have indulged in everything last night, leaving even my petite figure thoroughly exhausted." Anriel rolled her eyes and lightly tapped Luna on the forehead. "Stop jesting and get to the point. Do you believe that the blood clan should be classified as the living or the dead?" Luna paused, tilting her head in contemplation. "I suppose they could be considered as living dead. Essentially, they are the dead that move." Anriel concluded, "As long as they are the deceased, they shall fall under my jurisdiction." Luna, closing her eyes, extended a single finger. Suddenly, that finger was severed at the base, transforming into a bat that flitted out the window. Within mere breaths, a slender finger, reminiscent of a green onion, sprouted anew. The powers of the bloodline were still intact. Luna's understanding of her boyfriend's abilities was once again refreshed. Turning her head, she was met with Anriel's expression, one that seemed to beckon praise, which made her unable to suppress a smile. Her laughter was sweet, filled with happiness, and a delightful tremor. All right, my beloved is the best," Luna conceded, rolling over to press herself against Anriel once more. "Then, as a small reward, I shall reluctantly grant you a little something." Although last night marked Luna's first embrace and their initial night together, due to her unique constitution, neither of them found themselves unable to rise from bed. Rather, one could say they were left wanting more. After all, it was a holiday today. Who would wander aimlessly alone on a holiday morning? Surely, no one without a companion. After Christmas, the mundane matters began to multiply. Perhaps it was merely that prior to this, such trivialities paled in significance compared to the grandeur of the ball. As Luna nestled beside Anriel while descending the stairs, many gazes converged upon them. It was nearly noon. What was amiss? Luna wondered curiously. Yet she showed no inclination to release her boyfriend, remaining firmly pressed against him. Perhaps we missed the newspaper delivered during breakfast? Anriel cast a glance at a classmate who was looking this way, effortlessly acquiring the information she sought through her mental prowess. The romance of the youthful legend? How has the standard of this title, Rita, suddenly diminished so drastically? Anriel's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement as she found herself intrigued by this peculiar article. Casually grasping the air beside her, Anriel conjured forth the daily prophet of the day. The front page bore a striking photograph featuring herself, surrounded by Luna, Ginny, and Hermione. The image was undoubtedly a testament to the pinnacle of entertainment industry excellence, captured from an exquisitely unique angle. Not only did it showcase the four of them, but it also inadvertently included a glimpse of Harry, who was observed in a rather ambiguous moment with Cho Chang and Cedric Diggory in the background. With a keen eye, one could even spot Victor Crumb near the drinks table. It must be acknowledged that Rita's prowess in this professional realm is truly impeccable. Harry's expression in the photograph appeared rather bittersweet, and intriguingly, neither Cedric nor Cho were visible in the frame, truly remarkable. Setting aside the photograph, Anriel turned the newspaper to the second page, which detailed her own exploits. Upon a cursory glance, one could discern an intricate blend of adulation seamlessly woven throughout the narrative. As the headline proclaimed, this was the tale of a young legend. It seemed that while Rita delved into Anriel's origins, she stumbled upon certain topics that were best left untouched. In a bid to avoid her own downfall, Rita likely exerted every ounce of her creativity, revising her original manuscript to craft this flattering biography. Thus, it appeared to be a personal chronicle designed to lavish praise upon her. Anriel handed the newspaper to Luna, and as she neared the end of her reading, he inquired with a light-hearted smile and a playful tone, "Ah, what is this? When did our little gentleman acquire so many charming companions?" Luna feigned ignorance, her laughter a delightful symphony that resonated with a mischievous allure. Even after becoming a vampire, she retained an enchanting charm. After all, she was a vampire, not an odd offshoot of some peculiar magical race. Anriel chuckled softly. Within the vampire clan, there exists scarcely anything that could be deemed unattractive. They are, without a doubt, a lineage of eternal beauty. Now, let us examine the article. This piece intricately portrays the emotional entanglements of Luna, Ginny, and Hermione, also involving the two valiant figures, Harry and Crumb. Anriel perceives that Rita has exerted considerable effort in fabricating the narrative surrounding this intricate love triangle. The jealousy and cunning vying for affection are reminiscent of a grand harem drama. For instance, Luna is the primary partner, while Ginny, enamored with Anriel, grapples with the emotional turmoil stemming from her complex friendship. Hermione, unable to articulate her feelings, finds solace in the company of Crumb, who, though admirable, pales in comparison to Anriel. The photograph captures Ginny's forward-leaning, aggressively alluring posture quite effectively, another aspect ripe for in-depth exploration. Ultimately, within Rita's article, the characters, while diverse in their personalities, share a singular trait. They exhaust all means to vie for affection. Have you discerned any discrepancies? Strikingly, this concoction of Rita's, wrought from her imagination, aligns with reality nearly 90% of the time. Aside from the mix-up regarding who pursued whom between Crumb and Hermione, it is almost entirely factual. Quite amusing, isn't it? Reality often proves to be more fantastical than art itself. Only time will reveal how many rumors this published account may spawn. Nevertheless, it is fortuitous that Luna, standing beside Anriel, mirrors the nonchalant demeanor described in the article, seemingly an observer of the unfolding drama. Is this what one would call the composure of a rightful partner? This is a single female lead. Merely an artistic expression. Anriel was unaware of the intricate reactions that Hermione and Ginny had experienced the previous night, nor the profound transformations in their thoughts. In truth, after disseminating those documents, Anriel's attention had shifted away from the House of Requests. This was entirely reasonable. After all, even he could not have anticipated that while he was indulging in intimate pleasures last night, he simultaneously garnered a devoted follower and a staunch adversary. Today, Anriel did not see Ginny and Hermione, attributing their absence merely to the Christmas holiday. After the festivities, everything reverted to normal. This normalcy included Rita once again publishing articles concerning Hagrid's lineage, elevating the topic to front-page status. Perhaps the lackluster sales of Anriel's recent biography prompted this shift. The writing resembled that of a trivial gossip tabloid. Unfortunately, delving deeply into Anriel's background was not feasible. While utilizing innocuous subjects to critique the chief warlock of Wisingamot was manageable, any reference to past events could result in Rita disappearing without a trace the very next day. She was merely an unscrupulous journalist, not a fool, and had no desire to court disaster. However, the matter of Hagrid remained a viable topic for exploration. Rita was evidently aware of her limits, as she refrained from mentioning the reasons for Hagrid's expulsion or the enigmatic legend of the Chamber of Secrets. She understood that these were scandals tied to the four founders of Hogwarts. Should she dare to publish such information, a sensational response was inevitable. Yet it would also place her life in jeopardy. In contrast, The subject of half-giant lineage was a popular topic that could capture attention while being significantly safer and more reliable. It even allowed her to ride the coattails of Dumbledore's notoriety. It would be sheer folly for Rita to abandon the core issue and instead pursue the Chamber of Secrets or Anriel's heritage. In any case, days passed, and the challenges for the champions grew ever closer. The second event on February 24th was imminent. Anriel has aptly named it Black Lake Survival. It is indeed quite intriguing. The rules are as follows. Each school shall present 2 champions, each of whom will have a loved one submerged at the lake's bottom, thus resulting in 2 hostages. The champions are designated as Guardian A and Rescuer B, corresponding to hostages A and B respectively. When Rescuer B enters the water, they may carry a marker. Should this marker be utilized, a penalty of 10 points will be incurred, ensuring that one champion and their corresponding hostage remain alive beneath the surface until the conclusion of the contest. If the marker is not employed, Rescuer B can retrieve unconscious hostage A for 10 points or unconscious hostage B for 5 points. Guardian A is free to maneuver underwater and may also extricate hostages, earning 4 points for rescuing hostage A and 6 points for hostage B. The designated extraction point for hostages is Hard Island. Bringing them to the shore will not yield any points. Additionally, a head of the soul beast is worth 5 points. The rules are not overly complex. They primarily test whether the champions can make the difficult decision to abandon their teammates' corresponding hostage in the oppressive depths of the lake, or, in essence, temporarily forsake their own kin. Jean Chanzy, shall we place a wager? Anriel does not participate in the competition itself. Rather, he embodies the very essence of the rules. Each team's guardian is free to roam, which implies that guardians may intercept the rescuers of opposing teams. As for the matter of life and death, have you not each been provided with a token? Anriel is certainly not Huangmei. The selection criteria for this match are ample, and there is far more than a singular method to achieve victory. One may choose to assume the role of a guardian and attack others, thwarting their attempts to score. Alternatively, one could adopt a more honorable approach, rescuing their team as hostages, thus allowing the guardian to focus solely on protecting both the rescuers and the hostages. There is even the option to labor diligently in pursuit of points. Each of these 3 strategies can ultimately lead to success, with scores that are unlikely to be insubstantial. However, the worth of a single Death Soul Beast is 5 points, and there lies a reason for this valuation. This creature is indeed a perilous entity, conceived by Anriel based on the Demeanor archetype. Imagine, if you will, being ensnared at the bottom of a dark lake, overwhelmed by sheer dread. Of course, there is no need for concern regarding safety. Whether they be warriors or hostages, all will compete under the vigilant gaze of Anriel's cameras, which will broadcast live to the audience within the arena. Should a situation arise where one sinks to the depths, Anriel's timely rescue can be summoned from any corner of the Black Lake. However, it is evident that such intervention would result in forfeiting points. One must either risk everything for points or succumb to disgrace. Ultimately, a choice must be made, mustn't it? The Golden Egg cannot possibly contain all these rules. It merely holds the fundamental guidelines, such as the stipulation that warriors may only bring hostages ashore at the heart of the lake. The remaining intricate regulations are inscribed upon dragon scales. Now, it remains to be seen whether Masquerade intends to share this information with the Hogwarts team. Nonetheless, Anriel believes that given Masquerade's character, it is highly probable he will divulge it to Harry and Cedric. After all, the semblance of fairness adds an element of intrigue. For now, let us temporarily set aside the matter of the competition. The champions from several schools will ultimately acquire the necessary information by February 24th. Thus, we shall shift our focus to a piece of international news. In a broadcast tone recently, the German Ministry of Magic underwent a reasonable transition, which has been referred to internationally as the Christmas Day coup. A British priest has assumed the role of the current minister of the German Ministry of Magic, securing re-election with an impressive 97.5% of the vote. According to information relayed to Anriel by Rodolphus himself, he has essentially gained control over all magical territories within the Berlin district and is currently negotiating with the Prime Minister of the German Muggle government to participate in next year's electoral transition. He aims to make the entirety of the nation's Muggles aware of the existence of magic, to popularize magic and creation, and to collectively join the evolutionary process. A certain party leader, recognizing their inability to continue in their role, has voluntarily stepped down and introduced a new leader. A complete personnel overhaul is underway across all parties. This implies that Rodolphus intends to establish a new political faction and run for president as its leader, thereby legally and formally taking over the entire German district. Why does this process seem so eerily familiar? Why has this right hand suddenly risen of its own accord, beyond my control? Anriel expressed approval. The populace of the German region exhibits a robust capacity for acceptance, high levels of compliance, and a pronounced consciousness of resistance. Fortunately, this is not a task that can be accomplished within a mere few months. It is unlikely to be completed more swiftly than Regulus's military endeavors to seize Paris. Anriel can now focus on orchestrating the second project, and even the third, with subsequent endeavors to follow. The resurrection of Voldemort looms ahead. It is early January, and the majority of warriors have unraveled the secrets of the golden egg and dragon scales, with the notable exception of Harry. Fortunately, Cedric and Harry share the same golden egg. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that, following Anriel's adjustments, the duration of the competition will no longer be 1 hour, but an astonishing 4 hours. This implies that directly consuming the effects of gillyweed, which lasts approximately 2 hours, would render it improbable to achieve outstanding results in the competition. It is deemed unlikely because theoretically, the round trip should take no more than an hour. Thus, attempting to consume gillyweed only once to complete the second project is not entirely unfeasible. The potency of gillyweed is sufficient to enable him to rescue 2 hostages in 2 round trips without accounting for physical exertion. Subsequently, Cedric would only need to dive into hunt and intercept. However, contemplating this seems utterly impossible. In summary, for young Barty Crouch, who wishes for Harry to triumph in the competition, this presents an exceedingly daunting challenge. He has attempted to veto Anriel's suggestions, only to be horrified to discover that the venerable old man seated in the principal chair harbors a greater trust in Anriel than in anyone else present on this land, offering almost unconditional support. To articulate it plainly, this is a complex predicament. In Anriel's design, the optimal strategy for success is as follows. First, the rescuer applies the rescue mark upon themselves. If sufficiently confident, they may choose to forego this, then brings the guardian corresponding to the hostage out of the water, expending between 1 to 2 hours. Second, while the rescuer is engaged in the rescue, the guardian attacks rescuers from other teams, striving to ensure that the first round of rescues from other teams yields no points. Third, the roles of rescuer and guardian are exchanged, with the original rescuer, now protected by the rescue mark, making every effort to hunt the Dementor, as that mark provides a safeguard for their survival. Concurrently, the original guardian will escort the other hostage away to maximize the scoring of the hostage rescue endeavor. These 3 steps will likely consume approximately 3 to 4 hours. And if time permits, they may freely hunt, whether it be Dementors or members of other teams, without issue. However, that being said, the process established by Anriel is indeed an optimal solution. However, it merely represents a theoretical standard answer. It does not take into account the perspectives and thoughts of the parties involved. It necessitates that both warriors exercise profound rationality and composure in their judgments in order to achieve such a resolution. Anriel surmised that only the diligent and unwavering Masquerade could achieve such feats. However, relying on this individual to remain industrious and focused seemed rather optimistic. Anriel believes that it is far more credible that Harry Potter triumphed in the Triwizard Tournament through his own genuine talent and expertise. The Room of Requirement. In its parlor mode. Oh, Anriel gazed at the young girl before him, his expression tinged with a hint of surprise. Do you truly believe that my thoughts align with the needs of the future? Though his demeanor displayed astonishment, it revealed no discernible joy or anger. Indeed, that is unequivocally the case. There exists no inherent animosity between Muggles and wizards. On the contrary, they can even bear offspring together. The girl smirked slightly. All right, Ginny. I am well aware of all this. Anriel chuckled softly, raising a hand to gently pat Ginny's head. These are all matters I must contemplate. However, at this moment, I am far more curious about one thing. He gazed at the young girl, his eyes brimming with admiration and affection. Do you truly have such unwavering faith in Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, your parents, that they would endorse your journey along this path with me? Can you assure me that your brothers will all embrace my ideals? Anriel's tone was exceedingly grave. He did not immediately allow Ginny the opportunity to respond. You may one day find yourself at odds with them. This is of utmost importance. Even if it caused Ginny to hesitate, it was imperative to clarify everything with her before the proceedings began. Anriel harbored a deep desire to prevent a future day, amidst the flames of war, when one of her most trusted subordinates might betray her. She gazed intently at him. After a brief moment, Ginny revealed a bright smile. That will not happen, Ginny asserted with unwavering conviction. Anriel felt a twinge of curiosity, as this seemed rather dissimilar to the choices he had come to associate with the Weasley family. Why such certainty? He inquired of Ginny. You must understand. Your parents are inherently kind individuals. They were not even among the most valiant of the original members of the Order of the Phoenix. Anriel spoke the truth, at least from his perspective. While the Weasley couple were undeniably brave individuals, they preferred a life of tranquility over the exhilarating and extraordinary existence sought by someone like Sirius. With such parents, how could they possibly allow their only daughter to partake in a revolution? To Anriel's surprise, upon hearing this, Ginny actually laughed. Hee, that's quite accurate. But what if they already share your thoughts? Anriel was taken aback. Ginny continued, Mom and Dad have long suspected that there are unsavory elements within the Ministry of Magic. No. Not just unsavory, but indeed malevolent individuals. They do not oppose the secrecy laws per se, yet they certainly do not wholeheartedly endorse them either. It is worth noting that it is not only Fred and George who occasionally flout the regulations of the secrecy law. Even Dad himself has been known to bend the rules from time to time. Ginny smiled mischievously. Anriel blinked, her mind momentarily stalling. Had Mr. Weasley always harbored discontent towards the upper echelons of the Ministry of Magic? Anriel was aware that this amiable husband and father from the Weasley family often indulged in tinkering with Muggle artifacts. In truth, his behavior skirted the edges of the statute of secrecy, much like his two most mischievous sons. However, no one had ever informed Anriel that the seemingly unassuming man possessed a rebellious spirit. Nevertheless, despite this undeniable reality, I believe it would be prudent for our parents to refrain from participating in such a revolutionary endeavor. Ginny pouted, her expression tinged with concern. I am cognizant that our Weasley family is frequently labeled as blood traitors. In light of this, engaging in your revolutionary pursuits could potentially expose them to unwarranted peril. Anriel nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging that Ginny indeed cared deeply for her family. So, I suppose my participation is sufficient, Ginny said with a mischievous smile, inching closer to Anriel. I told you not to behave like that, Ginny. Anriel discreetly took a step back, and Ginny appeared somewhat disheartened. Luna is indeed quite fortunate, she remarked softly, gently grasping Anriel's hand. It is only in her presence that I can enjoy such closeness with you. At all other times, you truly. Anriel did not break free. She simply smiled at Ginny and said, So, if she wishes to come over now, she can do so at any time, yes? Ginny did not comprehend the meaning behind Anriel's words. Were they not currently in the wish fulfillment room? How could Luna possibly arrive? Anriel cast a glance at the open window of the wishful house, remaining silent. His intuition informed him that Luna was already on her way. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings resonated from the window. A creature, no, a multitude of small, black beings with tiny sharp fangs swooped in. Under Ginny's astonished gaze and Anriel's somewhat bemused stare, these bats first wove themselves into a dark crimson robe, and then more bats nestled beneath the garment, forming a resplendent white figure. Are we cosplaying Akato? Anriel gazed vacantly and remarked with a hint of sarcasm, as the last few bats fluttered into her clothing. Luna's lively eyes opened wide, casting a suspicious glance at Anriel. What is Cos? And who is Akato? She inquired. It's nothing. Forget I mentioned it, Anriel replied. Anriel shrugged. Diverting the conversation, it appears you have adapted quite well, able to stroll about freely even in broad daylight. Luna nodded in silent agreement. What is this, Luna? Ginny exclaimed, her eyes nearly bulging with disbelief. This situation had reached a level where even witches, typically skeptical of science, began to doubt the very essence of magic. Surely, this was not the behavior one would expect from an animagus? In Ginny's understanding, an animagus should not be capable of such a transformation. Did you not inform her? Luna inquired of Anriel. Why would I discuss such matters with her? We were just addressing serious business, came the reply. Anriel turned around and, quite naturally, found her own manifesto on the shelf of the wish fulfillment room. Well, it doesn't matter, Luna chuckled lightly, and without further ado, she pulled Ginny aside to a recently appeared curtain, where they began to whisper secrets. No, you too. Anriel was at a loss for words. Yet, it appeared that he was in high spirits. This trifling daily banter seemed to be the very essence of what he truly yearned for. However, before he could attain this distant and simple dream, it would likely require a transformation of the world itself. Several hours later, Luna and Ginny emerged, giggling and chattering. Was it possible that the conversations among girls were measured in hours? This matter genuinely fell within the realm of Anriel's ignorance, as well as that of the creator, Gellert Grindelwald. Though he did not comprehend it, he held a sense of respect. Andy, has Ginny mentioned anything to you regarding Hermione? Anriel shook her head, saying nothing. Yet it was easy to infer her thoughts. Beside her, Ginny's smile faded, revealing a bittersweet sense of helplessness. I found it perplexing that Hermione, despite her Muggle origins, should struggle to comprehend your perspective. This is not your burden, Ginny. Each individual's choices are distinctive. Anriel gently furrowed his brow, caught in a moment of hesitation. He found himself contemplating whether to eliminate a formidable potential adversary while time was still on his side. That adversary was none other than Hermione Granger, who would later be heralded as one of the most accomplished ministers of magic in a century, though it is possible that societal opinion, influenced by the acclaim for Harry Potter, may have rendered an overly favorable judgment of one of his two best friends who saved the world. There is no denying that Hermione has made significant contributions to her field, and that suffices. After a brief internal struggle, Anriel ultimately could not summon the resolve to act. Perhaps, he thought, he required a somewhat competent rival to spur his own motivation. To the outside world, Anriel may have seemed as if he were born with a silver spoon in his mouth, and indeed, that was the case. Yet, he was also on a path of progression. Before his journey across realms, he was merely an ordinary individual, lacking the grand vision of a hero, the ruthless decisiveness of a tyrant, the noble qualities of a great man, and the insidiousness of a petty villain. Nevertheless, he was learning and evolving continuously. Thus, why not create a controllable enemy? Rest assured, Ginny. Anriel spoke in a tone that offered both solace to Ginny and a means of self-persuasion. I will not take any action against Hermione, at least not until she engages in behavior that significantly impacts my objectives. He gradually approached the window, gazing out at the vast and tranquil Black Lake, raising an eyebrow. At least for the time being, she cannot keep pace with my progress. In February, the families of the warriors did not depart from Hogwarts. However, the only one among them who maintained close interactions with Anriel was Masquery. This did not imply that the other families of the warriors were idle. At the very least, Sirius and Snape were engaged in a continuous mutual disdain. Sirius relentlessly criticized Snape for his excessively harsh demeanor towards Harry, akin to a frenzied wild dog, as Snape had remarked. As for Sirius's assessment of Snape, one could only say that his aggressiveness left much to be desired. The most significant point, and the source of Sirius's greatest frustration, was that the current Snape was no longer someone he could easily bully. Now, Sirius found himself alone, without his most harmonious companion, James, and lacking the support of Remus, who, as a diligent student and prefect, would have lent him credence. Meanwhile, Snape had endured nearly every conceivable setback and hardship that a man could face in the years following his graduation. This had rendered his magic profound, fortified his spirit, and steeled his will. The Snape of today was no longer the same sniveling wretch who could be effortlessly tormented. If a life-and-death duel were to occur between the current Severus Snape and Sirius Black, well, Anriel could not ascertain who would emerge victorious. Who could tell? Regardless, such a version of Sirius Black remained the sole guardian of Harry Potter, and this would undoubtedly have a profound impact on the 14-year-old boy. The worst-case scenario could manifest as arrogance, disdain for others, rebellion, and contempt for rules. Anriel has not interacted much with Harry recently. Since the Christmas ball, their communication has ceased. Thus, he is unaware of Harry's current state of mind. However, that will soon change. On February 24th, by the Black Lake, Anriel and the professors gathered by the banks of the Black Lake to construct a grand viewing platform, assisting in the task of sending hostages into the water. However, matters of communication still rested upon the shoulders of Dumbledore. Sir, I envisioned that above the island at the heart of the lake, the platform would be a square-tiered structure, particularly since the primary events unfold beneath the surface. Anriel and Dumbledore engaged in casual conversation. Surely, we cannot allow the audience to sit idly in the stands for 4 hours, can we? Dumbledore stroked his beard and nodded slightly. You are indeed correct, my child. I had made prior arrangements in this regard, though the results, it seems, are not as effective as your approach, he chuckled. Afterward, Dumbledore appeared quite eager to demonstrate something to Anriel, who readily agreed. Dumbledore then produced his wand, not the phoenix feather wand gifted by Anriel, nor the old wand that had changed hands. Nevertheless, it was akin to those. In Dumbledore's hand was a production model of the Destic II. The rationale behind this choice was that among all production models, the II version, being an initial revision, bore a closer resemblance to the original wand in terms of feel, thus allowing Dumbledore to wield it with greater ease. With a flick of his wand towards the water at their feet, the color of the lake lightened. Yet the bottom remained elusive, revealing only the myriad of fish inhabiting the shallow waters, as if they were swimming within glass. Anriel was filled with a sense of wonder. This sentiment was not a reaction to the spell recently cast by Dumbledore. After observing it once, Anriel had mastered it himself. Rather, he was reflecting on Dumbledore's demonstration, which undoubtedly addressed a perplexing question he had grappled with in his previous life. Were the spectators in the original narrative truly so oblivious as to merely stare at the water's surface for 2 hours, doing nothing while Harry concluded the competition? Now, Anriel experienced a moment of clarity. It turned out that the depths of the lake were concealed from view, which was a relief. The stands were erected in a matter of mere minutes to avert any potential conflicts, an entirely plausible occurrence. Anriel arranged for Gryffindor and Slytherin to face each other across the water. Most significantly, a towering spire rose above the island in the center of the lake, projecting 24 large screens in all directions. A live broadcast, underwater live streaming. The 6 champions could be viewed from their respective perspectives by everyone present. Every individual in attendance gasped at the sight, for this was not a spectacle befitting their era. Technology, how remarkable it is. Although one could hardly find electronic tubes or liquid crystal displays in this time, such components would indeed be anachronistic for 1994. Did Anriel comprehend this? No, he did not. He had merely hung up a few panels with subpar reflective properties. The projection relied solely on his own magical prowess. Earlier, he had conducted a brief test with Dumbledore, and the results were exceedingly favorable. The images were clear, the footage smooth, and the live stream remained uninterrupted even at a distance. Magic, how extraordinary it is. It appeared to be quite a success. Anriel raised his hand to wipe away a mark from his forehead, a remnant of his own, evolved from the insignia of the deathly relics, the mark of death. The hollow eyes of the skull served as a lens, capturing the unfolding scene. The sound of casual chatter wafted through the air as the first batch of spectators gradually arrived at the shores of the Black Lake. Please, arrange the seating with the professors. I shall attend to other matters first. Anriel let out a mischievous chuckle, preparing for the competition as part of the event. Dumbledore nodded, turning to communicate with the merfolk leader, who emitted a few piercing cries. The merfolk leader cast a glance at Anriel, nodded in acknowledgement, and gestured with a wave of his hand. Several robust-looking merfolk approached, cautiously lifting the captives. Wait, sir. Anriel suddenly recalled something, prompting Dumbledore to instruct the merfolk to pause for a moment. From the outset, Anriel's expression had seemed rather sinister. He brandished his wand and waved it at the individuals on the ground, among whom stood out Gabrielle Delacour, Hermione, and the puppet of Masquerade. Was it not possible for the persona designed for Carmen to autonomously complete the second task? The hostages, ensnared in a state of unconsciousness, suddenly turned ashen. Resembling those who had nearly drowned, on the verge of suffocation, Dumbledore found himself at a loss for words. The old man's composure prevented him from deriding Anriel's actions. What a disgrace. Despite the assurance of safety, the appearances of these individuals suggested an imminent brush with death. The hostages seemed ready to expire at any moment, with the exception of Masquerade's puppet, which garnered little attention. Such a scenario would undoubtedly severely diminish the warriors' capacity for rational thought upon witnessing this grim tableau at the lake's bottom. Whether they would still endeavor to rescue their comrades remained uncertain. Furthermore, the Ministry of Magic's prior assurances of safety from life-threatening situations before the commencement of the Triwizard Tournament now felt utterly impotent. The oppressive water pressure, the dim and murky illumination, and the menacing presence of the merfolk warriors, not to mention threats from rival teams. Each element was sure to fray the nerves of the champions. Even Dumbledore found himself contemplating whether Anriel had set the difficulty too high. Nevertheless, he ultimately acquiesced, adhering to Anriel's directives. Beside him, the false Moody, or rather young Barty Crouch, wore a grim expression. As the merfolk descended into the water, the professors began to organize the audience into their seats. Anriel approached the lakeside and extended his left hand. With a splash, an invisible entity plunged into the water, instantly diffusing like ink in liquid, forming a shape reminiscent of black sand. This death spirit beast bore a striking resemblance to that. Silently, it lingered. Anyone who beheld this creature would immediately recognize that it was far from benign. As for its head, or more aptly, its core, it was surrounded by thrashing tentacles akin to kelp. Unless it were incapacitated entirely, the likelihood of obtaining its core was virtually non-existent. Anriel believes that when the warriors confront the Soul Reaper and experience that profound sense of fear and chill, they ought to consider employing the Guardian spell. Indeed, the Guardian spell possesses the capability to vanquish the Soul Reaper while preserving its core, serving as the correct solution to the dilemma at hand. Anriel was not yet inclined to escalate the difficulty of the most challenging question. What? Unable to cast the Guardian charm? Oh, then await your demise. The audience swelled steadily, and Anriel acknowledged the committee members seated at the nearby golden table with a nod. Dumbledore and Bagman returned the gesture, while Karkaroff turned away. and Madame Maxime and Percy appeared oblivious to Anriel's presence. Indeed, one was engaged in conversation with Fleur, while the other was speaking with Harry, thus truly failing to notice Anriel. This time, Harry was not tardy, yet he seemed to lack confidence. Anriel raised his hand to lightly caress his throat. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the second event of the Triumvirate Championship. Today, Anriel shall serve as your host." His voice resonated throughout the vast expanse of the Black Lake. "The duration of the competition will be 4 hours. Competitors, please take your positions, to ensure that no brave warrior remains perplexed by the rules. I must reiterate a crucial point. Only the Isle of the Lake's heart constitutes the scoring zone. Please refrain from swimming to the surrounding shores, as they yield no points. Now, I declare the competition to commence." The command of Anriel resonated, causing the majority of the warriors to plunge into the frigid waters of late February. Only 2 individuals remained on the field. Harry and Carmen collapsed on the ground. A spell was uttered with remarkable clarity and an unnervingly calm demeanor, such that it echoed throughout the arena. With the incantation, Harry's figure was enveloped in a beam of crimson light, falling upon the riverbank. "Hey, that's a foul. This is unjust." Such exclamations of ire reverberated across the competition grounds, for this contest was indeed hosted at Hogwarts. The crowd was numerous. "Carmen, you ought to have performed that act in the water." Anriel sighed in resignation. He had not dispelled the effects of the amplification spell, allowing his words to resonate throughout the entire venue. In that fleeting moment, an eerie silence enveloped the competition arena. Shortly thereafter, the atmosphere erupted like boiling water. "What? This is deliberate harm. Malicious injury to other competitors. This is unequivocally a violation of the rules." Such exclamations echoed one after another. "Please, esteemed audience, calm your emotions." Anriel's voice thundered, resonating like a tempest. Mr. Carmen Clown's actions were entirely in accordance with the regulations of this competition. The audience erupted in uproar, filled with incessant murmurings of dissent and reproach. In the contest of the Triad, there must inevitably be direct confrontations among the competitors, rather than merely simplistic skirmishes against magical creatures. The most probable peril you shall encounter in the future is not the ferocious magical beasts with their sharp fangs and claws, but rather the dark sorcerers who evade justice through cunning schemes and remain at large. The voice of Anriel resonated throughout the venue, creating ripples upon the surface of the nearest water. The cacophony of discussions persisted, yet Anriel chose to refrain from further elucidation. Curiously, after Anriel ceased to elaborate, the clamor from the stands gradually subsided. The crowd appeared to regain their composure and the tranquility they ought to possess. It seemed as though they were collectively pondering a singular notion, perhaps not a question, but rather a fact, an undeniable truth laid before them. Anriel's words may indeed hold truth. One must ponder, who, if not those aspiring to pursue a career in this field, would engage with such formidable and fearsome magical creatures as Hagrid does. The First Wizarding War, along with the preceding global wizarding revolution, is a narrative that the older generation shares with the current assembly of young wizards, a tale steeped in their lived experiences. Aside from the well-trained Aurors who may confront Voldemort's giant army, the threats faced by the common folk predominantly emanate from fellow wizards. It appears that learning to counter spells is of greater significance than mastering the art of fending off sharp fangs. Consequently, the crowd regained its composure. Once it seemed that everyone could quietly listen to their own thoughts, Anriel raised his hand and snapped his fingers with a resounding crack. At once, 24 large screens illuminated. If everyone has had their fill of conversation, we can now commence with the viewing of this second round of competition. It is my esteemed pleasure to announce that this round is titled the Black Lake, the Battle Royale. A collective gasp resonated through the arena, reflecting the astonishment of the audience. The official name of the competition announced by Anriel undoubtedly conveys to all that the focal point of this event lies in the fierce battles between contestants. In other words, it encapsulates the essence of escape and pursuit. As for whether the moral perspectives of certain individuals can accept this notion, that bears no relevance to Anriel. What could potentially impact Anriel significantly is still bound at the base of the lake beneath the mermaid statue. As for whether Anriel's statement carries any profound implications, it indeed does. Hogwarts has perpetually stood as the most esteemed educational institution within the magical community of the United Kingdom. To what extent does this authority reach? It is such that 99% of British magical families naturally assume that their children ought to be sent to Hogwarts for their education. This esteemed school has produced a plethora of magical talents for various sectors in Britain, and even for the Ministry of Magic across the ocean in America. Notably, during the tenure of the now 113-year-old Albus Dumbledore as headmaster, he achieved a remarkable feat within the Ministry of Magic, regardless of one's position. As long as they had not yet ascended to the role of minister, they were compelled to greet him with a respectful hello, headmaster. Of course, there were also members of the Wisengamot who referred to him as senior brother, each of whom had to be at least a century old. Aside from the Minister of Magic, accompanied by a cadre of myopic sycophants, personally wielding influence to manipulate public opinion. What chance is there to affect Dumbledore and the institution he embodies, Hogwarts? One might as well dream, for the likelihood of such influence is essentially non-existent. In an exaggerated sense, one could assert that the impact is nil. Under this societal structure, Anriel seeks to propagate his innovative ideas, particularly aiming to inspire wizards to willingly engage in warfare. His most effective, and indeed almost singular, avenue for breakthrough lies in reforming the foundational aspects of education. He endeavors to make these young individuals aware that their future adversaries are fellow humans, rather than fantastical creatures. This entails fostering a spirit of resistance and cultivating a consciousness of combat. In stark contrast stands the myopic Fuji, who remains preoccupied with his immediate grasp on power, oblivious to the fact that such authority can only flourish within a relatively stable societal framework, one that he currently enjoys. The actions taken by Anriel today to propagate this combat ideology may provoke a desperate response from Fudge. Even if Anriel were to unveil the resurrection of Voldemort, it is likely that this old fellow would insist on addressing the issues at Hogwarts before anything else. After all, to secure oneself from external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. What more is there to discuss? I say, your insights are indeed profound. The Black Lake's deadly contest has only just commenced. Yet the Hogwarts team has already suffered a casualty. This is proving to be quite a challenge. After Anriel announced the full title of this round of the competition, a golden triangle slowly emerged on the foreheads of all the competitors, swiftly advancing through the water, followed by a vertical line, culminating in a sinister skull that gradually expanded from a dark point. Although Anriel could assure that the participating warriors were entirely oblivious to this mark, Crumb instinctively displayed a look of disgust, even surprising himself, as he currently bore the head of a shark. Without much deliberation, Crumb and Carmen reached an optimal resolution. Crumb would undertake the rescue, while Carmen would intercept other teams to prevent them from scoring by saving their own. The rationale was simple. Crumb's transformation spell could only sustain the alteration of a significant portion of his body, rather than allowing him to become a complete shark. Meanwhile, Carmen transformed himself into a merman, a hybrid with formidable enhancements. He paid little heed to Anriel's announcements directed at the audience in the stands. The rules were set, and he was merely following them. Eliminating an opponent in this contest was always a sound strategy. Carmen's metamorphosed form as a merman glided through the depths of the Black Lake with relative ease. The lake's bottom was a tangle of aquatic plants and concealed magical creatures, which typically posed no threat to merfolk. Like humans, merfolk are viviparous and social. Disturbing one would likely provoke an entire community. In contrast, the egg-laying, beast-like creatures known as the fishmen were far more susceptible to provocation, and thus, such beings had long since vanished from the Black Lake. A water creature, the Grindelwald, peeked from the vegetation, seemingly curious if an oblivious fish had wandered into its domain, ripe for the taking. However, it promptly retreated. Some merfolk families keep Grindelwalds as guardians, akin to humans with dogs, although Grindelwalds are notoriously disobedient. Therefore, wild Grindelwalds captured by merfolk generally meet unfortunate fates. Yet, Carmen, in his current form, held no interest in hunting. The lake was engulfed in a murky, oppressive darkness, devoid of beauty and filled with a sense of foreboding. In the distance, a mass of water plants stirred, resembling a terrifying head with long hair drifting with the current. Masquerading as Carmen, Marskiri felt a jolt of foreboding upon sighting this anomaly. It was highly likely that this was Anriel's soul-devouring creature. Despite being separated by a puppet, Marskiri held a certain advantage in this hunting mode against the soul-devouring beast. Nevertheless, even through Carmen's corporeal shell, he could still sense an overwhelming aura of terror and despair emanating from it. The entity, whether it could even be classified as alive, exuded an atmosphere that thickened the surrounding lake water into a viscous gel. Navigating through this substance induced a sensation of obstruction and an inescapable suffocation, as if one were ensnared in a new form of cement gradually solidifying due to the cold. Carmen was the first among the warriors to confront such a soul-devouring beast. It is uncertain whether to deem him fortunate or unfortunate. The fortunate aspect lies in Marskiri's ability to handle a soul-devouring beast with relative ease, thus securing a measure of success. The unfortunate aspect, however, is the potential waste of time. Marscury could not ascertain what repercussions would arise from his pursuit of the soul-devouring beast, preventing him from joining the merfolk tribe and the rescuers. Would Crumb face an onslaught from other participating warriors? This is indeed a conundrum, for if it were Carmen, she would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to launch an attack upon spotting a solitary member from the other two academies. Wait a moment. Cedric appears to be the one isolated now, does he not? One stands guard while the other attempts a rescue. This is a ruse. At least, that is how it appears at present. It seems the situation for the Hogwarts team is rather grim. Anriel glided effortlessly across the surface of the water, her mismatched eyes seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of the lake beneath her, as she cast her gaze downwards upon the encircled hunting ground. On the opposite shore, Carmen had already engaged in combat with the inferi, but the spectacle was hardly remarkable. Viewers witnessing the event through a first-person perspective bore a considerable psychological burden. In contrast, the scene unfolding with Cedric was far more thrilling. It appeared that Crumb, the competitor from Durmstrang Institute, had taken notice of Cedric, though it was equally possible that he merely believed he had spotted a peculiar magical creature dwelling within the Black Lake. Anriel glanced at the live stream from Crumb's perspective, where a diminutive bubble had already surfaced, tethered to a human form beneath. Regardless of whether it was Cedric or not, it was evident that this was a competitor employing the bubblehead charm, Crumb mused. He swam towards that direction, his thoughts mirroring those of Carmen from earlier. Eliminating a rival could only yield benefits, never drawbacks. An intriguing phenomenon unfolds. Dear viewers, take a moment to observe the screens of others. In the ancient eastern lands, there exists a proverb: when a mantis hunts a cicada, one must be wary, for a bird may be lurking behind, poised to prey upon the mantis. The voice of Anriel resonated at the opportune moment. On the screens of others, there appeared a segment. Observe her unwavering trajectory. I surmise that the guardian of the Boothbatten school team must be Miss Furong. Furong's perspective is notably broader. This time she has not employed any bubblehead charm. It appears she has cast a spell on her own body and eyes, which is perilous. Whether wizard or muggle, the eyes are exceedingly fragile. Her resolute and decisive use of such magic on herself attests to at least three things. First, she is certain that her teammate, Sophie, will prioritize rescuing Gabrielle. Second, she possesses great confidence in her own magical abilities. And third, winning this match holds immense significance for Furong. Anriel was indeed somewhat astonished. In the original narrative, it seemed that the most lackluster among the three champions was Fleur, yet now, in a situation where each school could nominate two champions, she had become the first to strive earnestly. This, however, appears to be more reasonable. If only one champion were selected from each school. Regardless of whether she ultimately succeeded in the competition, Fleur would undoubtedly garner the admiration of her peers, gaining recognition within her school and thereby highlighting her superiority over her fellow students. This differs significantly from the aspirations of Cedric and Crumb. Cedric, whether competing alone or with a partner, must exert every effort to claim the cup in order to achieve the honor he deserves. In fact, if Cedric were to participate in the original narrative and fail to secure the cup, months after the Triwizard Tournament concludes, the acclaim, fame, and accolades would still belong to Harry Potter. For Cedric, it would make little difference. Crumb, however, is in a different position. Regardless of who wins the cup or garners the spotlight, he remains steadfast as a Quidditch superstar. Only Fleur stands out, as her disparity with her classmates is not particularly vast. The fact that her selection elicited tears from fellow students who did not secure a spot is not a favorable sign. It signifies that she is not exceptional, merely an ordinary individual with slightly superior abilities. Yet, ordinary individuals possess their own merits, at the very least. Fleur exhibits greater courage and willingness to risk her life in pursuit of victory. Truly, it is a surprising spectacle. Anriel deliberately adopted an exclamatory tone. Among the 6 valiant warriors, only Miss Sophony was en route to the mermaid tribe. It appears that everyone else believes it more appropriate to engage in battle with other contestants than to embark on a quest to rescue the hostages themselves. Anriel chuckled softly, his tone indicating that he was about to present a contrasting thought. However, might it be that the potential unleashed during conflicts between individuals is far more complex than they themselves perceive? As Anriel concluded his statement, the enchanting figure of Furong lingered in the water. Though her skin had taken on a cerulean hue, it remained smooth and alluring, with delicate, slender fins sprouting from her arms. She raised her wand, aiming at her target. Before casting her spell, no one could anticipate her intentions, and intriguingly. Her focus was directed towards Cedric. Cedric was no fool. In an effort to navigate the obstacles created by the magical creatures dwelling beneath the lake's surface, he had attempted a detection charm before plunging into the water. As it turned out, the charm failed to identify any magical beings, yet it did sense the approaching half-human, half-shark Crumb. Cedric had gleaned the rules of the competition through various means, notably from Carmen. He believed that the information he received was accurate, attributing any discrepancies to Carmen's arrogance. Thus, when he noticed Crumb advancing towards him, he immediately readied himself for combat. It was evident that the others did not take the perilous situation seriously, or perhaps, following Anriel's warning, most had prepared themselves for self-preservation. One could not be certain whether the adversary was intent on taking their life, for safety could not be guaranteed. This year's Triwizard Tournament still harbored the potential for casualties. Consequently, the most prudent course of action before you was to strike preemptively, incapacitating the opponent without endangering their life, or, in the worst-case scenario, directly harming them. The theory of the Dark Forest is broadly applicable. Who decrees that it must only be relevant in outer space? Cedric swiftly sidestepped a crimson jet of water, resolved to retaliate. Bubbles erupted from his mouth as a vibrant yellow stream of water shot forth from the tip of his wand. Crumb, whose body had transformed partially into that of a shark, exhibited surprising agility in the water. Aside from his somewhat enlarged form, he encountered no significant disadvantages. The yellow stream was a considerable distance away, so Crumb paid it little heed. Such an attitude, however, was evidently fraught with peril. With determination, Crumb unleashed a stunning spell aimed at Cedric, narrowly missing the bubble hovering above Cedric's head. At that moment, the yellow stream struck the lake's floor, revealing a smooth slab of stone beneath. It was hard to believe this was mere coincidence. In other words, Cedric had intentionally aimed at that target. The golden beam appeared to collide with a mirror, reflecting directly back toward Crumb at an alarming speed. Though Crumb attempted to evade it, he had just launched an attack and thus found himself in a state of exhaustion, with his strength depleted and no reserve energy left. The physical toll of launching an assault underwater was not something that could be easily overlooked. Undoubtedly, the water stream struck the base of Crumb's shark fin atop his head. Crumb was struck by Cedric's unknown spell. Let us observe the outcome. Anriel, standing upon the water's surface, narrated the unfolding spectacle with a tone that suggested a certain detachment, despite the fact that it genuinely bore no relation to him. These occurrences were merely trifles. At the very least, we could ascertain that this was not a coma-inducing curse. From Crumb's primary viewpoint, it appeared that the spell had not wrought any substantial effects. Wait, why did Cedric seem to diminish in size, or rather, recede into the distance? Crumb appeared to be propelling himself with great urgency towards Cedric, his shark-like eyes betraying an expression of fury, as if he had been mocked. Yet, the paradox lay in his oblivion to the fact that the more vigorously he swam, the further he drifted from Cedric. Ah, did you witness that, dear audience? It is abundantly clear that this is the effect of a confundish charm. Crumb remained unaware that he was exerting himself in the opposite direction. Cedric's tactic cleverly exploited Crumb's fierce ambition to win. The arena erupted with applause. It seemed that, before the effects of the confundish charm dissipated, Crumb would pose no threat to the other competitors. Suddenly, a silvery water arrow shot forth, striking Cedric with a speed that only Anriel and most of the faculty could perceive. To be precise, it struck Cedric on the left thigh. A truly magnificent hit. Miss Delacour. Anriel deftly redirected the audience's attention from the primary perspectives of Cedric and Crumb back to the static vantage point of Fleur in the distant spectators' area. Moments ago, as Cedric and Crumb engaged in their contest, Fleur remained motionless, a mere 200 meters away from their clash. Consequently, her perspective appeared rather dull, devoid of the exhilarating stimuli offered by the combatants' viewpoints, and hampered by the low angle that occasionally obscured her view with aquatic vegetation. Visually, it was quite lackluster. Yet, unlike Carmen, Fleur's intent was not to provide the audience with a flawless performance. Her singular focus was on victory. Therefore, her strike did not target Crumb, who was already ensnared in chaos, for Crumb posed no immediate threat to her. As the silver water arrow dissipated, it unveiled its true form, a smooth ribbon. The events unfolded in rapid succession, leaving Cedric momentarily bewildered about the nature of his assailant. The ribbon, akin to a serpentine silver python, coiled around Cedric's struck left leg and swiftly ascended, ensnaring his waist in an instant. The tail of the ribbon also inched towards Cedric's calf, seemingly intent on binding his ankles together. Fragmented, though Cedric had employed the bubblehead charm, One could still discern the distorted shape of his mouth as he uttered a spell. There seemed to be only a few incantations a wizard would instinctively call out when ensnared by an object. The ribbon snapped in the middle, yet the portion constricting Cedric's waist remained intact, appearing quite tight. Fleur raised her wand from afar, aiming at Cedric, who was now entangled with the ribbon. In the next moment, her wand might unleash a stunning spell, rendering Cedric incapable of competing in the match. The spectators by the Black Lake fixated on Fleur's scream. Unlike Harry, Cedric was now submerged at the lake's bottom. If he were to succumb to unconsciousness, even with Anriel present, the safety of the champions would ostensibly be assured. However, the audience remained uncertain whether Anriel would indeed rescue Cedric. After all, he had alluded to this very concern before the commencement of the Triwizard Tournament. Were the champions' lives genuinely safeguarded? Fleur hesitated. She yearned to triumph in the Triwizard Tournament, driven by her own fervent desires. She was acutely aware that, according to the so-called rules, invoking that stunning spell immediately would not infringe upon the integrity of the competition. Yet, what of Cedric's life? What if Farong is not a villain? She is strikingly beautiful, graceful, and although she may occasionally exhibit a hint of jealousy, she possesses the courage and audacity befitting a champion representing her academy. Most importantly, she upholds her own principles. At the very least, she is a person of integrity. She is a warrior competing in the Triwizard Tournament, not a cold-blooded killer. Farong set aside her wand, turning her back on the scene as she swam towards the location of the Merfolk tribe. In that fleeting moment, she found a more compelling rationale to convince herself that it was indeed unwise to confront Cedric. If all went as expected, Safina should have already arrived at the Merfolk tribe by now. Indeed, Farong was only partially correct. There were no unforeseen incidents, and Safina was not delayed by any trivial matters. However, even if she had been hastily making her way to the Merfolk tribe, the time spent in battle was hardly sufficient for an hour. In Farong's perception, that moment of hesitation was fraught with turmoil and anguish, truly feeling like an eternity. Cedric, now isolated, finished his words, while Safina's perspective was equally mundane. Let us rewind time to the moment before Cedric and Crumb clashed, back to Carmen. Carmen, or rather Masquerie, now partially transformed into a merfolk, gazed at the eerie and terrifying human head before him, his brow furrowed in deep concern. Among these warriors, he shared the closest bond with Anriel. Masquerie had nearly an 80% certainty of identifying this abomination. A terrifying aura pervaded the air, and a chilling breath filled the lake, which even he, with a body temperature akin to that of a merfolk, could not escape. Is this creature a Dementor? Masquerie found it difficult to fathom how the other contestants would react when confronted with such a monstrosity. With a look of skepticism, Masquerie, controlling Carmen, drew his wand. Deep down, he had already concluded that this being was some sort of variant of a Dementor. Yet, he hesitated, either unwilling or afraid to utter the Patronus charm specifically designed to combat Dementors. It wasn't that he lacked the skill, rather. He pondered whether Anriel would want them to recite the incantation for a Patronus, only to find themselves unable to confront this bizarre entity. While the likelihood of that was slim, Masquerie was convinced that, should that scenario arise, Anriel's wicked sense of humor would only elicit a sly chuckle, with no explanations to follow. After a while, Masquerie suddenly realized that continuing to dwell in doubt would only squander his precious time in the competition. Anriel, that fellow, is not even participating? He is not a warrior. Guardian spirit. Upon realizing this, Masquerie unhesitatingly summoned his protected deity. A creature emerged from Masquerie's wand, radiating not only the brilliance of the guardian spirit itself, but also an odd, phosphorescent glow. This being, streamlined in form with stout limbs, webbed feet, and a hard shell, wore a broad, flat tail and resembled a platypus. To be candid, the platypus, with its peculiar appearance, has often been humorously referred to as a rough draft of Earth's fauna. As a distinguished master of alchemy, Masquerie's choice of a platypus as his guardian spirit came as no surprise to Anriel. Perhaps he had ventured to Australia during his travels, after all. The platypus swam directly towards the Dementor, whose inky fur billowed like an impenetrable black silk, tightly shrouding the core of the creature itself. Silent eddies coalesced around the Dementor, and more alarmingly, sharp icicles emerged within the whirlpool, entwined with a myriad of ice crystals, spinning in a frenzied dance. The speed of the whirlpool escalated. Although the guardian spirit lacks a physical form, under the influence of certain specific incantations, it can embody some degree of tangibility, much like Snape's stag that journeyed with Gryffindor's sword. Yet, the Dementor, being of the same intangible nature, cannot be touched by ordinary individuals without the application of particular spells. It is no wonder these two entities are in opposition. Naturally, the ice crystals formed from the chill emanating from the Dementor could indeed be touched and could harm the guardian spirit. As the Dementor let out a silent shriek, Masquerade observed the ripples radiating outward from it. Those swirling eddies surged towards the platypus guardian, even encroaching upon Masquerade himself, who had already sought refuge behind it. Ah, what an intelligent creation! Was this devised by the Dementor? Masquerade silently expressed admiration for the achievements of his mentor, while simultaneously deriding his own teacher for delving into such arcane and sinister matters, with progress that seemed to accelerate with each passing day. The murky sludge at the lake's bottom was stirred up by the eddies, rendering the waters disgracefully filthy. Cold thorn bushes swayed. He softly recited a peculiar incantation. From the tip of Masquerade's wand, a magnificent azure ice crystal column extended forth. Wherever the crystalline structure reached, sharp, menacing ice spikes erupted from the central trunk, twisting like branches in bloom. More ice spikes interspersed as leaves, emanating a chill that brought the surrounding water's temperature perilously close to freezing. The spiraling branches extended like an instrument of torment, swiftly piercing the body of the soul beast, particularly its tangled mane. The soul beast writhed in agony upon the ice spikes, while the platypus guardian flapped its limbs and, with astonishing speed, swam beside the soul beast. It opened its bill, revealing a row of fine, sharp teeth, and clamped down on a section of the black silk cloth beside the soul beast. With a fierce tug, it tore it away. The soul beast let out a malevolent howl. Within mere moments, the fish within a 10-meter radius, along with crabs and mollusks hiding at the lake's bottom, all perished, turning belly up or gaping open. The offensive power was formidable. Masquerade recognized that this creature posed no real threat to him. It was likely a trial employed by Anriel to evaluate other warriors. He began to scrutinize the soul beast with a curious gaze. From Anriel's demeanor, it was uncertain whether this creature could emerge onto land, but it undoubtedly seemed to be a mass-produced model, one that could be dispatched without a second thought. Its efficacy underwater resembled that of a strategic fear torpedo, capable of compensating for Anriel's significant shortcoming in naval warfare. In due time, they could also enhance and repair their aerial combat capabilities. Masquerade raised an eyebrow and waved his hand, severing the ice tree at its roots. The soul beast, surprisingly, still clawed and attempted to lunge at him in a desperate bid for mutual destruction. The platypus guardian collided with the protective membrane from which the soul beast had been torn, causing the creature to become as motionless as a remote-controlled model that had lost power, standing idle at the lake's bottom. Masquerade circled it, observing for a while longer before conclusively determining that the soul beast was indeed incapacitated. The vital points were evident, however, unless they were completely pierced and destroyed. It seemed there was no such thing as a fatal injury. To say it was destroyed would be inaccurate. The competition rules required the extraction of the soul beast's head, its core. Thus, Masquerade simply instructed the platypus to retrieve the fist-sized black orb. It appeared that if the damage was not too severe, it could be rejuvenated with a surge of magical energy. However, it was not so intelligent anymore. Masquerade grew increasingly fascinated. My esteemed mentor, you have truly comprehended the intricacies of Muggle technology. The automaton chuckled, harboring no belief that the entity known as Carmen possessed technological prowess surpassing that of Anriel's creations. Humble yet unconventional, this was Masquerade, a master alchemist. After all, one must remember, he was merely 9 years of age. How could he forget that he was still in the competition? With this thought in mind, Masquerade suddenly realized, stowing away the core of the death soul beast. He flicked his tail and swiftly swam towards the territory of the merfolk tribe, reminiscent of a solitary mermaid hastening back to her clan. Thus, no unwary aquatic magical creature dared to trouble him further. 1 hour into the Black Lake Championship, all competitors were navigating towards the merfolk's domain. Even if a valiant few strayed from their course, they promptly corrected their paths. Miss Sophony from Busbatten had already reached the outskirts of the merfolk tribe, where she would select one of the 2 hostages from Busbatten to bring back from the lake's depths. Anriel strolled gracefully upon the glassy surface of the Black Lake, addressing the gathered spectators along the shore. This design thoughtfully considers the psychological pressures faced by the competitors submerged beneath the lake, significantly testing their ability to adapt in perilous situations and their judgment of the broader circumstances. The audience engaged in lively discussions. Their opinions on this competition format varied. However, on the whole, there was a prevailing inclination towards approval, albeit with the presence of a few thrill-seekers eager for entertainment amidst the tension. Anriel did not intervene in the audience's discussions, as the players could not hear them anyway. Mr. Porter, are you feeling any better? Anriel turned around to face the already